Family, during the tense moments of the Marineford War, Akainu was about to take action against Whitebeard when he was sucked into a black hole, and the protagonist was pulled into a quiz live stream. Here, Sengoku, Carp, Whitebeard, and other big shots gathered, and the quiz began. If you answer incorrectly, you get exiled, and the prizes are incredibly tempting. Who will win this round? Let me tell you, I was dumbfounded at that moment. I saw that old guy Akainu about to smash Whitebeard's head with a move called Hellhound, but the next second, with a ding, the system's notification sounded, and he disappeared. A black hole appeared out of nowhere and sucked him away. Family, who understands? Just a second ago, I was at the front line in Marineford, sweating with anxiety, and the next second, I was pulled into some strange quiz live stream. This all started 3 hours before Ace's execution. Marineford was heavily guarded. Goodness, the scene was packed with people the Navy had brought out all their forces. 100,000 elite Marines and 50 giant warships surrounded the entire island like a steel barrel. To deal with Whitebeard, they even summoned the 7 warlords of the sea, with Mihawk, Hancock, Doflamingo, Kuma, and Moria lined up at the front like they were free for the taking. Below the execution platform, the 3 admirals Akidi, Kazu, and Akainu sat like 3 gatekeepers, waiting for the Whitebeard pirates to deliver their heads. The eyes of the entire world were focused here, and no one dared to breathe. At that moment, I felt something was off. Just as I was thinking, a loud noise came from the marshal's office. I leaned closer to listen, and it was indeed Old Man Carp. He kicked the door open and punched Sengoku's desk with a loud bang, his voice booming so much it almost shook Sengoku's hair loose. Is this really necessary? I can't accept this. Sengoku was also in a tough spot. On one hand was his brother, on the other was his duty as marshal. He could only sternly say, Carp, this is not just the execution of a pirate, it has profound significance for the future of the world. After hearing this, Carp's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and without saying anything, he turned and left. He was also a Marine, he had no choice. Just then, I heard a buzzing in my ears, and a cold, emotionless electronic voice suddenly announced, "The National Quiz Contest begins." Immediately, a flash of white light passed before my eyes, and when I opened them again, good heavens, the entire map had changed. This place was a blank white, like I had entered a psychiatric hospital. Sengoku appeared first, looking bewildered, cautiously scanning the area. Who? Devil Fruit ability? As soon as he finished speaking, for beams of light descended, and Carp, Akainu, Whitebeard, and Ace, who was handcuffed with Seastone, all gathered. With this lineup, they could start fighting right away, okay? As soon as Ace saw Whitebeard, he panicked, Dad. Sengoku and Akainu were also taken aback by Whitebeard's presence. Sengoku's mind raced. Could this be Whitebeard's scheme? But he quickly dismissed that thought. With Whitebeard's stature, he wouldn't resort to such tricks. However, this was a rare opportunity. Sengoku's inner calculations were clanging. With him, Carp, and Akainu, 3 top powers of the Navy present. This was an excellent chance to take down Whitebeard. Although that old man Carp probably wouldn't lift a finger. Just him and Akainu would be enough. After all, Whitebeard was old and riddled with injuries. Ace had already rushed to Whitebeard's side. Looking guilty, Dad, I've caused you trouble. Whitebeard patted Ace's head and laughed heartily. Kuaha, you are my son. Although he was also confused about the situation, he couldn't lose his momentum. I am Whitebeard. Before he could finish, Akainu's temper flared. Not caring about any quiz or rules to him, Whitebeard was right in front of him, and this was once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without hesitation, he transformed his arm into scorching magma and launched a hellhound straight at Whitebeard's face. Ding! At that moment, the cold electronic voice rang out again. Sakazuki has violated the rules by attacking without permission and will be punished. Exiled to the silent abyss for 1 day. As soon as the words fell, a black vortex appeared beside Akainu, and before he could even react to elementalization, he was sucked in with a whoosh, disappearing without a trace. The next second, the vortex appeared again, and Akainu was spat out. Let me tell you, when he returned, his old face was pale, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes, like he had seen something unclean in a little black room, not daring to make a sound as he obediently walked to the quiz podium with his name on it. Now everyone was behaving themselves. Who would dare to mess with this mysterious power that could put Akainu in such a situation? Then, the glowing orb began to announce the rules. No fighting, buzz and format. Answer correctly to gain a point, answer incorrectly to lose a point, and the highest score at the end would win a prize. Let me tell you, the prize was tailor-made for Whitebeard. Instant recovery potion. No matter how severe the injuries, drinking it would fully restore health and energy in 1 second, with no side effects. If Whitebeard got his hands on this, what would the Marineford War even be about? He alone could topple Marine headquarters. Sengoku's face turned green as he calculated that his side had 2 people, which gave him an advantage. But when he glanced back at Carp, he found that the old man was staring intently at Ace, his eyes full of concern. Great, can't count on him still, just 2 people. Now, please listen to the first question. The glowing orb projected the question. Who is the biological father of Portgas D? Ace. A. Edward Newgate B. Monkey D. Dragon C. Gold. Roger D. Sakazuki. Ace exploded on the spot. His face turned white with anger, and his eyes seemed to want to burn through that wretched, glowing orb. The thing he hated most in his life was when people mentioned that so-called father of his. He slammed the button and shouted, "My dad is Whitebeard." Akainu sneered sarcastically from his side. The worst blood runs through your veins, that's a fact you can never change. Ace couldn't take this, transforming into a fireman and launching a fire fist straight at Akainu's face. And what happened? Ding! Attack ineffective, Ace disappeared, also sucked into that place called the Silent Abyss. What was even worse was that the system said he answered incorrectly, so because he lost points, he would receive an additional punishment of 3 days of exile. Ace had just been spit out, still unsteady, and was sucked back in again. His little face was so pale it pained me to look at. When he came out again, he was in a daze, his eyes filled with fear. At this moment, Whitebeard stepped up, a real man. He slammed down the button with all his might and shouted, "Kuahaha! Ace is my son. He looks so cool." And then, he was also punished for answering incorrectly and was sent in for 3 days of exile. Good heavens, the father and son were putting on a tragic performance here. In the end, it was Akainu, that sly old fox, who picked up the pieces. He leisurely pressed the button and chose C. Joel D. Roger. Ding. Congratulations, Sakazuki answered correctly. 1 point. The smug look on Akainu's face made me want to punch him. Ding. Please listen to the second question. During the Marineford War, where would the Whitebeard pirates appear from? A. Storming in from the front. B. Launching a surprise attack from the CC. Descending from the sky. D. Not appearing at all. As soon as this question came out, Sengoku was brainstorming. Coming from a front. Impossible. Falling from the sky. Damn, isn't that Shiki the Golden Lion's tactic? If those two teamed up, the world would just restart. Coming from a sea? That's possible. Fishman Island was flying Whitebeard's flag. He was so conflicted he almost pulled out his goatee. He signaled to Akainu, meaning you go first, test the waters, but Akainu pretended not to see, thinking, I finally have 1 point and not going to be a cannon fodder. There was no choice for Sengoku. He gritted his teeth and made a big gamble, pressing the button. I choose C from the sky. He preferred to believe in the worst possibility. Ding! Sengoku's answer is incorrect. Due to having 0 points, a penalty is imposed. Banished to the Silent Abyss for 1 day. Ding! Sengoku's answer is incorrect. Due to having 0 points, a penalty is imposed. Banished to the Silent Abyss for 1 day. That old guy Sengoku had just come out of the abyss and hadn't even caught his breath before Whitebeard jumped in to steal the show. Let me tell you, at that moment, Akainu's face turned green. His hand almost broke the button, but he was beaten to the punch by Whitebeard. Kuhaha! Lava brat. No need to guess, I came from the seabed. Whitebeard's smugness was simply unbearable. Sengoku almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, thinking, Sakazuki, you worthless piece of trash. I took the hit for you, and you still lost points, giving them to Whitebeard. Akainu immediately jumped up in protest. I object. We haven't even called for a buzzer yet. How can he steal the answer? The answering space was even harsher. There's no rule against buzzing in early. Sakazuki questions the rules, banished for 7 days. Keep complaining, and you'll be kicked out. Good heavens. Akainu was directly teleported away, and before he left, his glare could almost swallow Whitebeard whole. What happened next was even more explosive. The answering space directly released the third question. In the Marineford War, who killed Whitebeard? A. Akainu. B. Blackbeard. C. Kizaru. D. Kaido. At this moment, all eyes were on Whitebeard. Ace exploded, crying out, Dad. He probably felt guilty, thinking he was the one who harmed Whitebeard. Whitebeard, however, remained calm after all. He was someone who had weathered many storms, smiling as he said, Everyone eventually dies. To be remembered by the world is worth it. Upon hearing this, Akainu was overjoyed, thinking this question was a freebie. Blackbeard was nothing. Kaido was busy fighting Shanks, and Kizaru, that old trickster, was definitely not going all out, so the answer could only be me. I choose A. The only one who could kill Whitebeard is me. But then ding. Sakazuki's answer is incorrect. 1 point deducted. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Chi Inu stood frozen in disbelief, while Zhangguo was equally astonished, realizing that the script had taken an unexpected turn. Whitebeard had not succumbed to Chi Inu's hands. Zhangguo hastily deduced that Kizaru was certainly slacking off. Kaido might intervene, but the most likely culprit remained that little scoundrel, Blackbeard. I choose B. Whitebeard perished at the hands of Blackbeard. A chime echoed, confirming Zhang correct answer, earning him a point. Finally, a sigh of relief escaped Zhang, but Whitebeard's expression darkened. Could it be that he met his demise at the hands of his own son? Ace erupted in disbelief. Impossible. How could father fall to that traitor? As if to heighten the drama, the answering space announced that they could project the scene of Whitebeard's death. Zhang, realizing the gravity of the situation, insisted they must watch. However, upon witnessing the scene, his face drained of color, and even Carp fell silent. Blackbeard, accompanied by a band of monsters, had seized Whitebeard's powers and dismantled Marineford. Zhang's realization dawned upon him. He had been outmaneuvered by Blackbeard, the true mastermind behind the scenes. Following Whitebeard's fall, a more dreadful villain was poised to emerge in the world. The intensity of Zhang's mindset was palpable. Initially, he had analyzed the situation with confidence, believing that Shiki would surely stir trouble, only to be blindsided when Whitebeard declared, "I choose D." To side with the red-haired brat. This left him utterly flabbergasted. The shift from heaven to hell occurred in an instant. Regaining his composure, Zhang thought to himself, "At least it isn't the Golden Lion. This time victory is assured." Yet, the answering space chimed once more. Congratulations to Whitebeard for answering correctly. Zhang's defense crumbled, and the facade of his usual composure shattered as he shouted, "How could this be? How could it possibly be Shanks?" Unbeknownst to Zhang, he was unaware that the Golden Lion had sought an alliance with Whitebeard after being released from prison. Rejected, he had resorted to becoming a beast tamer. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was solely focused on how to deliver a thorough beating to Chi-Inu. The answering space then began to project, revealing red-haired Shanks, who proclaimed, "I am here to end this war." He forcefully pushed the Navy's face into the ground. Zhang's expression must have been one of despair, as he likely wished for death. Chi-Inu, however, was even more audacious, casting Zhang a disdainful glance, as if to say, "See, this is the fate of your kindness." The QA concluded with Whitebeard emerging victorious, receiving a black bracelet as a prize. In a flash of light, they were transported back. Upon returning to his office, Zhang sprang to his feet, shouting, "Fire! Open fire on the sea!" Whitebeard was submerged beneath the waves. His urgency was palpable, employing both shave and moonwalk techniques, abandoning all semblance of a wise commander. Upon reaching the execution ground, he was greeted by the sight of Chi-Inu already commanding the cannon fire from a high platform, brimming with confidence, likely thinking, "Indeed, it all relies on me." With a resounding command, all personnel turned towards the sea before the harbor, as cannon fire rained down, the scene resembling the brink of world annihilation. Journalists, kings, and nobles worldwide watched in awe and trepidation at the terrifying bombardment. Yet the question lingered, would Whitebeard truly fall so easily? Zhang and Chi-Inu were both uncertain, for this was Whitebeard, after all. The cannon fire continued relentlessly, shaking the entirety of Marineford. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed sailor noticed that the sea at the center of the bombardment began to swell. The ocean was heaving. The revelation spread like an avalanche, the atmosphere thick with dread. The core of the cannon fire revealed the ocean rising ominously, inching ever closer to eclipsing the tallest structures of Marineford. At this critical moment, the youthful sailors were paralyzed with fear, having grown up on tales of Whitebeard. Who among them could remain calm when facing a legendary pirate? In response, Zhang transformed into the Golden Buddha, rising to defend the Navy's front lines. The battle was imminent. Whitebeard was approaching. Simultaneously, the notorious Don Quixote Doflamingo crouched, squinting at the sea, muttering to himself about the terrifying aura emanating from Whitebeard. Just as the Navy braced itself, a sailor suddenly shouted that the sea ahead was about to crash upon them. A towering wave, hundreds of meters high, loomed ominously, threatening to obliterate Marineford. The earth trembled. Zhang's expression turned grave. He understood that this was merely Whitebeard's way of greeting them, and the real battle was about to commence. The scene was chaotic as Mihawk stood, torn between his instincts as a swordsman, itching to exchange blows with Whitebeard, yet hesitating at the sight of an aging man. A sickly one at that, not wanting to be accused of bullying an elder. Yet, having arrived, he could not forfeit his duty as a warlord. So he drew his massive black blade, making a casual swipe to signify his participation. However, what he deemed a mere casual gesture was far from ordinary. The azure slash he unleashed was 100 meters wide, cleaving through the ice and hurtling towards Whitebeard's face. The battlefield fell silent, as if time itself had paused, all eyes tracking the trajectory of the sword energy. After all, it was the infamous Hawkeye. Zhangguo, witnessing the spectacle, felt invigorated. His heart raced with anticipation. If only Hawkeye could hold off Whitebeard, even for a moment, while the admirals dealt with the lesser foes, a secure victory would be within reach. He even began to regard Whitebeard with a knowing look, as if to say, accept your fate. What happened next? That devastating slash, capable of cleaving the heavens, reached Whitebeard, yet he did not even flinch. Just as everyone assumed Whitebeard would take the hit, a colossal figure, adorned in glimmering diamonds, leapt forth, bracing his body against the onslaught. I thought to myself, is this man mad? Is he truly willing to absorb the strike of the world's strongest? Was he not courting death? Yet, incredibly, he did withstand it. He held firm, without a single breach. This individual, entirely encrusted in diamonds, with a surge of strength, bent the massive slash and hurled it skyward, clearing the clouds above. As the smoke dissipated, everyone recognized the figure. It was Diamond, the 3rd Division commander of Whitebeard. No wonder he was so resilient. Hawkeye, upon seeing a mere meat shield before him, found no thrill in striking and sheathed his blade. Zhangguo stood dumbfounded, his face a canvas of confusion. Is this it? After all my anticipation, this is what I am presented with. The spectators, previously disengaged, snapped back to reality, re-engaging in the fray. Observing his sons fall one by one, Whitebeard, who had initially maintained his composure, could no longer sit idly by. Particularly vexed by Doflamingo, who manipulated his subordinates to attack their own, like a puppet master. Whitebeard's fury ignited. His conqueror's hockey locked onto Doflamingo, and with a punch directed at the air, the very fabric of space shattered. Doflamingo, caught unawares, was crushed as if under a steamroller, his form twisted and contorted, spewing blood as he collapsed. In the next instant, Whitebeard, wielding his massive blade, leapt from the ship. Whitebeard was on the move. The world's strongest man was entering the fray. The Navy's formation faltered, each member as terrified as if they had encountered a ghost. Yet at that moment, Chi Inu, who had been idly spectating, felt a surge of excitement. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. You old fool, you shall not pass while I am here. In an instant, his arm transformed into a colossal magma fist, exuding a scorching wave of heat capable of roasting a person alive, aimed directly at Baihuzi. Let me tell you, this rascal may look down on others, but his strikes are merciless. This punch had been charged with power over a long period and was intended as a surprise attack, aiming to catch Baihuzi off guard. However, upon seeing him, Baihuzi's eyes blazed with animosity, as if confronting a sworn enemy. Red Dog, prepare to meet your end. The old man gripped his great sword tightly, enveloping it with both haki and conqueror's haki, and struck down upon that magma fist. Boom! My goodness! The collision shook the entire Marineford. The shock wave surged like a tsunami, uprooting everyone and everything in its vicinity, tearing the clouds above asunder. When deities clash, Mia molted Sofu. The two remained locked in combat, with one half engulfed in crimson magma and the other in pure white vibrations, neither yielding to the other. Gradually, however, Akainu's face grew flushed. He sensed something was amiss. Baihuzi's strength was inexplicably increasing. How could this be? Akainu roared internally, yet his body betrayed him, forcing him to step back. He was no protagonist who could unleash power with mere battle cries. As he teetered on the edge of collapse, he summoned every ounce of strength to push back, barely deflecting Baihuzi's blade. An opportunity. Baihuzi released one hand, clenched it into a fist shining with white light, and aimed a punch at Akainu's foul visage. One kill. The magma exploded, and Akainu was sent flying, his body splintering before he managed to reassemble. Blood streaming from his mouth and nose as he crashed into the ground. But it wasn't over. Baihuzi seized his cloak and, akin to disposing of refuse, hurled him into the air, then unleashed a dual punch. Second kill. The old man had lost his composure, casting aside his sword, intent on bludgeoning him to death with his fists. Allies and foes alike were left in disbelief. The Admiral Akainu was being mercilessly beaten. Baihuzi was the strongest. Watching from behind, Sengoku felt a sense of vindication. This will teach you to be arrogant. Yet, as a fleet admiral, he recognized the urgency. If Akainu were to be truly defeated, the Navy's reputation would be in tatters. Baihuzi, however, was undeterred, pursuing Akainu with both hands clasped together, delivering another heavy blow. Third kill. Akainu's bones cracked under the force, on the verge of being reduced to mere pulp. Just as Baihuzi raised his final, hockey-infused fist to send Akainu off. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. Newgate! Sengoku, transformed into a colossal golden Buddha, descended from above, delivering a mighty strike. Baihuzi, recognizing his old rival, did not hesitate, turning to meet Sengoku's powerful fist head-on. Boom! The disturbance was even greater than before. The entire Marineford harbor and ice surface shattered like a spider's web. Countless screams erupted as people plummeted into the cracks. This strike forcefully rent the battlefield asunder. After clashing for several seconds, both were sent flying. Baihuzi skidded back dozens of meters, grasping his great sword to steady himself, while Sengoku was caught by several giant vice-admirals, trembling from the impact. Yet these two old men maintained their bravado, one declaring he was Baihuzi, while the other proclaimed, Baihuzi is aging. Victory is certain today. They lunged at each other like two raging bulls. At that moment, the cunning Kizuru reappeared. Oh dear! How terrifying! He feigned fear while unleashing a barrage of light-based attacks, targeting Baihuzi. However, the immortal Marco instantly appeared, engulfed in azure flames, absorbing all the assaults without faltering. Kizuru ceased his attack once he deemed it sufficient, but Marco was not about to let it go. He charged forward, delivering a kick that sent Kizuru flying. I tell you, the manner in which Kizuru soared through the air was almost like a creation of AI, with an exaggerated flair that left one questioning if he had deliberately not evaded. Suddenly, boom! A tremendeuse explosion. The very center of the confrontation between Baihuzi and Sengoku collapsed. The Marineford headquarters crumbled, shattered by the shock waves of Baihuzi's might. Viewers worldwide were left in shock, witnessing the Navy headquarters destruction. Amidst the swirling smoke, a massive shadow rose. Have you finally realized? Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was utterly chaotic. The one who appeared was the infamous Blackbeard, Tiki. He swaggered in with a gang of ruthless pirates released from Impel Down. Ha, old man, it's a pleasure to see you before your demise. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly. What followed was an unforgettable sight. In the midst of their fierce battle, Baihuzi and Sengoku simultaneously halted. They exchanged glances, and in that moment, a silent agreement formed. They would first eliminate this brat. Blackbeard was instantly bewildered. This was not how the script was supposed to go. Wasn't he here to reap the rewards? How had they suddenly allied against him? Cold sweat dripped from his brow as he urgently called out, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I'm a Shichibukai, here to assist you. Sengoku ignored him, stepping forward to stand alongside Baihuzi. He could not divulge that he had foreseen this outcome. He could only fabricate a reason. Tiki, you have destroyed Impel Down and released dangerous criminals. Today, I shall return you to your prison. Baihuzi glanced at Sengoku, contemplating the future, and surprisingly refrained from objecting. Two adversaries, nearly 160 years combined in age, stood together, united by a singular goal, to ensure Blackbeard's demise. Let me tell you, Baihuzi must have been furious. Yet even in his hatred for the Navy, he would not foolishly sacrifice his sons. Sengoku, the old fox, was well aware, planning to lock down the New World once this was over, withdrawing all Navy bases to secure the entrance. After all, Baihuzi wouldn't last much longer. Seeking vengeance? The Sabaody archipelago was fair game. It bore the world government's face, brimming with powerful foes. In another decade or two, Baihuzi would likely be gone. It was far better than allowing a young and ambitious Blackbeard to rise. The future would be left for the next fleet admiral to grapple with. As Sengoku pondered, a wave of guilt washed over him as he glanced at Akiji in the distance. He knew that the five elders would be displeased with today's outcome, and his position as fleet admiral would be precarious following the war. After Akainu's humiliation at the hands of Baihuzi before the world, how could he hope to become fleet admiral? Not a chance. As for Kizaru, better left unmentioned. If all went according to plan, Akiji would undoubtedly become the next fleet admiral. How unfortunate, he thought, to leave you with such a mess. Yet some matters must be addressed. Blackbeard, for the sake of world peace, it is time for you to perish. At that moment, Blackbeard's heart raced. He felt he had arrived prematurely. His bravado had inflated too much. However, with all eyes upon him, conceding defeat was not an option. This was a global broadcast. He initially intended to declare his existence to the world, proclaiming that a new king would rise in the seas, especially with his crew, all formidable foes akin to the Shichibukai. What would become of his reputation if he backed down? It was clear that after this broadcast, anyone who saw him would whisper, "Don't go near him. He only knows how to flee and concede. Following him leads to a swift demise. The image was too dreadful to contemplate. Enough. Let's take him down. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we cannot defeat two relics of a bygone era, especially since he possessed the dark fruit, capable of negating all devil fruit abilities. If he could not defeat Baihuzi in a fair fight, could they not overpower him in a mob? Ha ha ha. Old man, let us see what you've got. Tiki grinned wickedly, gesturing for his crew of pirates to charge forward. It was evident that they were intent on ganging up on the two elders. The dark underbelly of chaos awaited. The darkness that obscured the sun surged forth from Tiki's body, engulfing the sky before crashing down upon the battered Marineford. What is this? A seasoned vice admiral furrowed his brow as he gazed at Blackbeard, instinctively sensing an ominous and threatening presence emanating from him as a devil fruit user. It felt as though he were confronting a natural enemy, a formidable foe. However, when the darkness collided with Marineford, it did not explode or annihilate. Rather, it devoured everything in a far more terrifying manner. Pure darkness, so profound that it consumed all light. Although it was daytime, not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate its depths. Father, let me show you the terrifying power of the ability I have longed for all my life. With the battlefield set and no interruptions, Blackbeard's laughter grew increasingly wild. You lot, kill them for me. In an instant, Shiryu drew his sword. Abelo Pizarro raised his gun. Katarina Devon brandished her spear. The massive barrel hefted twin pistols, and Lafitte readied a heavy sniper rifle. Opposite them, Whitebeard lifted his Naginata, while Sengoku transformed into a colossal golden Buddha, his light mingling with a radiant glow, all so unpretentiously understated. Yet, as the two forces clashed, the disparity was immediately evident. The white light shattered the sky, fracturing space itself. Within Whitebeard's attack range, enemies, be they the elite advancing on the city or those self-proclaimed great pirates, found their resistance utterly futile. Even their proximity to one another hindered their performance. Just hours ago, they had been imprisoned in cages. Impelled down was no place for indulgence. Merely surviving was a challenge. Having been incarcerated for decades, the shortest among them had endured 4 to 5 years, confined within a small cell, shackled with heavy chains, and deprived of adequate sustenance. Anyone in their position would have been rendered incapable. Their peak combat power was 10, and now, retaining a mere 5 would be a testament to their extraordinary talent. Moreover, they had recently suffered a debilitating defeat at the hands of Magellan's poison, leaving them in a state of extreme weakness. What could they possibly use to withstand Whitebeard? Especially in his prime? Crack, 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 crack. The sounds echoed, the shattering of space, the crushing of bones. Except for Shiryu, who, as the ace of Impelled Down, managed to preserve some of his combat prowess due to his relatively shorter imprisonment. The others, Katarina Devon, Abelo Pizarro, and the others, were utterly vanquished. Their features twisted as they spat blood, pinned in midair by Whitebeard's tremor powers. Golden light surged forth, and for those on the receiving end of the assault, the massive Buddha's fingertips were vividly discernible, yet they were immobilized, helplessly watching as the colossal hand descended upon them, devoid of any right to resist. The golden radiance flickered and compressed, merging seamlessly with Whitebeard's tremor abilities, creating a harmonious fusion of their powers. In an instant, whether fleeting or eternal, a colossal shockwave expanded at a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This force, imbued with the might of both Whitebeard and Sengoku, bore the vibrations of shattered space. The very fabric of reality fractured into countless tiny fragments, consuming even the dark mist conjured by Blackbeard's ultimate move. Just moments after being frozen by Akiji, Marineford now faced a horrific onslaught. Fortunately, the island did not crumble, but where Whitebeard and Sengoku's combined assault struck, a perfectly obliterated spherical crater formed. If the island suffered thus, how could mere flesh and blood withstand it? At this moment, Blackbeard's pirate crew, aside from the posturing Blackbeard, still thriving in his dark arts, Shiryu, who had narrowly escaped with minor injuries, and the massive wolf who remained uninvolved, were utterly annihilated by the recent horrific attack. Even Whitebeard and Sengoku, the architects of such devastating power, stared at their hands in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of their own accomplishment. This power transcended mere natural disaster. It was an obliteration of all existence. Sengoku firmly believed that even Kaido, hailed as the strongest creature, could never withstand such an assault. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, no one would dare believe that such devastation could arise from human capability. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. 5 formidable pirates. A single strike, reduced to nothingness by the combined might of Whitebeard and Sengoku. While reporters and the public watching the live broadcast may not grasp the gravity of the situation, the elite among the Navy and pirates present understood the sheer terror of this power. Observing Blackbeard's trembling legs and his sweat-soaked attire spoke volumes. At this moment, Blackbeard's mind was consumed by regret, lamenting his decision to come here. Yet there lingered a flicker of doubt. Were Whitebeard and Sengoku allies? What exactly were their powers? But there was no time for contemplation. Survival was paramount. If he could remain alive, anything was possible. The Vice Admiral, equally astonished by the spectacle before him, found his suspicions regarding Sengoku deepening. Their coordination was uncanny. One restrained while the other struck. If they had never collaborated before, he found it hard to believe. Father, long live. Father, quickly slay that traitor. Moments later, the pirates erupted in fervor. Whether it was Ace's capture or the unfolding war, the root of all this chaos lay in Blackbeard, the traitor who had slain his comrades. Watching those brothers who had fought side by side one moment, only to fall before him the next. While he harbored loathing for the Navy, he had always been prepared to meet death in the embrace of the sea. Accepting death at the hands of the Navy was a release. After all, they were adversaries, and the victor claimed the throne. Had he been stronger, it would have been the Navy that perished. Yet, Blackbeard was different. He had slain his comrades and captured their captain. If Blackbeard had not seized Ace, this war to rescue him would never have ensued, nor would so many brothers have perished. And now, Tiki aimed to confront Father, who could contain their fury, who would not wish for Whitebeard to swiftly eliminate him, avenging the fallen 4th Division Captain Sachi and those innocent brothers who had met tragic ends. I tell you, family, who understands? Sengoku, in a fit of urgency, announced to the world that Ace was the bloodline of Roger. The journalists were momentarily petrified, feeling as though they had exhausted their lifetime quota of major news. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard interjected, "Kuahaha, Ace is my son." Sengoku's expression darkened, and he shouted, "Execute him immediately." Whitebeard's gaze turned icy as he bellowed, "Marco!" The immortal Marco surged forth, charging towards the execution platform. That old rascal Kazuru ambled about, seemingly unaware of his role, while Akiji and Sengoku anticipated his involvement, only for Marco to fly past them. Sengoku's face paled as the Navy stood in shock. They had never expected that carp, the legendary marine hero, would remain in meditation only to deliver a crushing blow to Marco at the critical moment. Ace was left bewildered, "Old man. Aren't you my grandfather?" The pirates were equally astonished. Carp was a figure of legend. At Sengoku's command, the executioner raised his blade, preparing to sever Ace's head, just as the moment hung in the balance. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have completed the dungeon, the Great Sea Overlord Rocks. Would you like to claim your reward now? In the question and answer space, Luffy smirked, "Claim the reward." Let me tell you, this is the true climax. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared on the execution platform, and Straw Hat Luffy made a dazzling entrance. Following closely, Luffy and Jinbe were drawn into it. Across the world, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Robin, the entire Straw Hat crew was engulfed. Luffy emerged from the vortex, raising his head, his eyes radiating an aura that commanded respect, leaving the entire arena in awe. His conqueror's haki sword, dark clouds rolled, and crimson lightning flickered, causing all Navy lower than the rank of Major to kneel. The executioner dropped his blade in fright. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Luffy. Tears welled in Ace's eyes. His brother had come to rescue him. What audacity that boy possessed. Even Whitebeard found amusement in this display of spirit, which was no small feat. Mihawk, the eagle eye, became invigorated, while Moria clenched his teeth in frustration, and Doflamingo's murderous intent surged. The cunning Kizaru remarked with a sneer, "How terrifying," as 3 beams of laser light shot towards Luffy. Yet, Luffy merely swayed lightly and evaded them, disdainfully commenting, "So slow." At that moment, Kizaru took off on the ground, launching a kick towards Luffy. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the whirlpool. Blackleg Sanji kicked Kizaru away. The attack from the Marine Admiral was effortlessly repelled, leaving the Marine generals in a state of shock. That was the black leg of the Straw Hat crew. After the explosion, Sanji lit a cigarette and declared, Don't interfere with our captain, you bastard. Zoro also arrived, immediately engaging in a quarrel with Sanji. Akainu could no longer remain passive and transformed into a magma monster, charging towards Luffy with a fiery assault. Just then, Sabo made his entrance, unleashing a fiery punch towards the sky, colliding with Akainu's magma. A tremendous blast erupted, creating a mushroom cloud that swept across the battlefield. The two fire fruit users clashed fiercely. Sabo grinned at Ace, saying, "We've finally made it here, Ace. We're here to save you." Nami, Robin, Chopper, Jinbe, Brook, Usopp, and Frankie, all members of the Straw Hat crew, assembled. "Let us go. We have only 10 minutes to get Ace to Uncle Whitebeard." Luffy waved his hand, signaling the start of battle. Sabo confronted Akainu. Sanji faced Doflamingo, and Chopper, Robin, Nami, Brook, and others found their opponents engaging in a raw display of dominance. Mihawk struck with a flying slash aimed at Luffy. Zoro boldly appeared, declaring three-sword style, Tiger Hunt. Roronoa Zoro. The atmosphere thickened with ominous energy as Ashura descended. One-sword style, Purgatory. A tremendous blast resonated, altering the heavens and the earth. Luffy dashed forward, finally reaching the execution platform. Kong stood there, commenting, "Luffy, it seems you've gathered a reliable crew." The old man continued, "You must defeat me first if you wish to save Ace." Gum 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 gun. Luffy struck, sending Kong flying. The old man was astonished, and tears streamed down Ace's face. Luffy approached Ace, breaking the sea stone handcuffs, and extended his hand, saying, "Ace, this time I've come to save you." The brothers clasped hands tightly. Fire Fist, Ace was freed. The Marines faced defeat. I tell you, the pirates were ecstatic. The entire arena erupted in cheers. The captains under Whitebeard and various pirate leaders cried like children, and the scene was one of overwhelming jubilation. They had won. They had finally triumphed. Ace grasped Luffy's hand, unsteadily rising, and without a word, they embraced tightly. That embrace felt as if time stood still, moving me to tears. Eventually, Luffy broke the silence, saying, "Let us go. Ace, I'll take you back to Uncle Whitebeard. We must leave now." Time was of the essence. He had to witness Ace return to Whitebeard for the mission to be truly accomplished. Otherwise, who knew what calamity might befall this timeline? Ace, bewildered, asked, "Where are we going?" He had yet to process it, but the mention of returning to their father made him anxious, for Whitebeard had sacrificed so much for him. Just then, Ace's gaze sharpened, fixating on the conflagration and molten rock ahead, as if he had disconnected from reality. Luffy, recognizing the look on his face, smiled and urged, "Let us go, Ace. Sabo is waiting for us." "Sabo?" Ace murmured, initially confused, but then he jolted as if electrified, exclaiming, "Sabo!" He beheld the figure wielding flames, reminiscent of the mischievous child with a hose from his past, perfectly aligned with his memories. In an instant, the three brothers were reunited, mere moments away from swearing brotherhood. In the next heartbeat, Luffy pulled Ace off the execution platform, racing towards the battlefield where Sabo and Akainu clashed. As they passed Zoro, he and Mihawk finished their last strikes, separating with unspoken understanding. Zoro's gaze seemed to etch Mihawk into his memory, and without hesitation, he followed Luffy's lead. Mihawk, too, felt his hands tremble as he quietly sheathed his black sword, watching Zoro fade into the distance. He then glanced at his wounded palm, perhaps pondering what a formidable fighter this boy is. Luffy continued forward with Ace, each step adding another comrade to their ranks. Regardless of whether they faced Marine generals or the 7 warlords, all parted to grant them passage. Such was the respect for the strong, for the victors. Their aura was akin to a star-studded entourage striding down a red carpet. Before long, they reached the battlefield where Sabo and Akainu fought. I tell you, Akainu was on the verge of psychological collapse. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. Wasn't he the magma fruit, supposed to be superior to the flame fruit? What was happening? He was being thoroughly overpowered by Sabo. Sabo's haki enveloped the flames, rendering Akainu's magma ineffective. Even if a few attacks slipped through, they were effortlessly blocked by Sabo's haki. Already injured, Akainu found his wounds splitting further under the relentless pressure, and defeat loomed ominously. However, to concede or call for help was beneath his pride. Just moments ago, he had hurled insults. Now he could not afford to show weakness. He could already envision the next day's headlines. The weakest Admiral Akainu, publicly humiliated. Akainu cursed the Marine Intelligence Division 1,000 times. How could you not have informed me about such a formidable adversary? Suddenly, a chill ran down Akainu's spine, and an ominous silence enveloped the area. An unsettling premonition washing over him. Seizing a moment of respite, he cautiously glanced back and was met with a shocking sight. Luffy, Ace, and an entire squad of straw hat monsters trailing behind. In that instant, Akainu's heart sank. It was over. He was done for. Would he perish here today? Even while being overwhelmed, he had observed other battlegrounds. Sanji was kicking Doflamingo like a soccer ball. Zoro and Mihawk were exchanging lethal blows. Nami wielded her weather magic like a goddess. Usopp's bullets could curve and carried haki. Now, he was up against another fire user, shattering any notion of fruit hierarchy. How could he possibly win? Akainu cast a resentful glance towards Sengoku's direction, internally screaming, "Why aren't you coming to save me? If you don't hurry, your admiral will be beaten to death." Finally, Sengoku spoke, his voice hoarse. "Stand down, Akainu." Since Luffy ascended the execution platform, his expression had been grim. Now, faced with this outcome, what could be done? He addressed Luffy. "Monkey D. Luffy, take Ace away. This time, the Marines have lost." As soon as those words left Sengoku's lips, he appeared to age 10 years, burdened by the gravity of defeat. This battle, which he had orchestrated, had nearly drained the Marines of their resources, marking him as the eternal shame of the Navy. Upon Sengoku's concession, the pirates erupted into a deafening chorus of cheers. Chanting Straw Hat Kid, Straw Hat Kid. After this battle, who would dare underestimate the Straw Hat crew? Some even began to speculate, with such powerful crew members, could Captain Luffy be on par with Whitebeard himself? The naval hawks, such as Gue Jiju and his cohorts, were fuming with rage, their eyes ablaze. Yet what was the point? Their leader, Chi Quan, was on the verge of being humiliated, and any attempt from them would merely serve as fodder. Meanwhile, Luffy paid no heed to Zhang Guo's presence, declaring, "Whether we fight or not, that decision rests with me." He patted Ace on the shoulder and gestured towards Chi Quan, conveying a clear message. "Brother, go and thrash him." After being imprisoned for so long, Ace's pent-up fury could no longer be contained. Given the opportunity, he would not let it slip away. He exchanged a knowing glance with Sabo, and together they roared in unison. Fire Fist. Two immense fire dragons surged forth, crashing directly into Chi Quan. Chi Quan was instantly transformed into a puddle of magma, melting through the icy surface, only to emerge again from a distance. But Ace and Sabo were not about to let him off so easily. They initiated a relentless barrage. Ace began with an inferno net, creating a flaming cage to ensnare Chi Quan. Sabo leaped into the sky, unleashing a blazing fire pillar, which reached towards the heavens, entwined with black haki like a dark dragon descending. Chi Quan dared not confront it head-on, desperately launching magma balls into the sky to counter it. Yet, being severely injured, his stamina had long been depleted, and against this torrent of haki-infused flames, he found himself utterly defenseless, lamenting in agony. "This is unbearable. I am but a patient. Enough." Zhang Guo could no longer contain himself, bellowing at Luffy. "Monkey D. Luffy, are you intent on declaring total war against the Navy?" Luffy chuckled, responding leisurely, "Zhang Guo, we hail from the future." He added, "With your intellect, you should be able to deduce how we arrived here." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guo's expression darkened significantly. The future? He immediately recalled the enigmatic realm he had encountered previously, and everything suddenly made sense. No wonder these individuals were so astonishingly powerful. Those around him were left in a stupor, incredulous at the notion of time travel. However, Luffy's subsequent declaration silenced the crowd. Addressing the global broadcast, he casually proclaimed, "The world of the future is exceedingly dull. We require worthy adversaries. Since this is a worldwide broadcast, let me inform you all, One Piece truly exists." Boom! This single statement was mightier than 100 admirals' assaults. Zhang Guo's pupils dilated in shock, and at that moment, the world seemed to freeze. Luffy, unsatisfied, continued with a grin, "It lies somewhere in this vast ocean. We of the future have already reached the final step, so do not let us grow too lonely. You scoundrel, do you wish to ruin this world?" Zhang Guo's composure shattered, and he furiously roared at Luffy. He hastily commanded his men to sever the connection with the phone bug. But it was too late. The entire world had heard. A pirate storm more terrifying than Roger's era was on the horizon. Luffy dismissed Zhang Guo's outburst, waving his hand at Sabo and Ace. "Cease your attacks. It is time for us to depart." Ace, still seething, spat a fireball towards Chi Quan's direction. "Red Dog, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, I shall personally slay you." Chi Quan, his body scorched extensively, found it ludicrous that a magma being could be burnt by flames. The rumor would undoubtedly become the greatest joke of 2025. Yet, he remained defiant. I await your arrival. Then came the most awe-inspiring moment. Luffy, along with the entire Straw Hat crew, Ace, and Sabo, form a line and boldly traverse directly through the heart of the Navy's formation. Everywhere they passed, sailors of every rank were compelled to part ways. All the pirates watched in awe, their admiration palpable. To be a pirate should embody such grandeur. A crew that could make the entire Navy headquarters bow their heads. Zhang stood in the midst, fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. He considered transforming into the Buddha to unleash a devastating attack on Luffy. Yet reason prevailed. He could not afford to lose. Finally, he sighed in defeat and, humiliated, stepped aside. As Luffy walked past him without a glance, it epitomized the demeanor of a victor. Luffy approached Whitebeard with a broad grin. Uncle Whitebeard, I have brought Ace back to you. Whitebeard fixed his gaze upon Luffy for several seconds, before erupting into thunderous laughter. Kula la la la, you are truly remarkable, kid. Old man, Ace knelt before Whitebeard, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry for the trouble. Whitebeard's eyes glistened with emotion as he patted Ace's head. Ace, remember, you are my son. In that touching moment, distant cracking ice could be heard as a grand ship adorned with a dragon figurehead approached. It was the red-haired pirates. A keen-eyed Navy lookout shouted. His comrades shot him reproachful glances. Buddy, could you please refrain from looking today? Just look at what you've witnessed. The four emperors are nearly gathered for a game of mahjong. Standing at the bow of the ship, Shanks rehearsed his lines repeatedly in his mind. I ask all present to grant me a favor. Suddenly, before his ship could dock, Luffy unleashed an overwhelming burst of Conqueror's haki, dispersing the clouds above. Shanks was taken aback. What was happening? How did this kid, who had only been at sea for a few years, possess such power? Then, Luffy seized his moment, cheekily addressing everyone. I ask all present to grant me a favor. Let the peak war of Marineford come to a close. As soon as he finished speaking, in a flash, the future Luffy, the entire Straw Hat crew, and Sabo vanished in a brilliant light. Shortly thereafter, a vortex appeared in mid-air, and with a splash, the present-day Luffy and Jinbei tumbled out. As soon as Luffy landed, he raised his fist high, shouting, Ace, I have come to save you. The crowd, save for Whitebeard and Zhang, stood in stunned silence. What had just transpired? Or was the imposing figure brimming with haki? How had he reverted to this naive persona? Luffy. Ace rushed from behind, embracing him tightly. Luffy, initially mistaking him for an enemy, struggled until he heard Ace's voice, at which point his mind went blank. Wasn't Ace on the execution platform? How had he suddenly appeared? Ace, bewildered, led Luffy onto Whitebeard's ship. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates made their grand retreat, leaving Shanks alone, bewildered in the wind. He gazed at the departing fleet, his mind swirling with questions. What just happened? Did I arrive too late? What about my face? Zhang, realizing Luffy had played him, was seething with rage. Spotting Shanks, still standing idly, he unleashed his fury. Shanks, are you here to witness our Navy's humiliation? If so, you have succeeded. Now please leave, or we shall declare war. Shanks, taken aback, thought, aren't we here to mediate? Why does it feel like we just crashed the party? Assessing the situation, he deemed it unwise to engage and retreated with a heavy heart, pondering, what just happened? Where's my face? As Shanks departed, Zhang looked at the devastation that was once Marineford and, summoning all his strength, shouted, the war is over. Indeed, the war had concluded. Yet, another conflict was just beginning. On Sabeti Archipelago, reporters were in a frenzy, phone bugs nearly bursting from the volume of calls reporting the day's events back to headquarters. Tomorrow, the world would be transformed. The Navy, naturally, was not idle. They hurried to manage public opinion. They issued a victory announcement across the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Our Navy has achieved complete victory. Although the criminal Fire Fist Ace was fortuitously rescued, the Whitebeard pirates are in disarray, fleeing in panic. It was nothing but a grand exaggeration of their triumph. The world government dispatched CP agents to suppress any newspapers attempting to report the truth. Across the globe, Navy branches celebrated the announcement with jubilant fanfare, as countless passionate youths declared their desire to join the Navy. However, those who possessed true intellect sensed something amiss upon hearing the announcement, setting aside the casualties. The protagonist had fled. Was this truly a victory? Surely, You have exaggerated the achievements, inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering losses of more than 800 yourself. All the astute individuals were waiting, urging the bullets to fly a little longer. Meanwhile, far off on the sea near Malinfanjuo, the group of supernovas bore witness to the entire conflict, rendered speechless, yet their resolve to venture into the new world only strengthened. They were still reflecting on the terrifying prowess of the Straw Hat crew, who subdued an admiral, pondering why they had previously fled from Shambordi. Wouldn't it have sufficed to eliminate Kizaru outright? As they were lost in contemplation, Akainu, seething with anger on the shore, turned and spotted their pirate ships. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating meteor volcano. The rain of lava fists descended, and the supernovas, who had enjoyed the spectacle moments ago, found themselves in dire straits, utterly dumbfounded. Characters like Capone Beej, Urich, and Apu each resorted to their own abilities in a desperate attempt to resist. At that moment, they comprehended just how formidable the individuals who had previously overpowered Akainu truly were. Yet, weakness is a sin, and drawing near to a spectacle only compounded their guilt. Following a torrential meteor shower, the sea was left in utter disarray. Akainu gazed at the sunken ships in the distance, finally feeling a sense of vindication. Simultaneously, due to Luffy's declaration that One Piece was indeed real, chaos erupted across the globe. In a small town in the West Sea, a local thug named Jingbian, upon hearing the broadcast, rushed out with a group of henchmen armed with guns. He fired several shots into the sky, laughing maniacally as he proclaimed, "I shall set sail to seek the great treasure." He then commenced a spree of plundering the town, seizing money, food, and women, all in preparation for his so-called pirate venture. This was merely a trivial reflection of the madness of this era. A new, even more chaotic, and frenzied pirate dynasty had begun to unfurl, and the sound marking the commencement of this new chapter, I assure you, was nothing short of desolate. The scene shifted to Malinfanjuo, which now lay in ruins. I was not far away, observing the solitary figure of Sengoku amidst the debris. He sat alone, swathed in bandages, with his cherished goat bleeding beside him, as if to say, "Old man, stop wallowing in despair and feed me." Those who understand the significance of a lifetime of toil, now reduced to nothing overnight, can empathize with his plight. Sengoku's vacant gaze suggested his mind was filled with memories, one page recalling his youthful battles with Tsuru and Garp, and another detailing his promotion to admiral and the oath of justice he took. Yet the final page fast-forwarded to a grim 404 not found. His greatest aspiration had been to strengthen the Navy, enabling even the newest recruits to navigate the new world with confidence. And yet, awakening to find his home gone, he had become the greatest sinner of the Navy. That silhouette, I tell you, was etched with the words, "I am a fool." At that moment, a messenger rushed in, as if he had seen a ghost. "Admiral, Admiral, we found you. There is news from Impel Down." Sengoku perked up instantly, his first question being, "Is Magellan all right?" He was acutely aware that the capture of Impel Down had already been a disgrace. If Magellan were to perish, it would be the end of the world. That man was formidable, a force to be reckoned with within Impel Down's confines. The messenger, gasping for breath, reported severely injured, hanging by a thread. The medical team is desperately trying to save him. However, Magellan, being responsible, keeps muttering about taking responsibility. It seems that once he regains mobility, his first act will be to commit seppuku. Hearing this, Sengoku's fury ignited, and he bellowed, "Fool! Let him engage in such foolishness. If he feels responsible, let him ensure that Impel Down is guarded, so that not even a fly can enter. Suicide? That is the act of a coward. If he dares to die, should I be executed for not fighting back against pirates?" The messenger stood at attention, trembling, and stammered, "Understood." Sengoku, realizing his outburst, took a deep breath and inquired, "What exactly happened at Impel Down?" The messenger's voice trembled with a hint of tears. "Blackbeard has opened all the gates of the 6th level, the infinite hell, and all the monsters have escaped. I tell you, the messenger was likely on the verge of losing control. The 6th level contained legendary monstrosities. Releasing even one could decimate a nation. Now, they were all unleashed, akin to pouring a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid into the sea." Sengoku's eyes reddened, and he slammed his thigh, exclaiming, "What? All of them released? Immediately? Right away? Compile a list and issue the highest level bounty across the world." In his mind, he must have cursed Blackbeard 1,000 times over. However, the Navy soldier cautiously added, "But Admiral, the world government has ordered us to keep this a secret, stating that if this news spreads, it will affect their credibility." What a farce! Sengoku could no longer contain himself. He exploded with rage. The justice he had devoted his life to was now a mere joke. In the face of such a monumental crisis, their first response was to cover it up. Were they afraid of losing face? Did the lives of ordinary people hold no value in their eyes? In that moment, I sensed something within Sengoku shatter. Meanwhile, this news spread across the world like wildfire. In Wano country, on Onigashima, Kaido, upon receiving the report from his subordinates, wasted no time. He seized his kanabo and smashed a nearby rocky hill into rubble. The old man Whitebeard and that straw hat kid were becoming increasingly interesting. A manic battle fervor gleamed in his eyes as he declared, "Go, summon Jin to me." With Whitebeard alive, his territorial ambitions would need to be recalibrated. On Cake Island, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, savored her dessert while listening to reports. Upon hearing that Whitebeard was still alive, she crushed the cake in her hands, succumbing to a binge-eating episode. What? That old coot is still alive. Does that mean I can't have my planned dessert island? Katakuri, hurry and gather the troops. We must confront that old man. Katakuri quickly approached, embracing his mother. Mom, stay calm, stay calm. There's no need to confront Whitebeard head-on right now. He has just finished a colossal battle. We have no idea how injured he truly is. Many will seek to be the first to act. Let us observe from the sidelines until they reveal Whitebeard's vulnerabilities, then we shall strike. That would ensure our victory. While Katakuri spoke, his gaze drifted towards Luffy's bounty poster, sensing that this boy would undoubtedly become a significant problem in the future. Of course, across the vast ocean, many were eager to see Whitebeard's downfall, hoping to seize the opportunity while he was weakened. The position of the four emperors had been vacant for so long. Who wouldn't want to claim it? Amidst this tempestuous upheaval, an absurd scene unfolded. Near the island of Kalika, a group of pirates aboard a ship erupted in laughter, pointing towards the distance. Following their gaze, one would see a man, chest exposed, seated upon a makeshift raft resembling a coffin, wielding an oversized black sword taller than himself, paddling with it. His demeanor and appearance reeked of nobility, yet his paddling stance was a sight to behold. The sheer contrast evoked riotous mirth. "Yo, Bean-kun, fire a couple of shots at him for fun, haha," one pirate called out. The sniper known as Jing Bean-kun, eager for action, chuckled. "All right, let me show you my marksmanship." Boom, boom, boom. 3 cannonballs whizzed past the little raft, splashing water all over the man. The pirates roared with laughter. Look, look, that guy must be terrified. They were unaware that the man in the small boat was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Ingyen Mihik, who had just returned from Marineford. I must tell you, Ingyen was so engrossed in his rowing that he was almost home when he momentarily let down his guard. It was only when the cannonballs came that he realized the presence of those rascals. A sudden jolt of dread surged through him. Oh no, my rowing style has been seen. If this were to leak, would my reputation as the solitary swordsman standing at the pinnacle of the world be jeopardized? No, they absolutely cannot be allowed to leave alive. On the pirate ship, the captain, having heard the cannon fire, rushed out. He was a formidable character himself, a grave figure known as the Gravedigger Shirkulang Zijun, with a face full of menace and a bounty of 130 million. "Captain, look! Ha! That person is rowing with a sword," his subordinate exclaimed, pointing in excitement. Upon hearing this, the captain also chuckled. "Oh, is it truly that amusing? Then I must have a good look." However, when he focused his gaze, the smile on his face instantly froze, his pupils constricting to pinpricks, his heart nearly stopping. His subordinates might not recognize him, but how could he not? It was Ingyen, the 7 warlords, the world's greatest swordsman. We just fired upon him. Before he could even shout, he witnessed a green slash, seemingly capable of tearing the sea apart, flying towards him. "Run! Set sail! That is the 7 warlords, Ingyen." The captain let out a desperate scream, the last of his life. It was too late. The massive pirate ship, in the face of the slash, was like tofu, swiftly sliced cleanly in half. As the captain fell into the sea, he muttered in frustration, "My pirate king, my great treasure." Ingyen cast not a single glance back, silently sheathing his sword, and continued to row vigorously, splashing the water with vigor. Not long after, at Kelikina Island, a loud clang echoed as a man with green algae for hair was violently hurled away. This man was Zoro. To his astonishment, the one who struck him was a black baboon wielding a knife. Zoro spat blood, his face as dark as a pot's bottom. He had awakened in this cursed place, starving and unable to fend off the gang of baboon warriors, while a ghost princess, Perona watched the chaos unfold, utterly vexing him. Just as he was about to succumb, believing he would perish at the hands of the baboons, they suddenly ceased their assault, lying down reverently, as if welcoming their king. The sound of footsteps approached. Zoro looked up, his pupils dilating in shock. The one approaching was none other than Inyan Mihawk. Inyan gazed down at the almost lifeless Zoro, his eyes sharp, and uttered coolly, "Roranoa, the future awaits you." "I'm waiting." Meanwhile, at the Holy Land, Mariewa, the atmosphere in the office of the Five Elders had plunged to a freezing point. Sengoku had just finished cleaning up the mess from the Paramount War when he was summoned for a reprimand. Although defeated, he maintained an air of defiance, standing tall. Without uttering a word, one of the Five Elders, a rather comically named Donald Lanfeng Sheng, erupted. "Sengoku, do you still have the face to come here? I thought you would be too ashamed to show your face again. How did you promise us before the war? And what happened?" Marineford was reduced to rubble, and Fire Fist Ace was taken before the eyes of the world. "Your navy didn't dare to utter a word. This is the greatest humiliation for our world government in 800 years. Sengoku, harboring his own fury, retorted fiercely, "My lords of the Five Elders, may I ask why the news of the escape of the 6th-level prisoners from Impel Down was concealed? Do you not understand the calamity their release will cause?" Donald Lanfeng Sheng exploded. "Are you questioning us? Sengoku, understand your position. The Navy is merely the weapon of the world government. Obey. Do you comprehend? You have no right to question us. You will regret this." Sengoku shouted defiantly, his neck strained with anger. Just as tensions were about to escalate, another elder, Belik Aoma Sheng, stepped in to mediate and announced a series of demotions. "Magellan is unfit, removed. Akainu performed poorly this time. He shall no longer be an admiral, but will serve as the warden of Impel Down. As for you, Sengoku, you are relieved of your position as Fleet Admiral and demoted to Navy Advisor. The position of Fleet Admiral will be taken over by Akiji. The new admirals will be Peach Rabbit and T-Pig." "No, I refuse." Sengoku objected without hesitation. "This is not a request for your opinion. It is a notification." Donald Lanfeng Sheng roared once more. Ultimately, it was an elder named Vladimir Sheng who restrained him, allowing Sengoku to present his reasoning. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku began to explain, "Akainu undoubtedly possesses the strength of an admiral. This defeat was due to Whitebeard being transported away by something called the QA space after answering a question correctly, which rewarded him with the restoration of his peak strength. I suspect Luffy's sudden appearance is also related to this space. Furthermore, Magellan is the most suitable candidate for Impel Down. If adjustments must be made, I apply to serve as deputy warden to assist him. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig are not yet qualified to be admirals. I propose we initiate a global conscription to recruit powerful individuals as admirals." Donald Lanfeng Sheng was about to rebuke when Vladimir Sheng suddenly interrupted. "Wait, Sengoku, explain in detail about that QA space." As Sengoku began his detailed report, in the New World, on the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, the old man was holding a small twig, giving Luffy and Ace a lesson on the basics of hockey. "Listen well, you two little brats, hockey comes in two forms." Luffy, yawning, suddenly had a revelation. "I know this feeling of being hit. It's Nami's fist." "So Nami knows armament hockey." Ace joined in. "Oh, Nami? Is she the one with the stunning figure on your ship?" Bang, bang. Whitebeard delivered a light smack to both their heads, instantly sprouting two little red flowers on their foreheads. Just then, ding, a crisp sound resonated in the minds of everyone around the globe. All people, regardless of their activities, halted their motions. Individuals like Whitebeard and Sengoku, seasoned by experience, reflexively raised their hands. Next, a familiar voice echoed through the skies, and a massive luminous screen appeared before everyone. The trial run of the Paramount War has concluded. The QA Space, World G912, is now officially operational. Congratulations to Edward Newgate and Port Gasti, Ace for altering their fated demise and completing hidden tasks, each receiving Revival Coin. The screen displayed the description of the Revival Coin. Upon the user's death, they will resurrect at full status in the same location. Sengoku, who had been speaking dryly, gaped in shock. Whitebeard in his prime still has a life. And Ace, destined to be a formidable enemy of the Navy, also has a life. Good heavens, will the Navy even survive this? It's practically an unlimited refill. The world erupted in chaos. "Honey, come quick. Look at God. People can come back to life. This is a joke, right?" The voice disregarded the uproar and continued. "The space is officially operational, commencing the world golden ranking. World's strongest, Edward Newgate world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk world's greatest willpower, Rorinoa Zoro world's greatest speed, Kazoo world's longest life, Emu world's mightiest, Kaido world's smallest strongman, Monkey D, Luffy world's greatest accident, Usopp world's most beautiful, Boa Hancock world's luckiest, Buggy world's richest, Gil Tesoro. Every listed individual will be rewarded with an additional 10 years of life. Upon seeing the name of the world's longest-lived, Emu, Donald Lanfeng Sheng of Mariehua exclaimed in shock, "Lord Emu." The 5 elders were left dumbfounded. Emu's existence was the highest secret of the world government. Aside from them, even the fleet admiral was unaware. How could this a space know of this? Sengoku keenly sensed their astonishment, his heart sinking. These old fellows are indeed hiding a tremendous secret. The red-haired Shanks gazed at the leaderboard, his expression one of dejection. Am I not included? At the very least, grant the world #1 some respect. Immediately thereafter, the screen transformed again, unveiling the world side quest, group quest, the battle at the summit. Available factions, Navy or Pirates. The Navy's victory condition, eliminate red-haired Shanks. The Pirates' victory condition, escort Ace to safety. Victory rewards for the team leader, choose 1, flirtatious swordplay, can manipulate time when used by 2, or simplified version of the Kaioken, doubles combat power instantly, with a side effect of weakness for 2 days. Solo quest, challenge the world's strongest man. Victory condition, defeat Whitebeard in his prime. Victory reward, perfect version of the Tremor fruit, removes all weaknesses. The aforementioned quests are unique. Upon completion, they will close. Failure to complete results in a 1-week cooldown. This announcement sent the entire world into a frenzy, particularly for top-tier powers like Kaido and Big Mom. Their eyes blazed with intensity. A doubling of combat power through the Kaioken? Is this fortune finally turning in my favor? If I acquire this, I could take on all 4 emperors single-handedly. Within the castle at Kuraikigana Island, Mihawk held a cup of coffee, yet his gaze was fiercely fixed on the screen. He had little interest in the flirtatious swordplay, but the prospect of challenging Whitebeard in his prime ignited a fierce fire in his hawk-like eyes. The battle at the summit that never transpired now presented itself as an opportunity. This revelation left not only Mihawk restless. Let me tell you, there are those who rejoice and those who lament. At this moment, red-haired Shanks must feel utterly wronged. He sensed himself as a victim of an unforeseen calamity. He was merely wandering around when suddenly the conditions for this wretched quest required his demise. Good heavens, isn't this akin to a global broadcast, teaching the world how to deal with the red-haired pirates? They're stripping us bare for examination, and in the end, the one left unfortunate is none other than myself. This is nothing short of blatant targeting. Of course, the announcement did not conclude there. With a chime, a new notification emerged. In 1 month, the second nationwide quiz with prizes will commence. This time, we shall host a grand event, broadcasting globally. As for the rewards, a random interdimensional portal awaits. What the heck? An interdimensional portal? Upon hearing this, Doflamingo and Dressrosa had his eyes gleaming green in an instant. His mind buzzed with calculations. World government, celestial dragons. You better brace yourselves, for the suffering I endured will soon be repaid in kind. Meanwhile, in Mary Geos, the 5 elders, upon witnessing the screen disappear, could no longer contain themselves. One of them immediately contacted Sengoku. Sengoku, do not rush to depart just yet. The position of Fleet Admiral is temporarily yours to keep. Magellan and Akainu and Impelled Down shall remain idle. But you must, immediately, lead the charge to obtain that quest reward. Do you understand? Sengoku did not dare to utter a word of dissent and hurriedly replied, "Yes, I will take care of it." After hanging up, he rushed towards the new Marine headquarters, located at the G1 branch in the New World. He understood that the Navy was currently in a weakened state and could only rely on himself and Garp, along with the 3 admirals, to construct an iron wall in the New World to contain those emperors while gradually regaining strength. Once Sengoku departed, the 5 elders exchanged knowing glances and headed towards a particular location. Clearly, this matter had exceeded their control, necessitating a report to their ultimate boss, Lord Emu. On the other side, Kaido of Wano and Big Mom from Cake Island were not idle either. The 2 directly engaged in a video call, quickly reaching a consensus to summon their most formidable minions, the All-Stars, preparing to raid the quest together. 10 individuals united, their hearts intertwined, engaging in what they deemed team building. Kaido and Big Mom simultaneously raised their voices to the heavens. Quiz space. I shall challenge the battle at the summit. A dialogue box promptly appeared. Would you like to initiate a live broadcast? Of course, the answer was an unequivocal yes. Who doesn't understand the wisdom of quietly amassing wealth? Yet, in the next moment, the real world remained tranquil, devoid of any incident. However, within the quest, Kaido and Big Mom, who had just entered, simultaneously uttered two words through clenched teeth. Damn. Akainu. Kaido, infuriated, kicked over a nearby table in a fit of rage. Let me tell you, these two emperors had already experienced the quest once. They were quite shrewd, deliberately selecting the pirate faction, as saving Ace seemed far simpler than clashing head-on with the red-haired pirates, right? With 10 top-tier combatants on their side, it was a straightforward victory. They were on the verge of storming the execution platform to rescue Ace. Yet it was that Akainu, that red dog, upon sensing the tide turning against him. He wasted no time and, without hesitation, launched a punch that eliminated Ace in an instant. The mission failed on the spot. That cursed red dog. Kaido and Big Mom trembled with rage. That cursed red dog. Simultaneously, in a room at Marine headquarters, Garp echoed the same curse. Just as he finished, a knock resounded at the door. Vice Admiral Garp. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has returned and requests your immediate presence in the conference room. Garp was startled, responding hastily as if caught in wrongdoing. I know, I'll be there right away. The communications officer outside was puzzled. Why was Vice Admiral Garp so accommodating today? When Garp sauntered into the conference room and kicked the door open, he was taken aback. Good heavens, the Navy's strongest forces. Each one present. Sengoku stood in the center, his expression as dark as a pot's bottom. To his left sat Zephyr, Tsuru, Akiji, and Momonosuke. To his right were a visibly displeased Akainu, Kazu, Fujitora, and the so-called strongest Vice Admiral, Fire Fist. Even Zephyr, who had retired and formed a pirate guerrilla group, adhering to the principles of absolute justice, had been summoned back. What was the intent behind this assembly? Were they preparing to confront the emperors or perhaps to tackle that quest? Garp Sengoku, suppressing his anger over the damage to his newly kicked purple sandalwood door, said, The Navy must seize the opportunity to clear that quest before any pirate does. I need you, as a Marine, to give it your all. All right, Sengoku, understand. Garp, unusually agreeable, actually acquiesced. Sengoku was taken aback. The retort he had prepared was suddenly swallowed back. However, he refrained from saying much more, for what he was about to say would surely ignite Garp's spirit. Because we know each other best, Sengoku took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell. I have decided that this time, we shall choose the pirate faction to rescue Fire Fist Ace. As soon as the words left his mouth, Akainu sprang to his feet, erupting in outrage. I refuse. You want us Marines to masquerade as pirates to rescue someone? What kind of joke is this? The pirate faction cannot succeed. Garp muttered in agreement from the side. Seeing Akainu stirring again, Sengoku no longer felt the need to grant him any dignity and retorted sharply. Sakazuki, this is the world government's decision. You either participate, or you can march back to Impel Down and guard the gates. Those are the exact words of the 5 elders. At this, Akainu's face shifted between shades of green and white. Go to Impel Down? That wretched place from which one might never return? He had yet to eradicate all the pirates of the world. How could he venture to such a place? Ultimately, he could only huff in frustration and begrudgingly sit back down. Observing that even the most troublesome Akainu had relented, Sengoku felt a sense of assurance. Let me tell you, Sengoku was quite cunning. He had meticulously reviewed the battle at the summit countless times. The Navy's loss stemmed not from a lack of strength, but from disunity. Garp held back, Akiji and Kizaru slacked off, while only he and Akainu fought tooth and nail. Winning was a far-fetched dream. Thus, this time, he would turn the tables, allowing everyone to act as pirates, and let us see how Garp would slack off. Moreover, it would provide a legitimate opportunity to pummel Akainu within a quest. A perfect victory. With determination, the top 10 experts of the Navy clasped hands and formed a circle. The question and answer space, a challenging instance, awaited. Should we initiate a live broadcast? No. In a flash of light, reality returned to tranquility. Shortly thereafter, the conference room erupted with 10 synchronized roars of frustration. Damn it. That accursed Akainu. Having just cursed himself, Akainu sensed something amiss, glaring at the 9 colleagues who were equally fiery in their stares. Who understands the plight of family? Another failure. This time, they had directly descended upon the Whitebeard's ship, posing as reinforcements, effortlessly cutting through the opposition. But what was the outcome? The Akainu from that instance had merely squatted beneath the execution platform, and upon witnessing the Navy's impending defeat, he acted without awaiting orders and swiftly eliminated Ace. Once again, it was the same outcome. In their hearts, everyone shared a singular thought. Such a rogue who disregards military orders is nothing but a disgrace to the Navy. Sengoku suppressed his anger and attempted to mediate. However, Akainu was unyielding, dismissively storming off. He believed he was in the right, knowing he could not win. Why would he wait to eliminate the mission target while allowing the enemy to claim the kill? The fault lay not with him, but with the old bastards in high positions who failed to consider the Navy. Just as these high-ranking officials were passing the buck, the Whitebeard pirates, the red-haired pirates, and even Mihawk formed teams to try, only to find themselves met with the same fate, rushing to the end, only to be dispatched by Akainu's fist that took down Ace, and then collectively transported away, cursing. In an instant, the air was thick with an overwhelming resentment towards Akainu within the circle of the world's strongest. At that moment, the sound echoed, ding. A voice resonated in everyone's minds. Detecting an excessive unified resentment among the world's strong, the leaderboard temporarily adds a new member. Then, the list on the luminous screen refreshed, revealing a line of blood-red text. The person the world's strongest desires to kill most, Sakazuki Akainu. Goodness, this fellow was directly placed on the disgrace list by the system. Far away in the new world, Akainu, upon seeing this leaderboard, shuddered. Yet, surveying the power of his Magamagu no Mi, he disdainfully shook his head. Many despise me, yet I continue to thrive. Despite his words of indifference, his body was honest, deciding it was best to find a place to recuperate and refrain from venturing out. Just then, another ding reverberated across the world. A player has challenged the solo instance, challenged the world's strongest man. The live broadcast has commenced. Please select whether to watch. Was there any question? It was a must-watch. The global audience instantaneously conjured luminous screens. Before them stood the legendary man, Whitebeard, on a colossal arena. His muscles and presence rendered the very air heavy. In the next moment, the challenger was teleported into the arena. Everyone was left dumbfounded. The challenger was none other than another Whitebeard, identical in appearance. Let me tell you, Kaido, Big Mom, Akainu, and the others had secretly attempted this solo instance before, only to be thoroughly pummeled by the peak Whitebeard, which is why they hadn't broadcast it. Now it was the real Whitebeard challenging himself. The battle erupted instantaneously. There were no frills. It was a clash of raw power. Fist against fist, dominance against dominance. The two titans exchanged blows, shaking the very earth, blood gushing forth. Whitebeard understood he was aging. This was his final chance to pave the way for his children. He intended to leave the reward of the Gura no Mi for Ace. Ea! Whitebeard roared, bracing himself to withstand a fist that pierced his chest, while simultaneously, he wielded his Tontada cut with all his might, bringing it down upon the head of his counterpart. Boom! Both were sent hurtling back. One bore a gaping hole in his chest, the other was left with half a head. The entire world held its breath, eyes glued to the screen. Moments latte. The challenger's body ceased its convulsions. Ding! Fireworks erupted. For characters appeared on the screen. Challenge successful. Whitebeard triumphed. He won a new Gura no Mi for Ace. This time, the Navy headquarters was in complete uproar. The Gorosei's call came directly through, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon Sengoku. Useless. How could you let a pirate get ahead? Now, the Navy must rush to clear the group instance before everyone else. Otherwise, not a single berry of military funding will be granted next year. Bang! Sengoku hung up the din mushi in a fury, slamming his hand on the table and bellowing. Did you all hear that? We have no retreat. This time, we must initiate a live broadcast, choosing the Navy faction. We will show the world who truly reigns over these seas. For justice, this battle must be won. For justice. Under Sengoku's command, the Navy's strongest team once again joined forces. Initiate live broadcast. We choose the Navy faction. Ding! The screens around the world illuminated once more. The scene depicted towering waves as the Whitebeard pirates broke through the ice. Below the execution platform, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Akijikizu, and the 10 highest combatants of the Navy lined up, their presence formidable. The entire world was ablaze with excitement. Just as Whitebeard appeared at the ship's bow, preparing to deliver a pre-battle declaration, Ace, I have come. Before he could finish, Akainu had already made his move. A colossal molten fist erupted, hurling flames directly at him. Whitebeard disdainfully shattered the magma with a punch. Yet, in the instant his fist was thrown, Kizaru transformed into a streak of light, silently appearing above him. Who understands a family? Upon hearing the threat of wage deductions, Kizaru, the notorious slacker, instantaneously transformed into a whirlwind, delivering a swift and ruthless kick without a word. Kura-la-la-la-la, bring-y-ton. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened, his right hand gathering the power to shatter space, preparing to retaliate. Everyone held their breath for Kizaru. That was a strike capable of tearing through reality. But Kizaru did not evade. He trusted his comrades. Indeed, the sky erupted with golden light as Sengoku, transformed into a 10-foot golden Buddha, descended from above, precisely intercepting Whitebeard's attack. The clash of golden and white light was frenetic in that critical moment. Kizaru's lethal lightspeed kick landed squarely on Whitebeard. Just as the golden and white lights clashed fiercely, Kizaru's kick had struck Whitebeard. Allow me to tell you, it was not over yet. Akiji instantly teleported behind Whitebeard, embracing him tightly, transforming him into an icy statue. Who understands the family? The tempo was far too swift. The audience was left bewildered, grappling with 1,000 questions. Is the Navy this formidable? How had Whitebeard managed to take Ace away before? Not only was the audience stunned, but the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were equally caught off guard. From Akainu's fiery breath to Whitebeard being kicked and then frozen, the entire sequence unfolded in less than a second. In a mere second, for Admiral-level powerhouses coordinated, leaving Whitebeard dazed. Marco swiftly blocked Kizaru, urging the others to rescue Pops. However, this time, the situation was dire. Previously, Marco and Kizaru would reach a stalemate, but this time, Kizaru unleashed his full might, leaving Marco with no means to retaliate. Barely sustaining himself with the Tori no Mi continuing down this path, defeat was inevitable. In the real world, Marco aboard the Moby Dick watched the live broadcast, his fists clenched tightly. He had always believed he was evenly matched with Kizaru, even holding his own during the Marineford War. But now he realized Kizaru had been holding back. This was intolerable for the proud Phoenix. Simultaneously, those who had escaped from Kizaru were astonished, finally recognizing how fortunate they were to be alive. The captains of Whitebeard's crew desperately tried to save Pops, yet Sengoku and Akiji's defenses were impenetrable. Akainu had also arrived, launching attacks with his magma-infused strikes and sea prism bullets. Crack, crack, crack. The ice shattered as Akainu approached Whitebeard, delivering a molten iron fist directly to his chest. Whitebeard's eyes hardened. Ignoring the iron fist at his chest, he summoned all his strength, hands slamming down towards Akainu's head. A trade of injury for injury. A gamble of life for life. This is the choice of a great pirate. Akainu revealed a fierce expression, for he had waited far too long for this moment. Previously defeated by Baihuzi, he found himself unable to hold his head high within the Navy, with the Gorosei even doubting his prowess. Now, the moment has arrived for him to prove himself. Space fissures spread, tremors reverberated, shaking the very earth. In the next instant, molten magma erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion, and Baihuzi, closely connected to Akainu, found half of his body obliterated. Old man, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were in disbelief. Their invincible Baihuzi had been vanquished in an instant, and by Akainu, no less. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not breach the defenses of Sengoku and Akiji. The audience before the screen grew anxious. Having witnessed Baihuzi's might, they could not accept that he could be so easily defeated. How could that man succumb to anything beyond the passage of time? After a long while, the molten mass coalesced into the form of Akainu, standing beside the half-melted Baihuzi, who then collapsed to the ground. Regardless of disbelief, the outcome was clear. Akainu had scored a significant victory. Of course, Akainu bore his own cost, his head elongated, blood oozing from beneath his military cap. "I am Admiral Akainu," he proclaimed, with the confirmation of Baihuzi's demise. Akainu laughed maniacally. The next moment, however, a resounding thud echoed as the still-laughing Akainu fell to the ground, permanently incapacitated. This battle had resulted in mutual destruction. Red Dog. Indeed, Baihuzi aboard the Moby Dick, instead of expressing anger, admired Akainu. This was the mutual respect of powerful adversaries. Baihuzi was truly dead. Was this man, Admiral Akainu, truly as pathetic as rumored? From this day forth, I shall become a fan of Admiral Akainu, aspiring to join the Navy and become like him. With the confirmation of Baihuzi's death, people across the globe began to reassess their views of Akainu. Even the Gorosei and Mary Geos were re-evaluating their arrangements regarding him. The battle continued on the projection. The Whitebeard pirates, now bereft of Baihuzi, were powerless against the Navy's joint assault and were swiftly annihilated. Sengoku, alongside Garp and Tsuru, apprehended Blackbeard, further showcasing the Navy's might. They also dealt with Luffy and Jinbei, all according to plan. Just then, a dialogue box appeared before Sengoku Ding. Shanks, upon witnessing the end of the battle, has decided not to proceed to Marineford and is preparing to return to the New World. Please choose whether to pursue. Failure to do so will be considered a challenge failed. Sengoku, Shanks isn't coming? Aren't you supposed to be the most formidable man in the world? Is this it? How can the mission be completed without Shanks? Damned red-haired, there isn't a reliable pirate among them. Pursue. We must pursue. Sengoku gathered the remaining crew, commandeered the Moby Dick, and began the chase after Shanks. The Navy's warships were too slow. Pirate vessels were lighter, especially Baihuzi's grand ship with its large propeller. It was swifter. Sengoku opted for pursuit, and the flow of time in the question-and-answer space began to accelerate, as if a fast-forward button had been pressed. Hours of travel were completed in mere minutes. To Sengoku and the others, everything appeared normal. Fortunately, an arrow marked Shanks' direction and distance in Sengoku's line of sight. Otherwise, they might have lost the chase. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally spotted Shanks' ship. Sengoku was filled with excitement. This was a sure victory. How could a mere red-haired stand in their way? Just then, a bullet infused with haki flew from the distance, aimed straight at Sengoku's head. Sengoku slightly tilted his head and dodged. Is this it? You think a single bullet can kill me? The next instant, boom. The bullet struck the mast of the Moby Dick, causing an explosion that shattered it. A double strike. Sengoku. A voice from Shanks' ship echoed in the distance. Navy, do not pursue any longer. I do not wish to shed blood today. This is merely a lesson. Do not throw away your lives. That arrogant tone made Sengoku's beard bristle with fury. So this is Shanks, the red-haired? How imposing. Truly worthy of being one of the 4 emperors alongside Baihuzi, separated by 2,000 to 3,000 meters, aside from sending Kizaru. There was no option but for Fujitora to exchange fire. However, Shanks had several top-notch snipers on his side. Sending Kizaru would be tantamount to turning him into a target. Damn, red-hair pirates. The more Sengoku thought, the angrier he became. Akiji, freeze the sea. We shall charge forward. Gazing at the ocean, Sengoku's eyes lit up. Ku! Akiji exhaled a breath of icy air, incensed by Shanks' arrogance. Did he think the admirals of the Navy were mere units of measurement? Ice Age. Akiji leaped off the deck, plunging his hand into the ocean, unleashing a wave of terrifying cold that instantly froze the sea. Even if Shanks' ship pushed full throttle, it could not outrun the speed of the freezing water, becoming ensnared in place. Captain, the sea is frozen, and the ship cannot move. Akiji must be on that vessel, reported the red-haired, explosive-haired rocksta to Shanks. Shanks frowned. Why was the Navy so aggressive today? Having just defeated the Whitebeard pirates, they now sought to deal with him? Fine. Since escape is impossible, let us fight. As the ruler of the seas, Shanks also held his pride. Prepare for battle. Shanks commanded, and the pirates armed themselves, standing ready. Those daring to pursue were surely not weak. There were likely other surprises aside from Akiji. But regardless of who it was, come at me. I am the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. In the vast ocean, a fierce battle erupted. However, rather than merely a fierce battle, it was more akin to a one-sided war. Jata no Kagami. Kizaru soared into the air, launching the first attack. The nearly invisible lasers fell like a torrential rain, riddling Shanks' ship with holes, extinguishing any thoughts of retreat. Can't run, then let's fight. Boom, boom, boom. Ben Beckman's hockey-infused sea prism stone bullets interrupted Kizaru's assault, sealing off his escape route. Yet, the disparity in raw power was too vast. Garp charged forward, his supreme dual-color hockey allowing him to dance gracefully beneath the gunfire of Jesus Burgess, making Shanks tremble under his fists. A brutal battle commenced, with Shanks' overwhelming conqueror's hockey sweeping across the battlefield, causing the ice to tremble and the sky to form a magnificent spectacle reminiscent of a waterspout. However, before Garp, this had no effect. The conqueror's hockey brushed past like a gentle breeze. Shanks' one-armed swordplay was rendered ineffective against Garp's exquisite martial arts. The others fared even worse. Aside from the battlefield at Punk Hazard, where a stalemate persisted, Everywhere else was one-sided. A surge of cold erupted. Flying slashes were unleashed without restraint, and hockey-infused bullets exchanged in a dazzling display, shockwaves obliterating everything in their path. The battle raged for half an hour, with the audience utterly astonished by the Navy's might. This conflict altered the global perception of the Navy's capabilities during the Marineford War, causing countless aspiring pirates to pause and reconsider whether they could truly find treasure in the hands of such monsters. Did they not see the most renowned of the four emperors, Shanks, trembling? When a member of the red-haired pirates fell, the war came to an end. If one-on-one was insufficient, what chance did they have against 2 or 3? This was not the Navy overwhelming the few. It was simply to swiftly conclude the senseless struggle. With the battle concluded, Garp grasped Shanks by the hair, standing upon the ice while Sengoku and the others formed a protective circle around them. Red-haired, you were the one who led Luffy down the path of piracy. Today, I shall take my interest. Wait, I will come to seek you personally. Garp spared Shanks a breath, solely to deliver this message. The Gorosei before the projection stood in excitement. This battle had surpassed their expectations. This was the true visage of the Navy in their hearts. Sengoku and his team had demonstrated the Navy's supremacy over the seas, and most importantly, this chapter had finally been secured by the Navy. Vladimirovich raised his coffee, feeling pride in his sagacity. It was he who had supported Sengoku against the prevailing opinion that the Navy was faltering, with 9/10 of the credit resting upon his shoulders. Just then, ding, as Garp was about to execute Shanks, a crisp sound echoed throughout the projection world, forcibly ejecting Sengoku and the others from the instance. Ding! Congratulations to players Kaido, Charlotte Lingling, Jin, Quinn, Jack, Charlotte Perispero, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Snack, and Charlotte Cracker for successfully completing the team dungeon the final battle at the summit. The dungeon is now closed, and all challengers currently engaged will be forcibly exited. With a sudden clatter, Vladimir Saint's hand trembled, causing his teacup to crash to the ground, coffee splattering across him. However, he paid no heed to the mess on his clothes. His mind was utterly overwhelmed. The contrast between the two events was staggering. Meanwhile, the global audience watching the projection found themselves in a state of shock. Just as the Navy seemed poised for victory, pirates had unexpectedly claimed it first. No, it couldn't be. How could anyone surpass such a formidable Navy to clear the dungeon? It was the four emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, who had joined forces. What? 2 great sea emperors collaborating? Some were bewildered, yet others recognized the names of the conquerors. After all, Kaido and Big Mom are world-renowned figures, their reputations rivaling that of Sengoku. At this moment, the curious Kaido faced a difficult decision. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the team dungeon, the final battle at the summit. Would you like to release the clearance video? After rescuing Ace, this choice appeared before Kaido. If he opted to release it, the method of their success was rather unorthodox and could tarnish his image. Conversely, if he chose not to share it, the accomplishment was hard-earned, and not showcasing it would leave him conflicted. Very well, let be known. After all, achieving clearance is a testament to their prowess. In the next moment, the projection before audiences worldwide transformed. The scene opened once again on the battlefield of the Summit War, with Kaido and Big Mom appearing on a pirate ship under Whitebeard's command. The familiar sequence unfolded. Whitebeard summoned a tsunami, Aokiji froze everything, and Luffy made his entrance. However, this time, Kaido and his companions remained still, observing from the ship. As Whitebeard launched his attack, Akainu intercepted. Monkey D. Luffy sent Garp flying. Garp was sent flying? The legendary Navy hero Garp was struck down by a pirate with a single punch? This spectacle astonished everyone, yet the most thrilling moments were yet to come. Just as Luffy rescued Ace, Kaido and the others erupted into action like wild stallions. Big Mom, exerting all her strength, unleashed the Elbaf spear, hurling Kaido towards the execution platform, his speed rivaling the light of Kizaru. Once at the platform, Kaido uttered not a word. With a mighty, thunderous strike, he sent Luffy sprawling before transforming into a colossal dragon, seizing Ace and soaring away with all his might. As everyone stared in stunned disbelief at his retreating figure, he had already whisked Ace away from Marineford, completing the dungeon task. The speed was astonishing. From Big Mom's Elbaf spear to Kaido's flight with Ace, the entire sequence unfolded in under 2 seconds. The rapidity of this dungeon clearance left all in shock. Initially, it had not been so straightforward. Kaido and Big Mom had pressed forward methodically, yet each time the pirates gained the upper hand, Akainu would execute Ace, resulting in immediate failure, leaving no room for error. It was only after Katakuri suggested observing for opportunities that they discovered the Summit War was entirely different from their understanding. Whitebeard, despite his age and frailty, nearly incapacitated Akainu, and Kaido felt he could easily topple the old man with a few thunder strikes. They continued to observe until Katakuri identified the perfect moment for Luffy to rescue Ace. Based on this timing, Katakuri devised a plan that proved unexpectedly effective. At that moment, back at Navy headquarters, Sengoku stared at the large screen, a mouthful of blood threatening to spill. The dungeon they had struggled with countless times turned out to be so simple, so long as Akainu was not on the execution platform. Damn that Red Dog. Red Dog, you have betrayed me. Now, Kaido faced another choice. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Please select your reward. Option 1. The Flirtatious Swordplay. A powerful technique from a certain martial arts world, capable of affecting time when used by two individuals, deemed the supreme swordplay of the age. Option 2. The simplified version of the Kaioken, a technique from a powerful multiverse that instantly doubles one's power, speed, attack, and defense, with the side effect of losing combat effectiveness for 2 consecutive days after use. Please make your selection. If no choice is made within 3 minutes, Option 1 will be selected by default. Typically cheerful, Kaido found himself in a quandary, as he could only choose one. When he had discussed the collaboration with Big Mom, they had agreed on selecting the Flirtatious Swordplay. Although he had little knowledge of this swordplay, and neither of them were sword users, it seemed the fairest way to split the rewards. However, the allure of the simplified Kaioken was too tempting for Kaido, akin to a beautiful woman dancing before him, whispering, choose me, select me, and I shall be yours. I will accompany you home. Yet, he had promised Big Mom, and he felt a unique bond with her. If it were anyone else, he could disregard their feelings, but not with Big Mom. After much internal struggle, Kaido resolved, if Big Mom did not urge him within these 3 minutes, he would choose option 1. However, if she pressed him, then he would have no choice but to select the Kaioken. It would not be a betrayal of her trust, but rather a response to her doubts. As seconds ticked away, Big Mom remained silently fixed on Kaido, uttering not a word. In truth, Big Mom had always regarded Kaido as her brother. Though she knew him to be a rogue, she never doubted his commitment to their agreement. As time slipped away, Kaido grew increasingly anxious, silently urging her, please prompt me, ask me, scold me, let us quarrel. Yet, Big Mom continued to watch him in silence. As the deadline approached, Kaido made his decision, resolved to follow his heart. I choose the Kaioken. I am a pirate now. What need have I for the code of the martial world? I choose. Bang. Why are you taking so long? Hurry and choose. Seeing Kaido standing there in a daze, Big Mom playfully struck him on the back of the head, interrupting his thoughts. Ding. Player selection timed out, defaulting to option 1. The reward has been distributed. Please exit the dungeon space. Simultaneously, the training method for the Flirtatious Swordplay appeared in Kaido's mind, causing his already dark expression to deepen. Exit the dungeon. With a scowl, Kaido gritted his teeth. Feeling the sword technique within his mind, he regretted his earlier hesitation. How could he have wavered? After all the effort, he received such a trivial reward. Let us return to Wano. Once back in reality, Kaido was eager to leave, unwilling to remain in such a sorrowful place for even a moment longer. What do you intend to do, Kaido? Big Mom, unwilling to let him go, exclaimed, you've just completed the dungeon, and you want to run off without your reward? How dare you? She quickly inquired, are you planning to hoard the rewards for yourself? Kaido was about to retort when, suddenly, the question and answer interface appeared once more. Sengoku, that old man, had just been about to step out of his office, contemplating whether to take 2 or 3 boxes of cigars to impel down, when he immediately pulled his foot back. The expression on his face was one of utter disbelief. I can still save this. Then, screens across the globe illuminated once more. The system declared the launch of Season 2. A special online chat feature has been introduced, seemingly designed for us, the curious onlookers, to vent our frustrations. This time, 5 unfortunate souls, or rather, fortunate ones, will be selected. 2 contestants from the previous season will be randomly brought back. As the spotlight rotates, the names appear, Gesikasuki and Badakasadi. Ace. Remarkably, Akainu and Ace, the eternal adversaries, are instantly summoned to the answering stage by dazzling beams of light. The expression on Admiral Sengoku's face shifts from hope to despair in an instant. The chance for a comeback he so eagerly anticipated has been snatched away by his most detested rival, Akainu. It's likely that he has already cursed Akainu 1,000 times in his mind. Next, the system announces the selection of 3 new players. A Grand World roulette rises from the ground, and let me tell you, the spectacle is breathtaking. Names from all corners of the globe whirl about, and each individual feels like the chosen one, shouting at the screen, "It's me. Look, I, Nikolai Ergo, am on television." The roulette halts, and the 3rd contestant is revealed, Don Quixote da Flamingo. As soon as the announcement is made, a chilling cackle emanates from the light beam, causing goosebumps to ripple across my skin. Da Flamingo struts forward, clad in his flamboyant flamingo feather coat. Akainu's disdainful gaze seems to scream for him to get lost, as if he were marked with garbage on his forehead. In Dressrosa, the populace splits into 2 factions. The common citizens cheer for their king, while those transformed into toys glare with fiery eyes. The roulette spins once more. The 4th contestant is a man known as Yishio. Another beam of light descends, revealing a burly figure, but crucially, he is blind. With 2 large scars across his eyes, one must wonder, how random can this lottery be? The bullet comments explode. What? A blind man can participate? Can he even see the questions? Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolds. Akainu, the perennial ice-cold warrior who harbors a deep-seated enmity for pirates, unexpectedly nods amicably at the blind man. He evidently senses that this man is extraordinary, radiating an immense pressure that speaks of observation hockey. Curiously, the man known as Yishio seems to acknowledge him in return, offering a respectful smile in Akainu's direction. This moment leaves the audience in utter disbelief. Akainu is showing respect? This is undoubtedly one of the year's greatest marvels. The 5th contestant is Shanks. The final entry, red-haired Shanks. The audience's response, however, is rather tepid. This is largely due to the indelible impression left by the previous live broadcast, where he was reprimanded by Admiral Karp. Now, the world is abuzz with rumors, branding him the weakest of the 4 emperors, a mere shadow compared to Whitebeard and Kaido, a source of embarrassment without any semblance of dignity. Akainu's expression darkens upon seeing this lineup. Among the 5 contestants, 3 are pirates, and 1 is an enigmatic blind man. How is he to proceed in this game? He finds himself nostalgically reminiscing about the days of leisurely loitering alongside Sengoku. With the players assembled, the game commences. The rules are straightforward. Answer quickly, gain points for correct answers, and lose points for incorrect ones. The penalties are severe, with the first infraction potentially resulting in the permanent loss of a skill. The grand prize? A portal to another world. However, the system also issues a warning. This door is 2-way, and should a world-destroying entity emerge, our realm would be doomed. Doflamingo is bubbling with excitement. Akainu wears a grave expression. Ace shoots daggers at Akainu with his eyes, while Shanks remains unfazed. Only the blind man, Yishio, mutters to himself, still pondering the winnings from his previous bet, which have yet to materialize. The first question is posed. Who is the actual ruler of the world government? A. Shanks, B. Goroze, C. Imu, D. Monkey de Dragon. Upon the question S reveal, all eyes suddenly fixate on Akainu. Is this not a straightforward question? Yet, can we truly expect the answering space to present an easy query? At this moment, the Gorosei and Mariehua are visibly perturbed. Their faces darker than the bottom of a pot, sensing that their 800-year-old secret is on the verge of being unveiled. Meanwhile, Sengoku, preparing for retirement, experiences an epiphany. He glances at the screen, then back at the Gorosei, and inwardly rejoices. So, all this time, you lot were merely workers too? Why do you get to fire me? Did you consult your boss about this? Akainu is equally bewildered. This question is a veritable workplace trap. Choosing the Gorosei is politically correct. But if he were to mistakenly select the lesser-known Imu, and it turns out to be true, would he not be publicly slapping his superior's face? As he grapples with this dilemma, he steels himself to select B. Ding. A crisp sound of buzzing interrupts the tension. Doflamingo's sinister voice echoes throughout the hall. I choose C, Imu. How audacious. The entire world is in disbelief. How can the former warlord of the sea not even know who his boss is? Ace crosses his arms, bracing himself for the ensuing amusement. Just then, a striking line of red text glides across the live chat. Don Quixote Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon. The ID of the commenter bears a golden note. World's strongest physique. It is Kaido. The 4 Emperor himself has stepped in to reveal the truth. A hush falls over the crowd. Following this revelation, the system announces, Ding. Congratulations to player Don Quixote da Flamingo for providing the correct answer, gaining 1 point. The world erupts. This is unfathomable. Even Akainu, who had an inkling of what might transpire, finds himself incredulous. What does this mean? He has toiled as their enforcer, only to discover they are merely property managers? On what grounds do they strip him of his rank as an admiral? Da Flamingo revels in his moment of triumph. Launching into a display of bravado, he, among the celestial dragons, the Gorosei are merely elected leaders. The true ruler is Lord Emu within Panga City. On the Gorosei side, an elderly man, incensed, shatters his teacup, bellowing at Sengoku. Sengoku, as soon as he emerges, arrest him. What do you suppose Sengoku's response is? Calmly, he brews himself a cup of strong tea, crosses his legs, and settles into a comfortable position to watch the unfolding drama, lightly responding, apologies, but I am about to retire to impel down. You may want to seek assistance elsewhere. In this moment, the world becomes privy to the ultimate secret of the world government. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, narrows his eyes. Marine Admiral Akiji falls into deep contemplation. And even the enigmatic Emu, deep within Panga City, casts a frigid glare. Then, the second question arrives, even more explosive than the first. Ding! During the World Conference. Which pirate did the Gorosei meet in Mariewa? A. Shanks. B. Doflamingo. C. Bartholomew Kuma. D. Kido. My goodness, this question is tantamount to dragging the world government's face through the mud. On one hand, they compel the Marines to eradicate pirates, while on the other, they sip tea and converse with the pirate leaders in their holy land? What is this madness? Countless veteran Marines feel their beliefs crumbling. At this moment, the most anxious of all is undoubtedly Shanks. He stands there, appearing calm, but a cold sweat trickles down his back. He knows full well that the individual in question is him. Should this come to light, he would lose face entirely, rendering his standing within the pirate community irreparable. Social death would be his fate. Meanwhile, Akainu's face has turned a molten hue, his fists cracking ominously. He feels as though he and the entire Marine Corps have been made fools of, while we bleed and sacrifice on the front lines. You old geezers conspire with the enemy from behind? The Marines are no longer worth it. Ace watches the options, dumbfounded, feeling as though the answering space is intentionally making life difficult for him, the honest participant. Just as Ace finishes his lament, the answering space produces yet another question, targeting specifically those matters of the world government that he is unfamiliar with. Upon reflection, it is quite evident that those unencumbered by footwear fear not the shod. For this is merely a fleeting jaunt within the confines of a dimly lit chamber. With a resounding clap of my hand, I chose D. Kaido. Alas, this individual is an incessant source of irritation, meddling even when my father is simply receiving in foredrip, a veritable nuisance. If one were to consider my father's later years filled with injuries, Kaido would undoubtedly be one of the accomplices. Consequently, the announcement rang out, ding. Contestant Ace has answered incorrectly, deducting 1 point. What? A punitive package was thrust upon me without warning. Sighing, I resigned myself to exile, for I had grown accustomed to such fates. Ding. Punishment. Bestowed with the talent of the undead, a day tour in the deep sea. My goodness, such audacity. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, a swirling vortex, reeking of the briny depths, emerged beneath my feet and pulled me into its depths. Thus began my harrowing experience of what one might term deep-sea torture. Imagine plummeting into a pitch-black abyss, where the terrifying pressure of the ocean instantaneously flattens you like parchment, only to be restored by some inexplicable force, perpetually cycling through this torment. To exacerbate matters, as a landlubber and a devil fruit user, I was inundated with seawater. The suffocating agony was unbearable. My attempts to scream were futile. I could only struggle in silence. In that moment, the entire question and answer space fell silent. The barrage of comments ceased, and everyone was rendered speechless by the sight of my suffering. I assure you, it was a grand spectacle of social demise. Even that fellow, Doflamingo, felt a twinge of admiration towards me. Eventually, the ordeal concluded, and I was transported back. Upon landing, I writhed on the ground like a fish out of water, an experience forever etched in my memory. Akinu, that fellow, looked at me with a cold sweat, evidently startled by my plight. At that moment, the question and answer space initiated further disturbances. Ding. Contestant Ace has answered incorrectly. Punishment escalated. All contestants are advised to answer with caution. Akainu immediately leapt forth to respond. Ding. Chatter. 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 I choose B. I choose myself. Doflamingo, ever the opportunist, interjected. It appeared he had delusions of grandeur, believing himself akin to a celestial dragon, certain that the Gorosei would surely summon him. As a result, Ding, contestant Doflamingo has answered incorrectly, deducting 1 point. Both attempts for this question have been exhausted. Changing the subject, Doflamingo collapsed in despair, questioning the authority of the question and answer space. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck him, transforming him into a charred delicacy. Ding! Contestant Doflamingo's challenge to the question and answer space's authority has resulted in punishment. Should this occur again, he shall be expelled. Akainu regarded Doflamingo with disdain. Shanks, too, exhaled in relief, narrowly avoiding exposure. Just then, Akainu suddenly accused, Shanks, that person is you, isn't it? Shanks maintained an air of feigned calm. What are you saying? I am but a pirate. Then, the question and answer space resumed its inquiries. Ding! Bonus question. Following the conclusion of the Marineford War, which of the following admirals left the Navy to join the pirate ranks? A. Kuzan B. Sakazuki C. Borsellino. My goodness, an admiral defecting? This revelation was more explosive than even that of Lord M. In Mariehua, Sengoku was scalded by hot tea, resembling a drenched chicken. Sengoku, this is the Navy you have nurtured. Donald Trump seized the moment to unleash a tirade. In the live stream, everyone was abuzz, discussing this monumental scoop. That fellow ace began to jest. Red Dog, why not join our Whitebeard pirates? We could use someone to wash the dishes, ha ha ha. Akainu disregarded him entirely and simply chose Kazan. Sengoku appeared outwardly composed, though inwardly likely panicking. Ding! Sakazuki has answered correctly, gaining 1 point. What? Sengoku was rendered speechless. Kazan a traitor? Vladimir was beside himself, having just elevated Kazan to the rank of admiral. Sengoku, what on earth is happening? You must bear full responsibility. I believe Kazan must have had his reasons. A knowing smile crossed my father's face aboard the Moby Dick. Akainu, too, was likely unsettled, considering he and Kazan had always been rivals. Ding! Shall the event projection commence? Defaulting to off in 5 seconds. Gomos, let it begin. And thus, we bore witness to the unfolding video. In the Marine Headquarters conference room, Sengoku announced his retirement, while Akainu and Kuzan argued vehemently over the position of admiral. Akainu declared, Your justice is too weak. Kuzan retorted, Your justice is too absolute. Ultimately, the two clashed on Punk Hazard Island for 10 grueling days and nights, leading to Kazan's defeat, resulting in a severed leg courtesy of Akainu, who then departed the Navy to join the Blackbeard pirates. Punk Hazard Island was irrevocably transformed into an island of ice and fire. Kazan, truly a weakling. Akainu, having witnessed the events, sighed with regret. Were it not for his mercy, you would have long since perished. Ace resumed his mocking. For the sake of justice, there are some things I must do. In Mariehua, Vladimir sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was not a voluntary defection, merely a contest for the position of admiral. I firmly believe that Kazan would never betray the Navy. Sengoku also felt a sense of relief. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Is this the brand of justice that Admiral Akainu espouses? Doflamingo began to stir trouble once more. Akainu scoffed, disregarding him. Ding! Please listen to the third question. Following the Marineford War, during the world conscription of the Navy, which of the following became the new admiral? A. Dracula Myhawk B. Buggy C. One Smile D. Gil Tesoro. Please answer quickly. Who is One Smile? The live stream was instantly flooded with comments about One Smile. Akainu, Shanks, and others turned their attention to the man who had remained silent throughout. Amidst the laughter, Doflamingo remarked, Is the Navy truly so destitute that even a blind man can ascend to the rank of admiral? One Smile finally spoke. Am I the new admiral of the world conscription? Akainu scrutinized One Smile for a long moment before ultimately shaking his head. A blind man as an admiral? Preposterous. Could it be Hawkeye's? I tell you, Akainu is truly something. He is exhausting all avenues to appoint an admiral. Initially, he spoke to himself, engaging in a process of elimination, dismissing Buggy outright, and also denying Tesoro, who was wealthy and willful. Ultimately, he fixated on Dracula Myhawk. He was quite pleased, believing that the titles aligned perfectly, both being animals, a flawless match. Yet Shanks immediately dismissed this notion, dousing Akainu's enthusiasm with cold water. Shanks is the only friend of Hawkeye's, asserting that Hawkeye's would never bend and would not join the Navy. However, the tide turned swiftly as Shanks's gaze shifted to the blind man. One smile. Family, who can comprehend this rapid plot twist? The camera shifted, and One Smile quickly responded. Selecting himself, he proclaimed that he, a person of integrity, sought to use justice to change the world. This statement was a profound interrogation of Akainu's very soul. Akainu instantly fell into despair, reflecting on his own initial resolve to join the Navy for the sake of justice. The live stream erupted, with comments rife with ridicule. A blind man as an admiral? What a joke. Yet, the question and answer space delivered a resounding slap to their faces, congratulating One Smile for answering correctly. At this juncture, all were left in a state of bewilderment. The excitement escalated as the question and answer space directly played the event projection of One Smile's ascension to admiral. The scene opened in Marineford, where the Gorosei reprimanded Akainu, agreeing to the world conscription. Then the scene shifted to a vast training ground, where Sengoku, Akainu, and other prominent figures observed. Kizaru served as the examiner, swiftly taking to the stage. However, One Smile was even more ruthless, utilizing gravity to pin Kizaru to the ground. With a gravity blade, he caused the training ground to collapse. Kizaru was sent flying hundreds of meters, utterly humiliated. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. One Smile summoned a meteor shower. Kizaru promptly surrendered, exclaiming that the new recruits were indeed monsters. Akainu declared that One Smile had passed the examination. At last, Ishao and another tall figure were bestowed with the rank of admiral, donning the mantle of righteousness. Upon witnessing this projection, all present were left in utter astonishment. Who could have imagined that this blind man possessed such extraordinary prowess? The ability to summon a meteor and return, it was nothing short of monstrous. Akainu's eyes gleamed like light bulbs, exclaiming a sense of camaraderie, envisioning a partnership with Ishao to secure the top rank. Yet, he forgot that Ishao was blind. The significance of that gaze was utterly wasted. Meanwhile, at Marineford, the five elders were overjoyed, exclaiming the world conscription plan was highly effective and must be fully supported. They even contemplated allowing Sengoku to continue his service, appointing him as a vice admiral consultant. Sengoku felt a pang of bitterness. He did not wish to retire, just yet, but wanted to dedicate several more years to the Navy. Doflamingo, observing Ishao, felt an unsettling discomfort, sensing trouble was brewing in the future. The fourth question arrived, inquiring about the identity of the one who caused Zifa's demise. The naval leader's mental state exploded at the mention of teacher Zifa. I tell you, the atmosphere was electrifying. Old man Garp kicked open the door, pointing an accusatory finger at Kizaru, shouting, "Borsellino, explain to me why you killed teacher Zifa." The entire admiral's office was filled with dozens of rear admirals, surrounding Kizaru like a barrel, their expressions filled with rage, wishing they could take action on the spot. Akiji stood nearby, his face darkened, emanating an aura of coldness, freezing the sofa into ice lumps. Now, let us rewind a bit. You must first understand how all of this transpired. The tale begins with that absurd cue, a space. Let me tell you, Red Dog, Sakazuki, has a temper that ignites at the slightest provocation. Upon catching sight of the back of Shanks, his anger surged, and he unleashed a magma punch aimed at the back of Shanks' head. But what happened? That punch simply vanished in midair, as if it had been erased, leaving no trace behind. Then came the chilling system notification. Warning, contestant Sakazuki has committed an illegal attack. Penalty imposed. Eternal ice prison, confinement for 30 days. I must say, this system is ruthless. Having previously imposed a penalty, it dared to do so again, completely disregarding the consequences. 30 days. This was the longest confinement ever recorded. Akainu found himself engulfed by a deep blue vortex, with no time to react. The suction drew him in. Before departing, Akainu shot a fierce glare at Shanks, as if he intended to devour him whole. Shanks, I will never let you off the hook. The scene then shifted to the so-called Eternal Ice Prison. This place, I assure you, was a desolate expanse of ice and snow, devoid of any sound or life. Akainu tumbled out of the vortex, landing gracefully. Upon reflection, he realized the dire situation. 30 days in this hellish place without food would surely lead to starvation. This cruel space showed no mercy, indifferent to his fate. He attempted to use his magma abilities for warmth, but as soon as his arm heated up, the blizzard, as if possessing a will of its own, bore down upon him, draining his strength rapidly. When he paused, the storm ceased. Upon trying again, it would return. Eternal ice prison. Akainu understood that this place was designed specifically to counter him. To survive? Fine, he must refrain from using his abilities, relying solely on his physical strength and constant movement to maintain his body temperature. At that moment, I thought to myself, this man has truly become the epitome of a subsistence dweller, in the most literal sense. A day passed, then a week, then 2 weeks. Akainu dwindled down to a mere shadow of his former self, his eyes turning a ghastly green from hunger. He resorted to eating snow when thirsty, ultimately succumbing to the cold, his consciousness fading as he lay on the ice, awaiting death. Internally, he was filled with a sense of injustice. The pirates had yet to be vanquished, justice had not yet been served, and Shanks was still alive. How could he simply fade away? Just as he was on the verge of closing his eyes, he suddenly noticed a flicker of red beneath the thick ice. The will to survive ignited within him. With all his might, he transformed his body into magma, burning through the ice beneath him, drilling downwards. At the bottom of the ice layer lay a patch of red earth. He reverted to his human form, mustering his last strength to scoop up a chunk of the frozen, hard earth and began to chew, blood filling his mouth, yet he swallowed it down. In that moment, his expression was no longer that of an admiral. He looked like a demon risen from hell, filled with a frenzied desire to live. Just when we thought he would endure 30 days of gnawing on dirt, time in the queue, a space swiftly elapsed. The vortex opened once more, and Akainu emerged. Though disheveled, he managed to regain his composure, but his eyes glowed ominously, exuding a chilling aura. It was evident he was a proud man, enduring suffering while maintaining his dignity. The system, indifferent to his discomfort, announced, "Final question. Please tell us who prevented the legendary pirate Don Quixote Shiki from destroying the East Blue?" As soon as the options appeared, the audience was left dumbfounded. A. Monkey D. Garp B. Monkey D. Luffy C. Sakazuki D. Monkey D. Dragon. Ace's eyes nearly bulged out. Shiki is going to destroy the East Blue. But upon seeing the options, his expression became even more peculiar. Good heavens! 3 out of the 4 options bore the name Monkey D. This was stirring the hornet's nest. Shiki had certainly stirred up trouble with the entire monkey family. The news sent shockwaves across the world. Residents of the East Blue were terrified, scrambling to inquire about the identity of Shiki. The elders hurried to enlighten them. He is one of the 3 legendary pirates from the era of Roger and Whitebeard, a ruthless individual who once cornered the Pirate King. In Mariehawa, the 5 elders and Sengoku were equally stunned. Shiki? To obliterate the East Blue? It must be known that the 4 seas are the foundation of the world government, serving as the treasury and armory, especially the East Blue. Though the weakest, it is also the richest, akin to a backyard. Should it be destroyed, it would be catastrophic. The 5 elders grew frantic, shouting at Sengoku. Sengoku, hurry and find him. The Navy's budget is not to be squandered. Sengoku found himself in a quandary. Shiki's floating fruit could lift entire islands into the sky, and if he wished to hide, no one could locate him. The greatest fear for Sengoku was that Shiki, after 2 decades of disappearance, would suddenly decide to drag several islands to the Navy headquarters for a taste of justice. Returning to the QA scene, the newly arrived blind Uncle Ishao, wishing to save face for Akainu, hastily answered C. Akainu. The result? Ding. Incorrect answer, deducting 1 point. Akainu felt an immense relief. He had narrowly avoided a blunder. Subsequently, he and Shanks pressed the buzzer simultaneously. Neither dared to speak first, fearing a foul. Ultimately, Akainu could no longer contain himself. His stomach was in turmoil, causing him excruciating pain as he clenched his teeth and shouted, "I choose B. Monkey D. Luffy." Shanks couldn't help but chuckle, thinking Akainu must be guessing, given his apparent distress. Ding. Congratulations to contestant Sakazuki for answering correctly, adding 1 point. The audience was once again petrified. It was Luffy, that rookie who had just set sail. Akainu, gritting his teeth against the pain, declared the initiation of the projection in the final second. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky transformed into a colossal screen. The scene displayed Shiki floating on an airborne island, boasting to a group of pirate subordinates about how he would obliterate the East Blue. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, and the Straw Hat crew made a magnificent entrance, save for Nami. Then the battle commenced. I tell you, the spectacle was astounding. Luffy and Shiki fought fiercely from the ground to the sky, exchanging blows. Ultimately, Luffy delivered a colossal thunder axe that sent Shiki crashing down from the heavens. Concluding the battle, the final shot depicted Shiki being escorted away by the Navy. As the projection concluded, an eerie silence engulfed the QA space. Everyone, including Akainu and Shanks, wore expressions of disbelief. This is the legendary pirate? I assure you, based on Shiki's performance in the projection, even Doflamingo felt he could have gone up against him and had a decent chance of victory, compared to the formidable strength of the venerable Baihuzi. The current prowess is woefully inadequate, rendering a disservice to his legendary status. Meanwhile, on a floating island in the East Sea, the infamous Gene Shitsi watched the live broadcast, incensed to the point of overturning his table, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! Indigo! Find out who Monkey D. Luffy is. I shall annihilate his entire family." The world mocked him, drawing comparisons between him and Baihuzi, causing his mental state to shatter completely as he descended into madness, commanding his subordinates to accelerate the terrifying plan aimed at obliterating the East Sea. In the QA space, the system officially announced the victory of Akainu, awarding him 2 points. It then dropped a bombshell. In 6 months, the preliminaries for the Celestial Coliseum would commence, dividing into 2 factions, the Navy and the Pirates, to determine the 5 strongest individuals in this world for the main event. The rewards were utterly outrageous: extended lifespan, divine artifacts, powerful genes, and top-tier techniques were all up for grabs. This news sent shockwaves through the ranks of the world's strongest. On Cake Island, Kaido, who had been tormented for half a month by Big Mom's flirtatious swordplay, finally found a glimmer of hope upon hearing the news. His family, who could understand his plight, recognized that Kaido had lost all desire for life, nearly unrecognizable after being trained by Big Mom. He even began to see her in a somewhat favorable light, desperately yearning for a true battle to cleanse his soul. On the ship of Baihuzi, the old man laughed heartily, filled with enthusiasm for the prospect of clashing with formidable beings from another world. The scene then shifted back to the earlier moment at the Navy headquarters. The vice admirals watched in disbelief as the broadcast revealed that their mentor, Zephyr, would be killed by Kizaru in the near future. This was unacceptable. Zephyr's students, led by Fireburn Mountain, immediately surrounded the admiral's office. Even more audaciously, Garp blended into the crowd, mimicking the slogans of others. Once discovered, he boldly stepped to the forefront, personally confronting Kizaru. Kizaru was taken aback, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. This is unjust. I'm more wrong than Doe-E. I merely watched a live stream. How have I become a murderer? The tension was palpable. If he did not provide an explanation today, it seemed likely he would be beaten into impelled down by his colleagues. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Vice Admiral Tsuru arrived, her commanding presence silencing Garp as if he were a mouse before a cat. She reprimanded the vice admirals, stating, "You are Navy, not pirates. Suspecting your superiors based on an unverified rumor shows a lack of discipline." The vice admirals hoped Garp would take a stand, but he only dared to glare at Kizaru, remaining silent. Fireburn Mountain realized he needed to act. If Kizaru escaped today, finding him later would be impossible. He steeled himself against Tsuru's pressure, stepping forward to declare, "Vice Admiral Tsuru, we possess no evidence, but if we wait until we do, it will be too late. We have come here to demand an explanation from Admiral Kizaru." In a bold move, Fireburn Mountain addressed Kizaru directly. "Admiral Kizaru, you're also a student of Zephyr. The QA space has never made a mistake. Why would you strike against your mentor? Is it merely because he criticized your reliance on your devil fruit abilities?" The air in the room froze as this revelation shattered the unspoken understanding among the Navy's upper echelons. The animosity between Kizaru and Zephyr had long been an open secret. From their elite class days, Zephyr had constantly berated Kizaru for neglecting the mastery of Haki, solely relying on his Pika Pika no Mi. Many of the vice admirals present had been Kizaru's classmates and were well aware of this history. Thus, following their graduation, they had become estranged. Wherever Zephyr was, Kizaru would surely avoid. Where Kizaru was present, Zephyr would undoubtedly not attend. The last time they had been in the same room was during a meeting organized by Admiral Sengoku, making the revelation that Kizaru was responsible for Zephyr's impending demise all the more shocking, as the motive was painfully clear. Moreover, across the vast seas, only a handful of individuals possessed the capability to eliminate Zephyr, with Kizaru being one of them. Do not underestimate Zephyr. Although aged, he had once ascended to the rank of Marine Admiral at the age of 38, a powerhouse of pure physical might. Even now, leading a marine guerrilla unit, he hunted down pirates in the New World, and as long as the four emperors remained uninvolved, no one at the vice admiral level could easily subdue him. As the tension reached its zenith, Akiji, who had been slumped on the sofa, suddenly stood up. He approached Kizaru, his towering height casting a shadow over him. The chill emanating from his body, signaling an imminent confrontation. Kazan. Suru's brow furrowed intensely, contemplating the growing chaos. This situation was already troublesome, and now Akiji, the undoubtedly next admiral, had entered the fray. The vice admirals were invigorated by the brewing conflict. Suru shot a furious glare at Garp, who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle, likely thinking, "Return quickly, Sengoku. If you don't, the headquarters will be in ruins." Meanwhile, at Mariehua, Sengoku, who had just managed to appease the five elders, inexplicably sneezed. Little did he know the extent to which Tsuru had been lamenting his absence. After their discussion, one of the elders named Vladimir Saint stood up to conclude, "Sengoku, we were initially disappointed with the Navy. However, with Akainu's recent victory over a being from another world, he has achieved a significant feat thus. You shall handle the matter of Kizaru internally. As for the admiral position, we have decided to retract the appointment of Akiji and give Akainu a chance. For the next 6 months, you will continue as admiral, and whoever garners the greater accomplishments will take the position. Oh, and by the way, the Navy must secure 3 slots in the upcoming Celestial Coliseum. Furthermore, the New World must be promptly handed over to our government for full development. No negotiations. What a turn of events. These elders flipped their stance faster than one could turn a page. A new world was enough to make them cast aside their internal disputes within the Navy. After hearing this, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with determination, likely thinking, "Very well, I can still serve for several more decades. The Celestial Coliseum offers a chance to extend my life. This is my lifeline." The scene shifted back to the Navy headquarters, where Akainu was still in the emergency room. Tsuru glared at Garp, who was behaving as if nothing were amiss, her frustration boiling over. "Garp, you really need to change that foul temper of yours. Acting without evidence? What if the QA space was mistaken? What are you trying to do? Act first and explain later?" Garp looked quite aggrieved, "A little Tsuru. I didn't mean anything by it. I just saw that kid about to run and instinctively tried to stop him. I truly didn't mean to hit him hard. He ran into me." At that moment, the emergency room door swung open with a bang, and the vice dean emerged. Garp rushed forward as if seeing a savior. "Nakamura. How is Akainu?" The vice dean wore a furrowed brow. "The situation is not optimistic. His life is preserved, but he is extremely weak. It is uncertain when he will awaken. He needs at least half a month to recover and a month for normal activities." Garp was dumbfounded. "Impossible. I merely tapped him lightly. How could he be so fragile? Have I grown stronger?" The vice dean hastily clarified, "Vice Admiral Garp, your punch was not severe. The issue lies primarily with his frostbite. Akiji's chill has penetrated to the bone." All eyes turned toward Akiji, who felt a chill run down his spine. "Goodness. Akiji seems to be attempting to eliminate me. Have I offended him in any way?" The vice dean added, "Moreover, the strangest part is that Akainu's stomach is filled with dirt, and his muscles have atrophied, as if he has been starving for an extended period. A normal person would have perished by now. Akainu consumed dirt?" Garp's mind struggled to comprehend. When did he develop such a peculiar hobby? It seemed only those close to him understood that Akainu had awakened some strange experience. Tsuru forcefully pulled Garp away from the chaos, issuing a stern order to the doctor. "Forget about the rest. Use every means necessary to ensure Sakazuki survives." As the headquarters descended into turmoil, a horn sounded from the port. Sengoku had returned. However, just as a ship came to a halt, several warships followed closely behind. Upon seeing the insignia, Zhanghua felt a chill run down his spine. It was ZFA. This was bad, Zhanghua thought to himself. He had heard about the turmoil at headquarters on his way back, where Karp and Xingji had teamed up against Huang Yuan, resulting in a disaster for Qi Quan. At this critical juncture, the main figure, ZFA, had returned. If he came to settle scores with Huang Yuan, the headquarters would surely be thrown into chaos today. As expected, ZFA disembarked, radiating an aura of menace as he strode directly towards the headquarters building, not even greeting Zhanghua. "Shefa, listen to me. There must be a misunderstanding." Zhanghua hurriedly stepped forward to intercept him. "Zhanghua, this matter does not concern you. I will handle it personally." ZFA sidestepped him, his steps heavy and deliberate. "I must say, The prestige of teacher ZFA within the Navy is not to be underestimated. A single phone call from him holds more weight than a marshal's command, and his disciples willingly rally behind him for support. Jean Gua, left with no choice, could only follow behind with a grim expression. In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense and silent. All the high-ranking officials were present, with Karp seated obediently in his place. Huang Yuan remained, fully aware that fleeing would only complicate matters further, as he had no evidence against him. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed outside, followed by the creaking of the door as it swung open. A muscular man with purple hair entered the room. Teacher ZFA, you have arrived. Jean Gua quickly followed, shutting the door tightly behind him. This incident absolutely could not leak out. Teacher ZFA. All the vice admirals, including Qing Ji, stood up to greet him, their gazes, like searchlights, fixated on Huang Yuan, awaiting the unfolding drama. Without uttering a word, ZFA advanced toward Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan, stubborn as ever, defiantly crossed his arms, reclining casually with his legs crossed, seemingly oblivious to ZFA's presence. Would he ever concede before this old man? Absolutely not. Pagliusolino, ZFA halted before him, his gaze complex as he regarded his former student. Do you wish to kill me? Huang Yuan, momentarily serious, replied, Old man, I find your self-righteous attitude intolerable, but I never intended to lay a hand on you. ZFA, there's still no evidence. Jean Gua attempted to mediate. ZFA raised a hand, cutting him off. Within the entire Navy, only he and Karp dared to disregard the marshal's authority. Tension filled the room as several vice admirals began to roll up their sleeves, while Karp even lifted himself from his seat, only to be quickly pushed back down by Vice Admiral He. Just as everyone braced for a confrontation, ZFA stared at Huang Yuan for an extended moment, their eyes locked behind sunglasses, before uttering a statement that left everyone in shock. I believe in you. Teacher, the inquiry space proves it. The others exclaimed. We are all present. With just a word from you, the vice admirals would erupt. I believe in my student. ZFA firmly interrupted, vowing that he would never betray the Navy. If such a day were to come, it would surely be a failure on his part as a teacher. Let me tell you, Teacher ZFA sees through everything. He understands that although Huang Yuan appears as lazy as a street thug, he possesses an intrinsic sense of justice. Achieving the rank of admiral requires far more than just the power of a devil fruit. Only those who have endured hardship can truly understand. Huang Yuan, upon hearing this, trembled slightly, his expression shifting. However, in an instant, he reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor, reclining back and crossing his legs atop the table once more. After ZFA finished speaking, he ignored the murmurs from the others and returned to his seat. Clearing his throat, ZFA's gaze fell upon Huang Yuan's legs resting on the table. He remained silent, fixated on them, and coughed lightly twice. Huang Yuan, acutely aware of that gaze, had grown accustomed to it over the years. He found it vexing how this old man meddled in everything. Yet, he had never heeded ZFA's words. And this time was no different. He resolutely kept his legs crossed on the table, dismissing the old man's silent reprimand. All right. It seems these folks have finally settled down. Jean Gua lazily approached the center. This near-catastrophic internal strife within the Navy had, at least for the moment, been resolved. Clearing his throat, he asserted his authority. Listen up. This matter ends here. No one is to mention it again. Remember, you are the Navy, not street thugs. Everything must be based on evidence. Do not take hearsay at face value or suspect your own. Though he spoke with conviction, Jean Gua harbored his own doubts. However, for the sake of stability, he had to tolerate his old comrades for now. After all, Huang Yuan was currently the Navy's strongest asset, and they could not afford any missteps at this critical juncture. Just as his words fell, a series of knocks echoed from outside. A communication officer rushed in, urgently handing Jean Gua 2 documents. After a swift glance, Jean Gua waved him off and continued the meeting. The 5 elders have spoken. They commended Qing Ji, but expressed dissatisfaction with the current state of the Navy. Therefore, the government has decided to fund a world recruitment drive. Qing Ji, you will be in charge of this. Jean Gua, astute as ever, knew that such an opportunity for military merit must be handled by his own people. He silently thanked Karp. If Karp hadn't knocked Chi Quan into the hospital, this opportunity would have undoubtedly fallen into Chi Quan's hands. That reckless individual, with further accolades, could easily draw in more new admirals. Next, Jean Gua unveiled the true highlight of the day. You all must be aware of the live broadcast. In 6 months, the battlefield of the multiverse will commence, and there are only 5 slots available for our world. The 5 elders have issued a strict order. The Navy must secure at least 3. He fixed his gaze on Qing Ji, his expression grave. This time, there are only 2 factions, the Navy and the pirates. Those who do not wish to become pirates will certainly join us. Qing Ji, be vigilant during recruitment. These individuals are crucial. Today, Qing Ji was unusually attentive, sitting upright without his eye patch. Having caught wind of the impending announcement regarding his promotion, he brimmed with enthusiasm. Observing his eager eyes, Zhang coughed to temper the excitement, splashing cold water on the situation. Regarding the new admiral, the 5 elders have discussed and decided not to promote anyone for now. I will continue to serve as acting admiral. As for who the new admiral will be, it will depend on the performance of the 2 candidates. Qing Ji's mind went blank, processing the information. What? 2 candidates? Who was the other one? Huang Yuan? He had been so engrossed in his earlier dispute that he had missed the latter part of the broadcast and remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The communication officer had informed him of the appointment. So how had things suddenly changed? Meanwhile, the vice admirals who had just sought trouble with Huang Yuan were equally dumbfounded. Wasn't Qing Ji the presumed candidate? How could the government change its stance so abruptly? Zhang paid them no mind, turning to Carp with a fierce expression. And you, Carp, what does it mean that you injured Qi Quan? Do you know what a significant achievement he accomplished? That man is a hero of the Navy. If Qi Quan had not won the quiz, I would likely be packing my bags, preparing for retirement and impelled down. Carp looked utterly bewildered. Qi Quan? An achievement? What achievement? After venting his frustrations, Zhang Guo continued. Qi Quan won the quiz, securing us a brand new world. However, the 5 elders have decided that this new world will be developed by the government itself, and it has nothing to do with us in the Navy. Qi Quan won the quiz. Upon hearing this, Qing Ji instantly understood everything, exclaiming in realization. So that was it. No wonder the admiral position had fallen through. But to compete again? A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he silently vowed. Akainu, this time I shall not relent. The group of rear admirals below finally reacted, and chaos erupted among them. My heavens, a new world indeed. No wonder a re-election was necessary. This is to let the 2 admirals engage in a genuine battle. Why should we develop for the government? This victory belongs to Admiral Akainu. It should be ours. The Navy. Sengoku listened to the discussions below with a puzzled expression. Did you not all watch the live broadcast? The rear admirals lowered their heads, embarrassment palpable, as they could hardly confess that they had all rushed to confront Kazuru as soon as the 4th question ended. Sengoku helplessly rubbed his temples. So, you are unaware of the events at the Celestial Coliseum? Alas, this generation of the Navy is truly difficult to manage. Sengoku had to patiently accompany them, tutoring this group of absent-minded individuals from start to finish. Meanwhile, in the new world, a beam of light descended, and Shanks returned to his ship. His crew, including Jesus Burgess, immediately surrounded him. Captain, that brat kinda won. What's our next move? Shanks raised a hand for silence. His attention focused entirely on the virtual screen before him. He opened the celestial marketplace, and what treasures lay within. The Goro no Mi could level up with just 2 points, and, after upgrading, it would render him impervious to both seawater and hockey. The Tenkai no Shiru from Whitebeard, capable of regenerating severed limbs, left Shanks astonished. Were it not for his insufficient points, he would have undoubtedly acquired an arm for himself, followed by an upgraded fruit. He patiently scrolled down until he finally found what he sought. Communication headset, priced at 1 point, capable of automatically translating all languages. Communication microphone, also priced at 1 point, able to translate his words for the listener. Upon seeing these 2 items, Shank's pupils dilated. He closed the marketplace and turned to Ben Beckman, saying, "Let us go find those 3 old geezers for a chat. This time, collaboration is imperative." On the other side, a lively banquet was underway on Whitebeard's territory. Luffy and Ace were engaged in a contest to see who could consume more, while Jozu watched, cringing at the thought of Luffy swallowing him whole. Whitebeard leaned against a tree, drinking, and gazed happily at his sons. Just then, a lookout approached quietly, reporting, "Old man, the red-haired pirates have arrived." Whitebeard frowned. Trouble always followed that rascal. Nevertheless, he waved his hand. Let him come. Moments later, Shanks strode in with his entire crew, exuding an intimidating aura. Marco and the others immediately became vigilant, positioning themselves protectively around Whitebeard. This was no friendly visit. It was a clear provocation. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from Shanks, cracking the ground and shattering glasses, causing some weaker pirates to faint on the spot. Whitebeard's expression darkened instantly. This was the second time that brat Shanks had attacked his family again. He stood up abruptly, glaring with an even more fearsome presence that pushed back against Shanks' haki. The two forces of Conqueror's haki collided fiercely in the air, dispersing the clouds above. Just as tensions were about to escalate into violence, another wave of Conqueror's haki erupted. It was Luffy. He had been enjoying his meat, but Shanks' haki had lodged a piece in his throat. Just as he was about to cough it out, Whitebeard's haki surged in, and the latent power within him erupted uncontrollably. Upon seeing this, Shanks immediately reigned in his aura. He had not come to fight today. Whitebeard also snorted dismissively, retracting his power. Shanks! Luffy spat out the bone and swallowed the meat, finally recognizing that familiar figure, and shouted in delight. Shanks was equally startled. Luffy, did I not instruct you to stick with Rayleigh? What brings you to Whitebeard's crew? You better not call him Dad. My arm would have been for naught. Ace, however, disregarded this, his fury ignited by Shanks' previous actions, and he launched a punch. Crack! The space before his fist shattered like glass. It was Whitebeard's Gura no Mi ability. Shanks' expression changed, and he quickly drew Griffin, channeling his Conqueror's haki into a slashing strike. The two forces clashed, resulting in a stalemate. Ben Beckman dropped his cigar in shock. When did Fire Fist Ace become this formidable? The Whitebeard pirates had gained yet another top-tier combatant. All right, Ace, stand down. Whitebeard approached with a smile, halting the conflict, and Ace complied. The banquet resumed, but the atmosphere had notably shifted. The Whitebeard pirates deliberately withheld food and drink from Shanks and his crew, leaving them to watch enviously. Taking a sip of his drink, Whitebeard lazily inquired, Red-haired brat, speak. What brings you here? Shanks got straight to the point. We need to discuss cooperation. Akainu's victory means the Navy will grow stronger, with two new Admiral-level combatants on the horizon. If we continue to fight alone, we will be picked off one by one. We must unite. I refuse. Whitebeard interrupted without hesitation, unwilling to gamble with his son's lives any further. Shanks grew anxious. The Navy is currently cornered by the Gorosei. Their first target will undoubtedly be you. For the sake of your family, you must come together. But Whitebeard remained resolute. Leave. There is no need to say more. Realizing further argument was futile, Shanks decided to provoke him. Whitebeard, you have disappointed me. The strongest man on the seas exhibits such little resolve? You are nothing but a coward. You bastard. What did you say? Marco erupted, transforming into his phoenix form and charging forward. Shanks did not flinch, betting on Whitebeard to intervene. Bang! The punch landed squarely, sending him flying. Shanks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face dark as coal. What clever old man. Ignoring him, Whitebeard turned back to his commanders. What do you all think? Speak your minds. After a long silence, it was Ace who first stepped forward. Old man, I want to teach that red dog a lesson. Indeed, old man, we cannot lose to the Navy. I want to go too. One by one, the captains expressed their fervor. Observing his passionate sons, Whitebeard felt a twinge of disappointment flash in his eyes, but with a heavy sigh, he ultimately relented to Shanks. Very well, Shanks, I agree. Now, share your plan. Upon hearing Whitebeard's acquiescence, Shanks was elated, forgetting the pain from the earlier punch. Standing tall, with renewed confidence, as he began outlining his grand plan to Whitebeard. Yet, let's not dwell on them for now. I must take you to another scene where the world is in disarray due to the Navy's grand conscription. Shifting scenes to the East Blue. At Lowtown, the very place where the pirate King Roger was publicly executed. Now, in a vast square beneath the execution platform, the Navy was conducting an open selection. The scene was vibrant, drums beating, and crowds swelling, resembling a village sports day. Spectators shouted excitedly, urging Johnny to get on stage and defeat his opponent, cheering for Marco. The fight on stage was fierce, featuring Zoro's former sidekick, now hailed as the pinnacle of East Blue bounty hunters, Johnny, on one side, and an experienced master from the Lowtown gym, Marco, on the other. They exchanged blows, each strike met with a counter, the atmosphere electrifying. Marco called out his special move, Deadly 13 Sticks, attempting to deliver a fatal blow to Johnny. Those in the know understood how treacherous this technique was. Yet, Johnny, being the agile fighter he was, swiftly discarded his weapon, executing a backflip to evade the attack. Above, in the Navy base, Smoker, with two cigars in his mouth, sighed heavily. sharing his frustrations with the bespectacled Tashiji beside him. What on earth is the headquarters thinking? At this level, one would scarcely survive 3 days in the Great Route. Dasky appeared rather earnest, diligently jotting down notes in her little notebook, and remarked, "I have heard that a formidable individual has emerged from the West Sea." Upon hearing the mention of the East Sea, Smoker was reminded of Luffy, his gaze drifting into the distance as he sighed. Ah, the East Sea. The emergence of a peculiar fellow like the Straw Hat is quite sufficient. While he was lost in contemplation, a sudden resounding boom echoed. The entire square trembled. Smoker hurriedly glanced below, and to his astonishment, the scene had dramatically transformed. On the arena, 2 individuals had inexplicably taken to the stage. The previously bewildered Johnny and Macro stood frozen at the sidelines, their mouths agape, as if one could fit an egg within. Now, on the stage was a bespectacled, middle-aged man, exuding an air of sophistication, wielding a katana. The other was a muscular brute, his arms enveloped in a dark hue of haki. I must say, these 2 were undeniably formidable, yet they managed to confine the battlefield to the modest arena. Their fists and blades, imbued with haki, collided with fervor, the speed so swift that only shadows were visible, battling fiercely without resolution. Smoker's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What was happening? To cultivate haki to such an extent, these 2 must possess at least the strength of a Marine rear admiral. If this continued, Roadtown would surely be reduced to rubble. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a cloud of smoke and swiftly descended. Stop! Smoker landed squarely between the 2, his hands cloaked in haki, forcefully halting their onslaught. Allow me to share an insider scoop. These 2 were not there to engage in combat. They were there to perform. The gentleman with the sword is none other than Zoro's master, Dracul Mihawk. The muscular man is a general of the Revolutionary Army, known as Razanandi. Both are leaders of the Revolutionary Army, which is headed by Luffy's father, Dragon, who specifically dispatched them as undercover agents in the Navy. Consider this. When a Navy is conducting a global conscription, how could Dragon possibly miss such an opportunity to place his own in positions of power? Not only in the East Sea, but across the 4 seas, Dragon has embedded his people. This maneuver is simply on another level. Smoker was oblivious to all of this. He only knew that 2 monsters had suddenly emerged from the East Sea and hurriedly completed the necessary paperwork, perplexed as to when the weakest sea had become a realm of hidden talents. While the world engaged in such grand additions, elsewhere, Shank's actions were also underway. Let's shift our focus to Cake Island. In an open area, I must say the sight was akin to pouring chilly water in my eyes. Kaido and Big Mom, 2 heavyweight contenders, were engaging in what appeared to be a geriatric disco. Oh no, they were rehearsing the flirtatious swordplay learned from the answering space. Look at Kaido, brandishing a kanabo, raising his fierce brow at Big Mom. Now observe Big Mom, wielding Napoleon, her wide eyes casting flirtatious glances. Honestly, when Kaido first encountered Big Mom's flirtation, his stomach churned, but perhaps he had grown accustomed to it, as he now perceived a hint of allure in her gaze. What an extraordinary sense of aesthetics. Just as these 2 were lost in their passionate exchange, a pirate came tumbling towards them, and upon witnessing this eye-watering spectacle, he froze, forgetting even what he intended to say. Seeing someone approach, Kaido and Big Mom hastily separated. The ferocity in Kaido's eyes was reminiscent of a predator ready to pounce. Likely thinking, you saw what you shouldn't have. You won't be leaving today. Big Mom, equally displeased at the interruption of her training, impatiently inquired, "What is it?" The pirate, upon being bellowed at by Big Mom, suddenly remembered his purpose, and hurriedly reported, "Mama, red-haired Shanks is coming. Leading his entire crew, they're almost here." Red-haired? Big Mom furrowed her brow, glancing at Kaido. Without hesitation, Kaido responded to the messenger pirate with a swift thunderbagua, reducing him to a smear. The physical manifestation of having read the message was unequivocally evident. Big Mom, barely raising an eyebrow, seemed indifferent, as if the life lost was that of an insignificant ant. "Never mind him. Let's go and confront him." Kaido shook the blood from his kanabo and strode purposefully towards the dock. At the Cake Island dock, Katakuri, Perispero, and other offspring of Big Mom, along with Kaido's prominent subordinate queen, stood ready for action. In the distance, the ship of the red-haired pirates was slowly approaching. At that moment, a thunderous sound of footsteps reverberated, signaling the arrival of Kaido and Big Mom. Katakuri stepped forward, intending to inquire about his brother Broly, who had not returned, when he caught sight of Big Mom's combative demeanor. and a glance revealed fresh blood on Kaido's kanabo. A chill ran down his spine. With only himself and Kaido in the rear mountains, how could Big Mom, with her ironclad body, possibly be injured? Perhaps he had guessed something, yet decided to verify with his own eyes later. The ship of the red-haired pirates anchored less than 100 meters from the dock. Shanks, what do you intend to do by bringing so many people here? Engage in battle? Big Mom, fully armed, glared fiercely. After practicing flirtatious swordplay with Kaido for so long, she was eager for a worthy opponent to test her skills, and Shanks had conveniently presented himself. I have come in pursuit of peace. Shanks, standing at the bow of the ship, surveyed the opposing formation, opting for a low-key approach today, refraining from unleashing his conqueror's haki to show respect to his fellow emperor. However, no sooner had he spoken than a cataclysmic wave of conqueror's haki erupted from both Kaido and Big Mom, merging into a singular force, surging towards the red-haired pirates like a tsunami. I assure you, these two had coordinated this. Having dealt with Shanks frequently, they understood his tendency to unleash conqueror's haki to clear the space upon meeting, establishing dominance. In the past, they had been unable to withstand his aura individually. This time, they had planned to join forces and push back. Yet, unexpectedly, Shanks had changed his approach today. Nevertheless, with preparations in place, they were not about to back down. If you won't come, we will. This familiar opening immediately caught Shanks off guard. How many years had it been? How many years since anyone dared to employ such tactics in his presence? Hadn't this always been his exclusive theme music? Today it was being used against him. A surge of fury ignited within him. A terrifying aura, beyond description, erupted from Shanks, pushing back against the combined might of Kaido and Big Mom, inching forward. At the intersection of their three powers, the air warped, creating a faint red boundary line. The concrete of the dock cracked under the pressure, and weaker pirates on Big Mom's side fainted from the overwhelming force. Observing that their side's haki was being repelled by a single individual, Katakuri, with a heart full of concern for his siblings, erupted his own conqueror's haki, joining the fray. Good heavens, 4 streams of supreme energy clashed at this diminutive dock. The earth trembled, and the sky swirled into a colossal vortex. Shanks' expression darkened ominously. Who among his family could comprehend? Recently, he had indeed been experiencing a streak of ill fortune. He had lost at trivia, nearly exposed his connection to the Gorosei, when attempting to assert dominance at Whitebeard's place. He had been outshone by Ace and Marco, and now, approaching in a spirit of peace and friendship, he was met with opposition from Kaido and Big Mom. It seemed that matters were truly spiraling out of control. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, and his haki intensified. However, casting a glance at the growing numbers on the opposite side, he recognized that he had to suppress his anger. It was not that he refrained from wishing to fight, but the reality was he could not win. Even if Ben Beckman could stall one emperor, who would contend with Katakuri, who could foresee the future? This was still on their territory. Should a real fight ensue, reinforcements would continuously arrive. They were clearly not extending any courtesy. I have come in pursuit of peace. Is this how you welcome your guests? With this thought, Shanks chose to retract his conqueror's haki. As he retracted, the imposing presence of Kaido and Big Mom crushed through, causing the ship of the red-haired pirates to creak ominously, even splitting the dragon figurehead at the bow. The newcomer, Lox, was so overwhelmed that he found himself sitting on the ground. Ha ha ha. Shanks, is this your bravado? Big Mom laughed wildly, relishing the sight of the typically domineering Shanks appearing cowed. On the red-haired ship, Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess, known for their tempers, had their hands resting on their weapons, muscles taut, awaiting their captain's command. However, Shanks took a deep breath, acknowledging the loss of face but prioritizing the matter at hand. He spoke gravely. I come with the intention of collaboration. You must have seen the live broadcast. The Navy is currently conscripting worldwide, and their power will soon undergo a monumental transformation. Don't tell me you failed to see this. Ha ha. Even if the Navy gains 2 admirals, what of it? They dare to step onto my territory. We will simply drive them out. Big Mom maintained her brash demeanor, exuding confidence after her training sessions with Kaido in the woods behind the mountain, feeling capable of confronting the 3 admirals simultaneously. Not just 2. Shanks emphasized, according to reliable sources, there are 2 individuals in the New World who rival the admirals. While the East Blue has produced a hidden grand swordsman, and the West Blue has revealed another formidable fighter. With the original forces of the Navy, including Garp, Sengoku, The 3 admirals and 2 potential vice admirals. They now boast at least 10 top-tier warriors. If we do not unite, we will inevitably face the consequences of a Navy's reckoning. As Shanks spoke with increasing gravity, he understood that the Navy had acquired genuine power to dominate the seas. Among the 4 emperors, even if they combined forces, their unity was tenuous at best, with the potential for betrayal lurking behind them. How could they contend with the cohesively united Navy? Furthermore, I have already approached Whitebeard, and he has agreed to form an alliance. If you two concur, I can secure another powerful ally. At this point, Shanks laid his cards on the table. Big Mom attempted to retort, but Kaido firmly grasped her arm, signaling Shanks to continue. Kaido was no fool. He was astute. Having sensed something amiss during the Navy's recent broadcast, he found Shanks' intelligence credible. Oof. Big Mom, momentarily interrupted, surprisingly did not explode with rage, but instead took a step back, ceding the spotlight to Kaido. This scene left Katakuri, standing nearby, utterly bewildered, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He had never witnessed his mother display such obedience. The scene shifted to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. In a vast training ground, Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals, indeed, Akainu had swiftly recovered and was discharged from the hospital, although he still appeared somewhat pale, reportedly due to blood loss from medical procedures, stood on the observation platform. Below them stood 3 individuals, victors emerging from a competition among thousands of powerful contenders worldwide. One was the previously participating blind gentleman, while another was Gung Shiro from the East Blue. The last was a strikingly handsome individual, exuding charisma. Sengoku gazed at these 3 future admirals, animatedly delivering a lengthy speech before commencing the promotion ceremony. The blind man was designated with the codename Fujitora. Upon taking the stage, he declared, "My vision may be impaired, but it has allowed me to see the filth of this world. As I take up the role of admiral, I shall wield my blade to rectify any injustices before me." Sengoku's smile froze, his heart sinking. He thought, "Oh no, we've got a major troublemaker on our hands." The celestial dragons represent the greatest injustice. Does he intend to confront them? Next, the new Admiral Green Bull took the stage, shifting the tone. I look forward to your guidance, and feel free to voice any concerns." Sengoku's expression darkened further, realizing that this team was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Finally, Gung Shiro made his entrance, receiving the new codename Green Goat. He first offered a swordsmanship salute to the audience and then gently stated, "I joined the Navy because I witnessed their efforts in my hometown protecting the peace of my village. Where there is light in the world, darkness inevitably follows. The Navy is that light, upholding the peace for the vast majority. I wish to use my sword to protect more people." As Sengoku listened, his face darkened, thinking, another one with a righteous cause. Yet, the more he heard, the more his eyes brightened. By the end, he felt invigorated. The coexistence of light and darkness. The Navy as a force maintaining balance. This awakening, this vision, Sengoku felt he had found a long-lost confidant. Little did he know, this speech was personally crafted by the revolutionary leader, Dragon. Dragon understood Sengoku's needs perfectly, making a precise offering that sent an undercover agent straight to the marshal's heart. The scene returned to Cake Island. In a foreboding grand hall, the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, and Ace, convened historically at one table. The hall was shrouded in darkness, creating a stifling atmosphere. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. "Shanks, you have gathered us all. Share your plans." As soon as the words left his lips, a burst of flames erupted, dispelling the darkness. Ace flicked his wrist, igniting the nearby braziers, and grumbled, "Can we not make this feel like a gathering of villains? Would it not suffice to turn on the lights?" Big Mom huffed discontentedly. In the flickering firelight, Shanks' expression was resolute as he articulated, "My intelligence indicates that Akainu is severely injured, and the new admirals have yet to pledge their loyalty. This is the opportune moment for us to counterattack the Navy headquarters." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the grand hall instantly froze. This was no jest. The gravity of the situation was palpable, and I assure you, it was a scene to behold. Inside the hall, apart from Ace, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks, the 4 emperors surrounded a table as if preparing to engage in a fierce game. Yet the tension was so thick that there was no need for air conditioning. The temperature plummeted, and this was merely within the hall. Outside, the spectacle was even more exaggerated. The entire Cake Island, to the east, was occupied by the red-haired crew, with Ben Beckman and several key officers aligned in a row. Few in number, yet each a headline-worthy figure. To the west stood Big Mom's faction, led by Katakuri alongside the Sweet Commanders, a formidable gathering of over 100. To the south was Kaido's Beast Pirates, featuring the likes of the Calamities, including the Fierce Jack. To the north, the renowned Whitebeard Pirates, led by Marco and his Phoenix crew, exuded an aura that overshadowed all others. This assembly, my friends, resembled the pirate version of a World Cup opening ceremony, with half of the New World's underworld gathered to celebrate. What transpired next? Amidst such a grand affair, a quarrel erupted over a meal. Jack, the drought calamity from the Beast Pirates, glared at the meager crumbs and diluted apple juice on his table, then glanced enviously at the lavish spread enjoyed by the red-haired crew and lost his composure. He slammed the table, shouting, "Why do they have wine and meat, while we're left with this?" The Big Mom crew, equally perplexed, felt that offering desserts was a sign of respect and could not comprehend their lack of gratitude. Meanwhile, Jesus Burgess from the red-haired crew, who had been simmering with frustration, retorted sarcastically, "Big guy, if you don't like it, you can skip it. I have a bone to spare." Who fanned the flames? It was none other than Katakuri. He stepped forward, coldly stating, "The biscuits were prepared by me. Any objections?" At that moment, I knew trouble was brewing. His brother had been taken down by Kaido, and this was clearly a personal attack intended to provoke the Beast Pirates. Jack, with his volatile temperament, snapped at the remark, and in a fit of rage, he overturned the table and charged forward. But who was Katakuri? He possessed the foresight. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes, transforming into a colossal mound of rice cake that ensnared Jack, akin to a gigantic flytrap. Jack struggled within, thrashing about, yet he could not escape. Quinn of the 100 Beasts crew, ever the jester, attempted to assist, only to be restrained by Jean, who confidently declared, "Do not rush. The battle has only just begun." However, upon activating his armament haki, Kaido's power enveloped the rice cake mass in darkness, rendering Jack utterly silent within. Jean, realizing the gravity of the situation, thought this reckless fool might suffocate and resolved to act. But to his astonishment, Quinn simply sat down, munching on cookie crumbs while stating, "I understand. The battle has just begun. We shall merely observe." In that moment, I pondered whether this kind of foolishness was contagious. It was the epitome of a burdensome ally. Seeing no hope in this portly companion, Jean transformed into a blazing inferno and charged forward to rescue Jack. Just as he moved, a gunshot rang out. The sniper Jesus Burgess of the red-haired crew had his rifle aimed directly at Jin's forehead, signaling him to reconsider his actions. At that critical moment, Paraspero, the elder brother of Big Mom, sensed the situation escalating beyond mere brawling into full-blown warfare and urgently shouted, "Katakuri, cease at once." Realizing his blunder, Katakuri let out a cold huff, relinquished his powers, and carelessly kicked the unconscious Jack back to Jean, hurling a taunt with such meager strength. "You're hardly a grand display. In our midst, you barely qualify as a pastry minister." Jean said nothing, merely shouldering Jack and departing. Yet his gaze revealed a keen awareness of the internal discord within Big Mom's crew, a rift that had been forged. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall, Kaido inquired of Shanks, "What of the reinforcement you mentioned? Where is he?" Shanks, brimming with confidence, replied that the individual would undoubtedly arrive and could single-handedly hold off 2 Marine admirals. "Who is it?" Kaido pressed. "The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk." Upon hearing this name, even Kaido straightened his posture. On the other side, at Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was gleefully perusing reports, noting a sharp decline in pirate sortie rates and anticipating his place in history as the 2025 CEO of the year. However, chaos reigned in his office, with Garp munching on senbei, Akiji snoring on the couch, Kizaru idly reading the newspaper, and the 3 new admirals gathered at a table for tea and chatter. Only Akainu remained in a corner, exuding a palpable aura of resentment, fearing Sengoku would issue orders without him. At that moment, a messenger burst through the door, breathlessly announcing, "Admiral." Sengoku erupted in fury, reprimanding the messenger and ordering him to leave and knock again, asserting, "If the sky is falling, we will support it. Why panic?" The soldier complied, exiting to knock again and re-entering to salute the admiral and the generals with perfect decorum. Then, in a casual tone, he reported, "There's no major issue. It's just that the 4 emperors have united, and now a significant portion of the New World pirates is congregating at Cake Island. The strategic department suggests they are preparing to launch an assault on our headquarters." "Nanny!" Sengoku rushed forward, snatching the intelligence, stunned into silence. Akainu seized the messenger by the collar, exclaiming, "Why didn't you mention such an important matter sooner?" The messenger, feeling wronged, muttered, "Didn't you say not to panic even if the sky fell, sir?" At that moment, I could hardly contain my laughter. This soldier was quite the mischievous trickster. Furious, Sengoku grabbed the donut from Garp's hands and stuffed it into his mouth, then kicked open the door and stormed out, shouting, "Notify all officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above to convene." Leaving Garp behind, lamenting, "Sengoku, you owe me my donut records." In the Marine conference room, all senior officers gathered. Sengoku slammed the intelligence report onto the table, gesturing animatedly at the map, passionately outlining tactics. Akiji to freeze them at sea, Kizaru to divide the battlefield with speed, and Akainu to unleash his wrath, stirring fervor among them. Yet, when he turned around, he found the vice admirals with their heads hung low, their morale in tatters. I can assure you, those seasoned veterans were thinking, "Here we go again. We barely survived the last encounter with Whitebeard, and now we face four? This is sheer lunacy." The specter of the Marineford war loomed large, instilling genuine fear. Sengoku, noting the dismal morale, called upon the most hawkish vice admiral, Onamaru, hoping he might rally the troops. Yet, to my astonishment, Onamaru stood hesitantly before ultimately stating, "Admiral Sengoku, I believe the strength of the four emperors should not be underestimated. Perhaps we should first send someone to test the waters and see if negotiations are possible." Upon uttering those words, the room fell into a deafening silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was taken aback, including Sengoku, who instinctively rubbed his eyes, doubting his perception. The fierce Onamaru, known for his hatred of evil, was suggesting negotiations? The most formidable among them was the first to falter. How could they proceed with the war? As if ignited by a spark, Akainu leapt to his feet, resembling a firecracker, and pointed an accusatory finger at Onamaru, berating him with such fervor that saliva nearly sprayed his face. "Are you mad? You are a Marine. How can the Marines compromise with pirates?" Akainu was utterly bewildered, feeling as if he had awoken in a different world. What had transpired? The staunchest hawks among them, who had always called for the annihilation of pirates, were now displaying such cowardice? What was happening? Onamaru trembled under Akainu's outburst, well aware of his notorious temper. Yet, having spoken, he resolved to stand his ground, replying, "Admiral Akainu, it is precisely because I am a Marine that I must consider the Marines' interests. Our forces are stretched thin, guarding the four seas, managing the Grand Line, and protecting the allied nations. We are beset on all sides. To confront the four emperors head-on could lead to a Pyrrhic victory, leaving the Marines severely weakened and benefiting those lurking in shadows." That was a compelling argument, but Sengoku's expression darkened as he listened. It was rare for him to align with Akainu, and he surveyed the room with a sardonic smile. "Ha ha, is this the caliber of our senior officers? Very well. Who else shares this sentiment? Raise your hand so I may see." As soon as he finished speaking, a newly appointed officer eagerly raised his hand, likely wishing to make a favorable impression on the new leadership. However, upon realizing the room had fallen silent, with everyone staring at him as if he were a fool, he quickly lowered his hand, his face flushing with embarrassment. The next moment was astounding. A flurry of white sleeves shot up in the air. From Sengoku's perspective, he witnessed a sea of white in the conference room. The startled newcomer quickly raised his hand once more, terrified of being left behind. Except for a few admirals and Garp, nearly everyone was raising their hands. Sengoku was stunned. This was the most united vote he had seen in 10 years. Aside from salary increases and benefits. Enough. Sengoku could no longer contain himself, slamming his palm onto the table, causing it to splinter instantly. He pointed at everyone, shouting, "The world government allocates substantial funding each year, not for you to lounge about. We are the Marines, and we have no retreat. This battle must be fought, and it must be won. We shall proceed as I have outlined. Should any issues arise, I will shoulder the responsibility alone." At that moment, silence enveloped the room. Even the 6 admirals stood, performing a standard military salute in unison, exclaiming, "Yes." Meanwhile, the 4 emperors were completely unbothered, reveling in their party on Cake Island. As soon as the news spread, the entire sea was in an uproar. Countless ambitious souls turned their gazes toward this spectacle. On one side stood the pinnacle of piracy, while on the other, the Navy showcased its might in a live broadcast. Who wouldn't be eager to witness such a celestial clash? Over in Dressrosa, Doflamingo clutched the intelligence. grinning like a jester, utterly delighted. Let them fight. I want to see a fierce battle, regardless of who emerges victorious. Several thrones upon these waters are bound to become vacant. My opportunity has arrived. Meanwhile, the esteemed news mogul Morgans, fearing that this event might not garner sufficient attention, boldly declared in his newspaper headlines, "Crisis, crisis, crisis. The greatest threat in naval history, and the four emperors unite. Target, Navy headquarters." I tell you, in some places, the ink on the papers had barely dried when they were distributed. Suddenly, the entire world was aware. The notorious giant axe Johnny Pirate crew was clamoring to witness the event. Even the legendary Golden Lion descended from the heavens, holding a newspaper, tears of laughter streaming down his face. How could I miss such a grand occasion? Indigo, prepare the gifts. We set sail. With the eyes of the world now focused here, Sengoku decided to play along and convened a global live press conference at Navy headquarters. The scene was frenetic, with reporters tightly packed in layers, filling every nook and cranny. Navy soldiers stood at attention like javelins, their presence commanding enough to silence hundreds of journalists. Then, Sengoku appeared alongside Akainu, Akiji, and Gung Soreo, striding forth like male models, exuding an aura of towering authority. Sengoku approached the microphone, cleared his throat, and opened his arms wide. "Ladies and gentlemen, I know what you wish to ask. Fire away." An intrepid veteran journalist summoned his courage. "Admiral Sengoku, it has been said that the four emperors have united to annihilate the Navy. What is your perspective on this?" Sengoku's brow furrowed, and the room's temperature plummeted. After a moment of silence, he began his performance. "Firstly, the Navy does not recognize the four emperors. They are merely four formidable pirates. Secondly, they do not seek to obliterate the Navy. Rather, they fear being individually vanquished by us. Hence they huddle together for warmth. Most crucially, it is not they who will strike first. We, the Navy, are fully prepared to deploy forces to eliminate them." Upon hearing this, the journalists erupted, flashes of cameras illuminating the room like fireworks. However, a brash young reporter, possibly backed by the world government, boldly confronted Sengoku. "But Admiral, didn't the Navy lose against Whitebeard not long ago? Marineford has sunk. Last time, there was only one opponent. This time, there are four. What gives the Navy confidence?" Sengoku's expression darkened, but he suppressed his fury, seizing the opportunity to reveal the Navy's full strength. "What gives us confidence? We have 6 admirals: Akiji, Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora, and Ryakujiu, plus 2 vice admirals, Tsuru and Shinjo, along with myself and Garp, Zephyr. Is that answer sufficient?" Meanwhile, on Cake Island, Kaido and his crew were also glued to the live broadcast. Upon hearing this, Kaido slammed his palm down, shattering the Den Mushi. "Sengoku, if you desire war, then let it be war." Shanks, resembling a concerned mother, quickly retrieved a spare Den Mushi from behind, cradling it in his hands, fearful of another outburst. "Calm down. Let us hear what he has to say next." Just then, a journalist posed a pointed question, prompting Sengoku to have the offender ejected from the conference. The next reporter, having learned from the previous misstep, asked a flattering question, resulting in Sengoku publicly commending him and promising him a front-row seat at the next event. This was nothing short of workplace bullying at its finest. Ultimately, Sengoku declared to the world, "After we annihilate these 4 pirate brothers, the Navy will thrust forward into the New World, putting an end to this so-called Great Pirate Era." The thunderous echoes of this proclamation reverberated. Shanks, infuriated, narrowly dodged a massive spike club that whizzed past his head. "You trying to kill me, you bastard?" Kaido seethed. "That Sengoku must die by my own hands." Whitebeard, witnessing the brewing conflict, slammed his fist on the table. "Enough. Let us get down to business. If the Navy underestimates us, we shall teach them a lesson with our strength." He turned to Shanks. "Shanks, what is your analysis?" Shanks furrowed his brow. Sengoku's boldness indicates his unwavering resolve. "We must act immediately. The Navy can mobilize forces from around the globe, and every second we delay increases our peril." While he is still holding the press conference, "We should strike before he can react." "I concur." Whitebeard nodded. "I agree. I want Sengoku's head on a pike." Kaido roared. All eyes then turned to Big Mom. Mama, how could I possibly miss out on such an affair? Let us turn this world upside down together." As the 4 emperors reached a consensus and prepared to set sail, the Navy headquarters received another message from the previous divine messenger. This time, He had learned his lesson. He approached Sengoku slowly, saluting with precision. "Admiral, greetings." Sengoku, amidst addressing the reporters, regarded him with a look of incredulity. The messenger, unfazed, replied, "Admiral, it is not a grave matter." Sengoku, "The 4 Emperor crews have mobilized and are heading our way." Sengoku's face turned ashen, suppressing his rage as he addressed the reporters. "Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's press conference." He snatched the documents and rushed towards the conference room. In the conference room, Sengoku began assigning tasks. "Akainu, you hold off Shanks. Akiji, freeze the surface of the sea immediately. Not a single one must escape." Bang, bang, bang. A familiar knocking echoed from outside. Sengoku's expression darkened. "Come in." It was the same messenger, sporting the same familiar smile. However, this time, with a flash of gold, the messenger was vaporized, leaving only a document in Sengoku's grasp. Upon opening it, Sengoku's expression fluctuated wildly. What bad luck! The revolutionary army had suddenly gathered, intending to attack Mary Geos. The 5 elders had sent a command for the Navy to dispatch at least 2 admirals for support. Sengoku felt a chill run down his spine. At such a pivotal moment, such a coincidence seemed implausible. It was clearly a ploy to let the Navy and the 4 emperors mutually annihilate one another, allowing them to reap the benefits. He even suspected there might be a traitor within the Navy's upper echelons. As he pondered this predicament, the din mushi rang. It was the 5 elders, their tone leaving no room for debate. "Sengoku, I command you, immediately dispatch 2 admirals for support. This is an order." With that, they hung up. Sengoku, fuming, contemplated smashing something, but an order was an order. He began to agonize over whom to send. Akiji, Akainu, Ryakuju, and Fujitora. Each was a vital asset, and none could be spared. Just as he was at a loss, Gung Soreo stepped forward. "Admiral Sengoku, allow me to go. I wish to witness the speed of Admiral Kazuru firsthand." Of course, he didn't genuinely want to go. He was a member of the Revolutionary Army himself. If someone like Akainu were to go, his comrades would be slaughtered. He was volunteering to protect his own people. Sengoku, moved by this display, thought to himself that this young man had remarkable insight, capable of alleviating the leader's burdens. He nodded in approval. "Very well. Then, Admiral Kazuru, I shall trouble you with this errand." He then cast a displeased glare at the steadfast Akainu seated nearby. Akainu looked utterly perplexed. "What did I do wrong this time?" After Gung Soreo departed, the entire Navy headquarters sprang into action, with crates of ammunition being loaded onto warships and thousands of soldiers boarding at a rapid pace, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, on the ocean, the various powerful figures eager to witness the spectacle began converging toward the vicinity of Malab Island. Everyone yearns to witness firsthand whether the Navy will suppress the pirates or if the 4 emperors will herald a new era. At the highest point, the Golden Lion looms above, accompanied by his floating islands and the myriad mutated beasts that inhabit them, casting a cruel smile as he surveys all below. In his eyes, the 4 emperors and the Navy are mere juniors. He is the true protagonist destined to make the world tremble once more. On the deck of the red-haired pirate ship, Jesus Burgess leans against the railing, exclaiming in frustration, "Captain, if you make me endure this any longer, I might just turn into a ninja turtle." The word on the street is that we are the weakest of the 4 emperors. Shanks, equally exasperated, responds, "Just bear with it for a bit longer. Once we defeat the Navy, there will be ample opportunity for you to seek vengeance." Before he can finish his sentence, his din mushi rings. Upon answering, Kaido's elongated visage emerges, accompanied by his trademark roar. "Shanks, we're almost at the rendezvous point. Where are the reinforcements you mentioned?" "The reinforcements have already engaged. They should be arriving at Mariewa by now," Shanks replies, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Mariewa? What business does Mihawk have there? Are you truly in league with the Gorosei, persuading them to order the Navy to retreat?" Kaido is momentarily taken aback by Shanks' words. Why would Mihawk go to Mariewa instead of the battlefield? At this revelation, even Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess fix their gazes intently upon Shanks. If even Kaido harbors such suspicions, could it be that Shanks is indeed a traitor among pirates? "Kaido, what nonsense are you spouting? I never claimed to be seeking Mihawk. I am in search of Monkey D. Dragon." A flicker of panic crosses Shanks' eyes, but it quickly transforms into a composed aura of authority. Now is not the time for explanations. The more one explains, the muddier it becomes. As long as he does not admit to anything, all will be well. The Revolutionary Army. Kaido exclaims, stunned. This is not what he anticipated. How could Shanks possibly be in cahoots with those scoundrels? These rogues exploit the name of revolution to undermine regimes, and although such events have not transpired on his turf, he has long heard of the Revolutionary Army's notorious reputation. Each cadre within the Revolutionary Army is a master of brainwashing, rallying countless individuals under the guise of freedom to fight for their cause. All the young and able-bodied men from the nations they claim to liberate have been swept away. The fact that Shanks is dealing with them, coupled with his suspected ties to the Gorosei, leaves one bewildered. However, if it is indeed the Revolutionary Army, are they planning to assault Mariewa? How amusing. If the Revolutionary Army attacks Mariewa, those 5 old geezers will surely go mad. The Navy must send several admirals to confront them. Kaido perceives the underlying nuances, his wariness of Shanks escalating. If this man cannot be eliminated directly, it is perhaps best not to provoke him. Beep, beep, beep. Having finished speaking, Kaido promptly hangs up the Den Mushi. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard stands silently at the bow, flanked by his captains. His thoughts are tumultuous. He harbors no desire to become embroiled in this war, uncertain how many of the children he brought with him will survive the aftermath. Old man, we are nearing the vicinity of Marineford. Why is there no sign of the Navy? Have they been rendered speechless by fear? Blenheim, wielding a great sword, is unusually animated. He has been sleepless for days upon hearing that Shanks would instigate this war. He became a pirate purely for the sake of fame, aspiring to be a renowned figure like Whitebeard, which is why he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. However, upon joining, he realized that the reality of the Whitebeard Pirates was far from his expectations. There is hardly any grand spectacle to gain fame, and battles are painfully scarce, making it safer than his previous adventures. Whitebeard truly treats them like children, taking on all dangers himself, fearing they might be harmed. Time will be divided for visitation and cultural exploration. The plain portion is to be consumed, and the opening fees are to be addressed with anger and benevolence. The intricate details of this arrangement seem to blend into a larger narrative. Chapter 8, Fire Fist. At this moment, beneath Marineford, the area has been nearly excavated. With a multitude of pacifists stationed below, a surprise prepared by the Navy for the impending battle. Admiral Fujitora, all preparations are complete. A Navy Rear Admiral hands over a dossier containing the deployment of all naval forces at Marineford. Fujitora receives the document, his pale eyes remaining fixed on the Admiral without uttering a word. Admiral Fujitora, we have mobilized a total of 20,000 elite Navy personnel. 30 of the latest pacifists and Sea Prism Stone bullets. The Rear Admiral stammers, realizing the discomfort of being scrutinized by Fujitora's unseeing gaze. Why would one show a blind man a document? The sea seems to sense something, as the originally calm waters suddenly become tumultuous. The sky darkens ominously, as if a storm is imminent, with dark clouds swirling in the gale that sweeps across the waters. This is the unpredictable weather of the New World, where only the most skilled navigators can sail with ease. Each year, countless pirates and merchant vessels succumb to the perils of nature. Suddenly, the distant sound of steam engines resonates, a sound unmistakably belonging to the Navy's warships. Only the Navy's steam engines are so uniformly synchronized. This is the fleet led by Admiral Sengoku, now approaching in dense formation. Admiral Sengoku, we have arrived in the Marineford waters. We have detected the pirates' presence ahead. A lookout swiftly relays the news. All units prepare. Upon sighting the pirates, await my command and launch an attack at any moment. Tension fills the air as Sengoku grasps the Den Mushi, transmitting his orders to every ship in the fleet. The decisive battle is on the horizon, and even Sengoku, who has long been prepared, feels his palms damp with sweat. Suddenly, a keen-eyed soldier appears to have spotted something astonishing, trembling as he points toward the ocean, struggling to exclaim, "A tsunami! A colossal tsunami!" Upon hearing this, everyone turns their gaze, witnessing the rising waves, and suddenly, a towering tsunami, 100 meters high, erupts from the depths, surging menacingly toward the warships. The towering wall of water transforms the scene into chaos, as if the very ocean is about to overturn. Newgate, what a tremendous display! Sengoku realizes that this is Whitebeard's first grand gesture, and excitement courses through him. A gift must be reciprocated. Akiji, proceed according to plan. Sengoku instructs Akiji beside him. Akiji says nothing, merely nods in acknowledgement before leaping into the sea. Ice Age. The tsunami continues to churn. and even the clouds above seemed to cooperate, unleashing a torrential downpour. In the next moment, a sudden chill surged forth, akin to a droplet of water falling into a tranquil cup, instantly rippling outward. The sea was progressively frozen in place. Even the distant tsunami and the raindrops, cascading from the sky, became crystallized under the weight of the cold. It was the formidable General Qingji, our mightiest force. The Navy personnel, who had just been drenched in cold sweat at the approach of the tsunami, now gasped in joyous amazement at the sight before them, frozen in time. Amidst the collective gaze, the ocean began to tremble violently, with the 100-meter-high, frozen tsunami revealing intricate fissures. This familiar sound instilled a sense of dread in many of the Navy who had endured the battle at Marineford. All eyes were drawn to the source of this tremor, a power too well known. Everyone understood the identity of the individual who had unleashed such force. Fire Fist. A thunderous roar erupted as a massive flame shattered the tsunami. Amidst the splintering ice, a man clad in shorts navigated a fiery vessel through the chaos. Ice shards rained down upon him, yet the small ship deftly evaded them, propelled swiftly across the ice by the flames. In the midst of the icy deluge, he exuded an air of ease as though strolling through the rain. It was none other than Ace. Akainu, let us battle. Ace soared to the forefront of the Navy fleet on his flaming ship, fixating his gaze fiercely upon the Red Dog, demanding with a fierce roar. He had awaited this day for far too long. In response to Ace's provocation, Akainu's expression shifted, a forced smile appearing as the scars on his face throbbed with pain. He too had longed for vengeance. However, Akainu cast a glance at Sengoku. This was a critical time, and he could not afford to act recklessly, lest any misstep resulted in Sengoku laying the blame at his feet. On the other hand, the tsunami shattered entirely into scattered ice upon the surface, revealing the four Emperor's forces before the Navy. The pirates had arrived. Was the entirety of the world's pirates present? As the tsunami fell, all Navy personnel, including Sengoku, widened their eyes in disbelief, many involuntarily gasping in shock. The scene before them was utterly astonishing. Although they had received intelligence indicating that a majority of the pirates from the New World had been summoned, witnessing it firsthand left them all in a state of unrest. It was the Red Force. The lookout stationed at the highest point immediately reported the information he had observed. The Moby Dick had also appeared. Look, that is Big Mom's Queen Mother sing-song. The four emperors had gathered. Look behind them. It is the Knight of the Sea, Don Quixote, the Great Whirlwind Spider, Squardo, the Dicalban Brothers, the Ice Witch Wadeye, the Thunder Lord Makugai. The renowned pirate captains of the New World have all made their entrance. As the lookout's report continued, Sengoku's expression darkened further. His ire was not directed at the strength of the opposition, but rather at the necessity of reiterating what was already visible to all. The atmosphere grew tense, and the Navy soldiers below became increasingly anxious, as though they were the ones being hunted rather than the ones meant to eradicate the pirates. Shanks, what is your true objective in orchestrating this war? Ignoring Ace's taunt, Sengoku addressed Shanks directly, viewing Ace merely as a junior. Although the Navy's intelligence network was somewhat delayed, it was still effective. The day after the four emperors united, a report detailing Shanks' recent activities had already graced Sengoku's desk. However, Sengoku remained perplexed about Shanks' true intentions. What advantages did inciting a war between the Navy and the pirates hold for him? And how had he established contact with the Revolutionary Army? Before the battle commenced, Sengoku sought to alleviate his lingering doubts. Chapter 81. The Deception of Indigo Sengoku. We have come with a singular purpose, to hand over the portal to another world, allowing the Navy and pirates to develop it together. Otherwise, even if it leads to mutual destruction, we shall conclude matters here today. Shanks squinted slightly, drawing his griffin from his waist, emanating an aura of regal authority. Ah, so it was for this reason. I wonder how you managed to persuade those three. In that case, there is no need for further discussion. Let us settle this through our actions. Sengoku nodded knowingly, comprehending the situation at last. It was clear now why Shanks could convince Whitebeard and the others. He had set his sights on the New World. What a naive aspiration. Not to mention that the portal was no longer in the Navy's possession. Even if it were, the Navy would never compromise with pirates. All forces fire. With this thought in mind, Sengoku issued a formal battle command to the Navy. Although the absence of Kizaru meant there would be no divide in the battlefield, the Navy's strength was not to be underestimated. Boom, 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 boom. At Sengoku's command, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted as hundreds of warships unleashed their fury. cannonballs soaring like raindrops. Akainu clenched his stiff wrist, his gaze locked fiercely on Ace. The battle had finally begun. This time, he would personally execute this vermin before Whitebeard's eyes. At that moment, Ace's hands suddenly shimmered with a radiant light, fists clenched as he struck the void before him. In the astonished eyes of Sengoku and the others, every cannonball suspended in midair was held in place by an invisible force. Crack, crack, crack. Fissures began to manifest in the atmosphere, revealing Ace's hands, which were ensnared by web-like cracks, though the areas engulfed were transformed into swirling flames. This was a new ability Ace had developed, combining his fire powers with the force of vibrations. Its sole purpose was to negate the backlash of the vibration ability through elemental transformation, allowing him to wield it without harm. Due to this state, Ace could unleash his powers with abandon, using his full strength without concern for consequences. Damn it, retreat quickly. As the fissures multiplied, Sengoku swiftly transformed into the Buddha, leaping upwards and using a shockwave to push against it, simultaneously shouting for the Navy to retreat. However, it was ultimately too late. Sengoku's underestimation of Ace would come at a dire cost. With a grin, Ace yanked downward, causing all the fissures before him to follow suit. As if the world had shattered into countless fragments. The ice was torn apart by the terrifying force of vibrations, and the cannonballs suspended in the air were detonated by an invisible power. But this was merely the beginning of the calamity. Ace had positioned himself directly in front of Sengoku's warship, far too close to the Navy. Moreover, in an unintentional stroke of fortune, he unleashed his full power. In an instant, under the influence of the vibrations, dozens of warships disintegrated upon the ice, and thousands of Navy soldiers, lacking the strength of hockey, were directly bathed in blood. Poor ghastly Ace. Upon witnessing the tragic scene before him, Zhangguo's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at AIC. In this moment, he had forgotten about Kapu, forgotten about Baihuzi, forgotten everything. His singular thought was to ensure AIC met his demise here, avenging the fallen Marines. The embodiment of Zhangguo, the colossal golden Buddha, radiated immense power, its golden light obscuring the heavens. Two waves of energy, as radiant as the sun, surged toward AIC, causing the sky to flicker ominously, as if the surrounding space was affected by this overwhelming force. Bring it on. Prepared for the onslaught of the golden Buddha, AIC stood resolute. He anticipated this outcome the moment he chose to strike back. Yet he firmly believed in his own strength. With a fierce roar, flames coursed through his body, taking on an almost corporeal form, as if blood itself climbed upon AIC's visage, creating intricate patterns across his skin. His stature seemed to rise, and the temperature around him soared, causing the ice beneath to melt rapidly, transforming back into seawater. This was the awakened state of AIC's Hua fruit, as he appeared to transcend into a divine fire deity upon the earth. The fiery emperor, in a stunning display, unleashed a blinding white light that caused the very world to tremble and shatter, as if it were but a mere toy. A dense web of flames clashed against Zhangguo's shockwave. A moment of intense struggle ensued, both forces unwilling to yield, locked in a stalemate. The flame wielder, AIC, astonishingly stood on equal footing with Admiral Zhangguo, leaving the Marines' Mali Sea general in disbelief. Not long ago, AIC had been a prisoner of the Marines, and during his time as the captain of the Black Spade Pirates, he had clashed with them before. Had it not been for the troublesome nature of his Logia powers, AIC would have long been confined within the walls of the city, never to have encountered Blackbeard. Yet, in just a few short years, AIC had unknowingly mastered such terrifying strength. Akainu's eyes flashed with surprise. The boy who had once lacked hockey now stood incredibly strong, and he could not afford to let him escape today. With this thought, Akainu prepared to strike, for there was no need for moral considerations when dealing with pirates. Mama, all of you attack. Witnessing AIC engaged in battle with Zhangguo, Big Mom became exhilarated. After training extensively with Kaido, it was time for her to showcase their combined might to the world. With this in mind, Big Mom directed her gaze towards Kaido, who instinctively met her gaze and shivered at the raw intensity in her eyes. Hastily, he grasped his kanabo and charged forward. The chaos of battle erupted, deviating entirely from Zhangguo's anticipated script. They were still a considerable distance from Malibu Island, rendering Zhangguo's carefully laid traps ineffective. High above in the mysterious Sky Island, Lord Jean Shirzi declared, "The Navy and the four emperors have assembled. Shall we not commence our game?" Indigo smirked as he approached Jean Shirzi. He was eager to witness the surprises his carefully trained puppets would unveil. No, no, this is merely the beginning. We shall wait until they are thoroughly worn down before making our entrance. Despite the ship's helm adorning his head, Jinshi Zi was no fool. He recognized the need to assess the strength below, for with the admirals and 4 emperors present, a reckless move could turn the tide against him. Despite AIC's valiant efforts to thwart the Navy's initial barrage, the overwhelming superiority of their equipment showcased the true meaning of justice within range. The rain of cannon fire and the regimented formations of the Navy's musket troops demonstrated the essence of naval justice to the pirates. Moreover, as thousands of naval officers arrived, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. However, the pirates were not to be outdone. Renowned captains from the New World joined the fray, with powerful figures staining the battlefield with their blood. Notably, none of the warlords of the sea had appeared in this conflict. Zhangguo could not have overlooked summoning them. In truth, they had been summoned, but by the 5 elders. In the eyes of the elders, their own safety took precedence over the outcome of the Navy's battle. This was the Revolutionary Army's first assault on Mali Jiao, and their cautious approach was justified to prevent unforeseen occurrences. The clash between AIC, the fire deity, and Zhangguo, the golden Buddha, escalated rapidly into a fierce confrontation. Regardless of the intensity of their battle, AIC maintained the upper hand, for the waters in their combat zone had been entirely melted away by his flames. AIC could soar through the skies on wings of fire, while Zhangguo was left to tread upon the air with moonwalk, struggling to remain above the water surface. The disparity in their methods was stark. One propelled himself with flames, while the other merely fought to avoid sinking, clearly establishing a hierarchy. In such a head-on confrontation, Zhangguo found himself entirely at a disadvantage. No one, especially an ability user, relished the idea of battling against someone capable of flight over the vast ocean, and Zhangguo was no exception. Yet, with his marines behind him, retreat was not an option. Moreover, should he, as an admiral, opt to evade battle, it would undoubtedly dampen the morale of the Navy. Suddenly, a torrent of searing magma tore through the sky, aiming directly for AIC's form. Akainu, I've been waiting for you. Sensing the surge of another intense heat within his domain, AIC felt elated. He had awaited Akainu's arrival, for Zhangguo had never been his true target. The power of flames surged within him, and the fire deity erupted between the two, sending embers scattering in every direction, each spark enveloped in a thick layer of haki. Zhangguo and Akainu hastily retreated to defend themselves, losing their prime opportunity to inflict serious damage upon AIC. The flames shot forth like shooting stars, quickly coalescing in midair, forming the figure of AIC once more. Zhangguo, your opponent is now me. At this moment, Baihu Zi had also arrived, and with soldiers facing soldiers, a new war commenced. The white light intertwined with golden gleams, flames devoured lava, and the oppressive heat melted the seawater, compelling Akiji to helplessly watch as the surface of the ocean was repeatedly encased in ice. 100-meter-long air cleaved through the sea, bullets infused with haki mercilessly harvesting pirate lives. A striking green-haired man rampaged through the ranks of pirates, slaying with abandon. Aside from the smiling figure hastening toward the scene, all the admirals had joined the fray. Even Kapu, stationed at the rear, wielded a massive cannonball, searching for Shanks. Indeed, Kapu had set his sights on Shanks, and after having narrowly escaped in their last encounter, he would not let this opportunity slip through his fingers. The presence of admirals on such a battlefield was akin to human bulldozers, not pushing dirt, but rather eliminating pirates, effortlessly reaping lives in their wake. Even the so-called great pirates appeared utterly feeble in their presence. After the admirals made their move, they inflicted tremendous losses upon the pirate alliance within a brief span of time. Particularly, the 100 Beast pirate crew, led by Kaidu, suffered the most devastating blows, as his entire crew consisted of Zoan-type devil fruit users, enabling them to flee and soar faster than their pirate counterparts. Those who rushed headlong into battle, driven by reckless bravado, inflicted the greatest wounds upon the Navy. The admirals had no choice but to target them. However, the Navy was not the sole possessors of elite combatants. The 4 emperors had never shied away from fight. A colossal dragon surged onto the battlefield, engulfed in searing flames that mercilessly incinerated everything in its path. Big Mom dashed towards the heart of the Navy, her haunting song summoning the souls of the fallen. Shanks, in contrast, exuded a calm demeanor as he and his crew steadily advanced towards the epicenter of the conflict. Wherever they tread, even the mightiest of Navy soldiers fell like dominoes, as if they were erasing the battlefield with an enormous eraser. The presence of Conqueror's haki enveloped the entire Navy, resonating with both Kadu and Big Mom, intertwining three formidable wills that seemed to connect heaven and earth. The tangible shockwave shattered the ice, and Navy elites below the rank of Rear Admiral collapsed in droves. This astonishing spectacle even momentarily flickered a hint of unease on the faces of figures like Shanks, who had not anticipated the terrifying power of their combined haki. With the official arrival of Kadu and his allies, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Despite the reluctance of Sengoku and others to acknowledge it, the Navy lacked the ability to clear the field with Conqueror's haki. Akiji, Green Bull, and others would not allow Kadu and his crew to massacre the Navy unchallenged, each rushing towards their designated foes as previously planned. Although they could not match the speed of slaughter exhibited by Kadu and his crew, they were determined to annihilate the pirates. However, the Navy's elite forces from around the world could not afford significant losses. Admiral Green Bull leapt into the air, radiating a brilliant green light as he delivered a powerful blow towards Kadu, who had transformed into a massive dragon. Akiji melded seamlessly with the icy surface, summoning enormous ice spikes that erupted around Big Mom. The sea was his domain, had it not been for the confrontation between Sengoku and Whitebeard. He might have dared to challenge Whitebeard directly. Akiji, come at me. Despite the ice spikes piercing his body, Big Mom merely shook herself, shattering the ice with ease. Such an attack was utterly trivial against her robust physique. While the seas buzzed with tales of equals among emperors, even among equals, there existed disparities. Compared to these titans who had ruled the seas for 2 decades, Akiji and the others still had considerable gaps to bridge. In short skirmishes, the outcome might remain uncertain. But over extended engagements, barring unforeseen circumstances, victory would undoubtedly belong to the 4 emperors, especially for monsters like Kadu and Big Mom. Even Akainu's devastating lava abilities might struggle to breach their defenses. This was the very foundation that allowed the emperors to dominate the seas for so many years. Kadu and Big Mom's unparalleled physiques, Shank's unmatched haki, and Whitebeard's world-shattering tremor abilities. This is the essence of the 4 emperors, the supreme rulers among pirates upon the vast ocean. Chapter 83. Iron Fist Garp. As the strongest wielder of Conqueror's haki, Shanks plunged into the Navy's ranks like a spear, leaving devastation in his wake. Utterly invincible, he needed not to lift a finger, as several snipers and his crew unleashed bullets imbued with armament haki, delivering the final blow to those barely able to withstand the overwhelming presence of the 3 emperors' haki. Shank's team stood out prominently on the battlefield, quickly drawing the Navy's attention, and as the most formidable man on the seas, he had never intended to conceal himself. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind pierced the air as Shank's keen observation haki detected impending danger, prompting him to look up. In the distance, a massive cannonball hurtled toward him, upon which stood an elderly figure with white hair. Navy hero, Garp. Shanks squinted, drawing his sword, Griffin, and unleashing a sweeping strike. Garp was the last opponent he wished to face. Any of the admirals would suffice, for Shanks held no fear of them. Yet, Garp was his most loathed adversary. Having fully experienced Garp's might during his time aboard Roger's ship, Shanks believed he had yet to regain Roger's strength, and thus, he felt even less prepared to confront Garp, who had always been an equal, if not a superior, to Roger. Moreover, Garp's straightforward, no-frills approach, relying solely on brute strength, was perhaps the most frustrating for any opponent. Granting no opportunity for respite, every punch was a full-throttle assault. Upon seeing Garp, Ben Beckman immediately opened fire. This bullet, crafted by the world's top sniper, was made from a special sea stone, its hardness and armament haki making it a formidable projectile, one even the admirals would hesitate to confront head-on. But Garp was Garp, the man who had wrought countless miracles. Armament haki flowed around his hands, and as he swung his iron fist, sparks flew from the friction with the air, sending the sea stone bullet hurtling away upon contact. Shank's strike was similarly obliterated in midair by Garp's grasp. This was the Navy hero Garp, the bane of all flamboyance. In the next instant, Iron Fist, Griffin S. Fury. The clash of fist and sword resonated with a thunderous roar, leaving those nearby momentarily deafened. Seizing the opportunity while Garp and Shanks engaged, Ben Beckman's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, knowing that even Garp would struggle to evade his shot from this distance. Bang! Bang! Two bullets struck nearly simultaneously, one from Ben Beckman, the other from Navy Rear Admiral Tashigi. "You shall not disturb Vice Admiral Garp," Tashigi said with a smug grin, nonchalantly blowing the smoke from his gun's muzzle. "Tashigi." Ben Beckman narrowed his eyes, revealing his murderous intent. The world's two finest snipers were now embroiled in their own clash. The battle between Shanks and Garp swiftly tilted in favor of Garp, as it was a formidable challenge for Shanks to contend with a fully prepared Garp while wielding only one arm. Regardless of the elegance of Shanks' techniques, to Garp, they were merely attacks to be met with a counterpunch, followed by another. If Shanks was unable to defend, Garp would land a strike. If he attempted to evade, Garp would follow with another blow, and if he tried to flee, Garp would pursue him relentlessly. Moreover, Shanks' pride in his conqueror's hockey was rendered ineffective against Garp, while Garp's iron fists were far too powerful for Shanks' smaller frame to withstand. Thus, the battlefield bore witness to an amusing spectacle. The man hailed as the most formidable on the seas, Shanks, was being relentlessly pursued and struck by Garp. The stark contrast between this scene and Shanks' prior display of dominance over the Navy elicited laughter from many, shattering the morale that had just begun to swell among the pirates. Admiral Garp is majestic. Long live Admiral Garp. Upon witnessing this, many naval generals behind him began to cheer for Garp. "Shanks, what are you doing? Quickly subdue that old man who should have been eliminated by the tides of time." Kaido, who was suppressing Green Bull, also took note of this scene, feeling embarrassed to be on par with Shanks, one of the four emperors. If he cannot defeat an old man nearing obsolescence, how can he claim to be a ruler of the seas? How dare you divert your attention while battling me? Kaido's moment of distraction allowed Green Bull to escape his control and deliver a powerful punch to Kaido's face. Meanwhile, Akiji found himself in a bitter struggle, as Katakuri had also joined the battlefield. The world's strongest observation hockey, coupled with Big Mom's terrifying power, forced Akiji to continuously evade, unable to counterattack or even maintain his ability to freeze the sea. Just as Katakuri once again ensnared Akiji with his machi, a massive, 100-meter-wide flying slash soared in from a distance. Crack, crack, crack. The slash soared through the sky, slicing through the machi that enveloped Akiji and cleaving a several-meter-wide divide in the sea. Overwhelming numbers. How intriguing. It was a Marine Headquarters Reserve Admiral, Peach Rabbit, Gravity Blade, Tiger. At this moment, Isho had also arrived, unleashing a gigantic black whip with a swift motion. The battlefield was directly cleared of a path leading to Kaido. On his way, Isho had sensed, with his observation hockey, which battlefield the Marines were struggling the most. Sengoku and Whitebeard were locked in a fierce stalemate. Although Sengoku seemed slightly disadvantaged, as long as his stamina held out, he could persist for at least 3 days and nights. Akainu and Ace were engaged in a tense confrontation, both being hard-hitting fighters with little difference in strength, making it difficult to determine a victor in the short term. As for Admiral Garp, there was no need to elaborate. Shanks had already been made to spit blood by him, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was certain that the Marines would achieve victory first through Admiral Garp. The battlefield between Kaido and Big Mom was the most intense, with Green Bull and Akiji being thoroughly dominated. However, reinforcements had arrived at Big Mom's side, so there would be no immediate problems there. Only Green Bull was truly struggling. As a powerhouse, Kaido's physique was clearly superior. Not to mention, Kaido wielded Conqueror's Haki, making his attacks incredibly difficult to evade. Chapter 84, The Battle of Marbury. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido, realizing he and Green Bull were mere targets in midair, decisively reverted to his human form and swung his kanabo at Green Bull. The massive kanabo, imbued with Kaido's formidable Conqueror's Haki, struck with the speed of lightning, landing a heavy blow on the unsuspecting Green Bull. By the time Green Bull perceived Kaido's action, it was too late. He could only hurriedly shield his chest with his arms, utilizing armament Haki to its utmost. Bang! Yet, Kaido's strike was overwhelming, catching Green Bull completely off guard. The enormous kanabo, enveloped in Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, slammed into Green Bull, sending half of the ice surface flying away. Wow! Green Bull soared through the air, blood gushing forth, staining the ice beneath him, and crashed into a group of pirates, taking down 2 of them in the process, thus contributing to the Marines' efforts. Long live Lord Kaido. The naval admirals are this feeble. Witnessing their admiral spitting blood, the pirates erupted in cheers. However, it was not long before a green light enveloped Green Bull, and he stood up. Seemingly unharmed and more invigorated, charging back at Kaido. This was his ability, akin to Marco's Phoenix Flames, which rapidly heal wounds. Green Bull is not a devil fruit user, but he possesses a natural ability to heal his own and others' injuries. Coupled with his inherently strong physique, he became a formidable opponent for Kaido. At this level of strength, it was already difficult to determine a victor in a short time, let alone when the opportunity to severely injure an opponent is met with swift healing. Furthermore, with his powerful physique, he could physically entangle Kaido, preventing Kaido from defeating him or joining other battles. Roar, Gravity Blade, Tiger. Witnessing Green Bull being injured by Kaido, Isho's face was etched with fury as he activated his Devil Fruit ability to its fullest extent, swinging his staff to cleave the air itself. In that instant, the omnipresent, imperceptible gravity manifested materially, crushing everything before Fujitora into fragments. The ice surface crumbled under the weight of gravity, and the pirates traversing the area were flattened into mere membranes, while the terrifying pressure bore down on Kaido. Even someone as formidable as Kaido found himself bending his knees, almost kneeling under the immense gravitational force. Gravity passed, light as a feather, as if the sky had been brushed by an invisible hand. Yet, Kaido remained unscathed, without even a scratch. This exemplified the strength of a powerhouse. No matter how many techniques or offensive methods one employs, as long as the defenses are intact, they are but mere embellishments. Gravity? It still falls short. Having suffered such a significant blow, if Kaido were to endure it, he would no longer be Kaido. He charged directly at Fujitora. Boom! In midair, Green Bull appeared, and the two muscular giants collided fiercely. In the next moment, they each separated hands, elbows, knees, even heads, seemingly transforming into lethal weapons, relentlessly striking one another. The two were entwined in a fierce struggle, and Fujitora, unable to see clearly, felt their auras intertwining, making him hesitant to easily employ his abilities. He reluctantly abandoned the idea of using gravity to interfere and joined a fray with his staff. Chapter 85. Akiji's Determination, Ice Age. Akiji proactively elementalized to evade Big Mom's strike, then tightly embraced her body. The terrifying cold emanated from him, freezing both himself and Big Mom in place. In that moment, Akiji fully unleashed the power of the Ice fruit, which could be described as the awakened state of his fruit. The chilling aura swept across the entire battlefield, even affecting Ace and Akainu, who were engaged in combat amidst magma and flames. Large portions of magma solidified, and the flames were extinguished by the chilling winds, with the influence extending over 1,000 meters from the epicenter, let alone the area at the center. As the cold wind swept across the battlefield, the Navy and pirates near Big Mom and Shinji were instantly frozen together, their bodies turning to powder and scattering with the breeze. In that fleeting moment, even the fierce combat momentarily halted, with all eyes drawn to the center of the battlefield, where Shinji and Big Mom stood. The mist of cold air gradually dissipated, revealing a solid ice sphere towering 100 meters above the sea. The individuals present on the battlefield were not ordinary. Even the lowest-ranking foot soldiers could be deemed formidable pirates across the seas, while the Navy was composed of officers of considerable rank. Their keen eyes pierced through the ice's surface, clearly observing Big Mom's body, lifelike yet immobile. With Shinji firmly attached to her waist, the two seemingly fused with the ice. The sight of this frozen expanse took the breath away from both the pirates and the Navy present. While everyone knew that the Navy admirals were exceptionally powerful, this feat surpassed all human imagination. Whitebeard's ability to raise massive waves was impressive, but it was comprehensible, as it relied on the ocean's abundant water, which he could summon with his powers. Similarly, the great swordsmen who could unleash 100-meter slashes were understandable, as it was a matter of condensing sword pressure into a single line. Even the awakening of the Golden Emperor, Gilda Tezzalo, or Don Quixote da Flamingo's ability to turn an island into his strings was justifiable, as they utilized existing conditions to transform other objects into their powers. However, Shinji's ability to conjure cold air out of thin air to freeze a solid 100-meter-high ice sphere was truly extraordinary. Even considering the high moisture content of the air over the sea, this was simply astonishing, placing him in a realm entirely distinct from Gilda Tezzalo and others. To ensure that Big Mom could not break free from her icy prison, Shinji enveloped both himself and Big Mom within the ice. Now, while clinging to Big Mom, Shinji could continue to exert his power to freeze the sea and this state consumed relatively little of his stamina. At this rate, he was confident he could sustain it for 3 days and nights. In truth, Qingji had no other choice. If he continued with the original battle, he would eventually succumb to fatigue and fall to Bigmom. Thus, it was more sensible to exchange a Navy admiral for a Yonko, a trade that seemed worthwhile from any perspective. Well done, Qingji. After frowning throughout the battle, Sengoku finally revealed a hint of a smile. The 5 elders had forcibly reassigned 2 admirals from the Navy, leaving the headquarters to be manned by the aging and waning Zifa. With 3 top-tier fighters suddenly absent, Sengoku, initially brimming with confidence in the war, found himself momentarily lost. His previously unwavering stance was due to his understanding that this war was beyond his control. Even if he wished to avoid conflict, the pirates would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to advance the Navy's development, compelling Sengoku to maintain his demeanor to instill confidence in his soldiers. Yet, he harbored no absolute assurance about the outcome, especially as unforeseen circumstances continually emerged, pushing the war beyond his grasp. With the Navy missing 3 top-tier fighters, the pirates gained an additional ally in Ace, who wielded the power of the Tremor fruit, further burdening the Navy. Although Sengoku had been engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, he had kept a vigilant eye on the battlefield. He had witnessed Qingji and Ryakuju's plight, yet the Navy found itself unable to extend assistance, particularly as he himself was at a disadvantage. Sengoku had to admit that Whitebeard at his peak was truly formidable. Unlike Garp, who maintained his prime despite age, Whitebeard was over 70 years old, and he was acutely aware of his physical state, given that he had spent most of his time in the office with little combat experience. He doubted he could endure this intensity of battle for long without potentially being defeated by Whitebeard. However, with Qingji currently controlling Bigmom, the situation began to shift in favor of the Navy. Whether it was Garp defeating Shanks or Momonosuke overcoming Karakuri, any top-tier fighter freed up could instantly alter the stalemate. Perhaps Kaido could endure alongside Ryakuju and Fujitora, but with Garp or Momonosuke joining the fray, Kaido could merely hope to survive. The Navy's victory was all but assured, provided Sengoku could hold his ground against Whitebeard. Even if he could not defeat him, he had to stall him. Otherwise, should the peak Whitebeard join the battlefield, the Navy would likely face dire consequences. Thus, Sengoku prepared to fight with all his might. His thoughts ignited. He radiated light as he swiftly ascended into the sky using the moonwalk technique. A certain palm technique that descended from the heavens came to Whitebeard's mind at that moment. Shaking his head to dismiss distractions, Whitebeard furrowed his brow. After years of rivalry, how could he not recognize that Sengoku was determined to risk everything, resorting to that technique? Reluctant to allow any unexpected turns in an otherwise favorable situation, Whitebeard took a powerful step forward, heading towards the battle between Ace and Akainu. He would leave Sengoku to his flight. His son was struggling here, and Akainu was not an easy opponent to contend with. He needed to lend Ace a helping hand. In war, there was no room for chivalry. Having lost his son once already, he could not risk losing him again, especially as Ace was meant to inherit his legacy and lead the Whitebeard pirates forward. As soon as Whitebeard moved, Akainu took notice, realizing that the direction Whitebeard was heading was toward him. Akainu was adept at adapting, though he internally cursed Sengoku's unreliability. His body decisively pushed Ace away with a punch and used the moonwalk to retreat in the opposite direction. No, it was more accurate to say it was a strategic withdrawal. Upon witnessing Akainu's sudden retreat, Ace was momentarily bewildered. Hadn't they been locked in a fierce battle? Why was he running when he was not at a disadvantage? Red Dog, where are you fleeing to? Ace shouted angrily at Akainu's retreating figure. This was a decisive battle, not a sparring session among brothers. There was no need for chivalry with the Navy. Eliminating Akainu was the ultimate truth. Whitebeard hastened his steps. In terms of speed, Ace, propelled by flames, would undoubtedly outpace Akainu, especially as Ace unleashed his full powers, rapidly closing the distance between them. Yet Akainu was not one to sit idly by. Massive eruption, massive eruption, massive eruption. He unleashed a torrent of molten iron fists without the need for precision, knowing that behind him were only Ace and Whitebeard, and any interference would suffice. Everything would be resolved once the betraying fool in the sky descended. As for the Navy and pirates affected by his actions along the way, Akainu could only regard this as an inevitable sacrifice for the sake of justice. The Navy would remember their efforts for peace. Everything was for the victory in battle. Upon witnessing the molten lava fist hurtling towards him, Ace understood Akainu's intentions. Thus, to allow his father to keep pace, he swung his fist to shatter the atmosphere, creating a path for Whitebeard by dispersing Akainu's fiery assault. Ace had this confidence. With his father's combined strength, no one could obstruct them, not even Akainu. The sight of Ace and Whitebeard traversing the battlefield under Akainu's influence instantly captured the attention of countless onlookers. Primarily, it was due to Akainu hurling magma across the battlefield while Ace continuously countered it, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Even in this highest echelon of combat, individuals capable of exerting haki were rare. Within the pirates, only those of high rank and the Navy's rear admirals possessed such prowess. The magma raining down posed a lethal threat to those unable to wield haki. Mere contact could lead to death or severe injury. In an instant, the battlefield transformed from a scene of individual struggle to one where throngs fled before Akainu's advance. Regardless of the direction he moved, anyone who noticed him approach, whether engaged in fierce combat or with blades plunged into their opponent's heart, would decisively abandon their fight and flee. To linger was tantamount to courting death, and a most inexplicable demise at that. The previously tranquil battlefield erupted into chaos, as even the mightiest of the Whitebeard pirates or the calamities of the Beast pirates could not ignore Akainu's overwhelming ability. As Akainu stirred the battlefield, Kaido, who had been embroiled in a fierce struggle, finally managed to extricate himself. The gravitational pressure exerted by Fujitora was insufficient to ignore Akainu's magma. With Akainu's arrival, he could only focus intently on evading the impending disaster, which alleviated the pressure on Kaido. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido seized the opportunity, soaring into the air to land a powerful blow directly in front of Akainu. His weapon, enveloped in armament haki and infused with Conqueror's haki, struck Akainu's face with ferocity, distorting his visage as though it had been shattered. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, Akainu was sent hurtling across the battlefield, colliding with the centralized formation, creating deep fissures upon impact. Even Ryakuju, who had been prepared to endure a beating after Kaido's liberation, paused in astonishment. After a brief moment, he quickly regained his composure and charged towards Kaido, seeking to restrain him from delivering a follow-up strike. After colliding with the ice pillar, Akainu lay still, akin to a lifeless entity, with blood gushing forth, staining the ice as he slid down its surface and fell onto the ice. For an extended period, he remained unresponsive. Countless gazes converged upon the fallen figure. Sakazuki, the Marine Admiral, a top-tier powerhouse who had reigned over the seas for over a decade, and a man whom even Whitebeard had failed to kill. Would he perish here today? Even Sengoku, who descended from the heavens, refrained from unleashing a strike, wary of the shockwave causing secondary harm to Akainu. The tension was palpable as all eyes were glued to the location where Akainu had fallen, and the battlefield, save for a few isolated skirmishes, descended into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Ace soared above the ice formation, his right hand clenched into a fist, gathering a terrifying force before descending with tremendous impact. The atmosphere quaked under Ace's might, as if the very fabric of space were being shattered, weaving a web of destruction. In the next moment, the air became still, and an invisible yet immense power manifested, causing the ice surface to crack and the towering ice formation to shatter like glass. Unleashing a cataclysmic force, the entire battlefield trembled under this immense power, as if the ocean itself were being overturned and the world was on the brink of annihilation. Within the epicenter of this force, Akainu found himself in dire circumstances, already sliding down the fissured ice surface. No one believed he could survive this and crawl back to safety. Ace's punch not only felled Akainu, but also obliterated Sengoku's aspirations and dreams. At that moment, Sengoku's mind became a void. Thoughts of triumph over pirates and retaining his position as fleet admiral faded into the past. Without Akainu, the Navy's prospect for victory were extinguished. Thus, he resolved to risk everything, for a soldier's fate may indeed be to perish on the battlefield, a form of glory in itself. Cursed bastard, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You must die today. In his desolation, Sengoku cast aside thoughts of Garp's grandson. Filled with rage, he unleashed the full extent of the Buddha fruit's power as a golden shockwave shimmered ominously above his palm. As he executed the moonwalk, sparks ignited beneath his feet, propelling him towards Ace at an almost imperceptible speed. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted. The already fractured ice surface endured a second onslaught. Akin to an atomic explosion, a dazzling golden light illuminated the surroundings, followed by a colossal shockwave that engulfed the entire realm, wreaking havoc upon all. As the smoke cleared, all combat ceased. Even Carp, who had been aggressively pursuing Shanks and Marco, and Kaido, who had just vanquished Akainu, halted in their tracks. Whitebeard, witnessing Sengoku's brutal assault on his beloved son, was equally transfixed. Everyone held their breath, gazing at the radiant center, desperately searching for Ace's figure. No one dared to believe that the formidable force capable of shattering the heavens could so easily succumb to death. Sengoku, you shall pay. Whitebeard tightened his fists. If Ace truly perished, he would ensure Sengoku paid for Ace's life, regardless of the cost. Ace, Jozu, the one closest to Ace and the Whitebeard pirates, anxiously sought Ace's whereabouts. He could not fathom that Ace, who had survived the Summit War, could so easily perish here. Fortunately, Luffy had been taken away by Shanks before the battle began. Otherwise, another eruption of Conqueror's haki would have ensued. Sengoku disregarded the crowd as concerns and instead fixed his gaze on the nearby ice formation encasing Big Mom. The surface of the ice was now riddled with cracks, appearing as though it would shatter at the slightest touch. Theoretically, with Akiji continuously utilizing his powers, this should not have occurred, as the ice formation was not his primary target. As the orchestrator of the previous attack, Sengoku was acutely aware of what had transpired. His earlier strike, though seemingly cataclysmic, had not fully struck Ace. Ace was no fool to remain stationary and await his blow. After attacking Akainu, Ace had long anticipated that Sengoku would not grant him a moment of respite. Thus, he had already prepared an escape route. Sengoku's palm indeed struck Ace, but it met Ace in his elemental form. As Sengoku approached, Ace had already transformed, and at the instant Sengoku unleashed his attack, he utilized the thrust of Sengoku's shockwave to create distance between them. As for the present, if Sengoku's perception had not faltered, Ace should be within the ice sphere. Sengoku had to concede that this time, Ace had outsmarted him. Utilizing the force of Sengoku's shockwave, Ace had infiltrated the fissure that sealed Big Mom within the ice sphere. It appeared that he was now to confront an enraged Yonko once more. With Akainu lost, it seemed this time the Navy had suffered defeat. Damn, the five elders. If they hadn't removed Kizaru and Fujitora, how could this have transpired? Just as Sengoku was inwardly cursing the five elders for their unreliability, the ground trembled incessantly, and the cracks on the ice sphere became increasingly dense and profound, as if it were about to explode from within. Indeed, that was the case. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted from the center of the ice sphere, sending shards of ice flying and steam billowing outward. Kazan, I will kill you. Big Mom's furious voice emanated from within. With a swift flick of her hand, a gust of wind blew through, shattering the ice to reveal the unharmed Big Mom alongside Ace, who was ablaze with flames and exuding terrifying heat. Ace! Ace! A wave of joy washed over the pirates upon seeing Ace unharmed, having rescued Big Mom. Even the usually tense Garp breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with Sengoku, his comrade of 60 years, and his own grandson, Garp truly wished to avoid choosing between the two. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Garp's expression changed. Wait, Ace and Big Mom are in the ice sphere? Where is Kuzan? Kuzan had been following Garp since graduation, and Garp regarded him as a son. He wished for nothing more than Kuzan's safety. Just then, beneath the ice, lava erupted, creating a path from the seabed to the surface. Moments later, two men clad in the Navy's Justice cloaks soared from the depths. It was Kuzan and Akainu. Although Kuzan had been fully focused on sealing Big Mom, he remained aware of the situation outside. Upon witnessing Akainu being struck down by Ace, he set aside his differences with Akainu, understanding the stakes involved for the entire Navy. He promptly abandoned the effort to suppress Big Mom, transformed, and merged with the ice to rescue Akainu, providing him with immediate treatment for his injuries. At their level, their bodies were monstrous. As long as the injuries were not fatal, they could quickly regain their combat strength. Akainu! Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Akainu. However, his surprise quickly gave way to euphoric joy, as he was still unaware of the events that had just unfolded. Kuzan truly was remarkable, living up to Sengoku's expectations for a successor. Noticing that Akainu appeared capable of continuing to fight, Sengoku regained his confidence in battle. Whitebeard, come and face me. He transformed into his golden Buddha form and charged at Whitebeard. As long as the admirals were present, the Navy held the advantage. Defeating a commander of the Yonko crew would lead to a cascading victory. In the meantime, his task was to stall Whitebeard. With Sengoku's actions, the grand battle reignited. Big Mom and Ace surged toward Kuzan and Akainu. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with intensity. A fight to the death was destined to commence. Linlin, at that moment, Kaido roared in fury and charged directly at Green Bull. Upon hearing Kaido's voice, Big Mom abruptly halted her advance toward Kazan, pivoted, and with her legs bent to gather strength, she propelled herself into the air, targeting Green Bull as well. Green Bull was no fool. He had observed their movements. As an admiral of the Navy, he possessed his own pride. Even with Kaido and Big Mom united, he would not yield in the slightest. However, it seemed Fujitora had been injured. He decided to assist him first. With that thought, Green Bull sprinted toward Fujitora, employing his newly learned techniques of Soru and Jeppo to their fullest extent. His speed and momentum were so formidable that even Fujitora was taken aback. Had he not sensed Green Bull's presence through his kin Bunchika haki, he might have mistaken him for Kaido. Clang! The sound of blades clashing reverberated across the battlefield. And as it echoed in the ears of all present, the world seemed to shift. Everyone sensed their movements slowing. Even the bullets fired from flintlock guns seemed to be in slow motion. Green Bull's rapidly moving body was also hindered by this invisible power. Elbaf spear, thunderous roar. Another massive sound erupted, and the world returned to normal. Bullets pierced through flesh, and Green Bull regained his speed. However, in that fleeting moment, Green Bull's keen sixth sense detected the aura of death approaching. Without time to turn, a massive spiked club drew dangerously close to the back of his head, and he could even smell Akainu's blood upon it. Combined technique. Elbaf spear, thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom! The colossal club descended, and Fujitora, closest to Green Bull, merely heard a sound akin to a watermelon exploding, followed by scalding blood splattering onto him. Chapter 88. Fujitora's smile. Bang! Fujitora heard a crisp sound, then felt a warm liquid spray across his face. Simultaneously, within his Kinbunchika haki, he sensed a warm, green aura of an ally gradually fading away. Can a person live without their head? In that moment, such a thought suddenly surfaced in Fujitora's mind. Even if Green Bull possessed formidable healing abilities and was a practitioner of physical prowess, could he truly survive with his head obliterated? Although Fujitora realized that today's battle would be exceptionally brutal, and that he might not return, dying here for justice and peace. When he witnessed someone he had recently shared tea and conversation with perish before his eyes, he found it difficult to discern his own feelings in that moment. As one of the top-tier powerhouses of the sea, death seemed always distant from him. The last top-tier powerhouse he knew of being killed was many years ago. For any faction, top-tier powerhouses were akin to nuclear deterrents. Battles between equals could last for days without a clear victor. And it could even be said that if one side wished to flee, no one could guarantee they could detain a top-tier combatant. Just like the Golden Lion's assault on the Navy headquarters, if he hadn't been so reckless, he would have fled long ago. The Navy would not have attempted to detain him either. No faction could bear such a cost, the consequences of a top-tier force going on a rampage. Feeling the warmth of blood on his face, Fujitora silently resolved within himself. The instant the thunderous clash of weapons between Kaido and Big Mom resonated, the world underwent a profound transformation, which Fujitora sensed, albeit unaware of the exact nature of their clash. Initially, it was only the combined strength of himself and Ryakuju that managed to suppress Kaido. Now, standing alone, the odds were even more daunting. If Kaido and his allies possessed the capability to eliminate Ryakuju, whose physical prowess surpassed his own, it follows that they could just as easily vanquish him. In light of this, I shall unveil my technique, a swordsmanship that descends from the heavens. I invite you to witness its magnificence. Ryakuju, the thunderous sound that echoed across the battlefield, along with the palpable shift in the world, was not lost on Fujitora alone. The events that transpired were too bizarre. Every formidable warrior felt a lethal threat in the air. Even amidst the fierce combat, all paused to gaze towards the source of the sound. Witnessing Big Mom's skilled throwing technique and Kaido's unreasonable strike, the Navy Admiral Ryakuju had been struck down by Kaido in a single blow. Prior to this incident, no one would have believed such an absurdity. The fierce entanglement between the two had been evident to all, and even if Kaido had gained a slight upper hand, it was inconceivable that he could suddenly dispatch Ryakuju in a single strike. Yet, when this scene materialized, disbelief clouded the eyes of onlookers. It had been years since a Marine admiral had been killed in such a manner upon these seas. The legacy of the former generation, such as Sengoku and Zephyr, still fighting the tides, attest to this, even during the reign of the 3 admirals who dominated the seas for over a decade. There had never been a case of casualties. Not even rumors of an admiral being gravely injured had circulated before the Summit War. Ryakuju was likely the first top-tier powerhouse to be slain at sea in over a decade. Sengoku rubbed his eyes repeatedly, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Heaven and hell seemed to intertwine in a single thought. It felt as if he were on a roller coaster. Just a moment ago, he was in a frenzy over the presumed death of a kainu, and now Aokiji emerged from the depths alongside him. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, Ryakuju was struck down before his very eyes. Though Sengoku and Ryakuju had not shared a long bond, the absence of such a formidable force was devastating. The Navy's advantage evaporated instantly. Most critically, Sengoku remained perplexed about the nature of Kaido and Big Mom's recent actions. He had distinctly felt the world shift at that moment. Time itself seemed to slow, while his thoughts raced as usual, yet his body moved with exasperating sluggishness. Even the sea breeze and the snowflakes suspended in the air appeared to be frozen in an unknown, overwhelming force. This power to manipulate time was terrifying, far beyond what ought to exist in this world, especially in the hands of his adversaries. If Kaido and Big Mom could slay Ryakuju, they could undoubtedly eliminate others. Perhaps even himself. At that moment, an anomaly arose on the battlefield. Black rings of light suddenly surged around Fujitora, causing Kaido, caught off guard, to stumble as the rings erupted around him, propelled by an omnipresent repulsion. Everything on the icy surface began to levitate unnaturally, as the gravitational chaos surrounding Fujitora signaled the awakening of his gravity fruit. This was the strongest technique he had sealed away, not due to its lack of power, but precisely because of its overwhelming strength, which he deemed too perilous to unleash. With his life now at stake, Fujitora resolved to embrace this power. The gravitational turmoil intensified, and the rings grew more vibrant and robust. One ring swiftly split into two, which then further divided into four, each growing thicker, as the air within the darkened domain was compressed to a chilling density. Fujitora's feet gradually lifted from the ground, his form slowly ascending, as if he were a deity surveying the earth below. The black rings danced around him, causing the sky to darken under the invisible weight of gravity. After regaining his footing from the gravitational push, Kaido positioned himself beside Big Mom, confident in their combined might. With Big Mom at his side, Kaido believed their joint technique to be invincible. The rings surrounding Fujitora whirled faster and faster until, like a taut spring, they exploded skyward. The world, rife with corruption, shall now receive the gift I bestow upon you, pirates. In that moment, Fujitora exuded an air of divine assurance, convinced that no one could survive this onslaught, not even himself. High above, in the Golden Lion's hall, the Golden Lion observed the battlefield through the communication snail, witnessing the peculiar events unfold. He saw everyone moving in slow motion. Being distanced from the battlefield, he remained unaffected by the combined attack of Kaido and Big Mom, utterly oblivious to the actual events. He could only watch as the slow-motion chaos unfolded, culminating with Big Mom throwing Kaido, who then struck down the Navy's new admiral. He began to lament that Sengoku seemed to regress with age, and the standards for selecting admirals had evidently diminished. Chapter 89. Despair of Shiki. The recent world conscription by the Navy had spread across newspapers globally, and the Golden Lion had noted the emergence of these three new admirals. Though he looked down upon these youngsters, he could not disregard their existence. He was acutely aware of his own physical condition, while still reminiscing about past glories. He lacked the confidence he once had. If he were truly self-assured, he would not have sought an alliance with Whitebeard upon his release from prison, nor would he have hidden away to develop his IQ while the chaos of the seas unfolded. Deep down, he understood that his era had long since passed. He was no longer the legendary pirate Golden Lion of yore. He could not match the combat prowess of the younger generation, should he vie for dominance over the seas. These youngsters would likely teach him a lesson in humility. His IQ became his final bastion of stubbornness. He found himself relying on external forces for hope. Of course, the Golden Lion had likely never heard the adage that plans are always outpaced by changes. Soon, he noticed the extraordinary power of the upcoming special effects, which was strikingly captivating. The Golden Lion watched intently as the black rings of light around Fujitora charged and suddenly propelled skyward. The rings expanded in midair, accelerating as if the very air itself lent them support. They ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, crashing into the islands controlled by the Golden Lion, while some of the rings' power pierced through the gaps of the islands, shooting up into the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the golden lion felt the small island beneath him tremble violently as an indescribable force began to draw the island downward. In the next moment, the unsuspecting Jean Shitsi was utterly taken aback as dozens of small islands were abruptly yanked downward by an immense gravitational force. In a fleeting instant, the invisible gravity plummeted the island cluster several hundred meters. The descent was so rapid that the flora and fauna inhabiting the islands remained suspended in midair, while the islands themselves vanished from sight. Within the Grand Hall, Jean Shitsi was forcefully thrust against the ceiling by a downward reaction force. Had it not been for the robust construction of the hall, he might have been flung out entirely. Initially dazed, he soon regained his composure amidst the sensation of weightlessness and hurriedly employed his powers to seize control of the islands. Although Fujitora's awakened state was formidable, Jean Shitsi's float fruit was equally powerful, having been developed over several decades. Moreover, the islands were his own, and Fujitora's ability merely added gravitational force to the sky. Once the gravity was established, there was no subsequent support, making it impossible for him to compete with Jean Shitsi. The islands descended further, and ultimately, Jean Shitsi regained control over them. Below, Sengoku and the others, along with those who had witnessed the live broadcast, recalled the glowing aura emanating from Fujitora, reminiscent of the projection video they had previously seen. Instinctively, they gazed skyward, their minds consumed by a singular thought: meteorites were imminent. Observing the battlefield filled with naval soldiers, Sengoku felt a weight in his heart, yet he recognized that Fujitora was taking the correct course of action. In the face of the bizarre powers wielded by Kaido and Big Mom, the most reckless approach might indeed lead to mutual destruction. This was, after all, the final strategy they had deliberated in their meetings. If the Navy found itself at a disadvantage, then Akainu and Fujitora would strike together, ensuring that the world's most formidable pirates perished alongside them. Even if the Navy were to lose their ranks, Zifa, Kizaru, and Green Bull remained, retaining the strength to suppress the seas. Without the four emperors, the New World would become easily attainable for the Navy, leaving no faction capable of opposing them. Fujitora's demeanor suggested that this meteorite would undoubtedly be far more terrifying than that portrayed in the previous video. Fleeing? Such an endeavor would be futile. Beyond this expanse of sea, frozen by Akiji, lay only the vast ocean. Where could they escape to? It was far wiser to confront the situation courageously. With so many powerful individuals present, there might still be a glimmer of hope. The battle, predictably, paused as all eyes turned skyward, awaiting the appearance of the meteorite. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a minute passed. The clouds were cleared by Fujitora's gravity, and the scorching sunlight bore down upon the crowd, causing many to sweat profusely. The sky showed no signs of abnormality. Even Fujitora, suspended in midair, gazed in astonishment at the heavens, a perplexing doubt creeping into his mind. Could it be that no meteorites were present in this sky? Unwilling to accept this, he commenced gathering energy once more, sending several black orbs soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, in the upper atmosphere, after Jean Shitsi regained control of the island, a rain of beasts began to fall. The creatures he had painstakingly nurtured for 20 years were left suspended in midair due to the sudden descent of the island, and now they commenced their free fall. The abrupt drop of several hundred meters was sufficient to turn even the sturdiest into mere remnants of flesh. Thud, thud, thud. Upon hearing the sounds, Jean Shitsi dashed to the entrance of the Grand Hall. The beasts crashed down like raindrops, creating splashes of blood while simultaneously shattering Jean Shitsi's ambitions. Standing at the entrance, he watched helplessly as 2 decades of his efforts were obliterated, his heart heavy yet powerless. Admiral Fujitora, lowering his head momentarily, Jean Shitsi slowly raised it, his eyes now bloodshot, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. At this moment, thoughts of fame and notoriety fled his mind. He no longer considered making a grand re-entrance. His singular thought was that blood debts must be repaid in kind. You seek the islands? Allow me to present them to you. At that instant, a shadow suddenly loomed in the sky above Jean Shitsi's head. A colossal meteorite, exceeding a kilometer in diameter and engulfed in flames, plummeted from the edge of the sky, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. This meteorite, triggered by a previous action, fortuitously altered its course to descend upon Jean Shitsi's island. The first target of the falling meteorite was indisputably the island where Jean Shitsi stood. Yet he regarded the meteorite with an unexpectedly calm expression, even a hint of amusement flickering at the corners of his mouth. Ah, I am a legendary pirate, Gene Sheetsy. The madness in his eyes was almost palpable as he began to levitate slowly. Simultaneously, the second wave of Fujitora-esque gravity collided directly with the island cluster. The islands descended rapidly, yet this time, Gene Sheetsy not only refrained from impeding their fall, but also utilized his powers to alter their descent order. Each island, as vast as a battlefield, gradually aligned into a straight line, the end point directed towards the massive meteorite. As I feverishly type away, dear readers, it may be wise to rest for the night. It promises to be a long one. Chapter 90. A resounding roar. Taste my blow. Islands in chaos. The meteorite's descent brought forth searing flames, the terrifying heat compressing upon Gene Sheetsy. Nevertheless, rather than succumb to fear, he appeared to engage in an act of profound sanctity. Fujitora, unleash your full potential. I stand with you. Below, Sengoku watched Fujitora gesturing, with no apparent effect, growing increasingly anxious. Did he not see how Kaido and Big Mom were eager to act? If his grand move did not materialize soon, he might find himself the next target. Kaido observed Fujitora with surprise, convinced that the latter's posture signified an impending powerful strike, especially since the wind pressure had nearly swept him away. Yet, why did it take so long without any sign of action? Fujitora remained suspended in midair, his expression somewhat awkward. He had anticipated that he would soon suppress the entire battlefield. Yet today's meteorite seemed disappointingly lackluster. Even a smaller one would suffice. He wished not to appear foolish in this moment. Suddenly, the sky darkened, the sunlight gradually fading as darkness enveloped the heavens. Everyone instinctively gazed upward. Ah, look! An island is falling from the sky. How could this be? Am I dreaming? Is the world coming to an end? This is terrifying. The ominous shadow grew larger and larger, soon filling everyone's vision. An island comparable in size to the battlefield gradually loomed into view. Thud! Clatter! Clatter! Numerous weapons from both navy and pirate scattered across the ground, with some pirates collapsing in fear. Yet no one dared to mock them, in the face of absolute terror. Some had already lost control of their bodily functions. Even Sengoku was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. He had anticipated that Fujitora's gravity fruit was formidable, yet this was beyond comprehension. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? A land mass of such magnitude could withstand even the unrestrained might of Whitebeard for a while. The gravity fruit evoked memories of Sengoku's past nightmares, reminiscent of the float fruit wielded by the Golden Lion. Regardless of the island's size, a mere touch would send it soaring, obediently drifting wherever it was directed. Not only Sengoku, but even the one responsible for this chaos, Ishao, was stunned. Though Ishao's eyes were obscured, his kin Bunchikahaki was undoubtedly among the finest in the world. The small island was still several kilometers away. Yet Ishao's haki had already reached its periphery. At that moment, all Ishao could feel was the overwhelming enormity. Immense, colossal, gargantuan. Did he truly summon this? Initially, he believed he could only capture a meteorite about 100 meters in size. Under the force of gravity, that would have sufficed for this battlefield. But what was this? Such a massive stone could easily rival a medium-sized island. Perhaps it was the size of Mabuladeo. Were meteorites in the heavens now so audacious? Or was there an elusive sky island above, fortuitously within his grasp? This was no jest. This entity could indeed be lethal. Nevertheless, since it was his own summoning, and most importantly, Ishao was well aware of his own capabilities. Setting aside the means of retrieval, it was unequivocally impossible to return it. Whoever wished could come. But he could not. Thus, Ishao chose to embrace the moment with a confident smile, sheathing his staff blade, crossing his arms in a posture of supreme arrogance. Having remained subdued for far too long, it was time to assert his dominance before his end. What a joke! Fujitora intended to bury the entire navy here. Following the emergence of the island, the battle had reached a standstill, with Akainu glaring at Fujitora, his expression darkened by rage. His dream of transforming the world remained unfulfilled. He had yet to become the fleet admiral, and he certainly did not wish to perish here. Fire Fist! With that thought, Akainu concentrated all his strength, enveloping his scorching magma in armament haki, delivering a punch that could be deemed the pinnacle of his existence. Whitebeard, equally incensed, intervened, with his sons present. He could not allow them to be annihilated by a mere island, or the Whitebeard pirates would be utterly extinguished. Tremor, quake punch. The white light danced wildly. the atmosphere seemingly torn asunder. Whitebeard's fist created afterimages before him. The entire world quaked, as if on the brink of collapse. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from afar, as a golden pillar of fire surged opposite Akainu. This pillar soared like a heavenly column, ascending to the skies, radiating boundless power. From within that golden blaze, a figure gradually emerged. Upon seeing this figure, Akainu was momentarily stunned. Ace, this boy, who harbored such animosity towards him, had chosen not to seize this opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but instead stood united against the island, demonstrating a modicum of courage. Elbaf's spear, king of nations. Big wielded Napoleon, fiercely swinging it towards the heavens, unleashing a dark slash. This was the ultimate technique learned from the giants. In Big Mom's hands, it was even more potent than in those of the giants. Endless, thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido soared into the sky, his kanabo swinging with extraordinary swiftness, even tearing a fissure upon the island. Observing this, Akiji sighed softly, summoning 2 ice pillars that rose from the icy surface, resembling the hands of giants, lifting the descending island. The combined efforts of several top-tier powerhouses caused the very space around them to tremble incessantly. Boom! 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 White light, red light, flames. Darkness. Countless radiances shimmered upon the ice, as the island suspended in midair endured relentless assaults. Under the leadership of the 4 emperors and admirals, the navy and pirates below ignited their final courage. Bang! 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 Bullets were unleashed without restraint, while swordsmen's slashes soared towards the sky. In this moment, faced with lethal danger, no, it should be said, under Fujitori's coercion, the navy and pirates stood united. Yet gravity seemed to be the primary force threatening to annihilate everything. The island was now within reach, yet despite their combined efforts, they still lacked the strength to completely shatter it. At this critical juncture, a burst of golden light erupted. Boom! Accompanied by the island's complete disintegration, a shock wave surged forth. Yet in the eyes of all present, this wave, imbued with destructive power, resembled a divine blessing from the heavens. The island was utterly obliterated, reduced to countless pebbles, posing no threat to those present. Just then, a voice resounded from sky. Chapter 91, The Great Pirate, the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion. A resonant voice echoed from above, startling Sengoku, whose expression shifted dramatically. This voice was one Sengoku could never forget, especially as the identity was self-revealed. Golden Lion Shiki, possessor of a fruit capable of conquering the skies. Even more terrifying was his ambition, which matched the capabilities of his fruit. In that instant, Sengoku no longer doubted. This small island must be the handiwork of the Golden Lion. No wonder it was so vast. As he had said, Fujitora had claimed that his most successful endeavor could only bring down a meteorite 1 kilometer in size. This island, spanning over 100 square kilometers, was simply unfathomable. It turned out to be the Golden Lion Shiki's doing, which was indeed terrifying. According to Shiki's style, he would not merely bring forth this single island. What had just fallen was likely just an appetizer. The true terror awaited. Sure enough, as the sky darkened once more, another island of no smaller stature than the previous one descended. It was the Golden Lion Shiki. He would bring at least 10 such islands. If they wished to survive, all must unite. Kaido also recognized the familiar voice, his expression hardly more favorable than Sengoku's. Having spent over a decade aboard the same ship, he knew Shiki all too well. This madman could conjure any number of surprises. What is the Golden Lion? The legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. 10 islands of such magnitude. How could we possibly survive? Upon hearing Kaido's words, the powerful warriors clenched their fists and weapons silently. Though trapped in a dire situation, they retained faith in their strength. In contrast, the ordinary pirates and navy personnel were the first to crumble. They had already experienced the difficulty of overcoming the previous island. In the face of such overwhelming scale, they felt utterly powerless. Now, Kaido was telling them that there would be at least 10 such islands. That was a minimum of 10. Who could say how many more there might be? Just now, the 4 emperors exerted tremendous effort, and with great difficulty, managed to shatter one. Does that not mean the rest are merely awaiting their demise? Silence. Shank's fierce gaze pierced through the atmosphere, as his conqueror's haki instantly subdued the entire arena. Those with wavering resolve and self-doubt collapsed one after another. Even Sengoku maintained his silence this time. His previous actions had already conveyed his stance. He too wished to survive. It is truly perplexing. What was initially a certain victory for the Navy has morphed into this dire situation. Let us collaborate. Newgate, Sengoku, stealing his resolve, turned to Whitebeard. Although it was difficult to voice, Sengoku acknowledged the necessity of preserving the Navy's strength to maintain dominion over the seas. Whitebeard, observing Sengoku's sincere demeanor, nodded resolutely. The two advanced to the center of the battlefield, where soon the remaining capable individuals from both the Navy and the pirates gathered. In the Navy's ranks, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Akiji, Momonosuke, Chopper, and Fire Mountain. Even one of the main instigators, a smile, awkwardly approached. Upon hearing the discussions, he realized that the meteorite was not summoned by him at all. He had posed for so long, only to feel utterly embarrassed now. In the pirates' ranks, Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Shanks, Ace, Katakuri, Ash, Ben Beckman, Marco, and Jack. In comparison to the Navy, the pirates appeared significantly stronger. Old man shortly, Linlin and I will employ a combined secret technique to slow down time here. Then, at my command, we shall strike together. With the crowd gathered, Kaido shared his thoughts with Whitebeard. The recent events had demonstrated that their combined strength paled in comparison to Whitebeard's singular impact on that island. To survive, they primarily relied on the two tremor fruits and that shockwave. In truth, for Kaido, who could fly, he could depart at any moment, even bringing Big Mom along. However, this time he had brought all his resources. Should he abandon them, he would return as a mere shell of his former self. Establishing the Beast Pirates had consumed vast amounts of his effort. Just the invaluable animal fruits alone were beyond measure. I too can utilize anti-gravity to slow the island's descent. A voice chimed in from a smile. At this juncture, while factional allegiance is vital, survival holds greater significance, Akainu remarked. I can create land with magma, and my abilities can rapidly cool it, forming a landslide. We merely need to divert the island onto it. As the island plummeted, Akiji also shared his opinion. Newgate, do you recall the combined strike at Marineford? Sengoku sighed deeply, ultimately speaking. Let us proceed with utmost focus. Nodding firmly at Sengoku, Whitebeard inhaled deeply. Clang! Kaido and Big Mom's weapons clashed, and in that instant, it seemed as though the entire world had slipped into slow motion. Their gazes intertwined, alternating in dominance. Their affectionate glances even led Katakuri to wonder if he might gain another father. Even in this perilous moment, the onlookers were entranced. Is this the combined sword technique of the question and answer space? It truly is astonishing. What are you all staring at? Move. Noticing the others had forgotten their original plan, fixated intently on the duo, Kaido, unaware of their thoughts, erupted with frustration. He anticipated such a reaction. He wished he could simply soar away, allowing the island to crush them. If everyone survived today, it was likely his image would be broadcast worldwide by tomorrow. If it weren't a true crisis, Kaido would never resort to such humiliating maneuvers. Chapter 92. The blood of the Golden Lion begins to show results. Observing the island descending from the sky, precisely as they had anticipated, everyone exhaled in relief. Since the first attempt succeeded, maintaining that momentum should ensure continued success. Kaido, leading the charge, flirtatiously tossed glances as if casting away all modesty. Big Mom, not to be outdone, struck alluring poses with her towering form, captivating all present. Whitebeard and the others were left in stunned silence, with Ace nearly retching. Damn it, what are you all dawdling for? Move. As Kaido prepared to issue commands for the combined technique, he suddenly noticed the others' vacant expressions, prompting an irate shout. In this life and death moment, their complacency was utterly maddening. At this juncture, only Linlin seemed truly dependable. Resolving this, Kaido hastened his steps. The distance between them narrowed, all for the sake of the greater good. The icy and molten energies continued to coalesce, golden and white lights intertwined, while Fujitora ceaselessly launched his gravitational blacklight rings into the sky. Islands were sent soaring to various locations, everything unfolding in the most favorable direction. As time passed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 islands swiftly soar by, with Kaido and Big Mom perspiring profusely. After all, this was no mere dance. It was a combined sword technique, demanding full investment in each movement. Akainu and Akiji were already breathless, having exerted their powers to the utmost for an extended period. Even at their level of mastery, their bodies were strained, especially since they had recently engaged in intense combat. Not long ago, Akainu had narrowly escaped death in the sea. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Ace fared relatively well. In peak condition, Whitebeard could endure days and nights of exertion without consequence, while Ace, being the youngest, was likely the fastest to recover. However, Sengoku appeared somewhat fatigued. Being of advanced age and having battled against two opponents with terrifying destructive capabilities for so long, now assisting both in their offensive efforts further drained his already scarce stamina. In contrast, Fujitora seemed the least burdened, merely needing to continuously launch rings skyward. Like a game of cards, he continuously played his hand, standing upright with arms crossed. Entirely still, as rings of anti-gravity auras spiraled upwards into the heavens. At an altitude of 3,000 meters, the Golden Lion had firmly pinned the meteorite that fell from the sky onto the island. He possessed the ability to make the meteorite float, yet he chose to endure its weight, refusing to unleash his powers even as his body began to ignite. This meteorite was his final surprise for the Golden Lion and the Whitebeard. A colossal meteorite, over 1 kilometer in diameter, descending from the sky without reservation, was something truly to anticipate. The islands below slipped from control, yet this was all within the Golden Lion's expectations. If Whitebeard and his crew could not handle such an appetizer, they were unworthy of being his opponents. This would be his final battle, and he would wager his life on it. The flames of the meteorite gradually enveloped the Golden Lion, inflicting indescribable pain that pierced through his body and into his mind. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since cried out in agony and crawled away, or fled in search of water. But the Golden Lion was no ordinary man. He gritted his teeth and remained steadfast, focusing entirely on manipulating the direction of the island's descent. Even as his body began to carbonize and his organs ignited, after several minutes, the sea surface was forcibly transformed into land by the islands. With over a dozen medium-sized islands merging into one, rivaling the size of the great land of Alabasta. Kaido and Big Mom were exhausted, leaning on their legs, gasping for breath. Sengoku had already collapsed, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. Akiji and Akainu sat together, bloodshot, eyes betraying their fatigue. They had long since set aside past grievances, forging a genuine camaraderie in the face of death. Even those as robust as Whitebeard and Ace were drenched in sweat, with Whitebeard's hands battered and bleeding from recoil. Fujitora no longer exhibited his earlier nonchalance. The size of his anti-gravity aura was visibly diminished. Only Shanks, Carp, and the others remained steadfast, standing their ground. After all, no one would fully turn their back on the enemy, regardless of the perilous situation. Shanks and the swordsmen, despite their high individual damage potential, found themselves powerless against such a colossal entity spanning dozens of square kilometers. The sharpshooters like Beckman and Chaparito could not be expected to shatter islands with mere bullets. It would be wiser to conserve their strength to prevent a surprise attack from the Navy or pirates once the danger had passed. Carp and his allies were similarly hindered. Though individually powerful, Carp had even leveled hills in his training. There was no time for him to methodically strike now. As for Jin and Marco, they were utterly useless. Better off conserving their strength for unforeseen circumstances. With the last island pulled away by Fujitora, light returned, and the collective tension among the groups finally eased. In that moment, both Navy and pirates exchanged knowing smiles, reveling in the relief of survival. Akainu and Akiji sat back-to-back on the icy surface, narrowing their eyes to gaze at the sun, feeling the long-lost warmth of sunlight. The sun? Why are there two suns in the sky? And why is one of them growing larger? Damn it, there's still a meteorite up there. Akainu leapt to his feet, pointing at the sky and shouting. To be precise, this was the true meteorite. The previous one could only be described as islands falling from the sky, lacking even half the impact of a genuine meteorite. I am the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. Finally, I see the person I wish to see. The Golden Lion let out one last roar with his remaining strength. Subsequently, the last vestiges of his haki faded away, and he was completely consumed by flames, carbonized, and swept away by the descending pressure of the meteorite. Thus, the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, exited the world stage entirely. Upon hearing the Golden Lion's final roar, Whitebeard's eyes flickered with nostalgia, quickly replaced by determination. This old friend had indeed left them an extraordinary gift. Truly, you have not disappointed, Shiki. Chapter 93. The battle concludes. Kaido paused, gripping his kanabo tightly as he exhaled deeply, glaring at the remnants of the meteorite in the sky. Old man, after finally escaping from prison, Wouldn't it be better to find a place to retire? He surmised it was the Golden Lion, for only he would act so recklessly. Everyone had to give their all this time, otherwise they might perish together here. Shanks narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold steel flashing as he drew Griffin from his waist, stepping boldly to the forefront. In that moment, he exuded the aura of a sovereign. Were it not for his tattered attire, no one would believe he was the same man who had just been chased and beaten by Carp. Akiji this time. Do not hold back. Akainu extended his hand to the seated Akiji, his gaze filled with an indescribable resolve. I will give it my all. Akiji, with his usual stoic expression, suddenly smiled, grasping Akainu's outstretched hand and pulling himself up. Sengoku stood nearby, witnessing their exchange with a hint of satisfaction. He turned to Whitebeard and remarked, Newgate, after a lifetime of rivalry, who would have thought we would cooperate once? Regardless of who remains standing here at the end, let us call for truce. Kulala. Those words do not sound like they came from you, Sengoku. Old man, I promise you if you die, I will not strike against the Navy. Whitebeard glanced at Sengoku in astonishment before returning his gaze to the meteorite above. Ha 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 ha. If Peach Rabbit survives, will you marry me? The meteorite approached, and Chaparrito's face was filled with despair as he knelt before Peach Rabbit, pleading earnestly. I refuse. Without looking back, Peach Rabbit skillfully rejected Chaparrito's proposal. Marry Chaparrito? She would rather die than do so. Very well. Chaparrito sighed at Peach Rabbit's retreating figure. His courage evaporated as he timidly added, Well, I won't give up either. In the face of life and death, there were still countless matters like this. No one could guarantee that they could withstand a meteorite of this magnitude. Swordsmen, let us strike together. Everyone, focus your attacks on that central point, and strive to divide the meteorite in two. There is no time for romantic entanglements. Shanks directed decisively. Lingling, it is our turn. Kaido's expression turned serious. His gaze tenderly fixed on Big Mom. With a flirtatious glimmer, Big Mom nodded resolutely. As the winds rose and the clouds surged, the valiant departed. Time seemed to slow as 3 master swordsmen and dozens of ordinary swordsmen launched their strikes towards the heavens. The sizes varied from hundreds of meters to mere meters, but their power was terrifyingly immense. Even the meteorite in the sky began to form a breach under the onslaught of relentless strikes, which widened with its descent. Thunderous 8 trigrams, Elbaf Spear, the might of the nation. Old man, it's up to you now. Kaido and Big Mom ceased their actions, uniting to unleash a staggering slash that cleaved the meteorite in 2 at the gap. A tempest arose, and before the terrifying meteorite could descend, the oppressive wind pressure had already forced its way onto the ice surface. Countless unconscious Marines and pirates were thrust beneath the ice, with those of lesser physical resilience crushed into a gruesome pulp. Even the conscious Marines and pirates found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to move, as if mere movement was a distant luxury. The earth trembled with a relentless rumble, and Whitebeard's bloodied hands shook violently. Ace maximized the potential of his tremor abilities, his entire being vibrating in tandem with his fists. The power of the Zijingusher resonated in a grand tremor. 4 fists suddenly struck the air, causing the entire space to shudder and fracture, with numerous fissures resembling a spider's web sprawling before everyone. Accompanied by Sengoku's furious roar, 2 golden shockwaves detonated the web of cracks. The full force of the tremor abilities collided with the 2 halves of the meteorite, making the world itself seem to quiver. The ice surface shattered under the wind pressure, and the surrounding islands crumbled under the shockwaves, as if the very world was unraveling. Finally, the 2 pieces of the meteorite shattered simultaneously, yet the true danger was only just beginning. The horrors had arrived. Enormous fragments of the meteorite rained down like a deluge. At this moment, Akiji, Akainu, Marco, and others sprang into action. Lava, ice spears, claws, flames, slashes, punches, and kicks were unleashed as everyone fought for survival, desperate to protect their comrades. The meteorite fragments continued to fall, only to be obliterated by the relentless assaults of the warriors. The rain of debris persisted for a full minute, claiming the lives of numerous Marines and pirates, while others were shattered to pieces by the mightiest among them. At long last, the meteor shower came to an end. The battlefield, once teeming with over 100,000 souls, was now reduced to a mere few thousand survivors, the rest having perished in this tumultuous sea. Among them were notorious pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions, alongside a few Marine vice admirals from the ranks of the million-strong Navy. Yet, the majority were nameless ordinary seamen. The Navy had dispatched an elite force of 100,000, now dwindled to just a few thousand. This marked a catastrophic blow to Sengoku's ambition of annihilating the pirates. Extinguished at its inception. However, the pirates too faced defeat. Several captains of the Whitebeard pirates, the Calamity from the Beast pirates, multiple sweet commanders from the Bigman pirates, and even a few elite members of the red-haired pirates fell. And yet, the fate of many ordinary pirates was no different. The pirates had gathered nearly 20,000 for this war, with a significant portion of the New World's pirate forces converging here, leaving only a scant few to survive. In the aftermath of this conflict, vast expanses of territory in the New World would be left vacant, and ambitious factions would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, affecting even the mightiest of the four emperors. The Navy too endured immense losses, with one admiral among the fallen. Most critically, these elites were the backbone of every fleet across the four seas and the Grand Line. Though they may have seemed insignificant on this pinnacle battlefield, each was a bulwark in their own right. With their absence, the Navy would struggle to maintain control even over the four seas, and ambitious individuals would surely rise. Especially the Revolutionary Army, led by Monkey D. Dragon, would not overlook such a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 94. The Great Xia Kingdom. At Marigios, in an expansive clearing, the five elders, accompanied by high-ranking officials from the world government and nobles who had come to observe, gazed intently at a shimmering machine, flanked by elite members of CP. The machine, oval in shape and appearing quite dilapidated, resembled an hourglass with a scale marked upon it, its base adorned with rotating symbols. This was the key to another world acquired from Akainu by the five elders, though it was far from resembling a conventional key. "Marcitafu, open it, and let us all witness a miracle," exclaimed Donald Trump Saint, brimming with excitement as he commanded a CP0 member to approach the machine and activate it, gesticulating animatedly to the surrounding five elders. As the elite of CP0 approached to turn the machine's switch, a cacophony reminiscent of rusted metal screeching assaulted the ears of all present, even causing the brows of the government officials and nobles to furrow in discomfort. As the machine was cranked to its limits, beams of light gradually emanated from within. Meanwhile, at the Great Xia Kingdom, in the former RB battlefield, a colossal military fortress loomed over the desolate landscape, devoid of any signs of life save for the fortress itself. Standing 30 to 40 meters tall and spanning thousands of square kilometers, the fortress exuded a simple yet grand style, emblazoned with red markings. The glint of artillery peeking from the fortress, coupled with the sight of massive tanks and the resounding rallying cries echoing from within, vividly illustrated the essence of a military stronghold. Most striking, however, was the vivid red flag flying atop the fortress. This planet, known as Shui Lan Xing, once hosted numerous nations in opposition and conflict with one another. However, due to internal strife, the world's progress became stagnant. Consequently, five of the most powerful nations united to form an association and signed a ceasefire agreement, compelling the entire world to halt hostilities through overwhelming force. This association was called the Shui Lan Xing United Nations Security Council. With the five mightiest nations declaring a ceasefire, no other nation dared to oppose them, leading to a widespread cessation of hostilities and a joining of the association. Following its establishment, the five founding nations were collectively endorsed as the Council's governing body. As permanent members of the association, they were referred to as the Five Powers. They included the historically rich eastern ancient nation of de Xiagua, the perpetually self-destructive de Ingua, the battle-loving de Xiongua, the pretentious de Maogua, and the romantically inclined de Shagua. As the association developed, diverse voices in the world found common ground, resolving issues rooted in the struggle for resources and land. Within the association, members presented their needs, which were then organized and voted upon by the five permanent members, leading to the resolution of numerous pressing matters. From that point onward, Shui Lan Xing experienced a long-awaited peace, with industrial and population growth surging dramatically. Yet, as time passed, the pace of global advancement accelerated, rendering the already limited resources increasingly precious. Particularly with the development of a formidable weapon, the ambitions of certain factions began to give rise to unsettling thoughts. Soon, in response to a provocation by the de Ingua, the Second World War erupted in its entirety. It was during this conflict that weapons, which should not have existed in this world, unleashed their fury. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding explosions obliterated 3 nations, plunging the entire world into silence. as humanity was confronted for the first time with the terrifying potential of weaponry. The name of this weapon became etched in collective memory: the atomic bomb. With the formidable threat posed by the atomic bomb, the Shui-Lan-Xing United Nations Security Council swiftly became a dominant force. Seizing the opportunity, the Ingwa annexed numerous smaller nations. Had it not been for its sparse population, it might have unified the world outright. However, as the Ingwa advanced, other nations were not idle, and soon the Xiagua and the Xiongwa developed their own nuclear arsenals. The territories previously annexed by the Ingwa provided sufficient resources for its continued growth, leading to a brief period of peace. The advent of the atomic bomb seemed to open an unknown door for all nations, as various fearsome weapons emerged, all powered by the fundamental energy of nuclear reactions, collectively referred to as nuclear weapons. Approximately 20 years passed, during which the Ingwa fully assimilated the smaller nations it had conquered, only to reveal its ambitions once again. Yet, it was clear that the world had changed irrevocably. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding echoes marked the commencement of the Third World War, entering an intense phase from the very outset. Nuclear weapons were not exclusive to the Ingwa. The Xiongwa quickly embarked on its path of retaliation. Bang, 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 bang. For ominous sounds heralded the onset of a horrific war. The bloody history of this warfare need not be elaborated upon. Suffice it to say that, in the aftermath, a third of the surface of Shui-Lan-Xing became uninhabitable. The Shui-Lan-Xing United Nations Security Council was rebranded, adopting the new name of the Xiagua. Indeed, following this war, only one nation remained on Shui-Lan-Xing, as all others faded into history. True peace had finally arrived. The Xiagua is a nation where technology and military prowess develop in tandem, with its technological achievements rooted in nuclear energy and other beneficial advancements. Alongside a diverse array of weapons developed for nuclear research, the military strength of the Xiagua boasts a rich history spanning over 10,000 years. With a long-standing culture of martial prowess encompassing various disciplines such as boxing, swordsmanship, and gun techniques ingrained in every household. With the advancement of technology, various gene modification potions have further empowered warriors, enabling even the mightiest among them to withstand missiles with their bare bodies, making them formidable enough to rival entire armies, truly human calamities. The RB battlefield was once a steadfast ally of the Ingwa, with its original territory consisting of a vast island spanning hundreds of square kilometers. In the early stages of the war, they served as a weapon to contain the Xiagua, causing considerable trouble for them. However, following the war, Arbig ceased to exist, leaving only this desolate island behind. It is now utilized by the Xiagua as a weapons testing ground, dedicated to experimenting with various devastating armaments. The island is fortified with a full regiment of the Xiagua troops, equipped with all manner of destructive weaponry, forming an impenetrable stronghold. The soldiers training within the fortress could hardly anticipate the arrival of uninvited guests today. Chapter 95. A clash at the central gate. A dazzling spectrum of light descended from the heavens, as if tearing apart the very fabric of space. The radiant glow was particularly striking in the depths of night, instantly capturing the attention of the sentries within the fortress. Wail! 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 The alarm sounded. The soldiers engaged in night drills halted their training and gathered under the commander's instruction. In the command center, the main door was forcefully pushed open with a resounding bang. And before the individual entered, a boisterous voice echoed in. "Old Fong, what's the situation over there?" A burly man clad in military attire strode in, his height exceeding 3 meters with muscles like cast iron rippling with each movement. Evidently a formidable figure. This man, named Li Yunlong, served as the military commander of the fortress and was its undisputed leading authority. The individual referred to as Old Fong is Fong Zhini, the political commissar of the fortress and its second in command. Fong Zhini, also dressed in military garb, was somewhat shorter than the burly man, but radiated an aura of equal gravitas, complete with spectacles that lent him an air of scholarly authority. At that moment, he was intently observing the large screen before him, his brow furrowed in concentration, clearly perplexed. The screen displayed a terrain map of the battlefield, marked with red dots representing the reconnaissance units he had dispatched. "Old Li, you've arrived. I've sent Gotzi's team out for reconnaissance. We should receive news shortly." Fong Zhini reassured Li Yunlong, accustomed to his old partner's volatile temperament. Suddenly, a screeching sound emanated from the screen, and the number of red dots began to dwindle rapidly. Concurrently, the distant sound of cannon fire echoed ominously. This is bad. Something unexpected has occurred. At that moment, Fang Zhini understood the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting dramatically as he turned to Li Yunlong. Damn it. I want to see who dares to stir up trouble on my territory. Li Yunlong, noticing the screen's alarming changes, erupted in fury. After all these years stationed here, there has never been a situation like this. Since the end of the previous war, no one has dared to engage the Xiaolong's forces. Send Zhang Dabi to investigate the situation. I want to know who has the audacity to provoke my troops. He promptly seized the intercom to relay his orders. 10 minutes earlier, at the portal site on the desolate land, as the seven-colored glow shimmered, a rift slowly tore open the fabric of space, eventually stabilizing into the form of a grand door. Emerging from this portal were the CP elites, led by the formidable Dao Gadichi. Including Dao Gadichi, there were a total of 10 individuals, each comparable in strength to a vice admiral of the Navy, with their leader, Dao Gadichi, nearing the power of a full admiral. Boss, is this the other world? It doesn't seem much different from our own, remarked a simian-like figure, surveying the surroundings before curiously addressing Dao Gadichi. Ignoring him, Dao Gadichi picked up a handful of dust from the ground and sniffed it. As an animal type, Inu fruit user, he detected no human scent and then instructed his companions. Let us split up as planned. Everyone is aware of the mission. Locate the local inhabitants and capture them to gather intelligence about this world. Regardless of the outcome, we regroup here in 3 days. The hunt begins. Wait a moment. Suddenly, one of the gang, a sharp-featured individual named Hibama Sanlang, halted the others. He possessed the strongest observation haki among them and was a world-class marksman. Sensing he was being observed, he immediately turned to look in a particular direction. What the hell? Approximately 3 kilometers from the teleportation portal, atop an armored vehicle, a figure lay prone, gripping an astonishingly powerful sniper rifle. As if he had made an extraordinary discovery, and exclaimed in surprise. Wanli, what happened? A man with a resolute countenance inside the vehicle, meticulously cleaning his steel gun, casually inquired upon hearing the commotion from above, before resuming his focus on the 10 small red dots scanned by the vehicle's infrared device. This world, steeped in advanced technology, had long since developed machines capable of detecting life through thermal sources. The man inside was Zhang Gotzi, the reconnaissance squad leader, while the sniper on the roof was Yang Wanli, with the observer Yang Qianli in the passenger seat and a dozen others seated behind, including Yang Bailey. Gaz, I think I've been spotted, Yang Wanli remarked in astonishment, recalling the eyes he had seen through the scope moments before. After locking onto the heat source with the infrared device, he had eagerly volunteered to take on the observer's role. The current state of peace in the world left him with little to do but train and sleep, almost driving him to madness. Thus, when an opportunity arose, he was determined to seize it. He was certain that they were still at least 3 kilometers away from their target, a distance of 3,000 meters, where even the sniper rifle's sight appeared hazy. Nonetheless, in that fleeting moment, Yang Wanli was convinced he had been discovered, as someone had seemingly locked onto him through his own scope. This was akin to a fantastical tale, yet a sniper's instinct is a trusted ally. Are you certain? Zhang Gotzi, taken aback, glanced at the motionless red dots on the instrument before confirming with Yang Wanli. As a martial artist, especially one with some accomplishments, Zhang Gotzi understood the implications of this. To detect someone spying from 3 kilometers away indicated an opponent of at least a martial arts master's caliber, far beyond their capacity to contend with. I'm certain, Yang Wanli replied assertively, then peered through the sniper scope once more. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Yang Wanli's rifle suddenly emitted a dazzling flame. What the hell? Yang Wanli, who gave you permission to fire? The gunshot startled everyone inside the vehicle, for military discipline dictates that one must heed orders before discharging a weapon. Without Zhang Gotzi's command, Yang Wanli's unilateral decision to fire could compromise their position. Uncertain of the enemy's situation or allegiance, it was reckless to shoot without confirmation, fearing the potential of misidentifying friend as foe. However, Yang Wanli was unable to respond to Zhang Gotzi, for a large hole had already opened in his head. The reason Yang Wanli had fired was that he had seen the figure he believed had spotted him, brandishing an unusual sniper rifle, its scope already trained on him. The greatest fear for a sniper is to be seen through the enemy's scope, especially by someone who exerts immense pressure. Thus, Yang Wanli had no time to seek permission and decisively pulled the trigger. At the very moment he did, CP0 also opened fire. A bullet, imbued with armed color domineering, traversed over 3,000 meters, piercing through Yang Wanli's skull. In the eyes of Daoj Dickey and his companions, it was as if Hema Sanlong had suddenly said wait, picked up a gun, fired in a direction, and then his own head exploded. Indeed, in that brief instant, Yang Wanli's bullet had also penetrated Hema Sanlong's head. Although Yang Wanli had undergone genetic enhancement, he could never hope to match Hema Sanlong's prowess. Yet in this technologically advanced world, the speed and power of a sniper rifle's bullet far exceeded Hema Sanlong's imagination. Chapter 96. Young Wayanel, Zhang Gotzi called out, a hint of anger in his voice, pondering how a seasoned soldier like Yang Wanli could commit such a grave error. Young Wayanel. After repeating his name twice without receiving a response, Zhang Gotzi sensed that something was amiss. He hastily leaned out of the vehicle's window to see Yang Wanli's lifeless form above. Stop! Pull over! Upon witnessing Yang Wanli's corpse, Zhang Gotzi urgently commanded the driver to halt. Wanli. After the vehicle stopped, Zhang Gotzi lifted Yang Wanli's body down, while Yang Qinli, Yang Bailey, and others mournfully gazed upon their brother's remains. The bullet came from the front. Could be them? 3 kilometers away, to spot Wanli and kill him. This adversary is formidable. Zhang Gotzi observed the wound on Yang Wanli's corpse, his expression grave as he spoke to himself. Suddenly, a series of piercing winds echoed around them. Zhang Gotzi sensed something was off and quickly looked up, witnessing a blue semicircular wave rushing towards them. He swiftly rolled to the side to evade it. The blue wave effortlessly swept past, carving a trench dozens of meters long into the earth. Indigenous people? How dare you kill Kalandika? The speaker was Shanbianshui Sanlong of CP0, a Zoan-type Nico Nomi user, adept in the 6th form known as Shave. Renowned for his speed, arguably the fastest within CP0. All personnel, combat formation, open fire. Zhang Gotzi, drenched in cold sweat from narrowly escaping, hastily issued commands to his team. From the evidence on the ground, he understood that this opponent was not one they could easily contend with. Thus he steeled himself and pulled the trigger. As an elite reconnaissance squad, their team was equipped with formidable firepower, sniper rifles, submachine guns, various machine guns, and even 2 individual rocket launchers. The moment the triggers were pulled, the night sky erupted in flames. Hundreds of bullets rained down in an instant. Even Shanbianshui Sanlong, who had been prepared, was caught off guard. He could only hastily coat himself in armed color domineering as he was bombarded by a deluge of bullets. However, Shanbianshui Sanlong remained unfazed, dismissing the bullets as trivial, assuming they lacked the power of armed color. Technology is the primary productive force. CP0, still clinging to outdated notions about firearms, could hardly fathom the destructive capabilities of machine guns and armor-piercing ammunition. From his appearance to being hit and subsequently killed, the entire ordeal unfolded in less than 3 seconds. Daoj Dickey, racing to the scene, witnessed this unfolding calamity, fury igniting within him as he felt as though his heart was being ripped apart. With only 10 men brought along, and having barely begun, how could they have already lost 2? Be cautious of their weaponry. I want one alive. He instructed his CP0 team, his face darkened with resolve. Time rewound to the origin. Armored vehicles swiftly departed from the fortress, while fighter jets soared into the sky from the airfield. Li Yunlong recognized Zhang Gotzi's squad-esque capabilities. Even within the fortress, this squad consistently ranked among the best. It would be no exaggeration to say that in outdoor positional warfare, a single squad could rival the combat effectiveness of an entire company. Yet despite this, they had been decimated within mere minutes. This enemy could not be underestimated. Having been idle for quite some time, it is time for everyone to take action, especially since ammunition is not in short supply. Commander, we have identified a target moving rapidly towards the 3 o'clock direction. Shall we engage? Upon receiving the message from the fighter pilot, the communications officer promptly reported to Zhang Dabiao. Let the first fighter engage at will. Remember, I only want one survivor. Zhang Dabiao, a formidable-looking middle-aged man, was unexpectedly faced with the loss of Zhang Gotzi, a member of his unit, before he could even discuss a promotion with Li Yunlong. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle had concluded decisively once Daoj Dickey and his group got serious. However, Daoj Dickey found himself in a predicament. He had ordered to keep a prisoner alive, yet Yang Shirley, one of the captives, had committed suicide. This was not the worst of his troubles. The real issue lay in the language barrier. During the communication between Zhang Gotzi and Yang Bailey, It became evident that their inability to understand one another would severely hinder their ability to gather intelligence. Despite his concerns, Daoj Dichi instructed the others to proceed with the plan. Regardless of the challenges, the priority was to map out the terrain and locate the indigenous settlements, leaving the rest to be addressed in 3 days. As the CP0 agents dispersed, Daoj Dichi was suddenly seized by a foreboding sense of danger. Acting on instinct, he swiftly used Shave to evade the area. The moment he vanished, a hail of bullets rained down, striking the very spot where he had stood, courtesy of the first fighter. Simultaneously, fiery tongues erupted across the night sky, some hitting their targets with precision while others, like Daoj Dichi, evaded the onslaught in ways incomprehensible to the pilots. However, if one bullet could not solve the problem, then 2 would suffice. If a single burst of fire was insufficient, then continuous fire would follow. In an instant, the night sky was illuminated by streaks of fire. In Daoj Dichi's acute perception, he sensed the presence of the remaining 7 CP0 agents rapidly dissipating. Curse be it, though he did not comprehend the mechanism by which these flying machines spewed fire. Daoj Dichi was not one to stand idly by. The fighter jets soared too high for his rumble and finger pistol techniques to reach, so he transformed into a blackhound, using Shave to dodge bullets while employing Moonwalk to ascend into the air. As for the author's note, it remains unclear whether the chapters can be published. This is the second attempt at publication, and the results have been rather disheartening, as expected. The material has been overused, coupled with my rather lackluster writing style. Nevertheless, the disparity is somewhat alarming. The previous work amassed 240,000 collections before its release, whereas this one stands at only 24,000. The initial subscriptions are daunting to predict. In any case, I have resolved not to abandon this work as I did with the last one. As long as there is even a solitary reader each day, I shall persist. Regarding the length of completion, I cannot provide a definitive answer. The outline for subsequent chapters is quite extensive, and it may take several months to finish the current storyline. As for explosive updates, such a phenomenon is unlikely, as my capabilities do not compare to those of others. Longtime readers will recall that during my first book, I could produce 2 chapters in 6 hours. Now, it takes 5 hours for the same output. Nevertheless, I feel I have made progress, and I believe that one day, I will be able to write a chapter in 2 hours. I have been working to overcome my heartbreak, and my job keeps me busy until after 6 each evening. While my spirits have lifted, my writing time has diminished significantly. After publication, I anticipate maintaining a schedule of 2 updates daily, with occasional bursts depending on circumstances, allowing for 1 day of rest per week. Finally, to the esteemed Yin Yun, your unwavering support means the world to me. Onward into 2021. Chapter 1. Superhuman Daoj Dichi soared through the air, simultaneously executing a series of rumble techniques. Crescent-shaped slashes lined the sky, their blue luminescence strikingly visible against the night. However, to the ace pilot of the first fighter jet, Daoj Dichi's speed was woefully inadequate, and his strikes were too slow. This world harbors mysterious gene-enhancing serums and formidable martial artists. While it is true that the pinnacle of technological might cannot be compared to the unparalleled strength of those in the pirate world, Daoj Dichi himself does not rank among the utmost elite. A brute who relies solely on the powers of a Zoan fruit stands little chance against a fighter jet capable of breaking the sound barrier. Did he truly believe everyone was on par with Kizara? The first fighter jet, maneuvering through the air, evaded Daoj Dichi's rumble strikes and unleashed a torrent of bullets from his machine gun. The bullets soared through the air, closing in on Daoj Dichi's form. The icy sensation and lethal glint rendering him unable to withstand them. For the moment, he could only rely on Moonwalk and Shave to evade, while the first fighter jet relentlessly pursued him, making his escape no easier than if he were on land. The question remained, who would be struck first, Daoj Dichi or the jet's ammunition? Of course, even if the first jet ran out of bullets, it would not be a concern, as 5 more jets had already eliminated their targets and were swiftly approaching. First jet, you are about to enter the combat zone. Do you require assistance? Indeed, shortly thereafter, the pilot of the first fighter heard his comrade's voice on the intercom. Assistance needed. The enemy has managed to maintain combat effectiveness despite multiple concentrated attacks. We suspect they are mutated superhumans. Fire at will as long as they are not killed. In this world, where light exists, darkness inevitably follows. The nations that have been obliterated have left behind seeds of resistance, and opposing the warriors of the Great Xiaolong Kingdom are the superhumans. These humanoid weapons are engineered specifically for battle through genetic modification and inhumane training. After all, while ordinary martial artists may have undergone physical enhancements, they remain flesh and blood. No amount of training can withstand the bullets from a fighter jet. It is worth noting that the ammunition carried by these jets is not merely small-caliber rifle rounds, but armor-piercing shells capable of destroying tanks. Were it not for Daoj Dichi's modified body, no human could survive a direct hit from such a projectile, and he himself would not believe he could kill the pilot of the first jet. It is evident that he is unaware of what the armed color hockey truly entails. With a swift command from the first battle, 6 tongues of flame illuminated the night sky. The moment the heavens were set alight, Daoj Dichi's demeanor shifted dramatically. From the instant his first comrade met an unexpected demise, Daoj Dichi sensed that this world was far more complex than he had ever imagined. However, this was utterly grotesque. First, some frail individuals wielding gun-like weapons had managed to dispatch 2 of his companions. These were beings of considerable strength, comparable to rear admirals in the Navy, yet they fell victim to incomprehensible weapons in an instant. Following this, an iron box appeared in the sky, unleashing bullets that could even penetrate his armed color hockey. Throughout his experience, Daoj Dichi had believed that only hockey could counteract hockey. He could never have anticipated that ordinary bullets would possess such formidable power. Had he known, he would have refrained from volunteering to lead this mission, leaving it to those brash individuals instead. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regrets. His remorse would be his burden alone, as countless surprises awaited him ahead. An hour later, within the operations command room, Li Yunlong and Fang Zhini scrutinized the map, searching for the potential whereabouts of the remnants of the Weizhou nation. Indeed, Daoj Dichi had just been captured, his mouth spewing forth a cacophony of languages reminiscent of various artistic films. In this all-male environment, who had not heard such tongues? It was quickly recognized as the language of the Weizhou nation. Coupled with the fact that this location was the battlefield where the Da Xiaolonghua had triumphed over the Weizhou nation, it was difficult not to suspect that remnants of the Weizhou nation were at play. In truth, Daoj Dichi and his companions were quite unfortunate. With their average strength akin to that of rear admirals, had they understood the language of this world, they could have obtained intelligence from Zhang Gazi and utilized their expertise in disguise to infiltrate the military camp. It is likely that the fortress would have changed hands long ago. However, the reality is that the victors write history. Defeat is still defeat. As Li Yunlong and Fang Zhini pondered over the map, a knock resonated at the door. "Come in," Fang Zhini replied without lifting his gaze. "Report, boss. Here is the interrogation dossier of this individual. The information within will surely astonish you." Zhang Dabiao entered, his face adorned with a broad smile. Just by holding this document, he knew he had achieved something significant, perhaps even a promotion. "Just read it out loud. No need for theatrics. Are they really from another world?" Li Yunlong, known for his fiery temper, particularly during troubling times, remarked. "Yes, boss, you are indeed correct. They have come from another world," Zhang Dabiao exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Li Yunlong, his playful demeanor evident. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yunlong was speaking in jest, yet he had unwittingly stumbled upon the truth. "Have you had too much to drink? This is the command room, not your cozy home. Clear your tongue before speaking to me." Hearing Zhang Dabiao's remarks, Li Yunlong briefly diverted his gaze from the map to glower at Zhang Dabiao, mistaking his grin for a jest. "Boss, this is the truth. They genuinely hail from another world, and their objective is to explore our realm, seeking to invade and conquer it." Noticing Li Yunlong's skepticism, Zhang Dabiao adopted a serious tone, handing the document to Fang Zhini as he spoke. Fang Zhini perused the information, his expression growing increasingly grave and alarmed. At his rank, he understood the significance of this document all too well. If the contents were accurate, tranquility would soon be a thing of the past. The saying rings true: those who dare to offend the Longhua shall face dire consequences, regardless of distance. You really are a handful. How could Li Yunlong possibly believe such nonsense? Seeing Zhang Dabiao's continued insistence, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. "Old Li, a storm is brewing." Fang Zhini seized Li Yunlong's arm, interrupting his movement, and handed the document to Li Yunlong. Chapter 2 Clang. In Mariehua, the morning sun found Donald Rump in his expansive 10-meter bed, waking amidst the service of 5 young maidens. After a refreshing bath and change of attire, he strolled leisurely into the courtyard to savor a delightful breakfast. As one of the 5 elders, his residence lay within the core of the Holy Land, in closest proximity to the government building of Mariehua, where only the most esteemed celestial dragons were permitted to reside. The portal to another world opened not far from his backyard, and at that moment, Donald Rump sat on the balcony of his aerial garden, sipping coffee while gazing at the mesmerizing kaleidoscope of colors emanating from the portal. Ah, for all I have done for this world, it shall remember me. Although Dowgood Dickey had yet to return, Donald Rump was already envisioning the future plunder of this new world. Akainu had informed him that this world was one of peace. But what fighting prowess could a peaceful world possess? Surely, the so-called peaceful and democratic nations of the pirate world must be the weakest. Suddenly, the light from the portal flickered, a phenomenon Donald Rump had witnessed previously when Dowgood Dickey and his companions departed. Could it be that Dowgood Dickey had returned? With that thought, Donald Rump set down his coffee, his heart racing as he stood, fixated on the portal. He had forgotten the last time he felt such excitement, perhaps when he was elevated to the rank of elder. He was not alone in his attention to the portal. Its unusual activity quickly captured the gaze of many, as small, hooded heads emerged from grand villas. The realm of another world remained unconquered by any celestial dragon. What could it possibly hold? Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of sounds echoed from the portal, and moments later, a hound, bound in chains and adorned with a bomb around its neck, emerged from the portal. As it stumbled forward with a shaky yet resolute gait, the objects it dragged behind slowly came into view. This hound was none other than the pride of CP0, Dowgood Dickey. Although none understood the reason for his peculiar appearance, the rigorously trained CP0 would never betray their own. And what followed him must undoubtedly be treasures from another world. As the clanging grew louder, the object being pulled by Dowgood Dickey came fully into view. It was a cart bearing a structure several meters tall, tapering towards the base into a triangular tail wing, its surface inscribed with symbols they could not comprehend, marked with 2 large characters followed by a series of numbers. Hydrogen bomb. 1,000,000 tons TNT. 1,000,000. The assembled crowd recognized the latter number, gazing at the figure with confusion. Could it be currency from another world? Dalgaichi stood up after completely extracting the hydrogen bomb, slowly retrieving a pack of exquisite Xiao Xiong Mao from his pocket. He drew one out, ignited it, and inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of pleasure. The cigarette was swiftly consumed, and without hesitation, Dowgood Dickey glanced at the timer around his neck, which was nearing 0. Suddenly, he turned back, and the muscles in his right arm swelled to their utmost capacity. A terrifying force coiled around his arm, and the dark, armed hockey unconsciously enveloped his entire limb. In an instant, he unleashed a punch that erupted with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. A thunderous sound resonated, akin to an old monk striking a bell, as Dowgood Dickey's fist collided with a hydrogen bomb. The next moment, an intense radiance illuminated the surroundings. Dowgood Dickey, having been cultivated as an elite by CP0, remained unfazed in the face of Wang Dabiao's various tortures, until he recalled those who had pushed him into this predicament while they continued to live blissfully. Upon realizing he could no longer survive, Dowgood Dickey resolved to take those who enjoyed commanding him along for the ride. Thus unfolded the following scene. In that world, someone had already demonstrated the explosion of the bomb around his neck, and Dowgood Dickey was acutely aware that his armed hockey could not possibly withstand such power. So he decided to take them all with him. With a resounding roar, the hydrogen bomb erupted entirely, unleashing a blinding white light that dazzled countless onlookers, including the self-proclaimed Great Tang Natalu. Subsequently, an indescribable force erupted, initially engulfing Dowgood Dickey, the closest to the bomb, before the radiance gradually expanded, reaching 10 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, until it spanned 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Wherever it swept, no living creature could penetrate its brilliance. The world was filled with the ultimate white light. Next came a powerful earthquake. As the earth trembled violently, rocks crumbled, and all structures in Mariehua collapsed with the shaking ground. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Accompanied by the rising mushroom cloud, the most terrifying shockwave was imminent. In an instant, silence reigned supreme, as if all sound had vanished. The next second, a circular shockwave erupted violently from the explosion point of the hydrogen bomb, flattening all buildings in its path, and even causing the very earth to disintegrate under the force. Tang Nadalu, Bailek Amau, Vladimir Seng, Tanzai Dala Seng. and Budala, Xiaogongsheng, among others, found themselves equal beneath this might. Regardless of status, their bodies gradually vaporized in the aftermath of the shockwave. Indeed, this encompassed everyone, including the unseen puppeteer behind the world of Pangu. Under the hydrogen bomb, all beings were equal. The explosion persisted for a full 10 minutes before finally subsiding, with the mushroom cloud soaring ever higher, engulfing the atmosphere. The first nuclear explosion in the pirate world came to an end, and all witnesses vanished alongside it from existence. The world government, which had dominated for 8 centuries, thus disappeared in a manner no one could have anticipated. In the alternate world of Neutron City, within the most prestigious conference room, the atmosphere was austere. A long table was filled with individuals, identifiable by their attire and age as high-ranking authorities. In truth, they had gathered to address the incursion from that alternate world. Li Yunlong's report had been delivered to each attendee's hands early that morning. Chapter 3. Preparations before the stand. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, thick with urgency, as everyone focused silently on the intelligence in their hands. What are your thoughts? Please share your opinions. Finally broke the silence, a dignified, middle-aged man with a square face seated at the head of the table. I believe the enemy has already crossed the line. We cannot simply tolerate this, declared a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, slamming his hand on the table in anger. Indeed, had they come with peaceful intentions, we should respond likewise regarding diplomatic relations between our worlds. However, since they intend to invade our territory, we must take up arms in response, echoed a round-faced man beside him. Though the Li Yunlong unit had annihilated the invaders, he could not suppress his indignation. With knives held to their throats, how could those who wielded heavy military power endure their tempers? We must fight. We must assert the spirit of our dragon nation and sever the claws of those invaders. Yes, we must fight. I support Old Li this time, chimed in others as the two speakers set the tone. The cohesion of the dragon nation became evident as sentiments were voiced. Very well then, let us engage in battle to the fullest extent, the authoritative middle-aged man proclaimed decisively, affirming the meeting's resolution. In the operations meeting room, a massive sand table lay at the center, marked with 2 designated routes and a main road, dividing the table into 4 large zones. The entire expanse was blue, adorned with sand and stone islands. Several middle-aged men in military uniforms gathered around the sand table, discussing their views. This world is surrounded by the sea. You Army personnel have no place to maneuver. Let our Navy take the first shot, asserted a middle-aged man in a blue uniform. Enough of that. You always rush in first. It's time for a change. This world is perfect for our airborne mobile units to strike first, retorted a man in grayish-white military attire, his mustache bristling with indignation. Stop squabbling. It's futile. This time, we will be the main force. Look at this intelligence. Beyond that portal lies the power center of this world. You've all seen the videos of those superhumans. Our weapons may be advanced, but in close quarters, we won't stand a chance if their strong men approach your troops, capable of taking on hundreds or even thousands, interjected the highest-ranking officer of the army dismissively. The 3 men present understood that regardless of who initiated the assault, seizing Mariehua would not come without sacrifice. The individual strength in the pirate world was overwhelmingly formidable. Though the Li Yunlong unit had decimated Daoj DC's CP-0, it appeared deceptively easy with just a squadron of fighter jets. This was merely due to the disparity in information. Had Daoj DC known of these weapons beforehand, the outcome might have been entirely different. According to the existing intelligence, these formidable creatures, capable of withstanding fighter jet armor-piercing rounds and inflicting dreadful damage with mere gestures and kicks, would wreak unimaginable havoc if unleashed among an army of ordinary humans. The prospect of a single individual annihilating an entire battalion is not far-fetched. They're far more terrifying than the legendary warriors of yore. Furthermore, as Dao Gadichi has stated, his power barely ranks in their world, with several individuals on the island of Ma Li Jiao surpassing him in strength. They also possess a navy that suppresses the world, 6 admirals whose might eclipses theirs, and so-called naval heroes and marshals among other formidable warriors. The ability to manipulate lava, freeze oceans, and summon meteorites represents a power that the denizens of a technological world can scarcely fathom, especially considering that the portal is only so large. Accommodating merely dozens at a time, with the strength of the monsters from that world, it is likely that one individual guarding the entrance would be overwhelmed, rendering any attempts to send multiple individuals there tantamount to suicide. Moreover, the monsters from that world possess grotesque physiques, capable of engaging in combat for days on end. Regardless of the number of soldiers, it is insufficient against such relentless onslaughts. This is not a battle, but a death sentence. Yet, should anyone manage to conquer this formidable challenge, subsequent endeavors would be far less daunting. The technological world has its advantages, notably the mass production of fighter jets, machines enabling ordinary individuals to triumph over the strong. Just as Dao Gudi Qi himself, who considers himself a member of the second tier of strength in their world, is one of the few such beings. Yet even such an entity was subdued by a fighter jet. It is crucial to understand that fighter jets can be produced in abundance, and their firepower far exceeds that of traditional heavy artillery. Concepts of armed hockey and physical prowess pale in comparison, once they are equipped and loaded with ammunition. Those who rely solely on brute strength will witness the true meaning of caliber and range. If a single barrage cannot resolve the issue, we shall employ a second, and if necessary, a third. Our combat relies on munitions, while you offer mere lives, particularly with tracking cruise missiles and invincible self-propelled artillery. They are indeed the nemeses of the strong. Even the mightiest Kaido, as described by Dao Gudi Qi, would find himself subdued should he seek his demise here. Even if artillery fails, there are laser weapons at our disposal. The truth of nuclear annihilation remains unchallenged. I truly doubt anyone could withstand a hydrogen bomb. Our Navy encompasses not only destroyers and aircraft carriers, but also naval assault teams. Why not let me fire the first shot? Our Air Force is not limited to piloting aircraft. We possess ground troops as well. Let's not bicker. Allow me to take charge. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. The assault must be led by our army. I've already assembled the necessary personnel, so you may as well stand down. The three high-ranking officials began to argue over the strategy laid out on the table. You old fellows should cease your squabbling and heed my counsel. The fourth individual, who had been observing the commotion, hurriedly intervened to separate the three before the situation escalated further. They are of considerable age. If their dispute over who should lead the first charge were to result in any misfortune, it would surely become a source of mockery. Standing alongside the leaders of the land, sea, and air forces, this man is no insignificant figure, although he commands only a single battalion of fewer than 10,000 troops. The combat effectiveness of his forces is astonishingly formidable, often being pivotal to the outcome of warfare. His unit, known as the Ho-E Army, wields the most terrifying weapons on Earth, cataclysmic nuclear arms. While their numbers may be small, even a solitary launch officer stationed in an office commands respect. So tell me, how shall we engage? Who will lead the first assault? Indeed, what do you think? Is it not our army that is most suited? Nonsense. It should be our navy, for they're the strongest in their world, and a navy-to-navy clash would yield a clear victor. The three, acknowledging their status, had initially become heated over the notion of who would fire the first shot, yet they soon regained composure. Nevertheless, the inability to act does not inhibit their ability to converse. Enough, enough, cease your arguments. Seeing them begin to quarrel again, the man rubbed his temples in frustration. You are all grown men. Must you bicker like children? We are facing an entire world in this war. A conflict between worlds is no trivial matter. Regardless of who leads the first charge, who can guarantee the capture of the portal behind Ma, Li Jiaoya? Should we fail, they will surely grow wary, reinforcing their defenses at the portal, thereby sealing our chances. Furthermore, this will only intensify their avarice towards our world. Currently, their armaments are relatively inferior. Have you considered what would happen if the troops you send perish there? What if they seize our weapons? This is an entirely new world, and it will undoubtedly harbor a few geniuses, not to mention those with bizarre devil fruit abilities. Their realm does not abide by the laws of energy conservation. Should they acquire our technology, accompanied by a stone fruit user or similar, how many more lives must we sacrifice to secure victory? We must minimize unnecessary losses. Thus, I propose that the first engagement be entrusted to our Ho-E Army. Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily struck with embarrassment. Indeed, the intelligence at their disposal had already indicated that if beings from another world were indeed as formidable as monsters, their chances of victory were far from certain. Who knows what preparations they may have made at the portal? In terms of weaponry, they certainly hold the advantage. However, the issue lies in the fact that those monstrous physiques cannot simply be dealt with as if they were inconsequential. They had all seen the video of Dao Gudi Qi withstanding armor-piercing rounds, marveling at such a terrifying physique. Regardless, that contingent could not possibly equip every soldier with armor-piercing munitions. It is not due to a lack of equipment. but rather a dearth of individuals capable of utilizing such gear. The sniper rifles capable of firing large-caliber armor-piercing rounds come with an immense recoil. Undoubtedly, if we were to rely solely on sniper rifles, the entire army could muster enough to provide a few. Yet the problem remains that a group of snipers would require sufficient time to load their ammunition, granting the enemy ample opportunity to annihilate them hundreds of times over. Hence, they must resort to utilizing modified large-caliber machine guns, typically mounted on aircraft and armored vehicles, secured in place with steel and cushioned against recoil with springs. Nonetheless, even with such reinforcements, these weapons require cooling periods after prolonged use, necessitating regular checks before and after deployment. It is critical to note that previous engagements were fought in a manner that allowed no time for soldiers to dig trenches or set up their arms. If one were to fire prematurely and be toppled by recoil before even hitting a target, what hope remains for continued combat? Of course, in this militarized nation, there are individuals of remarkable physical prowess. Li Yunlong, for instance, is a prime example. Having earned his reputation by wielding a heavy machine gun weighing hundreds of kilograms to sweep away foes during a battle. However, he is merely an anomaly. To withstand the recoil of such a weapon purely through physical prowess, one must at the very least be a master-level warrior, preferably in the prime of their life. Setting aside the question of whether such masters can be gathered, one must also consider whether they would willingly fight in another world for the sake of their country. It is uncertain how many among them are even familiar with firearms, let alone capable of hitting a target. While the prospect of firearms striking their mark is indeed terrifying, a failure to do so renders them no more effective than a mere iron rod. At least an iron rod is easy to wield and apply force with. A heavy machine gun is unwieldy and poses a risk of injury to the user. Moreover, that tiny portal can hardly accommodate many individuals at once. If the first wave fails to establish a stronghold, subsequent forces will be unable to penetrate. Should failure occur, and they manage to dismantle the weapons, developing something to use against their own people, it would indeed render them traitors to the nation. Nevertheless, the three finally grasp the situation. This lad intends to seize the first battle. With a group of individuals who are perpetually engaged in scientific instruments, does he truly believe he can charge ahead? It is akin to sending them to their demise. That portal is hardly substantial. Does he intend to launch a nuclear weapon through it? The commander of the army chuckled, seemingly envisioning an absurd scenario. You have accurately surmised my intentions. I do indeed plan to deploy a nuclear weapon. Before engaging in further debate, allow me to present my strategy, interjected the leader of the Hui army. Very well, I am eager to hear your thoughts. Especially considering your team of researchers and instrument enthusiasts seeks to advance to the front lines, the naval commander replied with a smile. They had never regarded the Hui army as a rival. In terms of sheer strength, they held them in high esteem. However, when it came to individual combat prowess, the Hui army's best achievement in various military competitions was a third place in push-ups, thanks to a soldier who had only recently transferred from the army, having previously dominated push-up competitions for 3 consecutive years. Consequently, there were whispers that the Hui army was primarily a support unit. In light of such circumstances, their aspirations to claim the primary offensive position elicited laughter from the trio, who could hardly contain their amusement. Chapter 5. The Great Wind. The leaders of the Hui army had been acquainted with the others for decades, fully aware of their thoughts. Yet, these were the facts. He had never imposed ranking expectations on his subordinates, even establishing a separate competition within the Hui army to accommodate their pride. Enough with the laughter. Let's hear my proposal. I intend to proceed in this manner, followed by that, and finally conclude with this. What do you think of this plan? As he laid out his strategy, the eyes of the trio sparkled with excitement, and, as they listened, they felt the potential grow, unable to restrain their admiration. They exclaimed in unison, "Excellent! Brilliant! Perfect!" In essence, his plan involved transporting a nuclear weapon directly into the fray and detonating it. And remarkably, they had a candidate capable of executing this plan, the captured world invader, Diegetic. Although it was confirmed that Diegetic spoke the language of a disreputable nation, he was not originally from there, yet he exhibited the characteristics of its people. He harbored a disdain for the success of others. And such individuals often prefer to perish alongside their former leaders rather than face death alone. The four present had witnessed this trait during the war years ago and now understood it well. If it were him, the likelihood of success was indeed substantial, certainly more reliable than sacrificing lives. After all, if Diegetic perished, it would be of little concern, even if he contemplated betrayal upon his return. There would be countless methods to ensure the weapon's detonation once it was delivered. The idea of a timed nuclear device was not beyond consideration. With this realization, their thoughts began to flow freely, and they gathered around the sand table to discuss further. Returning to the present, aboard the returning warship in the New World, the fully wrapped Zhanghua stood alongside the unscathed Kapu on the deck. Kapu, this battle was, in fact, a loss for the Navy. The forthcoming period will likely be the most tumultuous time at sea. We can no longer afford to be complacent, Zhanghua remarked, his gaze filled with a profound sense of desolation. Though he spoke thus, his heart was rife with resentment. Had they but possessed their top-tier forces, victory would have been assured. Yet the five elders had inexplicably dispatched 2 admirals to counter the revolutionary army. With a measured approach, the Navy still held a certain advantage, primarily in terms of numbers. While the sheer quantity of ordinary soldiers may seem insignificant against the monstrous 4 emperors, this was not a scenario in which they were engaged in one-on-one combat with pirates. On the battlefield, such calculations held little weight. Indeed, for the 4 emperors, a Navy captain and a lieutenant were of the same ilk, easily dispatched in a single blow. However, for pirates of admiral strength, they could not afford to disregard a Navy commander. This hierarchy extended upwards. Brigadiers could not overlook colonels, and so on, culminating in the fact that even the 4 emperors could not dismiss a Navy vice admiral. It could be said that had it not been for the unexpected incident involving the Golden Lion, he could have dragged the pirate alliance to its demise through sheer attrition. After all, compared to the Navy's disciplined soldiers, who were well-fed and indoctrinated, the pirates were primarily driven by self-interest and personal agendas. Should casualties rise, the Navy would hardly need to intervene. The pirates would retreat as a matter of course. At that point, the Navy would simply need to pursue their advantage, anticipating that either the Revolutionary Army would withdraw or the 5 elders would release their hold, allowing even Kongyu and Qingyang to assist in clearing the Navy's path in the New World. While such a scenario would undoubtedly require the Navy to pay a hefty price, if it were for the sake of world peace, then the Navy could bear that cost. For Zhanghua, the most pressing issue in winning this war was time. He still had hundreds of pacifists yet to arrive. If they could be transported, they would prove formidable against the 4 emperors. It could be said that the 5 elders and the Golden Lion had shattered his dreams. Regardless of how he felt about it now, the Golden Lion was dead, and there was no opportunity for revenge. However, the 5 elders inspired an intense loathing within him. If only they could deploy CP agents. Any enemy would soon find themselves in the presence of an admiral. With their might, the Navy would have triumphed long ago. Those 5 old bastards. Zhang was silently cursed. He could only harbor such thoughts in his heart, for he could not ascertain how many eyes of the world government were upon him, and he was not yet prepared to confront the 5 elders. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, snapping the mast of the warship. What on earth is happening? Despite the loud sound of the mast breaking, the attention of the crew had already shifted away from the mast. At the edge of their vision, a colossal mushroom cloud was slowly rising. 10 minutes had passed since the detonation of a nuclear bomb, and the mushroom cloud had reached its zenith. Approaching Marijoa, or more accurately, the Red Earth continent, the cloud was visible even from the surrounding seas. Onlookers marveled at the extraordinary sight, awed by the artistry of nature. What erection was that? Sengoku felt a sense of familiarity with it. As time progressed, the mushroom cloud ascended higher, though this rare phenomenon did not garner excessive concern. After all, this was the Grand Line. Such peculiar sights, while uncommon, were not entirely without precedent. I will take action. You just need to make the arrangements, Karp said, appearing remarkably composed as he finished the last of his donut, his expression turning serious. Having dedicated his life to the Navy, Karp could not bear to see it plunge into despair. Well then, I leave it to you. Ignoring the distant mushroom cloud, Sengoku turned towards his bedroom after receiving Karp's affirmative response. He had a significant dilemma to address. A response for the Gorosei regarding this mutually destructive war. He wondered how those 5 elder statesmen would react upon receiving this news. They would likely be scheming to replace the fleet admiral and the admirals, he mused. The Navy has always held little esteem in their eyes. Despite his grumbling, Sengoku did not lose sight of the task at hand. Upon returning to his bedroom, he prepared himself for reprimand and picked up the Den Den Mushi on the table. The 6th chapter, Aftermath. Sengoku dialed the Gorosei's office number with the Den Den Mushi. Something felt amiss. Those 5 old geezers typically spent every moment in the office. Why was today so unusual? The call to the Gorosei went unanswered, leaving Sengoku quite perplexed. Could it be that they had received the battle report early and were too enraged to answer? Of course, he knew such a scenario was improbable. Yet the silence was unsettling. He continued to dial, but the den mushi rang on without response. Eventually, he decided to return to the Navy headquarters. After some contemplation, he hung up the call. The battle in the Marineford Sea quickly became the talk of the world, sending tremors across the globe. The Navy and the pirates both displayed unprecedented displays of force. On the Navy side, 3 admirals, Akiji, Green Bull, and Akainu, along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Navy Hero Carp, led a formidable force of 100,000 elite sailors gathered from around the world. The pirates were equally resolute, with their ranks uniting for the first time. The Yonko, Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Shanks, and the flamboyant Fire Fist Ace commanded thousands of pirates, standing defiantly against the Navy. Additionally, after nearly a century, the legendary Admiral Lost in battle reemerged, as Green Bull became the first admiral in nearly 100 years to perish in combat just 15 days after his promotion. The legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, faded from the collective memory of many young souls at sea. Yet, the devastation he wrought in this battle would ensure his name endured in the annals of maritime history for at least 2 decades. Islands descended from the sky, and meteors capable of obliterating everything. Ultimately, among the more than 100,000 participants in this war, be they Navy or pirate, only a fraction survived, with countless vice admirals and bountied pirates exceeding 300 million meeting their demise. Each individual event could have made headlines, but together they ignited an otherwise mundane world. Meanwhile, ambitious individuals could no longer contain their excitement. However, many of these aspiring figures had perished following the battle. After all, those who went to observe the conflict in the Marineford Sea had found themselves in peril, as the descending islands, under the deliberate guidance of Akiji and Akainu, had already secured their positions. In the kingdom of Dressrosa, Doflamingo sat upon his throne, laughing maniacally. This time, with the Navy and the Yonko mutually weakened, "Is our time to rise?" The greatest obstacles to his ambitions had suffered grievous losses, and he could scarcely fathom who could thwart him now. Gil Tesoro? The Vinsmoke family? Or perhaps that so-called queen of the pleasure district? His laughter rang out. "This sea will undoubtedly belong to me." Suddenly, just as Doflamingo reveled in his triumph, the den mushi beside him rang. His brow furrowed at the unexpected call. "Moses? Is it you?" Nevertheless, he answered. "Doflamingo, it's Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates. He.S. here to collect this month's devil fruits." The head of his capable subordinate, Pika, appeared on the den mushi. "Drought Jack?" Doflamingo instinctively repeated the name. He intended to refuse, wanting Pika to send Jack away and inform him that their collaboration was now terminated, marking them as adversaries from this day forth. However, a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps he was not certain of his ability to best Jack. While he had been preoccupied with the losses of the Yonko and the Navy, he had neglected the fact that his true fears did not stem from the deceased. The looming threats still alive above him remained. The sensation of waking from a beautiful dream only to confront the harshness of reality left Doflamingo feeling as though everything was surreal. Indeed, this sea did not judge power merely by its magnitude. Even Mihawk, solitary figure, commanded respect. Even the Yonko Shanks treated him with deference, all due to his might. And what of Doflamingo? While his strength was formidable, capable of holding his own against admirals for a time, he recognized that such duration was fleeting. If the hours stretched on, he would surely be outmatched, unable to escape, merely enduring a beating until the admirals grew weary enough to capture him. Knowing his celestial dragon status would likely prevent him from being easily killed. However, Doflamingo was blissfully unaware that soon, this status would bear no significance. In the ruins of Marijoa, the hydrogen bomb obliterated the entirety of the area, revealing a distinct gap in the red Earth continent when viewed from above. The bomb's catastrophic power left no survivors in Marijoa, and even the nearby islands inhabited by humans were annihilated in the aftermath. In the terrifying shockwave, the birds soaring through the sky were similarly not spared. Thus, for a time, the dire circumstances of Shungi Maligio went unnoticed, even by the CP members engaged in missions abroad and the officials dispatched by the world government to various corners of the globe. They could only marvel at the inexplicable silence of the denizens of the telephone worms, oblivious to the reality of the world government's demise. It is understandable. Were one to proclaim on the streets that the world government, which had reigned for 8 centuries, had vanished overnight, few would believe it. And the speaker might even be mistaken for a member of the Revolutionary Army and apprehended. After all, this was the world government, the alleged descendants of the divine, celestial dragons. Without witnessing the event firsthand, who would dare accept such a truth? Maligieo had been utterly obliterated. Yet the mystical portal remained unscathed. It is not surprising. An artifact capable of bridging two worlds would hardly be so easily vanquished. As this location was the epicenter of the explosion, the land beneath the portal had been annihilated, leaving a chasm exceeding 100 meters in diameter directly below it. Under the influence of an unknown force, the portal floated serenely 100 meters above the ground. At this moment, the portal began to emit a spectrum of radiant colors, indicating the approach of another arrival. Chapter 7. The former dreadful battlefield of Vibrant Portal was now encircled by the forces of the Longwool army, which had hastily erected a fortress around it. Surrounding the portal were numerous explosives, prepared in anticipation of the formidable generals described by Diegetic emerging from within. Should conventional weaponry prove ineffective, they intended to detonate the explosives, ensuring mutual destruction. Nevertheless, there remained a strong belief in the hydrogen bomb, as the memories of the war had left an indelible mark on the minds of all. 3 days had passed since the deployment of the hydrogen bomb. Considering the elapsed time, the aftereffects were also expected to have subsided. Hence, Li Yunlong, the appointed leader responsible for exploring this world, prepared to dispatch personnel to investigate the veracity of the situation on the other side. Armed with firearms, ammunition, gas masks, protective gear, and meticulously sharpened military daggers, the soldiers donned their polished black boots, fully equipped with an array of top-tier gear, presenting a formidable appearance. To ensure they possessed ample stamina, Li Yunlong had even instructed the kitchen to prepare an assortment of their finest dishes, aiming to alleviate their burdens before embarking on their perilous venture. However, the most crucial equipment was undoubtedly the gliders strapped to their backs. Following the war, the devastation wrought by nuclear detonations was well known to all. And considering the advancements in technology over the years, the potency of modern weapons had only escalated. The might of that hydrogen bomb was no trifling matter. If unleashed upon the Waisuguo, it could obliterate half an island. Based on existing data, these supplies should suffice. You are all my pride. This time, you represent our world. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Li Yunlong gently wiped a grain of rice from the corner of a soldier's mouth, then solemnly saluted the 12 members of the exploration team. Yes, the 12 adventurers stood at attention, returning a resolute military salute. Go! Li Yunlong lowered his hand, eyes brimming with hope, commanding the exploration team. At this moment, all gazes were fixed upon the adventurers, each harboring hopes for their safe return. Due to the significance of this event, the highest authorities of Long would declare that all citizens had the right to be informed. Thus, this operation had been publicly announced to the world. It could be said that the eyes of the entire globe were now focused on this location. Each member of the exploration team was equipped with corresponding recording devices, as the outcomes of their reconnaissance would influence future global dynamics. With a series of sharp claps, the exploration team, led by their captain, solemnly entered the portal. In the ruins of Maligieo, the portal's brilliance continued to flicker at a height of 100 meters. And suddenly, the frequency of its flickering quickened. Moments later, a foot clad in black boots, size 45, protruded from the portal. The next instant, a scream echoed, as the sensation of weightlessness and rapid descent sent shivers through the world. Kacha! The sound of the glider deploying echoed, creating a striking blue arc in the air. At that perilous moment, the adventurer skillfully opened the glider, saving his own life. Following this, a chorus of piercing and terrifying cries erupted as individuals plummeted from the sky, like dumplings dropping into boiling water. The sounds of gliders deploying followed suit. Although the free fall from 100 meters lasted mere seconds, that time was ample for these highly trained elites to react. Everyone, gather around me. With the last adventurer landing safely, Captain Wang Fugue issued his first command. After observing the surrounding landscape, he reflected on the sheer power of humanity's mightiest weapon. It was evident that this location had once been a towering mountain, now reduced to a valley. Next, form groups of 3 to scout the area for any survivors. Regardless of what you find, do not act independently. Use the intercom to inform me. Follow my orders. Soon, everyone convened, and after confirming all 12 members were present, Wang Fugue began outlining the next steps. Regardless of the reconnaissance results, we will regroup here in 12 hours. If we encounter formidable enemies, You are permitted to engage in self-defense. Yes. The exploration team members stood tall, replying in unison. Wang Jinxia, Wang Dikong, and Li Wentsai, you three form a group. Wang Wei, Chai Jinjiang, and Zhao Gongxing, you three will be together. Xu Peng, Jiang Na, and Zhao Dezhu, you three are together. Lastly, the two of you will accompany me. Now disperse. Quickly, Wang Fugue organized the teams, and they swiftly set off on their respective missions. At the Naval Headquarters communication room, what is the status? Still no response? Sengoku, growing anxious, inquired while standing among a group of communication personnel. Each operator was engaged with a telephone worm, tirelessly attempting to connect with every telephone worm in Maligiao. Time had elapsed significantly, yet not a single connection had been established. 2 days had passed since the conclusion of the Great Battle, and Sengoku had made several attempts to reach the Wuluoxing, all to no avail. This unusual situation filled him with a subtle sense of unease. He considered sending Kizaru to Maligiao to assess the situation, but upon contacting Kizaru, he learned that they were embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Revolutionary Army and unable to spare any time. Thus, he could only mobilize the communication team to establish contact with Maligiao. Concurrently, he dispatched the Navy's fastest warship, carrying battle reports to Maligiao. At this moment, Zhang Guo harbored some doubts. He even questioned whether the Revolutionary Army had stealthily circumvented the blockades set by Huang Yuan and Qin Yang, deploying an elite squad to seize control of Marigios. However, upon reflection, even Zhang Guo found it hard to believe, given the formidable defenses of Marigios. Not to mention the presence of his elder brother, Gang Ku Kong, the power of the CP alone would be sufficient to thwart the Revolutionary Army's ambitions. Furthermore, considering that Monkey D. Dragon was currently engaged with Huang Yuan, even if all the commanders of the Revolutionary Army were to converge, it was uncertain whether they could capture Marigios. There remained a possibility that the world government could eliminate them in one fell swoop, and the situation was already precarious. Chapter 8. The disappearance of Marigios. Moreover, the world government was not as simple as it appeared. As the most dominant force on the planet, it would be implausible for it to suppress the world for 800 years without having hidden cards. While on the surface it seemed to have only two violent institutions, the Navy and the CP, behind the scenes, the world government undoubtedly possessed secret weapons. As the fleet admiral, Zhang Guo was privy to certain secrets, such as the Navy's insurrection 2 centuries ago and the notorious pirate who breached Marigios 3 centuries prior. These threats to the world government's dominion had vanished swiftly after their incursions into Marigios. To suggest that the world government was not involved in these disappearances would be something Zhang Guo would never accept. Yet, the current anomalies within the world government left Zhang Guo perplexed. What had transpired at Marigios? As dusk descended, the sky gradually darkened, enveloping the world in a shroud of night. Suddenly, 2 signals broke the tranquility, followed by beams of light that dispelled the darkness. Emerging from the shadows was Wang Fugue leading his team. Soon after, the other 3 teams also materialized from the obscurity. The 12 individuals exchanged glances, relieved to find that everyone was unharmed. Now that everyone has returned, teams 2, 3, and 4, please report your findings from today's reconnaissance. Wang Fugue declared solemnly after confirming the complete attendance. Report. Our team was tasked with probing the southern area, advancing 20 kilometers along the ridge, and we found nothing unusual, stated Wang Jintai, the leader of Team 2. Report. Our team was assigned to investigate the northern region, progressing 25 kilometers along the ridge. And we did not encounter any anomalies, said Wang Wei, the leader of Team 3, with confidence, even boasting to Wang Jintai at the 25-kilometer mark. Report. Our team explored the eastern side, which leads directly to the seaside after 10 kilometers. However, we discovered a crown and a sword, the only intact items amidst the nuclear explosion. Su Peng remarked with a subtle smile, observing the competitive banter between the two. Having found nothing, yet feeling so proud. Let me show you my treasures, he added, retrieving a triangular crown and a long sword adorned with gemstones from one of his team members. Under the flashlight's beam, the crown and sword glimmered brilliantly, exuding an irresistible allure. If presented at an auction, countless nobles might risk their fortunes, even their lives, to claim them. Nevertheless, the 12 individuals, seasoned in worldly affairs, knew that diamonds could now be artificially synthesized, and various crafts were in abundance. How could they be enchanted by a mere crown and sword? Su Peng, let me see that, Wang Jintai demanded. I want to look first. You wait, he replied, both eager to examine the items, ostensibly to understand why they had remained unscathed in the wake of a hydrogen bomb explosion. Enough. Look at you two, behaving like naive children over such trinkets. Give them to me, Wang Fuguwei chastised, snatching the crown and sword from their hands. I'll keep these for now and let the experts examine them when we return. It's no joke, even if my world has everything. One still needs money to acquire it. The gemstones are clearly natural, and finding an original in this world is exceedingly difficult. Our group explored the western side, which also leads to the ocean, without any unusual occurrences. It is now safe to conclude that this location is temporarily secure. Teams 3 and 4, remain on alert here. If you detect anything abnormal, you are permitted to fire at will. Teams 1 and 2, follow me back to report. The main force should arrive shortly. With the crown and sword stowed away, Wang Fugui's expression turned serious as he issued the next commands. However, shortly after assigning the tasks, a new challenge arose. Looking up at the soaring height, Wang Fugui felt a headache coming on. The descent had been easy, but how would they ascend? Paragliding? That was absurd. No matter how one glided, it was impossible to fly upward. Meanwhile, the warships dispatched by Zhangguo were stealthily approaching the area. On board the ship, a strikingly beautiful woman with pink hair stood on the deck. Beside her was a rugged man with a thick beard, puffing on a large cigar. They were none other than Rear Admiral Hanai, a Paramecia-type Kankang fruit user, and Smoker, who had recently been promoted to Rear Admiral. Hanai was perplexed as to why Mary Geos had gone silent. Who would dare provoke the world government? Observing Smoker savoring his smoke, she felt a twinge of desire and pulled a pack of lady cigarettes from her coat. Who knows? This sea has been restless lately, Smoker replied, his gaze deep and contemplative as he stared out at the ocean. Report, Rear Admiral Smoker, we are approaching Mary Geos, but a naval soldier sprinted towards them, stopping behind with a dazed expression, stammering. But what? Spit it out. Smoker, having waited impatiently for the soldier to finish, felt his mood darken. Yes, but the port of Mary Geos has vanished. It seems the entire Mary Geos has disappeared. Seeing Smoker's face darkening, the soldier hurriedly explained. What? Mary Geos has disappeared? Both Hanai and Smoker turned in shock to the soldier, struggling to comprehend his words. How could the headquarters of the world government simply vanish? Take a look for yourselves. Knowing they would be skeptical, the soldier pointed towards the direction of Mary Geos and handed Smoker a prepared telescope. Smoker, without hesitation, seized the telescope and peered towards the direction indicated by the soldier. How is this possible? Has the Red Earth continent also vanished? After gazing through the telescope for some time, Smoker's expression grew increasingly grim. He had seen nothing but the vast ocean. Smoker, what are you saying? That's impossible. Let an eye take a look, she urged, noticing Smoker's demeanor was anything but feigned. She quickly snatched the telescope from his hands. Run gazed intently in the direction that Smoker had just been observing. Indeed, apart from the vast expanse of the sea, there was nothing but an endless stretch of azure. Chapter 9. The ambition of Sengoku. At this moment, a Marine soldier timidly raised his hand, interrupting them. General Smoker, General Jiraiya. You seem to be looking in the wrong direction. He then pointed towards the opposite direction, which was the bow of the ship. He had intended to indicate the location of the lookout, but he never anticipated that Smoker and Jiraiya would be fixated on that direction. He truly did not expect such a rookie mistake from two vice admirals. Surely, they could discern which way the ship was headed. With this Marine suggestion, the two realized the magnitude of their blunder. Jiraiya cast a resentful glare at Smoker, thinking that had it not been for Smoker's misdirection, she would not have found herself in such an embarrassing situation. In truth, Smoker felt equally wronged. He had been preoccupied with recent events and had subconsciously glanced in the direction indicated by the Marine. However, Smoker was never one to be overly concerned with trifles. As if nothing had occurred, he casually took the telescope from Jiraiya's hands and looked towards the bow of the ship. Jiraiya's gaze towards the Marine shifted significantly, as she silently calculated how long this Marine would serve as a restroom attendant. With a clatter, the telescope slipped from Smoker's grasp and fell to the ground, its lenses scattering as it bounced slightly upon impact. The nearby Marine felt his heart shatter. Fortunately, the last telescope he had shattered while observing Mariehua was his own, and this one belonged to someone else. It was evident that the renowned white hunter Smoker was so unsettled by what he had seen that he could barely hold onto his possessions. In the next moment, a hoarse shout echoed. Quick, report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku paced back and forth in front of Carp, feeling an ominous premonition that he could not quite place. Yet, his thoughts were primarily consumed by what the Navy should do next. Winning this war felt like a loss. The goal of re-establishing the New World pirates had been achieved, and after this battle, the New World would likely enjoy a few years of peace. However, ultimately, the Navy had suffered defeat. Out of 100,000 elite Marines, fewer than 10,000 remained. And even one of the admirals had perished, something that had not occurred in nearly a century. Most crucially, while the pirates had sustained significant losses, the four emperors remained unscathed, continuing to thrive upon the seas, along with their vice commanders and the most elite captains. Although the pirates had lost many, they could simply contract their territories and lay low for a few years, as the structural integrity of their crews remained intact, allowing them to return to their former strength after recuperation. The Navy, however, faced a different reality. They had expended far too much just in preparations for this grand battle. Frustratingly, over 100 pacifists had been obliterated in an instant by an island from the skies. Moreover, the compensation after this war would undoubtedly amount to astronomical figures, and it remained uncertain whether the five elders would approve the funds for the Navy. If this life-or-death payment were to be denied, the morale within the Navy would surely plummet. At this thought, Sengoku suddenly gained clarity. Perhaps the five elders were deliberately ignoring him and refusing to answer his calls because they did not wish to allocate funds. As this notion crossed his mind, Sengoku chuckled and brushed it aside. How could that be? Any sum of celestial gold would be sufficient to cover the Navy's expenses for several years. The astronomical amounts collected annually from hundreds of nations could never truly reach the hands of the celestial dragons. The world government could hardly be short of such trivial funds. You mustn't sway so. It's making my head spin. Carp, who had initially been quietly challenging his personal donut record, found himself distracted by Sengoku's incessant pacing. He even lost track of how many donuts he had consumed and began to lament to Sengoku. Carp, you see the situation. I wonder how those 5 old geezers will trouble me next. This feeling of being under someone else's thumb is quite unpleasant. If only the Navy could operate independently. Now, it was just the two of them, and Sengoku confided his ambitions to Carp. Since the Battle of Marineford, Sengoku had been contemplating this issue, though he had long buried it deep within, too afraid to voice it. For Sengoku understood that while the Navy appeared united, he could not be certain how many dissenting hearts lay hidden beneath the surface. If certain words were to escape his lips, they could potentially lead the Navy to its doom. No leader could tolerate betrayal from their subordinates. Thus, Sengoku had no choice but to keep all of this to himself. Today, however, he could no longer contain himself and chose to share his thoughts with Carp. Had there been a third person in the room, he would have remained silent. Ha 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 ha, Sengoku, old friend, I support you. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Carp instinctively paused, but then burst into laughter, thumping his thigh in support of Sengoku. Carp had long held a disdain for the world government. Even during his tenure at the World Council, he openly declared the celestial dragons to be trash, which speaks volumes. Moreover, his son, Monkey D. Dragon, served as the finest example of his teachings. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door, interrupting the conversation between Sengoku and Carp. Kumin. Upon hearing the knock, Sengoku's expression shifted before returning to his usual serious demeanor. The visitor was the communications soldier previously assigned to serve as a restroom attendant, now returned due to the Navy's dwindling personnel and exhibiting newfound politeness. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Revolutionary Army has retreated. General Qingyang inquires whether to return to port. After saluting with military precision, the communications soldier reported to Sengoku. Approve General Qingyang and Kizuru to return with their troops. Upon hearing this news, Sengoku secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as this was finally a piece of good news. With the return of Kizuru and Qingyang, the Navy's strength would be further secured. In the coming period, turmoil was inevitable upon the seas, and every ounce of the Navy's existing strength would need to be consolidated. Moreover, the Navy desperately required Kizuru's speed. Had he been present earlier, there would have been no need to dispatch Smoker and Jiraiya to Mariehua, for Kizuru was far swifter than either of them. Yes, after receiving Sengoku's response, the well-trained communications soldier saluted respectfully and departed, gently closing the door behind him. Buru buru, buru buru. Just as the communication soldier exited, the snail phone on Sengoku's desk began to ring. Chapter 10. The agony of being without berries. Who could be calling at this hour? Could it be the 5 elders? Sengoku pondered, though he still answered the phone. Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku. Upon seeing the distinctive cigar, Sengoku instantly recognized the caller. Indeed, considering the timeline, It seems that Smoker and his comrades should have already arrived at Maligieo. It appears they have come to deliver good news. Admiral Sengoku, Maligieo has vanished. As Sengoku's words echoed, a thunderous shout from Smoker resonated from the other end of the Den Mushi. Smoker, clarify your statement, Sengoku replied, furrowing his brows, pondering how much of that counterfeit alcohol Smoker had consumed to utter such nonsense. How could Maligieo simply disappear? It would be more plausible to claim that beings from another dimension had invaded. Did he truly believe Sengoku, the admiral, was devoid of reason? You fool. Let Jinai explain instead. At that moment, a quarrel erupted on the other end of the Den Mushi, and Sengoku's perception of the device shifted favorably. Admiral Sengoku, Maligieo has indeed vanished, as if erased by a terrifying force in an instant. We are about to land on the red line. Please advise on whether to continue the investigation. Jinai's voice reached Sengoku's ears, compelling him to begin accepting the gravity of the situation. After all, compared to Smoker's usual unreliability, Jinai, who had remained at Navy headquarters, provided a sense of reassurance. Smoker's antics would never be shared by Jinai, who was famously impervious to intoxication. Yet, this very fact intensified Sengoku's ominous foreboding. Jinai, report truthfully what you have observed. What transpired at Maligieo? Sengoku recognized the seriousness of the situation, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Although he had previously mused about the potential disappearance of the world government, fantasies remained fantasies when the prospect of reality approached. Sengoku found himself wishing it were not so. The Navy was currently in a state of disarray. Although the top-tier combat power was formidable enough to rival all four emperors simultaneously, the backbone of their forces was at its weakest. The suppression of the seas relied predominantly on the deterrent strength of the Navy admirals. Yet it was the elite sailors who fought valiantly on the front lines that bore the brunt of the effort. Hundreds of naval generals and thousands of commissioned officers formed the true foundation of the Navy's dominance over the seas. If every battle depended solely on the admirals, they would have long been exhausted. Each commissioned officer, if placed among the seas, possesses the potential to become a formidable pirate lord. When comparing ranks to bounties, one could draw parallels from Navy lieutenants to Navy colonels, with the bounties of pirates ranging from 10 million to 80 million berries. Navy brigadiers, having mastered the 6 powers of the Navy and begun to unlock the concept of hockey, would be valued at no less than 80 million to even over 1 billion berries, often coupled with potent devil fruits. The strength of Navy majors and Navy commanders is even less disputable, with their lower limits being over 300 million berries, and their upper limits comparable to the likes of Vice Admiral Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru. The losses sustained during this war primarily afflicted this very group. For the Navy, this was truly a grievous blow. Restoring to a previous state would be impossible without a span of 3 to 5 years. This, of course, was under the assumption of full support from the world government. Without such backing, they would first have to confront the unavoidable obstacle of military funding. The Navy's expenditures largely fall into 4 categories. Firstly, the fundamental operational costs of maintaining the Navy, including provisions, soldier salaries, ship repairs, acquisition of new equipment, and upkeep of facilities. Secondly, research funding for the Navy, encompassing the development of pacifists, studies on attaching devil fruit powers to weapons, upgrades to naval vessels, and more. Thirdly, payments to bounty hunters. One should not underestimate this bounty. It is a genuine world, not merely a few pirate crews bouncing around as depicted in anime. Across thousands of islands worldwide, countless pirates set sail each year. New pirates embark on their journeys continuously, while others invariably fall into the clutches of the law. Although this recent conflict saw only a few thousand pirates from the 4 emperors combined, they were all elite pirates from the New World. Each pirate crew entering the New World represents the cream of the crop. It could be said that out of 100 ships that set sail, only 1 or 2 manage to reach the New World. Firstly, fledgling pirates must contend with the Navy's encirclement, and then they must address their funding sources post-departure. Whether through plunder or other means, basic strength is essential. As their strength gradually accumulates, they must also face fierce competition from within their ranks. It is not uncommon for larger pirates to prey on the smaller ones, with a significant portion of pirate casualties each year attributable to this internal strife. Once they have managed to navigate these challenges, they encounter the most formidable obstacle, the treacherous weather of the Grand Line, which is akin to a devil's domain compared to the relatively stable weather of the 4 seas. Even the protagonist crew, with Nami in their ranks, frequently encounters mishaps. How much more so for those less fortunate small-time pirates? One cannot predict when ominous clouds may gather, bringing forth storms or tsunamis that could sweep entire crews away. Not to mention the presence of a Navy base on nearly every few islands, where trained naval forces have little trouble dealing with inexperienced pirates who have recently set sail. After surviving these trials and gaining a reputation on the seas, they finally arrive at the last hurdle to entering the New World, the Sabaody Archipelago. This island is far from ordinary. Not only is it a haven for the celestial dragons, but Navy admirals often take leisurely strolls there as well. Even more daunting is the ongoing competition among pirates. There exists a bar on the island where, regardless of whether one is a supernova with a bounty of 1 billion or 2 billion, the prices are exorbitant, and the owner lures patrons into skipping out on their bills. Those pirates who truly fail to pay often vanish without a trace. Under such harsh circumstances, pirates have nonetheless risen, with some even attaining the status of the Four Emperors, a testament to the resilience of those with dreams. It is precisely the emergence of pirates that has given rise to the profession of bounty hunters. This vocation is not as simplistic as it appears. The East Blue has not seen powerful pirates for various reasons in recent years, and thus, formidable bounty hunters have also been absent. However, in other seas and on the Grand Line, being a bounty hunter is a perilous occupation. One must understand that the bounties issued by the Navy to pirates can only be realized when someone claims them. The Navy does not receive bounties for eliminating pirates themselves. It is evident that the Navy continues to issue bounties to pirates. This is not to serve as a benchmark for measuring pirate strength globally, but rather because there are formidable individuals among bounty hunters capable of hunting down great pirates. The Navy, willing to invest, may occasionally witness surprising outcomes. A simple example would be when Yi Shao and Green Bull, in times of financial need, also play the role of bounty hunters. This world is far from as simplistic as it seems. Within such an expansive realm, there may well be terrifying entities hidden in some obscure corner, indifferent to the world around them. In addition to the aforementioned 3 points, there exists a most critical aspect, the recruitment and pensions. Beyond the elite officers of the Navy, hundreds of thousands of ordinary naval personnel retire annually, while an equally substantial influx of fresh blood joins their ranks. Not to mention the thousands who perish at sea. Each individual enlisting in the Navy receives a considerable signing bonus, complemented by the compensation for fallen soldiers, which together amount to a significant sum. The total of these 4 components culminates in a staggering figure, apart from the world government that oversees the entire globe. Even the likes of Zhang Guo cannot fathom who could sustain such a colossal entity. Should the world government cease to exist, the consequences are too dire for Zhang Guo to even contemplate. Although the Navy has sustained severe losses, if Zhang Guo so desires, he can still consolidate forces to effectively block the seas, fundamentally suppressing the pirates. As long as there is a constant influx of funding from the world government to replenish their ranks, it will not be long before, when the fervor of the crazed subsides, order can be restored to its former state. However, if the world government encounters issues, the ramifications are all too apparent. This already tumultuous world may indeed descend into utter chaos. Setting aside the ambitious and unruly allied nations, the revolutionary army that seeks to overthrow the world government, and the hidden rats lurking in the shadows, the lack of military funding for the Navy poses a significant challenge. With such a vast number of personnel, their daily sustenance alone constitutes a substantial expense. Without military funding, they may not even afford meals, leading to a dramatic decrease in their ranks. Should naval branches across the globe instigate mutinies, it would represent the gravest threat to stability in this world. Zhang Guo, we have yet to land on the Red Earth continent, but based on appearances, the entirety of Mary Geos has been inexplicably leveled by an unknown formidable force. The docks have vanished, and even a corner of the Red Earth continent is missing. Renai gazed at the pockmarked landscape of the Red Earth continent, swallowing hard while suppressing her shock and fear, conveying to Zhang Guo everything she observed through the Den Mushi. Renai had previously accompanied Zhang Guo to Mary Geos, and she could hardly believe that the once thriving capital of the world, vividly etched in her memory, had been reduced to such a state. Regardless of who was responsible, the horror of it all was undeniable. Remain on standby and do not act impulsively. I will dispatch Kizuru to support you, Zhang Guo commanded, suddenly recalling something urgent. While the situation in Mary Geos remains unclear, the Navy has already suffered considerable losses, so it would be prudent to keep Smoker, the promising future admiral, out of harm's way. It is best to send Kizuru. Should any unforeseen event arise, at least Kizuru can flee swiftly. Understood. Admiral, Rinai respectfully replied. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Waco Nation, Li Yunlong's men gathered anxiously around the portal, eagerly awaiting the return of the expedition team. Without timely intelligence, Li Yunlong dared not mobilize his forces. Suddenly, the portal erupted in a dazzling display of colors. Experienced in such matters, Li Yunlong recognized that someone was emerging and quickly instructed his soldiers to ready their weapons, prepare for the worst, regardless of the identity of the individual. After a moment of brilliance, a rope tied with stones was hurled from the portal. Wang Fuguwei and his team found themselves in a predicament. The height was too great to ascend directly. They could only gather all available ropes, each binding a large stone, and, utilizing their enhanced strength from genetic modifications, they hurled them through the portal, trusting that Li Yunlong would know what to do if they reached him. Quickly, grab the rope and pull them back. Upon seeing the rope, Li Yunlong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly directed his soldiers to hoist it. With a tug, Wang Fuguei and the others discovered they could not pull it down, so they began to climb up one by one, emerging from the portal. You finally made it. I thought you were inside, getting married. Upon Wang Fuguei's emergence, Li Yunlong embraced him. Haha, even if I were to marry, you'd have to do it first. Wang Fuguei stiffened momentarily at the embrace but soon joined in the laughter. What is the situation over there? Li Yunlong inquired, shifting to serious matters. Boss, that world is quite peculiar. We observed signs of a hydrogen bomb explosion. According to the map we derived from Dao Gedesai's account, Mary Geos has indeed been obliterated by a hydrogen bomb, yet there are no traces of nuclear radiation. It's as if it never existed. Therefore, we must await the expert's examination for a clearer understanding. However, following our team's investigation, we found that behind the portal lies a massive crater, approximately 100 meters deep. We must exercise caution when the main force advances, as the surrounding environment aligns closely with Dao Gedesai's description, meeting the conditions for landing. Wang Fuguei recounted his observations to the attentive Li Yunlong. As long as it meets the conditions for landing, that is acceptable. You heard Wang Daji's report. It's now up to you. Li Yunlong nodded in satisfaction before turning to Wang Daji, expressing, I need you to construct a heavily fortified fortress as swiftly as possible. One that even their admirals cannot breach. He held great trust in Wang Daji, who had been by his side since his days as a battalion commander, never once disappointing him over the span of more than a decade. Particularly in construction, he had proven to be exceptional. The fortress they currently inhabited was built under Wang Daji's guidance. He had grown up on construction sites, making him ideally suited for the task. Chapter 12. Proactive Assault. Yes. I guarantee the completion of the task, Wang Daji confidently affirmed. When it comes to construction, he was an expert. One might say he was even more proficient than the average specialist. Having grown up amid steel and concrete, he might hesitate in other matters. But when it comes to this domain, he could speak endlessly. All right, everyone prepare to advance according to plan, Li Yunlong commanded, prompting the entire force into motion. Rows of soldiers, under Wang Daji's direction, secured ropes around their waists and carried ladders as they entered the portal in succession. The soldiers behind quickly organized their supplies, ever ready for the next phase of advancement. On the other side, Kizaru, having repelled the revolutionary army, received Zhanggua's orders. Moses, this is Zhanggua. Kizaru, you need not return yet. Head to Mary Geos and locate Smoker. Lead them to investigate what transpired in Mary Geos. With that, Zhanggua ended the call without allowing Kizaru a chance to protest. Aboard the returning warship, Kizaru understood the gravity of the situation. Zhanggua wished to keep this matter under wraps for the time being. Though such news would inevitably become public, it was best to maintain discretion until the situation was clarified. Such is the fate of a busy life. Gazing at the disconnected phone in his hand, Huang Yuan, with his sunglasses shielding his eyes, cast a glance of exasperation at the General Qingyang behind him and shrugged his shoulders. There was no choice. The authority of rank held sway, and he had to comply. With a swift chiu-chiu, Huang Yuan transformed into a radiant golden light, vanishing into the horizon, leaving the naval officers aboard the warship to watch his disappearing figure with admiration and awe. The young boy had never contemplated becoming light. It was a feat only Huang Yuan could achieve. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Smoker and his comrades had already docked their vessel on the Red Soil continent, patiently awaiting Huang Yuan's arrival. Meanwhile, the vanguard led by Wang Dabiao had established a preliminary base. 2 steel tubes were affixed with a staircase leading directly to a portal in the sky. while a fortress constructed from steel plates had begun to take shape around the tubes. Although lacking heavy artillery, the glinting heavy machine guns under the sun exuded a unique sense of intimidation, not to mention the fearsome self-propelled artillery and other heavy weaponry that instilled dread. The base now awaited the arrival of the main forces. Once the elevator was completed, expansion could commence. Boss, what do you think? I didn't let you down, did I? Wang Dabiao chuckled sheepishly as he followed Li Yunlong, who had just descended from the staircase. He felt somewhat embarrassed, initially believing he could make do with on-site materials, only to realize that the red soil continent was misnamed. Everywhere he looked, he saw only rocks. This abruptly halted his concrete aspirations, but fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan. If concrete was unfeasible, he would resort to steel plates. A foothold had to be established before the main forces arrived. Indeed, he proved worthy of his reputation, managing to construct a rudimentary fortress from mere steel plates. Now, he simply awaited the arrival of further building materials for extensive construction. Not bad. Li Yunlong, perceptive to the pride in Wang Dabiao's words, offered him rare praise. Having assessed the local environment, he recognized the effort Wang Dabiao had exerted to achieve this outcome. The reality was in stark contrast to Daoj Dichi's description of a beautiful land with fertile red soil. In construction, quality cement is paramount, and the quantity of sand and lime needed for the fortress was substantial. Transporting these materials from the original world would not only be costly, but also time-consuming. Given the uncertainty of the alternate world, Li Yunlong was wary of placing all his eggs in one basket. In a week, all subsequent supplies will be transported here. I need you to transform this place into a military base equipped to the teeth. Having praised Wang Dabiao, Li Yunlong immediately set forth his expectations. Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Upon seeing Li Yunlong's serious demeanor, Wang Dabiao straightened his chest and responded earnestly. Report. At that moment, a scout rushed over to Li Yunlong, saluting briskly. What is it? Asked Wang Dabiao, the leader of the vanguard unit. Enemy ships have been spotted docking in the southern sea. The scout promptly relayed his purpose. Enemy ships? How many are there? At the scout's words, a glint of battle spirit flickered in Li Yunlong and Wang Dabiao's eyes. Both had participated in the war for the world, and the arrival of enemies felt as familiar as seeing a beloved spouse. Report. Observations indicate 2 rear admirals, 3 colonel-level officers, and 14 ordinary soldiers on deck. Based on the ship's tonnage, it is estimated that there are no fewer than 100 personnel on board. As Wang Dabiao listened, the scout hurriedly conveyed the intelligence he had gathered. Daoj Dichi had previously unified the ranks and uniform shapes of a navy, ensuring that those who had never regarded him as human would accompany him to hell and death. He had shared everything he knew about the world of pirates without reservation. My goodness, this is like serving a piece of prime meat right to my mouth. 2 rear admirals? It would be a disgrace not to seize this opportunity. Wang Dabiao's eyes sparkled as he seemed to speak to himself, though his gaze subtly shifted towards Li Yunlong. These were rear admirals, and 2 of them at that. Not to mention that he, as a battalion commander, was merely a lieutenant colonel, while Li Yunlong beside him was only a rear admiral due to his oversight of the entire base in Waco country, thus holding a rank that exceeded his jurisdiction. Otherwise, given the number of personnel under his command, Li Yunlong would only be a colonel at best. While the rank of general in the pirate world might seem diluted, where a general often commands tens of thousands, here it could be as few as a few hundred. Yet, this did not diminish the merit of defeating a rear admiral. It was the first shot fired by the Dragon Country in the quest for world peace. For commanding officer, the thought was exhilarating. However, Wang Dabiao understood that if they were to strike first, he needed Li Yunlong's consent, hence his feigned soliloquy. Chapter 13. Huang Yuan approaches enough of your theatrics. I know what you're thinking. But you're right. The enemy has delivered the meat to our doorstep. We must not let it go to waste. Li Yunlong chuckled as he playfully kicked Wang Dabiao. Both were seasoned veterans, and with Wang Dabiao's eagerness to earn merit, Li Yunlong too felt his excitement bubbling. A decade ago, he had been a battle-crazed warrior, bravely facing foes far superior to himself, earning renown throughout the army. It was not just 2 rear admirals. Even in the presence of a fleet admiral, he would dare to test his mettle. Yet, what he could not foresee was that an admiral was indeed on the way. Yes, boss, how shall we proceed? Wang Dabiao replied with a grin, knowing Li Yunlong would be equally eager. How to proceed? You've brought an abundance of ammunition. Don't think I'll let you conserve it. This time, you will command your troops as you see fit, and I have but one demand. Exhaust all the armor-piercing rounds. If you leave a single bullet behind, I will have words with you. Though excited, Li Yunlong was acutely aware of his position. He was no longer the age to vie for command. He also wished to take this opportunity to gauge how much Wang Dabiao had truly learned from him over the years. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan was still en route. The warship had docked, and Smoker, armed and prepared, instructed Jinai to guard the ship while he ventured ashore to assess the situation. Smoker, Admiral Sengoku instructed us to remain on standby for General Huang Yuan. Why are you acting independently? Jinai will be very angry, and the consequences could be dire. As Smoker prepared to defy orders, Jinai hurriedly stepped in front of him. For her, accustomed to obeying commands, Smoker was an anomaly. However, this did not prevent the two from becoming exceptionally close friends. I will take a quick look and return shortly. General Huang Yuan is still unaware of how long it will take for him to arrive. Continuing to wait could lead to unforeseen changes. Do you not wish to know how the Red Earth continent came to be in such a state? Smoker's attitude was resolute. He simply wanted to set foot on the island. He felt an instinctive urge that lingering here would only invite greater danger. Therefore, it was better to proactively seek the source of this peril. If you attempt to leave, I will report you to Admiral Sengoku, Day warned, visibly upset by Smoker's nonchalant demeanor. Had this person not been Smoker, she would have already skewered him with her spear. It's fine. I will be back shortly, Smoker replied, still unfazed, as his form transformed into smoke and drifted behind Day. Suddenly, a dull gunshot rang out, and a Navy soldier's head exploded like a watermelon. This was the sound of a 10 sniper rifle, equipped with armor-piercing rounds of a 10-centimeter caliber, capable of penetrating even the armor of a typical tank. The first shot was fired by Wang Dabi, who believed the power of this weapon could shatter the very essence of hockey in this world. Then, a series of gunfire erupted, the sound of a heavy machine gun tearing through the air, creating a symphony of death. The flames of gunfire swept across the warship, piercing through it with a barrage of bullets. Damn it, counterattack! In that moment, as the flames appeared, a deadly danger enveloped Smoker, compelling him to transform into smoke. Day, upon witnessing the death of the first Marine, conjured a row of black iron bars to protect herself. The bullets struck the iron bars with a series of sharp sounds. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Dabi had ordered the soldiers to capture the two generals alive, so the armor-piercing round were not aimed at her body. If they could not penetrate iron bars, they would not stand a chance against steel plates over 10 centimeters thick. Following Smoker's command, the Navy quickly initiated their counterattack. Bullets were fired in the direction of the flames, while the soldiers in the ship's cabin hurriedly loaded cannonballs, launching them toward the source of the gunfire. However, despair soon settled among the Navy ranks, as their cannonballs could not reach the end of the flames. This was merely the beginning. Wang Dabi had yet to reveal his true surprises. Suddenly, the ground trembled as cannonballs rained down from the sky, striking the warship and igniting massive explosions. Many Navy soldiers met their demise in an instant. This was the single-soldier mortar carried by Wang Dabi's forces. Its power, though inferior to the heavy artillery of their world, was formidable compared to the backward weaponry of this realm. As the cannonballs plummeted, the warship was soon utterly dismantled. The sea was littered with splintered wood and debris. Fragments of broken limbs floated on the water, and alarmingly, at the conclusion of this battle, Wang Dabi's forces suffered no casualties whatsoever. The only injured soldier had merely grazed his hand on a sharp rock in his excitement. Smoker and Day were spared due to Wang Dabi's intent to capture them. At this critical moment, beams of golden light suddenly surged from the distance. General Huang Yuan had finally arrived, albeit too late, as the Navy's forces were nearly annihilated. Nevertheless, Smoker and Day remained unharmed. A new battle was on the horizon. Yichi Cheonggoyu. Countless golden rays burst forth from the horizon, vaporizing everything they touched. This was the single-soldier mortar carried by Wang Dabi's forces. Its power, though inferior to the heavy artillery of their world, was formidable compared to the backward weaponry of this realm. As the shells descended swiftly, the warship was soon completely obliterated. The sea was littered with splintered wood and debris. Fragments of broken limbs floated on the water, and alarmingly, at the conclusion of this battle, Wang Dabi's forces suffered no casualties whatsoever. The only injured soldier had merely grazed his hand on a sharp rock in his excitement. Chapter 14. Huang Yuan's temporary retreat before understanding the situation. Although Huang Yuan was furious, he refrained from acting rashly. Seeing Wang Dabi's forces cease fire, he descended from the sky to stand before Day and Smoker. While Huang Yuan's earlier display of power appeared extravagant, showering the area in golden light. It had yielded no tangible results, as the distance was too great. Huang Dabi's forces were equipped with the most advanced combat suits, blending seamlessly with the terrain of the Red Earth continent. Even the sunlight refracting off them went unnoticed, especially with Huang Yuan wearing glasses. Suddenly, an instinctive sense of lethal danger washed over Huang Yuan, prompting him to activate his elemental transformation. A bullet from a heavy sniper rifle struck his head, exploding into a burst of golden light. General Huang Yuan. The suddenness of the event left Day pale with shock. However, as the strongest force of the Navy, one of the most formidable beings on the sea, Huang Yuan would not perish so easily. The golden light reformed, restoring him to his original state. At that moment, the bullet also revealed the location of the sniper, and Huang Yuan retaliated by unleashing a beam of terrifying penetrating golden light. Suddenly, a flurry of shimmering points appeared in the sunlight. In an instant, the golden light shot forth and then returned. Having known about the Navy's admiral who could transform into light before arriving in this world, Li Yunlong had made adequate preparations. After all, it was light. Its speed and might were well known to anyone who had attended middle school. Li Yunlong had anticipated the worst upon arrival, ensuring preparedness for any scenario. There was no need to confront the light directly. A mere mirror could suffice. The uniforms of this vanguard unit were specially tailored. One side made of light-absorbing material for camouflage, while the other was reflective, specifically designed for Huang Yuan. To ensure a successful entry into this world, Li Yunlong and the entire staff had exerted tremendous effort, considering every aspect. Boss, it's the Navy Admiral. Although Huang Dabi witnessed Huang Yuan's form and the might of his golden light manipulation, his words were filled with excitement and battle fervor rather than fear. The reality of being regarded with such esteem is indeed remarkable, to the extent that even an admiral of the Navy has been mobilized. In light of this, we must not allow them to underestimate our capabilities. Let us proceed according to the plan. Li Yunlong felt a surge of excitement within him, a flicker of madness evident beneath his eyelids. As one of the most elite warriors of the Long Kingdom, he too yearned to witness the true might of the so-called strongest forces in this world. He had previously encountered Dao Gudi Qi, whose strength far surpassed his own. It was not beyond comprehension. However, he remained curious about the admiral, whom he had been told was unmatched by humanity. How formidable could this individual truly be? Despite the fervor burning within him, he would not recklessly enter the fray, for as the highest-ranking officer in this mission, his safety was paramount to the success of the operation. This was a matter of national significance for the Long Kingdom. Personal motives must not disrupt the mission's integrity. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation regarding Huang Yuan. The power of light was indeed formidable, but not insurmountable. Perhaps this time, they could even capture an admiral, which would be a considerable triumph. How terrifying this is. After his laser was reflected back at him, Huang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon resumed his usual lewd demeanor, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands. However, Huang Yuan's astonishment remained concealed from outsiders. This was the first time anyone had countered his laser in such a manner. He had anticipated his opponent would evade, or heal rapidly like Marco, or endure the attack through some means, but the direct reflection had truly caught him off guard. Furthermore, this incident ignited an ominous premonition within him. Indeed, mirrors can reflect light. Could it be that if his adversaries donned reflective attire, his attacks would be rendered utterly ineffective? Of course, Huang Yuan was unaware that for Huang Dabiao, this was merely the beginning. Light may be powerful, yet it is not without means of resistance. In his realm, there exists an experiment known as the double-slit interference experiment. Huang Dabiao wished to see what would transpire if he were to employ Huang Yuan as a subject for this experiment. Everything must proceed as planned. With this thought in mind, Huang Dabiao issued a command to the waiting communications officer. Now, all preparations were in place. They simply awaited Huang Yuan's assault to test the efficacy of the methods devised by the experts to combat those with devil fruit abilities. How terrifying! Was this all orchestrated by you? Although Huang Dabiao was prepared, Huang Yuan at that moment had lost his desire for combat. Instead, he seized the two individuals behind him, Smoker and Hinai, and loudly inquired about the direction from which the cannonballs were flying. Where are the 5 elders? The 5 elders? They should have been annihilated by nuclear force. Observing Huang Yuan's demeanor, Huang Dabiao presumed that this world also enjoyed boasting about their achievements before commencing battle, adhering to local customs with loud proclamations. Annihilated? The term peace felt distorted to Huang Yuan, and he sensed a peculiar undertone in Wang Dabiao's speech. He struggled to comprehend the lewd language infused with long kingdom terminology, a common habit among novices of such speech. After all, this language was seldom utilized. As the lewd nation had been obliterated, and learning it was merely a means to better understand the revision materials from over a decade ago. Suddenly, Huang Yuan soared into the air, having noticed the portal in the distant sky. Ah, I shall let you go this time. Should I return? It shall not be I who comes again, for this is not a region you should meddle in. At that moment, he was unaware of the origins of this peculiar army. Upon learning of Li Yunlong and his companion's background, Huang Yuan's desire to continue the battle dissipated. In this new world, everything remained an enigma. It was not worth exhausting himself over a mere paycheck amid such uncertainties. Moreover, from the moment the reflection began, an ominous foreboding surged within him. He could not discern the nature of the threat, but his instincts had saved him countless times before, compelling him to avoid further entanglement for the sake of those who had already perished. Who knows what hidden cards these beings from another world possess? Chapter 15. The Resolve of the Warring States. Are you afraid? As Huang Yuan's words faded, Wang Dabiao interjected, cutting him off. How terrifying! The glint in Huang Yuan's sunglasses narrowed. It had been years since anyone dared to address him in such a manner. If you are afraid, simply admit it. If you wish to flee, then do so swiftly. Wang Dabiao disregarded Huang Yuan's words, once again interrupting him. The repeated interruptions, coupled with the insinuations of fleeing, ignited Huang Yuan's fury. Just as he was about to teach Wang Dabiao a lesson about the indignities of confronting a formidable opponent, his keen observation and haki began to signal danger, intensifying a subtle sense of mortality. Huang Yuan suddenly realized that Wang Dabiao's actions were deliberate, aimed at stalling for time. It appeared that this was not a place to linger. With this in mind, Huang Yuan seized his argument with Wang Dabiao, grabbing both Hanai and Smoker and taking flight. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Since the outcome was uncertain, it was wiser to return to the Navy headquarters and let Sengoku deal with the aftermath. The primary concern was that significant upheavals had occurred in Mariehua, and the future of this world remained unpredictable. In the next moment, a brilliant flash of gold illuminated the sky as Huang Yuan vanished with the two individuals. Exhaling deeply, Wang Dabiao felt beads of sweat form in his palms. Though he had feigned fearlessness, internally his heart raced. Upon standing, he suddenly realized that his reflective attire had not yet been turned inside out. He had witnessed the speed at which Huang Yuan's flash had traveled and believed that had Huang Yuan targeted him, he would not have had a chance to lower his gaze. He had narrowly escaped with his life this time. Such recklessness could not be repeated. Yet, a sense of regret lingered within him. He had yet to engage in combat with an admiral. Had he successfully captured Huang Yuan, his name might have been etched into the annals of history in the New World. Of course, he was unaware that had Huang Yuan truly engaged, his entire party would likely have been no match for him. Indeed, reflective materials could counter the powers of the Goro Goro no Mi. Yet there exists a saying, speed is power. One must not underestimate Huang Yuan's physical prowess merely because his devil fruit abilities were perfectly honed. It was not solely his Goro Goro no Mi that allowed him to enter Zifa's elite class, but rather his pure physique and martial skills. If a confrontation were to ensue, while Huang Yuan's beams might be sealed, his fundamental physicality was more than sufficient to annihilate Wang Dabiao's entire team. The extreme speed could indeed yield qualitative changes, and more importantly, Huang Yuan possessed elemental transformation. Ordinary bullets would be utterly ineffective against him, while extraordinary ones might never even be fired. To manipulate such a terrifying speed, if one were to claim that Huang Yuan's observation haki is not formidable, any pirate acquainted with haki would undoubtedly regard him as a fool. However, what Huang Yuan remains unaware of is that having missed the opportune moment to expel the Longhua, he may never find another chance. In the Navy headquarters, Sengoku paced anxiously in his office, the solitude stark compared to his usual environment, where even Carp, who had been indulging in donuts not long ago, had vanished. The atmosphere was significantly quieter than usual. Typically, Akiji would be napping on the sofa, Huang Yuan engrossed in reading the news, and later, Akainu, with a grim expression, along with the two new admirals who enjoyed tea, would also be present. Currently, Akainu and Akiji had been dispatched to patrol the four seas, demonstrating their might against the unstable elements. Huang Yuan had sent others to investigate Mariehua, while Qingyang was diverted by Sengoku to the Sabeti archipelago to prevent the new generation of pirates from entering the New World. The disparity between the pirates of the New World and those in the first half of the Grand Line is profound, not solely due to hockey. Albeit its significance cannot be understated. The tense atmosphere of the New World serves as a potent catalyst for the pirates. Although the number of Navy branches has diminished, the absence of the Navy's pressure has intensified the competition among pirates. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, has become glaringly evident in these waters. Those who emerge from this environment possess the qualifications to instill fear in the Navy. Even a rookie from the New World would undoubtedly qualify as a formidable pirate in the four seas. Therefore, to curtail the growth of pirates, the Sabati Archipelago has long been a critical strategic stronghold for the Navy. The news of the Great Battle in the Marable Sea has spread almost universally in recent days. Without the Navy suppression, the restless pirates are surely unable to contain themselves, heralding the onset of a chaotic era. Thus, the Navy personnel stationed at the Sabati Archipelago, the final barrier of the first half of the Grand Line, undoubtedly carry the heaviest burden. After receiving news from Mariewa, Sengoku's anxiety has been palpable, particularly as he awaited Smoker's response, which had yet to arrive. Huang Yuan's arrival was anticipated. Surely Smoker could offer some updates. One could not expect every situation to require the orders of the fleet admiral. Contemplating this, Sengoku cast a glance at the den mushi on the desk. Never before had he yearned for it to ring as he did now. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside, prompting Sengoku, already agitated, to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, he quelled his irritation and calmly called out, "Enter." The door creaked open, revealing Huang Yuan, accompanied by Smoker. "Huang Yuan, you have returned. Has Mariewa truly vanished? Are the Gorosei in danger? What on earth has transpired?" Upon seeing Huang Yuan, Sengoku felt a surge of excitement like never before, his questions tumbling forth like a rapid-fire barrage. Mariewa has been utterly erased by an external force. The invaders from another world have launched their counterattack. I arrived too late. Aside from Smoker and Hinai, all the soldiers on the warship perished. I inquired about the Gorosei, and the leader informed me that they have been pacified. I find this rather perplexing. The invaders from the other world are generally not very powerful, yet their weaponry is far superior to ours. During the battle, I sensed a lethal danger. They must possess arms capable of killing me. As he recounted the recent events, Huang Yuan adopted a rare solemn demeanor, narrating his experiences to Sengoku, while Smoker and Hinai occasionally interjected with additional details. Invaders from another world? Sengoku's pupils dilated, as if he were grappling with an incomprehensible text. Yet he could not help but believe it. Aside from this seemingly implausible scenario, Sengoku could hardly fathom a force capable of silently leveling Mariewa in the presence of elite CP agents and the formidable Gorosei. Chapter 16. Sengoku and Li Yunlong's dilemma. After listening to Huang Yuan, Sengoku fell into a profound silence, feeling a mix of difficulty and regret. The notion of otherworldly beings had crossed his mind long ago when contemplating the multiverse. The truth remains that the strong prey upon the weak, a timeless principle. However, he did not anticipate their arrival would be so swift. The identities of hunter and prey have inverted too rapidly. Could this be the retribution of the world government? Naturally, as the fleet admiral, there are thoughts he must keep to himself. Yet, the imminent threat posed by the otherworldly visitors cannot be ignored, compounded by the pressing issue of Navy funding looming over them like an insurmountable mountain. These two weighty concerns bore down on Sengoku's mind, rendering even the renowned strategist somewhat disoriented. If these intruders could so quietly obliterate Mariewa, they could surely do the same to any force in this world. Should they choose to dismantle the world government, it would not take an otherworldly force to achieve such a feat. There are entities within this vast ocean capable of it. To speak frankly, the Navy possesses such strength. Despite the presence of the Gorosei and the elite CP agents, and even hidden trump cards, all would seem futile in the face of absolute power. The Navy need not rely on Sengoku or Karp. The four admirals alone could easily overwhelm Mariewa. No one could simultaneously defeat two admirals. Even if the world government harbored powerful hidden figures, Sengoku doubted they could conceal additional admirals. It is well known that this echelon represents the pinnacle of strength in the world, not something that can be fabricated in isolation. Each admiral has emerged from the crucible of countless life and death struggles among pirates. While the sheltered figures within the world government may accumulate mid-level combat prowess through resources, the prospect of attaining admiral-level strength remains a distant dream. Sengoku fears not the force that could dismantle the world government, but rather the silent and unseen power that could do so. In this world, where Din Din Mushi is so convenient, even if they could not secure victory, the Gorosei would undoubtedly summon them back at the first sign of conflict in the Marable Sea. Yet Sengoku is certain that this time, no word came from Mariewa, indicating that the otherworldly entities employed an unimaginable might to eradicate Mariewa in an instant, leaving the world government with no time to react. Alternatively, they might possess technology to jam the Din Din Mushi, preventing any calls from Mariewa. This remains a plausible suspicion. Yet, regardless of the scenario, neither outcome is favorable for Sengoku. Most critically, the return of Huang Yuan, Smoker, and Hinai cannot remain concealed from those with keen insight. The news regarding the world government and the otherworldly visitors is unlikely to be kept under wraps for long. Another pressing issue now firmly grips Sengoku's throat. The loss of so many soldiers in this battle leaves the Navy incapable of offering any compensation on its own. With the world government's absence, they cannot simply approach various nations to collect their dues, lest they be treated as pirates and expelled. Since this is the case, the expression of Zhangguo became resolute without hesitation. Rinai, disseminate the order to convene an emergency meeting for the entire army. Everyone is to arrive at the conference room within 20 minutes. Let us engage in a collective discussion. As the Yellow Ape and Smoker withdrew, Li Yunlong commanded his troops to clear the battlefield and initiate further construction. He was acutely aware that encountering the Navy signified one crucial fact. They had been exposed. The people of this world were now aware of their existence. Though they arrived with peaceful intentions, aiming to liberate this distorted realm and overthrow the aristocracy and tyranny, some would undoubtedly misunderstand their noble intentions and perceive them as the greatest adversaries. It seemed imperative to first demonstrate their military might. Only the strong would earn respect. A demonstration of strength was indeed warranted. Amidst Li Yunlong's contemplation, a colossal truck emerged slowly from the portal, gradually ascending the freight elevator with the assistance of the crowd. The truck bore no cargo, but instead housed a massive, circular, rocket-like object. This was the ultimate weapon Li Yunlong had specifically requested from the higher authorities, a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 50 megatons. It served as his declaration of arrival to this world. As for the eventual target of this hydrogen bomb, that was a matter for later consideration. For now, the foremost priority was to fortify the stronghold and expedite the transportation of weaponry. Following the incident involving the Yellow Ape, Li Yunlong suddenly felt a profound sense of insecurity. The legendary light had manifested, and the formidable powers akin to natural disasters were likely real. Contemplating the countless lives lost annually due to such calamities sent chills down his spine. Lava, extreme cold, meteor summoning, and tsunamis. These horrors loomed over Li Yunlong like an insurmountable mountain. Zhangguo was concerned for them, yet they too harbored trepidation towards the Navy. After all, regardless of how potent their weaponry might be, it ultimately served as mere deterrence. As ordinary individuals from a technological world, they lagged far behind in terms of physical prowess and personal cultivation compared to this realm. Even a most formidable martial artist at the master level might struggle against a low-ranking admiral of the Navy. This disparity stemmed from innate human limitations. It cannot be altered by Li Yunlong's simplistic assertion that his fate was determined by himself and not by heaven. If they did not swiftly arm the stronghold to the teeth, and should the Navy unleash their full might against them, the only option left would be to utilize the hydrogen bomb in a mutual destruction scenario. That would undoubtedly be the worst outcome. Thus, military force remained a final resort. If possible, it was preferable to communicate through etiquette and morality. After all, the world government, which had harbored intentions of invading their world, had now turned to dust. If that were the case, why engage in futile battles? Nonetheless, the primary reason for Li Yunlong's sudden realization of his underestimation of this world was his encounter with the Yellow Ape earlier that day. He had previously perceived everything as overly simplistic. Judging by the situation today, if the Yellow Ape had chosen to confront them rather than retreat, the likelihood of their defeat would have been significantly high. As long as the Yellow Ape refrained from stepping into the traps they had set, they would be left with no means to counter. They cannot simply deploy nuclear bombs everywhere. Even if they ultimately conquered this world, what would remain would be desolate land devoid of value. Chapter 17. The schemes of General He. Although Li Yunlong was daring enough to engage in battle, it did not imply that he relished conflict. If he could persuade this world to accept them through peaceful means, that would be the most desirable outcome. However, he was aware that some matters were not as straightforward as he envisioned, and he was not one to overthink. Such concerns were best left to the strategists in the command center. His task was to construct a secure fortress and prepare to welcome the arrival of the main force. Once the personnel gathered next month, he would not be responsible for command. A venerable elder from Longwa would personally oversee matters, and there was no need for him to delve too deeply into considerations. As supplies gradually arrived, the fortress was swiftly erected. Concurrently, the subsequent soldiers began to arrive in this world. At the Navy headquarters, the main conference room filled swiftly as Zhangguo's orders were disseminated. On the way, some had already heard snippets of information, but many sat there in confusion. Numerous individuals had previously received orders, whether to head to the Four Seas or the first half of the Grand Line, and were prepared to set sail, only to be abruptly recalled by Zhangguo. It was perplexing to ponder what could be of greater importance than capturing pirates. Allowing those pests of the sea to live another day was a disservice to the civilians of this world. Today, I have summoned everyone for two matters that need to be made clear, Zhangguo stated directly after surveying the room, noting that most attendees had arrived. The first was a grievous announcement. According to reliable sources, the world government had been annihilated 2 days prior. Zhangguo's expression was solemn as he fixed his gaze intently upon the reactions of those present. What? The world government has been destroyed? General Zhangguo, please be mindful of your position and your words. How could this possibly be true? The world government cannot be in jeopardy. Such matters are not to be taken lightly. It would be best to eradicate those scoundrels completely. As soon as Zhangguo's words fell, the conference room erupted into chaos. Even those who had heard rumors beforehand were still stunned by the confirmation of such news. This was the world government, which had stood unyielding for 800 years. How could it simply be declared destroyed? Many gazed at Zhangguo with wide eyes, hoping he would clarify that this was merely a jest. I too find this hard to believe, yet it has been corroborated. The culprits are not from our world. They hail from an alternate world that the world government was attempting to exploit. Observing the tumultuous scene below, Zhangguo steeled himself and dropped another bombshell. What? An alternate world? Could it be the new dimension that Admiral Akainu won during the last inquiry? Wasn't it said to be a peaceful world? How could a peaceful world possess the power to obliterate the world government? Ah, so it is an alternate world. No wonder. Upon hearing this news, while everyone was left even more astonished, they paradoxically felt that this scenario was indeed plausible. An unknown alternate world held no clarity for anyone. It was akin to their inability to perceive the existence of the inquiry space, and the unknown always instilled fear. General Zhangguo, where are those individuals from the alternate world now? Suddenly, a naval vice admiral appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation and urgently posed the question to Zhangguo. This is precisely what I wish to convey to everyone. According to the findings of Simo Go, the forces from the other world have already infiltrated our realm. Upon hearing that someone had discerned the crux of this matter, Zhangguo cast a deep glance at him, only to shift his gaze away when he realized it was Lieutenant General Guizhi. They have already deployed troops to Mali, Qiaoya, and there exists a possibility of further invasion into our world. Observing that the attendees were gradually accepting this reality, Zhangguo continued his discourse. What? They dare to invade our world, exclaimed one of the officers. Marshal Zhangguo, we cannot allow them to advance any further. How dare they? Marshal Zhangguo, please permit me to lead a team to drive them back. The moment Zhangguo's words fell, it was as if he had stirred a hornet's nest. The high-ranking naval officers present had, to some extent, catered to the celestial dragons. Thus their sentiments regarding the fall of the world government were rather muted. Even the spies planted by the world government within the Navy merely felt a sense of relief, as they could now conduct themselves openly. However, upon the mention of invaders, the entire assembly erupted in chaos. This situation is one of the reasons I convened this meeting. Yet there lies another, more urgent matter confronting the entire Navy. Noticing the heightened emotions in the room, Zhangguo rose and raised his hand to quell the din. The primary concern now is that with the demise of the world government, there will be no funding for the Navy. The pressing issue at hand pertains to the fallen soldiers in the Malibu Sea, specifically regarding their compensation. Once the room fell silent, Zhangguo's expression darkened as he spoke gravely. This dilemma weighs heavily on Zhangguo's mind, even more so than the presence of the otherworldly beings. While the emergence of Li Yunlong and his companions is partly attributed to the Navy, a greater portion is due to the greed of the world government. Now, even if a crisis has arisen, it is not solely the Navy's concern. This is a predicament that affects all of humanity. However, the issue of military funding is dire. If mishandled, it could lead to the disintegration of the Navy. Upon hearing the topic of military funding, the naval officers exchanged glances, their previously lively demeanor evaporating. While they would not hesitate to charge into battle, the notion of procuring military funds was a different matter altogether. Jean Gua, I do have a candidate in mind. After a prolonged silence, Lieutenant General He, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly spoke up. What? Xiao He, do you have a solution? Upon hearing Lieutenant General He's words, Zhang Guo's eyes brightened with delight. He understood Lieutenant General He well. She would not utter such grand claims without absolute certainty. I recommend the Golden Emperor, Gildatai Zhuoluo from the Golden City. To my knowledge, he controls 20% of the world's wealth. And were it not for some clandestine dealings with the celestial dragons, Zhang Guo would have apprehended him long ago for military funding. As all eyes turned toward her, Lieutenant General He calmly articulated her thoughts. Currently, the subscription stands at 38, with a total of 646 since the launch on the 5th, yielding an estimated revenue of around $30. Although I do not smoke, I have managed to cover the cost of a pack. I am grateful for everyone's support. As long as there is one person reading, I will continue to write. Keep pushing forward. Zhang Guo felt a surge of realization at Lieutenant General He's suggestion. How could he have overlooked such an individual? In naval intelligence, it is noted that Gildatai Zhuoluo wields significant financial power, and had it not been for his secretive transactions with the celestial dragons, he would have long been apprehended for military funding. In terms of strength, he is certainly formidable, surpassing the average lieutenant general, with his devil fruit powers developed to the awakened state. However, he still pales in comparison to the admirals. This world is not short of specialized powerhouses. Some have maximized their devil fruit abilities to the awakened state, like Doflamingo, while others have honed their Busashoko haki to perfection, akin to Virgos. There are also those who have mastered Kin Bunchika haki to its fullest extent, such as Charlotte Katakuri with his foresight of the future. Yet, while an individual may excel in a singular aspect, it does not guarantee dominance over an admiral in prolonged combat. To reach the pinnacle of this world, whether one is a Yonko or an admiral, they must possess a comprehensive development of body, devil fruit abilities, and haki. There may be varying focal points, yet even the weakest aspect must surpass the rank of a lieutenant general. As Zifa often states, while Kizuru may be criticized for his inadequate development of his devil fruit powers and haki, such judgments only hold against peers of the same level. If Kizuru's dual haki were truly weak, he would be lost in the chaos of activating his abilities. Indeed, there are those who have attained mastery without relying on devil fruit powers, such as Garp's dual haki or Mihawk swordsmanship. No one would claim their inadequacy due to their lack of devil fruit abilities. However, Gildatai Zhuoluo does not belong to that category. If the Navy were to gain the support of Gildatai Zhuoluo, not only would military funding cease to be an issue, but recruiting a formidable army would also be a trivial matter. Xiao He truly is the Navy strategist, dependable in critical moments. With this thought, Zhang Guo cast an appreciative glance at Lieutenant General He, mentally affirming, post-meeting, you and Kizuru shall embark on a journey to retrieve Gildatai Zhuoluo. Ensure to extend courtesy, allowing him to understand the contributions he is to make for world peace. Directing his gaze towards the 4 admirals seated in the front row, Zhang Guo hesitated for a moment before speaking. Deploying 2 admirals simultaneously signifies my regard for Gildatai Zhuoluo. I fear that if only one admiral is sent, he may slip away unnoticed. Logically, Akainu should have taken this mission, as the credit for the world conscription would belong to Kizuru. Thus, the honor of inviting Gildatai Zhuoluo should be bestowed upon Akainu. However, Zhang Guo understood Akainu's resolute nature. If he were to go, decorum would be disregarded. Should Gildatai Zhuoluo exhibit any signs of non-cooperation, it would undoubtedly lead to a torrential storm of violence, positioning Gildatai Zhuoluo as an adversary. If a peaceful resolution could be achieved, Zhang Guo preferred to avoid conflict with Gildatai Zhuoluo, envisioning a scenario where he willingly supports the Navy. Becoming its benefactor, the Navy would protect Gildatai Zhuoluo, allowing him to continue generating wealth to sustain the Navy. This was the ideal outcome Zhang Guo envisioned. If Jir Taizwa were to express dissatisfaction with the Navy due to their acts of violence, the Navy could forcibly retrieve him and plunder his resources. Yet, it is widely acknowledged that the vast reserves of gold in Huang Jinsheng are attributed to Jir Taizwa's possession of the Jinjin Guo fruit ability. Without his cooperation, the endeavor could very well be a futile endeavor. Should Jir Taizwa resist vigorously, an unfortunate incident might leave them with nothing to show for their efforts. The decision to send Kizaru stems from his unparalleled speed. Even if Jiraiya attempts to flee, Kizaru's swiftness would enable him to intercept him. The choice of sending Akiji is predicated on his powers, allowing him to freeze the sea should Jiraiya contemplate a mutual destruction involving his gold, such as sinking it into the ocean. Furthermore, if Jiraiya proves uncooperative, Akiji could subdue him and bring him back frozen. With a resolution to this pressing dilemma, the discussion then turned to the matter of the otherworldly visitors, inviting all present to share their perspectives. With a significant threat alleviated, Sengoku finally exhaled, only to be confronted with the next pressing issue. The commander-in-chief stated that the destruction of Mary Geos by these visitors is a clear indication of their intent to annihilate our world, and I believe we should consolidate our forces to repel them. The steadfast Vice Admiral of Fire Mountain, known for his unwavering stance against evil, suddenly spoke up with fervor. Despite his disdain for the actions of the world government, he harbors no lack of courage when faced with invaders. In response to the words of Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, I hold a differing opinion. The world government's aggression warrants a reaction, and their resistance is understandable. Thus, I suggest we first send envoys to negotiate with them. If their intentions are indeed malicious, we can then consider the option of war. Having just endured the battle in the Mabali Sea, we must tread carefully given the current state of the Navy. Vice Admiral Huzihan San, the most senior among them, voiced his thoughts after Fire Mountain's remarks. He does not believe the Navy is in a position to engage in another major conflict, asserting that before discerning the true motives of the otherworldly visitors, it is preferable to seek a peaceful resolution. I stand with Vice Admiral Fire Mountain. We must use force to repel the invaders. They have already decimated the world government and have significantly impacted our world. If we do not act swiftly to drive them back, we cannot predict their next moves, and we must not gamble the future of our world on their whims. Vice Admiral Yin Shou, upon hearing Huzihan San's comments, immediately expressed his dissent. He has always been a proponent of a hardline stance within the Navy and a key figure among Admiral Akainu's hawks. Their ability to quietly dismantle the world government is a clear indication of their capabilities, and I believe all present understand the implications. Do we truly believe the current Navy can withstand a significant blow? We, as admirals of the Navy, must be accountable for our soldiers who are striving for peace outside. Vice Admiral Huzihan San remains steadfast in his principles. Chapter 19. Smoker's fear. After Huzihan San concluded his remarks, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. Everyone understood the harsh reality of his statements. The otherworldly individuals who can silently annihilate Mary Geos are not to be underestimated. More critically, the Navy is indeed in no condition to endure further turmoil. However, if we allow these invaders to operate unchecked, how can we justify the justice we bear? Regardless, they remain invaders, and I maintain my stance. We must use force to expel them. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain echoed this sentiment. Indeed, we must drive out the invaders. Vice Admiral Huzihan San makes a valid point. The Navy has just suffered significant losses, and we must take responsibility for this world. Without the Navy, who will safeguard world peace? Soon, the conference room split into two factions, each side fervently arguing their viewpoints in an attempt to sway the other. Both vice admirals presented compelling arguments, and I believe we can pursue both strategies concurrently. As the debate intensified, Vice Admiral Crane once again rose to speak. At her utterance, the room fell silent, all eyes turning towards her. Concurrently pursue both strategies? Little Crane, do you have a plan? Please elaborate. Seeing Vice Admiral Crane take the floor again, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. He yearned for conflict. As the captain of this forceful entity, he could not bear to witness the world being invaded. Yet, Sengoku was well aware of the Navy's current predicament. He understood its fragility better than anyone else in the room. One could even assert that gathering a mere 1,000 elite personnel from the Navy at this point is an insurmountable task. Though reluctant to admit it, the Navy has been thoroughly depleted. While there may be hundreds of thousands of sailors across the four seas and the Grand Line, the majority are novices. Deploying them against ordinary pirates is already a challenge, let alone confronting these otherworldly visitors. Sengoku had heard Smoker recount their encounters with formidable weapons that effortlessly tore through their vessels. This is no jest. Despite Smoker's rank as a rear admiral and his command of a standard rear admiral ship, many ships crafted by notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries may not match its caliber. Yet, such a vessel could withstand only mere seconds against the enemy's firepower, and alarmingly, Smoker and his crew could not even ascertain the source of the attack. This indicates that the range of the weapons wielded by the otherworldly visitors far exceeds their expectations. For a navy that has relied on firearms incapable of penetrating targets at even 100 meters, this is an unfathomable notion. Had someone suggested such weaponry effects to Sengoku just a day prior, he might have had them examined for mental health. Thus, Sengoku tends to favor a peaceful resolution. Yet he recognizes that peace must be backed by might. Without formidable strength, what grounds do the otherworldly invaders have to negotiate with the Navy? However, with Vice Admiral Crane now speaking, Sengoku placed his trust in her. She may possess a perfect solution. I propose that we can indeed pursue both strategies simultaneously. One team negotiates while another remains on standby for combat. However, this time, the Navy cannot shoulder the burden alone. This is a matter for the entire world, and the pirates must also contribute their share. Vice Admiral Crane calmly sipped her tea, addressing everyone with composed assurance. What? Those pirates? They are utterly unreliable. If we trust them, they may very well be the first to betray us. I oppose this. How can a Navy collaborate with pirates? The moment Crane's words left her lips, the conference room erupted into chaos. The Navy and pirates have always been archenemies. How could they possibly cooperate under such conditions? Who would dare entrust their back to an enemy on the battlefield? From ancient times to the present, only Vice Admiral Kapu and the pirate king Joel D. Roger have collaborated, yet Joel D. Roger later surrendered to demonstrate his repentance for his transgressions. At this moment, Zhangguo felt a spark of realization. Recognizing that Xiao He truly was his fortunate star, as she resolved the two issues that plagued his mind. Indeed, this was not merely a naval concern. In the face of interdimensional visitors, pirates must also shoulder their responsibilities. Furthermore, Zhangguo understood Whitebeard's character well. He would never stab someone in the back. Under the pressure of formidable beings from other realms, it was not unfathomable for pirates to ally with them. Silence. With this thought, Zhangguo forcefully struck the table, halting the bickering naval officers. We shall discuss this matter shortly. First, let Major Smog recount the events of their encounter with those interdimensional visitors. However, Zhangguo was aware that convincing these officers would not be a simple task. At the very least, they needed to comprehend the nature of the adversaries they faced. Yes, Marshal Zhangguo. Upon entering the conference room, Major Smog had been lost in memories, but upon hearing Zhangguo's words, his eyes filled with hatred and a hint of fear. The terrifying flames and the sound reminiscent of tearing fabric were etched in Smog's mind. Whenever he closed his eyes, he was haunted by the horrific scenes of the recent battle. He was acutely aware that had he been the target of that bullet from the outset, he would have had no chance to elementalize and would have met the same fate as that Marine, falling victim to a single shot. Just a day prior, we were ordered to disembark at Mary Geos to investigate the situation of the world government. Initially, we managed to halt our vessel amidst a barrage of terrifying flames and bullets until Admiral Kizaru's timely intervention saved us. Smog meticulously recounted the battle, his voice trembling slightly, as the taste of narrowly escaping death was anything but pleasant. Major Smog, can you confirm that all you have stated is entirely factual, with no exaggeration? After Smog concluded, Vice Admiral Gue Zhu addressed him with a tone of skepticism. Vice Admiral Gue Zhu had recently welcomed a newborn grandson and was unwilling to accept the possibility of losing his life so soon. If what Smog said were true, he would also be joining the negotiations. However, the others remained oblivious to Gue Zhu's thoughts, believing that he was merely questioning the veracity of Smog's account. I can vouch for Smog. The order to retreat was issued by me. Had we not departed, I even suspect I would have been left behind as well. At this moment, Admiral Kizaru, who had remained silent, unexpectedly spoke up. With Kizaru's endorsement, no one present doubted the truthfulness of the events. Although Kizaru often appeared unreliable, he would not jest about such significant matters. The audience was well aware of Kizaru's formidable strength, and the silent obliteration of Jomeria further attested to their might. In summary, I must take responsibility for the lives of our naval officers. While we must uphold justice, it is not to be achieved through senseless sacrifice. For the sake of world peace, I trust that each of you understands what must be done. After Kizaru's statement, Zhangguo observed that the room had grown quiet. The general's deep in contemplation. He then decisively addressed the situation. I agree. I concur. I support Marshal Zhangguo. I too am in agreement. Though Zhangguo did not explicitly state it, none present were foolish. Having made a decision, there was no need to oppose him, and thus the generals expressed their assent. Very well, it is settled. Seeing the hands raised in agreement, Zhang nodded in satisfaction and began arranging the selection of personnel to approach the four emperors. Admiral Qingyang, you and Vice Admiral Hui Shaoshan shall visit the beast pirates. Kaido will be your responsibility. Leave it to me. Jingxi Eleniji nodded resolutely. Exchanging a friendly glance with Hua Shaoshan, Admiral Fenghu, you and Vice Admiral Yao Shu shall seek out the Bigman pirates. She will be entrusted to you. Yixiao nodded silently, indicating his acknowledgement. However, Zhang Guo was somewhat troubled when it came to selecting the third team. He glanced at Akainu and then at Kizaru, ultimately deciding upon the indifferent Kapu. Kapu, I must trouble you once more. You and Vice Admiral Gue Zhu will seek out red-haired Shanks. This time, Gue Zhu will take the lead, and Kapu, you must exercise patience. Shanks is not an easy individual to deal with, and your presence may serve to temper his arrogance. With 3 teams designated to negotiate with the 4 emperors, and not yet hearing his own name called, Akainu glanced at Kizaru and Akiji, nodding with satisfaction. Given the unique capabilities of Kizaru, it was evident he would remain at naval headquarters to handle unforeseen circumstances, while Akiji would pursue the Golden Emperor. It appeared that Zhanghua was indeed aware of which admiral was the most formidable, leaving the most challenging task of confronting Whitebeard to Akainu. While this may pose a dilemma for others, for Akainu, the more difficult the challenge, the more it would showcase his strength. With this thought, Akainu held his head high, anticipating Zhanghua's summons to reveal his prowess. As for Whitebeard, I shall personally take charge of that. Kizaru, you must remain at headquarters and continuously monitor the developments in Jomeria. Zhanghua did not hesitate, shouldering the most daunting task himself. Only I can contend with the world's strongest man. Marshal Zhanghua, you have yet to assign me a role. After Zhanghua had delegated all responsibilities, Akainu spoke with a dark expression. He had not anticipated that Zhanghua would entertain such a notion. It was illogical for the Supreme Commander to engage directly in negotiations with the enemy. Indeed, this naval marshal was most suitable for such a role. Zhanghua could not overlook Akainu. He had a more crucial mission in mind, one that only Akainu could undertake. Sakazuki, I have a most important task for you. With this thought, Zhanghua's expression grew serious, his piercing gaze fixed upon Akainu. What do you require, Marshal? I assure you I will fulfill the task. Akainu stood up, his voice loud and resolute. In truth, he found Zhanghua's favoritism perplexing. Did Zhanghua's bias truly manifest so overtly? Akiji had all the advantageous assignments, from the world conscription to capturing the Golden Emperor. Why was he left out? Did Zhanghua solely wish for Akiji to succeed him? Nonetheless, with the world government in disarray, the navy had become Zhanghua's domain. Akainu did not wish to oppose him, seizing every opportunity to earn merit. Excellent. In terms of completing tasks, all should look to Admiral Akainu as a model. Observing Akainu's cooperation, Zhanghua hesitated to assign him the task, yet felt no one else was quite up to the challenge. Since you are so determined, I hereby delegate the mission of negotiating with those interdimensional visitors to you. Zhanghua approached Akainu, firmly grasping his arms, and gravely stated that apart from Akainu, he could find no other capable individual to undertake this task. Firstly, as an admiral of the Navy, Akainu undoubtedly possessed the qualifications to represent them. Secondly, in terms of strength, Zhanghua held a deep respect for Akainu's prowess, which also represented an opportunity to showcase the might of a being from another world. Based on Zhanghua's understanding of Akainu, it was evident that he would not engage in calm discussions with those individuals, but would likely resort to violence. Regardless, Akainu, being a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, would have the advantage, as he had heard from Kizaru that the weapon from the other world did not seem to counter Logia abilities. Thus, even if Akainu could not defeat them, he could at least retreat, while simultaneously tempering his own ferocity. With the world government now dismantled, it was time for all the unsavory elements within the Navy to recognize who truly held authority. Upon hearing Zhanghua's words, Akainu found himself elated. He was unaware of the formidable nature of Li Yunlong and his companions. After all, even Kizaru, an admiral like himself, had chosen to withdraw. Although Kizaru's demeanor often gave off an unreliable impression, Akainu had never doubted his strength. Despite their differing abilities, Akainu was most uncertain of defeating Kizaru among the 5 admirals. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that Kizaru might have surpassed them in the mastery of his devil fruit abilities. The fact that Kizaru had retreated spoke volumes about the strength of Li Yunlong and his group, and Akainu certainly did not underestimate them. However, resolving such a dilemma would only serve to highlight his own strength. Just as Smoker had mentioned, he could tear a warship apart in an instant. If Akainu were to arrive, he could unleash a torrent of flames, and the magnitude of such an assault would be a trivial matter for him. As for the annihilation of Jomeria, Akainu held little faith that these visitors from another world would incur no cost for their actions. Though his consciousness had been clouded during the selection of worlds, Akainu distinctly remembered choosing a level 3 world, one that stood on par with his own. Having already reached the pinnacle of power within this realm, he believed it impossible for any force from a level 3 world to surpass his level. Thus, he approached the negotiations with unwavering confidence. Akainu had already formulated a plan. Upon arrival, he would display his might to demonstrate the terrifying nature of meteor showers and the searing heat of magma. Unbeknownst to him, there existed a creature known as the Sea King, capable of commanding all marine beasts, potentially obliterating terrestrial life with a mere command. Furthermore, there was a weapon referred to as the Heavenly King, the most potent tool employed by the world government to maintain its dominion, the full extent of which remained a mystery, as all who had witnessed its power were now deceased. Additionally, there was an unfortunate ruler named him, who had survived for 800 years. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of hydrogen bombs, no one would have known her true capabilities or the depth of her combat prowess. Even a mere pig, having cultivated hockey for 800 years, would be unfathomably strong, let alone the actual sovereign of this world. The true ceiling of a level 3 world lay with such entities, and one could only imagine the terrifying nature of the corresponding technological world. At the very least, all abilities in the technological realm were overtly controlled by humanity, whereas the innate weapons of the pirate world required awakening and were contingent upon the wielder's disposition. For instance, the Sea King's corresponding ability was world destruction. But could the future Sea King, Princess Shirahoshi, truly muster the resolve to enact such devastation? In contrast, the nuclear weapons of the technological realm were far more reliable, possessing the same capacity for annihilation, with their usage dictated by the will of the ruling power. If the pirate world posed a genuine existential threat to them, those wielding nuclear authority would undoubtedly show no mercy. In light of Akainu's misplaced confidence, he was likely to find himself in dire straits, unaware of the formidable challenges that awaited him, particularly the technological world's most fearsome weapons, capable of obliterating the very fabric of existence, hydrogen bombs. As the conference concluded, the entire Navy headquarters sprang into action. Valiant warships swiftly departed from the island, scattering towards the depths of a new world. Among them was an anomaly. Akainu led his subordinates directly towards Mariewa, seemingly marching towards their demise. Such a significant movement by the Navy could not escape the notice of the observant, and upon discerning the Navy's course, many were filled with confusion. Were they not yet satiated in battle? Clearly, apart from Akainu and Akiji, the others were headed towards the 4 emperors. With all their elite forces failing to subdue the 4 emperors, could this small contingent succeed? Surely, the Navy would not act so foolishly. Akainu's trajectory was easily discernible. There was no doubt he was bound for Mariewa. However, Akiji's movements were far more enigmatic, as his path diverged increasingly from the territories of the 4 emperors. What could his intentions be? Matters involving the admirals were never trivial, and thus many dark forces turned their gaze towards the Navy, seeking an opportunity to seize a piece of the pie during this moment of vulnerability. Big Mom's territory lay at the forefront of the New World, standing in stark opposition to the Navy's new headquarters. Consequently, Fujitora and Vice Admiral Mole were among the first to reach the realm of the 4 emperors. This time, the Navy advanced without any pretense of concealment. As soon as they entered Big Mom's waters, they were discovered. However, Big Mom's ministers, recognizing the identities of Fujitora and his companions, refrained from rash actions. Instead, they dispatched pirate ships to trail behind the Navy's vessels while swiftly notifying Big Mom of the Admiral's arrival. At Cake Island, within a grand palace, the Suite 3 commanders had gathered, flanking Big Mom alongside her pastry ministers. Mama, the Navy has only deployed 1 admiral and 1 vice admiral this time. It appears they do not come for battle. Kata Akuri broke the silence in the tense atmosphere. Mama, regardless of the Navy's intentions, we must remain vigilant. They have always sought our annihilation, Kata Akuri added. As soon as he finished speaking, Perispero, Big Mom's eldest son, voiced his thoughts. Although unaware of the specific purpose behind the Admiral's visit, Perispero harbored a consistently negative impression of the Navy, especially after the recent battle that had cost Big Mom many lives. In Perispero's eyes, those fallen were potential future subordinates. Recently, the beast pirate's Jin had discreetly approached him, discussing an astonishing plan that had piqued Perospero's interest. He sensed that with the assistance of the beast pirates, this scheme might not be overly ambitious. Thus, the future of the big MOM pirates could rest entirely in his hands, and he kept a mental tally of the losses inflicted by the Navy, eagerly awaiting the day he could settle the score. Merely a naval admiral. Let them bring him here, for I am quite curious about his intentions. Should he fail to pique my interest, then let him remain. Big Mom, however, is intrigued by Fujitora's arrival. She recalls him well, particularly because of that peculiar ability to summon meteorites, which is unmistakably his handiwork. Big Mom does not believe that a single warship dares to challenge her, nor does she consider Fujitora to be of any consequence. Yes, mother. Upon hearing Big Mom's words, Perospero opened his mouth, but ultimately nodded in agreement. It is not yet the time for him to sever ties with Big Mom. It is best to comply with her orders until the signal from Jean is given, marking the moment for him to act. As the warship draws nearer to Cake Island, an increasing number of pirate ships follow in its wake. Correspondingly, the boldness of the pirates grows bolder as they approach Cake Island. Isn't that a naval admiral? What brings him to the territory of the Big Mom pirates? Does he not fear being left here? Big Mom's fourth son, Owen, with a fleet in tow, obstructs the warship's path, standing on the deck of his pirate ship and boasting with arrogance. He is well aware that he is no match for a smile. Yet this is the heartland of the Big Mom pirates. Should a battle ensue, a relentless stream of reinforcements could easily overwhelm a smile. The stars possess the power to contend with admirals, not to mention the formidable presence of Big Mom herself in the rear. Admirals? They are utterly unperturbed. Whether it be a dragon or a tiger, they shall bow before me. Chapter 22. Owen's provocation. In the face of Owen's provocation, Fujitora furrowed his brow. Although he perceived Owen's arrogance as excessive, he was here for the sake of peace, and with Big Mom yet to appear, there was no need to invite trouble. We are here to seek Big Mom. Should there be any issues, let her come and inquire personally. However, Fujitora's restraint did not extend to Major General Mole, who promptly retorted in kind. Major General Mole is renowned as a hawkish figure within the Navy. Not even the fourth son of Big Mom, Owen, nor the formidable Big Mom herself would intimidate him in the slightest. Such grandiose boasts. Unless you disclose your intentions, you shan't meet mother. Observing Major General Mole's audacity on his territory, Owen's smile was devoid of warmth, his eyes gleaming with malice. Owen was indeed prepared for battle. He would not allow a few Navy personnel to dominate his domain. We come with peaceful intentions. Let Big Mom emerge. For this is not the conduct befitting a sovereign in receiving guests. As the atmosphere between the two thickened with tension, threatening to erupt at any moment, Fujitora stepped forward, asserting the necessity of maintaining the plan devised by Sengoku, which had been meticulously crafted and must not falter before it even commenced. Fujitora was confident in his abilities. Even if a battle broke out, he believed he could safely retreat with the warship. Yet he remained acutely aware of the purpose of his visit. Ha 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 ha! Upon hearing Fujitora's words, Owen erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! Peace. The Navy seeks to negotiate peace with pirates. Do you intend to amuse me to death? No sooner had Owen's words fallen than the temperature around him surged. He vividly recalled the immense damage inflicted upon Big Mom by the meteorites summoned by Fujitora. Memories that haunted him nightly with visions of his siblings perishing before his eyes. Now, presented with the chance to avenge his blood feud, how could he fail to seize it? Should he miss this opportunity, once Fujitora returns to the naval headquarters, it would prove exceedingly difficult to find another chance to eliminate an admiral. Unlike the ambiguous fates that befall top-tier pirates, even those once renowned in the seas, such as the Rocks Pirates, Rox D, Zebek, Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Shiki, Silver Axe, John, and Wang Ji, most have already met their demise upon the waves, with only a scant few retaining any memories of them. For the Navy, Green Bull has become the sole admiral to perish in battle in recent decades. Except for Green Bull's ambiguous end, the death rate of admirals remains at zero. This is due to the Navy's tendency to employ overwhelming force. Regardless of the strength of their adversaries, they never engage in solitary combat. They always deploy superior numbers, ruthlessly overpowering their foes. Even when facing an emperor of the sea, they refuse to indulge in personal heroism, always sending two admirals into battle together, much like the fabled Golden Lion, who was defeated by the combined might of Sengoku and Garp. Moreover, during the war on the summit, the three admirals took turns engaging in combat, with Akainu absorbing damage while the others joined in the fray. The Navy values collective honor, often prioritizing objectives over the egos of individuals. There is no instance of pirates proclaiming, "Damn it, this is my opponent. Leave this one to me, or this prey is mine to deal with." You are not to intervene. It is the pirates, often in a position of weakness, who more readily embrace ideals of fairness. They insist on a fair fight, avoiding any advantage in a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, the seas are rife with fleetingly brilliant pirates whose rise and fall, or capture and imprisonment, can transpire in little more than a decade or two. In contrast, the Navy maintains a steady equilibrium in combat prowess. While they may lack the array of dazzling individuals found among pirates, and even the presence of conquerors' hockey is virtually absent, the Navy remains steadfast and unyielding. The great figures of the previous era, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, former Admirals Zifa and Garp, and the esteemed Vice Admiral Tsu, have long dominated the seas. Aside from the unfortunate Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who met his end by nuclear means, the others continue to thrive. Not to mention the three titans of a Navy, who have commanded respect for over a decade, alongside the recent addition of two admirals of equal caliber. The Navy has never adhered to the notion of fair combat. Any action justified by the banner of justice is deemed acceptable. Whenever two Navy officers find themselves unable to contend with a formidable opponent, they often call for assistance, typically invoking the rallying cry of "all for justice." Those who hear this call instinctively join the fray, proudly declaring their support for justice as they engage in a two-on-one battle. Even if the numbers are substantial, it is no longer a simple two-on-one. It transforms into a 3-on-1, 4-on-1, 5-on-1 scenario. Indeed, as long as victory is within grasp, any number of individuals can rush forth. Within the naval worldview, there exists no notion of fairness or reason when confronting the scoundrels of the sea, the pirates. After all, adventurers akin to Luffy and his companions are exceedingly rare in this blood-soaked ocean. To speak bluntly, pirates are merely a band of aimless drifters, often unoccupied and wandering the seas. Without income, how can one afford a meal? Relying on treasure maps for adventure? No, no, no. The majority of pirates have chosen the simplest path. Plunder. Défense les villages? Plunder. Passing merchant ships? Plunder. Towns devoid of naval presence? Plunder. Fellow pirates? Plunder. In pursuit of their dreams of the sea, pirates will resort to any means necessary. If one were genuinely capable of establishing a stable career, they would not choose to embark on the tumultuous life of a pirate, with their lives precariously tied to their belts, always at risk of being claimed by the sea after a storm. Upon sensing the intent to battle from Owen, the surrounding pirate ships simultaneously converged upon the warship. Many of the cannons aboard those vessels were already loaded, awaiting Owen's command to unleash their fury. Determined to leave Fujitora and his companions forever entangled within the depths of the ocean. Chapter 23. Kaido's malice. It appears that the resolution of this issue will ultimately require brute force. Witnessing the unfolding circumstances, Fujitora let out a soft sigh, reflecting inwardly. Despite the overwhelming presence of pirates surrounding him, he did not regard them with any particular concern. Among the ranks of the Big Mom pirates, the only individuals who truly instilled apprehension in Fujitora were Big Mom and Katakuri. Owen, standing before him, was evidently not among this esteemed company. Indeed, should a confrontation arise, Fujitora was confident he could eliminate Owen before Big Mom arrived, subsequently departing with the warship through the skies. However, such an action would signify utter failure regarding his mission. Since joining the Navy, Fujitora had not yet accomplished a task, and after the recent calamity involving the meteorite that inflicted damage upon Navy, he felt a pressing need to redeem himself. This was the perfect opportunity. If he could secure Big Mom before others could negotiate with the four emperors, it would signify a monumental victory for the Navy. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with the temperature rising under Owen's influence, causing many pirates to sweat profusely. In truth, Owen found himself in a difficult position. Although he yearned to detain Fujitora, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. In a recent battle, setting aside the incident with the meteorite, Fujitora had managed to contend with Kaido alongside Green Bull, a formidable feat indeed. Alone, Owen could not hope to match Fujitora's prowess. He had been awaiting the arrival of Big Mom or Katakuri. As Katakuri's younger brother, Owen held great faith in his brother's strength. Even if he fell short of Fujitora, he would not lag too far behind. With Katakuri restraining Fujitora and reinforcements from Wano continuously arriving, it was conceivable that they could overcome this marine admiral. Yet, the prolonged absence of both individuals was decidedly unusual. He had previously dispatched messengers to inform their mother, yet there had been no response. It was exhausting to maintain a facade, and he was nearing the point of release. Just as Owen was on the verge of erupting, Perospero's voice reached him from behind. Though Owen harbored a dislike for Perospero, he seized this opportunity to step back. Secretly relieved, simultaneously, a sense of displeasure arose within him. The Navy was clearly seeking confrontation. Why not engage in battle directly instead of prolonging the encounter? Of course, Owen dared not voice such sentiments, for Wano was under Big Mom's dominion, and she would not permit dissenting voices within her realm. On another front, Yang Shilang and Vice Admiral Fire Mountain approached Kaido's territory. Aboard the warship, Yang Shilang gazed upon the increasingly imminent closed nation, lost in reverie. His father, Shuangyue Yang Sanlang, had once been one of the most renowned craftsmen in this nation. Though the reasons for his father's departure remained a mystery, the sensation of returning to one's roots was undeniably profound. However, unlike Fujitora's experience, Yang Shilang and his companions were promptly received by Kaido upon their arrival in Wano. Kaido, seeking to acquire devil fruits and engaging with the world government, was not as hostile toward the Navy as other emperors. To Kaido, as long as it served his interests, the Navy posed no significant threat. Naturally, if Yang Shilang and his companions failed to meet Kaido's expectations, he would not hesitate to add another corpse of a grand swordsman to the soil of Wano. Within a vast cavern, Kaido leaned against a massive boulder, taking hearty gulps from a colossal gourd of liquor. He awaited the arrival of Yang Shilang and his companions, having selected this location as his battleground. In such confined quarters, his formidable physique could unleash its full might, while a grand swordsman like Yang Shilang would find himself at a disadvantage. It was evident that if Yang Shilang failed to deliver satisfactory news, Kaido would seize the opportunity to eliminate an admiral. The sound of wooden sandals striking the ground echoed from outside the cave, gradually growing nearer and clearer. Soon, Yang Shilang's seemingly frail figure slowly entered Kaido's line of sight, while Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, forgive Kaido's frankness, but such a contender, who might not even breach his defenses, hardly captured Kaido's attention. Upon reaching Kaido, Yang Shilang and his companion halted, silently gazing at him. The cavern fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by the sound of Kaido drinking and his almost imperceptible breaths. After a prolonged pause, the now empty gourd in hand, Kaido could no longer contain his impatience. With narrowed eyes radiating malice, he addressed Yang Shilang, inquiring whether they sought a confrontation, or if they feared they might not leave unscathed. Yang Shilang replied, "We have come to discuss a collaboration. The adversary we face is formidable, and it necessitates the unity of all powerful forces across the world to stand a chance against them." Fire Mountain, recognizing the gravity of the situation, took the initiative to elaborate on Yang Shilang's statement. Having served as a dojo master prior to his promotion to admiral, Yang Shilang was not accustomed to such formal negotiations. Hence, the presence of Fire Mountain was intentional. Laughter erupted. What kind of adversary could render the seemingly invincible Navy so apprehensive that they would seek collaboration with pirates? Have you forgotten the losses I endured in the recent conflict? If you desire partnership, first demonstrate your sincerity. Not a shred of belief did he hold in the words of Hua Xiao Shan regarding Kaido. What sort of opponent requires the world to unite against them? Kaido has roamed the seas for years without hearing of such matters. Has the Navy truly exhausted their excuses to placate him? Am I to be regarded as a fool? Kaido had resolved that if Hua Xiao Shan failed to provide a suitable explanation, he would take matters into his own hands. This was the very new world where Admiral Akainu had triumphed, a realm whose potent figures had invaded our world, leading to the downfall of the world government under their might. Hua Xiao Shan wasted no words and laid everything bare. In Chapter 24, a confrontation ensued. Upon hearing Hua Xiao Shan's words, a glimmer of understanding flickered across Kaido's face, though his trembling beard betrayed his inner turmoil. The world government, which had dominated for 800 years, had been quietly annihilated by those who had drawn everyone's attention. One would think life was mocking him. However, Kaido did not doubt Hua Xiao Shan's assertions. With admirals now appearing, if it were not for a life-or-death crisis, the Navy would not have sent Gung Siro alone to his territory. Indeed, in Kaido's eyes, Gung Siro was the sole figure of significance, Hua Xiaoshan, despite his commendable strength, had yet to earn Kaido's regard. Reflecting on the matter, it was indeed perilous. Had he successfully seized control of the New World, it might well have been his own downfall. Kaido held no faith in the world government's dominion, believing that beyond the Navy, they possessed no trump card. While Kaido exuded confidence, he understood that any force capable of toppling the world government could just as easily dismantle his beast pirates. He had always perceived himself as the predator, yet it seemed he had underestimated this otherworldly realm. Strong individuals undoubtedly exist in every world. It remained uncertain if there were those capable of vanquishing him. What concern was that of his? The troubles wrought by the world government were theirs to resolve. Why should he be troubled? Though he surmised Gang Siro's intentions, Kaido was unwilling to take the risk. His path had always led him toward death. Yet that did not imply he sought to perish. His reckless pursuit of death stemmed from the awareness that others could not slay him. This reckless facade allowed him to eliminate obstacles under the guise of seeking death, whether they be his territories, targets, or anything obstructing his path. After all, no one would contend with a fool. Hence, when Kaido was weak, he would often provoke Whitebeard. Yet now that Whitebeard had regained his peak, he refrained from doing so. He understood that previously, Whitebeard could not kill him. Thus, regardless of his audacity, Whitebeard was compelled to endure and respond to him, even at the cost of worsening his injuries. Kaido had intended to slowly wear down Whitebeard. Why do you think Kaido refrained from provoking Shanks? It was because he recognized that Shanks' crew was composed of elite fighters. In a genuine confrontation, he would surely be the one at a disadvantage. Knowing full well that neither victory nor defeat would yield any advantage, why would he seek a beating? Moreover, after Whitebeard's resurgence, Kaido no longer dared to provoke him. Having once sailed alongside Whitebeard, he was acutely aware of the terror Whitebeard wielded at his peak, the power capable of ending his life. Not to mention, the addition of Portgas Diaz, who possessed similar quake abilities, made it even less prudent for Kaido to take such risks. If he wouldn't dare confront the well-acquainted Whitebeard pirates, how could he consider challenging the ominous forces of this other world? Though Kaido appeared brash, he was not a mere brute. Rather, he embodied the cunning of a wild beast. Do you think that if the Navy falters, you pirates will escape unscathed? Upon hearing Kaido's mocking tone, Hua Xiaoshan narrowed his eyes, standing resolutely against him. Hua Xiaoshan had never favored collaboration with pirates. He had voted against it in the conference. And had it not been for Sengoku's firm stance, he would have persisted. While he recognized the necessity of prioritizing the greater good, Kaido's demeanor incensed him. His most prized disciple had been slain by Kaido, and he had envisioned this disciple as his successor. This disciple, possessing remarkable talent, had trained rigorously, mastering the Navy's 6 styles and the dual-color hockey. Even if he never reached the rank of admiral, he was destined to become a rear admiral. Hua Xiaoshan had sought to position him as a base advisor in the New World, a role that required no hazardous missions, anticipating that he could gradually build his reputation within headquarters. Once he returned to Marineford, promotion to rear admiral would be a foregone conclusion. Yet, reality often proved harsh, as this perfect opportunity was abruptly interrupted by Kaido's descent from the sky, crashing into the base and creating an unfathomable pit. Hua Xiaoshan's disciple, initially curious, approached, only to find Kaido emerging from the crater. Their eyes met, and Kaido, perceiving him favorably, unleashed a thunderous strike. It mattered not that the disciple was unprepared. Even if he had been on high alert, how many could withstand Kaido's might? After that day, once the Navy support arrived, the base lay in ruins. Kaido sat atop a mound of corpses, drinking alone in solitude. The outcome was predictable. The reinforcements were annihilated as well. The Navy could not wage war against Kaido for the lives of those already lost, leaving the matter unresolved. While others may have forgotten, Hua Xiaoshan could not. From that day forth, he became the staunchest advocate of the hawkish faction. If not for the presence of Akainu, he might well have emerged as the leader of the Hawks. Ha ha ha. You truly possess audacity to utter such words on my territory. It seems I have been underestimated. Haven't I, Navy? Kaido laughed, though his tone grew increasingly frigid, rising to his full stature. As a final word fell, his right hand grasped the nearby Kanabo, and with a fierce swing, he brought it down. Kaido maintained a basic respect for formidable opponents, yet he had never been courteous to those weaker than himself, especially not to Hua Xiaoshan, who was so evidently targeting him. The colossal Kanabo swung with overwhelming force, crashing downwards. Observing the scene, one might conclude that if struck, even the most robust of men, such as Hua Xiaoshan, would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. However, Hua Xiaoshan would not remain idle. He had already prepared himself for battle before uttering those words, ready to act at a moment's notice. His adversary was the infamous Yonko, yet he was no ordinary foe himself. In Chapter 25, Akainu was prepared, and Hua Xiaoshan was acknowledged as the strongest among the Navy's vice-admirals, second only to Carp. Even the strength of Vice Admiral Tsuru paled in comparison. With a sharp sound, the katana at his waist was drawn, unleashing a fierce and violent slash. Hua Xiaoshan, though not a true grand swordsman, compensated for his lack of mastery with formidable Busashoka haki. Unlike typical swordsmen who emphasize sharpness, his swordsmanship focused on overwhelming force, preferring to crush his opponent's head on. As the katana clashed with Kaido's massive kanabo, a deafening roar resonated between them. Surprisingly, the seemingly fragile katana withstood the assault of the kanabo, resulting in a momentary stalemate as both warriors exerted their strength. The power transmitted through Kaido's weapon caused a flicker of intrigue in his gaze, prompting him to regard Hua Xiaoshan with newfound respect. Although this was merely a casual strike, and Kaido had not exerted even half of his strength, it was evident that few in the Beast Pirates could withstand such force. Moreover, the only one who could match Hua Xiaoshan's unwavering stance might be Jack. The depth of the Navy's resources was indeed extraordinary. Beyond the two prospective admirals, there existed such formidable warriors. This reinforced Kaido's inclination to observe. If the Navy's foundation was so robust, they should handle the otherworldly threats themselves. He had no intention of joining them in their perilous endeavors. However, it was time to impart a lesson to this individual, making him understand the dignity of a king should not be insulted. On the other hand, although Hua Xiaoshan's face flushed red from the exertion, he secretly took a deep breath. From this clash, it became clear that Kaido was not as invincible as the legend suggested. His strength was ultimately manageable. Should Vice Admiral Aoki also engage, it might be the opportune moment to take down Kaido. At that moment, Kaido's monstrous muscles began to ripple ominously, veins bulging as blood surged. In the next instant, Kaido unleashed a terrifying force, causing his arms to swell dramatically, overwhelming Hua Xiaoshan with an unimaginable might that sent him and his katana flying. With a thud, Hua Xiaoshan collided with the cavern wall. Yet thanks to the protection of his robust Busashoka haki, he emerged unscathed. Nevertheless, this served as a significant blow to his recently garnered confidence, as it became clear that his full strength was merely a plaything to his opponent. It was in this moment that Hua Xiaoshan recognized the staggering gulf between himself and Kaido. If Kaido's strength was slightly superior to that of a Navy admiral, and Hua Xiaoshan's was slightly inferior, the disparity became glaringly apparent. However, Hua Xiaoshan was not one to concede easily. He could not afford to lose to a pirate, especially with a Navy admiral present. In a true fight, the two of them together might very well be able to subdue Kaido. Enough, Kaido. State your terms. I believe we can have a meaningful discussion. Just as Hua Xiaoshan was about to charge forward, Gung Shiro interposed himself, turning to Kaido with a cold inquiry. Unlike the hot-headed Hua Xiaoshan, Gung Shiro had no intention of engaging in battle with Kaido. As an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army embedded within the Navy, he was even more concerned about the impending war than Sengoku. With the world government confirmed to be obliterated and the Celestial Dragons along with Mariehua following suit, only a few individuals managed to escape due to their external engagements. In the absence of the world government's protection, the moment news of its downfall spread, the so-called gods would merely become a laughingstock. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity for the Revolutionary Army to liberate the world, without the oppression of the world government. The Navy and the Revolutionary Army were not entirely adversarial and could discuss possible cooperation. However, the otherworldly forces that had vanquished the world government still lingered, seemingly wielding terrifying powers, which caused Gung Shiro to worry for the Revolutionary Army. As long as these otherworldly forces remained, genuine peace would be elusive. Thus, securing Kaido's faction was essential for the greater good. Perhaps, in the end, a coalition between the Navy and pirates could lead to mutual destruction, granting the Revolutionary Army the time needed to transition from the shadows to a position of strength. No matter what you say, it is futile. I will not cooperate with the Navy. If you do not depart now, you will remain here permanently. Kaido's stance was resolute. The Beast Pirates were already in a state of disarray, and he had no intention of allying with the Navy. Meanwhile, the fleets of Sengoku and Carp had not yet reached the territories of Whitebeard and Shanks, but Akainu had already arrived at Red Line. At that moment, A magnificent fortress had been constructed directly beneath the portal, surrounded by a chilling aura and crafted from materials specifically designed to counter the unique abilities of this world. This endeavor had consumed countless resources and could be viewed as a culmination of the wisdom of Peace Star. In the event of an attack, the fortress could automatically defend itself. Its walls could extend and reshape, adapting to the situation and forming the most suitable configurations. The entire structure was composed of special materials impervious to fire and water, even considering seismic abilities. The portal had undergone significant transformations, with a massive elevator encasing it that led directly to the fortress's core. The portal's radiance had scarcely dimmed, indicating a continuous transport of troops and supplies, alongside advanced weaponry arriving steadily, including a hydrogen bomb. The newly constructed fortress was armed to the teeth, with various combat strategies meticulously planned and rehearsed by the staff. Today, a colossal warship slowly approached, heralding a disruption of the calm waters. Admiral Akainu, we have reached the red line. Should we fire a signal flare to alert them? A Navy Rear Admiral inquired hesitantly, standing behind Akainu. This officer was not optimistic about the negotiations. Fully aware of Akainu's temperament and understanding that Sengoku's true intent in sending him was likely not to engage in dialogue. However, if they find themselves unable to prevail, as a wielder of the natural Shigusher, Zyron 11 Guashur, abilities, Akainu can transform into his elemental form and retreat. What then shall the others do? Remain here as mere cannon fodder? Chapter 26. Akainu's welcome gift. As Akainu's warship drew near to the Red Soil continent, the soldiers stationed in the fortress detected their approach through ultrasonic radar, prompting the sentinels to swiftly sound the alarm. A report came in. Enemy ships sighted on the surface, suspected to be the Marine Admiral Akainu. In the operations command room, Li Yunlong was engaged in a tactical discussion with Wang Dabiao when a tall soldier hurried in. Coming to attention, he saluted sharply before reporting to Li Yunlong. Upon hearing the news, Li Yunlong's brow furrowed slightly. He had anticipated that the fleeing Marines would return with reinforcements, yet he had not expected their arrival to be so swift. Moreover, the fact that the Marine Admiral himself had come was indeed a missed opportunity for them to gain a deeper understanding of this world. If memory served, Akainu was the one capable of manipulating magma. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Yunlong, and he inquired of Wang Dabiao beside him. Indeed, Chief, that is him. Wang Dabiao affirmed with a nod. Despite the imminent appearance of the Marine Admiral, Wang Dabiao's eyes sparkled not with trepidation, but with fierce determination. He had long desired to engage with the pinnacle of power in this world, and this was a splendid opportunity that had presented itself serendipitously. The title of Marine Admiral alone was electrifying. It is worth noting that the military ranks in this world correspond closely to those on Peace Star, with the Marine Admiral holding a position just below the Emperor, akin to the rank of General on Peace Star. For a soldier, honor surpasses all, and triumph in battle is the most direct form of honor. If he could command the inaugural hard-fought battle of this world and emerge victorious over the Marine Admiral, Wang Dabiao would possess a lifetime of bragging rights. Naturally, with the Marine Admiral's arrival, it was a foregone conclusion that a confrontation with him was inevitable. However, who would command the engagement remained uncertain, not to mention that other battalions had also arrived. It was evident from a blaze in Li Yunlong's eyes that he was likely to take the field himself. Chief, leave this battle to me, Wang Dabiao urged, eager to seize the chance, for dreams are meant to be pursued. What if they were realized? I will personally lead the battle. Notify all commanders of battalions and above to convene in the command room. Yet, as anticipated, Li Yunlong promptly rebuffed his request, issuing a direct order to the nearby soldier. Yes, sir. After executing a standard salute, the soldier dashed out of the command room. Meanwhile, the warship drew ever closer. Just as it was less than a kilometer from docking at the Red Soil continent, Akainu suddenly commanded the vessel to halt upon the ocean's surface. He had spotted, in the distance, the towering, silvery fortress standing majestically in the open ground. Although he could not comprehend the various high-tech radar systems, he could clearly discern the ominous, gleaming barrels of the massive cannons. In contrast to the so-called heavy artillery of the Navy, today Akainu learned what true weaponry was. Caliber is justice, turrets are truth. Range is fairness, might is democracy. For reasons unknown, these phrases suddenly emerged in Akainu's mind. Nevertheless, he believed he was still beyond the effective range of those cannons. The standard naval artillery could only reach approximately 4 or 5 kilometers, and there remained at least 14 to 15 kilometers from the warship to the fortress at the heart of the Red Soil continent. Akainu had been educated at the Navy headquarters that no weapon could strike at such a distance. Moreover, until he personally experienced the power of those cannons, he maintained an unwavering confidence in his own abilities. According to the intelligence provided by Smoker and his team, these interdimensional visitors possessed remarkably advanced weaponry. However, they lacked means to counter a natural sheet Ninlija, Zyron 11 Ninlija. In other words, they had neither Haki nor Sea Stone. Thus, regardless of how formidable their weapons might be, Akainu felt no pressure. The temperature in the air gradually increased as Akainu's arm began to transform into molten lava. Although he had come to discuss peace, Akainu firmly believed that true peace must be established on an equal footing. If one side were at a disadvantage, peace would merely be a jest. With that in mind, let me test whether you possess the qualifications to negotiate peace with the Navy. Great eruption. The incredible heat instantly coalesced within Akainu's fully molten arm, and with a powerful punch, it propelled forth into the distant sky. Just as the molten iron fist was launched, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Though the sun blazed brightly, snowflakes fell from above. This violation of natural law caught the attention of Akainu and his companions. Despite his disdain for such weather, Akainu acknowledged that this was the unpredictable climate of the Grand Line, which never adhered to the rules of nature. Bang, 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 bang. As the molten iron fist soared, flames erupted from afar, and the fortress's defense artillery unleashed a barrage, shattering Akainu's molten fist in midair. However, although they had entered the artillery's range, the cannons, having destroyed the molten fist, ceased firing, seemingly uninterested in the nearby warship. This scene caused Akainu to narrow his eyes slightly. This was the first time since he had gained the power of magma that his great eruption had been interrupted before it could fully manifest. It seemed that this peaceful world was not to be underestimated. Yet, that made it all the more intriguing if the opponent were too weak. It would not pique his interest. Meanwhile, in the command room, even though the warship had long since entered their artillery range, Li Yunlong had yet to issue the command to fire, instead watching the large screen above with unwavering confidence. The screen projected a clear view of the situation at sea. Showcasing the allure of technology, a high-definition camera was far superior to relying on human reports. Li Yunlong had not yet given the order to fire because he was awaiting the opportune moment. The sudden snowfall outside had been intentionally orchestrated by him. After being captured, Dao Gudichi had not wasted a moment, disclosing everything he knew about the Navy and the world government with clarity. Each admiral's abilities were laid bare. Knowing he was to become the pioneer of the pirate world, Li Yunlong, fully aware of the enemy's capabilities, would certainly not neglect to prepare accordingly. The artificial snowfall he had conjured was specifically intended for Akainu, and this was merely the beginning. Chapter 27. Akainu's fury having learned of the terror of the marine admirals from Dao Gudichi. Li Yunlong certainly did not believe that a mere snowfall could subdue Akainu. Li Yunlong, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, is far from naive. This was merely an appetizer he prepared for Akainu. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. Suddenly, fierce winds rose over the sea, and snowflakes began to fall in larger quantities, soon transforming into a heavy snowfall that enveloped the warship, causing Akainu to momentarily lose his vision. He suspected that even the heavens conspired with Li Yunlong. In such harsh conditions, his magma powers would be severely hampered. Once the magma left his body, it would swiftly solidify in midair, rendering his abilities nearly ineffective against the snow. Had they been on land, Akainu would have had the confidence to create a zone of pure magma, where snowflakes could not penetrate and would evaporate, regardless of the snowfall's intensity. However, the current predicament found them adrift at sea. If he overexerted his powers, the wooden warship beneath him could easily catch fire. And the first to suffer would be he himself and the Navy on board. Yet, at the same time, Akainu felt an involuntary sigh of relief. The heavy snowfall obscured everyone's line of sight, and he could no longer see the fortress' location. Thus, he believed that with the cover of the snowstorm, they could reach the fortress before its cannons could target them. Although Akainu had no fear of the so-called terrifying weapons, believing them to be exaggerated by the defeated, he clearly remembered that he had chosen this world himself, albeit in less than ideal circumstances. He had chosen the attribute of peace, a fact that was etched in his memory. The terror of a peaceful world was something Akainu could not fathom. Perhaps it was merely the product of the defeated inflating the threat of their enemies as an excuse for their failures. However, what if they were right? Avoiding unnecessary losses would indeed be advantageous. Welcome to the new world. With this thought, Akainu stiffly twitched his lips, forcing a grim smile, his eyes radiating a desire for bloodshed. Just as Akainu was lost in thought, an instinctual sixth sense began to sound alarm bells in his mind, a sense of deadly peril emerging in his heart. Without conscious thought, Akainu instinctively activated his elementalization. Suddenly, accompanied by a terrifying ripping sound, several glinting tongues of fire appeared out of nowhere, instantly shredding the warship beneath him, the naval soldiers aboard being torn to pieces. Even those who were not struck by bullets fell directly into the sea. The abruptness of the event left Akainu dazed, especially as he had just allowed himself to relax. Damn it, look at what you have done. You will pay for this. However, the relentless destruction of his elementalized body jolted Akainu's consciousness, and an indescribable fury surged within him. The men he brought had perished here without even seeing their enemies. Akainu was willing to sacrifice some soldiers' lives for his sense of justice, but that did not mean he was devoid of compassion. His warship had always been on the front lines, leading to a high attrition and replacement rate. Still, many of his longtime comrades remained aboard, and now they had all inexplicably fallen in this vast sea, without any forewarning. One moment, everything was calm. The next, the world had turned upside down. Moreover, this mission was not to expel the four emperors or suppress a rebellion. It was merely a straightforward peace negotiation, at most a way to probe the enemy's strength. Akainu could accept being defeated honorably, as the law of the sea is that the weak are devoured by the strong. But now, without even seeing the shadow of the enemy, and with the heavy snow obscuring everything, even his observation hockey could not reach the fortress' boundary. How could they have pinpointed the location of his warship? It could only be said that Akainu was unaware of ultrasonic radar or thermal imaging technology. In the midst of the snowstorm, an entire ship of Navy soldiers became the most conspicuous targets. The cost of the warship's destruction exceeded what Akainu could bear. His only thought now was vengeance for the fallen Navy. Moreover, Akainu was convinced of one truth. What Kazura said was indeed correct. They truly could not contend with elementalization. If that were the case, let him single-handedly wipe out these invaders. Though visibility in the snowstorm was nearly non-existent, the fire from the heavy machine guns was unmistakably clear. By flying towards the source of the flames, he would surely find the enemy fortress he had glimpsed earlier. Maintaining his elemental state, Akainu rapidly propelled himself through the air with his magma-coated legs, reaching the limits of his moonwalk speed as he hastened towards the end of the fire. Meanwhile, Li Yunlong and his companions focused intently on the screen before them, watching the bright red figures revealed by thermal imaging technology, smirking coldly. In the vast snowfall outside, Akainu's powers were too conspicuous. It was nearly impossible for him to remain undetected. The heavy snow and the earlier shredding of the warship were merely the appetizers prepared for Akainu. Had the bullets just passed by, they would have been replaced by heavy artillery shells of calibers exceeding 155. Even after confirming the destruction of the warship, the machine guns continued to rain bullets. This was not due to an excess of ammunition. After tearing the warship apart, they were still firing madly. The bullets from those heavy machine guns were a carefully laid path for Akainu, guiding him into the encirclement Li Yunlong had meticulously prepared. At those heavy machine gun positions, gifts for Akainu had long been prepared. The true spectacle was just beginning. As the sound of the machine guns intensified in Akainu's ears, he sneered inwardly, realizing he was drawing closer to the fortress. His elementalized arm tightened into a fist, ready to unleash a torrent of magma upon those within the fortress, teaching them the wrath of an admiral, making them regret their actions. Just as Akainu was prepared to reshape the terrain with magma, a thunderous explosion erupted directly before him. A blue ice-colored spherical shell spiraled out from a massive 300mm cannon, hurtling towards Akainu's body in an instant. Akainu, keenly aware of the imminent threat, had already sensed the trajectory of the shell with his acute observation hockey, and a faint sense of danger emanated from the projectile. To have survived in this perilous world until now, Akainu is certainly not a mere brute, although the proximity of the shell made evasion impossible. Who said he needed to retreat? He is, after all, the Marine Admiral Akainu. Without a hint of trepidation, his upper body suddenly bore a gaping wound, and the icy blue shell passed directly through his chest. Was that all? After the shell traversed his body, the roar of the heavy machine gun abruptly ceased. Akainu sensed a sudden drop in pressure and disdainfully curled his lip, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He mused, Had he perhaps overestimated them? Bang! Barely 2 meters from where the shell had pierced Akainu, a rapidly spinning special sniper bullet intercepted the icy blue projectile. In that instant of impact, a violent explosion erupted. A shockwave of ice blue radiated outward from the center of the explosion, sweeping past Akainu's elementalized form and dissipating dozens of meters away in the air. Following the path of the shockwave, even the falling snow in the sky appeared momentarily suspended, as if caught in an invisible force. Positioned at the epicenter of the blast, Akainu had just managed to envelop his back in hockey when he was instantaneously frozen into a block of ice. This shell, encased in a special material, was filled with concentrated liquid nitrogen, with a disposable low-temperature explosive at its core, thus creating this astonishing effect. Even Akainu, caught unprepared, was reduced to an icy statue in an instant. This exemplifies the power of intellect, a gift meticulously crafted for Akainu by Li Yunlong's advisory team. Indeed, Li Yunlong and his cohorts could not counter the elemental haki or the sea prism stone weapons of the ability users. However, in this scientifically advanced world, the principle of energy conservation prevails. Everything exists in a delicate balance, with no ability deemed utterly invincible. Heat is countered by cold, and both elements mutually restrain one another. Thus, in response to Akainu's magma-transforming ability, the command center devised a strategy employing liquid nitrogen to subdue him. The efficacy of this tactic has now been demonstrated. Beyond this surprise, Li Yunlong had prepared other gifts for Akainu, but seemed there would be no opportunity to showcase them. In a technologically advanced world, magma is not without its counters. Upon confirming through thermal infrared technology that Akainu had been completely encased in ice, Li Yunlong observed the victorious smiles on the faces of those around him. Let us proceed to observe how this world's marine admiral differs from an ordinary person. He suggested to the group without hesitation. I've longed to see if the powerful of this world possess 3 heads and 6 arms. My curiosity knows no bounds, exclaimed a wild-looking, battle-loving advisor, eagerly awaiting Li Yunlong's words. Indeed, I have heard that marine admirals are among the strongest in this world. Extracting his genes might even enhance our own, chimed in a medical officer standing nearby. As his words resonated, the eyes of those around him sparkled with excitement. How do we not consider this angle? With Dragon Kingdom's medical technology, it is entirely feasible to extract the genes of this world's strong and further refine the already exceptional genetic serum. Dragon Kingdom firmly advocates for the protection of individual rights. Should the gene serum research prove successful, the initial beneficiaries would undoubtedly be the contributors themselves. Who knows? In their lifetime, they might wield such catastrophic power, capable of obliterating an island using sheer physical strength without reliance on weapons. With this thought, the group hastened their steps, viewing Akainu as a vast gold mine awaiting their meticulous exploration and development. As the doors opened and closed, the frozen Akainu was transported into a specially prepared isolation chamber by soldiers. Residual liquid nitrogen coated his form, and none dared to touch him. Fully aware of the substance's terrifying nature, as disinfectant liquid and copious amounts of warm water cascaded from the showerhead above, the chilling aura emanating from Akainu gradually dissipated. Eagerly awaiting outside, Li Yunlong and others swiftly entered the isolation chamber, encircling Akainu to scrutinize how this marine admiral differed from an ordinary individual. Is this really the marine admiral? Aside from being tall, he seems quite ordinary, remarked the advisor who had suggested liquid nitrogen, circling Akainu twice before frowning in assessment. His height is indeed remarkable. The tallest person I have encountered is my boss, yet this fellow surpasses him considerably. Is height a prerequisite for strength? Said a comparatively slender advisor across from him, voicing his opinion. You seem to be seizing this opportunity to flatter the boss, quipped a voice from behind him. Laughter erupted among the group at this exchange. However, compared to the Dragon Kingdom citizens, who average around 2 meters in height due to gene modifications, Akainu's stature certainly exceeded their expectations. I believe this marine admiral has been defeated. He should come to us for surrender. His fists are already displayed. He must be ready to concede, someone jested. Indeed, will we accept his surrender, or will we accept his surrender, or perhaps accept his surrender? They laughed. Once their curiosity was satisfied, the group began to joke around Akainu. All right, enough boasting. Step aside and let the medical team assess his condition. You all need to return for a meeting. Li Yunlong chuckled, nudging the flattery-giving advisor with his foot before signaling the soldiers with various instruments to examine Akainu. Chapter 29. Akainu is still alive? Within the base, Li Yunlong's authority was unquestionable. After his directive, although the group felt reluctant, they uniformly stepped aside and followed him back to the command center. This battle held immense significance. It validated our belief that natural-type devil fruit users are not invincible. Indeed, today marked the first shot fired in our liberation of this world, sending forth a signal of peace. Upon returning to the command center, at Li Yunlong's behest, everyone began to express their opinions. For a long time, the natural-type devil fruit users had loomed over Li Yunlong and his companions like a mountain. Especially the recollection of Smoker and Kizuru remaining unscathed from heavy machine gun fire had lingered in their minds during this period. Hot weapons are undoubtedly far more terrifying than cold steel. This belief has been firmly held by Li Yunlong, who has experienced countless battles. However, regardless of the weapon, it must first be able to strike its target. The recent sight of Kizuru and Smoker, where bullets penetrated their bodies without inflicting harm, had severely dampened the spirits of the soldiers. In contrast to the natural-type devil fruit users who possess immunity to general physical harm, even Kaido Li Yunlong, renowned for his formidable physique, remains unconcerned. Can physical strength withstand armor-piercing projectiles? Even if it can repel such projectiles, can it withstand various missiles? Li Yunlong harbors no belief that such individuals exist, and let us not forget that they also possess nuclear weapons. While many individuals harbor absolute confidence in the efficacy of nuclear bombs, it is implausible to utilize them to cleanse the battlefield in every encounter. Setting aside the feasibility of this notion, even if the quantity of nuclear warheads transported is sufficient, the land ravaged by nuclear bombs would resemble barren wastelands devoid of life, rendering the development of this new world meaningless and wasteful of resources. Boss, I believe we should seize the momentum and conquer a few more small islands before the main force arrives, showcasing our strength to headquarters, suggested a fiercely combative officer to Li Yunlong. No, the fortress has just been completed, and numerous weapons and resources have not yet arrived. I cannot agree with this. Before Li Yunlong could respond, the officer in charge of military supplies vehemently objected. As the saying goes, before the army moves, provisions must be prepared. As the head of logistics, he is acutely aware of the substantial resources required daily for such a large force. Moreover, the ammunition consumed by several malfunctioning heavy machine guns in just a few minutes amounts to astronomical figures. Without nautical charts and powerful warships, any rash actions would certainly lead to unsatisfactory outcomes. Their advantage lies in the long-range and high-impact conventional weapons, ensuring that the enemy can only approach from land and air while relying on the astonishing defensive capabilities of the fortress to remain unafraid. However, on the sea, not only is the absence of nautical charts a problem, but also the flying and diving entities, not to mention the legendary Sea Kings. How could they be dealt with? In the event of an ambush by the strong of this world, it would undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow to a situation that is only just stabilized. The most prudent course of action now is to remain in place, awaiting the arrival of the main force and the necessary weaponry before gradually advancing. Li Yunlong felt somewhat conflicted. He too was a proponent of war, especially after a series of victories that solidified his determination to liberate this world. Furthermore, he sensed that if they did not liberate a few islands while many were still unaware of their existence, it would be too late to act once the formidable beings of this world united. As a commander, Li Yunlong never underestimates a world. However, the procurement of weapons and resources is indeed a dilemma. The fortress has just been completed, and everything is in disarray. Any disruption to headquarters plans could render them guilty in the eyes of the nation. Damn it, if only Lao Fong were here. With this thought, Li Yunlong instinctively rubbed his temples. If Li Yunlong is the soul of this unit, the iron will that commands the soldiers into battle, then Fong Zhini is the brain, responsible for planning the future direction and meticulous details of the entire force. Indeed, Lao Wang, there's no need to be overly anxious. Do not let the fleeting triumphs cloud your judgment. At that moment, the door to the command room was abruptly pushed open, and a resonant voice entered, the recently arrived Fong Zhini. Haha, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Yunlong instinctively looked up and smiled upon seeing Fong Zhini. I was just thinking about you. You truly are not one to be forgotten easily. Haha, you must be up to no good if you thought of me. Fong Zhini laughed heartily as he embraced Li Yunlong. Tell me, during my absence, how much trouble have you stirred up? Picking up a teacup from the table, he took a hearty sip and rubbed his head, awaiting Li Yunlong's explanation. He knew Li Yunlong well. He was never one to follow the rules, especially during this extended absence from Li Yunlong's side. It was impossible to predict what he might have done. Haha, Lao Fong. This time you will truly be disappointed. I have not only avoided trouble, but have also accomplished a significant feat you have no idea. When I first arrived in this world, it was entirely barren. And just as I defeated the top combatants of this world, you arrived. Haha, I will take you to see it shortly. However, this time Li Yunlong did not seek excuses to justify himself as usual. Instead, he confidently sat across from Fong Zhini, proudly recounting recent events, particularly emphasizing the detained Akainu still in the isolation chamber. Bang, bang, bang. Report. Just as Li Yunlong was passionately narrating, a knocking sound echoed from outside. Gumin. Having his train of thought interrupted, Li Yunlong frowned, but anyone who came to the command room during their meeting must have something important to convey. So he calmly said, "Boss, here is the testing report for the captive. It is astonishing he is still alive." The soldier who had been conducting tests on Akainu hurriedly entered, approaching Li Yunlong while speaking and handing over the report. What? He's still alive? Upon hearing this news, even Li Yunlong could not contain his shock and exclaimed in disbelief. This news is truly astounding. After all, it involves liquid nitrogen maintained at temperatures between -196 and -210 degrees Celsius. To have survived such prolonged exposure, are the strong of this world truly monsters? Chapter 30. The life of Kazuru inside the isolation chamber. A group of individuals surrounded the partially thawed Akainu, their gazes filled with astonishment as they observed the heart rate monitor. Although the large screen displayed a slow yet stable heartbeat, it persisted robustly. How is this possible? Is this still a human? What extraordinary vitality! This is liquid nitrogen, temperatures between -196 and -210 degrees Celsius. It is rare enough to not have been frozen into shards of ice, yet to maintain a stable heartbeat. Can this truly be achievable by humans? However, soon all present felt a rush of excitement, with their eyes gleaming. If this is the general vitality of humanity in this world, then if they were to extract Akainu's DNA to enhance the existing genetic serum, would it mean they too could possess such terrifying vitality? Of course, the specifics would depend on subsequent experimental results. Since Akainu is alive, he cannot remain in this frozen state. A living Akainu is undoubtedly more valuable than a deceased one. Hurry to proceed with thawing and medical treatment. Whatever methods you employ, ensure his life is preserved. After thawing, secure his body with alloys. I hope that when he awakens, only his head remains mobile. Naturally, the most exhilarated among them is Li Yunlong, a martial artist who already wields immense power. In Akainu, he sees a path for further advancement and thus urgently commands the medical personnel and soldiers beside him. For the martial artist Li Yunlong, he had previously engaged in combat with CP0's Dao Gudiki, although he found it quite challenging to hold his ground before Dao Gudiki unleashed the powers of the Inu no Mi. He managed to exchange blows using his exquisite martial skills. However, once Dao Gudiki activated his abilities, the disparity became starkly evident. Empowered by the fruit's abilities, Dao Gudiki's speed and strength surpassed Li Yunlong's by leaps and bounds. In fact, Dao Gudiki's swiftness was so remarkable that Li Yunlong could scarcely see even his silhouette. Li Yunlong's prowess had been proven time and again in battle, placing him at the pinnacle of the combat strength of the Peace Star, truly a grandmaster of the highest order. Yet, according to Dao Gudiki, Li Yunlong's strength could merely be compared to that of an average Navy vice admiral. He could not contend with an admiral. Even among vice admirals, many could easily defeat him. Even Dao Gudiki himself could only rely on speed to engage with the admirals for a brief period, and to put it bluntly, he would merely find himself in a position to flee. The notion of victory was utterly out of reach, as the level of an admiral was entirely beyond that of an ordinary individual. Li Yunlong's abilities could at best be likened to those of an ordinary Navy vice admiral, a tier of strength prevalent upon the seas. The Navy alone boasted over 100 vice admirals, not to mention the numerous rear admirals who possessed vice admiral level strength but lacked the military achievements to ascend, along with the formidable beings from various special divisions. There were at least several hundred strong individuals comparable to this tier, not to mention the notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 300 million in the New World, the various commanders of the Revolutionary Army, the elite CP agents of the world government, and many hidden powers lurking in the shadows. The world likely harbored at least 1,000 individuals of vice admiral caliber. This implies that the strongest individuals of the peace star numbered in the thousands across this world, while the openly recognized powers at the admiral rank were merely a dozen or so, with countless others concealed from view. For proud warriors like Li Yunlong, how could they endure the weight of such towering mountains above them, unable to surmount them due to their genetic limitations? However, if they could possess a formidable physique akin to Akainu's, perhaps they might transcend their limits and challenge those mountains once more. Many present shared Li Yunlong's sentiments. The fact that this unit could be dispatched to a desolate battlefield, guarding the borders, already testified to their combat prowess. Being sent to the New World as pioneers further underscored their strength. One could assert that aside from Li Yunlong, the entire command structure of this unit, from the company commanders and above, consisted of masters of the highest caliber. If the gene serum were to be developed, they would undoubtedly be among the first to benefit. In a world where immense power is attributed to the individual, which warrior wouldn't desire to confront the formidable forces of this world head-on? Meanwhile, due to the instantaneous obliteration of Akainu's battleship by heavy machine gun fire, no reports were sent back, and the Navy headquarters remained oblivious to the events unfolding here. Setting aside the fact that Sengoku was en route to Whitebeard's territory, even if he were stationed at the Navy headquarters, he would not anticipate that Akainu could so easily be captured by Li Yunlong and his comrades. At that moment, the Navy headquarters was filled with a sense of tranquility and harmony. In Sengoku's office, Kizaru reclined on the sofa, holding a newspaper with his eyes closed, seemingly enjoying a moment of serenity, as if he were on vacation. However, unlike usual, a din-din mushi was placed on the adjacent sofa, allowing him to respond promptly should any disturbances arise, transforming into light to reach the battlefield at the fastest speed. Even the 4 Emperor's pirate crews would lack the capability to swiftly take down a Navy admiral, let alone simultaneously defeat 2. As for Akainu, Kizaru had no worries. He had previously fought Li Yunlong's unit without incident, not to mention the formidable Akainu. He surmised that Akainu might now be delivering them a grand gift, as the meteor volcano would pose a significant challenge for those relying on weaponry. With this thought, Kizaru chuckled, even with his eyes closed, considering it a form of retribution for the earlier defeat he had suffered. On the small island of Chilubia, situated in the depths of the ocean, the Whitebeard pirates were conducting funerals for their fallen comrades, as white snowflakes drifted down from the sky, seemingly mourning for the departed souls. Death among pirates was a constant occurrence, but for the Whitebeard pirates, each lost member was akin to family. Unlike those who merely sought treasure and pleasure, family deserved a proper farewell. A grand tombstone stood at the center of the island, with a massive mound behind it containing the relics and remains of the pirates. At the forefront, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, held a bouquet of pristine white flowers in his robust hands, his expression gravely serious. Yet beneath his sorrow lay a profound fury. He detested the recent events, particularly Shanks, the rascal who continually dragged him into these disputes. Chapter 31. The fury of Whitebeard. He had long sought to escape this blood-soaked existence, yearning only for a peaceful life alongside his family, content to pass his position to Ace, who would continue to protect their family. Why could this world not spare him, a remnant of the previous era, and refrain from embroiling him in endless conflicts, causing his sons to perish in these senseless battles? In this moment, Whitebeard had never felt such rage. He was prepared to upheave the world and remind it of the legendary pirate of yore. His ire was directed not only at Shanks for seeking him out, but also at the Navy, which had slain so many of his family members, and at the old lion who, though long past his prime, still sought to stir trouble. Yet, that old lion was already dead, and seeking vengeance against a deceased foe was futile. Thus, he could only exact revenge upon this twisted world, making the world government that could not accommodate them pay a heavy price. Of course, he first had to confront those vermin who had once only dared to lurk in the shadows, believing they could take advantage of the Whitebeard pirates' misfortunes. Whitebeard felt it necessary to re-educate them about the true power of the Whitebeard pirates. Perhaps it was due to his long-standing belief that he was aging and wished to shield his family from too many enemies that he had adopted a temperate stance toward those who provoked them. Now, it seemed time to show them the reality of the pirate world. His blade was eager for action. If this world could not accommodate his family and sought to deny them peace and comfort, then he would make them quiet down through force. Old man, the Navy is coming, led by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. At that moment, Jozu approached Whitebeard, quietly informing him, Sengoku dares to come? We cannot allow him to return. He must pay for what he has done to us. The captains here are all renowned warriors of the sea. Even though Chaozi has spoken in a hushed tone, how could they possibly remain oblivious? At this moment, even the typically mild-mannered Marco has succumbed to rage, shouting about leaving warring states behind to accompany the deceased family members. Let us confront this scoundrel. The fury of Whitebeard has long been simmering, although he does not comprehend why warring states has come to seek him now. He is prepared to avenge his loved ones. He has been tempered for over a decade, and this sea has forgotten that he is also a pirate. Being a pirate is not child's play. It involves taking lives for what one desires. On the other side, aboard Warring States battleship, Marshal Warring States ponders whether it was somewhat reckless to seek out Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates now boast two Yonka-level powers, Whitebeard himself and Fire Fist Ace. If they intend to detain them, it seems that the support from Admiral Kazuru would not arrive in time. Standing beside Warring States, Rear Admiral Snoopy gazes anxiously at the pirates across the way, their eyes filled with hatred, fixated on them. Since joining the Navy, he has witnessed such expressions countless times. As a Navy officer, his duty is to vanquish these rebellious pirates, and he has never doubted the righteousness of his actions. However, at this moment, a twinge of regret surfaces within him. It is not because he has taken too many pirate lives, but rather due to the realization that he may have underestimated the hatred the Whitebeard pirates harbor for the Navy. It's all right. I understand Newgate. He is not an impulsive individual. He can distinguish right from wrong. In the face of formidable enemies, he will stand on the correct side. Warring States, however, remains unperturbed. He believes that his numerous encounters with Whitebeard have afforded him a deep understanding of his character. Look, Marshal Warring States, look. Yet, Rear Admiral Snoopy does not concur with Warring States' assessment. Instead, he trembles as he points toward the small island, instinctively taking a step back. Calm yourself, Admiral. You represent the Navy now? Warring States rebukes, discontented with Snoopy-esque demeanor, feeling it tarnishes the Navy-esque reputation before the pirates. Following his reprimand, Warring States directs his gaze toward the direction Snoopy is indicating. In the next moment, his pupils constrict rapidly as he instinctively activates his Devil Fruit ability. Soaring into the air, transforming into a towering golden Buddha, his right hand gathering a golden shockwave poised to strike downward. A monumental collision occurs, akin to a meteor impacting the earth, producing a ferocious shockwave. The sea beneath Warring States parts under the force of this terrifying wave, and the thick clouds above split, revealing an endless chasm. The adversary he faces is none other than Whitebeard. Rewinding a minute, upon hearing of Warring States' visit, Whitebeard seizes his weapon, the Yunk, and charges toward the position indicated by Chaozi, filled with wrath. Upon reaching the shoreline, he spots Warring States on the deck, conversing with a nearby Navy officer. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. Whitebeard can no longer restrain his excitement. He takes a running leap and delivers a powerful downward slash. Today, he is indifferent to the aftermath of killing Warring States. He intends to use his head as an offering to placate the spirits of his tragically departed family. In midair, the two collide, but as Whitebeard's muscular arms tense, an explosive force erupts, propelling Warring States down toward the battleship below. Newgate, Warring States, momentarily stunned, struggles with all his might to resist, but against the furious Whitebeard in peak form, his efforts seem futile. The shockwave and tremor reach a critical point and explode instantaneously, shattering the battleship beneath Warring States into fragments. The soldiers aboard, save for a few lieutenants and commanders, plummet into the depths of the sea along with the wreckage. After the strike, Whitebeard regains some composure, retreating to the small island, while Warring States, having endured Whitebeard's wrathful blow, finds himself in a precarious position. Have you lost your mind, Newgate? Do you wish to incite a war between the Navy and the pirates? Warring States glares at the remnants of the shattered battleship, his eyes blazing with fury. He cannot fathom why Whitebeard would suddenly strike, as it contradicts the very persona he has maintained. Is he not afraid of the devastation that could befall his family in a conflict with the Navy? How could he dare? Warring States, your Navy has taken so many of my family. Today, let your head serve as interest for that debt. Upon hearing Warring States' words, Whitebeard's fury intensifies. At this juncture, to threaten him by invoking his family is a grave mistake. If I do not slay you today, I am not Whitebeard. With that, he brandishes the Yunk and charges toward Warring States, illuminating the air with a blinding radiance. Newgate, are you truly serious? Faced with Whitebeard's advance, Warring States regains his composure. He swiftly pulls out a din-din mushy, urging the remaining Navy officers to retreat toward the sea while dialing Kizaru's number. As Warring States attempts to escape, Whitebeard mounts Marco, transformed into a phoenix engulfed in healing flames, soaring into the sky like a nightmare that Warring States dares not face. Brew 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 brew. Casting a glance at the pursuing figure of the bird-riding warrior, Warring States' heart races with fear, lamenting his lack of speed. He prays fervently for Kizaru to answer the call. Although Warring States knows he cannot outrun Whitebeard, he clings to a sliver of hope. At the Navy headquarters, noon arrives, and Warring States' office is devoid of life, save for the ringing din-din mushy. The Admiral, who should be seated on the sofa, has vanished, leaving only a newspaper behind. It is lunchtime, a meal Kizaru has never missed, as the dining experience for an Admiral is undoubtedly exquisite. Kizaru feels he has lost weight recently, and this precious lunchtime cannot be overlooked. Brew brew, brew brew. The din-din mushy S ringing, which should signal a call for help. Now sounds like a death knell in Warring States' ears. Please answer quickly. Kizaru, what on earth are you doing? Answer the phone. With Whitebeard drawing nearer, Warring States has no time for hesitation. He discards the din-din mushy into the sea and retaliates with a dazzling punch. However, it was not the Chue Chi Niao Chi Sure by Huzi, but rather the Chue directed towards Marco beneath by Huzi. Zhangguo was acutely aware that his own condition rendered him incapable of contending against Bai Huzi. Yet, Bai Huzi, too, was aware that the Navy's Rokushiki could not soar through the skies. Thus, should he succeed in casting Marco into the depths of the ocean, everything would come to an end. Two inept swimmers daring to be arrogant upon the sea. Should they fall in the waters, they would drown like the fools they were. However, given Bai Huzi's extensive combat experience, how could he neglect to anticipate Zhangguo's tactic? Perhaps it could be said that this was a trap deliberately laid out by Bai Huzi for Zhangguo. In an elegant display, Marco executed a graceful move that sent Bai Huzi soaring into the air, and with his large toe, he performed a formidable kick, the Phoenix Stamp. Meanwhile, Bai Huzi's hands conjured a tremendous force, shaking the very world around him. An unknown and terrifying energy coalesced in the atmosphere, tearing apart the air and forming a vast web-like structure. Marco had no intention of lingering. As the Phoenix Stamp absorbed Zhangguo's shockwave, he propelled himself backward, and Bai Huzi's shockwaves struck Zhangguo with relentless force. Upon being struck by Bai Huzi, Zhangguo felt as if his very essence was about to shatter, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. With a resounding splash, Zhangguo was cast down into the ocean by Bai Huzi. Marco then executed a swift maneuver, returning to catch Bai Huzi as he plummeted from the sky. Old man, Marco called out with concern as he observed the calm surface of the sea. Zhangguo, being a devil fruit user, surely had no hope of survival in the ocean. Earlier, when following Bai Huzi, Marco had been filled with fervor, but now, if Zhangguo were truly to perish, Marco felt a wave of anxiety. After all, Zhangguo was a Marine admiral, and his death at the hands of the Whitebeard pirates would not go unpunished. Although the Whitebeard pirates were formidable, they could not contend against the might of the Navy, which boasted 5 admirals, 2 vice-admirals, and a legendary hero Carp. Even the combined forces of the Yonko could not overcome the Navy. Relying solely on the strength of the Whitebeard pirates was simply insufficient. Perhaps, in this instance, the old man acted impulsively. Let us go, Marco. It is time for this sea to recognize who the true sovereign is. Yet Bai Huzi exhibited no sign of concern. Upon receiving word of Zhangguo's arrival, he had resolutely decided to confront him. He was a remnant of the old era, and this sea no longer harbored a vessel capable of carrying him. Thus, it would be better to pave a path for his children at this moment. Zhangguo was merely the beginning, since chaos had already ensued in this sea. It was time for it to descend into utter turmoil. Perhaps it was indeed time for a sovereign to emerge in this realm. Bai Huzi believed Ace to be most fitting, not only due to his connection to Roger, but also because the Whitebeard pirates needed a pirate king to lead them. This sea required a ruler to guide them in overthrowing this grotesque world. The world government had held its throne for 8 centuries, and it was time for a change. Poor Zhangguo had yet to reveal his purpose before returning to the depths of the ocean. It could only be said that today was his destined end. He had schemed throughout his life, yet this time he miscalculated. Regrettably for him, this miscalculation was eternal. Let us return to pay respects to our fallen comrades. This is merely the beginning, and many more shall come to join them. In that moment of resolve, Bai Huzi's demeanor transformed entirely. He shifted from the warm, paternal figure to a quintessential pirate of the sea. Perhaps this was his true nature, In these waters, a good-natured man could not survive for long. Had Bai Zi truly been a benevolent figure, he would have long since met his demise during the era of rocks. Weakness, in a certain sense, is the original sin, and spiritual frailty is no exception. Very well, old man. At that moment, Marco felt a sense of unfamiliarity from the father on his back, even sensing a flicker of fear instinctively. Yet soon, his gaze firmed. No matter what plans his father harbored, he was raised by him, and he would always be his father. Chapter 33. Xiang Kusi and Ka Pu. Meanwhile, the well-fed Huang Yuan returned to his office, brewing a cup of warm tea and leisurely reclining on the sofa as he perused the newspaper. It was unclear how much content was contained within that newspaper, as it seemed to occupy Huang Yuan's attention for an entire day without completion. From Huang Yuan's perspective, it appeared that a magazine was nestled within, featuring a line of small text proclaiming produced by Huan Lejie, alongside a striking image of a group of elegantly dressed young women. On the other side, within the territory of Xiang Kusi, several unexpected guests had also arrived. Vice Admiral Ka Pu was soon to set foot on Xiang Kusi's domain, and he had to remain patient. After all, Marshal Zhang Guo intended to negotiate. You must not act impulsively, the ghostly spider advised Ka Pu. Acutely aware of the deep-seated animosity Ka Pu harbored towards Xiang Kusi, he feared that Ka Pu might lose control. The ghostly spider understood Ka Pu's capabilities well. Should Ka Pu succumb to rage, it would be impossible to predict the chaos that might ensue. At the very least, regardless of the outcome, Ka Pu was unlikely to face any repercussions, a certainty in the mind of the ghostly spider. In his estimation, even Bai Zi might not be a match for Vice Admiral Ka Pu. Xiang Kusi had been relentlessly pursued by Ka Pu on multiple occasions, and previously on the battlefield, Ka Pu had decisively overpowered both Xiang Kusi and Ben Beckman. However, Xiang Kusi lacked Ka Pu's formidable strength in a confrontation. Any member of the red-haired pirates, known for their elite approach, could match Ka Pu, with many of their officers even surpassing him in power. He certainly did not wish to traverse half of the New World only to meet his demise. Furthermore, he bore the weight of the mission entrusted to him by Zhang Guo. If the absence of the red-haired pirates allowed that terrifying force from another world to establish a foothold and gradually invade their realm, he would become a pariah in this world. The ghostly spider was convinced that Ka Pu would not contemplate such matters, which was precisely why Zhang Guo had sent him. Captain, the Navy has arrived, and that old rascal Ka Pu is aboard, but it seems they are not here for a fight. On Xiang Kusi's ship, amidst a lively banquet, the intoxicated Jesus Burgess noticed the approaching warships and promptly leaped down from the mast to report to Xiang Kusi. Oh, the Navy, is it? Upon hearing this, Xiang Kusi's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. The mention of Ka Pu's name brought a throbbing headache. This old rascal possessed immense power, exhibiting no apparent weaknesses, a true hexagonal warrior. In terms of physical prowess and hockey, he stood atop the world. And with age came not decline, but an increase in battle experience and strength. Just as he had previously fixated on the captain, it was now clear that he had turned his attention towards Xiang Kusi. Being scrutinized by this old rascal was far from pleasant. Could they fight? It was certain they could not win. Even if they could, this old rascal had a son who was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, whose strength should not be underestimated. The influence of the Revolutionary Army is not in any way inferior to that of the Four Emperors. In fact, considering the layout of the seas and the focus of the Navy, the Revolutionary Army may even be somewhat more formidable than the singular factions of the Four Emperors. Moreover, Shanks has a rather close cooperation with the Revolutionary Army, and it is unlikely that he would provoke Carp in any way. Besides, Shanks truly lacks the means to defeat Carp. Carp is not a devil fruit user, and his abilities remain unaffected whether on land or at sea. Should a conflict arise aboard his ship, that old rogue could easily destroy it and continue to battle in the air using the moonwalk technique. For there is nothing this old rascal cannot accomplish. Just because that old rogue can fly does not mean that his adversaries can follow suit. If the ship were to be destroyed, the distance to the land would be considerable, and few would survive the return. Escape? That is not even worth contemplating. If he were to turn tail and flee upon seeing the Navy on his territory, he would forever lose the ability to hold his head high, and no pirate crew would ever join his ranks again. Even the crews currently under his command would likely abandon him and turn against him, thus stripping him of the title of Four Emperor. One can only hope that Carp is not here to stir up trouble today. Otherwise, as a Four Emperor, retreat would be out of the question, and an unwanted battle would indeed become inevitable. Shanks is not inclined to fight, but that does not indicate a lack of courage for battle. He possesses the confidence that, even if he cannot hold Carp back, the crew aboard Carp's ship would not escape unscathed. With that thought, Shanks set down his wine glass and rose to his feet, gradually making his way to the bow of the ship amidst the support of his crew. Red Hair Brat, it has been a while. As the two ships drew nearer, the crew members could even discern the blemishes on each other's faces. Carp suddenly broke into laughter and greeted Shanks. However, anyone with keen eyes could see the glint of coldness in Carp's gaze and the iron fist he had tightly clenched. Navy, what brings you here? Before Shanks could speak, Ben Beckman had already directed a question at Carp. On this ship, Shanks serves as the spiritual pillar of the pirate crew, while the rest of the trivial matters fall to the calm and collected vice captain, Ben Beckman. I am here, too. Upon hearing Ben Beckman's tone, Carp's brow furrowed. He detests interruptions while greeting others. We are here to discuss cooperation. Guizhu, sensing the tension in Carp's demeanor, realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He quickly interjected, pulling Carp aside as he spoke. Oh, discussing cooperation? Hearing those familiar words, Shanks felt a surge of amusement. He had always been the one seeking partners. And now the tides had turned with someone approaching him for collaboration. The Navy, seeking cooperation with pirates? How utterly laughable. Pray tell, what scheme do you have in mind? At Guizhu's words, before Shanks could respond, Yessa began to scoff disdainfully. He could not believe that the Navy would come to them seeking partnership. The images of the recent battle still lingered vividly in Yessup's mind. Many pirates had perished in that fierce conflict, although the majority of the bloodshed was wrought by the Golden Lion. However, convincing him to trust the Navy would require Guizhu to present more substantial evidence. Yessup firmly believed that if the Navy sought cooperation, they must have some ulterior motive at play. Chapter 34. Shanks' hesitation. The world government has been overthrown. The reaction of the red-haired pirates was anticipated, so Guizhu refrained from any superfluous words and immediately dropped a bombshell. What? How is that possible? Shanks' pupils constricted. Ben Beckman's fingers trembled, and the others gasped in shock. The world government has been toppled? This is inconceivable. Navy, do not forget your position. This is not something to jest about. Ben Beckman covertly glanced at Shanks before stepping forward to question Rear Admiral Guizhu. As the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, Beckman harbored some belief in the rumors circulating about Shanks' clandestine dealings with the Five Elders. They were nearly inseparable, yet Shanks would mysteriously vanish for several days each month, during which even Beckman could not track him down. While he was uncertain of Shanks' true intentions, Beckman was resolute in his support, believing that everything Shanks did was for the greater good of the world. However, if the world government had indeed fallen without a sound, it would undoubtedly threaten Shanks' interests. And Guizhu, as a rear admiral, would not dare to lie about such a matter. If the news reached the ears of the world government, not even Guizhu, let alone the fleet Admiral Sengoku, would escape unscathed. I am quite certain of my identity. The world has indeed been overthrown. It was Admiral Akainu who won the new world through the question and answer space, and it was the inhabitants of that world who instigated the invasion. Originally, the world government had dispatched envoys to the new world with the intent of establishing peace, but something must have gone awry along the way. Those invaders from another world have toppled the world government and have occupied the Red Line, with the possibility of further invasion looming. Guizhu's reasoning was clear and methodical as he conveyed his deductions to Shanks. He understood that Shanks would likely be skeptical, but that was not the crux of the issue. The primary concern was ensuring Shanks knew of the impending threat posed by these otherworldly invaders. According to the Navy's intelligence, Shanks, as one of the four emperors, was more diligent in maintaining stability in the world than they were. His territory was the safest among all the four emperors, free from Big Mom's forced demands for sweets, where villages and towns were not slaughtered for lack of tribute. There was no indulgence akin to Kaido's reign over his crew, where the realm was a paradise for pirates, leaving civilians devoid of dignity and security. Unlike the Whitebeard pirates, who merely planted their flag without engaging in governance, and would ignore issues unless there was overt provocation, the red-haired pirates maintained a well-ordered stronghold, characterized by the highest safety standards and minimal pirate interference. The red-haired pirates have continually strived to uphold peace between the Navy and pirates, standing as a paragon of conscience among pirates. If one were to set aside Shanks' title as a four-emperor, Guizhu might even argue that Shanks resembled a Navy officer more closely. However, the Navy's actions were always constrained by the world government and the celestial dragons, whereas Shanks acted entirely on his own volition. Therefore, Guizhu had long since formulated a plan regarding Shanks' character. believing that once Shanks comprehended the might of these interdimensional entities, he would align with the Navy, whether to restore balance in the world or to drive out the invaders. Moreover, with the deployment of Rear Admiral Karp, Goeju was confident that Shanks would be wary of Karp's presence. This mission was bound to succeed. Oh, for the sake of peace, the peace of the world government. Upon hearing the words of Goeju, Yisubu initially regarded them with skepticism, followed by a dismissive curl of his lip. He had long been acquainted with the so-called justice of the world government, which was a self-serving notion of righteousness. Anything that did not align with the ideology of the world government was deemed heretical and would invariably be met with destruction. As for the Navy's concept of justice, it was merely an affirmation of the world government's dictates, following them unconditionally. The declaration of sending individuals to negotiate with the New World was, in reality, a veiled attempt at invasion. Perhaps the Navy was dispatched, only to find the inhabitants of this alternate realm surprisingly resilient, not only defeating the invading forces, but also tracing the source of the incursion through the portal, ultimately dismantling the world government in its entirety. This suggested that the trouble was of their own making. Now that they were unable to contend with this new power, they sought to implicate others in their downfall. Ben Beekman's gaze turned frigid, recalling that the recent conflict had been ignited for the sake of this new world. The Navy and the pirates had suffered mutual destruction, while the world government, now seated in the New World, faced its own calamity. The Navy's current state indicated they had engaged with these formidable foes, likely suffering significant losses and realizing they could not prevail. Or perhaps they recognized the collapse of the world government and sought to preserve their combat strength by dragging others into their predicament. Were they to treat them as fools? Despite these thoughts, Ben Beekman felt a flicker of anxiety, for he knew Shanks well enough to suspect he might be the very fool they feared. To elaborate, he was curious to discern what made this force capable of dismantling the world government, compelling the Navy, with its 5 admirals, to seek collaboration with pirates. Shanks stepped forward to restrain the impulsive Yisubu and Ben Beekman, exuding an indescribable aura of authority as he continued to interrogate Goeju. Upon hearing Shanks' words, Ben Beekman understood the gravity of the situation. If Shanks had no intention of addressing this matter, he would not have continued to inquire. Typically, he would have issued a dismissal with his usual commanding presence. The mere act of probing further indicated that Shanks was indeed inclined to engage in this affair. "Shanks!" Ben Beekman called out from behind him, attempting to caution Shanks to remain composed and not act rashly. The world government was not easily dealt with. If a mere faction could bring about its downfall, the Revolutionary Army and various national insurgents would have succeeded long ago. The world government had maintained its grip on the world for 8 centuries, undoubtedly possessing its own trump cards. Moreover, the Red Soil continent was also home to the Celestial Dragons, and the powerful individuals under their command were not to be underestimated. Coupled with the former fleet admiral, now the supreme commander of the world government, Steelbone Kong, and the insidious CP department, they could not afford to make light of the threat posed by this formidable entity. Chapter 35. The Great War approaches. Upon hearing Ben Beekman's voice, Shanks, his longtime partner, could hardly be oblivious to Ben Beekman's concerns. "Answer me, Navy." However, Shanks harbored his own intentions, raising a hand to halt Ben Beekman and boldly questioning Goeju. Acknowledging the Navy's arrival to negotiate cooperation, Shanks set aside any apprehensions regarding Karp, regaining his regal demeanor. His heart was also filled with a complex array of emotions regarding the demise of the world government. Although they had not faced them directly, their weaponry far surpassed theirs. After the world government's disconnection, Fleet Admiral Sengoku dispatched Major Smoker and Major Jinai to investigate Mariewa. Just as they were about to land on the Red Soil continent, they fell victim to a well-laid ambush, with their warship being decimated in moments. Even with the timely support of Admiral Kizaru, only Smoker, with his natural abilities, and Jinai survived. According to the accounts of Admiral Kizaru and Major Smoker, the enemy's weaponry was significantly advanced. Their firearms, crafted through unknown methods, could fire regular bullets over 10 kilometers without the enhancement of hockey. Furthermore, their firearms were capable of continuous fire, with a rate of fire and ammunition capacity that defied imagination. Most alarmingly, their bullets had been specially processed, allowing even a standard bullet to penetrate defenses bolstered by hockey. Following a brief skirmish, Admiral Kizaru, in a bid to protect Smoker, had to retreat, revealing a glimpse of their formidable capabilities. Goeju recognized that attempting to further deceive Shanks was futile, so he gradually divulged all the information he possessed without reservation. Impossible. Such weapons cannot exist in this world. Yisubu's voice interjected before Shanks could respond. As a marksman, the weapon described by Gue Jiju captivated him. Should such a firearm be within his grasp, Yisubu would dare to challenge an admiral of the Navy. After all, as long as he maintained his distance, an admiral would not be able to reach him. Yet, even an admiral had but one head. Once killed, a person would die. That was an unchanging truth. Yisubu held immense faith in his abilities, and he rationalized that unforeseen circumstances were plentiful. However, as a sniper, he understood all too well the implications of the weapon described by Gue Jiju. It heralded the dawn of an era for marksmen, signaling that the future battlefield would be dominated by their kind, regardless of one's strength. How many could withstand a bullet fired from thousands of meters away? Who could maintain their observation haki while dreaming? Yet Yisubu was also acutely aware that such a fragile situation was not one Gue Jiju would fabricate. Given the current state of the Navy, they would not dare provoke them further. Thus, Yisubu began to entertain the idea of cooperating with the Navy. Setting aside the benefits and drawbacks of such an arrangement, the mere existence of those unprecedented weapons was enough to compel him to take action. This was merely their standard weaponry. What had been revealed was certainly not their trump card. If their displayed power was insufficient to contend with the world government, one should never underestimate its influence. They undoubtedly possessed further hidden strengths. However, there was also a fortuitous aspect for them. While their weaponry was indeed powerful, they lacked sea stone, which restrained those with abilities. Moreover, it seemed their world did not possess haki. Otherwise, with bullets enveloped in armament haki, Admiral Kazuru would likely not have escaped unscathed. As the atmosphere in the arena reached a boiling point, Gue Jiju proceeded to disclose the weaknesses of these otherworldly visitors as analyzed by Sengoku. Oh, so it suffices for a Logia fruit user to take action. Then, with your former 3 admirals, what need have you to seek our assistance? Ben Beekman's expression darkened, and a hint of anger seeped into his voice. He held no doubts regarding Gue Jiju's words, yet he discerned the subtle guidance within them. The red-hair pirates were replete with snipers, all of whom were among the world's finest. The revelation of such weaponry was tantamount to a heart-stabbing betrayal. The Navy was engaging in a brazen scheme, having meticulously considered every detail, wholly unafraid of their unwillingness to cooperate. Admiral Huang Yuan contemplated taking action, but as he prepared to move, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of a potentially lethal threat. The means by which they intended to obliterate the world government remained shrouded in mystery, leading us to believe they undoubtedly possessed hidden cards. Thus, it was prudent to first expel them with the might of the world government. When Gue Jiju arrived, he had already mentally strategized his approach. He had long considered Ben Beckman's stance and remained unfazed. The involvement of the world government indicated that the Navy was not solely seeking our assistance. He demanded a compelling reason to join them. Upon hearing Gue Jiju's words, Shanks' eyes lit up. This was typically his domain. The fact that the Navy would take such an initiative implied that what Gue Jiju had asserted bore truth. Nonetheless, Shanks harbored doubts regarding the Navy's ability to persuade the 4 emperors, for he had engaged with them for too long and understood them all too well. Whitebeard cared only for his family. As long as they were unharmed, he would not concern himself with invaders from another world, even if they stood before him. As for Kaido, he was the epitome of a pirate. The vigilance of Big Mom was perpetually high. She would not easily collaborate with the Navy. Thus, Shanks was eager to discern the Navy's strategy. If they lacked a viable plan, he even contemplated offering his assistance in driving out the invaders threatening their world. Was this reason not sufficient? Gue Jiju feigned surprise at Shanks' reaction, as if he should not have responded in such a manner. This reason was inadequate. The issue stemmed from the world government, and we need not bear the burden for you. Should your Navy align with the world government, it would merely replace one ruler with another, leaving the 4 emperors firmly established in the new world unaffected. Shanks remained unperturbed, confident that the Navy would ultimately concede. Very well, you have prevailed. Chapter 36. The Navy Headquarters and 4 Emperor Big Mom. You ought to discuss the specifics directly with Admiral Sengoku. Upon witnessing Shanks finally express his position, Gue Jiju breathed a sigh of relief and produced a den mushi for Shanks. He marveled at Sengoku's strategic foresight, indeed. Everything transpiring now mirrored Sengoku's prior conjectures. Before departing, Sengoku had approached him with certainty about persuading Shanks, and was confident that Shanks would leverage this situation to negotiate terms with the Navy. Remarkably, Everything unfolded precisely as Sengoku had predicted. Shanks had readily acquiesced and indeed sought terms with the Navy. Admiral Sengoku was truly remarkable. He deserved the title of the Navy's strategic mastermind. Shanks took the den mushi, his brow furrowing as he noticed Gue Jiju's readiness, revealing that the Navy had premeditated his involvement, without even bothering to disguise their intentions. Was this a declaration of the Navy's sovereignty? Admiral Sengoku? Truly, the Navy's tactical genius had ensnared him thoroughly. If the world government were to fall, devoid of its oppressive presence, one could only speculate on Sengoku's future maneuvers. This indeed was a misfortune for pirates. Shanks pressed the dialing button on the den mushi, eager to discover what terms Sengoku had prepared for this collaboration and how much insight he possessed regarding Shanks' identity. The den mushi rang incessantly, its sound echoing for what felt like an eternity, testing Shanks' patience. As time wore on, an ominous premonition began to creep into Gue Jiju's mind, particularly since Sengoku had ventured to confront the formidable Whitebeard. Could it be that Admiral Sengoku had encountered difficulties? The more he pondered, the more concerned he became. Though he quickly shook off those thoughts, Admiral Sengoku was meticulous. Surely, he would not falter. After all, when dealing with the most formidable adversary, it was reasonable to expect he would be unable to answer a call. Shanks, having exhausted his patience, turned to Gue Jiju with a stern expression, demanding answers. Observing Shanks' demeanor, Carp stepped forward, eager for a confrontation. If it came to a brawl, Carp relished the opportunity to unleash his pent-up frustration. Noticing Carpe's furious visage, Shanks instinctively recoiled. Memories of Carp's relentless pursuit of the Roger pirates resurfacing. Carp was indeed Carp. He would always remain a formidable figure. As Shanks shrank back, everyone present, including the members of the red-haired pirates, gazed at him in astonishment, never expecting the mighty Shanks to exhibit such timidity before Carp. Navy, do you wish to fight? In the face of incredulous stares, Shanks soon realized how disgraceful his reaction appeared, causing his expression to shift as he unleashed his conqueror's haki. At that moment, Shanks exuded the imposing aura befitting a four-emperor. Yet, following the earlier spectacle, all present regarded Shanks with peculiar glances, perceiving him as a child feigning toughness despite evident fear. Admiral Sengoku must be preoccupied. We should set off for the Navy headquarters, where you can discuss matters directly with him. Gue Jiju, amused by the situation, recognized Carp's imposing presence. However, as they were there to negotiate cooperation, he graciously offered Shanks a reprieve. For the sake of our impending collaboration, I shall grant you this concession. However, should you wish to engage in battle, the red-haired pirates will not shy away. Shanks quickly regained his composure and adeptly accepted the offered path. At the Navy headquarters, in Admiral Sengoku's office, Huang Yuan glanced at the clock on the wall, noting it was precisely 5:30. He stretched lazily and transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing from his position. No one shall prevent me from clocking out. I declare it. The following day, at the port, the construction of the new Navy headquarters was of utmost importance. With the port designed to be expansive, arguably one of the most impressive in the world, capable of accommodating hundreds of warships simultaneously. There was no other port like it worldwide. At that moment, the warships in the port seemed to have received some command, silently maneuvering to a line in 2 rows, forming the Navy's most formidable display, while leaving a thoroughfare leading into the port. Under the sun's rays, one could clearly see the decks of each warship bustling with naval soldiers, with the foremost vessels commanded by Navy vice admirals. If an ordinary pirate were to witness such a formidable display, they would undoubtedly flee at the earliest opportunity. The sheer magnitude of this naval force, especially with an admiral at the helm, could effortlessly overpower any crew, save for the Whitebeard pirates among the 4 emperors. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the soldiers aboard the warships maintained strict discipline, all seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Soon, at the horizon's edge, a battleship of notable rank approached in tandem with a colossal pirate vessel. The ship, adorned in a charming sakura pink, belonged to Bigmum, the Queen Mamachanter. It was clear that the admiral aboard the military vessel was Fujitora, dispatched to negotiate with Bigmum. Upon sighting the 2 ships sailing together, the nearby warship suddenly discharged a synchronized salute of cannon fire. This was an arrangement orchestrated by Sengoku, intended to convey the Navy's sincerity to each of the 4 emperors arriving. Moreover, it served as a demonstration of naval power, showcasing the formidable artillery of the battleships and the disciplined demeanor of the soldiers, thus illustrating the Navy's might. After all, Once the invaders were expelled, the world would need to be shared with the four emperors. At this juncture, failing to exhibit strength could lead to challenges in dividing the spoils of war later on, especially with such avaricious adversaries. Indeed, although the battle had yet to commence, Sengoku had already contemplated the distribution of the spoils. Chapter 37. The Justice of Li Yunlong. From the very beginning, Sengoku had dismissed Li Yunlong's forces as inconsequential. After hearing the accounts from Kizuru and Smoker, as well as from Hinai, he recognized that while Li Yunlong and his comrades wielded formidable weapons, they were nonetheless ill-equipped to contend with Logia-type devil fruit users. Although such abilities were rare, the Navy was not devoid of them. Among the admirals, the former three admirals were among the most powerful Logia users on these seas. With the presence of these three admirals, the Navy was innately positioned in a state of invincibility. The intent behind summoning the four emperors was to foster initial cooperation, utilizing Li Yunlong's firepower to deplete the pirates' combat strength. Naturally, if Li Yunlong could capture one of the four emperors, particularly a physically imposing figure like Big Mom or Kaido, it'd be even better. The enemy's explosive shells were tailor-made for them. Regardless of the outcome, the Navy would emerge unscathed. Should any of the four emperors fall or suffer significant losses, while Sengoku would certainly adhere to the agreed distribution of benefits, the remaining three would not pose a challenge to the Navy. At that point, they could concentrate their firepower to eliminate one emperor and gradually eradicate the others. Without the influence of the four emperors, no force would be able to halt the Navy's ascendance. In the aftermath of the world government's collapse, Sengoku felt it imperative for the Navy to step in and rectify the ensuing chaos. While repaying the debts left by the previous regime, he also deemed it necessary to inherit the legacy bequeathed by his predecessors. With the absence of the world government's oversight, the over 500 allied nations would inevitably descend into disorder. Therefore, Sengoku believed the Navy must reunite these nations. Eventually, he might even find himself reluctantly occupying the position of the Five Elders. As Fujitora's battleship drew closer to Big Mom's pirate vessel, the surrounding warships advanced in unison, effectively encircling Big Mom's ship as if preparing to launch an assault at any moment. The Navy intends to give us a warning, remarked Perispero, Big Mom's eldest son, perceiving the Navy's actions as a humiliation to the Big Mom pirates. He approached Big Mom, expressing his disdain. In Perispero's mind, the Big Mom pirates would inevitably belong to him, and the Navy's current demeanor was merely a display for his benefit. Mama, the Navy is quite amusing. Katakuri, teach them a lesson, he suggested. Upon hearing Perispero's words, a glint of menace flickered in Big Mom's eyes as she turned to Katakuri and commanded, "Yes, Mama." Katakuri nodded coldly, stepping forward to the bow of the ship, his piercing gaze emanating an overwhelming aura, sweeping through the surroundings like a torrent. Yet, Big Mom herself did not fully trust the Navy. To ensure her safety, she had brought only the elite of her family. Aside from her long-bred seat, nearly all the suites and stars and ministers had gathered. Thus, while Katakuri's conqueror's haki was formidable, it did not perturb the Big Mom pirates in the slightest. Conversely, the Navy faced a different fate. Under the influence of Katakuri's conqueror's haki, newly recruited Navy soldiers collapsed in droves. Witnessing this scene, a smile involuntarily escaped Li Yunlong's lips, reflecting on how these individuals were truly a source of concern. Big Mom, your people have crossed the line. The effects of the gravity fruit activated silently as Fujitora leaped from the battleship onto Big Mom's vessel. Mama, Fujitora. You are well aware of the Navy's intentions. Must I spell out for you? Although Big Mom was not accustomed to intellectual exertion, she was not devoid of wit and directly challenged Fujitora. In her heart, Big Mom understood that as long as they refrained from inflicting harm, such antics would not provoke the Navy's ire. This too was a gesture of goodwill from the Big Mom pirates. Meanwhile, on Red Line, within the isolation chamber, Akainu's body had fully thawed, and after 2 days of preliminary treatment, his bodily functions were rapidly returning to normal. However, to prevent Akainu from awakening and causing havoc, Li Yunlong had opted to relocate the liquid nitrogen canister into the isolation chamber, connecting it to a specialized detonator. Should Akainu exhibit any erratic behavior upon awakening, the liquid nitrogen could be detonated at any moment. Additionally, special alloys restrained Akainu's hands and feet, as Li Yunlong prioritized his safety and meticulously attended to every detail. Moreover, the isolation chamber constructed for Akainu featured walls, floors, and ceilings built from specialized materials, ensuring that even if Akainu were to elementalize into liquid nitrogen, he would still be confined. After all, admirals also required sustenance, and to prevent Akainu from damaging property upon awakening, the isolation chamber was kept spotless, save for the bed beneath him, reflecting the pristine cleanliness of the room. Awaken him, Li Yunlong commanded from outside the isolation chamber to the soldier on medical duty. Yes, the soldier promptly pressed a button outside the chamber, and a surge of powerful electricity coursed through the iron bed beneath Akainu. In an instant, Akainu reflexively opened his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably as if caught in a whirlwind. After all, the purpose was to awaken Chi Inu, not to slay him. The soldier swiftly raised his hand, and the electric current soon dissipated, leaving Chi Inu to convulse on the iron bed. Sakazuki, I am aware that you have regained consciousness. I spare your life this time because I have queries for you, and I hope you cherish this rare opportunity. After a while, Li Yunlong grew impatient upon seeing that Chi Inu remained on the bed, still convulsing. The current has ceased. With your physique, why are you still pretending? Chi Inu remained silent, quivering in place. Ah, Chief, I forgot that the switch for the current isn't singular. Suddenly, the soldier recalled something and hurriedly pressed another button outside the isolation room, nervously informing Li Yunlong. With the activation of this button, Chi Inu finally quieted down, although faint wisps of black smoke escaped from his body, as if he had been singed by electricity, occasionally twitching slightly. Chapter 38. Chi Inu's Electric Therapy. Who are you? Why have you captured me? Chi Inu, forcibly awakened by electric therapy, still disoriented, glimpsed Li Yunlong and others through the glass of the isolation room and reflexively queried a series of questions he himself could not comprehend. From which world do you hail? He shook his head, quickly realizing the reason for his presence here. Concurrently, memories of the last scene before losing consciousness flooded back, evoking a visceral shiver from the bone-deep cold. Damn it, how could this happen? Reflecting on the recent operation, Chi Inu would have slapped himself if he weren't bound. He had been overly impulsive, having received stern warnings from Sengoku to exercise caution before departing, yet he had underestimated these individuals. It was all the fault of Kizuru and Smoker, those rascals, claiming they lacked the means to counter Logia-type abilities. So, what was the situation now, trapped on this bed? Had he lost consciousness and tied himself up? Although Chi Inu felt he could easily break free from the metallic restraints with a mere exertion of strength, his keen sixth sense cautioned him against any movement, warning that doing so could lead to his demise. This faint sense of crisis lingered in Chi Inu's mind, incessantly alerting him. This compelled Chi Inu to silently curse Kizuru and Smoker in his heart, vowing that if he were to return, he would ensure they both paid the price. Let them scrub the latrines. The sanitation of the restrooms requires the contribution of 2 generals. You are awake. Your physique is truly remarkable. I did not expect our meeting to occur under such circumstances. Marine Admiral Chi Inu, Sakazuki. Li Yunlong peered at Chi Inu through the glass, his gaze imbued with the superiority of a victor. Indeed, Chi Inu was an admiral, and if one were to assess the weight of their respective ranks across the 2 worlds, Chi Inu was undoubtedly a superior whom Li Yunlong would have to look up to. Yet, in this society where strength determines hierarchy, failure renders one a loser, while the victor earns the right to enjoy the spoils. You know who I am, and your failure to eliminate me is your gravest mistake. Do you think these chains can bind me? Chi Inu remained calm under pressure, surveying the iron chains binding him before glaring at Li Yunlong. You may test your mettle. Do not say I did not warn you. Each chain is infused with liquid nitrogen. Should they be damaged by external force, they will erupt instantaneously. Though your physique is formidable, such a volume would suffice to freeze you into an ice sculpture. Li Yunlong, undeterred by Chi Inu's ferocious gaze, pointed at the chains binding Chi Inu, cautioning him. In truth, the chains were ordinary alloy, only marginally stronger than typical metal. Infusing liquid nitrogen into the alloy was exceedingly challenging, as prolonged freezing would render the metal brittle, increasing the danger. However, the true peril lay at the junctions of the chains, each link crafted with specialized techniques, containing compressed liquid nitrogen capable of freezing Chi Inu solid. Is this all you are capable of? If you possess the ability, release me, and we shall engage in a fair confrontation. Hearing Li Yunlong's words, Chi Inu had no doubts. After all, his kin Bunchika Haki was still alerting him. However, upon observing Li Yunlong's rugged exterior, Chi Inu's tone shifted. This time, Chi Inu intended to rely on wit to determine the victor. He held great confidence in his own strength, even daring to confront Whitebeard, let alone this otherworldly being who relied solely on weaponry to prevail. Chi Inu was acutely aware of his original choice. It was unequivocally peace. As for how such an anomaly could arise in a peaceful world, he could only conclude that perhaps it was fate's cruel jest, or that these individuals before him were the pinnacle of strength from that world. Do you wish to fight? Rest assured, the opportunity will arise, but not now. Li Yunlong was no ordinary individual. How could he fall for Chi Inu's blatant provocation? Now I shall ask you a question, and you will respond. Should you refuse to cooperate, believe me, you would not wish to experience the consequences. First, what is your purpose for being here? As a soldier, Li Yunlong valued time greatly and wasted no words, directly posing his inquiry. I shall speak if I wish, and remain silent if I do not. I am eager to see how you intend to deal with me. Chi Inu retorted defiantly. However, before he could finish, Li Yunlong had already pressed a button to activate the electric current, causing Chi Inu to writhe beneath the blue glow, struggling to control his movements and avoid straining against the chains, all while his face flushed with effort. After approximately 30 seconds, Li Yunlong finally deactivated the power. With the current turned off, Chi Inu ceased his movements and exhaled deeply. This sensation of having his fate dictated by another was utterly terrifying. He silently vowed that one day he would make Li Yunlong experience this feeling. Now, respond to my question. Following the power shutdown, Li Yunlong quickly posed another query. I represent the Navy in peace talks with you. This time, Chi Inu answered without a shred of hesitation. It was not out of cowardice, but rather because the question was exceedingly straightforward, and he had long been prepared to convey his intent. Peace talks? A joke. We have dismantled your stronghold, and you still wish to negotiate cooperation? Do you take me for a fool? Li Yunlong, however, harbored no belief in Chi Inu's words. Immediately reopening the electric current switch, enveloping Chi Inu's body in a wave of blue high voltage. After a violent tremor, Chi Inu felt as though the world had become utterly insipid. I shall grant you another chance. Reveal your intentions. Once more, Li Yunlong inquired after shutting off the switch. I truly come in peace. Chi Inu insisted, feeling aggrieved, for he was speaking the unvarnished truth, yet suffering such treatment. This is your final opportunity. Should you choose not to cooperate, I will have no choice but to resort to harsher measures. Li Yunlong frowned, recognizing that Chi Inu's resolute will made him a formidable opponent if he would not cooperate on such a simple matter. Discussing topics related to the Navy would be even more futile. I truly come in peace. Wait, I'm leading the charge to eradicate you. Akainu felt profoundly wronged. Despite speaking the truth, Li Yunlong did not believe him. However, upon seeing Li Yunlong's insistence, he hastily concocted a reason to justify his words. Had he said this earlier, it would have been much simpler. What a wretched soul, reveling in the torment of electric shocks. Upon hearing Akainu's words, Li Yunlong finally nodded in satisfaction. He had always suspected that the Navy's dispatch of Akainu was not driven by benevolent intentions. In Chapter 39, Peace Talks, the second question arose. Had the Navy sent anyone else besides you? After nodding in contentment, Li Yunlong inquired further while his hand hovered over the switch to activate the electric current, prepared to bestow a grand gift upon Akainu. No one else. I am the sole representative on this warship. Admiral Sengoku deemed my abilities sufficient to crush you. With the earlier exchange as a foundation, Akainu continued to weave his narrative. I shall grant you a moment of trust. Seeing Akainu's compliance, Li Yunlong nodded approvingly. Would it not have been easier to do so from the beginning, thereby avoiding such convolutions? The third question followed as Li Yunlong pressed on, and Akainu continued to play along. How about it? Which of his statements is true, and which is false? Once Li Yunlong had exhausted his inquiries, he returned to the command center and directly addressed the gathered personnel. Indeed, it was they who orchestrated this trap for Akainu. In truth, Akainu had been under constant surveillance. Regardless of Akainu's responses, Li Yunlong held no faith in his words. His questions were merely a means to extract information for his elite team in the office. The individuals in the command center were primarily psychological experts brought in from the Peace Star by Li Yunlong. He had no trust in Akainu's every utterance, so he sought insights from the key professionals in the field. Commander Li, regarding your first question, his earlier remarks were indeed sincere. He genuinely came for peace talks. One psychologist deduced while analyzing the replayed footage. The subsequent psychologists shared their observations, validating one another's conclusions through the playback to extract genuinely useful information. After absorbing the expert's analyses, Li Yunlong once again stood before Akainu's isolation chamber. Why are you here again? I have already told you everything. What more do you want? Upon seeing the devilish Li Yunlong emerge once more, Akainu could no longer maintain his usual bravado, and his demeanor softened considerably. This was not cowardice. It was merely the realization that, for the sake of justice, his existence held more value than his demise. If the Navy were to lose a general devoted to justice, they would undoubtedly falter against these otherworldly beings. The Navy sent you here for peace talks, didn't they? Spare me your fabrications and simply state your reasons for wanting to negotiate with us. Recognizing Akainu's response as an indication of success for his plan, Li Yunlong surmised that the likelihood of Akainu's subsequent answers being truthful had increased significantly. Indeed, Sengoku sent me to negotiate. Is this how you treat those who come for peace talks? Hearing Li Yunlong's words, Akainu's expression darkened. It seemed the torment he had endured was all for this. Was he merely a plaything in Li Yunlong's eyes? However, Akainu refrained from acting impulsively. After all, he was a mere fish on the chopping block, and wise individuals know when to yield. Prepare the Navy. What are your thoughts? Understanding that Li Yunlong had formidable support behind him, Akainu decided to reveal Sengoku's plans. Of course, the losses incurred by the Navy were also specifically outlined by Sengoku, who had never intended to offer a single penny. In a matter of days, the coalition of Navy and pirates would likely converge, at which point they would drive out the invaders and perhaps emulate the world government's scoring system of the world. However, Sengoku, who had devised a series of plans, could not have anticipated that before his scheme even commenced, he would be quietly eliminated. What does everyone think? Back at the command center, Li Yunlong posed a question to the psychological experts. What he said is true, but for the people of this world, it is akin to how they invaded our realm. To them, we are also invaders. I find it hard to believe that, as the most formidable violent organization in this world, they would engage in peace talks before we demonstrate our strength. I remain skeptical, one psychologist asserted, standing up to voice his opinion. All right, I understand. Having listened to you all, what are your thoughts now? After the experts spoke, Li Yunlong tossed the question to the strategy department. Boss, my suggestion is that peace talks are acceptable. After all, we are here to liberate this oppressed world. However, I believe we must first showcase our strength before discussions commence. No one else spoke, but Wang Dabi stood up. Having followed Li Yunlong for many years, he understood precisely what answer Li Yunlong sought at this moment. Indeed, I also propose that we first demonstrate our prowess before discussing peace talks. Precisely, I second that. Reconsider. As Wang Dabi's voice fell, the others quickly expressed their agreement, ultimately reaching a consensus that peace talks could proceed, but only after the Navy was made aware of their strength. Peace talks may be possible, but I require a demonstration of your sincerity first. This time, Li Yunlong entered the isolation chamber, directly approaching Akainu's bedside, calmly observing him as if he had no concern for his safety. Akainu, you have me bound, and you wish to see my sincerity? What do you expect me to do? Bite my tongue in self-destruction. Li Yunlong's intent was clear, and Akainu would not foolishly divulge his true thoughts. Instead, he took a deep breath and calmly stated, "Very well. Given your composure, it is clear you are indeed a Navy admiral. The camp is currently engaged in construction. You may assist as a temporary worker for a few days." In a swift motion, Li Yunlong injected a serum into Akainu's arm, subsequently releasing the chains binding him. An overwhelming sense of familiar powerlessness flooded Akainu's body. He recognized this sensation all too well. It was the feeling of being controlled by Hailu Stone. Chapter 40. The inclusion of Akainu, waving his hand to summon Wang Dabi. Li Yunlong pondered briefly before saying, "Dabi, the camp's construction requires manpower. Transfer him to the construction team." "Boss, the construction team?" Upon hearing Li Yunlong's words, Wang Dabi was taken aback, his face flushed with urgency. "Trust me, it would be a shame not to utilize such a robust individual in the construction team." Li Yunlong furrowed his brow slightly, interrupting Wang Dabiao's words. "Well, let him join the construction team." Wang Dabiao hesitated for a moment, yet upon meeting Li Yunlong's resolute gaze, he ultimately chose to comply with the order. "Let's go, General," he scoffed, pointing disdainfully at the disheveled Chi Quan, directing him towards the exit. You'll regret not killing me." Chi Quan managed to stand, stretching his limbs, which had grown numb from lying down for too long, and coldly snorted. "Calling you General, and you truly think of yourself as one. Ho ding ji guan shou zi dot. Wang Dabiao frowned and immediately delivered a kick. Bang! Unprepared, Chi Quan was sent flying 3 meters away, crashing into nearby equipment and landing heavily on the ground. Although Chi Quan lacked the strength to resist, his robust physique left him unscathed. Wang Dabiao had not even used his full strength. Even if he had, it would have been difficult to harm Chi Quan. At Chi Quan's level, his physical prowess surpassed that of an average mid-ranking officer. Even now, despite being weakened by Li Yunlong's potion, he was not someone Wang Dabiao could easily injure with a mere kick. Nonetheless, the humiliation etched itself deeply into Chi Quan's heart, a treatment he had never endured, even when he first joined the Navy. This kick would remain imprinted in his memory. "You scoundrel, how dare you?" Chi Quan was not one to easily tolerate such indignation. Despite his weakened state, he charged forward. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Wang Dabiao kicked him away once more. "Kid, do you think this is your Navy headquarters? This is my territory, whether it's a dragon or tiger. You must lie down for me. Just a mere prisoner who gives you the audacity to provoke me. Truly, you've overstepped." Wang Dabiao continued to kick Chi Quan, sending him tumbling about helplessly. Get someone to carry him away and toss him into the construction team. After venting his frustrations, Wang Dabiao waved his hand, summoning 2 soldiers to lift Chi Quan and carry him off. "Yes, sir." The 2 soldiers quickly approached, saluting crisply before hoisting Chi Quan and departing. At that moment, the construction team was busy at work, utterly unaware of the formidable presence that was about to join their ranks. "Old Wang, how many trucks of sand did you unload today?" During a brief respite, 2 construction team members, clad in work clothes, gathered together. One, a tall and lean man with dark skin and a birthmark on his face, spoke to the short and stout man beside him, who bore a prosperous countenance. "Old Li, you might be shocked to hear this, but we unloaded this amount this morning." The man known as Old Wang excitedly held up 2 fingers, boasting to Old Li. "What? Did you unload 20 trucks of sand?" Upon seeing the gesture, Old Li's demeanor shifted dramatically. Such a figure was truly astounding. No, not 20 trucks. Do you really think I'm that capable? It's 20 tons. Realizing Old Li had misunderstood, Old Wang hurriedly clarified. A truck could carry 5 tons. So 20 trucks would total 100 tons. That was an extraordinary amount, enough to exchange for countless beans and cigarettes. In the construction team, beans were the most coveted resource, specially designated by Li Yunlong. As long as the work was done well, there would be bean rewards. This transport team was entirely composed of prisoners, organized into a battalion of 4 smaller teams, each responsible for specific tasks. The first team had over 100 members, tasked with transporting building materials. The second team, similarly sized, was responsible for constructing the main structure. The third team had slightly fewer members, around 80, focusing on decoration and maintenance. The fourth team, the smallest with fewer than 20 members, comprised the most indispensable individuals in the battalion. They were the logistics department, primarily responsible for distributing clothing and cooking. Toot, toot, toot. 3 sharp whistles pierced the air, abruptly interrupting the conversation between Old Li and Old Wang. They quickly extinguished their cigarettes and raced towards the source of the sound. This was the assembly signal for the first team. Such a whistle would only be blown for urgent matters or breaks. Since they had just commenced work, it was improbable that it signaled a break. Something must have occurred. Perhaps that leader was coming for an inspection. Upon this thought, Old Li inwardly cursed. Inspections by leaders were always troublesome. They often knew nothing, yet made arbitrary criticisms, pointing out numerous faults, leading to the team leader requiring written apologies from those at fault after their departure. Writing those apologies was a burdensome task, although the 12 years of education on Pingxing had been effectively implemented, which school didn't have students dozing off in class. The initial 9 years of compulsory education had been no better, and the 12 years were merely a repetition. If education had been truly effective, no one would have resorted to crime. Scholars were reasonable individuals. They would use alternative methods to resolve issues rather than resorting to violence. "Hurry up, everyone. Who's dawdling? Move it, Wang Xiaohu, run faster." After blowing the whistle, the squad leader Zhao Eru, cautiously standing behind Wang Dabiao, urged the arriving team members. This was Wang Dabiao, the battalion commander. If he were displeased, the entire team would face dire consequences. The battalion leader would surely be furious. Indeed, Wang Dabiao had brought Chi Quan along. But this time, Chi Quan no longer required assistance. He had reconciled with Wang Dabiao on the way, as evidenced by the wound on his forehead and the fractured bridge of his nose, which spoke volumes about the amicability of their reconciliation. First team, assembled. Second team, assembled. Third team assembled. Soon, all 11 squads of the first team stood in neat formation behind their respective leaders. The sight of such a well-organized lineup almost led Chi Quan to believe he had returned to the Navy's barracks. No, it was even more efficient than the Navy. In this world where power reigned supreme, the Navy placed little emphasis on discipline. As long as one possessed strength, one could rise through the ranks. This was why there were so many defections from the Navy and numerous instances of cooperation between Navy personnel and pirates. Chapter 41. A New World. Who is this person? Why does he look so intimidating? How tall is he? Who could have beaten him so badly? Is he a new teammate? Why is he following behind Wang Dapio? After the first team assembled, the prisoners dared not move, yet their gazes had already stealthily fixated on Chi Quan. Amidst a crowd of individuals over 2 meters tall, Chi Quan's height of over 3 meters was strikingly conspicuous, rendering him an unprecedented anomaly. Following the widespread distribution of gene potions, the average height of ordinary individuals on Pingxing had increased from 1.6 to 1.8 meters to a staggering 2.8 meters. Yet standing beside Chi Quan, they still appeared as diminutive figures. Captain Wang, our first team is assembled. Once everyone had gathered, the squad leader Zhao Eru respectfully saluted Wang Dabiao, who reciprocated with a military salute, a fundamental courtesy within this camp. Even an ordinary soldier would return a salute from Li Yunlong with politeness. The purpose of today's gathering was singular, to introduce your new teammate. Do you see this towering figure? Assign him the most laborious tasks. Understood? Wang Dabiao refrained from unnecessary chatter and directly conveyed his intent to Zhao Eru. Yes. The second squad leader has come to collect the personnel. From today onward, he is under your command. Observing Wang Dabiao's demeanor, Zhao Eru realized that Chi Quan had crossed Wang Dabiao and thus immediately assigned him to the second squad, responsible for loading and unloading. He secretly resolved to collaborate with his superior to teach Chi Quan a lesson. However, Wang Dabiao was unaware of Zhao Eru's thoughts. He did not intend to target Chi Quan. He understood that Chi Quan's physique here was akin to retirement, yet he would simply execute the orders given by Li Yunlong. Ding! The arena of the myriad realms has opened, detecting this world as a Tier 3 realm, with the primary force being the Dao sect. Please promptly select 10 participants. The arena will officially commence in 6 months. Simultaneously, a chilling voice resonated in the minds of all beings in another world. This world is called Xiantianjia, characterized by a round sky and square earth, where human dynasties flourish, yet the predominant focus remains on cultivation. Xiantianjia comprises 5 continents, surrounded by vast and boundless seas. Since ancient times, exceptional talents have emerged, and formidable figures have continuously surfaced among the human race within this expansive cosmos. The entire realm primarily practices the path of cultivation. Yet only those who have transcended the tribulations can truly be called immortals. Immortals possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas, to consume the essence of the heavens, impervious to the changing seasons and to attain eternal life. Since the first immortal appeared, over 3,000 years have passed, and none have yet succumbed to the end of their lifespan. As practitioners often conceal themselves in mountains and forests, encounters with demons and monsters frequently occur, leading to tales of immortals circulating among the common folk. Even the average citizen harbors an unwavering aspiration towards cultivation, and children's games often revolve around impersonating deities and demons. Whenever a child draws the role of an immortal, they are filled with joy for an extended period. This is a realm belonging to cultivators. In Xiantianjia, numerous dynasties exist, yet the majority of the populace comprises ordinary individuals. However, the true rulers reside in the central region of the continent, amidst encircling mountains, the Dao sect. Founded by the first immortal of Xiantianjia, the Dao sect boasts a history of over 3 millennia and is said to be overseen by 5 immortals, serving as the uncrowned sovereign of the entire realm. The Dao sect manages Xiantianjia, rarely interfering in secular affairs, embodying the role of a protective father figure. Apart from the Dao sect, Xiantianjia is home to hundreds of sects, all abiding by the rules set forth by the Dao sect. Before the Hongmeng Hall of the Dao sect, the midday sun slanted across the entrance, illuminating a young man clad in a Taoist robe. His hands clasped behind him as he faced the rising sun, gazing at the plaque of the hall, seemingly lost in reminiscence or contemplation. The young man appeared to be under 20 years of age, yet he exuded an indescribable aura, standing there with an air of significance, as if he were the very core of the universe. Perhaps it was also due to his striking handsomeness, with a tall, upright figure, chiseled features, and profound eyes. He seemed to uphold the entire world merely by standing. Suddenly, a gust of wind announced the arrival of a lean, dark figure who appeared behind the Taoist-robed youth. Filled with admiration and respect, the lean man addressed him. "Saint's son, you have finally emerged from seclusion." The implication of his words suggested that this youthful Taoist was the saint's son of the Tao sect and had been in seclusion for quite some time. The Taoist youth did not turn, but softly inquired, "Where's master now?" Before the Hongmeng Hall of Xiantian Zone, the midday sun cast its rays upon the entrance, where the young man in the Taoist robe stood, hands behind his back, facing the sun as he gazed at the hall's plaque, seemingly lost in thought. The young man appeared youthful, likely not yet 20, yet he emanated an enigmatic presence, standing there as if he were the very epicenter of existence. His striking appearance, tall stature, finely sculpted features, and deep-set eyes made it seem as though he bore the weight of the world upon his shoulders. A sudden rush of wind heralded the arrival of the lean figure from the mountains, who now stood behind the Taoist youth. Looking at the imposing figure in front of the hall, the lean man's eyes sparkled with reverence as he respectfully announced, "Master, 2 individuals have come from below, seemingly seeking to pay their respects. Should I invite them up?" The implication was clear. This youthful Taoist was the master of Xiantian Zone. The Taoist youth did not turn, merely stating, "Assess their character. If they are of good virtue, then bring them up the mountain." Understood. Upon hearing the Taoist youth's words, the lean man bowed respectfully and swiftly vanished with a gust of wind. Sigh. After the lean man departed, the Taoist youth gazed at the plaque of the hall and let out a gentle sigh. "It has been 10 years. I have been in Xiantianjia for a decade now." The Taoist youth slowly stepped into the hall, speaking to himself. Indeed, this young man in the Taoist robe is not of this world. His name is Suyu. Suyu currently finds himself in a world derived from a game he once played, titled Xiantianjia. In his homeland, Shui Lanxing, technology flourished, and the gaming industry reached unprecedented heights with the advent of holographic virtual technology. The emergence of Xiantianjia stirred tremendous excitement, allowing players to immerse themselves in a new realm where skills learned could even be applied in reality. Although the fire techniques that could evaporate rivers in-game could only be likened to a windproof lighter in reality, it nonetheless created a significant sensation on Shui Lanxing. Suyu's previous life was that of a professional player who made a living through gaming. Having grown up with divorced parents, he scarcely experienced the warmth of a family, receiving only minimal support that barely sufficed for basic needs. He began working during school to support himself, fully aware of the myriad challenges life presents in society. Chapter 42, General He. Those present are the pinnacle of our world. Although Newgate has yet to arrive, the 3 of you sufficiently represent the pirates. I understand what you are all thinking. It is primarily about defending the New World. The dominion over the first half of the 4 seas and the Grand Line is of no concern to you, correct? Despite being interrupted by Kaido, General He maintained his composure and addressed the trio. Old hag, if you know this, why are you wasting words? Just lay it out plainly." Upon hearing General He voice his thoughts, Kaido showed no sign of embarrassment, as he had never intended to disguise his intentions. His purpose for visiting the Navy was simply to ascertain the conditions they offered. Have you ever pondered the consequences if you choose not to intervene and the Navy ultimately faces defeat? Your new neighbor may not be so accommodating. Through our encounters with this new neighbor, the Navy lacks absolute confidence in victory. This is merely a vanguard force. As an advisor to the Navy, I can candidly inform you that they are currently probing our world. Regardless of their strength, they would not dare to unleash their full might against an unfamiliar realm, thus presenting us with an opportunity. The crux of the matter lies in our mutual ignorance. We lack information about each other. However, it is certain that they possess the capability to silently obliterate the world government, which means they can equally annihilate the Navy. This world was reclaimed by Admiral Akainu, who is acutely aware of his choices. In that enigmatic realm, our world is classified as a 3-star world. While the specifics of this rating remain unclear, it is evident that Admiral Akainu has also chosen a 3-star world, suggesting that their realm harbors formidable beings that rival our own, possibly united as a collective force rather than in opposition as we are. At this juncture, General Crane paused, seemingly grappling with her thoughts, before continuing. The strength of the world government is something I believe you are all somewhat aware of. Allow me to clarify this explicitly. First and foremost, the commander of the world government, I trust you all recognize the prowess of this man, with some of you having even clashed with him. General Crane refrained from explicitly naming this individual, yet Shanks and others could easily discern she was referring to the former fleet admiral, Sengoku. A cold scoff escaped Kaido, who seemed to recall a particular memory, yet he remained silent. In truth, Kaido harbored considerable confidence during his early days aboard the Rock's ship. Few renowned powers in these seas had not been subdued by him. Regardless of whether they were navy or pirates, he had never flinched, and here he stood, thriving in the present. Moreover, he had established his dominion over a quarter of the New World as its uncrowned king. General Crane paid no heed to Kaido, for it is often said that one's greatest adversary understands them best. As a seasoned Navy advisor, she comprehended Kaido's disposition well. Given Kaido's nature, his silence suggested he might be inclined toward an alliance, as he surely had something he desired from the Navy. Besides Admiral Akiji, the CP departments under the world government should not be underestimated. Each member of the highest echelons, CP0, possesses capabilities comparable to Navy rear admirals. Although we remain uncertain about their leader's identity, to command such a substantial force, they must at least be a powerhouse of admiral caliber. This is merely the surface of what we can discern, yet the world government undoubtedly conceals its trump cards. Their dominion over this world for 8 centuries suggests they harbor terrifying forces in the shadows. Astonishingly, such formidable might was effortlessly eradicated, without even a call for assistance to the Navy. The Navy's standing in the eyes of the world government is clear to all present. Have you considered the implications of a vanguard force being able to silently extinguish the world government? Imagine the chaos if they were to launch a full-scale invasion. Having concluded her remarks, General Crane turned her gaze towards Shanks, seated calmly across from her, confident that he grasped her unspoken meaning. Shanks has always engaged in maintaining a balance of power. Now, it was his time to step forward. However, to Crane's disappointment, Shanks remained firmly seated, as if the sofa possessed a magnetic pull. He had his own agenda for being here, yet he did not wish to disclose it to Crane, knowing they lacked the authority to dictate terms. Instead, he preferred to negotiate directly with Sengoku. Old hag, this is merely your conjecture. How can I be certain that the world government did not seek assistance from the Navy, while you all refused to rescue them to distance yourselves from the world government? Shanks remained silent, prompting Kaido to interject. Kaido shared Shanks' intentions, aiming to speak directly with Sengoku. With Sengoku absent, he deemed it prudent to stir the waters and await Sengoku's return for discussions. Few are aware that beneath Kaido's rough exterior lies a meticulous heart. General Crane, too, was curious as to Sengoku's prolonged absence. Despite Whitebeard's territory being the furthest, he should have returned by now. Had an incident occurred? In the presence of these 3 pirates, she felt an undeniable qualitative disparity in both strength and status. In terms of power, General Crane undoubtedly surpassed the average rear admiral, yet she still fell short compared to these titans of the sea. From a positional perspective, the gap was even wider. Regardless of her seniority in the Navy, to these pirates, she was merely a rear admiral, lacking the standing to negotiate with them. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed by Kaido's accusations, for she never anticipated that the 3 of them could be easily subdued. Her purpose in this dialogue was merely to buy time until Sengoku's return, after which he could deal with the ensuing complications. Sengoku, please return soon. Knock, 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 enter. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside, followed by a Navy officer clad in white rushing into the office. Faced with the multitude of admirals present, the communications officer was uncertain to whom he should first report or to whom he should submit the intelligence. The Admiral Akainu, please take a look at this. After a moment of contemplation, the communications officer approached Admiral Kizaru first, handing him the information. This decision was not due to a belief that Admiral Fujitora or Admiral Green Bull held lesser status, but rather because the former trio of admirals had long been renowned, and even now, they were acknowledged as the strongest among all past admirals. There are no outsiders here. You may speak freely. However, Kizaru did not reach for the documents. Instead, he glanced at Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Green Bull, ultimately addressing the communications officer. Kizaru had never been particularly interested in matters of authority, and although he understood that Kankuro and Ichiji were not concerned with such trivialities, he preferred to avoid any unnecessary complications. Are you certain you wish to discuss this here, Admiral Kizaru? The communications officer hesitated, glancing at the 3 familiar faces on the sofa, momentarily flustered and conflicted, as he attempted to convey the information to Kizaru while expressing his concerns. He was acutely aware of the significance of the intelligence he held. Even within the Navy, few were privy to it, and with 3 pirates present in the room, any leakage of this information would spell disaster for the Navy. The greatest beneficiaries would undoubtedly be the 3 pirate emperors, whose awareness could precipitate unforeseen turmoil. Follow orders, soldier. Admiral, he held a rather unfavorable impression of the communication officer who had interrupted her train of thought, so she promptly issued a command to him. While it was evident from the officer's demeanor that the information he bore was of great significance, nothing could rival the urgency of securing an alliance with the 4 emperors at this moment. This presented a perfect opportunity for her to convey the Navy's stance on cooperation to the 3 of them. Yes, Admiral Huang Yuan, this is the latest intelligence. The life paper of Fleet Admiral Sengoku has been burnt. Upon hearing such words from Admiral He, whom he held in high regard, the communication officer candidly relayed the information. As soon as his words fell, the office fell into a hushed silence, with all eyes fixed upon him. What did you just say? Speak again, old man. In the next instant, Karp lunged forward, seizing the communication officer by the collar, his expression grave as he questioned him. Sengoku was his old comrade, and his bond with Sengoku surpassed even that with Admiral He and Zifa. Vice Admiral Karp, this is the intelligence. The communication officer felt like a mere toy in Karp's grasp and hastily presented the document to him. Karp instinctively released his hold and took the intelligence, unfolding it to peruse its contents. After a prolonged silence, Karp's hands trembled slightly, and the document filled with information slowly drifted from his fingers. This cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. Karp struggled to accept that Sengoku had perished in such a manner. He understood Sengoku's character well. Sengoku never engaged in battle without proper preparation. This time, when he sought out Whitebeard, Sengoku must have already devised a retreat strategy. He could not possibly be in danger. Yet, with the life paper consumed, there seemed to be no alternative explanation. Resolving himself, Karp cast a fierce glare at Shanks and promptly strode out of the office. He intended to personally venture to Whitebeard's territory to retrieve Sengoku. If Sengoku were truly dead, he would ensure Whitebeard accompanied him in death. It seems the Navy has its own affairs to attend to. I shall return to my quarters. You may manage things here. Call me out once you have deliberated. Upon hearing such explosive news, Kaido couldn't help but burst into laughter. Regardless of whether an alliance would be forged this time, Kaido felt his visit had been worthwhile. At such a critical juncture, the Navy was down a fleet admiral, and it was high time for them to depart this world alongside the world government. The Navy was at its most vulnerable. Of the original 3 admirals, Akiji and Akainu were away on missions, and Sengoku's fate remained uncertain. Were it not for the necessity of the Navy's strength against Li Yunlong and his cohorts, Kaido would have already joined forces with Shanks to dismantle the Navy headquarters entirely. On the Red Earth continent, a new day dawned, and Akainu's arrival did not alter the construction team's original tasks. However, the speed of transporting and unloading materials noticeably increased. Time for lunch. Time for lunch. A sharp whistle echoed throughout the construction team, signaling the midday break. After a morning of labor, Akainu wiped the sweat from his brow and leisurely retrieved his tray to queue for his meal. He had been there for 3 days, yet he could never forget the scene from his first day. 3 days prior, Wang Dabiao departed with Akainu after the squad leader had taken him away, and Akainu initially believed he would be targeted for his remarks. However, he was soon surprised. We have a new colleague. Let us introduce ourselves. The squad leader, who happened to be Old Li, previously seen slacking off with Old Wang, noticed Akainu's sense of isolation and led the others aside to speak. Although Old Li, as the leader, had no authority to dictate their work or break times, he still had the prerogative to grant them a brief respite. Let us start with you, Xiao Wang. Looking around, Old Li pointed to the team member standing at the front. My name is Wang Daju. I hail from. My greatest passion is. I'm Zhao Taigun. I come from. My favorite thing is. There were not many individuals, and soon everyone except Akainu had introduced themselves, leaving him to present himself next. Amidst the cacophony of their diverse voices, Akainu was grateful for his translation device. It proved its worth. For even if they were to speak ill of him, he would remain oblivious. I am Sakazuki from. Akainu felt that everything since his arrival had deviated from his expectations, yet he resolved to adapt and proceeded with his introduction. To celebrate our new colleague, here, take this. After Akainu finished, Old Li produced a small piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to him, speaking grandly. Akainu looked at the chocolate in his hand and the lingering reluctance on Old Li's face, realizing this was no ordinary treat. However, having encountered chocolate before, he could not discern what made this particular piece special. I do not require this. Thus, Akainu waved his hand dismissively and returned the chocolate to Old Lee. You will soon understand the significance of this. Old Lee, however, firmly pressed the chocolate back into Akainu's hand, stating resolutely. Chapter 44. Sakazuki's Foundation. Regardless of your past identity, here we are all one family. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Now, everyone is engaged in work. Sakazuki, you shall accompany Xiao Wang. After insisting on giving Akainu the chocolate, Old Lee continued amiably. Yes, squad leader. Let us proceed, Sakazuki. Our task is to transport these bricks to the 2nd Brigade. The man referred to as Xiao Wang, Wang Dezhu, approached Akainu, pointing towards a mound of red bricks towering high. Without waiting for Akainu, he began walking, unconcerned about whether Akainu would keep pace. After all present were inmates from Longhua, and insubordination among newcomers was commonplace. Moreover, it was typical for new arrivals to be unmanageable. It would be surprising if Akainu followed suit. Yet, Li Yunlong could hardly trust a group of inmates to be self-disciplined, with eyes and ears everywhere. As for newcomers, they would soon learn through hardship. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, Akainu chose to follow, surprising Wang Dezhu, who cast a curious glance back at him. Such an obedient newcomer is rare. I initially thought Akainu would be difficult to manage. However, now it seemed that he could be easily taken advantage of. In truth, Akainu merely felt the need to acclimatize to this unfamiliar environment, sensing that the people around him were not particularly welcoming, an impression reinforced by Wang Dabiao's earlier treatment. Thus, he resolved to observe before acting, confident in his abilities to rise above any circumstances. Once the effects of the serum wore off, he would ensure that none in this base could stand against him. That would be the time to claim his due. The afternoon passed swiftly, and before long, it was 5 o'clock, ushering in the break period. The sharp sound of 3 whistles rang out, and the 1st Brigade quickly assembled. Are all the individuals gathered? Each class, please report the number of participants. The newcomers should stand at the back. Captain Lao Li stands at the forefront and immediately spots the towering figure of Chi Quan. At over 3 meters tall, resembles a small giant among the group of individuals exceeding 2 meters in height, especially as he occupies the front row, effectively shielding those behind him. Class 1 reports 12 members, all present. Class 2 reports 12 members, all present. Class 3 reports 12 members, all present. Class 9 reports 11 members, all present. Soon, the class leaders have accounted for their respective members, forming a complete line from Class 1 to Class 9. Excellent, everyone. Right face, march. Upon hearing all the class leaders report their numbers, Lao Li commands loudly. Our motherland is uniquely red, prepare to sing. After a short while, Lao Li encourages the entire brigade to sing. Our motherland is uniquely red. We're the little bees of the motherland. Buzz, 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 buzz. Our motherland is uniquely red. Except for Chi Quan, who does not know the brigade song, everyone else joins in the melody. Under Lao Li's leadership, the brigade swiftly arrives at their destination, the canteen. As inmates, their daily lives are strictly regulated. They rise at 6 o'clock for morning exercises, wash up at 7, have breakfast at 7:30, commence work at 8:30, take lunch at 11:30, rest until 1:30 in the afternoon, resume work until 5:30, have dinner at 6:30, attend moral lessons on the glory of the motherland from 8 to 9, and return to their cells for personal hygiene and leisure activities, where those with beans may purchase snacks and daily necessities from the cell supermarket. Finally, lights out at 9 o'clock. This is the routine for the inmates from Monday to Friday. Saturdays and Sundays are rest days, but they are confined to their cells and not permitted to go outside. While in Longhua, they could use their phones to make calls and play games, but the phones are under strict surveillance, prohibiting any illicit activities. Under such oppressive conditions, each inmate has lost their freedom. Observing the line of individuals entering the canteen, Chi Quan feels as though he has returned to his early days in the Navy. Standing in line for communal meals. As inmates, they cannot expect gourmet food. After all, there's an old saying that those who are well-fed do not submit easily. They are all criminals, after all. If the food were too good, everyone would want to come to prison. However, to ensure the inmates' nutrition and their work performance the following day, their meals are meticulously planned. Typically, meals are served buffet style, with each inmate taking a tray and queuing for their food. Breakfast usually consists of 6 dishes, 2 meat and 4 vegetable dishes, with staple foods such as steamed buns, noodles, rice, flour rolls, and fried dough sticks available, along with 1 egg and a bag of pure milk or 2 types of rice porridge for each person. Lunch includes 8 dishes, 5 meat and 3 vegetable dishes, with additional staple options like fried rice or chive pockets, and 3 types of fruit to choose from, along with several soups to warm the stomach. Dinner is simpler, featuring 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes, with staple foods as usual, but without fruit, eggs, or milk. Fortunately for Chi Quan, today happens to be the weekly communal dining day. Every Friday is a designated day for the construction team to improve the inmates' meals and supplement their nutrition. On this day, the meal format changes from buffet to communal dining, with everyone sitting together to share a single platter of food. Typically, each table has 16 dishes, 10 meat and 6 vegetable options, with fruits and snacks distributed according to the procurement of the 4th Brigade. Upon entering the canteen, Chi Quan gazes at the array of fragrant dishes on the table, and having not eaten in a long time, his eyes widen in astonishment. He is also filled with curiosity about what kind of establishment this construction team is. The quality of food here is something he rarely encountered even as a naval admiral. The Navy also adheres to a buffet style, where one must serve themselves. However, the standard fare for ordinary soldiers consists primarily of curry rice, with eggs and fruits being scarce luxuries available only to officers of lieutenant rank and above. As for 8 or 10 dishes, that is beyond their reach. In this establishment, the menu typically comprises fast food, in a world where meals are merely for sustenance. Chefs capable of preparing such dishes are exceedingly rare. Usually, those with wealth dine on barbecue, while those without settle for ramen. Even the chefs at the naval headquarters follow this trend, reflecting the culinary direction and taste preferences. Following closely behind Lao Li, Chi Quan quickly arrives at their designated table, instinctively sitting down and grabbing a piece of meat to stuff into his mouth. Bang! Before Chi Quan could even begin to chew, a large foot from behind kicked him squarely in the rear, sending him flying from his chair. In Chapter 45 by law, with Chi Quan's robust physique, even Wang Dubiao's strength could not harm him. The strength of these inmates was far less formidable, barely qualifying to cause him pain. Yet, the humiliation of being kicked out in front of everyone clung tightly to Chi Quan's heart. He is a person who values his pride immensely. He once boldly declared his dignity even in the presence of the 5 elders, let alone now, in a mere construction team. How dare that person kick me? Enraged, Chi Quan stood up and turned to confront the perpetrator, ready to teach this scoundrel a lesson with his fists. You little turtle, it was I who kicked you. What do you want? The assailant was none other than Captain Zhao Eru, who had been leading for over a decade and had never witnessed anyone eat so brazenly before him. Zhao Eru recognized his identity and recalled that he was the individual Wang Dabiao had brought earlier in the afternoon. However, this is the construction team, Zhao Eru's domain. Regardless of Chi Quan's past status, within his territory, whether a dragon or a tiger, one must submit to him. Do you know who I am? The previous indignities inflicted upon Chi Quan by Wang Dabiao had already ignited a fire within him, and Zhao Eru's actions further enraged him. Chi Quan charged at Zhao Eru, his fists raised like giant sandbags. Even without the ability to use his fruit powers, and despite the effects of the drug, rendering him weak, Chi Quan was confident that even without absolute strength, his skills alone would allow him to defeat everyone in the canteen. This was the confidence of a top-tier powerhouse. Even without relying on sheer force, he could still prevail through technique. However, to Chi Quan's surprise, none of the onlookers showed any intention of intervening. Instead, they appeared to be watching in bewilderment. Chi Quan scoffed inwardly, realizing that conflicts abound in every corner. It seems these individuals have suffered under this captain for far too long, and today he would provide them with an outlet for their frustrations. Bang! At that moment, a sharp gunshot rang out, and a silver bullet shot from above at an angle. The bullet head flattened and attached to a wire. As the bullet struck Chi Quan, a terrifying electric current surged through the wire, swiftly spreading throughout his body. Zhi. In mere seconds, Chi Quan began to convulse wildly, reminiscent of a dance party, while a familiar sensation surged within him. 10 seconds later, the bullet was suddenly retracted, and Akainu was released from his frenetic state. His entire being was enveloped in a dark haze, with wisps of black smoke continuously emanating from his head. It seems you do not know who I am. Do you still wish to confront me? He declared. Let me remind you that I am the leader of this construction crew. Since you are new, I will spare you this time. However, should you dare to disregard the rules again, I will assign you the task of cleaning the latrines for a month. Uncertain about Akainu's true identity, Zhao Eru refrained from escalating the situation. After all, what if Akainu had some powerful backing? A figure of such stature certainly could not be devoid of wealth. Moreover, Akainu's natural demeanor indicated he held a significant position at home. A suitable reprimand would suffice without making an enemy of him. If Akainu truly possessed a formidable background, it would be wiser to settle scores later, especially if Wang Dabiao chose not to protect him. Ultimately, despite being a captain in the construction crew, Akainu remained a mere prisoner. Among these convicts, he might be a leader, but in the eyes of the powerful, he was merely a subordinate. In his current state, Akainu was unfit for work. Although Captain Li felt that Akainu was lacking in awareness and would undoubtedly cause trouble in the future, he still bore the responsibility of caring for his team members. Thus, he instructed Wang Dezhu and another team member to escort Akainu back to the dormitory, while he, with a furrowed brow, tore into a chicken leg and began to relish the meal before him. Later, Akainu realized that the entire construction crew was composed of prisoners. He had contemplated whether he could, through his charisma, incite a transformation akin to that of Dorag, leveraging the crew's strength to escape this place. Yet, after spending 2 days in the crew, he discovered that the soldiers of the Navy lived far less comfortably than these convicts. Not only were their meals and accommodations provided, but they also worked only 7 hours a day, enjoying weekends off. The concept of a weekend was new to Akainu. In the Navy, rest was a luxury rarely afforded, as pirates were ever active and Navy personnel spent their days battling the sea. Consider the plight of ordinary soldiers. A single mission could span several days or even months, rendering rest at sea nearly impossible. Even the esteemed Admiral Akiji had been summoned back from his reprieve on numerous occasions. Akainu, having joined the Navy, had not enjoyed a single day of rest, tirelessly fighting for his sense of justice at the forefront of the Navy. As the lunchtime whistle echoed through the air, a smile involuntarily crept across Akainu's previously rigid visage. Having savored the culinary delights of the Dragon Kingdom, he now believed that upon his return to the Navy, he might struggle to consume the mess hall's offerings. This alternate world was bizarre. Aside from possessing formidable weaponry, its pleasures and indulgences were remarkably advanced. Over the past few days, he had overheard his fellow prisoners boasting about incredible things, even learning about the concept of peace. It turned out that peace and nuclear peace were entirely distinct notions. He had intended to choose peace, yet he found himself opting for nuclear peace instead. Astonishingly, the very architect of the world government's downfall was none other than himself. The peculiarities of this society were truly fascinating. As Akainu delved deeper into the intricacies of this alternate world, he began to doubt his own beliefs. He gradually discerned that this realm could indeed be described as peaceful, and their interpretation of justice appeared to be more pragmatic. This world was governed by law, binding everyone, including those in power. Such a framework was utterly inconceivable in the world of pirates, where the celestial dragons acted with impunity, a reality that Akainu, as an admiral, understood all too well. He had even once cleaned up after the celestial dragons. The notion of a law-based society in this alternate world truly opened up new avenues of thought for Akainu. Especially now that the world government had ceased to exist, he pondered whether he should consider the Navy's future more carefully. Indeed, in Akainu's heart, the position of Fleet Admiral was undoubtedly his destiny. Chapter 46. Akainu's ambition, no matter the circumstances, the position of Fleet Admiral belonged to him. Even after countless defeats, having been used as a living target for others to gain fame, and being the pirates' favorite ally, he retained unwavering confidence in his potential to become an admiral. Who else in the Navy could measure up to him? Akiji, a man who indulged in self-righteousness and showed mercy even to enemies, could hardly lead the Navy effectively. Kizaru? Laughable. This slothful figure was not worth commenting on, a disgrace among admirals. Not to mention the two inexperienced newcomers. The Navy was a collective, and each admiral had a cadre of supporters backing them, just as Akainu drew strength from the hawkish faction of the Navy, devoted to absolute justice. In contrast, Akiji's supporters represented the conservative faction, maintaining an ambiguous stance on all matters. Perhaps in Akiji's view, his actions were justified, yet many of his decisions appeared to Akainu as outright treachery. Take, for instance, the events of O'Hara. Akiji believed his actions went unnoticed, but in this world, there are no secrets. This was not merely a crack in the wall. It was a gaping hole capable of swallowing a person whole. Nico Robin was the best trump card Akainu had left for Akiji. Such occurrences had transpired too frequently in Akiji's military career. Akainu had amassed ample evidence of his clandestine release of criminals. This was one reason Akainu held Akiji in disdain. as an admiral. Akiji consistently failed to recognize his own identity. What was he attempting to achieve? Acts of kindness? Those whom he released would not remember his good intentions. They were individuals whose homes had been destroyed by the Navy or who had crossed paths with the world government and found themselves hunted. How many Navy soldiers had perished at their hands during their escape? Had Akiji ever considered this? Did he truly believe that those so-called unfortunate souls were more valuable than the lives of Navy personnel? Was the world government's order to eradicate O'Hara unjust? A group of foolish individuals clung to events from 800 years ago. After such a span, did the so-called historical truth truly matter? Even if the world government's rise was tainted, what of it? History has always been written by victors, and the world government triumphed, establishing the singular truth. What difference would it make if the history of that time were unearthed? Would the member nations of the world government acknowledge the past? No nation would recklessly oppose the world government, courting disaster capable of annihilating their own. It is worth noting that all member nations were guarded by the Navy, whose strength often surpassed that of the garrisons in these nations. Though the collective might of all nations combined would far exceed the number of soldiers in the world government. In a world where power resided with individuals, a sufficiently strong figure could alter the course of events entirely. From the dire state of Alabasta, it is evident that Alabasta ranks among the most significant nations among all the Allied states, both in terms of land area and the size of its military forces. However, under the sinister machinations of Crocodile, the outcome is quite different. It is hard to believe that the king, Kusha, could remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet, even if he did perceive them, he would hesitate to act, fearing Crocodile's wrath. In this desert kingdom of Alabasta, while Crocodile may not reach the stature of an admiral, he certainly surpasses the average vice admiral and is on par with those like Trafalgar Law, possessing a dominating strength due to his capabilities. It is worth noting that even if Alabasta were to muster an additional 100,000 soldiers, they would merely be swept away by a sandstorm. This underscores the critical importance of a truly formidable power. For the average Allied nation, a bounty of 30 million signifies a great pirate, with many pirates resorting to the slaughter of innocents and the obliteration of smaller nations to elevate their bounties. This illustrates the precarious position of these nations lacking absolute strength, particularly when considering the formidable navy under the world government's command. Should the truths of history be revealed, it is likely that even those who believe would refrain from admitting their beliefs. Ironically, those who once led the opposition against O'Hara may very well be among those who consider themselves entitled to historical knowledge. This represents only the tip of the iceberg concerning Akainu's assessment of Akiji. The mere discoveries he has made are sufficient for Akainu to internally condemn Akiji, not to mention the transgressions he has yet to uncover, such as Akiji's leniency towards the Straw Hat Pirates. Indeed, while Luffy is the grandson of Garp, he simultaneously stands as an adversary to the Navy and the world government. Whether through the blatant destruction of the world government's banner during the Judiciary Island incident or his confrontations with the warlords of the sea, Luffy's actions render him irredeemable in the eyes of the world government and the Navy alike. Yet, did Akiji consider the lives of the Marines lost at the hands of Nico Robin before acting? The innocence of those Marines who perished at Judiciary Island is a tragic truth, and there are countless such instances. This has led Akainu to believe that he and Akiji are fundamentally incompatible. Should Akiji ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral, Akainu would likely choose to lead his faction in a rebellion against the Navy. As for military funding, one can only say that with so many pirates at sea, they serve as the best support for the nascent Navy. However, the immediate priority remains to devise an escape from this dreadful place. Shaking his head to dismiss thoughts of the future, Akainu wiped the sweat from his brow and commenced his customary pre-meal ritual. We are fortunate little workers, laboring daily to exchange work for sustenance. Labor is the noblest endeavor. I love to toil. Under the guidance of Zhao Eru, the resounding chorus filled the courtyard in front of the cafeteria. At the naval headquarters, tensions ran high as Admiral Karp and the Navy stood opposed to Shanks and the other Yonko in Sengoku's office, poised for conflict at any moment. The news of Sengoku's death had come as a shock. The collaboration between the Navy and the pirates was contingent upon Sengoku's continued presence. Given their historical enmity, if the fleet admiral were absent, Shanks and his cohorts would not trust any terms presented by others. The Navy felt similarly. Now that Fleet Admiral Sengoku had fallen to Whitebeard, should Whitebeard rally the Yonko against the Navy, chaos would surely ensue. With Sengoku's demise, and both Admirals Akiji and Akainu absent from headquarters, Who could possibly withstand the united front of the Yonko? At this juncture, it was indeed an opportune moment for the pirates to annihilate the navy, and figures like Kaido were genuinely contemplating such an action. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind signaled the arrival of a lean, dark-clad man who appeared behind the robed individual. Gazing at the imposing figure before the hall's entrance, the lean man expressed admiration and respect, saying, "Master, 2 individuals have arrived from the mountains seeking your guidance. Shall we let them ascend?" His words implied that this seemingly youthful figure in the robe was the leader of the Xuantiangong. The robed figure did not turn around, but simply replied, "Observe their character. If they exhibit proper conduct, allow them to come up. As you command." Upon hearing these words, the lean man bowed respectfully before vanishing with a swish of wind. After he departed, the robed figure sighed softly while gazing at the plaque of the hall. It had been 10 years since he arrived in the Xuantiangong. The robed youth stepped slowly into the hall, speaking to himself. Indeed, this youth was not of this world. His name was Suyu. Suyu found himself in a realm reminiscent of the game called Xuantiangong, which he had played in his previous life. In his homeland, Shui Lanxing, advanced technology had propelled the gaming industry to unprecedented heights, especially with the advent of holographic virtual reality. The release of Xuantiangong had caused a sensation, as players could immerse themselves in a new world where skills acquired in-game could be applied in reality. Although the fire magic that could evaporate rivers in the game was reduced to a mere windproof lighter in real life, it nonetheless stirred monumental waves in Shui Lanxing. In his previous life, Suyu was a professional player who made a living through gold farming. Having experienced parental divorce at a young age, he had never truly felt the warmth of a home, receiving only meager support for his basic needs. He began working during his schooling to support himself, gaining insight into the myriad struggles of life. After facing numerous obstacles with his undergraduate degree, he pursued gold farming and online games at the suggestion of a friend. Blessed with exceptional talent and fortune, he became a renowned figure in Xuantiangong, specializing in monster hunting and treasure gathering. Many prestigious guilds extended invitations, but Suyu aspired to establish his own guild and thus declined them. Unexpectedly, one fateful night, he discovered a major guild hunting a wounded dragon and sought to seize the opportunity. Suddenly, without warning, he found himself transported to another realm. Awakening beneath a tree, he discovered he was alone, transformed into a child, and devoid of any place to call home, forced to wander aimlessly. Fortunately, during his sporadic bouts of hunger, he stumbled upon an injured elder master, who later took him back to the sect after recovering. The senior disciples treated him with kindness, and the elder master and his wife regarded him as their own child, nurturing him with parental love he had never known before. He quickly established himself in this new world and embraced his newfound family. However, an unexpected calamity soon befell them. 3 years prior, a band of demonic cultivators emerged within the Wu dynasty, practicing a dark art that consumed the blood of the living to enhance their powers. Initially, they operated in secrecy, slaughtering villages, but soon became brazen in their city-wide massacres. Consequently, the Taoist sect of the Wu dynasty issued a summons to eliminate the demonic cultivators. As a member of the Wu Chao sect, the elder master gathered all disciples who had achieved notable progress in their cultivation. Wu Chao is situated on the periphery of Zhongzhou, where the presence of celestial beings is rare, and even those who have attained the Yuanshan realm are few. In contrast, the invading demonic cultivators are formidable. Apart from their leader, who is a demon lord, there are 2 other powerful beings at the same level. The Yuanshan realm is recognized as the 5th stage of cultivation, and only those who reach this level are considered to have truly entered the path of immortality. Thus, those who achieve the Yuanshan realm are esteemed as true persons. The Xintian realm categorizes cultivation into 9 stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, seeking the Tao, golden core, Yuanshan, Lingshu, Jimmy, crossing tribulation, and ultimately attaining immortality. Demonic cultivators, however, differ in that any cultivator, regardless of their realm, may turn to demonic paths. Those at the Yuanshan level are referred to as demon lords, while those at the immortal stage are called demon sovereigns. The hierarchy of demonic beasts is much simpler. Those with intelligence are termed small demons. Those that can speak after refining their bones are great demons. Those capable of transforming into human form are demon kings, and those who survive heavenly tribulations become demon emperors, possessing power equivalent to that of celestial beings and demon sovereigns. Once one attains the Yuanshan, their essence connects with heaven and earth, allowing for the initial utilization of celestial powers, whereas those who have not achieved the Yuanshan can only wield the magical energy painstakingly accumulated from the surrounding spiritual essence. The power amassed within the human body pales in comparison to that of the cosmos. Therefore, Yuanshan cultivators hold an overwhelming advantage over those below this realm. If it were not for the self-sacrifice of the Yuanshan elder stationed at the Wuchao branch and the sudden emergence of local demonic cultivators joining the battle, Wuchao would have likely succumbed to the demonic forces. In the aftermath of this battle, all disciples, including the elder master, remained on the battlefield, leaving only the matriarch, who returned severely wounded. Not long after, she succumbed to her injuries, reminding Su Yu to strengthen the sect and restore its former glory. The once bustling sect was now reduced to just him and his younger disciple. With his younger sister still in her infancy, Su Yu took on the mantle of leadership. Over the years, he had taken in a disciple, the recently introduced Slender Man, named Zhong Lu, originally called Go Sheng. Chapter 2. Zhong Lu. Despite Zhong Lu's unremarkable appearance, his cultivation aptitude is exceptional. Within less than 2 years, he has matched Su Yu, who has practiced since childhood, in cultivation level. This is not solely due to Su Yu's inferior aptitude, but rather Zhong Lu's remarkable talent for cultivation. As for where such a gifted disciple was found, he was, in fact, picked up. It was a moonless night, and Su Yu was enjoying a peaceful slumber. The next day, on a whim, he decided to venture to the village below to procure a chicken to enhance his meal. However, upon reaching the village entrance, he stumbled upon a group of children bullying Zhong Lu. At that moment, he should still be called Go Sheng. Recalling his own experiences upon arriving in this world, where he too was a victim of bullying, Su Yu felt a surge of compassion and approached to mediate. As he drew nearer, he was struck by Zhong Lu's astonishing innate qualities and comprehension. Without a moment's hesitation, he intervened and rescued Zhong Lu, later learning that he was an orphan discovered by an old hunter in the mountains, having lost both parents early on, and that the hunter had passed away not long before. The villagers claimed Zhong Lu was a harbinger of misfortune, blaming him for the hunter's death. Hence, the adults forbade their children from associating with him, isolating him, while the village children treated him as an outcast, delighting in tormenting him. In Zhong Lu, Su Yu saw a reflection of his own past. Driven by kindness, he brought Zhong Lu back to Xiantian's sect, bestowing upon him a new name, Zhong Lu, hoping he could have a second chance at life. Chapter 58. The Competitive Environment, the Golden Emperor? Jalud Taizolo. Ha! The Navy is truly shrewd. Upon hearing this name, Shanks immediately grasped the Navy's intentions, a sardonic smile creeping upon his lips. No wonder the Navy remained unperturbed after the collapse of the world government. They had evidently secured a new benefactor. Kaido scoffed, mocking the situation. This matter is the Navy's own concern, so do not trouble yourselves, esteemed gentlemen. In response to the sardonic remarks of the two, Vice Admiral Tsuru retorted sharply. This hard-won piece of news alleviated some of the gloom in her heart. Although Sengoku had fallen, the majority of his plans had still been realized. With Jalud Taizolo supporting the military finances, the Navy now had a chance for resurgence. Perhaps even acquiring a wealthier benefactor than the world government, potentially expanding their operations. However, these matters are all for another time. The immediate priority is to navigate through the current crisis. Keeping a firm grip on the irritable carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru proposed, since Sengoku has sacrificed himself, let Carp and me represent the Navy to discuss the arrangements following the expulsion of those invaders. What do you wish to negotiate? Upon realizing the conversation had reached a pivotal point, Kaido perked up. He had come to reap the benefits, and now that the Navy was taking the initiative, the identity of the Navy's admiral was of no concern to him. Even if the Navy were to be utterly annihilated, it had no bearing on him. His interest lay in the Navy's devil fruits, though he understood that negotiations required first gauging what the other party was willing to offer before adding his own contributions. I am aware of your purpose for visiting today. With the world government overthrown by invaders, the world has undoubtedly descended into chaos without its governance. A scenario none of U.S. wish to see. Therefore, upon expelling the invaders, the Navy is willing to completely relinquish the New World and retreat to the Grand Line, allowing you to allocate the territories of the New World as you see fit. Vice Admiral Tsuru did not hesitate to present Sengoku's original plan. Initially, the Navy established its headquarters in the New World to effectively combat the four emperors, gradually encroaching upon their territories to reclaim the New World. However, with the world government's collapse, the Navy's loyalty to such a cause has lost its necessity. Relocating the Navy headquarters once more would suffice. Nonetheless, Do not underestimate the Navy merely because the New World is pirate territory. The Navy's bases serve as sharp blades embedded in that realm. Each base commander is appointed from seasoned vice admirals, and while seniority plays a role, strength remains the primary criterion. After all, stationed in a pirate's playground, one must remain vigilant to avoid unexpected dangers. The number of pirates can never rival that of the station Navy, but in terms of individual prowess, disparities do exist. Although the Navy undergoes rigorous training daily and frequently embarks on missions in the New World, when it comes to raw strength, most pirates hailing from the four seas or the early segments of the Grand Line tend to be stronger. The Navy's training is professional, while the pirates grow stronger out of necessity. The elimination mechanism among pirates is particularly ruthless. The Navy stands firmly against the pirates under normal circumstances. Both sides engage in a fierce struggle to the death. In contrast to the disorganized and undisciplined pirates, the Navy inherently possesses an advantage in the early stages. Regardless of their superior equipment and weaponry, the Navy's deployment of those officer cadets across the seas primarily serves to intimidate inexperienced newcomers. Even if pirates manage to evade the Navy's encirclement and reach the Sabati archipelago, subsequently descending to Fishman Island and using it as a springboard into the New World, the Navy is not the greatest obstacle they encounter along the way. The second challenge confronting the pirates is the bounty hunters. In an era where spirited youth are perpetually drawn to the sea, these bounty hunters, who rely on their wits for income, are ever present. Those audacious enough to engage actively in hunting pirates are typically seasoned individuals, skilled enough to take on bounties, apart from the occasional novice. In the intricate dance of strategy, the overwhelming superiority often ensures that bounty hunters emerge victorious, a mere minor issue considering the vastness of the ocean and the multitude of pirates. The true predicament for pirates, however, lies in their fellow marauders. First and foremost, those with meager bounties seek to elevate their reputations, as a low bounty is almost synonymous with weak prowess in these waters. To enhance their standing, they must defeat a pirate with a higher bounty. The Navy usually adjusts the victor's bounty accordingly, leading to inevitable conflicts spurred by this internal competition. The most alarming aspect is the numerous powerful individuals who indiscriminately slay pirates without justification, perhaps merely because someone interrupted their afternoon nap, or simply out of boredom, or even because they were seen rowing their boat. Pirates who manage to survive in such an environment are inevitably stronger than the average Navy personnel. This is precisely when the significance of a formidable base commander becomes apparent. As long as they can swiftly vanquish the enemy's strongest fighters, losses are typically minimal. Under these circumstances, none of the four emperors, save for Kaido, would dare provoke the Navy unnecessarily. Even when the four emperors take action, the Navy maintains its admirals stationed in the New World. Particularly after the Navy's resurgence, they have expanded their bases significantly, now capable of rivaling any of the four emperors' crews in the New World. This transformation has taken nearly 2 decades under Sengoku's leadership. Had it not been for the greater good, Sengoku would not have relinquished such hard-won territory. However, the Navy, still reeling from significant losses, lacks the capacity to guard both the four seas and the Grand Line simultaneously. Indeed, when they struggle to maintain order in the four seas, there is little hope for the New World. The Navy's current strength is barely sufficient to suppress unrest in the four seas. With many of its core members having perished in prior battles, and newly recruited forces unable to achieve combat readiness swiftly. As more pirates set sail and news of the world government's downfall spreads, it is likely that the Navy itself will bear the brunt of the consequences. Chapter 59. Cooperation and Trade. Thus, Sengoku resolutely decided to abandon all outposts, allowing the Navy to retreat to the first half of the Grand Line. They would first eliminate the obstacles in the four seas in the initial segment, gradually reclaiming territory in the New World thereafter. This was also Sengoku's strategy. With such a vast expanse of newly acquired territory, he did not believe the four emperors would remain indifferent. At that juncture, the Navy could quietly recuperate and seek opportunities to incite internal strife among the four emperors, marking the moment for their resurgence. This was Sengoku's calculation, shared only with Vice Admiral Tsuru. Now that Sengoku has passed, with Akainu and Akiji absent, Vice Admiral Tsuru must navigate the situation on her own. Ha ha ha. Do I look like someone in need of territory? Had I known this was the Navy's sincerity, I wouldn't have come here at all, Kaido bellowed, laughing boisterously after hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru's words. He was astonished by the Navy's naivety, wondering if they genuinely believed that ceding a small portion of territory would suffice to placate him. Kaido was acutely aware of his true purpose for coming. He sought the Navy's Zoan-type devil fruit. Go Ziqiang, filled with a sense of awe, had never encountered a man of such charisma in his life. Even the so-called most handsome nobleman in the city paled in comparison to the individual before him. Is this the master of Xuantiangong, the legendary immortal? Su Yu's demeanor fulfilled all of Go Ziqiang's fantasies about immortals. Upon hearing Go Ziqiang's words, Tai Gun promptly reacted, bowing to Go Ziqiang. We have encountered an immortal. After traversing half of the Wu dynasty, we finally meet a true immortal. We humbly request that you take us as disciples. Noticing the numbers above their heads, Su Yu's eyes glimmered with a hint of gold. He nodded slightly and said, "No need for such formalities. I am not yet deserving of the title of immortal. It is evident that you possess considerable determination to have made it here. From where do you hail?" Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Tai Gun realized that the boy riding the yellow ox was named Chong Lu, and he quickly rose to reply. "Immortal, we come from Huangtu Village in Sisui County, Wuling City. We earnestly seek the path of immortality, having traversed much of the Wu dynasty. Today, we finally achieve our wish, and we hope you will take us as disciples." Su Yu smiled faintly and replied, "Very well, but on what grounds should I accept you?" Tai Gun and Go Ziqiang exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Indeed, why should Su Yu take them as disciples? This was starkly different from their expectations of finding an immortal and immediately becoming a disciple. As they waited in silence, Su Yu broke the stillness, asking, "Very well. What are your names?" If these two disciples possessed good intentions, he would certainly take them in, but he hoped they wouldn't slip away. Sensing Su Yu's apparent inclination to accept them, both were filled with joy. Tai Gun eagerly proclaimed, "Immortal, my name is Li Jingyun, though everyone calls me Tai Gun. You may refer to me as Gunzi. This is my good brother, Go Ziqiang." Tai Gun, Gunzi, how amusing. "I think I shall call you Li Jingyun henceforth," Su Yu chuckled, shaking his head lightly. "Seeing your perseverance and the fact that you have found your way here indicates a connection with me. I shall take you both as named disciples for now. Should you demonstrate exemplary conduct, I will formally accept you as my apprentices." Upon hearing Su Yu's affirmation, Li Jingyun and Go Ziqiang were overjoyed, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. To join Xuantiangong is indeed a stroke of fortune for you." Seeing their excitement, Su Yu spoke solemnly, "Chong Lu, take them below. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for teaching them the rules and guiding their cultivation." Li Jingyun and Go Ziqiang were startled by Chong Lu's sudden appearance. In truth, Chong Lu had already been present in the hall when Su Yu turned around. The two had simply not noticed. After Chong Lu led them away, Su Yu's smile returned as vivid images of the earlier scene played in his mind. Name, Li Jingyun. Bones, 9 talent. A name, Go Ziqiang root bone, 8 talent. 9 What exceptional prospects these two possess with attributes so remarkably high. It seems the heavens themselves desire the ascendance of Xuantianzong. In truth, it comes as no surprise to discover that with such commendable talents, Li Jingyun and Go Ziqiang could traverse much of the Wuchao without encountering a sect of immortality. If every sect were easily accessible, they would be inundated daily by those seeking to apprentice, leaving little time for actual cultivation. Most sects are fortified with protective formations, which serve not only to guard against external threats, but also to conceal the entire mountain. A commoner lacking cultivation would instinctively avoid the edges of such formations. In times past, Xuantianzong also possessed such defenses, though it was not yet known by that name, nor was Buzhou-shan referred to as such. And the Grand Hall was not called Homling, nor was the sect Master Su Yu. At that time, Xuantianzong was known as Yuanmingzong, a prominent sect within the Wuchao, with a lineage spanning a millennium and a master standing at the pinnacle of the realm, a Yuan Shinjinren. The open space before the hall was crafted from a single block of Qingma stone, a material of equal worth to gold in the mundane world. However, a civil strife shattered this millennium-old foundation. The master's eldest disciple, after multiple unsuccessful attempts to reach the Yuanshan realm, quietly turned to the demonic path, ultimately achieving the status of a demon king. Yet, one cannot conceal flames with mere paper. When the master discovered the betrayal, an inevitable conflict ensued. The specifics of the battle are inconsequential. The crucial point is that the master was defeated. Had the eldest disciple not retained a shred of conscience, the once mighty Yuanmingzong might have perished entirely. Thus, from that day forth, the primary tenet of Yuanmingzong became the eradication of all demonic cultivators. Yet, the outcome was apparent. The former eldest disciple had ascended to become the leader of the demonic cultivators within the Wuchao. That battle had shaken the very foundations of Xuantianzong, leading it into an era of decline, with each generation succumbing further until the old master had exhausted the last remnants of their legacy. It can be said that all that the old master left for Su Yu, apart from a junior sister, was an empty mountain, an empty hall, and a few vacant rooms. I must take a brief respite. I apologize for the delay in Chapter 1. My workplace has been demanding, often keeping me until late into the night. I feel as though I may collapse from exhaustion. I have been attempting to write for half an hour, yet I find myself battling drowsiness. I concede defeat and shall retire for the night. Tomorrow marks the beginning of a new month, and with no performance targets. I should be free from overtime, allowing me to rest and reflect on the plot. However, let me reiterate, as long as there is one reader, I shall not abandon this story. I express my gratitude to Yin Dalao for your unwavering support. Your monthly votes have been received. Your companionship from my first book to this one has been a delight. This story shall continue to be penned. I also thank Kwangya Aichenji Dalao for your daily votes. Seeing your support first thing in the writing assistant is truly moving. Rest assured, I will not abandon this work. I shall take a break today and resume fervently tomorrow. Chapter 60, Guba. Certainly, the vast navy could not possibly possess only 5 devil fruits, yet they must negotiate judiciously. If they acquiesce too readily, Admiral Hay fears that Shanka C and his crew might demand more exorbitant prices later. Moreover, this property belongs to the Navy, much of which has long been earmarked, and even she cannot encroach upon the portions belonging to others. The Navy is not a solitary entity. In the past, with Wanbei at the helm, his prestige was sufficient to intimidate all. Now that Wanbei has passed, and with no new admiral appointed, how could a mere rear admiral command the other admirals to relinquish what is rightfully theirs? Let alone a rear admiral. Even Kongyu would be incapable of such. To disturb the collective interests would lead to inevitable ostracism. 5. Kaido frowned at this and repeated in disbelief. He truly could not fathom that the vast navy possessed merely 5 devil fruits. Even Doflamingo could provide him with at least that number annually. Did they truly believe him a fool? If the navy maintained such a stance, he would withdraw. In a fit of indignation, Kaido declared his intention to exit the negotiation. Seeing Kaido's furious demeanor, Ijikan also stated her position. Initially, she had no pressing demands, but if the navy could not even meet Kaido's requests, it was better to withdraw altogether. Upon hearing MS words, Admiral Hay cast her a surprised glance and then turned to Kaido with astonishment, ultimately stating with reluctance, "The Navy can offer a maximum of 10 devil fruits. This is all we can provide. If you find this unacceptable, you may leave." 10. Upon hearing this figure, Kaido felt a flicker of interest. Although it fell short of his anticipated 20, he understood the Navy could not possibly furnish such a number. The Navy and pirates are adversaries. Even in this moment of forced alliance, a great battle would inevitably ensue once the otherworldly intruders were vanquished. This must be the Navy's bottom line, and 10 is not an insignificant quantity, sufficient to replenish Doflamingo's collection over 2 years and provide fresh vitality to his beast pirates. Very well, 10 it shall be. With this thought, Kaido resolved without further hesitation. After resolving Kaido's concerns, Admiral Hay finally felt a sense of relief. Her concession stemmed from the realization that MS reaction seemed to suggest she had secured Kaido as a mere bonus, not anticipating Kaido's intense preferences. Moreover, the unification of these 2 emperors was a disquieting development for the Navy. Now, let us sit calmly and discuss our forthcoming plans. Forcing Cap to remain seated, Admiral Hay turned to Shanka C and the others. Their conditions had been laid out, but mine remain unaddressed. Ignoring the 2 who had already seated themselves, Shanka C remarked coldly, "Red-haired, what is it that you desire?" Seeing Shanka C, the one expected to maintain composure, intervene at this moment, Admiral Hay's expression shifted. In her understanding, Shanka C had always upheld the balance of the seas and likely had connections with the Gorosei. He should be the most motivated to facilitate this partnership. Yet, now that Kaido had agreed to cooperate, why would Shanka C choose this moment to interject? "I require the Navy to ensure the safety of the surviving celestial dragons. At the very least, that they do not all perish." Shanks remained silent for quite some time before finally uttering words that perhaps should have remained unspoken. "Laoban, I would like a Cuban cigar." He emptied the beans from his pocket, placing them all on the counter, and pointed to the thickest cigar in the display. "Very well. "You have 3 beans extra. I will return them to you." The shop owner initially looked at the unfamiliar face of Akainu with surprise, then meticulously examined each bean for authenticity before respectfully returning 3 beans to him. His small supermarket, situated within the construction team, primarily offered daily necessities and various food items, with the Cuban cigar being the most expensive item in the store, priced at a hefty 99 beans each. By contrast, a pack of the most common cigarettes sold for merely 5 beans, meaning one Cuban cigar could purchase nearly 20 packs. Generally, a single cigar might not even sell in a month, yet today it had been purchased by a stranger, which was quite extraordinary. The owner had always known every member of the construction crew, as they were his regular customers. Even if he couldn't recall their names, their faces were familiar. However, he had no recollection of Akainu, whose towering height of over 3 meters made him resemble a giant. If he had seen him before, it would be impossible not to recognize him. Thus, the only conclusion was that Akainu was a newcomer. Yet, for a newcomer to possess such an abundance of beans, it suggested that his background was exceptional. These beans served as the universal currency within the construction team, and to prevent counterfeiting, they bore unique markings. The quantity of beans was fixed from the outset, with new beans only issued in cases of loss or damage. Beans could only be spent at a small shop. Elsewhere, they held no value. Typically, he would collect the beans, and then the soldiers under Li Yunlong would be responsible for their distribution. For as long as he could remember, compensation had been based on labor. Those who worked harder received more. The prices in the supermarket had remained unchanged for decades, determined by a unified pricing system. Each month, military finance would settle accounts based on the number of beans he submitted, matching them to the equivalent prices outside to reimburse him. Thus, as a small shop owner, he despised those who hoarded beans without spending them. The number of beans was fixed, and only through circulation could he earn a profit. What he appreciated most were individuals like Akainu, who would nonchalantly toss a handful of beans onto the counter without hesitation. A stark contrast to those who would agonize over purchasing even a bottle of water. "No need, this is your tip." Akainu did not accept the beans, his gaze fixed intently on the cigar in the display. It had been quite a while since he had smoked, and the craving had long since set in. Although the inmates often shared cigarettes after a tiring day of work, Akainu was not accustomed to the mundane, ordinary cigarettes. He had long desired a cigar, and only after overhearing old Li discussing Cuban cigars did he realize they were available for purchase here. Chapter 61. The flavor of a maiden, especially after hearing old Li and others introduce them. His curiosity intensified, and he yearned to experience the taste of the legendary cigars rolled on the thighs of maidens, eager to discern how their flavor differed from the usual cigarettes he smoked. Aware of the cigar's high price, Akainu had brought all his savings, fearful that he might not afford it. His extraordinary physique allowed him to lift bricks as if he were an entire work crew. Otherwise, acquiring enough beans for a single cigar would have been quite challenging. "Thank you, boss. Here is your cigar. Please keep it safe." Hearing that he could gain 3 beans without effort made the owner even more delighted, and his demeanor towards Akainu grew more respectful. Such a generous patron needed to be treated with utmost care, as he represented a crucial element in stimulating the economic cycle. Although the number of beans was fixed and could only be spent at his shop, the frequency of spending made a significant difference. To illustrate, if the total number of beans was 1,000, there would be a reserve of 500 beans among the soldiers each month, with the rest distributed normally. At the end of each month, the owner would reconcile accounts with the finance department while returning the beans in his possession. This meant that if all inmates spent their beans within a month, the owner would receive 500 beans. However, some inmates preferred to hoard their beans, saving all they earned each month, which was detrimental to the owner. With a total of 1,000 beans, if 500 remained stagnant in the soldier's hands, the limited circulating currency would not foster a healthy economic cycle. Consequently, the owner's monthly income would dwindle, especially as those who hoarded beans continued to amass larger quantities over time. Earning 500 beans in 1 month versus 2 months represented 2 entirely different concepts. Over time, this would create a vicious cycle, making it impossible for the owner not to be enthusiastic when encountering a generous individual. Amidst his joy, the owner pondered why Akainu had such a peculiar taste, willing to indulge in a cigar steeped in notoriety. It was widely known that Cuban companies rarely laid off employees, with most positions being hereditary. If a father resigned, his son would take his place. In such a context, the first batch of cigars produced by the Cuban company was undoubtedly rolled by maidens, infused with their sweat. However, those cigars had been produced decades ago, and the maidens of that time had grown old, yet the company generally retained its employees, meaning the original maidens still crafted cigars. The owner found it perplexing that Akainu had such an intense preference. "Brother, may I take a puff? Is this truly a Cuban cigar? I long to experience its flavor." "Indeed, it was fitting for you, Sakazuki. Only you would indulge in such a luxury." Upon returning to the dormitory, cigar in mouth and swaggering, Akainu stirred excitement among his fellow inmates, all eager to sample the taste of maiden sweat. "Stop! This is mine. No one shall take it." Seeing the eagerness of others, Akainu raised the cigar he held high, fearful that someone might snatch away the fruits of his week's efforts. After a week of experiences, Akainu found himself gradually integrating into this collective. Moreover, from Old Lee and others' daily conversations, he realized he had indeed made the right choice regarding the world. Listening to them, it became evident that the world they inhabited was a rare, peaceful realm where individuals silently played their roles under the law. People walked the streets without concern for their safety. There was a government and an army, yet the one absence was piracy. Airplanes soared above, and nuclear weapons capable of terrorizing populations were nowhere to be found. This realization fundamentally challenged Akainu's understanding of the world. Furthermore, as he settled into this lifestyle, he had undergone subtle changes without even realizing it. With these newfound insights, Akainu felt that his capture had been worthwhile. As the commotion among the crowd ensued, a whistle signaling assembly echoed from outside. Listening to the whistle and feeling the power surging within him, Chi Quan suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. It seemed he was destined to leave this place. Simultaneously, he perceived that Li Yunlong had ultimately miscalculated, now that his strength had been restored ahead of time. Should he trigger a volcanic eruption within this fortress, Li Yunlong's entire contingent would undoubtedly find themselves trapped. He was eager to see who had arrived and to contemplate whether he should unleash the volcano. Enough of the ruckus. We must assemble and depart swiftly. Old Lee, you truly live up to your reputation, Sakazuki. Only you would indulge in such a vice. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chi Quan, proudly puffing on a freshly lit Cuban cigar, ignited a lively atmosphere as everyone clamored to savor the taste of youthful perspiration. "Stop! This is mine, and no one dares to take it from me." Witnessing the scene, Chi Quan raised his cigar high, fearful that others might steal away the fruits of his week-long endeavor. After this week's experiences, he realized he had gradually integrated into this collective. Moreover, through the daily conversations of Old Lee and his companions, Chi Quan suddenly grasped that perhaps he had made the right choice regarding the world. Their words painted a picture of a rare, peaceful realm where individuals quietly fulfilled their roles under the law. People walked the streets untroubled by concerns for their safety. There was a government, there were armed forces, yet conspicuously absent were pirates. Additionally, aircraft soared through the skies, and the terrifying specter of nuclear annihilation loomed. All of this utterly overturned Chi Quan's previous perceptions. During this period, unbeknownst to him, Chi Quan had undergone a subtle transformation. With these newfound insights, he felt that his capture had indeed been worthwhile. Suddenly, the whistle for assembly resounded once more. As the chaos continued, Chi Quan's apprehension deepened. He sensed the departure was imminent. He also felt that Li Yunlong had made a crucial error. His power had been restored prematurely. Should he instigate a volcanic eruption within this stronghold, Li Yunlong's forces would surely face catastrophe. He was curious to see who had arrived and ponder whether he should indeed allow the volcano to erupt. Chapter 62. Cooperation. What is your true intention? Are you not afraid that I will kill you? Chi Quan ignored Zhao Eru, viewing him merely as a minor player, and approached Li Yunlong with a fervent intensity, looking down upon him as he inquired. Chi Quan found it hard to believe that Li Yunlong was unaware of the chasm between them, nor did he think Li Yunlong was ignorant of how long the serum could suppress him. "Ha ha, truly a naval admiral. Let's collaborate. This is my sincerity." Li Yunlong met Chi Quan's gaze fearlessly for a long moment before suddenly erupting in hearty laughter. He then produced a document from his pocket and offered it to Chi Quan. After establishing himself in this world, Li Yunlong had discreetly dispatched a team of intelligence agents to gather information. As the agents returned with various reports, Li Yunlong discovered that the depths of this world were far more profound than they had anticipated. The Navy, pirates, revolutionary armies, bounty hunters, and numerous nations and organizations were all embroiled in chaos. Although the Navy appeared to be the most powerful on the surface, the four emperors of the pirates were equally formidable, while the revolutionary army lurked in the shadows. with the Navy's grand conscription yielding 3 top-tier warriors. The number of hidden powers remained an enigma. However, it was certain that these individuals were enemies of their quest to liberate this world. From their perspective, they fought to liberate the oppressed, enabling the common people to take charge of their fate. However, for those enjoying their privileged positions in this world, they were invaders threatening their existence. Li Yunlong understood that without resorting to nuclear weapons, the formidable beings of this world posed an insurmountable obstacle to their liberation efforts. Although he was confident in his ability to prevail using heavy weaponry at a distance, the more islands they liberated, the more their forces would inevitably be dispersed. If chaos ensued and an enemy infiltrated their camp, it would spell disaster for them, even if it were merely a powerful pirate or a vice admiral from the Navy. As more intelligence flooded in, Li Yunlong uncovered a particularly intriguing fact. This revelation prompted him to abandon his original plan. Initially, he intended to use Chi Quan as a test subject in his laboratory, but now he contemplated whether he could draw Chi Quan into his fold. This was a gamble for Li Yunlong. Should he lose, given the distance between him and Chi Quan, his demise would be certain. However, if he were to succeed, he could at least avert the needless sacrifice of tens of thousands of soldiers. The worst-case scenario would involve distant snipers detonating 4 canisters of concentrated liquid nitrogen, ensuring that both the construction crew and Chi Quan perish together. Oh, you wish to collaborate with me? I can see your sincerity. Chi Quan Saidit Daifun, glancing at his dust-laden attire, and lightly mocked Li Yunlong. Nevertheless, he transformed his molten form back into an arm and accepted the document from Li Yunlong. Upon reading the text, his brow furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly grave, leading him to ignite the document in his grasp. Let's discuss your terms. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Quan fixed his gaze on Li Yunlong and declared, "We arrived in this world due to your invasion. You must have gleaned insights about our world from these criminals. We did not intend to invade, merely unwilling to cede the right of invasion to potential enemies. Therefore, I hope to collaborate with you. Admiral Chi Quan shall ascend as the new Fleet Admiral of the Navy. We will provide you with advanced weaponry, and you will lead the Navy to eradicate all pirates while we work together to transform this world. No one is inherently destined to hold dominion. The future of this world should be determined by every individual within it." Li Yunlong met Chi Quan's gaze earnestly, expressing his thoughts candidly. This was, in fact, a directive from the P-Star leaders. They had no intent to invade other worlds, and this operation was primarily for self-preservation. The world government of this realm bore a notorious history, and with the 2 worlds now interconnected, it was preferable to directly alter this world rather than place their hopes in the next leader. No one is born to be above others. Reflecting on his recent experiences, this statement resonated profoundly within him, as he had long harbored disdain for those so-called nobles. Why should they, merely by virtue of their fortunate birth, wield authority over others? Especially those celestial dragons, adorned in their extravagant attire, mere remnants of the vast ocean. Had it not been for his pursuit of justice, Chi Quan would have long since reduced them to ashes. During his time with the construction crew, Akainu profoundly experienced the essence of human rights and the significance of rules. Though both groups consisted of convicts, the treatment of those incarcerated in the city contrasted starkly with that of the laborers on the construction team. The crux of the matter lay in human rights. Every individual was entitled to express themselves freely. Even those labeled as criminals were afforded the privilege to pursue their passions. However, merely wishing to transform him into a traitor of the world was far from sufficient. What gives you the confidence to trust me? Are you not afraid I might eliminate you? Akainu inched closer, almost pressing against Li Yunlong's body as he posed the question. You wouldn't, Li Yunlong replied resolutely. Sakaski would never engage in such acts. I believe in your character. You are a person who upholds your principles. At this moment, Li Yunlong exhibited no hesitation, affirmatively continuing. Though that old man Sengoku has passed, he must have arranged everything. It won't be long before the joint forces of the Navy and the pirates arrive. Surely, you can endure this trial before discussing cooperation. After a moment of contemplation, Akainu ultimately decided to grant Li Yunlong an opportunity. Based on Akainu's assessment, the impending alliance of the Navy and the pirates, despite securing sufficient strength to guard the Navy headquarters against Whitebeard, would still deploy at least 6 formidable admirals. Although Li Yunlong possessed commendable weaponry, Akainu doubted whether those arms could sufficiently contend with the combined might of the Navy and the pirates. Not every ability user is deterred by the cold. Oh, so the Navy and the pirates are uniting? Then let us wait until we have driven them away before discussing cooperation. Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong's pupils constricted. He had been genuinely unaware of this information prior to Akainu's revelation, even though he had dispatched the finest intelligence operatives. The brevity of time rendered it challenging to establish a cohesive intelligence network. The alliance between the Navy and the pirates was one of the most confidential matters. And in a world devoid of mobile phones and computers, such news was beyond the reach of his informants. Nevertheless, now that he was aware of the impending arrival of the Navy and pirate coalition, everything seemed more manageable. Chapter 63 with a resounding clang. At the Navy headquarters, 3 colossal pirate ships docked at the center of the harbor, surrounded by numerous large warships designated for officers above the rank of captain, establishing a formidable perimeter around the pirate vessels. It remained unclear whether they were there to safeguard the naval ships or had silently encircled the pirate ships. Jean, the captain has been gone for so long without a word. Could something have happened? Shouldn't we storm in? On the deck of the beast pirate ship, Jack lay languidly, suddenly struck by a thought as he turned to Jean, who was reclining in a chair sipping tea. Jack had never shied away from a fight. On the contrary, the more ferocious the clash, the more exhilarated he felt. Kaido had been at the Navy headquarters for 3 days now, and although the sustenance had been splendid, it did little to quell Jack's restless spirit. What he yearned for most was a brawl, especially with so many Navy personnel nearby, intensifying his desire for combat. Meanwhile, aboard the red-haired pirate's ship, Ben, do you think Shanks has been gone for too long, without any news? What if something unfortunate has occurred? Shouldn't we head to the island to check? As the third in command of the red-haired pirates, and the first to set sail with Shanks, Yasopp expressed his deep concern to his companion, Ben Beckman. As pirates, especially after the recent battle, none could believe the Navy would set aside their grievances to collaborate with them. However, since Shanks was the captain and chose to trust the Navy, they had no alternative but to heed his wishes. Let's not rush. Brothers, arm yourselves. If Shanks has not returned by nightfall, we shall unite and go to retrieve him, Ben Beckman replied, displaying no urgency. He had immense faith in Shanks' prowess, regardless of the Navy headquarters. With 3 emperors of the sea gathered, it was inconceivable that any incident could occur without a trace. The Navy lacked the capability for such an eventuality. Aboard Bigmum's ship, Mama has been silent for so long. Katakuri, do you think we should go down and investigate? Biscuit Minister Charlotte Cracker gazed at the encircling Navy warships, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Mama instructed us to remain on the ship. We must not defy her orders, lest her wrath brings dire consequences, Katakuri interjected. As Katakuri prepared to respond, Perispero interjected, if anything were to happen to Mama, it would be most advantageous for me. Only with her demise could I inherit the Bigmum pirates. He was the one who most hoped for Bigmum's downfall. Upon hearing Perispero's words, Cracker disregarded him entirely. In this world, strength dictated authority, and Perispero's weakness rendered him insignificant in Cracker's eyes. To Cracker, his sole worthy brother was Katakuri. Noticing Cracker's disregard, a shadow of gloom crossed Perispero's face. Simultaneously, Perispero had already plotted, once he succeeded Bigmum, to ensure that both Cracker and Katakuri would meet their doom without a trace. Fear not, you know Mama's strength. Even if we were all to perish, Mama would remain unharmed, Katakuri reassured Cracker, casting a disdainful glance at Perispero. Katakuri's observation haki had nearly reached its zenith. He could not penetrate Perispero's thoughts, but he could sense the most basic malevolence. He could still perceive Perispero's overwhelming hostility. Katakuri never contemplated inheriting Bigmum's power. His sole desire was to protect his younger siblings. Regardless of the circumstances, he would never allow Perispero to ascend as the new sovereign of the Bigmum pirates, even if Bigmum were to face calamity. Meanwhile, the Navy's warships were consciously repositioning themselves, their cannons quietly trained on the 3 massive pirate vessels. It is no exaggeration to state that at a mere command, the combined firepower of dozens of warships would rain down upon the 3 pirate ships. Just as the pirates harbored animosity towards the Navy felt equally resentful following the bloodbath of the past. These pirates had slain their close comrades, and now Sengoku proposed an alliance with them. Were it not for Li Yunlong's involvement, many Navy commanders might not have consented to such an arrangement. While Sengoku commanded considerable respect within the Navy, it was ultimately not his sole dominion. Even though they had accepted Sengoku's decision, The vice admirals still harbored a sliver of hope that perhaps Sengoku intended to use this opportunity to eradicate the pirates altogether. As the Navy prepared their cannons for firing, Vice Admiral Tsuru and Shanks approached the harbor, engaged in jovial conversation. In that case, I shall leave this to you all. I will await your return at the Navy headquarters to celebrate your triumph, Vice Admiral Tsuru stated as they reached the harbor. To prevent a surprise attack from Whitebeard, Tsuru and Karp had chosen to remain at the Navy headquarters. Among them, Kapu volunteered to stay upon hearing Admiral Hay mention that Whitebeard might come. For Kapu's foremost desire at that moment was to avenge Sengoku. Thus, he would seize any opportunity to confront Whitebeard. As everyone boarded their respective ships, the whirring of steam engines resonated, and one by one, the warships departed in perfect unison from the harbor of the Navy headquarters. At this moment, 3 colossal pirate ships followed suit, setting sail alongside the Navy. A grand battle was destined to unfold. Meanwhile, far away on the Red Earth continent, Li Yunlong had long been prepared to welcome the impending conflict. Wang Dabiao instructed his men to be ready, awaiting his command to launch their weapons. In the command room, Li Yunlong diligently scoured the map for suitable terrain for battle, resolute in his determination not to allow the battleground to be located on the Red Earth continent. Chapter 64. With a thunderous crash, monstrous waves surged, and fierce winds coalesced dark clouds. A fine drizzle enveloped the sky, evoking a sense of an impending storm in Xianka's heart. Standing on the deck, Xianka felt an overwhelming weight of gravity. He would not underestimate an unknown enemy, especially one that had compelled the Navy to seek assistance. On the other side, aboard Big Mom's ship, Katakuri had worn a grim expression since their departure. He sensed an inexplicable danger lurking at the edge of his consciousness, intensifying as they approached the Red Earth continent. Standing on the deck, he surveyed his surroundings, surrounded by what could be deemed the world's strongest lineup, yet feeling no semblance of security. It was as if their mission was a march towards doom. He silently hoped it was merely a figment of his imagination. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, glancing at his family members beside him, who were brimming with excitement for the impending battle, and he silently prayed. As the fleet drew closer to the Red Earth continent, the clouds thickened, and a torrential downpour ensued. "What troublesome weather," Gung Siling remarked as he stepped out onto the deck, braving the harsh elements. He unsheathed his blade and waved it slightly toward the sky. In an instant, a cerulean slash surged forth, expanding and thickening as it ascended, transforming into a long azure river that soared towards the heavens. The heavy clouds were instantaneously torn asunder, allowing sunlight to pierce through the rift. General Qingyang has made his move. The Navy soldiers cheered, their spirits bolstered for the upcoming confrontation. Humph! Kaido, reveling in the rain, disdainfully curled his lip. Although his fruit was that of a fire dragon, being a variant of the fish fruit, he relished rainy days. What irked him most was witnessing others flaunting their prowess before him. Just then, a black slash, nearly twice the girth of King Silang's strike, soared from Big Mom's ship towards the sky. The clouds that had just begun to coalesce were utterly dispersed, and in the next moment, the storm ceased, revealing the blazing sun overhead. At that moment, the entire Navy fell into silence, for their general was being suppressed in an arena where he was most adept, leaving them feeling humiliated. "Just a child's play," Kapu muttered, lifting his eyelids in contempt. Among the 4 emperors, only Whitebeard and Kaido commanded Kapu's respect. He had always perceived Big Mom as a squanderer of her innate talent. Had she devoted herself to cultivating her physique instead of dabbling in flamboyant abilities, it was likely that Whitebeard would not even be a match for her. At that moment, bubbles floated across the distant sky, and, as they burst, the clouds began to gather once more. "What is this? Is it going to rain again?" Both the Navy and pirates pointed in astonishment at the sky, perplexed by the phenomenon. They had just witnessed the clouds being dispersed by General Qingyang and Big Mom. How could they coalesce again? Was this truly the fabled rain-prone region? Damn it, had we already been discovered? The expression of Admiral Hay turned grave as she realized that the impending downpour was undoubtedly orchestrated, for it was too peculiar to be natural. "Send orders to advance at full speed," she commanded urgently to the soldiers nearby. "Admiral Hay, ahead lies California Island. Crossing that small isle brings us closer to the Red Earth continent. Shouldn't we allow the soldiers to rest and prepare for the upcoming battle in optimal condition?" A Navy vice admiral suggested from behind her. Meanwhile, in the command room on the Red Earth continent, Li Yunlong pressed a red button. Beep, 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 beep. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown resonated from the large screen in the command room, and, simultaneously, a thick protective membrane rose around the outermost layer of the base. With a thunderous boom, the earth outside the base split open, and a massive nuclear warhead emerged, accompanied by a deafening roar as a colossal missile ascended into the air, only to shatter in mid-flight, altering its trajectory towards the Navy fleet. Simultaneously, the telescopes and cameras facing outward from the base activated, revealing the external world. Sitting in the command room, Akainu sipped tea while observing the unfolding scene. He was indeed curious about the device Li Yunlong had just launched, for the gravity of Li Yunlong's demeanor suggested its significant power. However, Akainu still doubted that Li Yunlong could halt the advance of the World Alliance with a mere missile. Look, something is flying this way. A naval lookout who had just climbed the lookout tower suddenly spotted a glimmering object in the distance and shouted, pointing towards it. Instantly, all eyes turned in unison toward that direction, fixated on the peculiar object approaching them. As it soared midway, the object abruptly changed course, plummeting directly towards the unsuspecting California island. What is that? Kaido inquired, puzzled by the sight. Is this a weapon from those interdimensional visitors? Why not direct it towards here instead of dropping it on the small island? Quickly take cover. Just then, a furious roar from Katakuri echoed from Big Mom's ship, mixed with threads of fear and faint despair. Nevertheless, no one took his words seriously. Even if a weapon was flying through the sky, there was no cause for alarm. That weapon had already fallen onto the small island, which was a mere 2 or 3 kilometers away from here. What was there to fear? However, they would soon discover the source of their apprehension and understand what Katakuri truly feared. Indeed, the weapon launched from the Red Earth continent was the sole nuclear bomb brought by Li Yunlong's forces, a weapon capable of bringing about unprecedented devastation. A hydrogen bomb. With a loud crash, as the hydrogen bomb descended upon California Island, it first struck the ground heavily, then rebounded slightly, producing a series of crisp sounds, before revealing its might before the eyes of many powerful beings in this world. Chapter 65, Peace. As the outer shell of the hydrogen bomb gradually succumbed to the internal forces, a scorching white light began to seep through the cracks. In the next moment, the air seemed to freeze as if the world had been paused, and a silent yet terrifying force erupted between heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. Destruction, absolute annihilation. First, a terrifyingly high temperature capable of incinerating everything gathered at the site of the explosion, followed by a blinding white light that, under the blazing sun, resembled a new sun erupting forth. Great sound, minimal noise. The air could scarcely carry any sound, as the concentrated terrifying force suddenly unleashed its fury. Boom! It was as if the world was being created anew. An indescribable shockwave erupted instantaneously from the center of the explosion, erasing everything in its path. The dust and debris kicked up by the explosion formed a thick mushroom cloud above the epicenter. But for the allied forces of pirates and marines, the true terror was just beginning. Before everyone's eyes, an unfathomable force erupted from the center of the small island, engulfing the entire land in a brilliant white light. Countless sailors and pirates who dared to witness the nuclear explosion were blinded by the radiance in an instant. Simultaneously, the shockwave struck. The sea was swept by the shockwave, triggering a towering tsunami hundreds of meters high, while the wind pressure sliced through the bodies of those remaining standing in the Allied forces. The searing heat scorched everything it touched, transforming the vicinity of California Island into a veritable hell on Earth. Time passed, perhaps 10 minutes or half an hour, within this realm. Time lost all meaning, and everything gradually settled into silence. The ships of the pirate and marine alliance that had approached the small island had vanished, leaving only splintered wood and marine corpses scattered about. Surprisingly, the vessels of the 3 emperors showed no signs of damage, as they had conquered half the world alongside their masters, showcasing their robustness in such times. Shanks released the haki that had merely enveloped him, gazing in shock and disbelief at the scene before him. He was not alone in this expression. Those who survived stood dumbfounded, staring at the sea. California Island, a medium-sized landmass, had completely vanished from sight, as if it had never existed, and the small island they had previously seen was merely an illusion. As time ticked away, the once calm surface of the sea suddenly stirred, and Big Mom's ship began to move. However, the direction had changed. The vessel turned around and sailed back towards the New World. Following suit, the Beast Pirates also stirred, quietly departing without uttering a word. Shanks did not wait long. with the departure of the red-haired pirates. It signified the total defeat of the Allied forces. "Let us return to Marine headquarters," said Vice Admiral Tsuru, pursing her cracked lips, choosing not to discuss the departed pirates, but instead calmly instructing the Marines beside her. As she turned and walked towards the cabin, her heart felt entirely dead. In truth, Vice Admiral Tsuru no longer understood the purpose of her journey. She felt as if all the dreams of the Navy had shattered. She was acutely aware that the recently detonated nuclear bomb was Li Yunlong's warning, demonstrating that they were not here for conquest. Had they truly harbored malicious intent, that nuclear bomb would have already fallen among them. Vice Admiral Tsuru was certain that no one in this world could withstand such a terrifying weapon, not even Kaido. The ever-death-seeking Kaido had not uttered a word and fled. This was the best example for Vice Admiral Tsuru. Under the current circumstances, sending more people would only lead to their demise. It was best to return to Marine headquarters to devise a countermeasure. Such a prime opportunity, with the enemy not having wiped them out completely, suggested that these otherworldly visitors still sought negotiation. It was time to see what demands they would present. Indeed, what demands? The situation was now abundantly clear. With the enemy strong and the Navy weak, what qualifications did they have to negotiate? The power of the nuclear bomb had been witnessed by all. Vice Admiral Tsuru was certain that even if that bomb were dropped on the new Marine headquarters, survival would be uncertain for anyone. Vice Admiral Tsuru envisioned the rise of a new overlord upon the seas, pondering what this newfound power would bring to the world. On the Red Earth continent, Akainu's teacup had long since fallen to the ground, scalding tea spilling all over him, yet he appeared oblivious, fixated on the images projected on a large screen. Was this the legendary nuclear bomb? Indeed, it possessed the power to annihilate the world. After a lengthy pause, Akainu gradually stood, his gaze complex as he regarded Li Yunlong. In that moment, Akainu began to doubt whether Li Yunlong's true intention was to showcase the overwhelming power he had attained, enabling him to recognize the bomb's devastating capacity. While many claimed that those at their level wielded such calamitous power, Akainu understood that they were only partially correct. Both tsunamis and volcanic eruptions possess levels, but he had never heard of a volcanic eruption that could entirely obliterate an island. From the performance of this nuclear bomb, it was clear that it completely upended Akainu's understanding of power. That was a medium-sized island. Had it not been for its proximity to the Red Earth continent and the government's restrictions on habitation, that island could have supported a sizable nation. Yet, such a landmass was eradicated from the sea surface by a mere nuclear bomb. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, Akainu would not have believed it. Had someone told him beforehand, he would have laughed it off. After all, no one would engage in conflict with a fool. Even Whitebeard, in his prime, would take considerable time to destroy a medium-sized island. Even with the power of the Gura no Mi, it would take time, let alone others. Upon witnessing this scene, Akainu was acutely aware that true peace was imminent. After all, no one would dare provoke a fool. Even the destruction of a medium-sized island would require the full effort of Whitebeard, and even he, wielding the power of the Gura no Mi, would take considerable time. Thus, it was evident that others would fare even worse. Chapter 66. Gathering at Marine headquarters on the return journey, the atmosphere aboard Kaido's ship was eerily silent, with not a word spoken among the crew. The only sounds were the waves crashing against the vessel and the howling wind, creating an unexpectedly calm ambience. Kaido, with a grim expression, sat at the bow, replaying the earlier events in his mind. In that moment, he truly felt the breath of death, a sensation so intense that it instilled an unprecedented fear within him. Fear of death itself. This dread lingered in his heart, and even now, Kaido had yet to escape its grasp. He resolved never to provoke those otherworldly beings again. If he could not confront them, then he would simply retreat to the new world. After witnessing the might of the weapons displayed earlier, Kaido harbored no doubts about the consequences of crossing the Marines. They operated on an entirely different level, and the notion that their weapons could not harm those with Logia abilities was nothing short of a farce. Who could withstand such power? If struck, a Logia user would hardly survive. They were not divine beings. The more Kaido pondered, the angrier he became, and the frustration of having made a fruitless journey only deepened his discontent. With a determined expression, he proclaimed, "Let us head to Marine headquarters and reclaim what they promised us." "All right, boss. I've longed for a grand spectacle." Upon hearing Kaido's words, Jack sprang to his feet, eager for a showdown. Now that Kaido had expressed his intentions, as his foremost subordinate, Jack was fully supportive, his fists itching for action. "Kill the Marines! Kill the Marines! Kill the Marines!" The elite members of the Beast Pirates cheered in unison. A counterattack on Marine headquarters. How audacious. Except for the fleeting victory of the Whitebeard pirates over the Marines, the seas had always been dominated by the latter. Even with the 4 emperors of the sea reigning in the New World, it was widely acknowledged that they were effectively cornered by the Marines. The most formidable force in this world was undeniably the Marines. The world government, shielded by the Marines, stood unassailable, leaving the Revolutionary Army to languish in the lesser seas. Now, Kaido intended to lead them against the Marines, inciting excitement among these already wild pirates. Kaido's ship was filled with true pirates, those who engaged in plunder and destruction. They ventured forth seeking treasure and glory, and what could possibly enhance their reputation more than conquering Marine headquarters. Simultaneously, aboard the Queen Mother Sing's ship, the Big Mom pirates were eerily calm, shaken by the earlier spectacle. Before today, if anyone had claimed that one could obliterate a medium-sized island in a single strike, Big Mom would have dismissed it, asserting her Elbaf spear could send such a person back to the womb. However, having witnessed the event firsthand, the entire Big Mom crew fell silent. Did the Marines dare to launch an offensive? If they did not come to attack, they should count themselves fortunate, yet they still sought trouble. Truly, they were courting disaster. The Marines were bound to fall. All they needed to do was return and secure the New World. Mother, shouldn't we return to Whole Cake Island? At this moment of silence, Katakuri approached Big Mom and spoke. What do you mean, if not to Whole Cake Island? Are we to accompany the Marines to their demise? Big Mom, still rattled, responded curtly to her most cherished son. Mother, we should head to Marine headquarters. The Marines have provoked forces they cannot contend with. These otherworldly guests are set to dominate the world. Thus, we might as well establish a favorable rapport. Let us assist in resolving this formidable challenge they face. The Marines are still at sea. If we act swiftly, we can finish the battle and retreat, thereby avoiding the returning Marines while demonstrating our willingness to cooperate with these visitors. Katakuri, possessing a keen sense of observation, was the first to grasp the magnitude of the nuclear weapon's power. He understood that this weapon could have annihilated them all. It was directed towards an uninhabited island instead. This was a clear indication that the otherworldly beings were merely showcasing their might, warning them without a desire to cause harm. This signified that they required assistance from this world, and thus, they should help eliminate their greatest obstacle. Katakuri was confident that these otherworldly guests would not refuse their friendship or this act of goodwill. Meanwhile, on Red Line, Li Yunlong and Feng Jini, accompanied by their advisors, signed an alliance agreement with Akainu, affixing Li Yunlong's official seal. Admiral Akainu, we place our trust solely in you as the Marine Marshal. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We will provide unwavering support. As he handed the signed document to Akainu, Li Yunlong spoke earnestly. During this time, Akainu had been quietly observed by Li Yunlong, who wished to assess his character. If Akainu's integrity proved lacking, a cold bullet would await him instead of collaboration. However, through careful scrutiny, Li Yunlong found Akainu's character to be reliable. Throughout his time in the construction team, Akainu had primarily focused on understanding their world, particularly its governance philosophy and legal systems. From this, Li Yunlong gleaned insights into Akainu's ambitions. Furthermore, through intelligence networks, he had learned of Akainu's deeds, revealing the image of a resolute and iron-willed man. Although this iron-willed figure might bear some exaggeration, he had shown a willingness to sacrifice his life and the lives of civilians in the pursuit of defeating pirates. He embodied the essence of a steadfast Japanese warrior, one who values strength above all else. As long as he maintained his formidable power, there was no fear of betrayal. With such a Marine Marshal present, they would face no concerns before their forces arrived. This Marine Marshal would undoubtedly clear many obstacles, and it was reasonable to assume that the Marines would recognize reality upon witnessing the power of nuclear weapons. Akainu, with their support, should have no trouble ascending to the role of Marine Marshal. Allow me to express my gratitude, General Lee. Our days of collaboration are still ahead. Akainu, rarely able to contain his emotions, laughed heartily as he accepted the document, showing his goodwill towards Li Yunlong. As their eyes met, an unspoken vision of the future sparked a shared laughter between them. Chapter 67. The Crumbling Marine Headquarters Thunderous Calamity. Lightning spiraled through the air, while the earth trembled violently. A towering figure reminiscent of a steel tower wielded a spiked club, dashing through the ranks of the Navy with unparalleled ferocity. leaving the vast naval headquarters devoid of any worthy adversaries. "Kaido, how dare you?" The sight filled Vice Admiral Crane, positioned at the back of the crowd, with anguish. She could never have anticipated that Kaido, who was supposed to join forces with Admiral Kizaru and Garp, would appear here, frenziedly attacking the Navy. What on earth had transpired? This was the Navy's most vulnerable moment, as all the admirals had departed en masse to confront Li Yunlong and his crew, investing significant resources in this operation. Not only had Garp and the admirals ventured forth, but nearly half of the Navy's vice admirals had also taken to the battlefield. Their resolve was firm. They were determined to either expel Li Yunlong and his crew or wager everything on the battlefield. Yet, the expected outcome of war had not materialized, and Kaido, who should have been on the battlefield, had instead brought his beast pirates here to slaughter the Navy indiscriminately. What had transpired on the battlefield? Was Kaido not afraid of the Navy's main force returning for revenge? "Ha ha ha, I fear nothing. If you hand over the devil fruit, I might let you off this time." With a single swing, Kaido sent a giant vice admiral flying, laughing maniacally. Kaido was indeed unafraid, having witnessed the devastating power of that nuclear weapon. He knew the Navy was doomed. The very existence of a Navy obstructed the ambitions of those who sought to dominate this world. They could not bypass the Navy. Moreover, the Navy had proactively attacked them, deepening the grudge. The future of the Navy was certainly bleak. Given this reality, the Navy's devil fruits could not be squandered. Rather than allowing them to fall into the hands of others, it was better to take them now, as they were promised rewards. Kaido had resolved to return to the new world with the devil fruits, and would not emerge again until the situation became clearer. "Vice Admiral Crane, why not just give him the devil fruits? We could discuss everything once the admirals return." Vice Admiral Crane was clearly reluctant and was about to voice her objections when an older vice admiral tugged at her sleeve, lowering his head and speaking softly. He lacked confidence in his words, never having imagined a day when the Navy, which dominated the seas, would have to bow to pirates. However, he truly did not wish to see the fighting continue. Being from the same era as Garp, he understood the stamina of these monsters all too well. Especially with a behemoth like Kaido, without the Navy's presence, no matter how many troops they amassed, it would be a futile sacrifice. Moreover, Kaido's defection at this moment surely had its reasons. Perhaps something had gone awry with the expeditionary force. In a situation fraught with uncertainty, it was not worth it to engage in a desperate fight against Kaido, especially with the entire Beast Pirates mobilized. Apart from Kaido, a Yonko, there were also 3 calamities who surpassed ordinary vice admirals and 6 flying 6 who were comparable to regular vice admirals. Continuing the fight would likely lead to only one outcome: the annihilation of the Navy before Kaido exhausted his strength. Since Kaido sought the devil fruits, it would be prudent to acquiesce. After all, the Navy had accumulated so much over the years. Losing some devil fruits, while painful, was preferable to total annihilation. Vice Admiral Crane understood this principle, but she hesitated to ponder it deeply. Kaido's presence here, and his audacity in attacking the Navy, clearly indicated that something had gone wrong with the expeditionary forces. Otherwise, given the current strength of the Navy, how could Kaido dare to act so recklessly? Did he not fear being captured by the admirals? However, in this situation, to hand over the devil fruits to Kaido would signify the Navy's surrender, jeopardizing their standing in the world. If news of the Navy's downfall were to spread, how many would lose their fear and respect for the Navy? The future of the Navy would be dire. For Kaido, it was merely a matter of obtaining the devil fruits, but for the Navy, the implications were far more complex. Thus, this battle could only end with Kaido ceasing his assault. "You shall have what you desire." Vice Admiral Crane, without further hesitation, called out loudly to Kaido. In such dire circumstances, concerns about face were trivial. The Navy's survival was at stake, and what use was pride in the face of death? The pressing priority was to swiftly establish contact with Garp and the others. If they were in peril, preparations must be made for a counterattack. And Akiji and Zephyr should be promptly recalled to headquarters. The Navy had too many enemies, far too many. Should anything happen to the admirals, there would surely be no shortage of those willing to take advantage of the situation. This vast ocean's bounty was limited. Independent kingdoms were merely a feast for the powerful. Currently, the Navy had consumed 2/3 of the bounty at the table, leaving the remaining third to be shared among 7 or 8 others. Among those, Four occupied 2/3 of that third, while one claimed 9/10 of the remaining third. The scraps were left for the smaller factions. If anything befell Garp and the others at the table would be quick to tear the Navy apart. Therefore, it was best to send Kaido away. Pride could be sacrificed. If Garp and the others returned, they would certainly reclaim their dignity from Kaido. But if they failed to return, what good was pride without the Navy? Cease your assault. Upon hearing Vice Admiral Crane's command, Kaido let out a furious roar, halting the conflict. In truth, Kaido was also calculating the time. He did not wish to continue fighting, as he feared Garp and the others would return. Having witnessed the power of that nuclear weapon, Kaido believed that even Garp, no matter how stubborn, would not dare to court death. Thus, he took advantage of the Navy's slower ships to launch a blitzkrieg on their headquarters. On these seas, pirate ships were generally faster than those of the Navy. After all, Navy vessels often carried heavy artillery, which impeded their speed. Moreover, for pirates who were constantly pursued by the Navy, slow speed on the escape route often equated to death, so they certainly invested in speed. In fact, Vice Admiral Crane feared for Garp and the others, while Kaido was also wary of their return. Kaido was characterized by arrogance, but was not foolish enough to believe he could single-handedly confront four peers, especially with Garp among them. After Kaido ceased his assault, Vice Admiral Crane returned directly to the underground chamber of headquarters, retrieving the devil fruits to present them to Kaido. However, unaware that the crisis had not yet passed, she did not know that Big Mom's pirate ship was approaching from dozens of kilometers away. Chapter 68, The Arrival of Big Mom. I shall spare you this time, but should the Navy dare to intrude upon my territory again, I will have no mercy. After receiving and inspecting the devil fruits, Kaido did not forget to threaten the Navy. This was the Navy, and such an opportunity to flaunt his power at their headquarters would likely not come again. It would not be long before the Navy existed only in history. With this thought, Kaido disdainfully curled his lip and sneered, turning to board his ship, setting sail into the depths of the new world with his beast pirates. From this day forth, the beast pirates would rise on the reputation of the Navy, becoming the most formidable Yonko crew on the seas. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Vice Admiral Gaiju gazed at the desolate Navy headquarters, and an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him. When had the Navy ever endured such treatment? It was always the Navy chasing after pirates, yet today, the 100 beast pirates had the audacity to ride on their necks, nearly leading to a complete annihilation of their forces. For a seasoned Vice Admiral like Gaiju, this was an unparalleled disgrace. Gather the bodies and tend to all the wounded. Vice Admiral, he sighed inwardly, unable to suppress her emotions. However, amidst the chaos enveloping the Navy headquarters, she was the only one capable of taking command of the situation. Raising her gaze toward the direction of the red soil continent, an ominous premonition arose within her. Kaido had returned, yet Garp and the others had shown no signs of response. Something unforeseen must have occurred. She hoped the situation had not deteriorated to its worst, but it was evident that the Navy would soon face difficulties. Suddenly, Vice Admiral He's pupils constricted sharply as she seemed to witness something unbelievable in the direction of the red soil continent. All personnel, prepare for battle, she commanded loudly. Pointing ahead, the busy Navy personnel hurriedly ceased their activities and looked up in the direction indicated by Vice Admiral He. In the distance, a pink pirate ship gradually emerged from the water. It was the Queen Mama Sing of Big Mom. Ma, 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 ma. Little ones, annihilate these Navy scum. Big Mom laughed, exclaiming excitedly from the bow of the ship. As a pirate, who could resist the temptation to retaliate against the Navy headquarters, particularly the unruly Big Mom? Here they come. The faces of a Navy personnel displayed expressions of humiliation. Must they endure this path for a second time? All forces, prepare for battle. All forces, prepare for battle. Fire all cannons and sink them. Observing the soldiers in the training ground standing like automatons, seemingly resigned to their fate, Vice Admiral, he hastily urged them. Fire! 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 Upon hearing her words, everyone finally reacted, and officers across various departments swiftly directed their subordinates to aim at the Queen Mama Sing and unleash a fierce barrage. Boom! 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 In an instant, a rain of cannon fire filled the sky, far exceeding the earlier downpour, and this rain was lethal. Return fire! Charge forward! On the other side, Big Mom directed the gunners aboard her ship to retaliate against the Navy. The Navy's cannon fire was destined to be in vain. No great pirate ship had ever been sunk by cannon fire, let alone the Queen Mama Sing of Big Mom. Just as the cannonballs soared toward the ship, they were detonated by a soul-piercing scream from Big Mom herself. It was the terrifying power of her devil fruit, capable of manipulating souls. The force of her shout was indeed formidable. However, the Navy had never considered cannon fire as their trump card. In close-quarters combat, true strength would determine the victor. Yet, Having learned from the earlier lesson against the 100 Beast pirates, the Navy was prepared and would not allow the Big Mom pirates to advance easily. It was dire. The Navy directly unleashed their secret weapon, the pacifistas. Dozens of pacifistas emerged from the Navy's rear. Previously, Vice Admiral, he deemed them ineffective against Kaido's brute strength, and rather than sending them to their demise, she chose to conserve their power. But the circumstances were different now. With Big Mom's pirate ship still far from docking at the Navy headquarters, the distance was just right for the pacifistas to unleash their laser beams effectively. If they did not deploy them now, it would be a grave oversight on the Navy's part. As the pacifistas opened their mouths wide, golden light flickered within. In the next moment, beams of golden laser light shot forth toward the Queen Mama Singh. Unlike the previous cannonballs, these lasers were far more challenging to intercept, especially since the pacifistas possessed built-in targeting capabilities. The golden rays struck the Queen Mama Singh before the Big Mom pirates could even react. Upon impact, a series of small explosions erupted, leaving the ship riddled with holes. Unlike Kaido, who had been directly received on shore by the Navy, the Big Mom pirates faced insurmountable odds. Navy, I shall have your heads. Just as the pacifistas prepared to unleash their second wave of laser beams, Big Mom's high-pitched shriek pierced the air, accompanied by a fiery flying slash that erupted from the mist surrounding her ship. This tempestuous woman was about to unleash her fury. The Queen of the Seas was ready to demonstrate her might against the Navy. Facing Big Mom's flying slash, Vice Admiral Gue Jiju, a master swordsman, stepped forward without hesitation. Drawing 6 long swords, he unleashed massive flying slashes that struck in a row, pinning down Big Mom's attack. The Navy had never lacked strong individuals. Every Vice Admiral could easily be recognized as a formidable pirate on the seas. While they might not match Big Mom in direct confrontation and could even be defeated in a single blow, successfully countering her flying slash that had traveled several thousand meters was well within their capabilities. With all his might, Vice Admiral Gue Jiju was sent flying by Big Mom's slash, but he managed to block it just barely. The disparity in strength was evident. Sheer effort could not bridge that gap. The decades of hard training for Gue Jiju could not withstand Big Mom's innate prowess. This was a being who had destroyed Giant Village at the age of 5. And for an ordinary person like Vice Admiral Gue Jiju, their strengths were simply not on the same level, rendering comparison futile. Chapter 69. The Whitebeard Pirates Operation. Big Mom's attack was thwarted by Vice Admiral Gue Jiju, a testament to his capabilities. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, having blocked it was still an achievement, prompting cheers from the Navy personnel. Simultaneously, the second laser beam from the pacifistas was unleashed. Once again, the Queen Mama Singh suffered grievously. Under the relentless assault of the laser beams, even a ship forged of iron would have melted, let alone one made of wood. Under the onslaught of the laser beams, the Queen Mama Singh was obliterated into fragments, and everyone aboard plummeted into the sea. With the destruction of the Queen Mama Singh, Big Mom descended into a frenzy, standing atop Zeus and wildly swinging Napoleon, unleashing slashes forward. Katakuri and others utilized their own methods to float in the air or balance on planks to escape. After all, it was rare to hear of a devil fruit user succumbing to drowning, especially those who had nearly perfected their abilities. To comprehend the current situation, it is essential to recognize that in their endeavor to confront Li Yunlong and his forces, the Big Mom pirates have dispatched individuals of no lesser caliber than the Candy Minister. Should they succumb to the depths of the sea, it would indeed be a source of great amusement. In response to Big Mom's onslaught, the Navy had undoubtedly prepared in advance. As the saying goes, when strength is lacking, numbers must compensate. While a solitary vice admiral may find it impossible to contend with Big Mom, a coalition of several vice admirals can certainly withstand her onslaught. Like the formidable swordsman, Vice Admiral Goeju, who unleashed a torrent of aerial slashes. Various other ability users joined the fray, while those without special powers or swordsmanship resorted to long-range techniques, such as the finger gun gale, to counter Big Mom's retaliation. The sky became a dazzling spectacle, adorned with a kaleidoscope of colors. However, as time dragged on, Big Mom drew ever closer. She had never anticipated that her slashes would have any significant impact. After all, she emerged from the sea, possessing a modicum of combat wisdom. These slashes were merely a tactic to facilitate her ascent to the Navy's headquarters and delay her progress, with no expectations of inflicting casualties. At this moment, the Navy admirals had likely not returned, and it was improbable that any formidable adversaries awaited her at the headquarters. Once she set foot on the island, Big Mom was filled with confidence, foreseeing a one-sided massacre. Simultaneously, Akainu had boarded the Navy's warship. Indeed, having departed from the Red Soil continent aboard a small boat provided by Li Yunlong, Akainu had now joined Karp and the others on their vessel. He uttered little, simply stating that he had fulfilled the peacekeeping mission assigned by Sengoku. Without further ado, he produced the document signed by Li Yunlong. The moment the document was revealed, everyone, including Karp, understood that the Navy's new fleet admiral had been established. Although the specifics of Akainu's agreement with the visitors from another world remained unclear, the recent events replayed vividly in the minds of all present. No one wished to speculate on whether the nuclear missile could eliminate him. With the support of Li Yunlong and his allies, Akainu was destined to ascend as the Navy's new fleet admiral, a development that Karp was reluctant to contest. Moreover, having witnessed the power of nuclear weaponry, the others began to perceive this as a fortuitous turn of events. When the disparity in strength becomes too vast, the courage to challenge dissipates. With a weapon capable of obliterating a medium-sized island at their disposal, the Navy no longer contemplated expelling Li Yunlong and his cohorts. Instead, Karp and his allies now worried about how to survive after offending them. Regardless of status or identity, no one wished for death, since Akainu had achieved reconciliation with them. This development was indeed fortuitous for all. In this vast ocean, might dictates the rules. The weak are devoured by the strong, and the victors claim the throne. If one wields absolute power, they become the architect of the rules. With the demonstration of such overwhelming strength, whether in the hearts of the four emperors or the Navy, Li Yunlong had emerged as the new arbiter of this world. As they set sail back to the Navy's headquarters, Akainu could no longer contain the upward curl of his lips and commanded the entire fleet with satisfaction. He understood that he had triumphed, and regardless of circumstances, Akiji could never surpass him again. Although his victory was influenced by external factors, Akainu could no longer afford to cast aside these achievements for the sake of a fair competition with Akiji. This was a battle of beliefs, allowing no room for chance. Akainu required this identity to enforce his sense of justice and sought to transform the world through it. Drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired in construction, he aimed to fundamentally alter this distorted society. No one is born to be exalted. In the future, the Navy would establish a new order upon these seas. The so-called nobility and royalty would be compelled to adhere to the Navy's regulations. Those pesky remnants of the seas would be eradicated, and upon returning, the Navy could consolidate its combat strength to eradicate pirates from the four seas at their roots. With the knowledge of nuclear weaponry's prowess, Kaido and others would likely refrain from venturing into the New World upon learning of Li Yunlong's alliance with the Navy. Consequently, the Navy could unleash its full might, focusing entirely on the four seas and the initial segments of the Grand Line, gradually reshaping the populace's mindset. Those so-called kingdoms would be dismantled, and everyone would abide by the Navy's rules henceforth. The more Akainu contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly anticipating his return to the Navy's headquarters to realize his ambitions. On the other hand, the Whitebeard pirates also commenced their operations. After sending Sengoku into the sea, the first order of business for Whitebeard was to thoroughly cleanse his territory. He systematically dismantled those pirate crews that had sought to provoke the Whitebeard pirates, believing them weakened. This extensive purge reinstated the formidable reputation of the Whitebeard pirates, causing the entire New World to tremble at the mere mention of his name. Those who had previously viewed the Whitebeard pirates as vulnerable and sought to challenge them quickly tucked their tails between their legs, disappearing from sight. For Whitebeard, this was merely the beginning. After a prolonged period of inactivity, the Whitebeard pirates commenced a new wave of expansion, directly recruiting 5 powerful pirate crews as subordinate allies. Simultaneously, Whitebeard welcomed 5 new sons into his fold. Following this expansion, the Whitebeard pirates could be said to possess the combined strength of 2 of the 4 emperors. The pinnacle of their power resided in Whitebeard and Ace, while Marco represented the vice admiral level strength. The ranks of captain-level fighters were numerous, especially with the addition of the newly joined captains and their first mates. The Whitebeard pirates could rightfully claim the title of the uncrowned king of the latter half of the Grand Line. Chapter 70. Akainu's Fury, the Battered Navy Headquarters. That night, under the cover of darkness, the moon concealed, and the winds howling ominously, the Navy headquarters lay in ruins, a haunting testament to the dual onslaught of Kaido and Big Mom, littered with the corpses of both Navy personnel and pirates. The entire headquarters was eerily silent, save for the sound of the sea breeze, resembling a ghost town. Big Mom had deliberately unleashed her fury, slaughtering the entire Navy headquarters without sparing even a single creature. This included the logistical personnel of the Navy, and every living being on the small island was annihilated. All valuable possessions were plundered by Big Mom, leaving the headquarters as nothing but a graveyard strewn with bodies and a hollow shell. The iconic horn of the Navy sounded as Akainu and Karp returned. What had transpired today? How could there be such a lack of vigilance? I have only been gone for a few days, and the Navy headquarters has grown so lax. As the warships approached the harbor, yet no Navy personnel appeared to manage the docking, Akainu furrowed his brow and began to reprimand. Soon, he would become the new fleet admiral of the Navy, and he did not wish to lead a crew of inept individuals. How could they abandon even the most basic of precautions? No, Sakazuki, there is a scent of blood in the air. Something has gone awry. Suddenly, a smile crossed his face as if he had caught a whiff of something amiss. He urgently warned Akainu in a hushed tone. Before long, Akainu realized that something was indeed awry. The Marine headquarters was uncharacteristically silent. Normally, even at night, the premises would be illuminated as brightly as during the day due to public electricity, yet today it was engulfed in darkness. It was evident that something catastrophic had occurred at the Marine headquarters. With this thought, Akainu swiftly launched a burst of crimson magma into the sky, illuminating the pitch-black night. The heavens were aglow with molten rock, casting a scarlet light upon the earth of the Marine headquarters, revealing the tilted, shattered buildings and the bodies strewn across the ground. The sight before Karp, Akainu, and the others incessantly tested their limits, rendering the crew on board silent and motionless in shock. Akainu shut his eyes tightly, rubbed them fiercely, and opened them again. They soon turned blood red, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. How he wished that the scene unfolding before him was nothing but a figment of his imagination, even a mere dream. Yet deep down, Akainu knew he could not deceive himself. On the eve of his ascension to Fleet Admiral, the Marine headquarters had been utterly annihilated. Those who had once been loyal soldiers under his command, the Eagle Brigade, were now mostly lifeless corpses sprawled across the ground. In just 10 short days since he had departed the Marine headquarters, he had gone from being a formidable Marine admiral to a solitary commander. Undoubtedly, after this night, the once mighty Navy would crumble. The silent disappearance of the world government and the obliteration of the Marine headquarters could be concealed for a moment. But such truths could never be hidden for a lifetime, especially at such a critical location as the Marine headquarters. Come dawn, any news bird passing by would lay bare everything that had transpired. Akainu was acutely aware of the enigmatic president of the newspaper, the user of the albatross fruit. Who was responsible for this? Who had orchestrated such calamity? At this moment, Akainu's mind was consumed with vengeance. He was fixated on retribution. Whoever obstructed his path would pay with their life. The scent of blood thickened in the air, and Karp and the others lost all sense of hope that had briefly flickered within them. In their desperate attempt to expel Li Yunlong and his crew, the Navy had indeed mobilized all its forces. Understanding the formidable power of Li Yunlong's weaponry, Vice Admiral Crane had certainly refrained from sending ordinary seamen to their doom. The expeditionary force consisted entirely of officers, with even the lowest-ranking crew member being of the rank of major. This was precisely why the Marine headquarters lacked the strength to confront a Yonko crew. Historically, the Navy had always held the upper hand against pirates. Even a typical expeditionary force would deter Kaido and Big Mom from contemplating an assault on the Marine headquarters. Moreover, every individual aboard the expeditionary vessel, aside from a few officers recruited through the global draft, had dedicated at least a decade of their lives to the Navy. They had participated in the battle during the destruction of Marineford, allowing them to take solace in the fact that they had done their utmost. Furthermore, their families had been relocated prior to the onset of war, which meant they could fight without fear of reprisal. But now, no one had evacuated their families before this deployment. It was crucial to understand that only a handful of forces could threaten the Navy, aside from the Revolutionary Army, which was already aware of their whereabouts. The remaining threats were the Yonko. Yet this time, aside from Whitebeard, the other 3 sovereigns had set out alongside them, and reports indicated that Whitebeard was still deep within the New World. Thus the Navy had felt emboldened to mobilize so freely. But what exactly had transpired? What had happened here? Lives had been lost, yet they did not even know who the perpetrator was. Following Akainu's voice that shattered the silence, chaos ensued among everyone, including Karp. Each person, relying on their own capabilities, hastily evacuated the warship and raced toward the devastated Marine headquarters. Those with families rushed to the residential area behind the island, while the unaccompanied scoured the corpses in search of loved ones. Amidst the disorder, Akainu remained silent on the deck. He understood the gravity of the situation. They could no longer restrain the seas. After today, the surviving members of the Navy would likely be referred to as Avengers. They would live solely for the purpose of avenging their families and friends. Although they were still unaware of the identity of the culprit, it was easy to envision the fate that awaited whoever was responsible for this devastation. Any individual discovered by the enraged Navy would be torn to shreds. At this moment, the Navy would pay any price for retribution. Meanwhile, the events unfolding at the New World headquarters were unbeknownst to Kaido. In his perception, he had merely plundered the Navy, accomplishing what a pirate ought to do. Furthermore, this incident presented Kaido with an exceptional opportunity to enhance his notoriety. On his return journey, he disseminated news of his assault on the Marine headquarters, hoping to attract more notorious pirates seeking to join him, enabling him to utilize the 23 devil fruits he had acquired from the Navy to their fullest potential. It was time for the beast pirates to rise, and Whitebeard, that old man, should yield his position as the new sovereign of the seas. Chapter 72. Kaido's demise. Admiral Akainu. No one survived the Marine headquarters. As dawn broke, following the thorough search of the Marine headquarters, a Marine Eagle faction rear admiral approached Akainu from behind, speaking in a subdued tone. As a member of the Eagle faction, he had dedicated much of his life to the Navy, never having the chance to marry or start a family, much like Akainu. Thus, compared to those who had lost sons or wives, he felt sorrow for his fallen comrades, but quickly regained his composure. After all, the deceased were gone, and the living must carry on. As survivors, they had an obligation to live vibrantly for those who had perished, avenging their fallen friends and family with their own lives. They must ensure the deceased are buried, allowing them to rest in peace, and they must swiftly uncover the identity of the perpetrator, regardless of who it may be. Akainu's eyes blazed with the flames of fury. He was on the brink of realizing his dream, poised to change the world. Yet, at the moment of his greatest excitement and satisfaction, such a calamity had struck. Although Akainu was a man of formidable ambition and viewed life rather indifferently, in his eyes, the interests of the Navy were paramount. Anyone daring to challenge the Navy's authority deserved death, especially those who provoked him. Upon hearing Akainu's words, the rear admiral's expression hardened with resolve as he turned to organize the necessary tasks. "Wait, little Crane, I will ensure they accompany you," he vowed. Meanwhile, Carp was personally laying the final handful of soil upon Vice Admiral Crane's grave. In the span of mere days, the few remaining old comrades had departed, leaving Carp profoundly affected. In that moment, he felt as though he had aged several years. Once brimming with youthful exuberance, that spirit has now vanished entirely. The Kapu who still exists at this moment is nothing more than a beast driven solely by the desire for vengeance. As time swiftly passes, the vastness of the ocean and the ferocity of the sea winds cannot conceal certain truths from humanity. It is unclear when the rumors regarding the turmoil within the world government began to circulate across the seas, but it has undeniably become a prevalent topic. Simultaneously, many nations that dared not openly invade have begun to alter their clandestine ambitions. The dynamics of the ocean have undergone a profound transformation, shifting from the shadows to the forefront. Notably, Kaido has already disseminated the news of his chaotic assault on the new Navy headquarters, compelling the Navy to rely on devil fruits for their survival during his return to his territory. The ramifications were strikingly evident, just as Kaido anticipated. Numerous infamous pirates have willingly pledged their allegiance to him, although Kaido is acutely aware that many are primarily drawn by the allure of the devil fruits he possesses. For several seasoned pirates who find themselves at a stalemate in their careers, these fruits represent the most accessible path to breaking through their limitations. With Kaido offering them the promise of these coveted fruits, they are more than willing to join the beast pirates, eager to witness the splendor of the pinnacle of power. However, only a select few possess the qualifications to ascend to such heights, compelling many to regard the devil fruits as their ticket to advancement. Kaido is certainly not oblivious to this reality, yet he has never feared the potential loss of the devil fruits he invests. His confidence lies in his overwhelming strength to dominate them. In this ocean, strength reigns supreme. The powerful can claim everything. Undoubtedly, Kaido stands as the embodiment of strength, the architect of the rules governing this maritime realm. The Cake Island, the stronghold of Big Mom, is in closest proximity to the Navy headquarters, which explains the Navy's profound understanding of the deployment. "Mama, look," Katakuri said, presenting a newspaper to Big Mom. The headline unmistakably reported Kaido's admission of his assault on the Navy. Alongside his arrogant demeanor, Katakuri harbored a lingering suspicion of an unusual relationship between Kaido and Big Mom, which deterred him from prying into matters concerning Kaido. However, his disinterest in Kaido did not prevent Kaido from seeking him out. Oh, does Kaido desire this notoriety? Then let it be his. Upon hearing Li Yunlong's words, Wang Dabiao lost his composure, hastily reddening his face as he spoke. Listen to me, with such a robust physique, it would be a shame not to place him in the construction team. Li Yunlong furrowed his brow and directly interrupted Wang Dabiao. But let him go to the construction team. Although Wang Dabiao hesitated, he ultimately chose to follow through with the command upon seeing Li Yunlong's resolute gaze. Let us proceed, General. Wang Dabiao disdainfully gestured toward the disheveled Akainu. You will regret not killing me, Akainu grunted, forcing himself to stand. Stretching out his limbs to alleviate the numbness from lying too long, his expression dark and brooding. You call yourself a general. Do you genuinely believe you are one? Hearing Akainu's taunt, Wang Dabiao furrowed his brow and retaliated with a swift kick. Bang! Caught off guard, Akainu was sent flying 3 meters by Wang Dabiao's strike, crashing into nearby equipment before landing heavily on the ground. Although Akainu lacked the strength to resist, his formidable physique ensured he emerged unscathed. Chapter 72. Akainu's headache with the surge of the Big Mom pirates. The tale of Kaido leading the Beast Pirates to wreak havoc at the Navy headquarters has grown increasingly ludicrous. Initially, the Beast Pirates boasted of defeating the Navy and forcing them to rely on devil fruits for their survival. As time progressed, aided by the Big Mom pirates, the narrative evolved to suggest that the Beast Pirates annihilated the entire Navy headquarters. Eventually, through countless retellings, the story transformed into one where the Beast Pirates, as a collective force, decisively crushed the Navy headquarters, defeating 5 admirals and forcibly slaying Fleet Admiral Sengoku. They even purportedly destroyed the Holy Land, Mariewa, toppling the world government's 800-year reign. Moreover, the absence of any denial from the Navy and the world government lent an air of undeniable authenticity to these claims. As time passed, apart from the common folk and wandering pirates, many nobles and even kings of small nations came to believe this narrative. Consequently, a surge of pirates from the New World flocked to pledge their allegiance to Kaido. In some respects, the strength of the Beast Pirates has even eclipsed that of the Whitebeard Pirates. They not only surpassed the Navy in power prior to the Great Battle, but also achieved renown at the pinnacle of the ocean, with some even proclaiming the title of Pirate King. For the vast majority, aspiring to become the Pirate King entails discovering the legendary island. Yet for those with considerable influence, regardless of whether they can locate that mythical island, the ocean itself is ruled by strength. If one's power can subdue the other forces of the sea, then one is unequivocally the unassailable Pirate King. Akainu is entirely oblivious to these developments. For him, the foremost priority is not revenge, but swiftly restoring order to the Navy headquarters. The Navy headquarters serves as the central hub for the entire naval force across the seas, with countless branches dispersed throughout the 4 seas and the Grand Line. Should these branches lose the guidance of the Navy headquarters and operate independently, it would be exceedingly challenging to restore order later. After all, the ocean is vast, with the combined forces of the Navy across the 4 seas and the Grand Line numbering in the thousands. Should a rebellion erupt, it would pose a far greater danger than the tide of pirates. Many small member states lack their own armed forces, possessing at most a modest security detail that, when placed before the Navy stationed in their territories, resembles mere decoration. Should those divisions detect any issues at headquarters and realize the world government's disappearance, if any inappropriate thoughts were to arise, it is likely that numerous nations would swiftly replace their monarchs by the next day. In truth, regardless of whether it was Jean Guo falling at the hands of Whitebeard or the death of Vice Admiral Crane, the emotions of Akainu did not experience significant turmoil. If there were any fluctuations, they were likely to be concealed delight. After all, their ideologies were inherently opposed. With both of them present, Akainu's ascension would not be as effortless, particularly with Jean Guo around, whose prestige in the Navy was unmatched. As long as Jean Guo remained, Akainu would have to endure under his shadow for another day. This is a fact that even the support of Li Yunlong and others could not alter. Regardless of the substantial disparity in strength, as long as Jean Guo resolutely opposed Li Yunlong and his faction, the Navy would forever stand in opposition to them. However, what brought Akainu some solace was that he had assembled the hawkish faction of the Navy's main combat forces, making him the rightful leader of this expeditionary force. Thus, he returned home with his strength largely intact, while those left at the Navy headquarters were primarily supporters of Akiji, along with various neutral factions. Although it remains unclear what Vice Admiral Crane was thinking at that time, Akainu knew that currently he dominated the Navy. Unlike the former Zhonghua, the present Navy was entirely under his command. Kizaru could maintain a stable life with a steady income and leave work on time, while Fujitora and Akiji, being latecomers, lacked a foundational presence in the Navy. With Akiji far away, no one at the Navy headquarters could contend with Akainu. However, Akainu faced a significant headache. The entire Navy headquarters had been ravaged, including intelligence personnel and various communicators, most of whom were pure combatants accompanying the expedition. This reflects a distinct difference in the world of soldiers. In the Navy, the promotion channels are heavily reliant on merit, yet that is but a fraction of the whole. It is strength alone that dictates everything. If one possesses the capability of an admiral, they can ascend rapidly, akin to a leap. Conversely, lacking strength, even monumental achievements might only earn one a minor officer rank. Consequently, this leads to a situation where Navy personnel endowed with training aptitude strive relentlessly to enhance their own abilities. Those with slightly lesser talent will concurrently study other skills while improving their strength. Thus, many high-ranking naval officers are not particularly wise, yet their physical prowess is undeniably formidable. Undoubtedly, those who accompanied Karp on expeditions belong to the latter category. It is easy for them to lead a charge, yet asking them to perform foundational tasks becomes exceedingly difficult. Not to mention reorganizing the intelligence network, even contacting various divisions poses a monumental challenge for them. This has resulted in a severe consequence. The entire Navy headquarters has become blind and deaf. As for the rumors circulating on the seas about Kaido, Akainu and his cohorts remain utterly uninformed. Therefore, upon being tacitly acknowledged as the new admiral of the Navy, Akainu's first task was to swiftly restore order within Navy. As for how to restore order, it was quite simple. Personnel could be summoned from the nearest division. The Navy lacks many resources, yet it is never short of manpower. Regardless of the type of talent, within the vast ranks of the Navy, several capable individuals can always be found. Standing atop the island, surveying the entire headquarters, an epiphany struck Akainu as he recalled a critically important department, the undersea prison, Impelled Down. The Navy has already undergone too much turmoil. At this juncture, Impelled Down must not experience any further mishaps. The most ruthless scum of the seas are confined there, despite the seemingly weak criminals held in the first, second, third, and fourth levels. None captured by the Navy ever bear bounties below 30 million berries. How could such lowly pirates, with bounties under 30 million berries, ever warrant imprisonment in Impelled Down? Unless they are devil fruit users, the Navy isolates these individuals to prevent their powers from resurfacing in the seas post-mortem, ensuring their survival, and even going to great lengths to prolong their lives. Chapter 73. The Strongest Emperor, Kaido. It can be said that any pirate imprisoned in Impelled Down possesses strength that could rival fish or tiger. While they may seem inconspicuous on the Grand Line, in the Four Seas, particularly the East Blue, they're among the dominant figures of their territories. The situation is already chaotic enough, compounded by the incident during the Marineford War. How could Akainu not be concerned about Impelled Down? Thus, he immediately sought to establish contact with Impelled Down. Yet the most ruthless aspect of Big Mom was her ability to ensure that not a single soul remained alive at the Navy headquarters. Not even a diminutive Den Den Mushi was spared. Why has there been no news? Surveying the entire Navy headquarters while basking in the gentle sea breeze, Akainu murmured to himself. Considering the time, those dispatched should have returned by now. Could there have been another unforeseen event? If another incident were to arise, it could only mean one thing. Someone was watching the Navy, perpetually preparing to strike. Although the likelihood of such a scenario was low, it was not entirely implausible. As Akainu pondered these thoughts, he inadvertently spotted the silhouette of a warship gradually emerging from the distant sea, bringing him a sense of relief. At last, professionals were arriving. It is crucial to note that every passing day carries the risk of unforeseen developments, especially at this moment. On board the warship, Vice Admiral Mole wore a furrowed brow. He had gathered a wealth of new information from the Navy headquarters stationed in the New World. However, the more he learned, the more perplexing certain matters became. For instance, why did Kaido choose to attack the Navy headquarters? They had clearly reached an agreement. Even if that alliance temporarily faltered due to unforeseen circumstances, Kaido's actions remained baffling. Kaido should be acutely aware that their return would likely coincide with the Navy's resurgence. If that is the case, why would he risk being labeled the Navy's primary adversary? Why would he forcibly destroy the Navy headquarters and annihilate everyone within? Surely, it cannot be said that Kaido has lost his senses? After writing for a while, I feel invincible. The latter part will be revised later. At that moment, Suyu recalled his own experiences upon arriving in this world, which bore resemblance to Go Sheng's, both having been bullied at every turn. Feeling a sense of compassion, he intended to intervene in the conflict. As he stepped forward, he was dazzled by Go Sheng's remarkable talent and perceptiveness. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to save Go Sheng. Later learning that he was an orphan discovered by an old hunter in the mountains, having grown up without parents, with the old hunter passing away not long ago. The villagers often label Go Sheng as a harbinger of misfortune, claiming that he was the cause of the old hunter's demise. Consequently, the adults in the village prohibit their children from associating with him, isolating him in the process. The children, viewing him as an outcast, take pleasure in bullying him. In Go Sheng, Suyu perceives a reflection of himself from when he first arrived in this world. Driven by compassion, Suyu brings Go Sheng to Xuantiangong and bestows upon him a new name, Chonlu, hoping for his rebirth. Indeed, Chonlu does not disappoint. His cultivation now surpasses Suyu's, and his character is beyond reproach. He shows respect to his elders and is diligent, taking on the majority of the work on the mountain. Reflecting on this, Suyu lets out a gentle sigh. He merely hopes that the two who are coming to seek apprenticeship are also commendable children, as Xuantiangong is in need of fresh blood. Meanwhile, on the mountain path, an hour has passed. The two, drenched in sweat, gaze at the seemingly endless staircase before them. They exchange a glance and silently encourage one another. After another hour, they have traversed the clouds that previously obstructed their view, yet the steps leading to the summit remain interminable. Sweat cascades down their foreheads, their bodies suffer from fluid loss. Lips chapped, and the thin air exacerbates Gasikiang's longing to return home, making the ascent increasingly unbearable. Brother Tai, we've been climbing for so long, yet we still cannot see the peak. Look, the sky is darkening. Perhaps we should descend and return after a hearty meal tomorrow. Gasikiang, who has always enjoyed abundant food and is robust, is utterly exhausted, let alone Tai. At this moment, Tai's resolve wavers. But contemplating the consequences of returning to the village and his mundane existence, he grits his teeth and continues onward without responding. Brother Tai, wait for me. Noticing Tai's disregard, Gasikiang feels a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet glancing at the desolate surroundings and the staircase that stretches into oblivion, he steels himself and calls out to pursue him. Time passes without their awareness. Both have lost track of how long they have been climbing. The sky has dimmed, yet the staircase remains dishearteningly endless. A cold wind sweeps through, prompting Gasikiang to tighten his clothing. He cautiously tugs at Tai's sleeve and whispers, "Brother Tai, do you think the immortals know we are coming and wish to avoid us?" At this point, Tai's body has reached its limits. His clothes are soaked with sweat, and his legs move mechanically, while he did not feel it while climbing. Stopping now brings a wave of soreness that nearly causes him to collapse. Tai has been holding his breath, uncertain whether there are indeed immortals atop the mountain. Gasikiang's words provoke thoughts in him. Could it truly be that the immortals do not wish to meet them? Are they genuinely unworthy of the path to immortality? As these thoughts swirl in Tai's mind, both hear the distant sound of lowing cattle, the noises growing ever closer. This terrifies them. In such a desolate wilderness, how could there possibly be cattle? They have climbed above the clouds. Which farmer would allow their livestock to wander so high? Brother Tai, do you think there could be monsters here? Gasikiang, drenched in cold sweat, clings tightly to Tai's arm, his teeth chattering. Tai shoots him a glare, equally frightened. You ask me? Who am I to ask? Yet, having grown up alone in the village, Tai knows that fear is futile. Being scared will not prevent calamities from occurring. Summoning his courage, he straightens his back and gazes toward the source of the sound, eager to discern the identity of this mysterious presence. Amidst the swirling mist, a figure riding a bovine draws nearer. Chapter 74. The decision of the Whitebeard this matter should be left for the old man to deliberate. All we need to do is obey. Marco casts a wistful glance in the direction of Whitebeard before gulping down the contents of the bowl before him. Ever since Ace was rescued by Whitebeard, Marco's significance as the captain of the 1st Division has diminished. Now, Whitebeard no longer discusses matters with him, and in a bid to facilitate Ace's future ascent, he has begun to intentionally marginalize Marco. Whitebeard harbors no pretense about this. While others may not perceive it, Marco, as the one directly involved, cannot help but feel the shift. Every decision that Whitebeard makes is now prioritized alongside Ace, even openly promoting him both covertly and overtly. Not long ago, such privileges belonged to Marco. Despite Marco's respect for Whitebeard, he cannot suppress his grievances entirely. However, in this vast ocean, power reigns supreme. And Marco understands that Ace, possessing the Gura no Mi, is beyond his capacity to confront. Yet, this realization only deepens Marco's resentment. As one of the first members of the Whitebeard pirates, he has been loyal and exemplary, yet Whitebeard chose to bestow the fruit upon Ace, who has caused his fair share of trouble since joining the crew. Marco struggles to comprehend why Whitebeard would make such a choice. Before Ace acquired the Gura no Mi, his strength, in Marco's eyes, was merely adequate. He did not cultivate both forms of haki and had yet to awaken the abilities deemed essential for a formidable warrior. Compared to Marco, who can contend with marine admirals, there are numerous captains within the Whitebeard pirates who surpass Ace. This conundrum weighs heavily on Marco's heart, as he has dedicated his life to the Whitebeard pirates, earning Whitebeard's trust as a potential successor. If that Gura no Mi had been granted to him, Marco is convinced that he would be far stronger than Ace today. His Tori no Mi model, Phoenix, inherently possesses healing capabilities, allowing him to withstand the backlash of the Gura no Mi. He could wield his powers more recklessly, and his mastery of haki is unparalleled by Ace. At his current level, Marco is nearly on par with marine admirals. The gap between them has narrowed significantly, with the only remaining disparity being in physical prowess. Those at the level of marine admirals have physiques that transcend the ordinary, while Marco is still on the path to transformation. Given time, he will inevitably reach that pinnacle. Nevertheless, despite harboring resentment, Marco keeps it buried within, for Whitebeard remains in charge, and the Whitebeard pirates are still his domain. On the other hand, Whitebeard and Ace are discussing none other than Marco. Ace, in the future, I wish for you to succeed me. You must treat your brothers with kindness, Whitebeard earnestly advised Ace, leaning against a tree. What about Marco, Dad? Ace, with a straightforward nature, believed that Marco was the most suitable candidate to inherit Whitebeard's position and voiced his thoughts candidly. Marco, his disposition is too gentle. The future of the Whitebeard pirates cannot be entrusted to him. Whitebeard gazed at the sky, his eyes somewhat unfocused, as if he were intoxicated. Yet his words conveyed the harshness of reality. His choice of Ace was not without careful consideration. He had witnessed Marco grow up. Marco was indeed exceptional and possessed the potential to become a formidable warrior. However, having been sheltered under Whitebeard's wing since childhood, Marco's character had become somewhat timid, lacking the commanding presence of a king. If they were merely a family faction within a kingdom, Marco would undoubtedly suffice as a guardian. But they were pirates, daring souls who risked their lives for fortune. A merciful king could not lead them to greater heights. Without Ace, if there were no other alternatives, Whitebeard would have entrusted his crew to Marco. But now that a better choice had emerged, Whitebeard would naturally opt for the superior option. As for Marco's thoughts on this matter, Whitebeard could only apologize to him. He hoped Marco would find his own path. And if any discord arose between Marco and Ace over this issue, he would personally clarify matters with Marco. All right, Dad, I will take care of everyone from now on. Ace, without a second thought, eagerly agreed. In his mind, he believed himself to be stronger than Marco. The captaincy was inconsequential. But since Whitebeard had declared it would be passed to him, he would not relinquish it to Marco. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Beast Pirates in Wano, a figure crashed through the wall of a room, soaring through the air and colliding with two towering trees before finally embedding themselves into a massive boulder. I know you're fine. Get back in here, came Kaido's distinctive voice from within the room, prompting the figure embedded in the stone to shake off the impact and leap down. It was Jack, one of the three prominent figures of the Beast Pirates, towering like a giant and shouldering two curved mammoth tusks. However, at that moment, Jack had lost his usual fierce demeanor. A massive club imprint marred his face, and a wound on his head oozed with blood. Cough, cough. Upon hearing Kaido's command, Jack shrank his neck, maneuvering his massive frame back through the gaping hole in the wall. If the other members of the Beast Pirates were to witness this, it would surely astound them. No one would believe that the typically fearless Jack would display such compliance before Kaido. In truth, Jack's fear of Kaido was well-founded. As a powerful warrior, Jack found himself utterly overshadowed in every aspect by Kaido, be it haki, physicality, strength, or speed. Kaido surpassed Jack in every regard, which fostered Jack's deep-seated admiration for Kaido, compelling him to heed his words. Chapter 75, The Unfortunate Kaido. Who leaked the information? After witnessing Jack crawl back through the hole, Kaido roared in fury. He could not fathom who had divulged such information, as he had never destroyed the Navy headquarters. Was this not pushing him into the fire? Who bore such a grudge against him that they would resort to such underhanded tactics? Just yesterday, everything had been in order. He had hoped to find solace in a meal, but fate had other plans. Fortunately, during a time of hunger, he stumbled upon an injured old master who was later brought back to the sect after his recovery. The brothers and sisters within the sect were all kind, treating the old master and his wife as if they were their own children, allowing Suyu to experience a love he had never known before. He quickly established roots in this world and embraced his new family. However, unexpected calamity soon struck. 3 years prior, a group of demonic cultivators appeared within the borders of Wu Dynasty, practicing the art of consuming human essence to bolster their dark powers. They began by stealthily slaughtering villages, but soon grew brazen enough to massacre entire cities. Before long, the Taoist sect of Wu Dynasty issued a call to arms to eliminate the demonic cultivators. As a member of Wu Dynasty's sect, the Old Master, along with all the capable disciples, participated in the assembly. Wu Dynasty was already on the fringes of Central Continent. Few ascended beings existed, let alone true immortals, while these invaders were different. The leader was a being of the Yuanshan realm, accompanied by 2 others of the same level. The Yuanshan realm marked the 5th level of cultivation, the point at which one truly embarks on the path of immortality. Those who attained Yuanshan could connect with the heavens and begin to draw on their power, while those who had not reached this level could only rely on their hard-earned spiritual energy. How could the power amassed within a mere mortal compare to the forces of nature? Thus, after the battle, all disciples of the sect, including the master, remained on the battlefield, leaving only the master's wife to return heavily wounded. Not long after, she too succumbed to her injuries, urging Suyu to strengthen the sect and restore its former glory before passing. The once vibrant sect now stood desolate, with only he and his younger sister remaining. His sister was still young, so Suyu took up the mantle of leadership. Over the years, he took in a disciple, the thin black-clad man who had just appeared. His name was Zhonglu, originally known as Goshang. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Zhonglu possessed exceptional talent. Within 2 years of cultivation, he had caught up to Suyu, who had been training since childhood. This was not solely due to Suyu's lack of potential, but rather Zhonglu's innate gifts. As for where he found such an outstanding disciple, it was a stroke of fortune. On a moonless, windy night, Suyu had been sleeping soundly when he decided to venture down to the village to procure a chicken for a better meal. However, upon reaching the village entrance, he stumbled upon a group of children bullying Zhonglu. At that moment, Zhonglu was still known as Goshang. Seeing the children tormenting him reminded Suyu of his own experiences upon arriving in this world, where he too had been bullied. Moved by compassion, he approached to intervene, only to be struck by Zhonglu's astonishing potential. Without a moment's hesitation, he rescued Zhonglu, later learning that he was an orphan found by an old hunter in the mountains, having lost both parents, with the old hunter passing away not long ago. The villagers often label Goshang as a celestial scourge, attributing the demise of the old hunter to his ill fate. Consequently, the elders prohibit the village children from associating with him, isolating him from their company. The children, perceiving him as an outcast, take it upon themselves to bully him. In Goshang, Suyu perceives a reflection of his own arrival in this world, prompting him to act with kindness by bringing Goshang to Xuantiangong and bestowing upon him a new name, Chonglu. He harbors hopes that Goshang may find new life. Indeed, Chonglu has not disappointed him. His cultivation now surpasses Suyu's, and his character is beyond reproach. He respects his elders, endures hardships, and has taken on the majority of the labor on the mountain. Sighing softly, Suyu wishes for the 2 newcomers seeking to become disciples to be commendable children. For Xuantiangong is in dire need of fresh blood. Meanwhile, on the mountain path, an hour has slipped by. The 2, drenched in sweat, gaze upon the seemingly endless steps ahead. They exchange a glance, silently encouraging each other to persevere. After another hour, they have traversed the clouds that once obscured their view, yet the steps leading to the summit still appear interminable. Sweat cascades down their foreheads, their bodies losing significant moisture, lips cracking, and the thin air at this altitude disheartens Goziqiang, who, yearning for home, is reluctant to continue climbing. Brother Taigun, we've been walking for so long. Why can't we see the summit? The sky is nearly dark. Perhaps we should descend and return tomorrow after a hearty meal. Goziqiang, who has always been robust and well-fed, feels utterly exhausted, let alone Tai-gun, who is barely managing. At this moment, Tai-gun too feels his resolve wavering. However, contemplating the consequences of returning to the village and his mundane life, he grits his teeth and remains silent, instead striding onward up the steps. "Oh, brother Tai-gun, wait for me." Seeing Tai-gun ignore him and continue upward, Go Zichang's discontent grows, yet as he surveys the desolate surroundings and the seemingly endless steps below, he steels himself and calls out, pursuing after him. Time passes, and both have long lost track of how long they've been walking. The sky has dimmed slightly, yet the steps ahead remain dishearteningly endless. A gust of cold wind sweeps by, causing Go Zichang to tighten his clothing. He glances at the barren rocks surrounding them and cautiously tugs at Tai-gun's sleeve, whispering, "Brother Tai-gun, do you think the immortals are aware of our arrival and wish to avoid us?" At this point, Tai-gun's body has reached its limits. His clothes are soaked with sweat, and his legs move mechanically. While the ascent had felt manageable, stopping now brings a wave of soreness that nearly causes him to collapse. Tai-gun has been stifling his breath, uncertain of the existence of immortals on the mountain. Now, upon hearing Go Zichang's words, his mind begins to wander. Could it truly be that the immortals do not wish to see them? If they were tilling the land, they would surely be the best of hands. Chapter 76. Shank's Decision. Boss, where are we heading first? Upon stepping onto Kindinia Island, Yesub could smell a familiar aroma. Having drifted at sea for an extended period, he was eager to rescue those wayward maidens again and promptly inquired of Shanks. Yesub trusted that Shanks understood his implication, as most of the crew were watching him with eager anticipation. The red-haired pirates differ significantly from ordinary pirate crews, who are notorious for their savagery. Even when embroiled in disputes, the red-haired pirates remain principled adventurers, refraining from acts of arson and pillage. They pay their dues in taverns and restaurants, embodying the conscience of pirates. "Let's not dwell on that. Let us go drink first," Shanks exclaimed, throwing an arm around Yesub's shoulders and enthusiastically pointing toward a nearby tavern with a large sign. The scent of alcohol ignited Shanks' craving, and he was disinclined to engage in any activities other than drinking. "All right then, I can't stand you," Yesub conceded, recognizing Shanks' determination. He found it curious that, as a pirate, indulging in leisure was entirely normal, yet Shanks was surprisingly principled. Aside from his fondness for drink, he appeared more orderly than a naval officer. "Boss, a Bloody Mary, please," Shanks proclaimed as he pushed open the tavern door, eagerly calling for his long-desired drink. "None available, only ale. Take it or leave it," the proprietor replied, not even lifting his gaze as he pulled a large barrel of ale from beneath the counter and placed it on the bar. Perhaps lost in thought, he failed to notice that all the other patrons had quietly departed. Shanks, unfazed, recognized that his purpose was to drink. The presence of others in the tavern mattered little. Ale would suffice, as he had long exhausted his supply at sea. Even diluted, ale was preferable to nothing. "Boss, any exciting news from the sea lately?" Raising his glass, Shanks gulped down the ale and wiped his mouth, directing his question at the proprietor. Taverns are often hubs of information. News travels quickly, and many tavern owners also trade in intelligence. "Indeed, there is something." "Shanks." The proprietor's eyes lit up as he sensed an opportunity, rubbing his fingers together to indicate a fee. Yet, upon recognizing Shanks, his mind went blank. He had never anticipated that he would be facing one of the four emperors, and charging a fee to one of them could prove disastrous. Bang, bang, bang. With a loud thud, the proprietor knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly, not daring to utter a word. "All right, proprietor, we are merely here to drink. Please share any new information you have," Shanks said, observing the proprietor's head bleeding from his bowing. He was genuinely concerned that the man might injure himself to the point of being unable to serve him. "Lord Shanks, I have news. The beast pirates have destroyed the Navy headquarters and stolen their devil fruits," the proprietor exclaimed, feeling he had narrowly escaped disaster. "Kaido?" Shanks furrowed his brows, repeating the name. He found it hard to believe that Kaido would undertake such an act, as he perceived Kaido to be exceptionally cunning. While Kaido could be brazen against foes he could defeat, he would typically avoid confrontations with those he could not best. Much like his previous provocations of Whitebeard during the latter's decline, Kaido had kept his distance once Whitebeard regained his health, never daring to set foot in Whitebeard's territory. The attitude reflected in his character led him to boldly claim he would annihilate the Navy headquarters, a notion that Shanks found utterly incredulous. The current Navy has evolved significantly. Despite the demise of Sengoku at the hands of Whitebeard, the Navy, excluding the old-timer garb, boasts 5 admirals and 2 vice admirals, all capable of suppressing pirates effectively. Why would Kaido invite such trouble upon himself? Is he under the impression that after mastering the combined techniques with Big Mom, he could single-handedly dismantle the Navy? Such a thought is unfathomable and likely mere gossip. Is it a jest to suggest that the beast pirates could obliterate the Navy headquarters? If that were the case, wouldn't the red-haired pirates be capable of conquering the world? Jesus Burgess laughed heartily, finding the notion utterly absurd, just as Shanks did. My lord, this news is genuine. You may not be aware, but it has been circulating for several days without any refutation, and it appears that the Navy headquarters has indeed been destroyed. As there has been no communication, even from the Navy personnel, the bar owner hesitantly interjected. As an information broker, he held steadfast to the belief that the intelligence he provided was indisputably accurate. Is this truly the case? Shanks' expression shifted upon hearing the proprietor's words, his demeanor becoming grave. Should Kaido and his crew have returned to the Navy headquarters after their complete withdrawal and executed a massacre, the implications would be profound. Carp and his comrades would surely be driven to madness upon their return, and the current balance of power in the New World would be shattered. The Navy would undoubtedly forsake all else to hunt down Kaido. That madman truly has a knack for transforming success into failure. As these thoughts consumed him, Shanks found the alcohol in his glass devoid of flavor. Following the emergence of the question-and-answer space, the dynamics of the seas had become chaotically unsettled, with numerous factions dissatisfied with the existing order, all stirring with unrest. Coupled with the sudden collapse of the world government, the unexpected invasion of otherworldly powers, and the forthcoming multiverse arena, along with the terrifying abilities wielded by the otherworldly visitors he had recently witnessed, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Now, amidst internal strife, one must ponder the timing. The world is on the brink of a new dominion, yet they instigate conflict amongst themselves. These individuals are anything but reassuring. Chapter 77. The Navy Conference. Shanks could not comprehend how the Navy and the pirates, previously united, could be overwhelmed by Kaido's reckless actions. Let us proceed to Wano, he declared, unwilling to waste another moment after receiving the news. He set down his glass and led his crew out of the tavern. In Shanks' mind, no matter what Kaido had done, he must not perish. Should conflict arise with Li Yunlong and his allies, Kaido, possessing the mastery of combined combat techniques, would undoubtedly be pivotal in determining the outcome of the battle. At the Navy headquarters, Akainu remained oblivious to Shanks' movements, nor was he aware that Kaido had summoned Big Mom for assistance. Even if he had known, it would not have concerned him. In his view, the Navy he commanded was sufficient to quell any threat. Moreover, the advanced weaponry promised by Li Yunlong was imminent, and Akainu had personally experienced the devastating power of these weapons. Even he, a top-tier admiral, had suffered significant losses due to a momentary lapse. Equipping the entire Navy with such arms would render the 4 emperors mere trifles. Even if they banded together, what waves could they possibly stir? Akainu's confidence was not arrogance, but rather a profound understanding of his own capabilities and the realities of their world. To him, Li Yunlong's realm appeared to be at the pinnacle of the 3-star world, while theirs was barely on the threshold of entry. Of course, once they succeeded in developing the enhancement serum derived from Akainu's genes, perhaps they would indeed reach that pinnacle. Akainu's singular ambition was to demonstrate to the world who truly ruled these seas and to instill obedience among the factions still lingering in indecision. Admiral Akainu. All personnel have arrived, a naval colonel announced, presenting the attendance roster as Akainu pondered these matters. Very well, I am aware, Akainu replied, jolted back to the present, realizing they were in the conference room, poised to commence the inaugural meeting of the new Navy. Surveying the neatly arranged naval commanders below, particularly the 3 admirals seated at the forefront, Akainu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing them as his new foundation. He imagined that even Akiji would be pleasantly surprised upon his return. Sengoku, even if he were to be resurrected, could never have anticipated that in his fervent attempts to elevate Akiji, while simultaneously seeking to undermine Akainu by assigning him perilous tasks, the latter would ultimately benefit from the situation, receiving the support of Li Yunlong and ascending to the position of Fleet Admiral. Cough, cough. Now that everyone is present, I hereby declare this meeting officially commenced. Akainu stood and cleared his throat, addressing the assembly. Upon hearing his words, the naval commanders straightened in their seats. Regardless of past relationships, Akainu was now the Fleet Admiral, and it was prudent to present themselves favorably before the new leader. First, he addressed the Navy's future direction. asserting that the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku had deemed the Whitebeard pirates a paramount threat. Thus, their immediate objective was to quell the New World within 3 months and eradicate the pirates within a year. Akainu shared his perspective on the current world situation and elaborated on the support they could expect from Li Yunlong, alongside strategies for eliminating pirates. Fleet Admiral Akainu. Those formidable pirates may not be so easily dealt with. Your assertions seem rather hasty, Vice Admiral Tontada interjected, his face twitching as he stood. He did not wish to dampen Akainu's enthusiasm at this juncture, as he would still be working under him in the future, fearing repercussions. However, he was concerned that Akainu, now elevated to Fleet Admiral, might underestimate the pirates. The Navy had struggled for 800 years to eradicate piracy. How could it be as simple as Akainu suggested? Although he had witnessed the power of nuclear weaponry, which indeed possessed the capability to eliminate the 4 emperors, Vice Admiral Tontada doubted that Li Yunlong would entrust them with such weapons. Without those arms, relying solely on the Navy's conventional weaponry and updates, could they truly hope to obliterate the 4 emperors in 3 months and completely eradicate piracy in a year? Akainu was undaunted by the prospect of overreaching. As a Navy admiral, one could afford to be ambitious. Yet as Fleet Admiral, every decision would impact the entire Navy, necessitating caution. In this regard, Vice Admiral Tontada felt it imperative to offer a word of caution to Akainu. In this matter, a pragmatic approach is essential. One must proceed gradually and cautiously. The Navy can no longer withstand significant losses. From the initial battle at the summit, despite experiencing a worldwide conscription that temporarily bolstered our forces, we were swiftly followed by that monumental clash, not to mention the recent assault on the Navy headquarters by Kaido. Although the overall numbers may not differ drastically from before, the combat effectiveness cannot simply be augmented by the influx of new personnel. Each fallen elite was a seasoned veteran, often having served on the front lines for years, if not decades. They cannot be compared to mere recruits. Presently, the Navy stands as a mere facade of grandeur, lacking the vital backbone necessary for its support. Externally, it may still appear formidable, but in reality, it is a hollow shell, akin to a paper tiger, impressive in appearance yet utterly ineffective. The current attendance in this room starkly reflects the Navy's frailty. A year ago, it housed no fewer than 500 individuals, yet now, we are scarcely above 200. Should Akainu continue to make decisions recklessly, the next meeting may witness a catastrophic decline in that number. Admiral Ansu articulated this issue aptly, and I too intended to address it. Akainu awaits your dissent, much like how he once maintained a skeptical stance towards those weapons until he experienced their terrifying power firsthand. Now, it is time to receive the weapons. Let Admiral Ansu personally assess them. Since you harbor doubts regarding this matter, we shall temporarily set this plan aside. Your task is to procure the weapons from the Red Soil continent, after which we will reconvene to discuss this issue further. I believe that once you witness the might of these weapons, you will realize how overly modest you have been. I wonder if heartbreak qualifies as a valid reason for absence. However, such occurrences leave one devoid of the spirit to write. After resting my hands on the keyboard for an extended period, I managed to produce fewer than 200 words in an hour. My mind is restless. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Observing that Akainu seemed receptive to his words, Admiral Anshu took a seat, satisfied. He silently vowed to conduct a thorough inspection when he received the weapons, ensuring Akainu comprehends the unreliability of external forces, thus dispelling these unrealistic notions. We cannot allow the future hopes of the Navy to perish in vain. The next topic on the agenda is the abolition of the death penalty. Noting the absence of dissent among the attendees, Akainu declared the commencement of discussions on this issue. I intend to abolish the death penalty entirely and amend the existing penal system of the underwater prison. Here is the new penal code I have prepared. I invite everyone to review it and provide feedback. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the communications officer to distribute the prepared documents. The contents of the document were densely packed, reflecting the considerable effort Akainu had invested. Gasp, gasp, gasp. The officers present collectively inhaled sharply upon reading the contents of the document. They had initially believed that the punitive measures already in place were harsh, but the revelations within this new code revealed the true meaning of cruelty. It was noted that for offenders guilty of murder or sexual assault, one could physically remove their criminal organs, sever their tongues, extract a kidney, and, after 2 years of incarceration, release them. For formidable figures of the sea, This would undoubtedly be the most terrifying punishment imaginable. Rendered incapable of navigating the oceans, they would emerge from prison as mere shells of their former selves, lacking even the ability to labor. Even if they were not killed by vengeful enemies, starvation would be their inevitable fate. Offenders could also contribute to medical research, exploring how to heal various injuries, perform surgeries, and more, thereby aiding the advancement of medicine. All present were senior naval officers, and the implications were unmistakable. This was akin to the grotesque human experimentation conducted by the tyrannical Bartholomew Kuma among the 7 warlords. They would serve as free experimental subjects. Lesser offenders could be relegated to mining or construction work. This effectively meant they would serve as unpaid laborers, perhaps even generating revenue for others. The Navy's needs for construction are finite. They could be dispatched to labor in various nations across the seas, allowing the Navy to collect a fee and bolster its military budget. The prospect of enhanced welfare for the Navy appears increasingly promising. With such a multitude of individuals supporting it, it will be difficult for the Navy not to grow stronger. Once this penal code is implemented and its benefits realized, it is likely that all within the Navy will develop a fondness for capturing pirates. Each captured pirate would translate into an additional labor force to generate income for the Navy, a future many admirals scarcely dare to envision. The document in question is merely the tip of the iceberg. After perusing the document, the admirals felt their perspectives broadened. They began to wonder about Akainu's moral compass. Such a litany of punitive measures could not have been concocted on a whim. It is likely that Akainu harbored these intentions long before assuming the role of admiral. Reflecting on this is genuinely chilling, especially for those who have crossed Akainu. They're already contemplating how to apologize. Nevertheless, the admirals believe that once those nefarious pirates comprehend the contents of this penal code, most will likely refrain from setting sail. This could fundamentally address the pirate dilemma. In truth, these ideas stem from the inmates during Akainu's time at the construction site. It is merely a case of one daring to speak while another dares to listen. The inmates likely never anticipated that the boasts they made in jest would materialize in reality for the criminals of this world. Admiral Akainu, I believe this proposal is excessively cruel. While those pirates are indeed heinous, they do not deserve such treatment. It is an affront to the strong. A justice-minded Rear Admiral rose to confront Akainu directly. In this Rear Admiral's view, pirates possess human rights. The existing penal code of Impel Down was already severe, and now Akainu proposes even more horrifying punishments. Does this imply that once a pirate commits a crime, they are forever condemned? Upon hearing the Rear Admiral's words, Akainu's previously buoyant mood plummeted as if doused with cold water. He could not fathom that within the Navy headquarters, someone would dare speak in defense of pirates. Did he not see the corpses of his naval comrades from recent battles? Or did he believe that pirates could supersede the Navy? Should not these scum of the sea be eradicated? In times of chaos, strict measures are necessary. In this age of rampant piracy, the audacity of pirates is staggering. Kaido even dared to launch a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters. How can you, as a member of the Navy, still advocate for pirates? Leave my presence at once. From this moment forth, I shall strip you of your rank as Rear Admiral. When you have come to your senses, return to me. With this thought, Akainu erupted in fury, pointing towards the door. Oof. The naval Rear Admiral stood his ground, his teeth clenched in indignation as he opened his mouth, seemingly poised to speak, only to emit a cold grunt before turning on his heel and exiting the conference room. He harbored no belief that he had erred, for this was the justice he staunchly upheld. Does anyone else have an opinion? He demanded, panting heavily as his crimson eyes swept across the assembly. No objections, came the chorus of agreement. I second that, followed by a resounding echo of support. Faced with such a display of resolve, none dared to oppose him. Very well. Let us now deliberate on the next topic concerning the potential insurrections of allied nations following the collapse of the world government. With a nod of satisfaction at the unanimous accord on his proposal, he commenced discussions on the subsequent issue. Meanwhile, amidst the fervor of the meeting, the pirates of the New World were stirring with newfound intentions. The Big Mom pirates suddenly mobilized their entire fleet towards Kaido's stronghold in Wano, swiftly merging with the formidable forces of the Four Emperors. It appeared as though they had received some form of signal for those influential entities in the shadowy underworld, second only to the Four Emperors, began to quietly consolidate their manpower, retreating into the obscurity of the darkness. In an astonishing turn of events, the tumultuous seas felt eerily quiet, Even the most notorious of pirates seemed to have momentarily ceased their nefarious activities. Concurrently, Shanks and his red-haired pirates stealthily approached Wano. At the same time, due to the inability to contact the world government and having heard the news of the Navy's downfall, the kings of these allied nations dispatched envoys to Red Line, seeking to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the world government's disconnection. Chapter 79. The terrified mole admiral not far from the shores of Red Line. A naval warship surged forward at full speed, its destination set for the continent. This vessel belonged to Admiral Mole, who had been dispatched under the orders of Akainu to procure equipment. At this moment, Admiral Mole had resolved that during the inspection of the weaponry, he would be sure to identify the deficiencies of these arms, aiming to dispel Akainu's unrealistic dreams as soon as possible. As the warship sped toward Red Line, two beams of brilliant white light suddenly sliced through the ocean ahead, illuminating the surface as if it were mere tofu. Alarmed, Admiral Mole broke into a cold sweat and urgently commanded the ship to halt. Gazing towards the source of the light, he found himself confronted by a sight that far exceeded his imagination. A sci-fi-like fortress of glimmering steel, accompanied by two bizarre, spherical structures capable of emitting white beams. Towering sentry posts adorned with strange weaponry loomed ominously, while formidable cannons protruded from the cliffs, each capable of obliterating his naval vessel with a single shot. This astonishing spectacle reshaped Admiral Mole's worldview, igniting within him a flicker of intrigue regarding the forthcoming actions. He found himself half convinced by Akainu's assertions, especially as the two incredible beams of light exuded a terrifying power that instilled fear within him. These beams represented the most advanced laser weaponry of the Peace Star, serving as the first line of defense for the Red Line and indeed, its most formidable safeguard. In terms of sheer destructive capability, these lasers surpassed even nuclear armaments, although their range fell short in comparison. Halt! Command word. Tian Wang Gai Di Hu commanded a sentry as the warship came to a standstill. The laser weapons retracted, and a soldier approached Admiral Mole, enunciating the command word in articulate Mandarin. Meanwhile, the weaponry atop the sentry posts pivoted menacingly towards the ship, clearly indicating that failure to articulate the command would result in a barrage of fire that would annihilate the vessel. Bao Da Zhen Xiao Zi. Admiral Mole stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before carefully responding under the impatient gaze of the sentry. Lacking comprehension of Mandarin, he could only surmise that this peculiar phrase was related to the strange incantation Akainu had imparted before his departure. Correct command. You may proceed. The sentry affirmed with a nod of satisfaction, relaying the confirmation over the radio. Upon receiving the communication, the soldiers in the sentry post deactivated the weapon systems lining the route and opened the harbor gates. To Admiral Mole, this precise Mandarin was a source of concern. The barrier of language was not the issue. Rather, the unsettling realization that he comprehended their words while they could not understand him was disconcerting. Upon entering the harbor, the warship docked and Admiral Mole, accompanied by his troops, disembarked. They followed the soldier, guiding them deeper into the Red Line. As they traversed towards the fortress, Admiral Mole found himself marveling at the intricacy of the defenses. Guards stood every 3 paces, with advanced weaponry glinting ominously at every interval, while various unknown instruments pulsated with a crimson glow, seemingly tracking their movements as if a pair of eyes were silently observing them. This pervasive sense of surveillance unsettled Admiral Mole, a champion of freedom, yet simultaneously evoked a sense of respect. The precision of this fortress vividly showcased the might of this battalion. Particularly, the unknown advanced instruments kindled a spark of anticipation within Admiral Mole regarding the forthcoming weaponry. Perhaps these arms were not as inadequate as he had presumed. The soldiers led them to the entrance of a large storeroom, pushing open the heavy doors to reveal a thick layer of tarpaulin, dust settling atop it, indicating a prolonged absence of visitors. A flicker of disappointment crossed Admiral Mole's eyes as he observed the haphazard arrangement. The mere placement of the tarpaulin indicated that these were likely unwanted relics, perhaps forgotten antiquities from years past. This is quite the mockery. There is no hope to be found here, he mused. With a vigorous motion, the soldier lifted the tarpaulin, sending a plume of dust into the air that caused him to cough. Yet, Admiral Mole's gaze remained fixated, his eyes gleaming with intensity as they locked onto the gleaming weapons beneath the fabric. Despite his extensive experience with standard naval flintlock pistols, he immediately discerned the formidable nature of the firearms before him. It was the caliber. As a seasoned naval officer, He firmly believed that caliber equated to justice. A larger caliber signified greater power and accuracy, indicative of quality. The same principle applied to the firearms, and here, amidst an array of artillery, he encountered a cannon capable of accommodating a person, a first for him. The depth of the barrel and the robust length of the cannon's body made it evident that this was a weapon of immense might. This time, he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. In the presence of General Yin Shu, it is needless to mention the naval officers accompanying him. Those whom General Yin brought aboard are undoubtedly the elite of his team, and the significance of these weapons is immediately apparent. These are the armaments prepared by Commander Li for you. Take a look at the goods. A shooting range awaits us, and we shall instruct you on their operation shortly. The soldier cast a dismissive glance at General Yin and his entourage, yet maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. These weapons are relics from a century ago, and only these indigenous people would regard them as treasures. Since the unification of Pinggexing, technological advancements have surged, particularly after the previous turmoil, which underscore the importance of military strength. All peace is fundamentally rooted in power. An age-old adage states that political power emerges from the barrel of a gun. Thus, the development of weaponry has never ceased. Not only have nuclear arms undergone several upgrades, but even the once fanciful concept of laser weapons has been realized. Armor-piercing and incendiary rounds have become mere consumables, while artillery, which once revered caliber and power, has long been rendered obsolete. Only laser weapons and missiles reign supreme. Currently, the launch of satellites remains pending, but once successful, Li Yunlong is confident that missiles can be deployed to any corner of the world from the Red Earth continent. Chapta et the Bang. 10 rings. Your assistance is much appreciated. General Yin, a man of experience, although curious about the underground weaponry, exhibited no overt signs of eagerness. Instead, he courteously addressed the soldier leading the way. In the Red Earth continent, he symbolizes the Navy's reputation, and General Yin would not allow his actions to tarnish its image. Let us proceed. Noticing General Yan's politeness, the soldier reciprocated courteously, guiding him toward the shooting range. Not far from the warehouse, a back door opened to reveal an expansive area. A row of weapons lay before them. Apart from the massive artillery, every piece of equipment was displayed here, marking this as the shooting range. Naturally, a shooting range must have targets, yet General Yin, surveying the surroundings, particularly the direction indicated by the firearms, found no sign of targets. However, he understood that this was not the moment to inquire. Asking would reveal his lack of experience, so he patiently awaited the soldier's explanation. This area is indeed the shooting range, featuring targets at 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, and 5 kilometers. Since you are just beginning to engage with firearms, let us start with the 1 kilometer target. It did not take long for the soldier to point toward the open space and elaborate 5,000 meters. Before General Yin could utter a word, the naval officers behind him gasped in astonishment. The distance of this target surpassed their wildest imaginations. For their antiquated flintlock rifles, even a 1 kilometer target seemed unattainable. A 100-meter target would rarely be within reach. The accuracy of their flintlock rifles was notoriously poor, and in the chaos of battle, they simply relied on a barrage of firepower. Most naval officers could not predict where their bullets would land upon firing, excluding those who possessed the observation hockey. Along with specially customized firearms, the average naval officer could barely hit a target within 30 meters, might achieve something within 50 meters by chance, and would need to risk their lives to hit a target at 100 meters. This reflects the general condition of marksmen in this world. Only when they mastered observation hockey and armament hockey could the situation improve. Observation hockey allows them to lock onto targets from a kilometer away, while armament hockey can stabilize the bullet's trajectory and enhance its power. It is precisely due to these two capabilities, often considered overpowered, that the profession of sniper has not become obsolete. However, no top-tier experts have emerged among snipers. Among those who have developed the powers of the devil fruit, there exist representatives like the 3 admirals of the Navy. Similarly, there are prominent figures like Garp, who specialize in hockey, and Kaido, known for his physical prowess. Those specializing in swordsmanship can also be identified, such as Mihawk and Rayleigh. Yet the identity of a sniper remains the most awkward. Figures like Yassop, Trafalgar D, Waterlaw, and Beckman are nearly the pinnacle of this profession, but they still pale in comparison to the likes of admirals and the 4 emperors, rendering any comparison moot. The perception of snipers as physically weak with low damage has long been an accepted notion. Generally, only those lacking talent in other areas choose to become snipers. But if the design range of firearms could extend to 5 kilometers, this profession would undoubtedly experience a renaissance. 5 kilometers. Except for extraordinary speedsters like Kizuru. Even a Navy vice admiral skilled in shaving would require a minute or two, and those less adept might take 3 to 4 minutes. This duration allows a sniper to fire numerous rounds. Moreover, not everyone's observation hockey is as refined as that of an elite, making this distance exceed the sensory range of most formidable beings at sea. It can be said that for 99 of individuals, they would likely never know where the bullets came from, even until their last breath. How could the Navy not be astonished by this? Observing the reactions of the naval officers, the soldier's eyes flickered with intrigue. He did not perceive anything remarkable about the 5-kilometer range. Currently, their military is equipped with the Type 99 heavy sniper rifle, featuring state-of-the-art long-wave infrared thermal imaging technology capable of hitting targets within 20 kilometers, with an effective range of 30 kilometers and a lethal radius of 50 kilometers. If they were so astonished by this, what would happen if they were to witness the Type 99 in action? However, the soldier was aware of his duties and the impending alliance, so he refrained from ridicule. He picked up a firearm from the ground, aimed at the open space ahead, and fired. Bang! 10 rings. Moments later, a mechanical voice erupted from the speaker at his feet. 10 rings? The naval officers stared in disbelief at the soldier. They understood what this represented. The very knowledge of what that shot signified left them in awe. They had observed clearly that the soldier fired with such nonchalance that it seemed as though he had not even aimed. Yet that casual shot struck the bullseye from a kilometer away. Even summoning someone of Trafalgar D. Waterlaw's caliber would yield similar results. Glancing at them in surprise, the soldier felt their reaction was overly exaggerated. He had always practiced on targets at 20 and 30 kilometers, and missing a 1-kilometer target would be the true anomaly. Moreover, the rifle was equipped with a built-in scope. Although this particular firearm was an outdated relic for them, it could still ensure stable trajectories within 2 kilometers. Now, hitting a 1-kilometer target should be achievable with minimal instruction. Who among you will be the first to step forward? Although astonished, the soldier did not forget his responsibility and directly inquired of General Yin and his companions. In this world, naval forces are ranked by strength, adhering to the principle that might makes right with no room for humility. Upon hearing the words of the soldiers, they eagerly vied to be the first to fire a shot. Such a scramble is unbecoming. Have you all forgotten your identities? You are sailors, not mere street vendors. Observing the crowd's demeanor, Vice Admiral Yin Shu raised an eyebrow, his irritation bubbling to the surface as he began to reprimand them. Allow me to demonstrate. Watch and learn from my actions. After delivering his scolding, Vice Admiral Yin Shu assertively stepped forward to take the weapon from the soldier's hands. This is the safety, this is the scope, and this is the front sight. Align your eyes, scope, and front sight into a straight line before firing at your target. The soldiers were accustomed to such instruction, paying no heed as he commenced explaining the firearms operation. Chapter 81. The Return of Qingji Deep Down. Vice Admiral Yin Shu was somewhat dismissive of the soldier's words. As a dignified Vice Admiral, well-versed in observation hockey, how could a mere soldier expect to hit a target that I cannot? Bang! Just as the soldier finished speaking, Vice Admiral Yin Shu, relying on instinct, pulled the trigger. A dull thud echoed as a bullet spiraled out. A miss, 0 points. The target report device promptly signaled the score, a red circle appearing before Vice Admiral Yin Shu's eyes. As if mocking him, the nearby sailors exchanged awkward glances, having expected him to perform admirably given his earlier confidence. How could he miss? A mere soldier could hit the mark, while an experienced vice admiral should not be so easily thwarted, even if the new weapon proved challenging, especially since the soldier had clearly explained the use of the scope. Nonetheless, Vice Admiral Yin Shu was their superior, and thus the crew could only chuckle silently, questioning his marksmanship internally. He grumbled to himself about the recoil of the weapon. In truth, Vice Admiral Yin Shu felt embarrassed but masked it with bravado. It is a weapon even a child could handle, yet he spoke of its strong recoil. The soldiers shared their silent thoughts, but as allies, they refrained from making him feel too uncomfortable, instead echoing his sentiments about the recoil being significant. Indeed, such a fine weapon must have considerable power and recoil. You're right. If it were me, I might have broken my arm. Noticing the Vice Admiral's gaze, the sailors expressed their agreement. Of course, the true nature of their thoughts remained known only to them. Ignoring their comments, Vice Admiral Yin Shu raised the weapon again, preparing for a second shot. Having learned from his first misstep, he approached this attempt with caution, peering through the scope to locate the target. However, this time he hesitated to fire, feeling the weight of expectation. As a vice admiral, he could not afford to miss again. Exhaling a deep breath, he steeled himself and squeezed the trigger. Bang! A spinning bullet erupted from the chamber, striking the target a kilometer away and piercing through to hit the mountainside beyond. Ding! 10 points. The report device accurately registered the score, illuminating red letters before Vice Admiral Yen Shu's eyes, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, exhilarated at finally hitting the mark. And with a perfect score no less, he caressed the weapon in his hands as one would a beloved, realizing this was indeed a remarkable treasure. Vice Admiral Yen Shu was acutely aware of his own limitations. He had never even hit a 100-meter target during his time in the Navy. Yet here he was, hitting the bullseye on his second attempt. He understood that this success was not due to his skill, but rather the exceptional quality of the weapon. This firearm was astonishingly accurate. All he had done was align the scope with the target center and pull the trigger, and the bullet had hit true. The clarity of the scope was remarkable. He could distinctly see the hole he had just made in the target. Vice Admiral Yen Shu could hardly fathom the implications if the entire Navy were equipped with such weapons. Perhaps Admiral Akainu was right. This time the Navy truly had the opportunity to vanquish the 4 emperors of the sea and reclaim the New World, which had long been under their oppressive control. There are many more firearms here. You all should give them a try, the soldier suggested, noticing the other sailors standing idly by. Upon hearing the soldier's words, the naval personnel exchanged glances before collectively shifting their attention to Vice Admiral Yen Shu. Their eager expressions sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him with no choice but to nod in reluctant agreement. In the next moment, several figures dashed forward, and soon the range was filled with the sounds of fierce gunfire. 8 points, 9 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. Aside from initial awkwardness with the firearms, once the proper methods were grasped, nearly every bullet fired by the sailors found its target. It seemed they were quite pleased. In the command room, Fang Zhini observed the scene on the monitor, turning to Li Yunlong with a smile. To him, Vice Admiral Yen Shu and his comrades appeared as glittering trees of wealth. According to the agreement made between Li Yunlong and Admiral Akainu, they were not providing equipment to the Navy for free. Only the first batch was a gift, while subsequent weaponry would require the Navy to provide equivalent compensation for purchase. The pricing would be determined uniformly by their side. As for currency, it would undoubtedly be in the form of solid gold and the unique specialty of this world, devil fruits. The more satisfied they were, the better, as they would need to clear obstacles for them. Watching the unfolding events on the monitor, Li Yunlong could not help but wear a sly smile, resembling that of a cunning fox. The live-fire exercises continued vigorously, unbeknownst to Vice Admiral Yen Shu and his companions, who remained under Li Yunlong's watchful observation. This was merely the beginning. The activities arranged for them by Li Yunlong extended far beyond this. On the tranquil surface of the New World, a colossal warship sped through the waters. This ship was peculiar, lacking the usual cannons found on naval vessels, and few sailors were present on the deck. It seemed to be weighed down by some heavy burden, causing its hull to sink low into the water. In the center of the deck lay a lounge chair, upon which a slender figure reclined, leisurely napping in the afternoon sun. The individual in question is none other than Qingji, who has just returned from the Golden City, aboard the very warship that is his. The vessel, burdened yet devoid of artillery, is laden with gold, as Qingji had discarded the cannons during the loading process. As a pragmatic admiral of the Navy, he comprehends the stark significance of gold over cannons of equal weight. With a holiday approaching tomorrow, he intends to retire early tonight, anticipating a vigorous morning of work, starting with 2 chapters, with no upper limit on productivity, likely culminating in 2 updates. As he accumulates his drafts for Pirate, the beginning of questioning Whitebeard on who killed you. As he reclines in his chair, the dual eyes concealed beneath his mask remain wide open. Upon his return, news was relayed to him by his former subordinates, including the demise of Sengoku, the threat of nuclear weaponry, the Navy's alliance with the P-Star, Kaido's massacre of the defenseless Navy headquarters, and the ascension of Akainu to a position of power. Each piece of information struck Qingji like a bombshell, leaving his emotions in turmoil. Sengoku held a status in Qingji's mind akin to that of Garp. Without Sengoku's unwavering support, there would be no Qingji today. The tragic news of Sengoku's untimely death at the hands of Whitebeard, with no forewarning and no remains to honor his status as Fleet Admiral, was an affront to Qingji's sensibilities. Had it not been for the gold, he would have already ventured into the New World. In contrast to his feelings regarding Sakazuki's promotion to Fleet Admiral, Shinji found himself somewhat resigned to the bitter reality. Life, he mused, resembles a roller coaster, where the peaks of triumph are often accompanied by subsequent troughs. Since their graduation, he and Akainu have been locked in a rivalry due to their contrasting abilities. Though Akainu graduated 3 years prior, the support of Garp and Sengoku ensured they remained on equal footing. With Sengoku's backing, Shinji had consistently maintained an advantage over Akainu. However, the tides have turned unexpectedly. Just as victory seemed assured once he returned with the gold to the Navy headquarters, a decision that would undoubtedly secure his legacy, Akainu's recent rise felt inexplicable. Sengoku had intended to prevent Akainu from gaining credit by sending him to the Red Continent for negotiations, believing their encounter would lead to conflict, where Akainu would surely suffer against the formidable beings from another realm. Yet, to Shinji's astonishment, Akainu had indeed forged an alliance with these otherworldly entities. Was Akainu's previously reckless demeanor merely an act? Shinji remained oblivious to the trials Akainu had faced in the past week. It wasn't a matter of Akainu desiring cooperation. Rather, he was left with no choice but to acquiesce to Li Yunlong's demands, facing certain doom otherwise. Akainu was undoubtedly aware of the path he must choose. The steam engine continued its relentless churning, emitting a dull sound as the warship sped across the ocean, the deck enveloped in an eerie silence. Apart from the occasional calls of seagulls and the whispering winds, the ship felt as though it was reduced to the sound of Shinji's steady breathing. Admiral Shinji, we are nearing the Navy headquarters. A soldier suddenly emerged from the cabin, standing respectfully before him. Returned so soon? Shinji removed his eye mask, revealing his bloodshot eyes, filled with a complex array of emotions. He had yet to formulate a strategy for confronting Akainu, nor for addressing those who had supported him. Nonetheless, this confrontation was inevitable. If he were to assume the role of a failure, then he would face Sakazuki. I am coming Sakazuki. In the depths of the New World, at the Whitebeard pirate stronghold, Diamond Jozu rushed to Whitebeard's side, clutching a newspaper. Old man, that woman Big Mom has taken her sweet commanders to Wano. Have Kaido and Big Mom join forces? Marco, who was sipping a drink nearby, seized the newspaper, astonished. Kaido and Big Mom had previously demonstrated their terrifying combined abilities capable of manipulating time. Should they unite, even the Whitebeard pirates would find themselves at a disadvantage. The most pressing issue was that the only force in the New World worthy of their alliance was the Whitebeard pirates. Recently, the Whitebeard pirates have been quite active, and for reasons unknown, Whitebeard had shifted from his usual low profile, suddenly claiming 7 or 8 new sons, each renowned pirates in their own right. It could be said that the Whitebeard pirates now stood as the unequivocal strongest of the 4 emperors. Even if Kaido and Big Mom were to unite, they might not be a match for the present-day Whitebeard pirates. Kaido, that little brat? A flicker of concern crossed Whitebeard's eyes, but he quickly donned a facade of joviality, laughing heartily. As the patriarch of the Whitebeard pirates, he could never display sorrow. If he, as captain, succumbed to negativity, then his sons would surely lack resolve. Gather, everyone. Let us seek out those 2 for a discussion. Whitebeard instructed Marco after a moment of contemplation. What is meant to be will not be avoided. Since we cannot ascertain Kaido's intentions, we may as well confront them directly. Regardless of Kaido's motives, I shall meet them head-on. I am Whitebeard. Yes, old man. At these words, Jozu felt invigorated, knowing his father would not disappoint them. Throughout the years, they had adhered to a restrained existence, a disgrace for those who ventured into the seas driven by ambition. The Whitebeard pirates had once been a force of nature, recognized globally as one of the 3 legendary pirate crews. Even before Roger ascended to the title of Pirate King, they were regarded as the foremost of the 3. Who in the world did not know of the Whitebeard pirates? Who dared to provoke the wrath of Whitebeard? Not even the Navy would dare to challenge the Whitebeard pirates lightly. Yet now, following the surrender of Pirate King Roger and the imprisonment of the Golden Lion in the depths of the sea, everything had changed. There were times when they had to endure humiliation, allowing even the smallest of fish to challenge the Whitebeard pirates, all while being restrained from engaging in the very activities that defined their existence as pirates. Jozu could hardly recall the last time they had seized a merchant ship. With the frequency of patrols increasing, he felt he was more diligent than the Navy itself. They were pirates, the freest souls upon the seas. Free not only in body, but in spirit. They ought to do as they please, kill whom they wished, and seize whatever they desired. This was the life a pirate ought to lead. Has the slumbering lion finally awakened? The venerable old man? Is the first battle to be fought between Kaido and Big Mom? One can only say, he truly deserves the title of Old Man. Chapter 83. The Pinnacle Naval Headquarters, Admiral's Office in the Office. Akainu sat steadfastly in the position once held by Sengoku, a towering pile of documents cluttering the desk before him. Yet he paid them no heed, lost instead in deep contemplation. His expression bore the semblance of nostalgia and enjoyment, yet beneath the surface lay a profound sense of helplessness. It was only upon occupying this position that he truly comprehended Sengoku's tribulations. Despite commanding hundreds of thousands, few were those who could offer genuine assistance. Firstly, among the current 4 admirals, Kazu, the most seasoned veteran, was utterly unmanageable, rarely even seen. Fujitora, blinded, was of little use beyond missions and battles. As for Green Bull, he appeared capable, yet Akainu always felt unease in his cheerful demeanor, sensing numerous secrets lurking beneath. Despite Green Bull's willingness to cooperate, Akainu hesitated to employ him. Moreover, there was his old friend, who, by the passage of time, ought to have returned. Akainu yearned to witness the expression on his friend's face upon learning of his ascension to the position of admiral. Knock, knock, knock. As Akainu envisioned this encounter, a gentle knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Frowning slightly at the interruption, Akainu anticipated the arrival of urgent news and spoke calmly. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Akiji has returned, a naval colonel announced as he entered, approaching Akainu with a hushed tone. Oh, Akiji has finally returned? A faint smile unconsciously graced Akainu's lips upon hearing this news. He had awaited this moment for a long time. What could be more exhilarating than to have his rival witness his newfound authority? He could hardly contain his eagerness to meet his old friend. The ship bearing Akiji slowly docked, and as he gazed upon the approaching figure, a complex expression crossed his features. At that moment, their eyes met across the chasm of distance, igniting a brilliant spark in the air. Indeed, the one approaching was none other than Akainu himself. In this moment, Akainu was filled with vigor, while Akiji bore a complicated gaze. Despite Akiji's elevated position, the clash of their auras revealed Akainu prevailing in this encounter. Kazan, you have returned. I have awaited you for long. The Navy needs you. Suddenly, Akainu laughed, calling out to Akiji from the dock. As the victor, he realized that what had previously concerned him held no significance. Ultimately, he had triumphed, had he not? Now, as the rightful victor, he needed to contemplate how to retain Akiji's allegiance. Having worked alongside Akiji for over 20 years, Akainu was acutely aware of his capabilities, and he understood that Akiji's departure from the Navy would profoundly impact its current state. It is often said that one's position dictates one's thoughts. Now that he occupied this role, Akainu could no longer afford to be capricious, at least for the time being, as he had just assumed the mantle of admiral. He and Akiji could not afford discord, and Akiji must not depart from the Navy. Indeed, Sakazuki, I have returned, Akiji replied, taking a deep breath, his lips curving into a stiff smile. As a vanquished adversary, he wished to escape this sorrowful place, yearning to compete with Akainu in another manner. Yet, he too could not bear to part from the Navy, having devoted a significant portion of his youth to it. He had nearly forgotten his original family. For him, the Navy was home, and Garp and the others were his kin. He understood the precarious state in which the Navy now found itself, and he was all too aware of the consequences of his departure. Let us proceed, Kazan. I have arranged a celebration in your honor. Seeing Akiji's compliance, Akainu felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, and a genuine smile spread across his face. In that moment, he understood Akiji, and he realized that the Navy was now free from any lingering concerns. Soon, Akiji disembarked, and the two walked towards naval headquarters, engaged in light-hearted conversation. News of Akiji's return and his meeting with Akainu quickly spread throughout the naval headquarters. Upon learning that the two were on amicable terms, many naval officers breathed a sigh of relief. They were acutely aware of the significance of these two individuals within the Navy. It would be no exaggeration to say that if Akiji and Akainu had fallen out, Akiji could have taken with him a significant portion of the naval leadership, including at least one admiral. It was common knowledge that Admiral Fujitora and Akainu held conflicting views. In these tumultuous times, following a series of upheavals, every little bit of stability was invaluable. The consensus reached between Akiji and Akainu was undoubtedly the best outcome for the Navy at present. 3 days after Akiji's return to naval headquarters, Rear Admiral Sukiya also arrived with the latest weaponry. Upon the delivery of the arms, Akainu promptly convened the naval elite to instruct them in the use of the new weapons, swiftly distributing them to the main combat units, namely the 1,000 elite naval personnel he had urgently summoned from across the globe. These over 1,000 naval elites, chosen through rigorous selection, were all Akainu's direct subordinates. The undisputed hawks of the Navy. Having spent a week with the construction crew, Akainu had heard some peculiar ideas from the incarcerated workers, which left him resolute in his beliefs. The adage holds true: power is derived from the barrel of a gun. Absolute force must be wielded by oneself. Moreover, he never forgot the tragic events that had befallen naval headquarters. It was high time for the Navy to strike back. After reallocating sufficient administrative personnel from various divisions, the Navy's intelligence network was reactivated, and Akainu received news of reinforcements sent to the Big Mom pirate crew. Akainu perceived this as an opportune moment to inflict a heavy blow upon the pirates. Missing this chance might mean waiting an indefinite time for a similar opportunity. Thus, he promptly ordered the convening of his second major meeting since ascending to the rank of admiral. In the conference room, the majority of the naval high command comprised hawkish leaders. Akainu's influence within the Navy was undeniable, and once his orders were disseminated, it did not take long for all naval officers present at the headquarters to gather. Before the meeting commenced, Akainu surveyed the 4 admirals seated at the front, nodding in satisfaction. This would be the foundation of his future endeavors. He was determined to surpass Sengoku. No, he aspired to surpass all naval admirals in history, leading the Navy to unprecedented heights. Chapter 84. Karp has fled. Akainu surveyed the room with satisfaction. Aside from the 4 admirals, he needed an assistant to prepare for the impending battle. This assistance is of paramount importance, as long as it remains, regardless of the battlefield's circumstances. It ensures the stability of the Navy's morale. However, the more he sought the countenance of Chi Quan, the darker it became, to the point where it seemed almost suffocating. He could not locate that individual. He could not find that old scoundrel, Kapu. Where on earth had that old rascal gone? This was a meeting of great significance, and yet he had chosen to depart. Did he truly disregard me, the fleet admiral? Did he presume that I would yield, like Zhanghua? Nevertheless, Chi Quan ultimately suppressed his rising fury, for he could hardly conceive of a strategy against Kapu. Kapu embodied the faith of the Navy. Even Chi Quan dared not strike at him during such a critical moment. Moreover, there existed a more pressing issue. Chi Quan lacked the assurance that he could best Kapu in a confrontation. Given his own inferiority in strength compared to Kapu, any attempt to forcibly impose his authority would likely prove futile. Not to mention, Akiji was mentored by Kapu, and nearly half of the generals present had, to varying degrees, spoken of Kapu's benevolence or had been saved by him. Furthermore, the legendary exploits of that old rascal in his youth, whether it be the defeat of the Sea Overlord, the Rocks Pirates, the relentless pursuit of the Pirate King Roger, or the capture of the Golden Lion Shiki alongside Zhanghua, had solidified his status. Should he truly attempt to leverage his power against Kapu, it was likely that his own navy would stand in his way, obstructing him. After all, despite Kapu's often unreliable demeanor, he was undeniably a hero of the Navy, a fact to which Chi Quan could only acquiesce. He had grown up hearing tales of Kapu, and it could be said that many years ago, Kapu was the very idol he admired. The turmoil wrought by pirates had persisted for centuries. Although the Navy had always been the mightiest force across the seas, the complete occupation of the New World by pirates starkly illustrated their unbridled audacity over the past few hundred years, particularly during the Dark Era several decades prior. When chaos reigned upon the seas, renowned pirates surfaced incessantly, and the entire world suffered grievously. The Navy struggled to muster even 3 admirals, continually battered by pirates. Not only had they been unable to enter the New World, but the pirates were content to simply enjoy their spoils. It was during this time of naval weakness that Vice Admiral Kapu emerged, first pursuing Roger across the globe, and subsequently joining forces with him to vanquish the Rocks Pirates. This formidable sea overlord, Rocks, had dominated the New World for over a decade, earning the title of its undisputed king. Most of the notable pirates known today were once members of the Rocks Pirates, including the world's mightiest, Whitebeard, who had served as its first mate, as well as the formidable Kaido and Big Mom, both of whom were also former crew members. The elite nature of the crew meant that even in terms of sheer strength, the Navy was not their equal. Yet, it was this powerful sea overlord who ultimately fell to the combined might of Kapu and Roger, with the latter being a pirate whose achievements were seldom credited to him. Kapu, however, was different. He embodied justice. The Navy. Following that pivotal event, the Navy, long oppressed by pirates, finally stood tall. Furthermore, with Zhang Guo and Zhe Fa ascending to the rank of admiral, the Navy began to venture into the New World. Despite this, the Navy remained in a vulnerable position. The strength of the pirates was undeniably formidable. After the downfall of the Rocks pirates, they splintered into several pirate crews, most notably the Whitebeard pirates led by the great pirate Whitebeard, the Flying Pirate crew led by the Golden Lion Shiki, and the Big Mom pirates led by Charlotte Lingling. Also, the Roger pirates, who had collaborated with Kapu to defeat Rocks, emerged. Additionally, there was the solitary yet formidable pirate known as Red-Haired Shanks. In comparison to these powerful pirate factions, had it not been for their internal discord, the Navy would likely have faced annihilation long ago. Even after the demise of the Rocks pirates, the Navy remained at a disadvantage, with even Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong suffering defeat at the hands of Red-Haired Shanks. During this tumultuous time, Kapu once again rose to the occasion, relentlessly pursuing Pirate King Roger across the globe, ultimately capturing him. Although Roger had willingly surrendered to the Navy due to terminal illness, the Navy would not naively disclose this fact, thus attributing the credit to Kapu. Moreover, following the comical incident where the Golden Lion Shiki attempted to raid the Navy headquarters to rescue Roger, Kapu's reputation surged even higher. In those dire circumstances, the Navy yearned for a hero, and Kapu was undeniably that hero. At that time, Chi Quan, having recently joined the Navy, looked upon Kapu with admiration, aspiring to emulate him in promoting justice across the seas. This admiration persisted until Kapu took Akiji under his wing, which inevitably led to a shift in Chi Quan's perception. The contrasting natures of the two men made them ill-suited to one another, especially since Chi Quan had graduated 3 years prior to Akiji. Kapu's decision to mentor Akiji instead diminished Chi Quan's esteem for him. As Chi Quan delved deeper into Kapu's character, his reverence transformed into aversion. He came to understand why Kapu had not chosen him, but rather Akiji, for their ideologies were fundamentally opposed. Chi Quan was a pure soldier, while Kapu was far more laid back. Kapu's laxity, disregard for rules, and numerous traits that clashed with Chi Quan's ideals led to a complete reversal of his idolization. Once a figure of admiration, Kapu became a source of disdain. Where had Vice Admiral Kapu gone? Why had he not attended the meeting? Upon confirming Kapu's absence from the conference room, Chi Quan directly inquired, "Admiral, this morning, Vice Admiral Kapu set sail with the Fire Gun Brigade," replied the Naval Rear Admiral responsible for the port's management, recalling Kapu's unusual behavior. Set sail? Who permitted him to do so? Upon hearing this, Chi Quan's fury erupted. The Fire Gun Brigade, a name with which Chi Quan was all too familiar, comprised elite naval personnel equipped with the latest weaponry. What was Kapu attempting to achieve? How could he abscond with the Fire Gun Brigade? Most alarmingly, as Fleet Admiral, it was only now that he learned of this development. Had Kapu's influence grown so formidable? Chapter 85. Setting Sail. A gentle sea breeze whistled as a Navy ship, adorned with a dog-headed figurehead, raced across the waters. On the deck, Kapu, donning his imposing dog-headed hat, gazed fiercely into the distance. Indeed, it was Kapu who had absconded with the Fire Gun Brigade. His singular purpose was to seek revenge against Whitebeard on behalf of Zhang Guo, while Kapu possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Beneath his brash exterior lay a nuanced and perceptive heart. He was acutely aware that after Akainu ascended to the position of admiral, there was no way he would consent to him leading troops against the Whitebeard pirates, while he could face Whitebeard alone without fear. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were formidable adversaries, and with Ace present, even Garp could not be certain that Ace would aid his grandfather. However, the existence of the Firearm Brigade had ignited a glimmer of hope within Garp. Initially, he shared the same skepticism as the former Vice Admiral, Mole, believing that merely changing weapons would not yield significant results. Ultimately, success in these waters depended on individual prowess. Yet, as time passed and the Firearm Brigade showcased their upgraded equipment through live-fire drills and demonstrations, Garp's astonishment grew alongside his delight. Although they possessed only a few hundred sets of weapons, the combat effectiveness displayed by the brigade was undeniable, even to Garp. In truth, if he were to face this brigade at a distance of 10 paces, he was confident he could annihilate them within 5 minutes. However, at a distance of 1,000 meters, he could not predict the outcome. Perhaps there would be casualties. Yes, it should be him. After all, He was not a Logia fruit user. His pride lay solely in his formidable haki and the robust physique capable of delivering blows to Kaido. Yet he could not guarantee his survival amidst a hail of bullets. The firearms procured from the Red Line boasted astonishing firing rates, with bullets zipping out at speeds far exceeding the Navy's standard flintlock ammunition. Even Garp found it challenging to perceive the trajectory of the bullets with his observation haki. While he could potentially evade a single shot with experience and focused attention, facing dozens or even hundreds of guns firing simultaneously left even Garp with no choice but to rely on his armament haki for defense. He had confidence in withstanding 1 or 2 bullets and could assure his survival against 10 or 20. Yet, the rapid firing of these guns meant that within seconds, dozens of bullets could be unleashed, amounting to hundreds when multiple guns were involved. This was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming were the anti-aircraft artillery and the heavy cannons capable of engulfing a person. The projectiles of these cannons differed entirely from traditional shells, featuring a pointed, round design that enhanced their penetrative power. More frightful were the hidden mechanisms within these shells, such as armor-piercing steel needles that would penetrate targets upon impact. Garp held no confidence in his ability to withstand such penetrating force. Additionally, there were incendiary shells that, upon striking a target, would explode, releasing a special fuel that could ignite a conflagration in an instant. There were even missiles capable of autonomously seeking their targets. Garp was still baffled by the principles behind these innovations. Witnessing all this, a phrase from his son, Dragon, suddenly flashed through Garp's mind. The times have changed. He seemed to glimpse a future where weaponry overshadowed individual strength. Years of physical training or honing abilities would pale in comparison to a mere bullet, leaving one to ponder how many would still toil to perfect their bodies. Indeed, the world was poised for transformation as those from another realm began to reshape it. Yet, as one of the earliest beneficiaries of this new era, Garp could only exclaim, "How delightful!" Garp had initially intended to lead the heavy artillery brigade, but the cumbersome movement of the heavy cannons made him wary of being discovered by Akainu, prompting him to opt for the more agile firearm brigade instead. Established as Akainu's direct subordinate unit, the firearm brigade was managed personally by Akainu. Garp's prestige ensured that under other commands, the brigade would remain unresponsive. Although he did not bring along the most formidable artillery brigade, Garp was brimming with confidence. Ace, being a Logia fruit user, could effortlessly evade these powerful firearms, while the fates of others were already sealed. Even with the diamond-like defenses of Diamond Jozu, Garp doubted his ability to withstand the barrage of the firearm brigade. If a single bullet could not resolve an issue, 2 bullets would suffice. If 2 failed, then a full volley would be warranted. In the new world, Father was ready. Jozu's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at Whitebeard, who stood at the helm, his laughter booming with enthusiasm. Ahead of them lay a fleet of pirate ships brimming with pirates. The entirety of the Whitebeard pirates' might had assembled, including 12 allied pirate crews, each boasting bounties exceeding 1 billion. It could be said that if the Whitebeard pirates had been this formidable in the past, Sengoku would never have dared to initiate the Marineford War. Kuhaha! Let us show that brat Kaido what the new world is about. Whitebeard bellowed from the bow of the ship. Oh, 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 set sail. The Whitebeard pirates were destined for victory. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, all the children erupted in joyous cheers. At this moment, Whitebeard remained oblivious to the impending danger. After concluding the banquet, he had gathered his forces and was now leading his sons toward Kaido's Wano. Whitebeard's sole purpose was to ensure that this scene knew of a pirate crew that forever stood above the rest. A crew that reigned as the uncrowned king of the world, the Whitebeard Pirates. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Marine headquarters, Akainu had already come to terms with the situation. After all, Garp had set off that morning, and it was uncertain where he had gone. Even if he disagreed, he could not prevent Garp from pursuing his vendetta against Whitebeard. Although Akainu harbored disdain for Garp, he held a measure of faith in Garp's capabilities. With Garp leading the firearm brigade into action, even against the Whitebeard pirates, he did not anticipate significant losses. Thus, it was time for him to initiate the next step in his plans. Chapter 86, Shattered Cup. The fury Akainu displayed was merely a facade. As admiral, how could he possibly be unaware of Garp's departure with the firearm brigade? After all, the firearm brigade was the Navy's most elite unit, a prized possession of Akainu, and it was inconceivable that Garp could simply abscond with them. Even when Garp first appeared with the firearm brigade, reports had quietly reached Akainu. Nevertheless, Akainu chose to feign ignorance, as if nothing had transpired because he needed Garp to err, to make a grave mistake. Garp's overwhelming prestige within the Navy was evident, as demonstrated by the absence of any notifications regarding Garp's actions after he took the brigade. His movements were not concealed. One could say they were brazenly transparent, as he commandeered his battleship and exited through the Navy's main gates. However, apart from the trusted confidants buried within the Navy, no one at the naval headquarters reported to him. It could be said that the entire headquarters was protecting Garp. If Akainu were still the admiral he once was, he might endure this. However, as the fleet admiral, he could not tolerate it, nor should he. The Navy requires a singular voice, and that voice must be his own. As long as Garp's influence remains, he cannot move against him. Only if Garp were to err immensely could there be an opportunity. Therefore, despite Akainu's outward fury, deep within, he secretly wished for Garp to lead the gun squad to a mutual demise with Whitebeard. This would fulfill his duty, clearing a significant obstacle for the Navy and eliminating a great pest from the world, even if it meant sacrificing the newly armed gun squad. If it also meant removing Garp, the overlord pressing down upon him, and vanquishing the formidable adversary in the new world, it would all be worth it. Of course, Akainu understood that matters would not unfold as easily as he envisioned. Nevertheless, one must always dream. What if it were to come true? Regardless of which adversary it may be, with the gun squad present, there would certainly be no mishaps. Now we must discuss Kaido. For the blood feud he owes the Navy cannot go unavenged. Naturally, Akainu would feign concern for Garp, but he quickly redirected the conversation towards Kaido, ultimately declaring with emphasis, "Those who offend the Navy shall be punished, no matter the distance." This phrase, which he had overheard from the construction crew, resonated powerfully with him, and he quietly committed it to memory, feeling transformed upon uttering it. The other naval officers gazed at Akainu with fervor, their spirits ignited by his words. Since the era of rocks, the Navy had been dormant for decades, but Akainu's proclamation rekindled the essence of the Navy in their minds. Those who offend the Navy shall be punished, no matter the distance. Of course, such a high-stakes battle could not be decided hastily. Meticulous planning was required before engaging, especially since Garp had taken the gun squad away, necessitating a recalculation of the Navy's combat capabilities. This incited a modicum of dissatisfaction among the assembled naval officers towards Garp. After all, the ensuing battle would determine whether the Navy could reclaim the new world and, indeed, who would ultimately govern this world. After all, with the world government fallen, the seas would inevitably require a new sovereign. At this juncture, Garp's impulsiveness seemed to hinder the Navy's progress. Kaido and Big Mom's forces had just united when they received intelligence regarding the Whitebeard pirates advancing towards them. Indeed, Whitebeard was boldly preparing to confront Kaido, seeking to determine who would reign as the new sovereign of these waters, showing no intent to conceal his movements. And who could deny that? While the four emperors ostensibly stood on equal footing, the Whitebeard pirates were universally acknowledged as the strongest among them, with Whitebeard himself recognized as the world's mightiest. He was hailed as the man most likely to inherit the title of Pirate King following Roger's demise. In truth, had Whitebeard not set his sights elsewhere, he could have claimed the throne long ago when the legendary pirates fell to ruin and only he remained. Such a man was destined to attract attention, especially with such grand maneuvers, which force could possibly remain oblivious. Moreover, Kaido's recent actions had not escaped anyone's notice. Not long ago, he had devastated the Navy headquarters, and even now, the Navy had yet to respond. In the entirety of the New World, there were likely no allies worth Kaido's and Big Mom's cooperation. It could only be said that since Kaido had revealed his fangs towards the coveted throne, the former overlord, Whitebeard, would undoubtedly refuse to relinquish his position. A clash between the two was utterly inevitable, and the victor would undeniably be crowned the Pirate King, not merely in terms of reaching the end of the Grand Line, but as the universally acknowledged supreme Pirate King, just as Roger was nominally the Pirate King, who truly listened to him. Yet, the victor of this battle, regardless of prestige or strength, would likely hold the potential to unify all pirates. With a crash, what business does Whitebeard have with such an old relic? Kaido roared furiously at Big Mom, shattering the sea bowl in his hand. In truth, Kaido felt wronged. He had merely seized a few devil fruits, which the Navy had initially promised to him. Somehow, this escalated to him destroying the Navy headquarters. Who could fathom what truly transpired? A cautious individual like Kaido would never engage in such reckless behavior. The nuclear bomb had not claimed a single life. He managed to retreat, so surely the Navy could too. Robbing devil fruits was one matter, but annihilating the remaining Navy stationed at the headquarters? That would be tantamount to courting death. Someone must have acted against those soldiers after their departure, framing him as the scapegoat to attract Karp's and others' wrath. Were Kaido to discover the identity of this shadowy figure, he would ensure they understood the true meaning of cruelty. However, what troubled Kaido further was that his call for Big Mom was solely for self-preservation. Yet now it was twisted into a narrative of him intending to strike against the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy, uncertain of when they might appear, now had Whitebeard complicating matters further. Was this not a direct threat to his life? There had to be a hidden hand orchestrating all of this. Who was the mastermind behind it all? Kaido felt an unsettling presence, the sensation of cold eyes watching him, with the assurance that they would not rest until he was eliminated. Chapter 87. The final battle approaches. Big Mom observed Kaido's furious demeanor. A flicker of sympathy in her eyes as she gently reassured him. Kaido, you need not worry. Together, we can ensure that Whitebeard's old age cannot stir up any waves. Unbeknownst to her, the origins of all these troubles stem from her desire to elevate Kaido's reputation. Initially, after obliterating the Navy headquarters, she left no evidence behind, and not a single soul had survived to bear witness. Bereft of evidence, the Navy could not declare war on anyone based solely on suspicion. Yet, she had inadvertently placed the blame upon Kaido. It must be understood that seizing a few devil fruits and slaughtering an entire Navy headquarters were entirely different matters. One merely resulted in the Navy losing face, while the other meant an irrevocable cycle of vengeance. Of course, a woman in love often becomes irrational. Big Mom merely felt that she had not done enough for Kaido, and if given the chance to turn back time, she would undoubtedly act in the same manner. Linlin, you do not understand. You cannot possibly know what is to come. Kaido furrowed his brow, pacing restlessly, visibly agitated. The mere thought of the mysterious figure covertly observing him sent chills down his spine. He feared not the overt strength of his opponents, but rather the insidious feeling of being manipulated. The naval headquarters is not a place where anyone can provoke without consequence. Even though the strength of the naval headquarters was diminished at that time, it remained a formidable force at their level. Even if the Shichibukai, second only to the four emperors, were to unite under Don Quixote da Flamingo, they would still be incapable of standing against the Navy. This indicates that whoever plotted against him must be of the same caliber, if not possibly one of the other two emperors. The most likely suspect is Shanks, with whom he has had a long-standing enmity. It was Shanks who had previously thwarted his advance to battle during the Marineford War. If Shanks is indeed behind this, everything falls into place. He possesses the capability to conquer the weakened naval headquarters, harbors a grudge against him, and enjoys plotting from the shadows. Most importantly, Kaido had sensed from their very first encounter that Shanks was not to be underestimated. However, even with these thoughts swirling in his mind, Kaido had no intention of seeking revenge against Shanks. Rather, his primary focus was on navigating the immediate crisis. The Navy could strike at any moment, and the Whitebeard pirates had already arrived. Setting aside the Navy for now, a confrontation with Whitebeard was inevitable. The Beast Pirates had just completed their expansion, and if they were to show cowardice before Whitebeard, they would become the subject of scorn across the seas. If even two emperors dared not confront Whitebeard, rumors of Kaido's cowardice would quickly spread throughout the world. At that point, it would not only be the emperors who would turn against him, but even his own subordinates would likely abandon the Beast Pirates in shame. Therefore, this battle was a necessity, but Kaido found himself deeply troubled by how to engage. Truth be told, despite having the formidable support of Big Mom, Kaido harbored doubts about their ability to triumph over the Whitebeard pirates. While their combined attack techniques were indeed powerful, he was uncertain whether they could withstand the might of Whitebeard and Ace's tremor abilities. Moreover, even if they managed to scrape out a victory, Shanks lurked in the shadows, and the Navy would certainly not stand idly by. It felt as though they were caught in a precarious situation, where any decision could lead to dire consequences. Even Kaido hesitated in his resolve. Observing Kaido's distress, Big Mom silently resolved to assist him in overcoming these challenges. The title of Pirate King was destined to belong to Kaido. Aware that Whitebeard was on his way, Kaido wasted no time in issuing commands, rallying the entirety of the Beast Pirates and their affiliated crews towards Meteor Island. Wano, Kaido's stronghold, represented a significant investment of effort on his part, a fact he was acutely aware of. Although Kaido believed in the possibility of avoiding conflict, he also understood the necessity of preparing for battle in the event that Whitebeard sought confrontation. Thus, he designated Meteor Island as the battleground. a medium-sized isle that even the powers of Whitebeard and Ace could not easily destroy. It was the most suitable location for the impending clash. However, Kaido suspected that a battle might be averted. After all, Whitebeard had recently vanquished the Fleet Admiral Sengoku. His primary adversary should now be the Navy, and he could not fathom why Whitebeard would choose this moment to confront him, risking the possibility of the Navy seizing the opportunity to exploit their conflict. Kaido was convinced that Whitebeard was too astute to act foolishly. His arrival was likely a display of might rather than an invitation to war. If it were merely a show of bravado, Kaido would not shy away. Yet, he remained wary. What if Whitebeard suddenly lost his senses, feeling his age catching up with him, and decided to drag Kaido in a battle? Such an outcome will be profoundly unjust for Kaido. Recent misfortunes had led him to feel as though misfortune itself had taken residence in his life, necessitating thorough preparation to avoid being caught off guard by Whitebeard. Jack, adorned with his imposing tusks, strode confidently to Kaido's side, announcing, "Boss, Whitebeard has arrived at Brando Island." The old man had arrived rather quickly. It was time to confront this ancient foe. Kaido, unwilling to show any weakness before his subordinates, grasped his kanabo and made his way to the shore. Big Mom observed Kaido's commanding presence, silently affirming her determination to aid him in becoming the new Pirate King. Yet, the true thoughts swirling in Kaido's mind remained known only to him. Meanwhile, far away at the New World entrance, the Navy was also making its move. The harbor was bustling with the presence of Akainu, Akiji, and other marine admirals as troops hastily boarded their ships. Terrifying cannons were being loaded onto the warships, as Akainu brought every new piece of equipment from headquarters to obliterate Kaido. The goal of this operation was to reduce the 4 emperors of the New World to mere insects. With 4 emperors in the sea, it sufficed to leave Whitebeard and Shanks as targets to divert the attention of Li Yunlong and his allies. The Navy and the pirates are entwined in a delicate balance, a truth that Akainu fully comprehended. Especially at this juncture, while pirates may fall, they must never vanish entirely. Chapter 88. The eve of battle, Akainu understood that Li Yunlong's cooperation, along with the provision of equipment, hinged upon the existence of pirates. With a common enemy at hand, Li Yunlong sought to incite conflict between the 2 dominant forces of their world, thus providing them with weaponry and supplies to forge an alliance. However, while Akainu appeared satisfied with these provisions, he was acutely aware that they were likely remnants deemed inadequate by Li Yunlong and his faction. At the very least, the powerful heavy machine guns capable of shredding the armor of warships and the specially designed ammunition that could freeze targets in an instant were not among the items offered to them. Akainu had never believed that Li Yunlong was genuinely aligned with him. Only interests held sway over the interactions between the 2 factions. Li Yunlong's group was too small and their physical capabilities too frail. Even the most advanced weaponry would prove futile against the might of the world's strongest. Therefore, no matter how formidable their equipment, they could only defend their territory on Red Line. Should they dare to venture out to sea, Akainu possessed myriad ways to ensure their demise. The simplest method would be for Kizaru to unleash a few laser beams from a distance to obliterate their vessels. In a sea teeming with sea kings, how many of those individuals could possibly survive? Akainu was certain that Li Yunlong understood this as well, regardless of whether their intentions were genuinely for peace or a desire to invade this world. The first obstacle they faced was the challenge of venturing out to sea. The initiative currently lay in the hands of the Navy. In terms of hard power, Li Yunlong, with his control over nuclear weapons, was indeed far more formidable. However, they were utterly incapable of setting sail. In this regard, regardless of Li Yunlong's plans, they must now rely upon the Navy's goodwill. At this moment, the balance of power among the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, and the pirates stood in a precarious equilibrium. To be precise, the Navy occupies a significant portion of power, while the Revolutionary Army lurks in the shadows and pirates flee in all directions. If the Navy were to eradicate all pirates and overturn the current situation, it would become the sole dominant force. For the past 800 years, the Navy has maintained the upper hand. Yet why has it been unable to completely annihilate the pirates? When a cunning rabbit dies, the loyal dog is cooked. Without pirates, would the world government continue to support the Navy? Or would it grant the Navy such immense power? It is likely that once the pirates are gone, the world government's next objective would be to dismantle the military strength of the Navy. Li Yunlong and his comrades would undoubtedly share the same reasoning. They would not stand idly by while the Navy grows in strength, as it could lead to a catastrophic event such as an atomic bomb falling on the Navy's headquarters. After all, a Navy with a stronghold is easier to deal with. No matter how powerful it is merely a matter of one atomic bomb. In contrast, those elusive creatures drifting across the seas are far more challenging to confront. When their proud missiles descend, the wandering beings of the ocean may vanish without a trace. Therefore, the Navy requires pirates, at the very least, until Akainu has thoroughly researched the secrets of the Peace Star technology weapons and possesses absolute confidence in countering them. Pirates must persist. As for why Whitebeard and Shanks must remain, when Kaido and Big Mom seem more manageable, Akainu can only assert that the grievances of the Navy must be avenged. He has just ascended to his position, and many eyes are watching him. The tale of Kaido slaughtering the Navy's headquarters still echoes across the seas. If Kaido lives, how can he justify it to the Navy? If Big Mom insists on standing alongside Kaido, what can Akainu do but acquiesce? Once everyone boarded the warship, Rear Admiral Tody rushed to Akainu, saluting as he reported loudly, "Admiral Akainu, all personnel have boarded. Please give your instructions." At that moment, Rear Admiral Tody was quite exhilarated, gazing at the fully armed warship. He envisioned a future where the Navy dominates the seas. This is not a mere wish, but an imminent reality. If they can defeat Kaido and Big Mom in this battle, no force in the world could thwart the Navy. Moreover, circumstances have changed. This time, the Navy is justified in seeking revenge, and even the most meddlesome Shanks has no reason to intervene. That old man Whitebeard, though it is unclear what has prompted him to target Fleet Admiral Sengoku, now with Vice Admiral Garp around, he is unlikely to cause much upheaval. With unimaginable heavy artillery, the 4 Navy admirals, and Admiral Akainu leading them, Rear Admiral Tody could hardly conceive of any reason for the Navy to lose. Could it be that a meteor might fall from the sky this time? Admiral Akainu. Admiral Akainu. At that moment, a communication officer rushed over with a document in hand, calling out Akainu's name in a flurry. The urgency of the situation betrayed any semblance of Navy decorum. Before Akainu could speak, Rear Admiral Tody reprimanded him directly. In his envisioned Navy, chaos would not ensue over any matter. This communication officer was inadequate. Upon returning, he would be assigned to the restroom as a custodian. Whitebeard has also amassed forces to converge with Kaido. The communication officer swallowed hard, holding up the document in a panic. As a communication officer, he frequently handled confidential documents, making him acutely aware of what Whitebeard's movements signified. This implied that if Whitebeard had allied with Kaido, the Navy would be facing 3 Yonko pirate crews simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Rear Admiral Tody's expression changed dramatically as he snatched the document from the officer's hands and scrutinized it. The more he read, the darker his countenance became. What on earth was Whitebeard plotting? Hadn't Vice Admiral Garp yet located him? Rear Admiral Tody had always believed that Garp had taken the firearms squad to seek vengeance against Whitebeard, but now he learned that Whitebeard was heading towards Kaido's territory. If Whitebeard was seeking Kaido, then where had Vice Admiral Garp gone? Surely he had gotten lost? If a person gets lost, it is one matter, but the firearms squad cannot be lost. In truth, Garp himself was quite perplexed. He had been following the Eternal Pointer and had indeed entered Whitebeard's territory. Yet, along this route, it seemed that all of Whitebeard's pirate crew had vanished. Not only had Whitebeard's sons disappeared, but even the subordinate pirate crews had seemingly vanished. It was as if the entire Whitebeard pirates had disappeared overnight, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Had it not been for the fact that this Eternal Pointer was a rare Navy artifact, Garp would have thought he had taken a wrong turn. Now that he had come this far, he could not turn back, and Garp pressed onward into the depths of Whitebeard's territory. However, it was evident that his journey was destined to yield no results. Chapter 89. The Battle Begins. Meteor Island is a medium-sized island with a diameter of over 20 kilometers, situated deep within the New World, nearing Kaido's stronghold in Wano. However, due to the island's abundance of venomous insects, it remains uninhabited. Today, this desolate island has become the meeting ground for 2 formidable groups. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates, led by Whitebeard himself, stand opposed to the Beast pirates, commanded by Kaido, in the center of the island. Judging by the expressions of the pirates on either side and the weapons gripped tightly in their hands, the atmosphere on the island resembles a powder keg on the verge of explosion, ready to erupt at the slightest spark. Whitebeard, what brings you to my territory? Are you looking for fight? With the home advantage and noticeably more men behind him, Kaido's booming voice echoed. His fierce subordinates stepped forward, eager to mentally intimidate the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard remained silent, but suddenly a radiant glow enveloped his arm, and he struck forward into the void. Crack, crack, crack. The area struck by Whitebeard's blow resonated with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, as it formed a dense spiderweb of cracks that spread outward with his force. Initially, Whitebeard contemplated whether to engage, but upon seeing the numbers behind Kaido, he resolved to act without hesitation. How long had it been? The Beast Pirates now outnumbered his own crew, and with that madwoman Big Mom constantly by Kaido's side. It was evident that Kaido's grand recruitment was aimed at countering the Whitebeard pirates. If he did not strike before Kaido amassed sufficient strength, it would be too late. It is wise to discipline one's offspring early, a principle Whitebeard understood well. Kaido truly had not anticipated that Whitebeard would attack without warning, catching him off guard. By the time he reacted, the spiderweb had already begun to spread, threatening to ignite. Whitebeard, have you lost your mind? Having dealt with Whitebeard for decades, Kaido understood all too well how terrifying Whitebeard could be when he unleashed his full power, with his subordinates standing so densely behind him. A single blow from Whitebeard could result in countless casualties. Thus, Kaido charged forward, wielding his kanabo. Thunderbagwa, the wolf-toothed club, was suddenly swung. It was firmly pinned in midair by an irresistible force. Following this, the spider web in the void shattered, and a cataclysmic shockwave struck Kaido, propelling him through the air while he expelled blood from his mouth. In truth, Kaido was most reluctant to engage with Whitebeard, generally formidable opponents of similar caliber, like Kizaru and Akiji, found it challenging to even breach his defenses, let alone defeat or kill him. They could only gradually wear him down using their repulsive devil fruit abilities. However, Whitebeard's tremor powers were a different matter entirely. This terrifying force could penetrate his defenses and assault his internal organs, marking it as his absolute nemesis. Although Kaido's physique was robust in all aspects, including an internal strength far beyond ordinary imagination, Whitebeard's tremor ability was globally recognized as the most lethal, one of the few powers capable of directly harming Kaido, especially wielded by Whitebeard, a man who could stand at the pinnacle of the world even without his devil fruit powers. Combined with the formidable lethality of the Gura no Mi, it created an effect where 11 surpassed 2. It would be more accurate to say that Whitebeard's reputation was forged through his mastery of the Gura no Mi rather than the reverse. Before Whitebeard's emergence, the Gura no Mi had produced no remarkable users, only a series of short-lived individuals unable to withstand its side effects. Kaido-sama, boss. Upon witnessing Kaido being launched away, his subordinates immediately erupted into panicked cries. Many of the newly recruited pirates and the Beast Pirates felt they had boarded the wrong ship. Surely the disparity among the four emperors couldn't be this vast. They remained oblivious that if Kaido were not concerned about the potential casualties among his new underlings, he would not have recklessly confronted Whitebeard, but could have easily evaded that punch and engaged with Big Mom in a more tactical manner. Whitebeard, I will kill you. Upon seeing Kaido thrown away, Big Mom instantly descended into a frenzy, charging forward with her Napoleon in hand. Elbaf Spear, Wagwa. In her madness, Big Mom unleashed her full strength. A massive purple slash imbued with darkness cleaved through the air, cutting not only the wind but even the island itself in two. Big Mom had made her move. A pirate who had just joined Whitebeard's crew gazed at the incoming slash in horror, shouting the name of a person. The shadow of a tree. As the most notorious of the four emperors, Big Mom's actions were legendary across the seas. Even though Whitebeard had just sent Kaido flying, it did nothing to diminish the fear others held for Big Mom. Upon seeing Big Mom attack, Whitebeard remained utterly unperturbed, as if the proud slash of Big Mom held no significance to him, not even blinking an eye. As the slash drew nearer, even though its target was Whitebeard, some pirates instinctively began to dodge, fearing that the residual force might claim their lives. Oof. At this moment, Ace, standing behind Whitebeard, stepped forward with a cold snort. His arm transformed into flames, and he swung forward, unleashing a massive fire dragon. The dragon altered its form mid-flight, swelling up as if it had encountered internal issues, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Indeed, Ace had now learned to conceal the tremor ability within the flames, even allowing it to explode away from his body within the fire. While Big Mom's full-force assault was impressive, Ace's dual devil fruit abilities were certainly not to be underestimated. The explosive fire dragon distorted the very fabric of the void, even warping Big Mom's attack midair. After passing through the explosive zone, it quickly dissipated into the atmosphere. Yet Big Emma pressed on, unafraid of Whitebeard. During her time with the Rocks Pirates, she had clashed with Whitebeard numerous times. Although she was no match for him, she had never been harmed by him. Big Mom believed that once Kaido joined the fray, Whitebeard would surely be no match for the two of them. As for Ace, the two pirate crews had their own vice-captains. One could hold off Marco, while the other, even if unable to defeat Ace, merely needed to stall him while they dealt with Whitebeard. Chapter 90. Come and block it, Phoenix Mark. How could I allow you to attack our king directly? Marco confidently transformed into a phoenix and flew out from behind Whitebeard, launching a kick. If Ace could face off against Big Mom, he felt capable as well. Such a grand spectacle was perfect for establishing his name. Bang! Get lost, you trash. Big Mom did not even flinch at Marco's aggressive approach. With her terrifying physique and inhuman strength, she seized Marco's leg and hurled him away. Big recognized Ace's strength, which he had forged through countless battles. As for Marco, he might as well have remained where he was. In terms of raw power, he could not compare to her two sons. That kick might have merely left a small footprint, but why should she allow him to kick her without consequence, as if he could simply take advantage of her? Marco. Seeing Marco tossed aside by Big Mom with a single hand, Jozu shouted his name in alarm and charged forward. Whitebeard was their king. To attack him, one would have to step over their corpses first. Diamondification. Jozu's body transformed into a giant of diamond, and his haki surged forth, enveloping him entirely as he forcefully collided with Big Mom. The spectacle of his shining form made many pirates wish to carry him away and sell him for a fortune. Standing over 3 meters tall, Jozu was a small giant in the pirate world, but in front of Big Mom, he resembled a helpless chick. Big Mom swung her 10-meter-long blade down toward Jozu's head. Thud! A dull sound resonated as if two stones had collided, with a faint shock wave radiating from their point of impact, as if time itself had been paused. The next moment, blood rained down from the sky as a figure was sent flying. Naturally, this figure could not be Big Mom. Suspended in the air, Jozu's radiant body was stained with crimson. Jozu! The members of the Whitebeard pirates cried out in concern, while several captains positioned themselves protectively in front of Whitebeard. This was not a death wish. It was their duty as captains. How could the captain charge into battle alone? To see their king, they must first confront their enemies. You trash, all of you die. Witnessing this scene, Big frowned, but, confident in her own strength, charged straight into the fray against them. Marco was utterly overwhelmed by her single strike. Once one's strength ascends to a certain realm, numbers become utterly meaningless. Stand aside, allow me to take this on. Observing Big Mom's audacious demeanor, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Ace's eyes. He bypassed the captains, his right hand clenched into a fist, and struck upward. No one can be arrogant before the Whitebeard pirates. If you wish to harm our father, you must first contend with me. Boom! The Napoleon in Big Mom's grasp was abruptly suspended in midair, caught in an invisible web as it hung there. And with the emergence of countless threads, Big Mom's expression darkened considerably. She despised this sensation the most. While the power of the Gura no Mi may not be able to kill her, being struck would still be far from pleasant. Even for her, this was reminiscent of her time aboard Rock's ship. After every spar with Whitebeard, she would often be left feeling nauseous from the internal turmoil caused by the tremors. Hence, Big Mom had always been reluctant to engage in battle with Whitebeard. Now, however, without the support of the Whitebeard crew, she found herself facing Ace as well. But for Kaido's throne, she was willing to risk it all today. You little brat, let us see if you can withstand this. Big Mom's armament haki completely enveloped Napoleon, and a terrifying wave of conqueror as haki erupted alongside her roar. In an instant, the air trembled, and an invisible shockwave radiated outward, engulfing the battlefield. Old hag, let us see what you've got. Ace's eyes burned with fervent excitement. The blood of the Sea Kings coursed through his veins, making him naturally inclined toward combat, especially against formidable foes. He trembled with exhilaration, and the power of the Gura no Mi surged within him. Crack! It was as though a mirror had shattered. The air between them reached a critical point, exploding like broken glass. In the next moment, the earth split, and the island trembled as if made of paper. Deep fissures tearing through the ground centered around the two of them. The entire island quaked, and those pirates lacking sufficient strength tumbled into the chasms, knowing full well that falling would mean certain death. Whitebeard! At that moment, Kaido returned to the battlefield, brandishing his kanabo and roaring as he charged in. A grand battle was imminent. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, kings against kings. Kaido and Whitebeard clashed fiercely, though it could be more accurately described as Kaido being on the receiving end of a relentless beating. However, with Kaido's resilience, he could endure for days without being defeated. On the other side, Big Mom faced off against Ace, both of them fiery tempers clashing in a brutal contest of strength. The powers of the soul fruit intertwined with Conqueror S. Haki, and the flames of the Mera no Mi created a terrifying spectacle. In their presence, the island seemed as fragile as paper. Even the captains of the Whitebeard pirates or the calamities of the Beast pirates, and even Big Mom's sweet commanders, could not dare to interfere in their confrontation. It was as if they were forbidden from approaching. Even Jack, who feared nothing and charged recklessly, found himself subdued in battle against the Whitebeard pirates. The area of their combat became a no-go zone on the island, even more intense than the clash between Whitebeard and Kaido. Marco, a vice admiral-level powerhouse, was engaged with the Beast pirates' formidable calamity, the Flame Disaster, and, with no one to rein him in, Katakuri rampaged through the Whitebeard pirates' ranks as if in a realm of his own. One could only say that one's strength reached a certain pinnacle. It transcended the imagination of ordinary individuals. In the world of pirates, it was akin to being as strong as a monster. Before Katakuri's peak observation haki, even the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were utterly powerless to stop him, unable even to restrict his movements. The severe injury of Diamond Jozu had diminished the Whitebeard pirate strength, and in such a fierce battle, each missing powerhouse represented an equal opportunity for the opposing side to act with impunity. Chapter 91, Shank's Dilemma. Meanwhile, Garp had arrived at the Whitebeard pirate stronghold, Shabati Archipelago. Bow, casually tossing aside a grievously wounded pirate, Garp's expression darkened significantly. From this pirate, Garp learned that Whitebeard had left to seek too much trouble, and once again he was too late. It reminded him of the times he chased after the Roger pirates across the globe, a time he had thoroughly enjoyed. However, with Whitebeard, he harbored but one desire. He wanted Whitebeard dead. According to the Pirate account, based on Whitebeard's travel speed, if he truly sought to confront Kaido, it was likely that a battle had already erupted. What then was the significance of his voyage? With Whitebeard absent, had he really gone through all this trouble to mobilize the rifle team for nothing? Although Garp had not attended the Navy meeting, he was aware that the purpose of that assembly was to extinguish Kaido's flames. If Akainu was already leading the Navy toward Kaido's territory, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? Let us head to Wano. Garp pondered, scratching his head as if his hair might fall out, before resolutely commanding his forces to change course. Having come this far, he was unwilling to leave without a fight. Since they were all seeking Kaido, he might as well join the fray. In a vast ocean, coincidences abound, and fate often plays tricks on everyone. Just as Akainu was en route to Wano, he encountered someone he never expected. Boo Boo under the blazing sun. The Navy's warship puffed steam as it sped across the ocean surface. For those who had never seen the sea, the endless expanse of azure could be invigorating, but for sailors accustomed to the ocean's vastness, it resembled a nightmare with no end in sight. The lookout, tasked with vigilance, was bound to his post, peering through his telescope to ensure he could detect any enemy presence and report it to his superiors. Yet the sea appeared perpetually calm from the lookout's perspective. Aside from the undulating waves and the occasional swooping seagulls, the world seemed stagnant, a pool of still water devoid of change, nauseatingly tranquil. Though he still clutched his telescope, scanning the horizon, his mind wandered to thoughts of what he might eat for lunch. He had noticed a dramatic change in the Navy's rations lately. Lost in his reverie, he failed to notice the pirate flag steadily growing larger in his view. Moments later, the red-haired pirates, a soldier from the artillery team, having switched to a new weapon, was calibrating the cannon when he inadvertently spotted the flag of the red-haired pirates on the horizon, causing him to gasp in shock. This is indeed the red-haired pirates, a notorious Yonko crew renowned across the seas. How could they possibly appear here? Are they perhaps attempting to thwart the Navy? This sudden outcry startled the lookout, who was lost in thoughts of breakfast and eagerly anticipating lunch, causing him to drop the telescope from his hands. It is essential for his duties to observe the sea, searching for incoming pirates, sudden adverse weather, or any anomalies. Yet, the arrival of the pirates was only noted by others, particularly the red-haired pirates, a crew of such stature. He failed to spot them, and as a veteran aboard the Akainu, he was aware that this was a man who would not tolerate incompetence. Given Akainu's temperament, such a lapse could lead to dire consequences. Clang, clang, clang. Realizing this, The lookout hastily retrieved his telescope, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, he indeed confirmed the flag of the red-haired pirates and immediately sounded the alarm. He shouted down to Akainu, "Admiral Akainu, it's the red-haired pirates. They have appeared 5 nautical miles ahead." Akainu had already been alerted to the presence of the red-haired pirates upon hearing the cannon fire. Now, upon hearing the lookout's voice, he was bewildered by how the lookout could allow such a crew to approach so closely. This mistake could cost lives. In his mind, Akainu had already marked the lookout for his negligence, but the immediate priority was to address the threat posed by the red-haired pirates. The lookout's transgression could be dealt with later. Akainu pondered the purpose of Shanks' visit at this moment. Did he know the Navy had acquired new equipment and wished to test their cannons? Or was he courting death? Surely, he could not be here to negotiate. "Captain, the Navy's warships are right ahead," Ben Beckman stated from the deck's bow, a cigar clenched in his mouth, exuding an air of arrogance. He did not wish to appear so brash, but his fierce appearance conveyed a certain swagger. As the first mate of the red-haired pirates, he believed he understood Shanks better than anyone, yet he too was perplexed by Shanks' intentions on this occasion. Not long ago, they had been enjoying drinks on their territory, jesting with the new recruits, when Shanks suddenly declared his desire to visit Wano to find Kaido. Yet, midway through, he abruptly changed course, opting instead to approach the Navy headquarters. He truly could not comprehend Shanks' thought process. As a pirate, he had previously sought the world government, and now that it had collapsed, he turned to the Navy headquarters. Did he genuinely believe that the Navy would refrain from taking action against them? Now, they had not even reached the Navy headquarters and had encountered a fleet of warships. Observing the size of the naval vessels, it was evident that the Navy had deployed dozens of ships comparable to the scale of the recent battle at the Malibu Sea. It seemed the entire Navy had mobilized, especially for Ben Beckman, who, as the most elite sniper upon the seas, had keen vision. He could clearly see, amidst the ships, the figures of Akainu and Akiji. For reasons unknown, both Akainu and Akiji, who should have been stationed at Navy headquarters, were present. If both of them were here, it was likely that other admirals were aboard the remaining ships. At this juncture, Shanks' directive to advance seemed tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, Ben Beckman could only subtly caution Shanks, hoping he would remain composed and not gamble with their lives. "Advance!" Shanks' face bore no expression, yet within, a tempest of thoughts swirled. Chapter 92. Grant me this favor. Shanks was silently deliberating on how to frame his opening statement. Grant me this favor. In the face of external threats, we must unite rather than engage in internal strife. Or perhaps, grant me this favor. Does the Navy truly wish to clash with pirates? If a confrontation is inevitable, then let us engage. Shanks was convinced that the Navy's full mobilization was directed towards Kaido. He found Kaido's provocations perplexing. Why instigate the Navy without cause? Did he truly believe himself invincible? Did he suppose that those from other realms would allow him to return while forsaking the Navy? Such foolishness could only originate from someone like Kaido, whose mind seemed dominated by brute force. While Shanks could not decipher Kaido's motivations, he recognized that Kaido had a significant role to play in his plans. The Navy must not be allowed to dismantle the beast pirates. A balance among the 3 factions was the most favorable outcome. If the Navy were to vanquish the beast pirates, the remnants of the Yonko would face a formidable adversary in the Navy. Shanks vividly recalled the scene from the previous battle, where 2 admirals had been effectively restrained by the Revolutionary Army, allowing them to hold their ground. Should the Navy eliminate Kaido, only 3 Yonko crews would remain, and they might not be a match for the Navy. Though uncertain of the intentions of those from other realms, Shanks was determined to maintain control over the situation. He believed that with a common enemy, the Navy would not recklessly sever ties with them before expelling those from other realms. By personally intervening, he hoped to provide the Navy with an honorable exit. Convinced they would retreat. Regarding the possibility of the Navy engaging him, Shanks was confident they would not act rashly. This was not land but the open sea. His title as the most formidable man upon the seas was not self-proclaimed, but earned through countless battles, acknowledged by the world through the bodies of his adversaries. Naval warfare differed greatly from land combat, regardless of the strength of a fleet without ships. Even the mightiest could only float in the air with abilities such as Jeppo or Devil Fruit powers. Yet, how many in the Navy possessed such capabilities? Moreover, at this time, naval ships lacked automated navigation systems and required manual operation. Although the Navy had 40 to 50 vessels, should they dare allow Shanks to approach, He was confident that a mere display of his conqueror's haki would be sufficient to incapacitate the few hundred sailors aboard those ships. Direct confrontation was certainly not feasible, as both Akainu and Akiji alone would pose a significant challenge. However, Shanks believed he could disable the masts of their ships or engage in a protracted battle to hinder the Navy's advance. He was certain the Navy understood this as well. As long as a direct conflict on land was avoided, each Yonko crew posed a lethal threat to the entire Navy. Yet, how exactly should Shanks seek to secure this favor from the Navy? This conundrum occupied his thoughts. Regardless, he was resolute that he would obtain this favor this year, whether the Navy conceded willingly or not. Much like during the Summit War, when he stood against Kaido, today, for the Navy, this path was impassable. He was indeed the infamous Yonko, red-haired Shanks. On the other hand, Akainu's thoughts were far less convoluted. Shanks had not contemplated the implications of his actions. He merely felt unprepared to engage him. In his eyes, the red-haired pirates constituted the least threatening of the four emperors to the Navy, leading him to resolve to eliminate them last. Ironically, having chosen to spare Shanks, he found himself unexpectedly confronted by him, an instance he deemed fortuitous for testing the might of the red-haired pirates' artillery. As one of the most formidable of the four emperors on the seas, they were certainly deserving of such scrutiny. After all, whether he targeted Kaido first or Shanks, death awaited both. With this in mind, Akainu commanded his trusted subordinate, Rear Admiral Toad, to relay orders to all naval vessels to lock their sights on the red-haired pirates and remain poised to fire. Toad, being Akainu's right-hand man, was typically expected to lead a fleet independently. However, his calm demeanor and exceptional execution of orders had prompted Akainu to retain him for this crucial moment. While nominally serving as Akainu's aide, Toad wielded powers akin to a Marine Admiral, bestowed upon him by Akainu in his capacity as Fleet Admiral. Toad understood Akainu better than anyone, aligning with the hawkish faction of the Navy, and had long awaited this confrontation, brimming with excitement. He swiftly communicated Akainu's orders to the fleet while directing the soldiers aboard his ship to aim their cannons at the red-haired pirates. As Shanks' vessel drew nearer, he remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril, preoccupied with thoughts of what his first words might be. Suddenly, Akainu issued the command to fire. With his directive, soldiers loaded the new heavy artillery, including howitzers and cannons, and unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. In an instant, a symphony of cannonballs filled the air, casting shadows across the sky in Shanks' stunned gaze. It was not until the first cannonball narrowly grazed the side of his ship and plummeted into the sea that Shanks snapped to attention, his earlier composure evaporating as he shouted, "Quick, retaliate, retreat." Engaging the Navy in a direct confrontation was futile. They were too distant from the naval vessels, rendering his conqueror's haki useless. Even his formidable sky slash, a technique of a grand swordsman, could not reach the ships over a distance of 3 to 4 kilometers, especially considering the presence of powerful adversaries aboard those vessels. Shanks was perplexed as to why the Navy had opened fire, and even more bewildered by the incredible range of their cannonballs. After years of sailing the seas, he had never witnessed such firepower. Typically, even the most potent artillery could barely reach a kilometer, and beyond 500 meters, accuracy was all but lost. Yet, the Navy's cannonballs flew effortlessly over 3,000 meters, almost striking his ship. What was even more terrifying was the overwhelming number of projectiles seemingly aimed directly at him. At that moment, Shanks felt like he might vomit blood. After years of dominance on the seas, he had never encountered such a scenario. When had the Navy's gunnery become so precise? It felt as though they had a cheat code, targeting his ship with uncanny accuracy. Normally, wouldn't the gunners lose track of their shots the moment they left the barrel? Were the cannons aboard his ship merely facades? His mind raced with confusion, but there was no time for further contemplation as the rain of cannonballs descended upon them. Notably, his extraordinary observation haki revealed that the shapes of these cannonballs differed significantly from those he had encountered before. Typical artillery projectiles were spherical and filled with explosives. Yet today's Navy projectiles were entirely unique. Some had rounded, pointed heads with streamlined tails and small fins, while others resembled conical cylinders, adorned with spiral grooves, suggesting impressive penetrative capabilities. The Navy's weaponry had evidently undergone a clandestine evolution, the pace of which astounded Shanks. A figure strategizing from the shadows materialized in his thoughts. Was this all part of your meticulous plan? Sengoku, Jesus Burgess. However, Shanks was not without recourse in such a situation. His ship boasted the finest sniper on the seas. Boss, watch this. Jesus Burgess grinned as he raised his firearm. Firing 3 shots, bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted from the muzzle as 3 rounds imbued with armament hockey soared through the air, successfully striking the 3 largest cannonballs above. Boom, boom, boom. The detonations echoed, and shrapnel from the explosions wreaked havoc on the surroundings, shrouding Shanks and his crew in a veil of smoke. Yet, amidst the cacophony of explosions, smiles crept onto their faces. This was Shanks' source of confidence, the most common method of countering such a predicament on the high seas. When struck, these spherical cannonballs would detonate. If they could trigger them before they landed, one explosion would set off a chain reaction, igniting surrounding shells. Even if a few managed to slip through, they could be dealt with effortlessly. But would it unfold as they envisioned? This time, disappointment awaited Shanks and his crew. The dense black smoke had yet to dissipate, and the menacing cannonballs surged through, heading towards the red-haired pirates, having squandered precious time waiting. How is this possible? Jesus Burgess exclaimed in disbelief, shocked that his 3 shots had failed to yield any effect. This scene shattered his perception as a top-tier sniper. How could the cannonballs not be detonated? Shanks and his crew wore troubled expressions, but at this juncture, what could they do? Each member could only wield their weapons to the best of their abilities, attempting to destroy the incoming projectiles. They were unaware that the artillery used by the Navy had undergone rigorous testing on Peace Star, resulting in superior stability. If Jesus Burgess had personally fired bullets imbued with armament hockey, he could indeed have pierced the cannonballs and caused them to explode, but the resulting shrapnel would lack potency, merely altering the trajectories of the other shells. Even in such dire circumstances, the red-haired pirates displayed the prowess befitting a top-tier pirate crew. Each member was a formidable warrior, adept at navigating peril. In the face of chaos, they remained remarkably composed, each showcasing their skills. Shanks drew his sword Griffin, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sky/slash attacks that soared towards the heavens. Meanwhile, Ben Beckman wielded his sidearm, firing with seemingly infinite ammunition, precisely detonating a cannonball in midair, creating a brilliant explosion. In an instant, despite the relentless barrage of cannonballs raining down like a deluge, a vacuum formed above the red-haired pirates, preventing any projectile from descending. Admiral Akainu, shall I lead our forces to charge? Asked Vice Admiral Yin Shu, respectfully positioning himself behind Akainu as he surveyed the unfolding scene. The true spectacle is just beginning. Issue the command to launch torpedoes. A rigid smile unexpectedly crept across Akainu's resolute visage as he instructed Vice Admiral Yin Shu. Yes, the torpedoes were the bare minimum of equipment provided by Li Yunlong and his crew. Although Yin Shu was perplexed as to why Akainu opted to deploy torpedoes in what seemed to be a virtually guaranteed victory, he understood that obedience to orders was paramount, and without hesitation, he swiftly relayed Akainu's command. Meanwhile, Shanks perceived the seemingly endless barrage of cannonballs overhead. If this continued, they would inevitably be obliterated by the Navy. Thus, he commanded his crew, "Make haste to retreat, we must withdraw." At that moment, the fantasies of gaining favor were completely extinguished from Shanks's mind. All he desired was to escape with his life. The Navy's tactics baffled him. Normally, with Akiji present, he would expect the Admiral to freeze the sea, allowing them to engage in a direct confrontation. Today, however, the scenario felt entirely amiss. When did artillery become so crucial? Regrettably, he found himself utterly powerless against these cannons, and the Navy's firepower was so overwhelming that they risked perishing beneath its onslaught. His formidable conqueror's hockey had no opportunity to manifest, and the confidence stemming from his elite crew bore no semblance of intimidation. What had transpired within the Navy to cause such a transformation? For now, retreat was the only option. This grudge Shanks vowed to remember, and he would make the Navy pay. Yet he failed to notice the imminent peril lurking beneath the surface of the sea, drawing ever closer. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, followed by violent tremors. The Redford, a ship that had conquered much of the world, was cleaved in two, the seawater rushing in as the entire vessel sank at a discernible pace. Redford! Shanks bellowed in fury as his beloved ship, which had accompanied him throughout his journey, was destroyed. To him, it held a bond akin to family, a deep-seated affection. Chapter 94. The Fall of Shanks. Shanks never anticipated that the Navy could launch cannonballs from beneath the waves. Though the artillery in the sky had been neutralized, they had overlooked the threat lurking below. With no islands in sight for dozens of nautical miles, the destruction of a ship signified a grim reality. one that Shanks understood all too well. He saw no glimmer of hope for survival. While Ben Beckman and the others might swim to the nearest isle, what of him? With but one arm, how could he traverse the vast expanse of ocean? Moreover, the Navy would not allow their escape, irrespective of the cannon fire above. Should they dare breach the surface, Aokiji would undoubtedly freeze the sea, sealing their fate. Awaiting them would be Akainu's meteoric onslaught or a volcanic eruption, rendering them mere targets for the Navy's merciless slaughter. Perhaps he should never have ventured here. Yet, now that the situation had escalated, his regrets were futile. The battle had scarcely exceeded 2 minutes, initially perceived as evenly matched, yet they were now sinking into the depths. The sensation was unbearably stifling, especially given that they possessed the ocean's foremost power, a crew of elite members, save for one novice. On land, even if the Navy dispatched 2 admirals, they would struggle to gain any advantage against them. Instead, they were on the brink of annihilation without even touching the enemy. When did cannonry, once merely a backdrop, acquire the capability to kill, and moreover, to slay one of the 4 emperors, the illustrious red-haired Shanks? As these thoughts coursed through Shanks's mind, the despairing Jesus Burgess abandoned the aerial assault, redirecting all bullets in his firearm towards Akainu's warship. Even in death, he sought to take Akainu with him. Red Dog. The one-armed Shanks surged from the ocean's surface, as if awakening a latent potential, dashing across the waves. However, this was a tangible world. One could not merely shout and expect their strength to double, nor would the enemy pause because one called their name. Cannonballs and various missiles continued their relentless descent. And amid Shanks's fury, he inadvertently brushed against a missile that plummeted into the sea. Boom! The missile from the Peace Star erupted in an instant, shrapnel easily tearing through Shanks's Busashokahaki. His robust form, akin to paper, was swiftly shredded into fragments. Thus, the era of the formidable pirate, the 4 Emperor's red-haired Shanks, came to an abrupt halt. Shanks! Captain! Witnessing Shanks's demise, the crew of the red-haired pirates descended into madness. Even those who had begun to flee halted their retreat, frantically swimming towards Shanks's lifeless body. At that moment, their singular thought was to reclaim Shanks's remains. Bang! 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 Their synchronized movements drew the attention of the Navy's gunners, who locked onto their target, unleashing a torrent of cannon fire and missiles upon Shanks's corpse. The crew of the red-haired pirates, despite being among the ocean's elite, were not immune to the cacophony of screams as they were consigned to the depths, their souls forever entwined with the sea. Admiral Akainu, the 4 Emperor's red-haired Shanks, has been slain. Vice Admiral Yin Shu rushed to report, his eyes alight with excitement and trembling words. This marked the Navy's finest achievement in decades. They had vanquished a 4 Emperor, a pirate who had dominated the New World for over a decade. This battle would be immortalized in the annals of naval history, and he would be forever remembered. Listen. However, before he could finish, Akainu raised his left hand to silence him. Inshu, what do you hear? Akainu's eyes were slightly closed, seemingly attuned to some exquisite melody. Admiral, I hear the cries of the pirates. Upon hearing Akainu's words, Yinshu perked up his ears, listening intently. The sounds of cannonballs crashing, explosions, and the distant cries of pirates resonated like a sublime symphony in his ears. What I hear is the sound of peace, the collective cheer of the world, the voice of hope the Navy shall bring to this realm. Yinshu, remember this moment. From this instant, the world shall undergo a profound transformation. This ocean will henceforth resonate with 2 sounds, the voice of the Navy and the anguished cries of its enemies. Akainu slowly opened his eyes, cold and merciless, gazing calmly at the distant sky. He did not spare a glance at the battlefield far away, as if it were unworthy of even a fraction of his attention. In the eyes of Lieutenant General Shireen, at that moment, Akainu stood like a towering edifice, resembling a deity that governed all, becoming the very embodiment of faith for Shireen. Furthermore, this scene had already proven to him that Akainu's words were not mere rhetoric. One of the strongest pirate crews in the seas, the red-haired pirates, had been utterly annihilated before his eyes. The Navy's goal of unifying the world was no longer a distant dream. They were destined to become the heroes and rulers of the New World. Contemplating this, Lieutenant General Shireen clenched his fists in excitement, feeling his nails dig into his palms, drawing blood, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates had escalated to a fever pitch. Bang! 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 A colossal dragon plummeted from the sky, while a robust, bare-chested giant rode upon its back, unleashing a barrage of punches upon the dragon's head. Dragon's blood spraying and evaporating in the air. The battle had raged for less than 2 hours, and the immense disparity in strength left Kaido entirely on the defensive, relying solely on his formidable physique to withstand the blows. However, despite Whitebeard's relentless assault, he found it challenging to inflict any lethal damage upon the monstrous Kaido in such a short time frame. On another front, Ace found himself at a disadvantage against Big Mom. The loss of his Conqueror's Haki had become the pivotal factor in determining the outcome of their clash. Even though Ace possessed 2 Devil Fruit abilities, the extent of their development, along with his mastery of Haki, paled in comparison to Big Mom's prowess. Particularly, the disparity in their physical capabilities was glaring. Big Mom, known as the Steel Balloon, rendered Ace's flame abilities and vibrations ineffective against her. Chapter 95. A bitter struggle, though Ace currently faced only a slight disadvantage. It was evident that as time progressed, if his armament Haki were to deplete, he would lack the means to continue opposing Big Mom. After all, she could be regarded as the sole individual in these seas capable of withstanding the power of the Gura Gura no Mi purely through brute strength. This was something even Kaido could not achieve. Had her weaknesses not been so glaring, the title of the world's strongest physique might still be contested. Yet, in the present moment, Ace had no time to ponder such matters. He could only perceive that with the ongoing battle, Big Mom seemed to grow ever stronger. The sensation was entirely different from his encounters with Sengoku. While Sengoku was formidable, he instinctively avoided Ace's flames and seismic abilities. In contrast, Big Mom displayed no inclination to evade, almost as if she considered his powers inconsequential, charging straight at him. Frustratingly, Ace discovered that he truly had no means to contend with Big Mom. His punches landed upon her, creating ripples of flesh, yet they seemed to bear little effect. Instead, the abilities of Big Mom's Soul Fruit would occasionally disrupt him, leaving him vulnerable to unexpected attacks. Moreover, Big Mom was a bona fide master swordswoman. Her nearly flawless physique combined with her swordsmanship left Ace momentarily overwhelmed, forced to evade rather than retaliate. This was unfathomable for Ace, who had once been evenly matched with the Kainu and even pressed the Marine Admiral Sengoku. Now, however, he found himself unable to best Big Mom, the weakest among the 4 emperors. Was it possible that the Marine Admirals were weaker than the 4 emperors? Yet, this was indeed the truth. In a direct confrontation, the Marine Admirals were not the equals of the 4 emperors. To be precise, only Carp among the original 3 admirals could hope to defeat an emperor in direct combat. The strongest of the original admirals, a Kainu, would be subdued by an elderly Whitebeard, let alone the other 2. Even though Kizaru possessed formidable combat power, he would not provoke the 4 emperors without cause. As for Akiji, he was even less capable, unable to best a Kainu. The same could be said for Fujitora and Green Bull, who were clearly inferior. While Big Mom reigned over the seas, they were likely still playing in the mud. Although they were considered to be of the same class, the differences were substantial. The original 3 admirals had developed their Devil Fruit abilities to their utmost limits. Yet they lagged behind in Haki development. Notably, the Marines lacked the Conqueror's Haki, aside from Carp, who had honed his 2-tone Haki to near perfection. The others were significantly inferior in Haki compared to the 4 emperors, not to mention the disparity in physical strength. While the Marine admirals were often regarded as monsters in terms of physical prowess, they fell short when compared to any of the 4 emperors. Perhaps they could be compared to the deceased Shanks, but there was no meaningful comparison to the other 3. Kaido stood there, allowing them to strike, and they could not bring him down. As long as no one discovered her weaknesses, Big Mom's body was unequivocally the strongest in these seas. Though Whitebeard was slightly inferior to the other 2, his towering stature indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Moreover, Conqueror's Haki was not merely effective against lesser foes. When cultivated to a deeper level, it could intertwine with armament Haki, amplifying attacks. Boom! Once again, in a direct confrontation, Ace actively transformed into his elemental form to evade Big Mom's slash, delivering a powerful punch imbued with white light directly to Big Mom's head. Thud! Crash! Big Mom was sent flying, colliding with several towering trees before crashing into a massive boulder, embedding herself within it and causing deep fissures to erupt across its surface. In that moment, Ace had unleashed the full power of the Gura Gura no Mi. Even with his elemental protection, he felt a slight reverberation injure him. Ace stared anxiously at Big Mom, now lodged within the rock, forgetting to pursue the attack. The pressure she exerted upon him was overwhelming. If this punch bore no effect, He had no idea how to proceed with the battle. Crack, 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 boom. You little brat, I will kill you. As fragments of rock continued to rain down. Accompanied by a deafening noise, the entire boulder shattered, and through the smoke, Big Mom, somewhat dazed, roared as she brandished Napoleon and charged once more. Big Mom had forgotten the last time she had been so brutally assaulted. Although Ace could not harm her, no one relished being struck, especially by this little brat whom she looked down upon. Big Mom and Ace were bitter rivals. Ace's father, Roger, had become the Pirate King by stealing the final piece of the red history text from Big Mom. Once, Big Mom harbored dreams of becoming the Pirate King herself, dreams that Roger had extinguished with his own hands. Now, it was a reckoning of both old grievances and new enmities. In a moment of sheer rage, Big Mom unleashed a piercing scream that reverberated through the very soul, momentarily distracting Ace and leaving him in a daze. Eiduwafu nojari, ieikoku. Before Ace could fully regain his senses, Big Mom's furious slash hurtled towards him. By the time Ace awoke to the peril, evasion was no longer an option. He could only brace himself with his Busashoka haki, hoping to withstand Big Mom's onslaught. A sickening sound echoed as blood splattered. Ace was sent flying by her strike. Soaring through the air, his consciousness fading. This exemplified the insurmountable disparity in physical prowess. Big Mom could easily disregard Ace's attacks, while any contact from her would inevitably result in grievous injury or even death. Ace, as the Dragon Knight, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido, bore witness to this calamity. Whitebeard's anxiety caused him to momentarily forget his own fight, his gaze fixated on Ace's form. Had they not been separated by such distance, he would have rushed to his aid. At that instant, a brilliant azure flame streaked across the skies as Marco descended, catching Ace mid-fall and employing his Tori Nomi abilities to mend Ace's wounds. It is Captain Marco. Captain Marco has saved Ace. Upon witnessing this, Whitebeard exhaled in relief, a smile breaking across his face, and the crew of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in joyous cheers. Marco had always been the second in command of the crew, and they held unwavering faith in his strength. Even though he had just been struck by Big Mom, it was not a reflection of his abilities, but rather a testament to Big Mom's overwhelming power. After all, even Ace, who wielded the Moku no Mi, had fallen before her. Chapter 96. A fierce battle seizing the moment of Whitebeard's lapse. Kaido swiftly turned, casting Whitebeard off his body. No matter how formidable his physique, he could not withstand Whitebeard's relentless strikes. The tremors from Whitebeard's powers pierced through his resilient skin to reach his very organs. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before Whitebeard would pummel him to death. After discarding Whitebeard, Kaido wasted no time as he launched himself toward Big Mom. Knowing he was outmatched, yet still willing to face the onslaught, he was a fool for seeking further conflict. As Kaido approached Big Mom, she too had been keenly observing his movements and sprinted towards him. Whitebeard's expression shifted dramatically, and he pursued them, his Tsongyun Chie shimmering with radiant light. Just as Kaido was about to converge with Big Mom, the gravely injured Jozu unexpectedly barreled into Kaido's side, sending him careening away, though he was swiftly struck down by Big Mom. This act had granted Whitebeard precious time. Whitebeard leaped high, his Tsongyun Chia glow aimed at Kaido as Emerald Dragon Head. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons rang out, freezing time as Whitebeard's weapon was a mere 10 centimeters from Kaido's skull. Yet it felt as if a chasm separated them. The Dragon-S foot wielded a spike club that collided with Big Mom's Napoleon. In the next instant, Kaido transformed into human form, gazing longingly at Big Mom's rotund figure, their eyes meeting in a shy exchange. The ultimate technique of the sea, an eye-to-eye sword. In perfect synchrony, they unleashed their powers. Raime hack, Eiduwafu nojari. The Wolfong Club in Kaido's grasp, Big Mom's Napoleon, and Whitebeard's radiant Tsongyun Chia collided in an awe-inspiring spectacle. The ground trembled as the force of their union shattered the island, with nearby pirates oblivious to their impending doom, turned to dust by the winds of sheer power. However, this was merely the beginning. As the three forces surged forth, the earth shook violently, the clouds above shattered into uneven fragments, and the island split with unfathomable cracks. Stones were forcibly drawn into the air, and even the waves crashing against the shore began to flow back into the sea, a testament to the cataclysmic force unleashed. With their combined might, it felt as though the entire world was trembling. Countless pirates plunged into the gaping chasms, some torn apart by the merciless air currents. Even the captains and prominent officers of the three pirate crews relinquished their weapons, desperately seeking refuge from this calamity that rivaled nature itself. For the three at the heart of the island, this was just the prologue. In the next heartbeat, the clamor of collisions and shockwaves enveloped the island. Those beneath the rank of captain found themselves unable to stand, effectively barred from the battle, and urged their crew members to distance themselves from the chaos. In this moment, only Ace was deemed worthy to engage in the fight. Yet Marco's healing merely mended his wounds. His lost stamina and spilled blood would require his own recovery. Ace was merely a mortal frame, and in comparison to these titans, he was woefully inadequate. Despite his several attempts to join the fray, Marco held him firmly back. Marco believed that sending Ace into the fray in his current state would be tantamount to a death sentence. "Marco, let me go. I must assist father. You must not fight alone." Ace, though weakened, fought back with tenacity, his eyes aflame as they locked onto the trembling white light at the center of the island. "Ace, please calm down. In your condition, not only can you not aid father, but you would only hinder him further." Marco tightened his grip around Ace, enduring the burns from the flames emanating from him, his resolve unwavering. He could not allow Ace to rush into certain doom. He understood all too well that in Whitebeard's heart, Ace represented the future hope of the Whitebeard pirates. Had the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates not been watching them so closely, Marco might have been tempted to knock Ace unconscious and rush to aid Whitebeard. Ace's impulsive nature blinded him to his current condition. There was no way he could leave Ace alone here. It was likely that as soon as he charged in, Ace would follow suit, forcing him and Whitebeard to divide their focus to protect Ace. Yet, Marco recognized that if Ace were to regain his composure and confront reality, he would no longer be Ace. If not for the understanding of Ace's significance in Whitebeard's eyes, Marco would never have saved him. Asu's impulsive and self-righteous nature has brought several crises to the Whitebeard pirates. The initial battle at Marineford was instigated by his recklessness, and even the subsequent confrontation with the Navy, which Whitebeard had no intention of engaging in, was prompted by Shanks's persuasion of Ace. In Marco's eyes, Ace is a harbinger of disaster for the Whitebeard pirates, a portent of calamity. Yet, Marco is acutely aware that Whitebeard values Ace's life even more than his own. Thus, Marco can only suppress his anger and tightly embrace Ace, preventing him from interfering, which inadvertently aids Whitebeard. Meanwhile, the arriving Carp encounters resistance due to the fierce battle between Whitebeard and his adversaries, causing violent seismic activity and triggering a massive tsunami. Vice Admiral Carp, "A tsunami is approaching," exclaimed his aide, Major Cato, who was the first to spot the impending disaster and rushed to inform Carp. The unpredictable weather of the Grand Line claims countless lives each year, with innumerable pirates succumbing to its wrath. The most effective means of combating a tsunami in this world is to have a great swordsman cleave through it with their prowess. However, Carp's vessel lacks even a single swordsman, let alone a grand one. Chapter 97. The Navy arrives. "Clear the way. Let me through." Upon witnessing the approaching tsunami, Carp grinned widely, reminiscent of his past pursuits of Roger, fighting across the seas and chasing Roger from the Grand Line to the New World. That exhilarating sensation had returned to him. "Fist of the Meteor," Carp commanded as the sailors aboard his ship presented him with a box of specially crafted cannonballs. He effortlessly grasped one and hurled it forth with remarkable speed. Fist of the Meteor, a box. In the end, Carp's hand moved almost imperceptibly, akin to throwing a shot put, as he unleashed cannonballs one after another, carving a path through the towering tsunami towards Wano. Long live Vice Admiral Carp. Victory for Vice Admiral Carp. The sailors aboard erupted in cheers, fully aware that this man could work miracles. Set sail. Despite the accolades, Carp maintained a stoic gaze towards the horizon, silently vowing, "Whitebeard, wait for me. I shall soon claim your life." Beneath the azure sky, the warm sunlight glinted off the figurehead of Carp's ship. The ocean, seemingly vast, is actually quite small. After vanquishing the red-haired pirates, the fleet commanded by Akainu swiftly navigated through to the heart of Kaido's territory, riding the waves stirred by the battle between Whitebeard and his foes. Following the tumultuous tides generated by their conflict, Akainu quickly identified his target, Meteor Island. "Admiral Akainu, we are approaching Meteor Island. Reports indicate that a fierce battle is underway, featuring flags from the Whitebeard pirates, the Beast pirates, and Big Mom's crew. Should we engage?" Major Moles, equipped with a telescope, approached Akainu with utmost respect. At that moment, Moles had completely surrendered to Akainu, treating his every word as a decree. "Oh, have the pirates turned on each other?" Hearing Moles' words, Akainu furrowed his brow in curiosity and took the telescope to survey the area ahead. He was aware that the Whitebeard pirates had advanced into Kaido's territory. But based on their previous assessments, the two factions should have been allied. Why then were they now engaged in battle? This telescope, crafted with the support of Li Yunlong and his team, far surpassed others in this world, allowing for clear observation of scenes dozens of kilometers away. A wretched group of vermin. Through the lens, Akainu beheld the three factions clashing and sneered disdainfully before issuing a command. All troops, advance. Utilize all artillery and obliterate them at the fastest pace. Understood. Mole saluted and promptly relayed Akainu's orders, eager to witness how the Navy's firepower would annihilate these vile pirates. Marco successfully rallied the Whitebeard pirates' crew. Yet on the other side, Jean and Jack were not inclined to let the Whitebeard pirates escape unscathed. Quickly eliminate them. They organized the pirates from the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates to charge at the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates would not sit idle. If it came to battle, Whitebeard had never feared anyone and surged forward with a battle cry. The two factions, seasoned adversaries, quickly descended into a heated clash. The dazzling Diamond Joseph, the formidable Jack the Drought, the graceful swordsman Flower Sword, and the foresight Kakuri, all of these notorious pirates engaged in combat, ensuring that some ships would forever sink to the depths. Under Katakuri's intimidating conqueror's haki, many members of the Whitebeard pirates found their movement sluggish. Taking advantage of the moment, the fiery Jean delivered a powerful kick to Marco, who was diligently guarding Ace, sending him flying. Ace, too, was ruthlessly thrown aside in the process. Jin's intentions were clear. He aimed to eliminate Ace while he was gravely injured. Fully aware of Marco's Phoenix abilities, Jean understood that he could not defeat Marco. So his primary target was Ace. Seeing Ace airborne, he transformed into his dragon form, spewing flames behind him as he pursued Ace, his claw raised, enveloped in haki, ready to bring Ace to his end. You bastard. However, Jean underestimated Ace. Mid-air, Ace spun around, his right hand glowing with white light as he struck the void, producing a series of crackling sounds as it shattered like a broken mirror, splintering into countless fissures that ultimately imploded. Witnessing this from the air, Jean wisely refrained from colliding with Ace's vibration ability in his human form, instead shifting to his half-beast mode. Royal Fire Dragon. Jean unsheathed the blades at his waist and slashed towards Ace, unleashing a massive fire dragon that lunged at him. Nonetheless, the disparity in raw power was not easily bridged. The white light expanded, tearing the fire dragon to shreds while the overwhelming vibration force impacted Jin's body. Jean plummeted from the sky, blood spouting from his mouth, only to be instantly vaporized by the terrifying flames emanating from him. Though his external wounds had been treated by Ka, remained a mere shell of his former self, his internal injuries irreparable. After gritting his teeth and delivering a final punch, he found himself utterly drained, plummeting toward the vast ocean below. Just as he was about to crash into the water, a chilling force surged from the distance, instantly freezing the sea beneath him. With a heavy thud, he landed on the icy surface, blood spewing from his mouth due to the impact. Yet, he paid no mind to his own injuries. His gaze fixated on the source of the frost. This ability to freeze the ocean could only belong to that man. He knew that the time had come for his arrival, and where he went, others would surely follow. Before he could catch sight of the person he longed for, a torrential downpour of cannonballs descended upon the pirates. In a moment of fury, despite his exhausted state, a remarkable strength surged within him. Flames ignited from his hands as he struck the air before him. In an instant, a terrifying web materialized in the atmosphere. With a powerful thrust, the world trembled. The void shattered like glass, and the cannonballs suspended in mid-air detonated with an invisible force. The explosive spectacle captured the attention of everyone present, halting the fierce battles among the three factions as they turned to witness the magnificent scene, while distant naval ships emerged on the horizon. In the treacherous waters, the Navy stood as the ultimate adversary to all pirates. Faced with this formidable threat, even the typically reckless Jieka composed himself, abandoning his opponent to rally the forces of the Beast Pirates. They recognized that the Navy posed their greatest danger, even more so than the Whitebeard pirates. Kata Kuli and the returning Ma shared a similar sentiment, aware that with the Navy poised to strike, none wished to allow their skirmishes to grant the Navy an opportunity to reap the rewards. Following the freezing of the ocean, the battle on Meteor Island also came to a standstill. Pirates would resolve their own affairs without the Navy's interference. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom hastily emerged from the depths of the fragmented island. At this moment, Kaido bore a massive wound across his chest, revealing glimpses of his innards, while even the so-called steel balloon, Big Mom, had blood at the corners of her mouth. As for Whitebeard, who had been struck by their combined assault, a gaping hole in his chest allowed blood to pour forth ceaselessly. While an ordinary person would have perished, Whitebeard, a true anomaly, continued to move as if unaffected by the chaos around him. Old man, I don't know what madness has taken hold of you, but let us cease hostilities for now. Once we deal with the Navy, I shall come for your life, Kaido lamented, his gaze fixed on Whitebeard. He anticipated trouble from the Navy and surmised that they had mobilized their entire force. He had summoned Big Mom to consolidate their strength specifically to confront the Navy. Yet Whitebeard's reckless approach had led them into conflict without a word. Now, they had unwittingly given the Navy an advantageous position. Continuing their battle would likely result in their complete annihilation at the hands of the Navy, prompting Kaido, despite his resentment, to propose an alliance with Whitebeard. Whitebeard paid Kaido no mind, his focus solely on the distant warships. Just as Kaido had surmised, Whitebeard believed the Navy sought retribution against him. Given that Sengoku had fallen to his hand, he did not oppose Kaido's suggestion for collaboration, yet in his current state. He knew that even united they would not stand a chance against the Navy. Thus, retreat seemed the wiser course. He would allow this relic of the old world to cover the escape of his sons. With this determination, Whitebeard's gaze hardened, and he strode purposefully across the ice towards the distant fleet. Meanwhile, on the naval vessels, Akainu wore a rigid smile. Having ordered Akiji to freeze the ocean not for a direct confrontation with the pirates, but to facilitate the annihilation of his foes. With their ships immobilized, escape was no longer an option. A few salvos would ensure their complete eradication alongside the island. In this modern age, relying on individual strength was a folly when they possessed cannons. Fire. Akainu tossed aside the white glove from his right hand, casting it onto the frozen sea before turning back toward the ship's interior. The ensuing battle held no significance. The outcome had long been determined. The wretched vermin could not alter their fates, and it was time to expel the interlopers from their world. As for previous agreements, who would honor such pacts in the face of worldly interests? Simultaneously, on the Red Soil continent, Li Yunlong, the man Akainu was concerned about, was hosting a mysterious guest from afar. This flying sky burnt knife is renowned for its exquisite taste. Come, brother, let us drink until we are inebriated. Li Yunlong poured a fine liquor into his guest's cup, filling his own glass to the brim as well, both cups brimming to the point of overflow. Pray tell, what is the purpose of your visit? The figure seated opposite him was shrouded in a dark robe, but the flickering light revealed vibrant tattoos adorning his face. It was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Ah, I appreciate your straightforwardness, Li Yunlong exclaimed, slamming the table with enthusiasm. Without further preamble, he declared, I summoned you for the purpose of forging an alliance. The Navy wields my weapons while keeping their gaze fixed upon my doorstep. These ungrateful wretches seem intent on devouring us. I have heard that your revolutionary forces are commendable, driven by ideology and genuinely striving for the welfare of the common folk. Our objectives align. We have come to this world for peace, and we now share a common enemy. I propose we collaborate. Dragon, unfazed by Li Yunlong's fervent words, inquired with an impassive demeanor, what form of cooperation does generally envision? I will take charge of your armaments. We have resources, money, and provisions. Let us first join forces to eliminate the Navy, and afterward, we can each pursue our own paths. What say you? Li Yunlong laid bare his intentions without concealing any of his thoughts. Indeed, this was their initial strategy. First, to equip the Navy with arms and utilize its strength to eradicate the pirates. Once the pirate menace was subdued, they would then conspire with the Revolutionary Army to confront the Navy, allowing them to benefit from the ensuing chaos. Chapter 99. The Woes of Akainu. All the weapons and equipment were supplied by them. Once they entered the fray, even if they sensed something amiss, they would have no choice but to continue inflicting harm upon each other. At that point, it would be time for the Peace Star to come forth to save this world. Ha ha. Come, let us drink. This wine is not for the average person. It is our unit's tribute wine. At this thought, Li Yunlong smiled even more joyfully, raising his cup and downing the liquor in one go. The fiery white spirit coursed down his throat and into his stomach, the exhilarating sensation prompting Li Yunlong to exclaim, delightful. General Li intends to utilize us to deal with the Navy? One should not be deceived by Li Yunlong's genial demeanor. The man who could single-handedly support such a vast revolutionary army surely comprehended his true intentions. Assisting others is akin to aiding oneself. One must be clear on a crucial matter. We seek a controllable force, not an insatiable dog. Li Yunlong's expression darkened immediately, his words laced with palpable menace. He had never intended to conceal anything from Dorag, but he was astonished at how openly Dorag had disregarded his face, revealing everything. If Dorag continued to be so brazen, it would seem necessary to prioritize the Revolutionary Army's resolution. Dorag's countenance also darkened considerably. Li Yunlong's words were far too blatant. If the Navy were dogs, then what were they? To Dorag, this was an overt provocation against their world, leading him to respond in a low voice, "Very well. Since General Li has articulated his thoughts so plainly, should I refuse to comply, it would be quite ungrateful. May I inquire what kind of support General Li can offer the Revolutionary Army? As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood." Although Dorag was infuriated, he did not lose his fundamental rationality. The current situation was evident. If he did not acquiesce to Li Yunlong's demands, it was likely that Li Yunlong and the Navy would swiftly annihilate their revolutionary army, leaving him with no other choice. After speaking, Dorag raised the cup from the table and tilted his head back to down it in one gulp. Having always consumed the pure ale of the pirate world, he had never tasted such potent white liquor. At that moment, it felt as if he had swallowed flames, the burning sensation in his throat almost causing him to regurgitate. However, Dorag would not allow Li Yunlong to witness his embarrassment. Despite the searing pain in his throat, he bore it stoically. Yet, the dampness of his shirt, the sweat trickling down his forehead, and his reddened eyes all betrayed the agony he endured. "I truly did not misjudge. Your drinking capacity is remarkable, my lord. After this cup, we shall be brothers. Come, allow me to show you the gifts I have meticulously prepared for the Revolutionary Army." Li Yunlong lauga heartily, quickly rising to pat Dorag on the shoulder, then turned to lead him towards the shooting range at the back. In no time, news of the Navy's victory over the four emperors spread throughout the seas. Instantly, all pirates and dark forces trembled in fear, stealthily tucking their tails between their legs, wary of becoming the Navy's next target. With the tumultuous waves stirred by Whitebeard temporarily settled, those young souls eager to venture into the sea opted to conceal themselves once more. The Navy's momentum surged, with some even proclaiming the slogan of the world's king. Simultaneously, as Li Yunlong and his allies acted, whispers of the world government's demise quietly circulated. With the Navy's tacit approval, various forces began to take note of these visitors from another world. Naval headquarters. In the office, Akainu reclined in a lounge chair, legs propped up on the table, gazing at the ceiling with furrowed brows, seemingly lost in troubling thoughts. Meanwhile, Akiji leaned against the sofa, donning an eye mask and resting. Kizuru held a newspaper in one hand and a cup of hot tea in the other, leisurely indulging in the comforts of life. Fujitora and the Green Bull sat at one corner of the room, engaged in a spirited game of chess, exchanging moves with evident delight. Everything remained unchanged, save for the person seated at the center. At this moment, Akainu was genuinely troubled. Although the Navy had triumphed in the Battle of Meteor Island, the victory was not as straightforward as anticipated. During the conflict, Whitebeard had commanded his crew to retreat while he remained behind to cover their escape. Akainu could not permit the Navy to unleash its full firepower. Under the Navy's terrifying artillery, the three pirate crews were utterly defenseless. Even Whitebeard was reduced to mere pulp under their concentrated fire, and Akainu had avenged the losses of the Summit War by personally using his sniper rifle to pierce Ace's skull. However, to his astonishment, at a critical moment, both Whitebeard and Ace inexplicably resurrected. In the most literal sense, they revived right before everyone's eyes, blood and flesh coalescing to form their bodies anew, returning to peak condition. After their resurrection, although the pirate crews remained at a disadvantage, their resurgence initiated a counteroffensive against the Navy. The ultimate outcome of this battle saw the legendary pirate Whitebeard slain, the four emperors Kaido and Big Mom also defeated, their fates submerged beneath the waves, unknown. Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, escaped with the severely injured Ace, while Enel of the Beast pirates and Katakuri of the Big Mom pirates also fled. All other pirates were annihilated, and though the Navy suffered significant losses in their final retaliations, it is indisputable that the centuries-long pirate turmoil had been conclusively brought to an end by their hands. The New World pirates had been thoroughly decimated, and the Summit War was a devastating battle for the Whitebeard pirates. The Battle of the Malibu Sea saw the near obliteration of 1/3 of the New World's pirates. Now, following the battle at Meteor Island, the four Emperor's pirate crews had been entirely extinguished. For Akainu, the current state of the New World was reduced to mere remnants, incapable of mounting any form of resistance against the formidable navy. Akainu has since issued bounties on the few escaping pirates, should anyone catch sight of them. A vice admiral will be dispatched immediately to suppress them. The next steps involve commanding the navy to methodically and steadily reclaim the New World. It is merely a matter of time. Chapter 100, Movement. Yet, it is precisely this favorable situation that renders Akainu even more troubled. If the pirates are entirely eradicated, the next adversaries for the navy will be those from the Peace Star. Moreover, Akainu has gathered intelligence indicating that Li Yunlong and his associates are not particularly disciplined. According to his understanding, Li Yunlong's influence has already infiltrated the navy. During this period, according to reports from the CP department, numerous high-ranking admirals from various naval factions have been quietly engaging with individuals emerging from the Red Soil continent. As the saying goes, one cannot allow others to sleep soundly on their own bed, and the presence of two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Although their previous collaborations have been amicable, Akainu is acutely aware that once the Navy secures the New World, or if formidable figures akin to generals emerge from Li Yunlong's faction, it will inevitably lead to a rupture in their relations. Presently, the advantages and disadvantages of both sides have become glaringly evident. Li Yunlong's group, with their terrifying nuclear capabilities, has already proven this point. As of now, Akainu cannot fathom any method to counteract nuclear weapons. Even if Li Yunlong refrains from using them and resorts to utilizing those dreadfully powerful armaments, Akainu remains perplexed on how to address such matters. After all, as a distinguished admiral, to fall victim to the bizarre weapons of Li Yunlong's group, being frozen into a block of ice, something even Akiji could not achieve, would be a bitter irony, especially since it was that so-called liquid nitrogen that ensnared him. While Akainu possesses pride, he does not harbor arrogance. He is acutely aware of the current predicament. The balance of power lies heavily in favor of the enemy, with the only advantage being that Li Yunlong's group lacks any general-level strength. They are akin to children wielding firearms, capable of eliminating anyone yet inherently vulnerable, at risk of being dispatched the moment they step outside their door. Akainu understands that Li Yunlong aims to leverage his strength to eradicate pirates. However, Akainu is also quietly utilizing this opportunity to fortify the navy. Yet, now that Li Yunlong has extended his reach towards the Red Soil continent and infiltrated their naval ranks, Akainu feels compelled to assert his position or risk being underestimated. The dilemma remains: if relations sour, what if Li Yunlong were to launch a nuclear strike directly at the Navy headquarters? Contemplating these issues fills Akainu with trepidation, especially with the covert presence of Ace. With the Whitebeard pirates already vanquished, an unrestrained beast poses a considerable threat. Ace's prowess is undeniable. Should he launch a surprise attack, there is no naval branch in the world that could withstand him, except for the headquarters. Indeed, it is a tumultuous season. Admiral Akainu, we've detected the movements of the Revolutionary Army in the West Sea. At that moment, a sailor hurriedly entered the room, clutching a document and rushing to report to Akainu. The Revolutionary Army? Akainu queried, puzzled. With the four emperors already eliminated, how could the Revolutionary Army dare to make an appearance now? Do they not fear the Navy's retribution? Scoundrels! However, upon receiving the document from the soldier, Akainu's expression darkened as he observed photographs of Revolutionary Army members brandishing weapons. Sniper rifles, portable mortars, heavy machine guns, and even fearsome cannons. These armaments bore an uncanny resemblance to those currently possessed by the Navy, as if they were cast from the same mold. Where on earth did these weapons come from? Akainu could surmise with his toes that Li Yunlong has been busy during this time, and it seems he has taken the initiative. Since you dare to extend your claws, I shall sever them. Akainu furrowed his brow, resolutely thinking to himself. He then ordered the soldier, relayed to all naval officers of rear admiral rank and above still at headquarters, to assemble here for a meeting. In the West Sea, within the Kingdom of Siberia, a large castle stood before a gathering of individuals clad in tattered, simple clothing, many of whom appeared destitute. Before them lay a brand new cannon. Opposing them, a regiment of soldiers in orderly attire, faces stern, brandished their antiquated rifles, maintaining a tense standoff. The fear and anxiety were palpable in the eyes of each soldier, with many trembling as they gripped their weapons. Conversely, the group in ragged clothing emanated an aura of hope, despite their emaciated forms standing straight and resolute. Such a dissonant scene should not exist here, yet reality dictated otherwise. Sabo, we have successfully liberated another kingdom. Keela, this is merely the beginning. We must liberate kingdoms, save this world, and overthrow the tyranny of these realms. Not far behind this group of refugees, in a shadowy corner, two individuals engaged in conversation that would astonish any eavesdropper. They were the masterminds behind the uprising. And from a female voice, it was clear that this was not their first insurrection. The man spoke of toppling all kingdoms globally. Such words, if they were spread, would undoubtedly cause an uproar. These two were members of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, the disciple of Drago, and Keela, Sabo's childhood companion. Recently, armed with weapons acquired by Drago from unknown sources, they had orchestrated 3 uprisings in the West Sea, successfully overthrowing the tyrannies of 3 kingdoms. Boom! 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 Keela, let us depart. It is time to head to the next kingdom. Amidst the blasts, Sabo led Keela away from the kingdom of Siberia. At the Navy headquarters, discussions unfolded regarding this alarming situation. Gentlemen, this is the latest intelligence. This marks the 3rd incident this month. On our own turf in the West Sea, where we felt safest, 3 uprisings organized by the Revolutionary Army have occurred, resulting in the demise of 3 royal families. As a Navy officer, I feel a profound sense of shame. Akainu sat at the head of the conference room, pointing to the map behind him as he passionately elaborated on the chaos instigated by the Revolutionary Army. The rear admiral station in the West Sea is Sabo's disciple, Kashikawa Saburo. It was Akainu who had recommended him for this position, originally intending to offer Kashikawa a gilded opportunity to serve in the West Sea for 2 years before returning to headquarters as a rear admiral. However, the current upheaval has not only placed the responsibility on Kashikawa, but has also implicated Akainu himself. Now is not the time to debate who is right or wrong. Admiral Kashikawa, we must focus on our next course of action. The Revolutionary Army would not dare to act unless they had prior plans. I propose we deploy forces to suppress them immediately. At this juncture, Vice Admiral Gekizumo, who shares a good rapport with Kashikawa, interjected, subtly implying that Kashikawa be absolved from blame. The Revolutionary Army's audacity to create such a commotion indicates they were well prepared. General Siyang, you shall take this mission, alongside Vice Admirals Gekizumo and Aspalu, with your respective troops. Akainu, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, inhaled deeply before exhaling a dense cloud of smoke that enveloped his face, obscuring his expression. His voice emerged slowly from the haze, leaving no one able to discern the emotions hidden behind his visage. Leave it to me. Shuangyue Jingsalang, with an air of sophistication, rose gracefully, his eyes glinting with a hint of gold behind his frog-like glasses. As an undercover agent placed within the Navy by the Revolutionary Army, Shuangyue Jingsalang had harbored concerns about the Revolutionary Army's plans in the West Sea being discovered by Akainu, which would have posed a grave danger. However, with Akainu now taking charge, matters appear to be far more manageable. Now let us discuss how to comprehensively reclaim the New World. Once this matter was settled, Akainu transitioned to the next topic, the New World, the island of Aegon slaves. Nestled deep within the New World, this small island lies at the intersection of the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates, existing as a lawless territory. The island is rife with a chaotic mix of forces, yet lacks any formidable adversaries. At this moment, in a dim room within a small inn at the center of the island, a man with an exposed upper body, covered in wounds, lay on a rickety wooden bed. If not for the rising and falling of his chest, one might have doubted his survival. Creaking, the door to the room was slowly pushed open from the outside, and Marco entered, carrying food. After placing the meal on the table, he approached the man lying on the bed, igniting a blue flame in his hand. The man on the bed was Ace, who had been at a disadvantage from the outset of the battle. The Navy's new equipment proved overwhelmingly powerful, catching all pirates off guard. With the Whitebeard pirates suffering catastrophic losses, Whitebeard had resolutely decided to cover their retreat, and Marco, unable to defy Whitebeard's will, had no choice but to withdraw with the unconscious Ace. It had been 3 days since they escaped here, and during this time, Marco remained unaware of the battle's outcome, which prevented him from revealing his location. It seemed that the people in this world were rather oblivious. Marco had merely changed his glasses, yet the pirates failed to recognize him. As for his confidence, it stemmed from the audacity of the innkeeper, who dared to accept his money. Indeed, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates, a dominant force upon the seas, found himself paying for a stay in such an inconspicuous establishment. One might wonder who had given this innkeeper the audacity to charge him. Did he not fear for his life? Who would have imagined that the once renowned legendary pirates, the strongest of the 4 emperors, the uncrowned kings of the New World, the Whitebeard pirates, would now find themselves in such dire straits? Marco gazed sorrowfully at the unconscious Ace, reflecting on his earlier thoughts. Indeed, Ace had become a burden to their father. Had Ace heeded Whitebeard's command to retreat, countless brothers would not have perished unjustly beneath the Navy's cannon fire. This was not the first time Ace had acted recklessly. In dire circumstances, when Whitebeard offered to cover their retreat, Ace had insisted on charging forward, only to be struck by the Navy's artillery. Whitebeard had rushed to save Ace, only to be killed by Navy fire, and after using a precious revival coin, he returned to life. Shortly thereafter, Ace also fell, and had Ace perished, Marco would have been confident in persuading Whitebeard to retreat. Unfortunately, Ace possessed a revival coin as well, and upon his resurrection, he remained undeterred, intent on defeating the Navy. Consequently, Whitebeard sustained severe injuries while attempting to rescue Ace, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates sacrificed their lives in the process, leaving Ace gravely wounded and unconscious. Ultimately, Whitebeard sacrificed himself to create an opportunity for their escape. Marco still harbored the belief that without Ace, the Whitebeard pirates would not have met such a fate. Ace was indeed the root cause of the Whitebeard pirates' downfall. Now, with the situation as it was, Marco had no complaints. After all, he had promised their father to ensure Ace's survival, even if he wished that it had been Ace who had perished instead of Whitebeard. Yet, he could not allow their father's sacrifice to be in vain. He must save Ace at all costs. Marco pressed the blue flames against Ace's wounds, the flames carrying a miraculous power that gradually healed Ace's body. Strangely, however, as each wound was mended, a new one would appear in its place. Marco, seemingly unfazed, continued to calmly repair Ace's battered form. This phenomenon was likely due to Ace's natural memory. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, his body could normally become entirely elemental. Under typical circumstances, such wounds would heal with a good night's rest. Yet Ace remained in a state of unconsciousness. Perhaps having witnessed the deaths of their father and many brothers in his attempt to save him led Ace to remain trapped in a self-imposed isolation, his body perpetually in a state of unconsciousness. Until Ace resolved his inner turmoil, he would remain unable to awaken, and his wounds could not be fully healed. Marco found himself powerless in this situation, only able to use his blue flames to temporarily sustain Ace's life. However, from Ace's increasingly emaciated form, it was evident that, if this continued, Ace would eventually perish within his own dreams. Yet, Marco felt helpless. He could only silently pray for Ace, hoping that their father's life would not be extinguished in vain. Marco's healing continued for a full half-hour, ensuring that Ace would not face immediate danger before he withdrew the blue flames and sorrowfully made his way outside the room, needing to ascertain the outcome of the great battle. Chapter 102. Kizaru makes his move naval headquarters. The meeting lasted a full 2 hours, beginning with discussions about the Revolutionary Army and transitioning to strategies for reclaiming the New World, as well as how the Navy would respond to the former member nations of the world government. In addressing these pressing dilemmas, Akainu engaged in discussions with the Navy generals, ultimately formulating several resolutions. First, Admiral Greenbull would lead Vice Admiral Enigmo and 2 other vice admirals, along with their fleets, to the West Sea to capture the Revolutionary Army. Concurrently, Admirals Fujitora and Kizaru would each lead efforts into the depths of the New World, aiming to eradicate all resisting forces within, thereby establishing a solid foundation for the Navy's subsequent entry into the New World. In truth, following the complete annihilation of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, no force could reasonably obstruct the Navy's advance into the New World. However, the issue lies in Ace's escape, a general-level force in exile, unrestrained by any considerations. If he truly harbors vengeful intentions against the Navy, it is likely that every base established by the Navy in the New World would face the wrath of the frenzied Ace, one by one. Moreover, Ace is not the only obstacle confronting the Navy. Not all of the 4 emperors have perished. One still remains alive. As for how Akainu is aware of this, it suffices to say that he is no fool. There exists something known as the world's strongest ranking. following Kaido's demise. The title of the world's strongest physique has been reassigned, and it now unmistakably bears the name of Big Mom. This madwoman is still alive, and although many of her offspring have been wiped out, it is impossible to predict what havoc she might unleash. However, one thing is certain: she will not spare the Navy, and her retribution is inevitably forthcoming. After the meeting concluded, Admiral Akiji departed the conference room alongside the two members of the Ghost Spider. Meanwhile, Akainu subtly signaled to Kizu, who, along with Fujitora, discreetly lingered behind. Akiji, what is your perspective on Shimizuki Jinshiro? Akainu inquired, reclining in his chair with his legs propped on the table after the others had exited. You must be asking how he will choose. Do you not trust him? Akiji's expression turned grave as he spoke with unusual seriousness. Indeed, I do not trust him. A powerful swordsman like him remaining unnoticed in the East Blue is suspicious, especially considering his appearance coincided with the Navy's global conscription. That man hails from the East Blue. Akainu's demeanor was chillingly stern, subtly alluding to a particular individual. This time, I will covertly follow them. If he genuinely serves the Navy, I will not intervene. However, should he prove to be an undercover revolutionary, I will personally eliminate him. Akiji's eyes glinted with a cold light. Although he harbored dissatisfaction regarding Akainu's ascension to Fleet Admiral, personal grievances were swiftly cast aside in the face of matters concerning the Navy's safety. He firmly maintained his stance. Your involvement is sufficient. Akainu nodded in satisfaction. He was acutely aware of how formidable his former rival was. At the very least, on the seas, Jinshiro would undoubtedly falter against Akiji, not to mention the presence of the Ghost Spider duo. Recent intelligence reports indicate that the hands of interdimensional beings have infiltrated the Navy, with their agents now scattered across the globe. Akainu retrieved several intelligence documents from his drawer and handed them to Akiji and Kizuru. Fujitora politely accepted the files, but displayed no intention of opening them, placing them on the table to express his dissatisfaction. Akiji, however, became increasingly alarmed as he examined the intelligence in his hands. His expression shifted through various shades of concern before he solemnly addressed Akainu. What is your plan? Akainu's expression was equally grim. According to CPS intelligence analysis, many of the base commanders have already defected to Li Yunlong. If this continues, the Navy's identity may become uncertain. While it is not yet time to sever ties, we cannot act as if nothing has transpired. Kizaru, you must handle this situation and eliminate those infiltrators. Akainu circled the faces marked in the documents and then tossed them to Kizu, who seemed indifferent. This is troublesome. Should Tiwi leave this to the CP department? Kizaru grumbled, visibly displeased. Since the disappearance of the world government, the Navy has quietly absorbed the CP department. More accurately, Sengoku took charge of the CP department, though it is Akainu who has made effective use of them. The CP department is now Akainu's sharpest weapon, especially CP0, whose existence has enabled him to uncover numerous hidden truths. As a Navy admiral, Kizaru was certainly aware of CP0's existence, now led by the former Marine Admiral candidate. Suru, if he were to intervene, removing these pests would be a trivial matter, requiring no effort from a Navy admiral. This is not so simple. I know Yunlong all too well. His audacity to expose these individuals indicates he harbors other schemes. Therefore, our actions must be swift and decisive, striking before he can react. You are the most suitable for this task, Akainu stated firmly, shaking his head. The experiences on the Red Line were indelibly etched in his memory. He would never underestimate Li Yunlong. If he were more assured, he would have already led the Navy to assault the Red Line. Fine. There's no escaping this, I suppose. Kizaru sighed in resignation, recognizing the seriousness etched on Akainu's face, indicating that this dilemma was unavoidable. Karp did not attend this meeting. In fact, he would not be participating in any future Navy meetings. The Navy is now under Akainu's command, and he has long been dissatisfied with the oversight of a figure like the former Fleet Admiral. Karp's unilateral actions, including the exodus of the Navy's secret forces, provided Akainu an opportunity to act against him, and he would not let this go unpunished. Today, Karp is considered to be in a complete retirement phase within the Navy. Had it not been for the fear of Karp causing trouble, Akainu would have already expelled him back to the East Blue instead of allowing him to remain at the Navy headquarters. Chapter 103. Ora. As night fell, the training ground located behind the Navy headquarters stood deserted. Yet, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, two figures entered from outside. One of them switched on the training ground lights, revealing their silhouettes clearly. One was none other than Akainu, who wielded considerable authority during the day, while the other was the Navy's rising rear admiral, Smoker. Smoker, you must understand why I have brought you here today, Akainu stated, striding to the center of the training ground, his back to Smoker, his tone a frigid monotone. Admiral Akainu intends to teach me. Does he? Smoker exhaled a thick cloud of smoke from his cigar, his excitement palpable, arriving at the training ground late at night. He could hardly fathom why such matters required a private setting. Akainu has always been Smoker's idol, admired for his unwavering sense of justice, his relentless pursuit of pirates, his mastery of his devil fruit powers, and his indomitable spirit, all qualities that Smoker yearned to emulate in his future. Use your strongest techniques against me. I wish to witness your current prowess. Akainu slowly turned, his piercing gaze scrutinizing Smoker. Indeed, today Akainu sought to mentor Smoker. However, he was not particularly fond of Smoker's disposition. As a Navy officer, Smoker possessed a critical flaw. He was excessively sentimental. To Akainu's knowledge, Smoker once had the opportunity to capture the Straw Hat Kid, but chose instead to let him go. This presents a significant dilemma for the Navy, which has committed itself to the preservation of world peace and should have eradicated pirates without mercy. However, the reality is that the Navy has exhibited a conspicuous generational gap. Presently, aside from their own generation, there exists no viable successor among the new ranks. They have all reached middle age, and according to the average lifespan in the world of pirates, they have long since entered the stage of life where they might be considered grandfathers. In the realm of piracy, regardless of their former might, age diminishes strength rapidly. Countless once mighty figures have succumbed to the relentless passage of time, a poignant reminder that time is unyielding. Of course, with the exception of Kapu, that extraordinary individual. At this moment, when the Navy's prospects appear bright and promising, Akainu finds himself troubled by the thought that the Navy may soon face a lack of capable successors. Initially, he held little regard for Smoker, believing that at Smoker's age, he could easily defeat him. Yet, with no other options available, he recognizes that within the new generation of the Navy, candidates are scarce. Smoker is at least a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, making him the most suitable choice among the few available. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Smoker hesitated momentarily before acquiescing, fully aware that he stood no chance against Akainu, and thus had no fear of inadvertently harming him. He secretly resolved to perform admirably and earn recognition before his idol. White Fist. Smoker initiated his signature move, transforming his arm into a mass of smoke, forming a fist aimed at Akainu's head. In response, Akainu remained composed, deftly dodging Smoker's punch, and, dissatisfied, gestured with his right hand, beckoning Smoker to attack again, indicating that such straightforward assaults would not harm him. As Akainu gestured, Smoker closed the distance between them, deploying his ability to manifest dozens of smoke arms behind him, launching an assault on Akainu. Ola! 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 The rapid succession of punches created afterimages in the air, yet Akainu stood his ground, skillfully evading each strike without being touched by Smoker. Frustrated, Smoker seethed with anger, aware that he could not land a blow on Akainu, but shocked that he could not even make contact. This was a stark humiliation for someone who had always been labeled a genius. No longer holding back, Smoker transformed into a swirling mass of smoke, coiling around Akainu like a serpent, clearly intent on constricting Akainu's ability to evade and forcing him to act first. Foolish. A flicker of displeasure crossed Akainu's eyes. He could not fathom how Smoker had earned the top rank at the Navy Academy. Facing a stronger opponent, why would he enlarge his own body, effectively turning himself into a target? With a resounding thud, Akainu decided to impart a lesson. His arm hardened under the coating of hockey, delivering a crushing blow to the center of the smoke, sending Smoker crashing to the ground and breaking his elemental form. Get up and come again. Akainu offered no respite, commanding the fallen Smoker. Yes, though Smoker felt disgruntled after being struck, he quickly regained his composure and lunged at Akainu once more. Thud! Once again, he was met with a heavy punch, propelling him into the air. Foolish. Before a superior opponent, do not so blatantly reveal your intentions. Conceal your offensive strategies. Seek your opponent's weaknesses and then strike. Akainu bellowed, his frustration boiling over. He had anticipated Smoker's inadequacy, yet he had not expected it to be to such an extreme degree. With Smoker's physique and lackluster combat skills, Any randomly chosen Navy captain could easily defeat him. Beyond his underdeveloped devil fruit ability, he seemed incapable of anything else. Could he truly be considered the future of the Navy? If entrusted with its leadership, it would likely meet its demise within 2 years. With this thought, Akainu's anger surged, and he ceased contemplating how to assess Smoker's abilities or assist him in developing his powers. Instead, he simply yearned to deliver a thorough beating to relieve his frustration. Yes, Admiral. Initially disheartened after being knocked down, Smoker's spirits lifted upon hearing Akainu's words. Indeed, Akainu was not merely attacking him, but was imparting lessons on how to fight. As a fellow Logia user, Akainu's advice would undoubtedly be beneficial and enhance his capabilities. With renewed enthusiasm, Smoker charged forward again. Chapter 104. Dear Little Sister. Please do not cry, Thud. Smoker's intentions were glaringly obvious to Akainu, who easily evaded Smoker's weak punches and followed up with a powerful kick to Smoker's face. This time, Akainu held nothing back. Smoker skidded across the ground for over 10 meters, rolling twice before coming to a stop. The force of the kick was tremendous, knocking out one of Smoker's teeth and causing blood to flow from his split lip, leaving a crimson trail on the ground. Your offensive intentions are far too blatant. Where is your devil fruit ability? Why haven't you unleashed it? Akainu frowned, observing the motionless Smoker on the ground. His dissatisfaction with Smoker grew, to the point where he wished he could send him back to the Navy Academy for re-education. Smoker's performance was an affront not only to his devil fruit, but also to the rank of Navy captain. In Akainu's eyes, every Navy captain should master the Navy's 6 techniques and have developed their own advanced moves, while also having a preliminary grasp of both hockey types, employing them flexibly in battle. Each captain is a cornerstone in the Navy's efforts to maintain order on the seas. But what was Smoker? His devil fruit ability was practically undeveloped, and that frail smoke could be easily torn apart. The Navy captain should have command of the 6 techniques. It seemed he had never utilized them. He likely did not even know them. This weak physique could barely withstand a single kick and was incapable of rising again. With such incompetence, Akainu questioned how Smoker had achieved his rank. Was it merely because he was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit? Get up. Do not lie there like a useless lump. Akainu approached the prostrate Smoker, his dissatisfaction palpable. He was acutely aware of the force behind his last kick. Smoker appeared battered, but would not be incapacitated. Admiral, I beg your pardon. Smoker recognized this opportunity amid the recent confrontation. Realizing the immense disparity in strength between the two combatants, he understood that in a direct clash, no matter how many attempts he made, he could never rival Akainu. However, he permitted himself to accept defeat at the hands of Akainu, yet he could not allow himself to fail in landing even a single blow on him. Seizing the moment as Akainu approached, Smoker suddenly leaped from the ground, smoke billowing from his body, transforming into arms that lunged toward Akainu. Simultaneously, his own fist was drawn back, aiming for Akainu's abdomen, a return gesture for the earlier blow Akainu had dealt him. The smoky arms successfully entwined around Akainu's towering figure, while Smoker's iron fist drew nearer, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Watch closely, kid. The essence of a strike lies in the intent to eliminate one's opponent. Each blow must carry the will to kill, just like this, and this. As Smoker grinned, Akainu's lips barely curled into a stiff smile before he unleashed his fists, shrouded in dark hockey, which effortlessly severed the white smoke binding him. His fists rained down like relentless droplets, each strike landing heavily upon Smoker's form. With each resounding blow, Smoker's body swayed like a punching bag, the intensity of Akainu's assault escalating, twisting Smoker's expression into one of agony. After what felt like an eternity, Akainu finally relented, bringing this one-sided battle to a halt. At this point, Smoker had lost consciousness, his body collapsing limply to the ground after the onslaught. With a satisfied sigh, Akainu stretched his limbs, having released a bead of sweat, and paid no heed to Smoker lying on the ground as he exited the training ground to return home. In the West Sea, a fleet of 5 pirate ships sailed calmly across the ocean. General Qingyang is about to arrive at the last known location of the Revolutionary Army. Do you have any instructions? On the deck of the warship, Vice Admiral Guizhu inquired of Xuanyue Zhengselang. Though Akainu harbored suspicions regarding Zhengselang, he remained uncertain about his true identity, thus refraining from informing others. Consequently, Vice Admiral Guizhu, unaware of the situation, treated Zhengselang with the respect due to a naval admiral. Vice Admiral, you may handle this matter as you see fit. Military affairs are your forte. Should any powerful revolutionary army members appear, I shall intervene, Jingseling humbly replied, appearing as a remarkably competent admiral in the eyes of those unaware of his true identity. Ha ha, General Qingyang, rest assured, as long as I am here. Guizhu chuckled heartily at Jingselang's flattering words. Initially, he feared Jingselang might lack understanding and give misguided commands. After all, both Jingselang and Fujitora became admirals due to their exceptional personal prowess. Guizhu had his reservations about their strategic capabilities. However, with Jingselang's self-aware demeanor, Guizhu held him in higher regard. There exists an adage. It is not fear of ignorance that troubles one, but the dread of someone pretending to be knowledgeable and leading them astray. Given Jingselang's rank, a misstep could jeopardize the entire navy and allow the Revolutionary Army to escape unscathed. After a leisurely exchange on the deck, Jingselang retreated to the cabin, extracting a din-din mushi from a concealed box and dialing a mysterious number. Recently, the flowers on Guqiao Island have bloomed again, and the crowds are overwhelming. We must clear the area beforehand. Once the call connected, Jingselang casually remarked before hanging up without waiting for a response. Meanwhile, on Guqiao Island, dozens of miles away, Clara gathered everyone together. We must leave. The navy is approaching. Inside a concealed tent, Sabo tucked away the din-din mushi and informed Clara beside him. Everything appeared flawless. However, unbeknownst to Jingselang, a tall man riding a bicycle on the surface of the sea, not far behind the fleet, discreetly stowed away his listening din-din mushi within his clothing. Indeed, a traitor. The tall man exhaled a breath laced with chill, leisurely following the fleet. Chapter 105. A New Hope on an uninhabited island in the New World. A figure darted through the jungle with remarkable speed, pursued by a colossal mammoth. Towering ancient trees seemed like mere toys before the rampaging beast, uprooted in an instant without any chance for defense. Rubber, 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 rubber pistol. The fleeing figure suddenly kicked a large tree, pivoting mid-air to soar upwards. His right arm swung back, elongating like a taut rubber band, and upon reaching its fullest extent, he unleashed a powerful punch enveloped in dark energy, striking the mammoth's head with tremendous force. In an instant, the world fell silent. Both wind and rain ceased, as if time itself had frozen. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the ground trembled as the mighty mammoth collapsed under the weight of the blow, crashing heavily to the earth. Barbecue, barbecue, barbecue. Under the sun, the figure became discernible. It was Luffy, training under the Pirate King Rayleigh. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the fallen mammoth, saliva dripping from his mouth. Not far away, atop a small hill, Rayleigh lit a cigarette, nodding in satisfaction after witnessing the spectacle. When will you finally let me go, Uncle? I feel incredibly strong now, and my friends are waiting for me, Luffy inquired, his mouth stuffed with barbecue by the campfire, as night fell. Having trained with Rayleigh in isolation for nearly half a year, Luffy had undergone a remarkable transformation in strength. However, he had not contacted his friends, deeply concerned for their safety. This uninhabited island had served as their secret training ground since Rayleigh rescued Luffy from the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, Luffy remained oblivious to the changes in the outside world, unaware of Whitebeard's demise or the fact that the seas had transformed entirely. The era of pirates, marked by death and injury, had given way to one where the navy held dominion. Ha ha ha, kid, you're still far from ready. You may set sail once you can defeat me, Rayleigh chuckled, tossing a newspaper detailing the navy's triumph over the 4 emperors into the fire. Set sail? That belongs to a bygone era of piracy, which has ultimately faded away. Are we, the remnants of the old world, left with only me? Rayleigh lamented. Old friend, the grand age of piracy you initiated is drawing to a close. The world government has vanished. Yet what does the future hold for this realm? The Chalubiya Sea. Asumino Island. Asumino Island is a renowned hot spring island in the New World, where summer prevails all year round, making it a prime tourist destination. Naturally, situated in the depths of the New World, it has also become a haven for pirates. Today, this small island welcomes 2 new visitors. Ace, have you truly made up your mind? A dilapidated boat rests at the shore, and on it, Marco inquires of Ace, who is about to disembark onto the island. Have you forgotten the glory of the Whitebeard pirates? I must avenge our father. Ace grits his teeth, his gaze fixed on the island rife with wickedness, his eyes alight with the flames of vengeance. 3 days ago, just as Marco had abandoned hope for Ace's recovery, Ace suddenly awakened. Transformed, Ace emerged with a volatile temperament, prone to fits of rage and violence. The Navy had slain his biological father, Roger, shattered his family, and forced his mother to hide in fear for over 20 months before she bore Ace, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Having grown up under Garp's care, Ace ventured forth as a pirate, only to encounter Whitebeard, who treated him as his own son, only for the Navy to take him from Ace as well, annihilating everything he held dear. It is evident that Ace's revival is solely fueled by a desire for vengeance, and in his eyes, nothing is beyond his reach if it serves that purpose. His arrival at Asumino Island is to rally a crew, located deep within the New World. Only the most formidable pirates can access this place, effectively excluding the vast majority of the weak. Through various inquiries, Ace and Marco have learned that many notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 300 million have gathered here. For the average individual, this congregation of powerful pirates may spell disaster. But for Ace, who perceives himself as exceptionally strong, it presents an unparalleled opportunity. Those who follow me shall thrive. Those who oppose me shall perish. This ageless truth dictates that the strong rightfully enjoy the world's bounties, including the subjugation of the weak. Akainu, wait for me at your Navy headquarters. One day, I shall come to claim your life. Ace gazes towards the Navy headquarters, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierce his flesh. Yet he feels no pain as he speaks through gritted teeth. Very well. Observing Ace's frenzied demeanor, Marco realizes he cannot dissuade him any longer. Though he wishes to abandon Ace to his fate, he recalls his promise to Whitebeard to look after him, and with a resigned sigh, he acquiesces. Wano Cake Island. Following the battle at Meteor Island, Big Mom and the Sweet Commanders have completely vanished. Now, Wano is under the control of Charlotte Perispero. However, under Perispero's leadership, Wano has lost its former glory. Not only have the subordinate pirate crews defected from Wano, but even their territories have been divided among numerous opportunistic sharks. With Perispero's strength, he barely manages to defend Cake Island and its surrounding waters. At this moment, a familiar figure arrives on Cake Island. Ha ha, Katakuri, you have returned. Charlotte Perispero gazes at his long-absent brother with a complex expression. He wonders why Katakuri chose to return now, of all times, after he has consolidated control over Wano. Could it be an attempt to usurp the authority of the Big Mom pirates? How could he dare? He is the eldest son of Big Mom, after all, following her disappearance. He should be the one to inherit the family legacy. Chapter 106. The Expedition to Wano. Perispero, I intend to take them all with me. Katakuri surveys the surroundings. Amidst these familiar yet unfamiliar faces of family, he discerns defiance and hope in many of their eyes. On his journey back, Katakuri learned of Perispero's actions and was astonished by the upheaval that had transpired in Wano during their mother's brief absence. Especially as the eldest, Perispero's immediate instigation of internal strife, resulting in the deaths of numerous siblings at his hands, is unfathomable and unacceptable to Katakuri, who places great value on family. No, my dear Odin, you need not waste your efforts. I will not allow you to take anyone. Every brother and sister here, including you, is a cornerstone of Wano. Why not choose to stay and help us restore Wano to its former glory? Perispero looks at Katakuri with confusion, feeling that there is no real conflict between them. On the contrary, if his brother were to remain, he would be Wano's greatest and most protective shield. Even the territories seized by traitors could be reclaimed step by step with Katakuri's strength. Perispero knows his brother well. Katakuri is not one to covet power, but rather a person deeply bound by loyalty and affection, viewing the protection of his siblings as his duty, consistently acting as the family's guardian. Perispero, regardless of what you say today, I will take them with me. If you wish to stop me, then you may try. Katakuri's eyes are resolute, and his demeanor is unwavering. No, you cannot do this, nor should you. I am the eldest son of the family, and you must heed my words. Perispero mutters in dissatisfaction, though his tone betrays a hint of trepidation. He might contend for power, but he lacks the courage to confront Katakuri directly. He is acutely aware of how terrifying his brother can be when provoked. Dafu, Oon, Ketale, Monica, Mingduo, Leizon Masuka, Amando, Yeshu, Bree, Melee Eyes, come with me. Seeing Perispero's cowardice, Katakuri's resolve to take his siblings away strengthens as he names them one by one. Yes, Brother Katakuri. All right, Brother Katakuri. In the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri's prestige is unmatched. Even Big Mom herself inspires more fear than respect among the crew. Moreover, not long ago, Perispero had slain several of their brothers and sisters during his power grab, showing no regard for their familial ties. When it comes to choosing sides, no one hesitates. No, Katakuri, you must not do this. Upon witnessing the multitude rallying around Katakuri, a flicker of resentment ignited in Perospero's eyes. Once again, it was the same scenario. Despite being the eldest son of the family, why did it seem that Katakuri was the sole focus of everyone's attention? However, even as his fists clenched tightly, producing a resonant sound, Perospero dared not take a single step forward. For one of his nature, life itself was paramount. Should a confrontation arise, Katakuri would undoubtedly end his existence. You may cling to your whole cake island, for you no longer deserve to be my kin. At this juncture, Perospero's attitude remained unchanged, leaving Katakuri's countenance awash with disappointment. Having uttered all he could, Katakuri led his willing younger siblings aboard a colossal pirate vessel. Before long, the ship sailed triumphantly, cutting through the waves and departing from the waters surrounding Cake Island. Katakuri was utterly disillusioned with his brother during the chaos of the battle on Meteor Island. When their mother was struck down by the Navy and cast into the sea, he had intended to fight fiercely against the Navy. Yet, the tide of battle was overwhelmingly against them. Realizing that his sacrifice would yield no different outcome, and with the thought of his frail younger siblings at home, he reluctantly chose to retreat. Akiji had swiftly frozen the sea, yet Katakuri's Machi no Mi allowed him to morph his arms into wings, enabling his escape from the vicinity of Meteor Island. Initially believing that with Perospero at home, no significant issues would arise, Katakuri had sought a place to recuperate. To his dismay, it was the very person he had placed his hopes upon, his elder brother, who would resort to violence against his own family for the sake of power and gain. Katakuri returned to Cake Island at this critical time, having learned that the Navy was preparing to strike against whole Cake Island. Understanding the formidable strength of the Navy, he was anxious to flee with his younger siblings. As for his brother, if he cherished power so dearly, let him remain here to accompany his whole Cake Island to its demise. A fleet of 5 fully armed warships surged toward Cake Island, their destination clear. From a distance, each vessel boasted formidable firepower, and the sailors aboard exuded an air of readiness, indicative of the Navy's elite forces. Even passing pirate ships instinctively veered away, fearful of drawing the attention of the warships and facing dire consequences. Hinai was fuming. "Smoker, have you been avoiding me lately? I haven't seen a trace of you." At the forefront of the leading warship, Navy Rear Admiral Hinai, with her long, elegantly poised legs, positioned herself before Smoker, voicing her grievances. Among their elite class, apart from herself and Smoker, others had either perished at sea or were serving as commanding officers in various branches, leaving her without a single companion to converse with at Navy headquarters. Just when Smoker had finally returned from the East Blue, he seemed to have vanished within the vast expanse of the headquarters. Women are indeed troublesome. Smoker disregarded Hinai, turning his back to face the sea, speaking in a nonchalant manner. During this period, Smoker had been secretly training each night, addressing the deficiencies pointed out by Akainu. He now felt a profound transformation in his strength, yet during the day, he had to avoid his familiar colleagues. Akainu had never held back during their training sessions, and for Smoker, enduring bruises had become a peculiar form of enjoyment. More often than not, he found himself battered to the point of being unrecognizable, and he felt too embarrassed to let his familiar colleagues witness him in such a disheveled state. Hinai was furious, utterly enraged, ready to explode. Upon hearing Smoker's words and witnessing his current demeanor, her frustration escalated. Renowned for her exquisite beauty and near-perfect physique, she had never endured such treatment. No one had ever dared to disregard her, not even Fleet Admiral Akainu. Little did she know, Smoker was merely trying to conceal his swollen eyes, fearing that she would see his embarrassment. In a fit of rage, Hinai waved her hand, summoning a row of dark iron bars that materialized around Smoker, tightening ominously as her hand descended. Realizing the peril he was in, Smoker knew it was time to activate the Kinbunchika Haki, honed through Akainu's rigorous training. Just before the bars constricted, Smoker transformed into smoke, slipping through the gaps as they closed in. "Hinai, have you lost your mind?" Having narrowly escaped, Smoker erupted in a mixture of confusion and anger towards Hinai. He simply could not fathom what he had done wrong to provoke her. "It is you who has lost your mind," Hinai retorted, seething with indignation, resolved to teach him a stern lesson. Infuriated women are utterly unreasonable, especially one as headstrong and domineering as Hinai. The dark spear formation. Hinai charged at Smoker, conjuring a multitude of dark spears that coalesced in the air, raining down upon him like a deadly storm. "You truly are a madwoman." Instead of retreating, Smoker advanced, transforming his arm into smoke to form a colossal smoky fist, enveloped in a faint black aura. With a resounding thud, the black aura solidified the smoke into something akin to steel, if not even more resilient. Hinai's spears collided with his iron fist, either being deflected or sent flying, as the fist struck her with tremendous force, sending her crashing through the wall and into the ship's cabin. Among the Navy, Smoker was renowned as the indomitable steel man, yet had never shown leniency towards women. Once Hinai was sent into the cabin, Smoker did not rush to check on her injuries. Instead, he stared incredulously at his own hands, marveling at the sheer strength he had developed. It was worth noting that in their previous sparring sessions, he had never once bested Hinai. Her martial prowess was astounding, particularly her mastery of the Navy's 6 powers, which had always left him unable to even graze her. However, just moments ago, Smoker realized he could perceive her every movement clearly. It was more instinct than sight. He could anticipate Hinai's next actions, just as he had with his earlier punch. When she shifted slightly to the left, if he had continued to strike forward, she would have undoubtedly evaded it. Yet, his instincts compelled him to direct that punch to the left. Moreover, the recently acquired Busashoko Haki revealed its true potency in the confrontation with Rinai, where the disparity in strength became evident. Throughout the encounter, he had been relentlessly overwhelmed. However, once the opponent changed to Rinai, the effects of Busashoko Haki were instantaneously apparent. Rinai's prideful spear was rendered as fragile as paper against his haki, proving utterly ineffective, while his own Busashoko Haki was simply insurmountable for Rinai. In this interplay of strengths, their respective capabilities were entirely inverted, and Smoker realized that, for the first time since his acquaintance with Rinai, he had triumphed over her. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed from within the ship's cabin as Rinai, disheveled, emerged. In that moment of fury, she even forgot her customary catchphrase. At that instant, all that occupied Rinai's mind was the singular desire to personally send Smoker to the depths of despair. Just then, her din mushy began to ring. This time, it seemed as though Smoker had narrowly escaped a grim fate, but she warned him that once they returned, he would have to face the consequences. After a prolonged ringing, Rinai reluctantly inhaled deeply and answered the call. You must be nearing the waters of Wangwa. I just received news that Katakuri may have returned to Wangwa. If you encounter him, you are to retreat immediately. There will be ample time to settle scores later, so avoid unnecessary losses. The din mushy transformed into the visage of General Moles, who conveyed the message with a serious demeanor. Understood, Rinai replied, acknowledging that if they were to encounter Katakuri, they would indeed return without hesitation. The Navy had dispatched them to lead this expedition to Wangwa primarily for the purpose of training, as their intelligence had indicated that only Perispero, the confectionery minister, was present in Wangwa. As a user of the Suk no Mi, Perispero's strength could be likened to that of a typical Navy vice admiral, if not slightly less. Hence, he was deemed an appropriate target for the Navy's new generation to test their mettle. However, should Katakuri also be present, the situation would drastically change. Katakuri had perfected Kinbunchika Haki to an extraordinary level, allowing him to foresee fleeting glimpses of the future. The combination of his advanced 2-color Haki with the formidable Haushika Haki made him a formidable adversary, even for a Navy admiral. It would be unwise to place the future hopes of the Navy in such a perilous predicament. Chapter 108. To the South Sea Katakuri? Smoker gazed toward the distant Cake Island, his eyes reflecting a flicker of battle fervor. In times past, upon hearing that name, no matter how self-assured he felt, he would never have dared to consider himself a worthy opponent for Katakuri. Yet, having effortlessly defeated Rinai just moments before had stirred thoughts within him that should not have arisen. It was worth noting that Rinai had ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral through her military merit and strength, consistently ranking among the strongest of her peers. The ease with which he had overcome her suggested a newfound power that might rival that of a Navy Vice Admiral. If Katakuri were indeed not as powerful as a Navy Admiral, it could be inferred that he was approximately equivalent to a Vice Admiral, thus placing Smoker in a similar standing. If this line of reasoning held true, it could be concluded that Smoker was now on par with Katakuri. Unbeknownst to Smoker, Rinai had been coddled at Navy headquarters, never once contemplating that he would dare to strike back. Her underestimation led to her being caught off guard, unable to unleash even half of her true strength. As a Rear Admiral proficient in the mastery of 2-color Haki, she was indeed a formidable force. However, Smoker remained blissfully unaware of this, feeling emboldened by his recent triumph, convinced that even if he couldn't best Katakuri, he could at least retreat intact with his fleet. The mere thought of clashing with a pirate of Katakuri's caliber sent exhilarating tremors coursing through Smoker's body. Smoker, have you heard? This time, I will let you off the hook. Prepare to return. Once we reach headquarters, we will settle this score. Rinai had immense faith in the Navy's intelligence division, and she knew that General Moles would not have contacted them unless the information had been verified. The fact that he did not order an immediate retreat was a courtesy towards them. Katakuri was not an enemy they could confront, and even if General Moles were to join them, he would be insufficient. Only a Navy admiral could ensure victory over Katakuri, and even that was a precarious endeavor, as he was a formidable figure on the brink of greatness. Full speed ahead. I will take care of Katakuri, Smoker declared confidently, as if he were about to face not Katakuri, but merely an inconsequential pirate, easily dispatching his foe. That fool, Rinai exclaimed, face-palming in disbelief at Smoker as bravado. She shook her head in resignation, moving behind him and seizing his ear, dragging him back toward the cabin. You fool, you need to come to your senses. Smoker instinctively activated his Logia powers, but to his astonishment, he found himself unable to evade Rinai's grasp. How could this be? As his focus sharpened, he realized something unbelievable. Rinai could wield Busashoka Haki. Her right hand, clutching his ear, was enveloped in a dark aura that contrasted starkly with her fair skin, creating an alluring yet intimidating sight. You foolish Smoker, just because you've learned Busashoka Haki, you think yourself invincible? You are the epitome of a novice. Every other rear admiral has mastered the two-color Haki and advanced the Navy's 6 styles. Rinai scolded him. As a fellow student from Zifa's elite training camp, Rinai knew Smoker's character better than most. This fool had been fortunate enough to consume a Logia-type devil fruit, allowing him to operate without mastering Haki, resulting in a perception of invincibility. This inflated sense of superiority had fostered his arrogance, making him believe he was the Navy's unique future, aloof even toward his superiors. Otherwise, he would not have been stationed in the East Blue for so many years as a mere guard. Now, with his newfound mastery of two-color Haki, he likely felt invincible, oblivious to the reality of his situation. To challenge Katakuri with such limited strength was tantamount to courting death. It was time for her to enlighten him about the vastness of the world and the heights one must strive to reach. 20 minutes later, the warship continued its course, unwavering toward its target. However, within the cabin, there was an additional man hanging from the railing. Rinai was furious, and the consequences would be dire. The weather of the great route changes as unpredictably as a woman's mood. One moment, the sky is clear, and the next, a torrential storm descends. The sound of rain poured down. Katakuri, where are we headed? On the deck, amidst the tempest, Defu skillfully maneuvered the sails while shouting toward Katakuri at the bow. We shall sail straight ahead without looking back. Our destination is the South Sea. Katakuri, without turning his head, focused on the undulating waves before him. Despite the ferocity of the storm, it could not extinguish the hope in his eyes. From this moment forth, he would lead his younger siblings into a new life. The South Sea is known to be the most chaotic of all seas. Yet Katakuri understood that the new world would soon become a quagmire of competing powers, while the four seas would remain the safest haven for the coming years. With their strength, if they aimed to evade the Navy, the four seas would indeed be their most suitable refuge. At present, the West Sea was in turmoil, and the Navy's main focus would undoubtedly be there. As for the once recognized weakest sea, the East Sea, it had transformed into the most perilous place for pirates, even more so than the New World. This was due to the presence of that man, the Navy hero Carp, who now served as the guardian of the East Sea. Not even the formidable big MOM pirates would dare to provoke Carp, the mad dog. The North Sea was the farthest from them. Crossing the Navy's blockade would necessitate traversing the doldrums, setting aside the dangers posed by the colossal sea kings in the doldrums. The existing supplies on board were insufficient to sustain them all the way to the North Sea. Thus, the only viable path laid before them was to head for the South Sea, recognized as the strongest of the four seas and currently the most peaceful place. Katakuri had no desire to entangle himself in the strife among pirates, the Revolutionary Army, otherworldly beings, and the Navy. The battles of these colossal entities were akin to a meat grinder, mercilessly claiming lives, until a victor emerged among them. Katakuri would never allow his younger siblings to step foot outside the South Sea. Chapter 109. The tension mounts at the Navy headquarters. Admiral Akainu, According to the latest intelligence, a group of celestial dragons in the West Sea has been captured and kept as pets by local pirates. What should we do now? In the office, Vice Admiral Mole awkwardly addressed Akainu while holding a document. Mole hoped fervently that these parasites, the celestial dragons, would all perish. However, they were the progenitors of the former world government, descendants of the 20 kings. Ignoring them and allowing them to meet their demise would reflect poorly on the Navy. Akainu took the document from Mole's hands, his palm transforming into a mass of magma, the document igniting in an instant, reduced to ashes. Let Rob Lucci handle it. The pirates must perish. As for the celestial dragons, with the world government's demise, what purpose do they serve? Taking a deep drag from his cigar, Akainu disdainfully stated. He had long wished to settle accounts with the celestial dragons since the fall of the world government. However, due to various reasons, he had not been able to act until he became the admiral. For the sake of the Navy's reputation, he had to spare them for the time being. But now that they were handed to him, he would dispose of them without hesitation. Rob Lucci, a talent he unexpectedly discovered after taking charge of the CP division, was a promising star he intended to nurture. According to Rob Lucci's profile, he was a highly competent executor, willing to resort to any means to accomplish his mission. During a hostage rescue operation, he had shown no hesitation in slaughtering both pirates and civilians alike under duress. If not for his insufficient strength, Rob Lucci could well have been Akainu's doppelganger. At his age, he was undoubtedly a genius, mastering the two-color hockey in just a month, along with a deep understanding of the Navy's 6 styles, granting him the abilities of a typical vice admiral. Furthermore, he was far from an average vice admiral. Should he engage in a direct confrontation with Smoker, despite Smoker's Logia powers, Akainu was confident that Rob Lucci would emerge victorious. Such an exceptional candidate, with superior talent, character, and strength, made Akainu contemplate nurturing him for a future leadership role, should he not have come from the intelligence division. The CP division served not only as the Navy's eyes and ears, but also monitored every action within the Navy itself, making it the most despised department among naval commanders. For Rob Lucci, having a CP background, aspiring to become an admiral was a daunting challenge. While Yisheng and Gung Shirlang could ascend to the rank of admiral through world conscription, their lack of any significant faction meant that even as admirals, they would not disrupt the existing power structure. Conversely, Rob Lucci's affiliation with the CP division, established to counterbalance the Navy, placed him in a position of inherent opposition. Navy commanders would never tolerate a former adversary sitting atop them, dictating their actions. Nevertheless, Akainu had other plans. He envisioned Rob Lucci eventually taking over CP0, becoming the sharpest blade in his arsenal. Cake Island. Brother Perispero, Navy warships are approaching. Perispero sat grimly upon the throne that once belonged to Big Emon, contemplating his next move when a pirate suddenly burst into the palace, shouting, "What nonsense! How many Navy personnel are there?" Upon hearing the pirate's words, Perispero's expression shifted dramatically, tinged with a hint of fear, yet he forced himself to remain composed. "There are 5 warships, one of which is a Vice Admiral's flagship." The pirate replied in a panic, having rushed in so hastily that he had lost his hat. The Navy, now sweeping through the seas with their overwhelming power, instilled fear in all pirates, especially someone like him, who could not afford to provoke even Kata Kori. A vice admiral, Perispero's countenance darkened, although he repeated the pirate's words. His mind was already racing with thoughts of self-preservation. He was well aware of his own capabilities. His position as a minister in the Big MOM Pirates was not solely due to his status as the eldest son, but also because of his formidable strength as the canny minister. However, as the cornerstone of the Navy suppression of the seas, he could not underestimate a vice admiral. Unlike Kata Kori, Perispero had survived thus far not through brute strength, but through caution. In the face of formidable adversaries, he had always remained in the shadows, which was why Big MOM had never regarded him highly. In the eyes of Perispero, although Vice Admiral of the Navy is formidable, this is Cake Island, where over 8,000 pirates reside, many of whom are quite powerful. With his capabilities, he could certainly hold off a Vice Admiral. However, the implications of a Vice Admiral's involvement are not something Perispero can overlook. The fact that such a high-ranking officer from the Navy is dispatched indicates that even after Big Mom's disappearance, the Navy is not willing to let go of Wayno. This time is a Vice Admiral, but who knows who might come next? Nevertheless, having just ascended to the throne, Perispero is reluctant to abandon this coveted position, making the decision to flee exceedingly difficult. Let them come. If the Navy dares to approach, they shall enter standing and exit lying down. After much contemplation, Perospero finally resolved to speak with determination. As Smoker's fleet traversed the surrounding islands of Cake Island, pirate vessels frequently appeared, only to be swiftly sunk by the warships the moment they entered firing range. After witnessing the terrifying firepower of the Navy, these islands were rendered eerily silent. Akin to deserted Isle Smoker, we are nearing Cake Island. Stay calm. Absolutely remain calm. If Katakuri is truly on the island, do not act impulsively. We are certainly no match for him, Hinata admonished, her anxiety palpable as she clutched Smoker, despite having warned him multiple times. Were it not for her lower rank compared to Smoker, Hinata would have commanded the fleet to turn back long ago. At the harbor of Cake Island, Perospero, having received word of the Navy's approach, led his 8,000 comrades, armed and ready, to form a disordered yet intimidating front. At first glance, the sheer number appeared imposing. Yet most of the gathered individuals bore uncertain gazes, mere opportunists, with some even wielding broken swords. Although the Bigman pirates once reigned supreme, they have suffered significantly since the Navy's rise over the past 2 years, regardless of the battle outcomes. If the pirates prevailed, it was the Whitebeard pirates who triumphed. With no connection to them, any relation merely indicated that their foes had grown stronger. As pirates, they are competitors, not allies. If the Navy emerged victorious, the spoils would inevitably be used to further suppress pirates. In the case of mutual destruction, the fierce battles had left both the Bigman pirates and the Navy reeling. Consequently, the once prosperous Wano now teeters on the brink of resource depletion, with only a multitude of people remaining. Particularly, with Bigman's presence, the surrounding seas would regularly tribute Wano. But without her, Perospero lacked the authority to instill fear. Perospero, those rascals like Casabello have been subdued by the Navy's cannons. Now they are merely hiding and watching, remarked Charlotte Wakong, who, with a bounty of 125 million berries, was one of the few from the Charlotte family who had not sided with Katakuri. In truth, Wakong would have preferred to follow Katakuri, but during Perospero's rebellion, he had also turned against his siblings. Thus, he feared that if he stepped forward, Katakuri would eliminate him directly. Most of the remaining brothers who had not sided with Katakuri shared similar sentiments. Do not concern yourself with those rascals. They are merely fair-weather friends. If we win this battle, they will surely come back to our side. At this moment, Perospero remained composed, flicking his long tongue nonchalantly. The Navy's warships drew ever closer, causing the pirates in the harbor to become increasingly agitated. Once, Wano was revered throughout the Dark World, with Bigman reigning like an emperor. Now, apart from the remaining Cake Island, nothing else exists. The once subservient dogs have transformed into fierce wolves, glaring at Wano with hostility. In the eternal struggle of the seas, the principle of the survival of the fittest is starkly evident. Smoker, it seems Katakuri is not among the pirates across the way, Hinata said, her worry palpable as they neared Cake Island. Having searched among the pirates for a glimpse of Katakuri, but finding none, she turned to Smoker in disbelief. Katakuri, being a living emblem of the Bigman pirates, had rarely intervened in ordinary matters since Bigman's ascension, delegating tasks to Katakuri, her second son, whose unparalleled strength shone brightly. Impossible to overshadow, even amidst thousands. Primarily, Katakuri had no need to conceal himself from them, though it pained her to admit they truly did not merit his attention. If Katakuri were present, it would undoubtedly be they who would retreat. Smoker shared this sentiment, believing that given the Navy's overwhelming might, Katakuri, if not deranged, would not resort to violence against them. Otherwise, he could not bear the Navy's retaliation. I see it. That man is truly not here. Smoker, having searched for Katakuri without success, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, unlike Hinata's relief. He genuinely wished to comprehend the vast chasm that separated him from the pinnacle of the sea. Perospero looked quickly. There are 2 youngsters standing on the opposing flagship, exclaimed Charlotte Wakong, pointing excitedly at the Navy's ship. Is Smoker, the vice admiral with the smoke-Smokeford ability, judging by his attire. He must have been promoted to rear admiral, and beside him is the notable newcomer, Hinata, who has made quite a name for herself in the New World. Charlotte Choju recognized the two, his expression turning grave. Having encountered Hinata during a robbery, he knew that had it not been for Daifuku's timely intervention, he would likely be imprisoned and impelled down by now. Now, 2 years later, he could only wonder how much stronger the girl who once easily defeated him had become. The speed of progress in this ocean is unfathomable to ordinary folk, an achievement they could never hope to reach. It seems that Smoker is the one in command this time. Upon hearing this, Perospero's previously grim countenance relaxed, and his long, colorful tongue flicked with renewed vigor. Had it been Admiral Fire Mountain or Admiral Mole, the seasoned veterans, Perospero would have undoubtedly turned and fled without a second thought. However, if it were this relatively unknown Smoker, a user of the smoke for it, things may not be as dire. In a new world, mastering the armed color of hockey is essentially a fundamental skill. If one can only rap it, it would be embarrassing to claim proficiency in hockey. As for Katakuri, let him come forth. With only a few hundred meters separating the warships from the harbor, for these superhuman beings on the battlefield, such a distance is negligible, akin to standing face to face. Thus, Smoker shouted directly at Perospero and his crew. Katakuri is not here. I am a new king here. If you have come for him, you may leave. If you wish to fight, be prepared to stay until the end. Upon realizing that Smoker was indeed the one in charge, Perospero rarely displayed his hockey. Who is he? After pondering for some time, Snoke could not recognize Perospero's identity and turned to Hinai with confusion. Charlotte Perospero, the eldest son of Big Emon. His abilities are average, and he seldom takes action. Hence he lacks notoriety. Hinai, who had been immersed in the new world, had some recollection of Perospero. Chapter 111, The End of All Nations. Oh, so he is merely a lowly underling. Smoker shook his head in disappointment, having expected someone formidable given Perospero's apparent talent. Has the big MOM pirates become so weak that even an obscure figure like him can ascend to be the king of nations? However, reflecting on the journey thus far, Smoker felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the path had been clear, with only a few decrepit pirate ships appearing occasionally, vanishing with a single cannon blast, and not a single soul to question him along the way. He wondered which factions still dared to impede the Navy. Would serving in the Navy lead to a life of solitude? Unbeknownst to Smoker, as he conversed with Hinai, Perospero's expression darkened increasingly. Navy, what are you saying? Despite the hundreds of meters separating them, for these superhumans, enhanced in physique and possessing Kinbunchika hockey, the distance was trivial, and they could hear every word distinctly. Initially reluctant to engage, Perospero's temper flared upon hearing Smoker's disappointed tone and disdainful remarks. For a powerhouse like Katakuri, Perospero would never harbor any unwarranted thoughts or rashly seek to resolve matters through force. He was well aware of his own strengths and limitations. However, facing someone as inconsequential as Smoker, Perospero was now inclined to use Smoker's head as a trophy. Enough, unleash the cannon fire. Smoker observed Perospero's furious demeanor and glanced at the ragged pirates resembling refugees in the harbor, finding no motivation to fight, and thus issued his command with disinterest. Boom, 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 boom. With Smoker's order, 5 warships unleashed a barrage of artillery, instantly shrouding the sky in clouds of cannon fire, obscuring the sun's rays. Although Akainu intended this operation as a training exercise to ensure the future prospects of these 2 Navy personnel, the warships were equipped with the latest Navy weaponry. While not as formidable as the firepower acquired from Li Yunlong, it boasted nearly 30% of that strength, modified by the Navy's research department. Had they faced the fully operational Big MOM pirates, such firepower would have been insufficient. Yet the opponent now was not Big MOM, but the obscure Perospero. Damn it! Retaliate quickly. Upon hearing Smoker's command to fire, Perospero's expression turned grim. He had not expected Smoker to be so reckless. Shouldn't there be a few taunts before commencing battle? Who opens fire without warning? Candy Wall. Perospero raised his lollipop high, simultaneously lifting his other hand to the sky, causing a wall made of candy to rise from the ground, firmly blocking the harbor's entrance. As a prominent pirate in the New World, Perospero had survived in this realm filled with formidable foes, showcasing a level of ability beyond ordinary comprehension in harnessing his fruit powers. It's my brother's candy wall. He once used this technique to protect Mama from the effects of gluttony. Charlotte Wakong gazed with delight at the torrent of candy, feeling a profound sense of security behind the sugary barrier. Boom! Some shells exploded violently upon contact with the candy wall, while many others became ensnared, sinking into the wall's sticky surface. He blocked it. Long live Brother Perospero. The surrounding pirates cheered in excitement as Perospero successfully thwarted the Navy's relentless artillery. Yet, Perospero's expression remained grim, for he realized he had underestimated the Navy. The Navy's shells appeared to possess greater power than he had anticipated. Though he had engaged with the Navy before, their shells were typically encased in iron and filled with gunpowder. Even dozens or hundreds of shells should not have posed a threat to his defenses. However, at the moment of detonation, he nearly believed his wall would shatter. Had he not softened the candy to absorb the remaining shell's explosions, his candy wall would have been obliterated. When did the Navy's artillery become so potent? With such firepower, even the most robust armed color hockey would struggle to withstand it. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Perospero had already pushed his fruit abilities to their limits. Previously, he could withstand the gluttonous big MOM not solely due to the wall's strength, but because it allowed her to satiate her appetite. However, the Navy's artillery continued to unleash flames, and eventually, when the embedded shells collided with the wall, the resulting explosions would exceed the wall's capacity to endure. Although they also possessed cannons, their quantity far surpassed that of the Navy. The disparity in power was insurmountable. If they attempted to engage in a direct exchange of fire, it would be tantamount to courting death. Capturing the leader was essential. To secure victory, they must engage in close combat, but with several hundred meters still separating them. In a land battle, such distance could be traversed in mere seconds. However, the current predicament was that the warships were on the ocean. This short distance felt as daunting as a chasm. It seemed prudent to prioritize self-preservation. Brothers, charge forth and eliminate these Navy scum. With this thought, Perospero bellowed, using his powers to create a bridge stretching from the sea to the warships. He, alongside the pirates, rushed across the bridge, making haste to escape toward the backup ship behind the small island. Navy headquarters. In the tranquil office, the usual serenity persisted. Kizaru was purging traitors within the Navy, while Gung Shuro sought the traces of the Revolutionary Army in the West Sea. Qingzhi quietly gathered the communication methods between Gung Sailang and the Revolutionary Army, as well as the hidden strongholds of the Revolutionary Army, biding his time to capture them all at once. Fujitora led the troops into the New World, laying the groundwork for the Navy's future comprehensive deployment. At this moment, the office was occupied solely by Akainu, who had his feet propped up on the desk, indulging in a leisurely existence. "Marshal, this is the battle report from Smoker and his team." Just then, Rear Admiral Shichibukai pushed open the office door and entered. Chapter 112. Dorag, how are Smoker and Hinata faring? Upon hearing those familiar names, Akainu's expression turned grave. The Navy's ranks were too thin to Akainu. Smoker and his companion were indeed the future hope of the Navy. This operation had been meticulously selected by Akainu, even before their departure. He had received news of Katakuri heading to Cake Island. He had instructed Rear Admiral Shichibukai to inform them. Intending to test their mettle against an adversary he could not confront himself. Would they choose to rise to the challenge or withdraw rationally? Should they opt for the latter, it would indicate they were not swayed by impulsiveness, rendering Akainu's training unnecessary. A person lacking the courage to face formidable foes could never become a top-tier powerhouse. The Navy was already replete with individuals possessing reason and broad perspectives. Lacking one or two such characters would not be missed. Conversely, should they choose the former, it would confirm Akainu's discerning judgment. Akainu was well aware of Katakuri's character. According to Navy intelligence, Katakuri's greatest concern was his siblings. Thus, even for the sake of his brother and sister, with the Navy now so formidable, it was improbable that Katakuri would harm Smoker and his companion upon encountering them. Their inherent safety was assured, especially as they were equipped with the most advanced weapons independently developed by the Navy. If these two lacked even the basic courage of soldier, despite the Navy's dire need for fresh blood, Akainu would not squander resources on the inept. Indeed, Marshal, this is their battle report. Cake Island has been captured, and the Navy's flag has been raised. A hint of admiration graced Rear Admiral Shichibukai's face as he placed the document upon Akainu's desk. As the chief architect of this operation, he felt that Smoker and the other troubled youth had brought him significant pride this time. Katakuri did not take action? Akainu exclaimed with intrigue. This news was quite unexpected. Upon hearing that Katakuri was also in the land of Wano, Akainu had lost hope for its capture. His standard for Smoker and his companion was simple. As long as they dared to approach Cake Island, they were worthy of cultivation. Yet, he had not anticipated that these two youngsters had actually managed to seize it. Katakuri had not appeared. The new king of Wano was Bigmum's eldest son, Charlotte Perospero, who abandoned his subordinates and fled after the battle began. A sweet smile involuntarily spread across Rear Admiral Shichibukai's face as he envisioned the scene. Perospero? Who is that? Akainu asked, puzzled struggling to recall the name among the notorious pirates he knew. The least promising of Bigmam's sons, formerly the Candy Minister of Wano, rarely took action. It's not surprising you haven't heard of him, Marshal. In truth, Rear Admiral Shichibukai had not known of him either, having only researched after Smoker's significant victory. These two youngsters have truly not disappointed me. Without dwelling on Perospero's identity, Akainu burst into hearty laughter. Once they return, I shall assign each of them a base to command. After the laughter subsided, Akainu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Recently, through stringent investigations by the CP department, Akainu discovered that several base commanders were closely linked with Li Yunlong and his associates. Consequently, he had ordered Kizaru to eliminate them one by one, and in this period, 3 Navy admirals and 6 rear admirals had been purged, leaving Akainu both heartbroken and furious. Akainu could not fathom how these individuals, having nearly reached the pinnacle of Navy power and acting like local tyrants in their bases, could betray the Navy for whatever benefits Li Yunlong had promised. What news from Qingji? Despite his anger, Akainu did not lose sight of the crucial matter and promptly inquired of Rear Admiral Shichibukai. It was not yet time to confront Li Yunlong. The Revolutionary Army remained their greatest enemy. Admiral Qingji had gathered evidence proving Admiral Qingyang was a traitor and had quietly located the Revolutionary Army's gathering place in the West Sea. They would commence action once they confirmed that Peach Rabbit and T-Pig had arrived. A flicker of rage flashed in Rear Admiral Shichibukai's eyes. Becoming an admiral of the Navy had been his lifelong ambition, yet Gung Sailang, an admiral, was actually a spy sent by the Revolutionary Army. Charge ahead at full speed. We must not let a single revolutionary escape. It is permissible to kill erroneously, but not to let any go. I want to make Dorag taste the bitterness of heartbreak. Akainu slammed his hand down on the desk, rising excitedly from his chair. He was well acquainted with Monkey D. Dorag, having once regarded him as a lifelong rival. Both were users of natural-type devil fruit abilities, and prior to the Navy's judgment, Dorag had always been Akainu's primary competitor, often outpacing him. The two had nearly graduated from Zephyr's elite class simultaneously, subsequently ascending to the rank of Navy Colonel, followed closely by their promotions to Rear Admiral. Yet, Dorag always seemed to be a step ahead, leaving Akainu feeling perpetually behind, regardless of his efforts. Dorag, with his prestigious lineage and extraordinary talent, was a figure Akainu could only look up to. His father, hailed as a hero of the Navy, was constantly evolving, showcasing a talent that seemed boundless. At that time, Dorag was even regarded as the most promising candidate to become an admiral of the Navy. However, just as Dorag's reputation within the Navy was nearing its zenith, he chose to defect. In pursuit of his seemingly unattainable dream, he established the Revolutionary Army, opposing the world government at every turn. This was something Akainu could not accept. Dorag had seemingly acquired everything Akainu had ever desired, strength and fame, only to relinquish it all with ease. From that moment, Akainu resolved that one day he would stand before Dorag as a victor. To realize this ambition, he devoted himself fully, adhering to a grueling training regimen that honed his formidable strength, while his ruthless demeanor became a source of terror among countless pirates. His life motto, to err on the side of killing 1,000 rather than letting one escape, propelled him to the front lines of the Navy. Thus, he gradually transformed into the fearsome Akainu, instilling dread in the hearts of many. Chapter 113. The hesitation of Huang Yuan at the G-11 Navy base. Within the office of the base commander, Admiral Huang Yuan sat across from Major General Aspelu, both enjoying a cup of tea. Bolo Sereno. How many years has it been since we last sat together like this? Major General Aspelu reminisced, casting a glance at Huang Yuan. It has been 27 years. Ever since you were assigned to the ship of Major General Alubisai, Huang Yuan replied. Today, he had shed his usual nonchalant demeanor, appearing considerably more solemn. Indeed, time had flown by. The once carefree youth had now ascended to the rank of admiral. A hint of amusement flickered in Major General Aspelu's eyes as he teased Huang Yuan. How time flies, Bolo Sereno. You have become an admiral of the Navy's 5 great fortresses. However, Huang Yuan's expression grew serious, his gaze clouded with uncertainty, as if he were wrestling with inner turmoil. The so-called 5 great fortresses of the Navy were strategically established in a new world after the defeat in the Battle of Marineford, serving as crucial strongholds that effectively contained pirates. The commanders of these fortresses were all seasoned vice admirals of formidable strength. Gazing at the familiar, smiling face across from him, Huang Yuan felt an unexpected pang of regret. He could hardly believe that his old comrade would betray the Navy. Indeed, Huang Yuan had come to this base because the CP Intelligence Department had provided credible information indicating that Major General Anubis was closely linked with spies dispatched by Li Yunlong. Thus, Huang Yuan was tasked with apprehending Major General Alubisai, a veteran within the Navy ranks. Alubisai, a graduate of Zephyr's elite class, was exceptionally talented, having once overshadowed even Huang Yuan. Had he not aged, he might have contended for the position of admiral. Anubis, why would you do this? Standing up and moving to the window, Huang Yuan, with his back to Major General Anubis, casually inquired. Huh? Bolo Sereno, what are you talking about? What have I done? Major General Anubis responded with genuine confusion, not grasping the implication of Huang Yuan's words. Anubis, why have you betrayed the Navy? Huang Yuan, witnessing Anubis's reluctance to admit his wrongdoing, turned abruptly, his heart heavy with anguish. Had it been anyone else, Huang Yuan would have already taken action. But this was Major General Anubis. They had once served under Major General Siberia together shortly after graduating from the elite class. During a mission, they encountered the notorious pirate, Gory Honda, with a bounty of 500 million. At that time, Huang Yuan's abilities were not as developed as they were now, and he had nearly perished at Honda's hands. Fortunately, Major General Anubis had intervened just in time, absorbing a fatal blow meant for Huang Yuan, sustaining grave injuries himself. Had there not been a skilled doctor nearby, Anubis would have met his end that day. Thus, while Huang Yuan could act decisively against others, he felt a profound hesitation towards Anubis. Bolo Sereno, you fool. What nonsense are you spouting? I have devoted my entire life to the Navy, and you dare to question my loyalty? Major General Anubis's eyes reddened as he reacted to Huang Yuan's doubt. Anubis had been curious about Huang Yuan's unexpected visit after more than 20 years apart. It was well known that Huang Yuan was notoriously lazy, often slacking off when not on duty. Given the considerable distance from Navy headquarters, it was unusual for him to come here, and Anubis never anticipated that it would be for such a reason. Anubis, do you still want to quibble? Akainu sent me here because he already possesses evidence of your betrayal. If you confess now, I may plead for your leniency, Huang Yuan said, his voice laced with conflict. Though Huang Yuan was often idle within the Navy, he could not condone betrayal, particularly from someone he held in such high regard as Major General Anubis. Bolo Sereno, I would never betray the Navy. I want to see Akainu and explain myself to him directly, Major General Anubis declared, his eyes blazing with indignation. For someone who had dedicated a lifetime to the Navy, this accusation felt like a complete denial of his military career. Seeing Anubis steadfastly refuse to acknowledge his alleged treachery, Huang Yuan's body radiated a yellow glow, indicating his readiness to act. Anubis, however, stood defiantly, his unwavering gaze communicating his innocence and determination to confront Akainu. Alas, Anubis, just go. You must escape while you can. If you reach the Red Continent, you will be safe. Huang Yuan sighed, unable to harden his heart against his former savior. The intelligence of Anubis's supposed betrayal had originated from the CP department. Initially, Huang Yuan had been skeptical, but the department presented compelling evidence of Anubis' clandestine meetings with members of the Peace Star Army, leaving him with no choice but to believe. It is essential to note that the CP department currently served as the eyes and ears of the entire Navy. Doubting their reliability would equate to questioning the integrity of the Navy's entire intelligence system. If the Navy's information from the seas could not be trusted, it would effectively undermine all intelligence acquired, a consequence far more terrifying than Anubis's betrayal. Bolo Sereno, you scoundrel, you don't believe me. If I had truly betrayed the Navy, I would have fled by now, rather than sitting here drinking tea with you. Major General Anubis, incensed, felt his beard bristle in frustration. He had done nothing wrong, and thus, he could not accept Huang Yuan's accusations. If you run away, it will only confirm your betrayal, and you would never be able to clear your name. Anubis, before I change my mind, you must flee. If you insist on standing your ground, that man will show you no mercy. Huang Yuan observed Anubis's unfeigned demeanor, hesitating, yet resolute in his warning. Chapter 114. Li Yunlong scheme. Bolo Sereno, allow me to meet Akainu. I have a clear conscience regarding the Navy and can withstand any scrutiny. Major General Anubis's resolve was unwavering, his eyes filled with a sense of humiliation as he fixed his gaze upon Huang Yuan. He could hardly believe that after a lifetime of dedication to the Navy, as he approached retirement, he would be suspected of treachery. If this accusation were substantiated, it would obliterate his life's work, and he had already established a family at Navy headquarters. The thought of what might happen to his wife and children if he were to be implicated was too dreadful to contemplate. Well then, Anubis, since you are so resolute, go meet him. However, I must forewarn you that the CP department has provided ample evidence, and your visit to headquarters is inevitably a journey towards peril. Huang Yuan and Anubis exchanged glances for a considerable time before finally responding under Anubis's unwavering gaze. Meanwhile, on the continent of Hongtu, following the preliminary success of Li Yunlong's strategy to outmaneuver his enemies, the Peace Star headquarters conferred a commendation upon him, while also proposing to bolster the military presence on the continent with an anticipated increase of 100,000 well-equipped warriors. Currently, the entire Hongtu continent is bustling with preparations for the impending arrival of troops, gathering supplies, and establishing resting quarters. In anticipation of the Grand Assembly, Li Yunlong expended considerable effort developing the surrounding small islands, erecting grand bases upon them. At this moment, all the warriors on the Hongtu continent were engaged in their tasks. Even Wang Debiang took up a shovel, contributing to the construction of the base. On the lively small islands, only Li Yunlong and Fang Zhini were absent. In the command center of Peace Star on the Hongtu continent, a scene akin to that of G11 base unfolded, where Li Yunlong and Fang Zhini sat opposite each other, savoring tea, contrasting the external hustle with their serene interior. However, the two were not merely hiding away to indulge themselves. They were strategizing on how to seize the navy without bloodshed. Oldly, do you think they'll take the bait? Fang Zhini inquired, narrowing his eyes as he sipped his hot tea. Whether they take the bait is of little consequence. My initial plan is already in motion, Li Yunlong replied nonchalantly, embodying a rugged exterior that concealed a soldier's inherent toughness, in stark contrast to Fang Zhini's refinement. Oldly, do you think Sakazuki will appreciate the gift we are sending him? Upon hearing Li Yunlong's words, Fang Zhini chuckled and replied, he will certainly appreciate it. He believes his wings are strong enough, yet remains oblivious to the fact that in my eyes, he is merely a child yet to mature. Li Yunlong scufa dis misivedi. Having never regarded the Red Dog as a rival, to him, Sakazuki was merely a brute endowed with great strength, unworthy of contention in the grand scheme of affairs. Recently, Sakazuki's orders for Huang Yuan to purge the navy bases were entirely within the ambit of Li Yunlong's design. Li Yunlong lacked the capacity to sway numerous high-ranking naval officials in a short span. Rather, he executed a simple plan. He instructed his subordinates to periodically visit those bases, presenting gifts of immense value. These visits were merely casual exchanges, devoid of any military confidences or discussions of political matters between the two armies. Thus, although the base commanders were uncertain of Li Yunlong's intentions, they welcomed him and his emissaries, as no one despises receiving gifts. Moreover, to prevent envy amongst their subordinates, every gift was discreetly received behind closed doors. Most importantly, Li Yunlong, who had a penchant for basketball, understood a crucial principle: to ensure victory in a game, one must also influence the referees. Indeed, Li Yunlong had embedded spies within the CP department, not merely one or two, but an entire squad. He discreetly intercepted a small team from the CP department and had his agents undergo cosmetic alterations to completely assume their identities. The leader of this mission was none other than Wang Yalan, known as the Thousand-Faced Qilin within Peace Star. Wang Yalan graduated from the Army's 3rd Phase Enemy Special Operations class, fluent in 8 languages, and had executed numerous infiltration missions, excelling at impersonating foes to gather intelligence behind enemy lines. To ensure the success of this plan, Li Yunlong also provided them with an extensive covert training regimen. Soon, the child who had never experienced parental love felt the warmth of familial affection and deeply rooted himself in this new world, embracing his newfound kin. However, an unexpected calamity soon struck. 3 years prior, a group of demonic cultivators emerged within the realm of Wuzhou, practicing their dark arts by devouring human blood to enhance their powers. Initially, they stealthily slaughtered villages, but later brazenly laid waste to cities. The Taoist sect of Wuzhou swiftly issued a rallying order to exterminate the demonic cultivators. As a member of Wuzhou's sect, the Old Master, accompanied by all capable disciples, joined the fray. Wuzhou, situated on the fringes of the central continent, had few practitioners who had attained the true essence of the primordial spirit. While these foreign demonic cultivators were a different matter altogether, the leader was at the realm of the primordial spirit, accompanied by 2 formidable warriors of the same level. The primordial spirit realm represents the 5th stage of cultivation, marking the true entry into the path of immortality. Those who attain the primordial spirit can connect their essence to the cosmos, beginning to harness the powers of the universe. While those who have not reached this level rely solely on the arduous accumulation of spiritual energy, the power amassed by an individual is no match for that of the heavens. Consequently, following this battle, all disciples of the sect, including the master, were lost on the battlefield, leaving only the matriarch to return severely wounded. Not long after, she too succumbed to her injuries, imparting a final admonition to Suyu to strengthen the sect and restore its former glory. Chapter 145. Big news. Morgan's the midday sun hung high in the sky, casting slanted rays upon an ancient clock tower, the headquarters of a news agency that commanded the world's discourse. In the open space before the clock tower, Morgan's welcomed a distinguished guest. Greetings, General Chao Yingwei. Welcome to my news agency. Morgan's, a user of the bird fruit S albatross form, typically resembled a large pigeon when standing, exuding an air of unspoken confidence as he spoke. General Chao Yingwei, Li Yunlong's deputy, though recently arrived in this world, recognized Morgan's as the architect behind the agency's impressive growth, thanks to his unique intelligence networks. Today, I am here to discuss a business deal with President Morgan's. Is he prepared to welcome his guest here? Chao Yingwei remarked, his polite smile unfazed by Morgan's unusual appearance. Ah, my apologies. Please come in. Morgan's feigned surprise, graciously ushering Chao Yingwei into the agency. In truth, Morgan's preferred to avoid dealings with Li Yunlong's faction. His ability to establish a foothold in this ruthless world and expand the agency to such a scale relied solely on his keen insight. When a global government existed, Morgan's was entirely subservient to its authority, and his newspaper served as the guiding voice for global public opinion. Now that the world government has collapsed, Morgan's has aligned himself with Akainu, though he possesses limited understanding of the entanglements between Li Yunlong and Akainu. However, he has gleaned some information about Li Yunlong's background through his unique channels. The age-old adage that a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers applies here. Similarly, a world can only have one prevailing voice. Presently, the Navy is formidable, yet Morgan's recalls a time when the Navy and the Four Emperors allied, while Li Yunlong and his faction seemed to possess a terrifying weapon. Although the details of that day remain unclear, the fact that Li Yunlong's group still occupies the former sanctum of the world government speaks volumes about their strength. Thus, before a decisive conflict unfolds between the world government and these otherworldly entities, Morgan's prefers not to involve himself prematurely. An inevitable struggle looms on the horizon, one that will determine the future of the world, and Morgan's and his newspaper are not prepared to take sides just yet. They wish to ascertain the strengths of both parties first, seeking the right opportunity based on their own values. Providing assistance when needed is far more beneficial than embellishing an already prosperous situation, a lesson Morgan's learned long ago. Even if the world lacks a direct equivalent to this idiom. Today, he has a private meeting with General Chao Yingwei, and should Akainu harbor any suspicions about him, it would bode ill. This world remains under the dominion of the Navy, if they wish for his newspaper to cease to exist. A mere user of the Tori Nomi might find his entire establishment erased within a day. Even if he could escape due to his flight ability, he would only wander the world, potentially ending up on someone else's dinner table one day. Yet, he cannot afford to provoke Li Yunlong either. While he knows a bit about Akainu's temperament, he is entirely ignorant of anything beyond Li Yunlong's name. In this age, one must tread carefully, as a single misstep could lead to obsolescence, particularly when lacking absolute power. Thus, Morgan's cannot afford any errors. He wonders what grand business General Chao Yingwei wishes to discuss. A modest newspaper like his, focused solely on selling news, might disappoint the general. Although he has welcomed Chao Yingwei into the office, Morgan's subtly conveys his reluctance to engage in conflict. Haha, after seeing my gift, President Morgan's will have no choice but to accept it, Chao Yingwei responds with confidence, fully assured in the value of what he brings. He believes that once Morgan's sees his gift, the latter will have no reason to decline, perhaps even feeling compelled to request it. Let us see, Morgan's replies with a wry smile, understanding the implications of refusing at this juncture could solidify enmity between them, which would contradict his neutral persona. Bring forth the projector. Chao Yingwei instructs his soldiers, casting a confident glance at Morgan's. Upon hearing the term projector, Morgan's harbors certain suspicions, though he remains somewhat skeptical. Regardless of the projector's capabilities, how could it possibly compare to the exceptional abilities of the telephone bugs? Their unique cultivation methods render them unimpressed by mere gimmicks. As soon as Chao Yingwei finishes speaking, a soldier retrieves a small square device from suitcase, roughly the size of a typical Rubik's Cube, featuring a circular hole in the center, two antennas protruding from the top, and numerous tiny holes around its perimeter resembling a speaker. President Morgan's, this is our military's latest projector. Allow me to explain its functions, Chao Yingwei begins, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. First, let me address its signal. I am aware of a unique creature in our world known as the telephone bug, which allows communication over vast distances. However, you may not be acquainted with our technology. This projector is equipped with a special signaling device that can harmonize with any telephone bug in your world, ensuring there is no conflict between the two. Now, let me elaborate on its purpose. In 3 days, our military will launch the first satellite over the Red Earth continent. Following the launch, we will establish a virtual signal station using the telephone bugs, enabling us to connect every corner of the world. Our specially cultivated signals will integrate all information seamlessly, a feat that even the most advanced telephone bugs cannot accomplish. As Chao Yingwei holds the small box, a smile illuminating his face, he continues his explanation. The entire world. Morgans exclaims, his tone rising in astonishment upon hearing the description of the device's capabilities. As the owner of a newspaper, he comprehends the profound implications this entails. If every village possessed such a device, his newspaper would struggle to sell even a single copy. He must ascertain the truth of Chao Yingwei's claims. If they hold water, then he ought to prepare accordingly. Chao Yingwei's intentions are not to flaunt power, but rather to seek mutual benefit, presenting a potential avenue for collaboration. Ultimately, aligning with the right side, as long as it does not jeopardize his newspaper, would be a pragmatic course of action. Of course, once our virtual signal network is established, stable communication will be maintained across the globe, Chao Yingwei explains, fully expecting Morgan's reaction. The signal is merely our fundamental requirement. If that were all, it would only be an upgraded telephone bug, not worth my journey. Our objective is to ensure that all news worldwide is shared instantaneously, much like your newspaper. By collecting significant stories from people across the globe, or through our staff, integrating them into videos that can be broadcast to everyone. This is our goal. Observing Morgan's growing excitement, Chao Yingwei feels a sense of triumph, knowing he has piqued Morgan's interest. Are you suggesting it can transmit images like the audio-visual telephone bugs? No. What you mean is it can communicate over long distances like regular telephone bugs while also transmitting images. Morgan's exclaims, his mind racing with possibilities that he had never dared to imagine. This notion is astonishing. Such technology seems unfathomable in this world. The newspaper itself is a relatively recent invention, and prior to its existence, information about the outside world was primarily disseminated by merchants or sailors, often mixed with truth and fiction. Many live their entire lives on isolated islands, unaware of the vastness beyond their horizons. The newspaper has already marked a revolutionary advancement, especially in a world comprised of islands, surrounded entirely by the sea. If not for Morgan's ability to command birds to do his bidding, the existence of a newspaper might never have come to fruition. Consequently, over the years that have transpired, the newspaper has remained his private possession. For the world government requires his existence, and the Navy of today equally depends on him. Li Yunlong, in pursuit of his forthcoming plans, also finds his presence indispensable. Indeed, it remains uncertain whether President Morgans is pleased with the gift I have presented. Chao Yingwei maintains a courteous smile, yet in Morgan's eyes, he appears as a devil tempting him towards perdition. However, even aware that a single misstep could lead to his utter annihilation, Morgans finds himself devoid of alternatives. He comprehends that Li Yunlong, who possesses such extraordinary technology, would prefer to utilize him for his influence on the world rather than establish another newspaper himself. This choice is perilous, as individuals often resort to destruction when they cannot attain their desires. Should he refuse Li Yunlong today, the latter would undoubtedly opt to create another newspaper, rendering Morgan's ability to control avian creatures unnecessary. What awaits him could be Li Yunlong's reckoning, and he cannot guarantee whether the Navy would turn against Li Yunlong on his behalf. After all, in a private domain, no one else dares to slumber. Since the disappearance of the world government, Li Yunlong and his associates have remained active in this world, having already ventured beyond the Red Soil continent, radiating their influence globally. How the Navy will respond to them remains a mystery, and to stake his life and fortune on the Navy would render Morgans a fool. Furthermore, everyone harbors their dreams. and Morgan's aspiration is to capture all significant news, to become a custodian of the world's information network. Faced with such an opportunity, he is reluctant to let it slip away. Taking a deep breath, General Chao Ingwe, why not articulate your purpose directly? Should the need arise, I will fully cooperate. After several deep breaths, Morgans forcibly suppressed his avarice and inquired of Chao Ingwe. The first to succumb to desire loses. Yet Morgans realizes that from the moment he allowed Chao Ingwe into this room, he had already lost. Thus, he resolves to be unencumbered. Our general holds great promise for the future of your newspaper, President Morgans, and wishes to engage in profound collaboration with you to establish a television station. With matters having reached this juncture, Morgans finds himself ensnared, while Chao Ingwe confidently articulates his vision. A television station? Morgans queries, perplexed by the term. Indeed, a television station. General Lee recognizes that the majority of the world's populace relies solely on newspapers for their knowledge of the outside world. Thus, we have developed this projector, which we will expedite to every island across the globe through our partners in the Navy. Once communication is streamlined, General Lee desires to collaborate with President Morgans to establish a television station that can disseminate varying information to the world at different times. For instance, during the morning, we could present news as usual. In the afternoon, we might serenade the world with melodious music, and in the evening, we could feature theatrical performances. This merely scratches the surface of the station's potential, with further discussions to follow. With clarity, Chao Ingwe elaborates on his ideas, ultimately extending his right hand to Morgans. Though unsure of the significance of this gesture, Morgans instinctively reaches out, shaking hands with Chao Ingwe. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. A fruitful collaboration. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. During this month, significant events have unfolded across the seas. The first event that stirred the world was the Navy's alteration of the penalties for pirates, instituting community service to abolish impel down. This not only liberated formidable forces akin to Magellan, but also provided utility for those idlers who previously consumed resources without contribution. Countless pirates were stripped of their powers and sent to the mines, becoming the Navy's largest contingent of free labor. The second major event was the establishment of the first television station. Throughout this month, Li Yunlong, through the Navy, dispatched projectors worldwide. Initially, Akainu vehemently opposed this. Although he lacked a clear understanding of the implications of the television station's establishment, he instinctively rejected every decision made by Li Yunlong. In Akainu's view, halting every action of Li Yunlong and confining him and his troops to the Red Soil continent would constitute a different kind of success. However, the sea ultimately values strength, and until he can contend with nuclear weaponry, Akainu must swallow his thoughts. Little did he realize the consequences that would follow the establishment of the television station. Otherwise, even if it meant severing ties with Li Yunlong, he would not allow the latter to distribute projectors to every island. As projectors reached every corner of the world, individuals from all walks of life, royalty, nobility, and town leaders, found themselves captivated by the allure of the projectors in this entertainment-starved world. With Morgan's covert influence, the fascination swiftly spread globally. Even the remote tribes in dense forests received gifts from the newsbird. In the bar of Windmill Town, Makino, a pint of ale, please. The new guardian of Windmill Town, the bounty of 1,000,000 berries, the mountain bandit king Shiha, seated himself at the bar and called out to a woman of remarkable figure behind the counter. Coming right up, with a resounding thud, a large mug brimming with amber ale was set before him. The woman struggled to maneuver the heavy mug, causing it to topple onto the bar, spilling its contents and leaving a brown stain. Shiha quickly took a sip, grumbling, "Makino, you always spill a little. Such precious ale should not be wasted." "Then I'll pour less next time," Makino replied casually while tidying the bar. "Oh no, that's unnecessary." Shiha weakly waved his hand, smiling awkwardly, for he could discern the appropriate portions. Once there existed a notorious mountain bandit, known as the Mountain Bandit King, Shiga, who imparted blood-soaked lessons that taught subsequent generations the virtues of humility and the realities of true strength. Since then, bandits gained renown through him and caught the attention of pirates, including the Navy. Heaven knows, they were merely a group of discontented souls unable to afford food, idling without the courage to venture into the seas. The consequences of attracting the world government scrutiny were all too predictable. Bounties. Once the privilege of only the most notorious bandits, bounties now proliferated like those of pirates, yet they lacked the strength to match their newfound notoriety. resulting in inevitable consequences. The pirate hunters and the Navy, when faced with both pirates and mountain bandits, would undoubtedly make their choice clear. From that day forth, the mountain bandits, who had long hidden in the hills, found themselves leading a life of dislocation and despair. With no option but to flee, these farmers, armed with weapons, were doomed to become bounty for the pirate hunters and accolades for the Navy. Yet, where could they escape to? The vast sea? The pirates would never consider them akin to their kind. Instead, they viewed them as mere imaginary foes. It is said that one does not fear scarcity, but rather inequity. When one risks life and limb, leaving the comfort of their familiar surroundings to pursue their dreams at sea, enduring years of struggle and countless near-death experiences, only to discover that their bounties pale in comparison to those of the bandits who simply claim the mountains, is an unbearable reality for these already envious pirates. Thus, it became evident that all three major forces on the sea had set their sights on the bandits, leading to the temporary disappearance of this group from the waters. The so-called newcomers aspiring to ascend the mountains, even the true bandits, donned the garb of farmers once more. However, those bandits who had already accrued bounties could only resign themselves to their misfortune, falling into the clutches of the Navy and the pirate hunters. In front of the Grand Hall, the resolute Go Ziqiang glanced at the tightly shut doors, then at the silent figure of Taigun beside him, instinctively calling out the latter's name. Taigun, who had been lost in thought, absorbed in the unfolding scene, was suddenly roused by Go Ziqiang's voice. Shaking his head to dispel the distractions swirling in his mind, his eyes, now bloodshot, locked onto Go Ziqiang's as he said, "Qiangzi, the one inside must surely be a true immortal. We must enter." With a creak, the hall's doors were forcefully pushed open by Taigun. Even though the doors had opened wide enough for both to pass, it appeared merely as a narrow slit. Upon entering the hall, they were met with a magnificent sight. A statue stood tall, one hand raised in a sword-like gesture before its chest, the other gripping a long sword. Before the statue, a man in a Taoist robe, hands clasped behind his back, gazed up at the statue as if lost in contemplation. It was at this moment that he seemed to sense their presence, slowly turning to face them. From the instant Taigun laid eyes on the Taoist man, he knew without a doubt that he had not misidentified him. How could one so strikingly handsome be anything but an immortal? Such a visage was beyond the realm of humanity. Taigun could think of no other explanation than that he was indeed an immortal. Go Ziqiang's heart was equally tumultuous. He had never encountered a man of such extraordinary bearing in his life. Even the so-called most handsome young lord of Qingping paled in comparison to the man before him. Could this be the head of Xuantianzong, the legendary immortal? The appearance of Su Yu perfectly matched Go Ziqiang's every fantasy of an immortal. Upon hearing Go Ziqiang's words, Taigun quickly reacted, seizing Go Ziqiang and bowing down. "We have encountered an immortal. We have traversed half of Wuchao, and at last, we meet a true immortal. We beseech you, please accept us as your disciples." Observing the numbers hovering above their heads, Su Yu's eyes flickered with a glimmer of gold as he nodded slightly and replied, "No need for excessive formalities. I cannot yet claim the title of immortal. That you two have made it here with such perseverance speaks volumes. From where do you hail?" Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Taigun realized that the boy who had ridden the yellow ox was named Zhonglo. He hastily stood up and proclaimed, "Immortal, we hail from Huangtu village in Sishui County, Wuling City, and we earnestly seek the path of immortality. Thus, we have traversed much of Wuchao, and today finally fulfill our wish. We implore you to accept us as your disciples." "We shall certainly." Su Yu smiled gently and interjected, "Indeed, but why should I accept you?" Taigun and Go Ziqiang exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Why indeed should Su Yu take them as disciples? This reality starkly contrasted with their earlier imaginings of finding an immortal and automatically being accepted as students. After a long silence with no response from the two, Su Yu finally inquired, "Very well, what are your names?" Chapter 148. The reluctance of Akainu at the Navy headquarters. A resounding crash echoed through the once tranquil office, revealing the simmering fury etched across Akainu's face. The scattered remnants of a desk lay strewn across the floor, bearing testament to the chaos that had unfolded. Illustrating just how incensed Akainu truly was, he had smashed even the venerable old Pear Blossom's desk. "No one has the right to humiliate me so. Morgan, you audacious fool. If he seeks to end his life, then I shall ensure he and his television station sink into the depths of the ocean." With his back turned to Vice Admiral Mole, Akainu bellowed in a fit of rage. Mountains have concealed themselves. When mere mortals approach the edges of the Grand Formation, their bodies instinctively recoil. In truth, the Xuantian Zone once bore a different name. At that time, it was not known as Xuantian Zone, nor was Buzhou Mountain called as such, and the Grand Hall was not yet named Homing. The headmaster was not yet Suyu. Back then, the Xuantian Zone was known as Yuanming Zone, one of the preeminent sects within Wuchao, boasting a lineage of a millennium, with its headmaster standing atop the pinnacle of Wuchao as a true Yuanshan. The open space before the hall was crafted from a single block of Qingma stone, meticulously forged in one go. In the secular world, Qingma stone held value comparable to gold. However, an internal conflict obliterated this thousand-year legacy. The headmaster's eldest disciple, after several failed attempts to attain the Yuanshan realm, quietly turned to the path of demonic cultivation and even achieved the status of a demon king. Yet, one cannot conceal fire with paper. When discovered by the headmaster, an inevitable battle ensued. The details of the conflict are inconsequential. What matters is that the headmaster was defeated. Had it not been for the eldest disciple's lingering conscience, the once mighty Yuanming Zone would have met its end. Thus, from that day forth, the primary tenet of Yuanming Zone became the eradication of all demonic cultivators. Yet, the outcome is evident. The former eldest disciple now leads the demonic cultivators of Wuchao. The battle had shaken the very foundations of the Xuantian Zone, leading to a gradual decline over generations, and by the time of the old headmaster, he had exhausted the last remnants of their resources. It can be said that all the old headmaster left for Suyu was a younger sister and a mountain void of purpose, accompanied by a hollow hall and several empty rooms. Upon assuming leadership, Suyu promptly renamed the sect to Xuantian Zone. Inspired by a game he had played in his previous life titled Xuantian Jia. The path up the mountain was never meant to be the staircase. Cultivators of the foundation stage could initially harness spiritual energy to briefly fly with their swords. Cultivation sects have always soared through the skies. Who needs stairs? This staircase was an intrinsic feature of the mountain itself. Legend holds that the Xuantian Zone was established here precisely due to the mountain's extraordinary height. Had no one ascended to the summit and confirmed its emptiness, many would have believed it led to the heavens. Thus, Suyu took advantage of this staircase, erecting a stone tablet beside it inscribed with Buzhou Mountain, and established a mountain gate at its base, inscribing Xuantian Zone upon it, while renaming the Grand Hall to Homing. Every effort was made in anticipation of the players who would soon arrive. Given the current conditions of Xuantian Zone, restoring its former glory would prove exceedingly challenging. Hence, Suyu resolved to harness the power of those referred to as natural disasters, providing them ample space for imagination, confident that they would come. Moreover, with the memories of his past life, Suyu was acutely aware that the third great calamity of the Xuantian Jia was imminent. According to official records, the first calamity occurred in ancient times. In ancient times, the entire world was a continent surrounded by the sea, governed by the celestial realm of Ur, where myriad tribes coexisted harmoniously with the divine. One fateful day, the sky suddenly fractured, giving birth to a dark void from which countless savage beasts emerged. These creatures, devoid of reason, knew only destruction and the unbridled release of their primal instincts, instantly shattering the world's tranquility. Where these beasts tread, death lay in heaps, and bones accumulated like mountains. Not a single flower, grass, or even a leaf remained in their wake, leaving only desolation. Upon hearing of this calamity, the sovereign of the celestial realm, Tai, was filled with wrath and dispatched the gods to vanquish the savage beasts. However, despite their lack of intellect, these beasts possessed formidable strength, and the dark void above continued to spawn them endlessly, leading to a stalemate between the two factions. The war raged on for an indeterminate duration, but through the concerted efforts of the gods and tribes, the beasts were nearly eradicated. Nevertheless, the gods and tribes suffered devastating losses. Ultimately, the preeminent being, Tai, sacrificed himself to mend the heavens, thereby sealing the void. Thus began a new chapter in the world's development. The divine race, inherently powerful yet struggling to produce offspring, had borne the brunt of the conflict against the savage beasts and gradually withdrew from the annals of history. Meanwhile, the human race, prolific and exceptionally gifted, quietly ascended, swiftly assimilating the myriad tribes to establish their own dynasty. Concurrently, a new breed emerged from the union of the savage beasts and the native fauna, inheriting the cunning and ferocity of the former, along with a physique that rivaled humans and a rapid reproductive capacity, swiftly solidifying their position as humanity's foremost adversary. Among the stronger beasts, some even attained intelligence, capable of speech and transforming into humanoid forms. Discontent with the title of savage beasts, they designated themselves as the Yao Beast Tribe. As the sands of time slipped by, millennia later, humanity grew increasingly powerful, with some individuals possessing strength comparable to the divine. Originally, the power of humans and Yao beasts had been relatively balanced, allowing for a semblance of peace as both sides endeavored to absorb the remaining tribes and quietly expand. However, as the number of humans rivaling the divine increased, this equilibrium was shattered. As the saying goes, one cannot peacefully coexist in another's domain. A new war erupted. Faced with the expulsion by humanity, the Yao beasts were unwilling to submit and rallied together in resistance. Yet, in the face of human unity and strength, the Yao beasts could only retreat steadily, seemingly on the verge of disappearing from history. At this juncture, a second great calamity struck. On a clear day, a colossal meteor descended from the heavens without warning. The entire continent, shaken by the impact, witnessed the annihilation of a significant portion of both human and Yao beast races due to the various disasters unleashed by the meteor. The continent shattered into 5 fragments, with only the distant human settlements and a few tribes managing to survive. As eons passed, the world commenced a new phase of development. The meteor collision had caused the continent's division, and while life on land suffered immense losses, the monstrous denizens of the oceans had not. In the midst of this turmoil, the resolve of the General Xuanxu, Yansu Zhongde, was unwavering as he gazed helplessly at the departing figure of a Akainu. He remained silent, for he found himself at a loss for a solution to the current predicament. The Navy had indeed erred. Had they foreseen the profound impact of the television broadcast, they would have never permitted the projector to be disseminated across the globe, regardless of what Li Yunlong had claimed. Now, complications arose. The Navy, already under scrutiny due to its immense power and subtle control over global affairs, found itself once more in the crosshairs of those coveting its position. The Revolutionary Army, previously suppressed, had reignited. This was not a favorable sign for the Navy, as they faced threats both from Li Yunlong and the revolutionary forces undermining their foundation. If the situation continued to escalate, disaster would inevitably ensue, but the decision rested with Akainu. Should Akainu choose to turn against the opposition, General Xuanxu would undoubtedly support him. He firmly believed that the Navy still held a chance of victory. With a decisive gamble, their current forces could be split into 2 contingents. One could dispatch 2 admirals, leading a dozen vice admirals to push back along the Grand Line, capturing all revolutionary forces en route. The other contingent, led by Admiral Akainu and 2 vice admirals, would simultaneously launch an offensive on the Red Earth continent. Regardless of the might of the Peace Star's weaponry, facing a top-tier powerhouse would spell disaster for Li Yunlong and his allies should any admiral set foot on the Red Earth. This represented an absolute disparity in power, and General Xuanxu held unwavering confidence in this regard. If given the choice, he would even consider temporarily sidelining the Revolutionary Army, as he deemed their current threat manageable. Regardless of the outcome, the fate of their world remained in the hands of its own people, and the Revolutionary Army lacked the capital to seize global control. Conversely, Li Yunlong and his otherworldly cohorts were fundamentally positioned as adversaries. Regardless of who initiated the aggression, General Xuanxu viewed them as malevolent invaders. He would rather see the Revolutionary Army wrest control from the Navy than allow these foreign interlopers to dominate the world. In a mere few months, they had already spread to over a dozen surrounding islands, and their commercial enterprises and spies had infiltrated the globe. If their expansion continued unchecked, they would undoubtedly become a foe far more terrifying than the Revolutionary Army. Indeed, they were already more formidable. The recent incident with the television station had only underscored the difficulty of confronting Li Yunlong. This illustrated a strategic and conceptual gap, and General Xuanxu was compelled to acknowledge that Li Yunlong's maneuvers were both subtle and astonishing. This strike had landed squarely at the Navy's most vulnerable point, as the entire world rallied against their suppression of the television station, placing the Navy in a precarious position. Ironically, the very individuals clamoring against the Navy were those with no stake in the matter. The prolonged period of complacency had dulled their senses, and now they found themselves unable to rally support. Did they truly believe that royal titles and noble positions were hereditary? They should take heed of the fates that befell the aristocrats of the kingdoms overthrown by the revolutionaries. Admiral Akainu, I believe we can momentarily set aside the Revolutionary Army. Our immediate priority should be the Red Earth continent. We must concentrate our forces to eliminate them before they can fully emerge, forcing them back to their own world. Once Akainu had vented his frustrations, General Shunshu firmly expressed his opinion. Upon hearing General Shunshu's words, Akainu furrowed his brow, falling into deep contemplation. In truth, the matters discussed by General Yin Shu, Akainu had also contemplated, yet the risks involved for the Navy were exceedingly high. If he were still the former Marine Admiral, he would undoubtedly act without hesitation. However, as the current Fleet Admiral, each of his commands could significantly impact the entire Navy, thereby necessitating his accountability. With every subsequent decision, he must ponder the potential consequences of failure. Presently, the Navy boasts 4 admirals and 2 admiral candidates. If one includes Zephyr, Garp, and himself, the Navy possesses 7 formidable figures of admiral caliber. Should they wager everything, it is conceivable that they could obliterate the Red Continent from existence. Nonetheless, every endeavor carries inherent uncertainties. What if the plan were to fail? Each admiral represents a cornerstone in the Navy's dominance over the world, and the current world has yet to be fully subdued. In the shadows, enemies of the Navy undoubtedly lurk, eyeing them with malicious intent. Reliable intelligence indicates that Ace and Marco have resurfaced deep within the New World, having assembled a faction of their own. Big MOM remains alive, yet has not made an appearance, akin to a dagger suspended in darkness, poised to strike at any moment, necessitating caution. Furthermore, her son Katakuri has also gone missing, a powerful entity that can rival an admiral in a short span. It can even be asserted that, when faced with those beneath admiral rank, Katakuri is indistinguishable from an admiral. Additionally, the remnants of the previous era have not all perished, at the very least within Akainu's intelligence network. The notorious Rayleigh has recently been acting rather erratically. Previously, he lingered at Sabiti Archipelago, willing to sell himself, and the Navy turned a blind eye. However, he has now vanished completely, and Akainu does not believe a man of his caliber would simply die of old age. He must be plotting something in the shadows. Moreover, several terrifying pirates have recently escaped from prison. Although they have yet to reveal themselves, Akainu is far from oblivious to their existence, knowing they will eventually seek retribution against the Navy. On another front, the Revolutionary Army, led by Dragon, poses a significant threat, with his strength likely on par with Akainu's. Furthermore, the fellow known as Yang Shiro has essentially been identified as a member of the Revolutionary Army. Given these shifting dynamics, the Navy's circumstances are not as optimistic as they may appear. Chapter 150. When confronted, moreover, Akainu does not believe these are the only top-tier powers in the world. The recent global conscription and the emergence of characters like Ishiao, Green Bull, and Yang Shiro have compellingly demonstrated that countless formidable individuals may still be lurking in the obscure corners of this world. Much like Ishiao, who discreetly resides in various corners of the globe, mingling in casinos, presenting the facade of a gambling-obsessed old man. Who could fathom the terrifying strength concealed beneath such a disreputable exterior? This existence, though inconspicuous yet immensely powerful, surely number more than a few. The Navy has undoubtedly crossed paths with numerous adversaries, yet who can recall the multitude? As of now, the Navy's formidable power allows them to remain hidden like serpents in shadows. However, should any crack appear in the foundation of the Navy, it is likely that these lurking predators will reveal their sharp fangs. Given the current strength of the Navy, this moment presents an unparalleled opportunity to redefine the world since the establishment of the world government 800 years ago. Furthermore, with the world government's dissolution, if the Navy were to reclaim global control, Akainu would ascend as the new ruler of the world. At this juncture, compelling Akainu to expend all his resources to confront Li Yunlong and others renders him indecisive. What if failure ensues? The repercussions would be unbearable for anyone to shoulder, especially considering the Navy possesses only a limited treasury. Should it be exhausted, nothing would remain. Akainu harbors no desire to be branded a traitor to the Navy, nor to be inscribed in history through such ignominious means. Alas, Yin Shu, you may take your leave. I require further contemplation on this matter. At that moment, 3 crisp knocks echoed from outside the room, instantly capturing the attention of both Akainu and General Yin Shu. Given the earlier commotion within the office, Anyone not oblivious would understand that Akainu was in a state of fury. Thus, anyone daring to enter at this moment must surely have pressing matters to report. Gumin, General Yin Shu, fearing Akainu's wrath, hastily called out, "Fleet Admiral Akainu, I bring evidence collected by my subordinates. There are traitors within the CP department." Rob Lucci pushed open the door, walking straight to Akainu without acknowledging the scene within, and handed over the intelligence in his hand. "What? Traitors within the CP department? Which faction do they belong to?" Upon hearing this news, Akainu's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly seized the document and scrutinized it. His countenance grew increasingly grim, darkening with anger. The CP department serves as the Navy's eyes in the world and acts as internal oversight. If the CP department were infiltrated, the ramifications would be dire. At the very least, the authenticity of all future intelligence received by the Navy would be called into question. Moreover, it implies that everything the Navy has previously seen and heard may have been orchestrated by others, or that their every move is under surveillance. If true, the consequences would be unfathomable. After reviewing the intelligence, Akainu's hands trembled with rage, and he could scarcely bear to look at it. He casually tossed the document to General Yin Shu and walked to the window, retrieving a cigar from his pocket, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. Upon receiving the document, General Yin Shu examined it closely and immediately grasped the reason for Akainu's demeanor, furrowing his brow as he questioned Rob Lucci. "It is indeed CP5? Rob Lucci, can you confirm the authenticity of this intelligence? You must understand the implications it carries. The CP department is divided into internal and external divisions. The external branch is responsible for intelligence gathering and assassination missions, comprising CP6, CP7, CP8, CP9, and the elite CP0. The internal division focuses on monitoring and inspection, possessing the authority to take preemptive action when deemed necessary, including CP1, CP2, CP3, CP4, and CP5. CP1 and CP2 oversee the 4 Cs, while CP3 and CP4 patrol the Grand Line. CP5, stationed at Navy headquarters, is responsible for consolidating reports from CP1, CP2, CP3, and CP4, directly delivering them to Akainu's desk. Thus, if the department responsible for synthesizing intelligence, CP5, is compromised, it signifies that all intelligence regarding the Grand Line is fundamentally flawed. The consequences of this situation are dire. So severe that if the intelligence is indeed accurate, the Navy's entire network along the Great Waterway would have to be entirely reconstructed, leaving no one behind. During this period, the Navy would become deaf and blind, with its surveillance capabilities over the Great Waterway reduced to nearly nothing. Furthermore, with Morgan's control over public opinion now siding with Li Yunlong, it remains uncertain what the state of the Great Waterway will be once the Navy's intelligence network is restored. It could well be that the namely becomes synonymous with the Navy. I have faith in my subordinates. This intelligence is completely authentic, and I have already sent someone to Avasno's office, where he and his entire team have vanished. Rob Lucci's countenance was grave, his words laced with confidence. Yet such confidence was precisely what neither Akainu nor General Moles wished to witness at that moment. Avasno is the head of CP5 and the actual controller of the Navy's intelligence network. Alas, it seems he has realized something, as Akainu's expression suddenly shifted. At that moment, a brilliant golden light flashed outside the window, and Kizuru along with General Anubis appeared at the office door. "What on earth is happening today? Did someone smash the table?" Kizaru remarked, ushering in General Anubis. Upon seeing the scene in the office, he first made a lewd quip or two, then turned to Akainu, whose face was rarely so grave, and pointed at General Anubis, saying, "Anubis wishes to see you. He claims he has not betrayed the Navy, and I believe him." This statement struck a nerve with Akainu, whose face, once flushed with anger, turned ashen. In that moment, Akainu finally comprehended his grave error. If all the intelligence he had received previously was erroneous, did it mean that those stationed at the bases had not betrayed the Navy at all? He had naively believed in those false reports, leading Kizuru to personally condemn those veterans who had devoted their lives to suppressing the seas on behalf of the Navy. Chapter 151. The eve of the final battle? No, I refuse to believe it. Akainu suddenly bellowed, striding forward to seize General Anubis by the collar, demanding loudly, "Anubis, tell me, did you betray the Navy? Have you colluded with those from other worlds and sold out our intelligence?" Akainu could acknowledge that CP5 had defected, but he could not accept that his orders had led to the unnecessary deaths of so many Navy generals. In Akainu's mind, it was acceptable for the Navy to perish in battle, but not to die needlessly at the hands of their comrades. Heroes may die in combat, but they must never fall victim to injustice. In terms of experience, Anubis had joined the Navy before Akainu, and in terms of strength, Anubis was among the elite of the Navy's vice admirals, second only to Garp. Thus he was not intimidated by Akainu. I did not betray you. I am being wronged. I willingly submit to all inquiries from the Navy, but I demand justice and my name cleared. At this moment, recalling the grievances he had recently suffered, Anubis's own anger was ignited by Akainu's outburst, and he grasped Akainu's shoulder, yelling back, releasing his grip on Anubis. Akainu staggered back a few steps, collapsing into a chair as the last remnants of hope in his heart were utterly shattered by Anubis's words. At that moment, he realized he had truly become a sinner of the Navy, having fallen prey to Li Yunlong's simple ruse. He had not harbored the slightest doubt about the intelligence relayed from CP, issuing orders to Kizuru to strike at his own compatriots. In just over a month, 8 rear admirals, 5 vice admirals, and a total of 13 high-ranking Navy officers had perished, accounting for 1/9 of the total number of Navy commanders. All because he had placed blind faith in the words of spies, resulting in the deaths of comrades at the hands of their own, all due to his command. The enormity of his decision-making error was a devastating blow to Akainu, who had always held himself in high esteem, a blow he could hardly bear. Akainu sat in silence for a long time, while Kizuru observed his demeanor in bewilderment. After working alongside Akainu for over 20 years, he had never witnessed such despondency. Just moments ago, he had seemed fine. What calamity had befallen him? Anubis's previously raging fury dissipated with Akainu's actions. He understood Akainu's character. He had come to headquarters fully prepared to face death. Given Akainu's disposition, once he made up his mind about something, it would be nearly impossible to sway him. Convinced of Anubis's treachery, even if he were innocent, Akainu would steadfastly believe in his choice. Yet what had transpired today? Why had this iron-willed man become so disheartened? The one accused of betrayal was himself, not Anubis. The only other individual privy to the entire situation, General Moles, found himself at a loss for words. Wanting to counsel Akainu, but unable to articulate anything. He understood Akainu's character too well. Any attempt to advise him at this moment would be futile. Akainu was far too concerned with his pride to accept any form of failure, especially to one he least wished to concede defeat. General Moles summoned all the high-ranking Navy officials, calling back Akiji, Aoyang, and even Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, declaring he would demand blood for blood. After a lengthy silence, Akainu finally rose once more, his eyes burning red, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell, and shouted at General Moles with seething hatred. At that moment, all thoughts of future plans and prospects vanished from Akainu's mind. He was consumed by a singular notion: vengeance, for someone as proud as Akainu. It was utterly unacceptable to acknowledge that he had been manipulated by others, yet upon realizing the truth, only one thought remained in his mind: to exact a bloody price from the one who had mocked him. Marshal, you should reconsider. Do not allow your fury to cloud your judgment. If the issues in the West Sea are not addressed soon, it will slip from the Navy's grasp, and regaining control will require immense effort. At this juncture, General Moles regained his composure, stepping closer to Akainu and, with a resolve to face death, suggested. General Moles did not wish to provoke Akainu further. With his current agitation, Akainu might act recklessly. But he also wanted to prevent Akainu from jeopardizing the favorable situation at hand. The Navy had been strategizing for over 2 months to capture the revolutionary forces in the West Sea, deploying tens of thousands of troops, with 2 admirals already en route. Numerous vice admirals and rear admirals were also on their way. If they were to withdraw now, all prior efforts would be in vain, and there was a real risk of plunging the West Sea into chaos. Given the revolutionary forces' previous movements, the entire West Sea could erupt into a revolutionary tide. Even if the Navy managed to reclaim the West Sea, it would be a region seeded with the potential for revolution, a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Moreover, if the current connection between the General Qingyang and the Revolutionary Army is not seized, there will be no opportunity to undermine the general's position. The mere thought of a spy from the Revolutionary Army occupying a high naval post sends shivers down one's spine. Thus, at this moment, he must step forward to dissuade Akainu, hoping that he can maintain a semblance of calm. Mole, execute the order. I want to see all naval admirals in the conference room in 10 minutes. Enraged, Akainu was entirely dismissive of the words from Vice Admiral Mole, glaring at him with fiery red eyes and issuing a stern command. Understood, Vice Admiral Mole replied weakly. He realized that further persuasion would be futile. Akainu might even suspect him of being a spy working in favor of Li Yunlong. He understood well the adage that troubles often arise from the tongue. He had done his utmost, and since Akainu was not receptive, there was little he could do. After all, Akainu was the fleet admiral of the Navy. Meanwhile, on the distant Red Earth continent, cheers, at a small round table, Li Yunlong and Fang Zhini sat opposite each other, clinking their glasses together. Old Li, how on earth did you manage this? Will Sakazuki not go mad from your antics? Fang Zhini jested, downing his drink. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, old Fang. Do not let that old fellow's age fool you. He may not be able to best us in a fight, but in this world, sometimes intellect prevails. I suspect his mind is filled with magma, of little use except for generating heat. Li Yunlong laughed heartily. Initially, he had not anticipated that his plan would unfold so smoothly. Akainu, who had risen from the ranks, seemed surprisingly naive. Winning against Akainu did not provide Li Yunlong with a sense of accomplishment. You, my friend, if I say you're overweight, you truly take it to heart. If it were someone else, you would have lost an entire squad by now. Fang Zhini suddenly admonished Li Yunlong, genuinely concerned that he might continue taking reckless risks due to this recent success. The lives of soldiers are invaluable, particularly those elite members of the Qianhuan Qilin, whose development required immense resources. Even the entire army could hardly find many such talents. Old Fang, rest assured, I will not act so recklessly again, Li Yunlong replied dismissively, waving his hand. Despite his words, his demeanor suggested he did not take Fang Zhini's concerns to heart. Sigh, what am I to say to you? Fang Zhini recognized Li Yunlong's indifference, but given that he had secured a victory, further criticism would seem unreasonable. I truly did not expect that Sakazuki would fall for such a ruse. I prepared numerous contingencies that went unused. However, there is no need to continue this charade. It is time to wrap things up. Li Yunlong chuckled, though his tone turned serious towards the end. Is it time to conclude? Indeed, it is time to bring this to a close. Fang Zhini echoed Li Yunlong's words, affirming their course of action. Unbeknownst to Akainu, the Navy had already been deeply infiltrated by Li Yunlong. Every document that reached her hands was first delivered to Li Yunlong's desk. Many naval officers had dedicated their lives to the Navy, joining to pursue their dreams, making mere financial incentives ineffective. However, if the top brass could not be persuaded, one could always influence their subordinates. Li Yunlong had an abundance of resources, particularly wealth. By utilizing the Qianhuan Qilin to replace CP5, he effectively blinded the Navy and rendered them deaf. All intelligence reaching Akainu was meticulously filtered and devoid of any of their information. It could be said that every document Akainu reviewed was curated by Li Yunlong for his eyes only. After gaining control of the CP department, Li Yunlong's next step was to gradually win over naval officers, especially the deputies of base commanders. Of course, there were many slip-ups along the way. Due to a lack of discretion, numerous instances of exposure occurred, with some unaffected officers reporting them sternly. Yet, those who reported issues to the Navy headquarters could not fathom that their communications never reached Akainu's desk. Upon arriving at headquarters, they were intercepted directly by CP5's Qianhuan Qilin. Li Yunlong was able to operate behind the guise of the Qianhuan Qilin, quietly infiltrating the Navy, adhering to a principle. If one could not penetrate the commanding officer, then infiltrate the deputy. If not the deputy, then the deputy's deputy. Li Yunlong firmly believed that in times of urgency, should the superior be unreachable, the death of the commanding officer would elevate the deputy to command. Over 2 months, nearly every officer of lieutenant commander rank and above at each base had been visited by Li Yunlong's subordinates. Encounters occurred during missions in bars, or even at small noodle shops on the street. Possessing the naval intelligence network, Li Yunlong naturally held the upper hand. Akainu could not have anticipated the concept of darkness beneath the lamp. At this point, if Li Yunlong so desired, he could incapacitate the vast naval apparatus with a mere wave of his hand. A significant portion of the Navy's bases across the Grand Line would undergo a transformation. Had it not been for their lack of top-tier combat power, Li Yunlong would have already departed from the Red Earth continent. The decision to have Qianhuan Qilin withdraw its personnel was due to Li Yunlong's knowledge of Anubis's impending confrontation with Kizaru at Navy headquarters. As for how he knew, indeed, only Kizaru and Anubis were present in that room, but one could employ a listening device, a piece of technology absent in this world. A small, inconspicuous black device affixed beneath a table would go unnoticed. Such devices proliferated throughout every office in each naval branch, and the headquarters was no exception, being thoroughly embedded with them. Li Yunlong had specifically assembled a logistics team of 1,000 personnel to handle eavesdropping and the organization of valuable information. Li Yunlong could scarcely fathom how he could possibly lose under such circumstances. For the peace of the world. For the peace of the world. Cheers. Bang. Li Yunlong and Fong Zhenyi locked eyes, both recognizing the spark igniting between them, and with a clink of their glasses, they simultaneously downed their drinks. On the deck of the Shihai warship, a long-legged, beautiful swordswoman with a blade hanging from her waist stood gracefully, her exaggerated curves gleaming with a dazzling white sheen. Her mere presence was a striking sight for the others aboard. She held the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters, also known by her codename, Tao Tu, a designation that implied she possessed strength nearly on par with that of an admiral. Should a position become vacant, she would ascend to that rank. Gudu. Rear Admiral Tao Tu received a message from Admiral Akiji, who was not far ahead on a small island. Nearby, a naval officer hastily set down the Den Mushi and rushed to Tao Tu's side, swallowing hard as he gazed at her silhouette and spoke. It is worth mentioning that all the naval personnel on this ship were women, once part of the only 2 female battalions in the Navy. Now, the other battalion was but a memory, leaving them as the sole remaining group. Chapter 153. Diyuan Tao Tu raised her delicate brows, fully aware of the objective of this mission. She had long harbored discontent over Aoyama taking her rightful position shortly after joining the Navy. As one of the only 2 candidates for admiral, she believed that, in normal circumstances, she should have been the one to step up in the absence of an admiral. Yet, Geng Shiro and Yi Xiao had climbed the ranks through the world draft, surpassing her decade-long military achievements and years of devoted service to the Navy. Moreover, as a fellow master swordsman, Tao Tu had long wished to test her skills against Geng Shiro's. Full speed ahead, we must rendezvous with Admiral Akiji as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, the Den Mushi that had just been put away rang again. Konishiwa. Admiral Akainu commands you to abandon all current tasks and return to Navy headquarters immediately at the fastest speed. Upon connection, a long-faced figure relayed Akainu's orders with a grave expression. Nanny? What nonsense are you saying? It has been confirmed that Geng Shiro is a spy for the Revolutionary Army. You want us to turn back now? Upon hearing this, Tao Tu's elegant brows furrowed tightly. Before she could respond, a voice of discontent echoed beside her. A robust woman emerged from the cabin, towering nearly 3 meters tall, her powerful physique and strong chest muscles rivaling the robust thighs of Tao Tu's day. This was her first officer, the renowned naval prodigy Takayama Chimimi, once a student of Rear Admiral Zifa's elite class. She had been captivated by Tao Tu's charm upon their encounter and willingly pledged her loyalty to protect her. She possessed strength equivalent to a Rear Admiral. Isn't that the infamous Chimimi? The naval officer holding the Den Mushi immediately stood rigid, nervous in her presence. Although Tao Tu held the highest rank on the ship, her gentle demeanor often provided warmth and care akin to that of an elder sister. Yet, it was Chimimi who instilled the most fear among them, perfectly embodying the role of a terrifying demon in both training and life. The officer on the other end of the call was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for someone to dare refuse him. As Akainu's messenger, even a typical Rear Admiral would show him some deference. To be dismissed so easily was unexpected, and he was certain that the voice on the other end was not Tao Tu's. He had heard her voice, a melodious sound akin to silver bells that he could hardly forget, certainly not this coarse tone reminiscent of a brash man. This is an order. Execute it, sailor. As anger surged within him, his face flushed crimson, and his frustration was evident through the Den Mushi. Before he could say more, he abruptly hung up. Simultaneously, the Den Mushis of Chame and Akiji rang, conveying nearly identical messages. Both were ordered to return to Navy headquarters immediately. Return? On the island, Akiji leaned against his bicycle, gazing across the sea towards Navy headquarters. Having clashed with Akainu for half a lifetime, he understood his character well. Unless something significant had occurred at headquarters, Akainu would never call for a return at this juncture. Diyuan, what on earth does that rascal Sakazuki intend to do? What does he take us for? Summoning us at his whim? After hanging up, Chimimi approached Tao Tu, still murmuring her discontent. As a junior to Akainu, she had graduated 5 classes after him. As an outstanding graduate from the elite class, she received her naval rank immediately. Given her disdain for Akainu's character, she would not alter her attitude towards him based on his status. Chimimi, I appreciate your concern for me, but since he has issued such an order, we must return. That fellow wouldn't command us to return unless it were urgent. Tao Tu's eyes curved into crescent moons, her lips forming a beautiful arc as she smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. Her presence exuded an air of mature elegance, instantly captivating Chimime, who dared not refute her. In a small voice, she murmured, "Yuan, Sakazuki is truly a rascal." Just then, the den mushi rang again. Upon connection, the familiar long-faced figure appeared, albeit with a rather somber expression. "What is it now, you long-faced creature? We are already preparing to return." Seeing that infuriating face, Chimime's previously aggrieved expression twisted into one of disdain. She detested interruptions while conversing with Tao Tu, especially from this loathsome figure. The frustrated naval officer, overhearing Chimime's insult, retorted angrily, "Ashibe baka? I can't control my appearance. I loathe it when people mock my face, especially this woman who just argued with me." Determined to teach her a lesson, he resolved that no matter who she was, he would ensure she received her due. "Stop arguing. Is there a new order this time?" Noting the officer's insult towards Chimime, Tao Tu internally condemned him. However, she deemed further argument pointless. The officer had called twice in a short span, indicating an important command to relay, and thus interrupted their quarrel. Rear Admiral Tao Tu. Upon hearing her familiar voice, the officer's eyes turned heart-shaped, clearly enamored. "Admiral, Admiral, do not call me that. Rear Admiral Tao Tu is speaking to me." After a prolonged silence on the other end, Tao Tu perceived distant murmurs, though they were too faint to discern. Moments later, the officer shuddered as he regained his composure and reported, "Rear Admiral Tao Tu, I convey Admiral Akinu's latest command, ordering you and Rear Admiral Chame to continue assisting Admiral Akiji, proceeding as per the original plan." Chapter 154. Commander Mori of the Western Army, shall we continue with the original plan? Murmured Tao Tu, lost in thought. However, upon hearing the words of Admiral Ma Lian, Gao Shan Ji Hui Mei immediately shouted, "What kind of joke is this? Do you think we are mere monkeys to be toyed with? You say to return, and we must return? You say to continue the mission, and we must continue?" Admiral Ma Lian, initially eager to hear more from Tao Tu, was instantly infuriated by the familiar squawking voice and retorted loudly, "Silence. Follow orders, soldier." As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly ended the call. After hanging up, he seemed to recall something, gazing at the phone bug with a look of regret as he muttered, "I haven't even said goodbye to General Tao Tu yet. It's all that wretched woman's fault. Yuan, is that scoundrel Sakazuki playing games with us? Should we return and show him our might?" Gaoshan Ji Hui Mei, witnessing Admiral Ma Lian hanging up without giving her a chance to retort, felt wronged and began to complain to Tao Tuesday. She wished to return to the naval headquarters to confront Ma Lian and see if he would still dare to boast before her. In her eyes, she was a fierce and ruthless old hag. However, in Tao Tu's presence, she would always be a delicate and gentle beauty. "All right, Ji Hui Mei, let's hurry. Admiral Akiji is still waiting for us." Setting aside her distractions, Tao Tu gently urged Gaoshan Ji Hui Mei with a smile. "Lieutenant General Guizhu, I believe this is not the route to Shitio Island," Yang Sahiru remarked, seated at his desk in the cabin. He laid down the rubly maritime log and tilted his face to tease Guizhu. Yang Sahiru held a high regard for Guizhu's capabilities, and upon noticing that Guizhu seemed to have taken a wrong turn, he was curious to see how awkward Guizhu would feel about it. Admiral Akiji is quite remarkable. He can sense changes in the navigation route even inside the cabin. Indeed, this is not the way to Shitio Island. Last night, I received intelligence from CP3 regarding a significant presence of the Revolutionary Army on Zalia Island. I saw you were already asleep, so I refrained from disturbing you. Guizhu smirked, his icy gaze fixed on Yang Sahiru as he spoke with a sardonic tone. Last night, he had indeed received intelligence, but it was not from CP3. It was conveyed by Akiji. Prior to this, he had never considered that the seemingly harmless Yang Sahiru could be a spy for the Revolutionary Army. It was no wonder they always seemed to step behind the Revolutionary Army. Despite CP3 consistently providing timely intelligence, they found themselves perpetually chasing after the remnants of the enemy. Logically, the Revolutionary Army, which aimed to incite a revolution among the impoverished and arm them, should have encountered the Navy long ago, given their limited manpower and the Navy's swiftness in action. Yet, more than a month had passed without a single encounter on the vast seas. For Guizhu, known for his numerous victories and formidable reputation, this was an unadulterated disgrace. Now that he had identified the spy among them, had he not been acutely aware of his own inadequacies against Yang Sahiru, he would have already drawn his blade. Zaluya Island. Yang Sahiru's expression remained unchanged, yet his pupils constricted sharply. Zaluya Island was the Revolutionary Army's stronghold in the West Sea, a fact that even Yang Sahiru had only recently come to know. He was astonished that the Navy had quickly grasped such critical information, considering how the Navy had consistently managed to track the movements of the Revolutionary Army in recent times. An unsettling thought flashed through Yang Sahiru's mind. There is a spy within the Revolutionary Army. Of course, he would never suspect that Akiji had been following him closely, eavesdropping on his communications with the Revolutionary Army through a listening phone bug. Their conversations had inadvertently revealed the whereabouts of every Revolutionary Army operation. Yang Sahiru had never doubted that he had been compromised because he was supremely confident in his disguise. Even in the East Sea, where his dojo was located, he had seldom interacted with the Revolutionary Army. After joining the Navy, he had not contacted them even once. Moreover, during the Revolutionary Army's assault on the Holy Land Mary Geos, he had killed numerous members of the Revolutionary Army in front of countless Navy personnel. Thus, Yang Sahiru believed his disguise to be impeccable. The fact that Akainu entrusted him with leading a force to eliminate the Revolutionary Army in the West Sea was the best testament to this trust. If Akainu did not have faith in him, would he dare to assign him such a significant force? Did he not fear that he would collude with the Revolutionary Army and leave Guizhou and the others stranded in the West Sea? On Zaluya Island, Uncle Mori. The Navy has been redirected to Zatia Island. Which island shall we liberate next? In front of a massive map, Sabo and Clara were discussing the Revolutionary Army's next steps with a giant, towering several meters high. Due to their height, Sabo and Clara could only look up at the giant as they spoke. This giant was none other than Mori, the commander of the Revolutionary Army in the West Sea. Mori had a round figure with a protruding belly and a rugged, bearded face, wielding a massive trident. If one were to overlook the super short miniskirt he wore, he might appear as a rather grotesque giant from a distance. However, underestimating him based on his appearance would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Mori was a user of the yin-yen fruit, possessing the ability to manipulate stones, making them as pliable as seawater in his hands. He could also burrow underground at will, camouflaging himself. Slap. Hey, where's your gaze wandering? Noticing Sabo's wandering eyes, Mori coyly cast a glance at him while playfully slapping the edge of his ultra-short skirt. Saying bashfully, Sabo, momentarily speechless, only realized Clara was beside him, casting him a look that seemed to suggest something inappropriate. Flustered, Sabo hurriedly explained, Uncle Mori, please stop joking around. I was just looking at Clara, not at you. Mori, with his round belly and delicate fingers, pouted in mock annoyance. How rude. What makes me inferior to Clara? Uncle Mori, please, enough with the antics. While Sabo flustered about, he failed to notice Clara beside him, her face burning like fire and her ears flushed crimson. Zaluya Island stood as the Revolutionary Army's base in the West Sea, serving not only as the stronghold for the main forces, but also as a training center for cultivating talent. Whenever Sabo or anyone else was on a mission outside, they would bring promising young talents or orphans to this place for professional training. At this moment, the small island was enveloped in tranquility and harmony, completely unaware that their adversary, the Navy, was approaching. Chapter 155, Dividing the Spoils. West Sea. Cromedy Island. Cromedy Island, nestled deep within the West Sea, is a heavily fortified area guarded by the Navy, a relatively peaceful small island with a thriving commercial scene, particularly renowned for its unique delicacy, the East Wind cake. This delicacy has gained fame throughout the West Sea, attracting even Shanks to return specifically to savor the cakes of the West Sea. The East Wind cake, along with the famed wines of the West Sea, is celebrated as one of the two major specialties of the region, drawing countless visitors each year, which in turn stimulates the commercial chain of the entire small island and the surrounding shipping routes. The bustling streets were alive with activity, filled with vendors hawking their wares, elegantly dressed nobles, and patrolling guards moving swiftly along the thoroughfares. In the heart of the bustling thoroughfare, two individuals ambled side by side. One of them, a robust man, clutched a delectable dongfeng chuabing, a signature delicacy from Kelamoti Island, savoring each bite with palpable satisfaction. He enthusiastically introduced his companion. This flavor is exquisite. Come now, Xiao Wang, do indulge in one. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a strong physique and calloused hands, indicative of a seasoned warrior. Beside him, though seemingly in step, stood a younger man, perhaps in his 30s, slender yet resilient, with taut skin that glistened under the sun. His high cheekbones and sharp gaze resembling a poised spear radiating intensity. "General, you mustn't act so impulsively. If something were to go awry, what then?" The younger man, his demeanor reflecting a hint of concern, addressed the robust figure beside him. This formidable man was none other than Li Yunlong, who was expected to be on the Red Earth continent. The youth accompanying him was Wang Jing, a close guard dispatched by Heaping Sing to ensure Li Yunlong's safety. A martial arts champion for 3 consecutive years, he had protected numerous dignitaries. Even without the mastery of hockey, his combat prowess, bolstered by the most advanced battle exoskeleton from Heaping Sing, could easily overpower a typical vice admiral of the Navy, while admirals resided in an entirely different echelon, beyond the reach of mere mortals. I cannot miss the opportunity to partake in the grand chess game orchestrated by Sikorsky in the West Sea. This is surely our most fortuitous chance to behold the pinnacle of this world, Li Yunlong mused, casting his gaze toward the naval headquarters, casually offering a piece of the chuabing to Wang Jing. Li Yunlong was confident that Akainu would never anticipate his presence here, likely believing he remained hidden on the Red Earth continent. The chuabing, crisp on the outside and tender within, was generously sprinkled with a chili-like seasoning. Upon biting into it, a glimpse of succulent, golden-brown meat from unknown sea beasts was revealed, each piece radiating an enticing sheen, particularly the freshly made crust that exuded an alluring aroma. After a brief hesitation, Wang Jing took a hearty bite, well aware of Li Yunlong's character. To offer him food was to encourage him to indulge. Delicious, truly delightful. They shared laughter as they strolled down the street, only to be suddenly struck by the sight of a group of small children gathered at the entrance of a nearby alley. These youngsters, some as young as 7 and others in their teens, were universally ragged, their emaciated frames draped in tattered clothing. They huddled together, empty bowls before them, some leaning against the wall, appearing as though they had fainted from hunger. In the farthest corner, a small boy, clad in a garment riddled with holes and worn-out straw sandals, revealed toes that peeked through the frayed soles. His feet bore numerous small wounds, some festering and oozing pus. The elegantly clad passers-by and patrolling guards paid them no heed, as if such sights were commonplace. Li Yunlong furrowed his brow and halted, prompting Wang Jing to do the same. What has happened to these children? Is there truly no one to care for them? Wang Jing, his iron heart stirred, felt a pang of compassion. Such scenes were inconceivable in Heaping Sing, where agricultural abundance and a thriving industrial system ensured that no one, even in the mountains, would face starvation. The notion of street begging was utterly foreign. With a heavy sigh, Li Yunlong remained fixed on the children for a long moment before resolutely stating, "Xiao Wang, this is the reason we are brought into this world. This realm has been dominated by imperialism for far too long, bending the spines of its people. We must dismantle this indifference to human life and liberate the populace, ensuring that all may enjoy peace, education, and sustenance." Upon hearing Li Yunlong's words, Wang Jing felt as if struck by an arrow, standing transfixed as he absorbed the scene before him. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled, "General, I am grateful to you for revealing this to me. This image will be etched in my memory for a lifetime." It was in that moment Wang Jing comprehended the authenticity of this world, recognizing the humanity that each individual possessed. He pondered the weight of their responsibility in this realm and understood that, despite the resistance from all factions, including the Navy, the importance of their mission would eventually become clear. Let us offer all the belly we have brought to them. To us, it is merely a trifle. It could sustain them. Li Yunlong gestured toward the small children. "Indeed, General," Wang Jing replied without hesitation, promptly producing all the belly he had on him, distributing it amidst the children's expressions of gratitude. The denizens of the pirate world remained remarkably innocent and sincere. However, unbeknownst to Li Yunlong and Wang Jing, countless eyes, shrouded in secrecy, were fixated upon them. Following this event, the two men lost their desire to continue exploring and return to their lodgings. Yet, they were oblivious to the swift arrival of a contingent of guards. Amidst the terrified cries, executed the unarmed pirates and confiscated their possessions. Chapter 156. Eavesdropping winds. Upon returning to the inn, Li Yunlong, having entered their room, retrieved a sophisticated listening device resembling an earphone and affixed it to his ear with practiced ease. Wang Jing produced a long antenna from his belongings, assembling it with a small base resembling a box, placing it on the table. An invisible wave emanated from their room. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Taotu warship, 3 formidable figures, Akiji, Taotu, and Shibuta, gathered around a table adorned with a map, which depicted the naval bases throughout the West Sea, territories held by various factions. and the locations occupied by the Revolutionary Army, with one area distinctly marked in red. Akiji's bicycle rested in the corner, a constant companion during his missions. He feared the loss of it should a battle ensue, as he had grown attached to it over the years. Unbeknownst to him, a small black square flickered with dim red light, affixed beneath the seat of his bicycle. The first action taken by Li Yunlong after acquiring CP5 was to ensure that every accessible location was filled with listening devices. In any case, the inhabitants of this world remain oblivious to the nature of such things. This ignorance has resulted in the presence of several identical listening devices in every room of the naval headquarters, including Admiral Akainu's office. The Navy's every move unfolds beneath the watchful gaze of Li Yunlong. This includes the private vitriol Akainu hurls at Li Yunlong, his solitary musings and plans, as well as the contents of numerous meetings, all of which are entirely transparent to Li Yunlong. The notoriety of Admiral Akiji's bicycle within the naval headquarters certainly did not escape Li Yunlong's attention, ultimately leading to an unexpected surprise for him. Admiral Akiji, all soldiers are fully prepared, and their weaponry has been meticulously checked. We are ready to embark at any moment, reported Chibuda, feigning a grave demeanor despite his rather unsavory appearance. This expression, however, appeared rather incongruous on his face, prompting both Akiji and Momotaro to stifle their laughter, with Momotaro breaking into outright giggles. For an average person, such a scenario would surely invoke feelings of humiliation, yet Chibuda was an exception. His affection for Momotaro was an open secret within the naval headquarters. He had professed his feelings hundreds of times, and, despite consistent rejection, he clung to the belief that as long as Momotaro remained unmarried, he still had a chance, even if Momotaro were to marry in the future. He harbored no objections to the notion of his children taking her surname. Akiji had grown accustomed to such scenes, recognizing that Chibuda's demeanor was indeed somewhat unsavory. However, in this vast ocean, strength ultimately reigned supreme. Given Chibuda's prowess, he could pursue any woman he desired, yet he remained fixated on this particular tree, a fact that Akiji found utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, now was not the time for such musings. As he contemplated the formidable adversaries he was about to face, Akiji opened his eyes wide and pressed his finger onto the map, indicating the location of Shilu Island. Let us set forth and surprise Gong Sairu. Simultaneously, on Kromedy Island, Li Yunlong turned to Wang Jing beside him and said, "Let us go, Xiao Wang. It is time for us to depart." Li Yunlong had braved great distances and dangers to reach the West Sea, primarily for the rare opportunity to witness a battle among admirals. For him, liberating this world hinged upon confronting these formidable individuals, akin to natural disasters, who wield immense power. However, due to insufficient data, he only knew of their great strength. Each one was as formidable as a monster, comparable to a cataclysm, with only 2 encounters against admirals. One involving Kizaru retreating after unleashing 2 beams of light from 800 miles away. Li Yunlong had gained no further insights other than Kizaru's ability to manipulate light. In the other instance, Akainu had exhibited overwhelming strength, yet his folly was evident. Upon arriving on the Red Earth continent, he was immediately encased in liquid nitrogen shells, failing to demonstrate his capability to effortlessly obliterate islands. As Li Yunlong sought to lead his subordinates out of the Red Earth continent, he was particularly wary of adversaries of such caliber. The gene serum derived from Akainu's genetics had yet to be successfully developed. In truth, it was the abilities bestowed by the devil fruits that had mutated their genes. While these individuals possessed unique capabilities, they were far from perfect. Following experiments on laboratory mice, it was discovered that a select few had indeed acquired special abilities, yet the majority of test subjects perished shortly after receiving the serum, succumbing to various fates. Even those who manifested unique powers generally did not survive beyond 5 days. Thus, this serum was ineffective for human application. Consequently, Li Yunlong harbored hopes of seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to collect genetic material from those who had not consumed devil fruits. Primarily, however, he aimed to gather data. Only by comprehending the true extent of an admiral's power could he devise a counter-strategy. Li Yunlong firmly believed that this was an era that demanded intellect, where, more often than not, wisdom surpassed brute force in reliability. At the naval headquarters, as Admiral Akainu's orders were disseminated, all high-ranking officers had gathered in the conference room. Although Akainu had initially been consumed by rage, he soon regained his composure and rationality prevailed. Vice Admiral Mongoose's assertions held merit. After 2 months of strategizing against the Revolutionary Army, it was time to execute their plans without faltering. A leak of information could prove detrimental, especially if Gung Sairu were to discover it. The chaos instigated by a naval admiral is no trivial matter, particularly if it were to occur within the naval headquarters, where the ensuing losses would be incalculable. However, having suffered significant setbacks, swallowing his pride was not in Akainu's nature. While now might not be the most opportune moment for a confrontation, it did not preclude the Navy from retaliating. The crux of the matter lay in their insufficient strength. Had the Navy possessed the might to crush Li Yunlong and his faction, there would be no need to fret over such trivialities. They could simply steamroll through, even advancing directly to P-Star without enduring such indignities. Chapter 157. The World's First Martial Arts Tournament, drawing inspiration from the recent global conscription. Akainu recognized the Navy's deficiency in admirals. Given the success of the last conscription, which had resulted in the addition of 3 admiral-level warriors, it stood to reason that more powerful individuals might still be lurking in the shadows across the globe. Of course, another conscription was out of the question. The previous one had made enough noise, and since those individuals had not surfaced, it indicated that the position of admiral failed to entice them. They were simply uninterested in joining the Navy. Thus, Akainu conceived another idea: the World's First Martial Arts Tournament. Organized by the Navy, this event would summon all the strongest individuals from around the world to determine the universally recognized strongest warrior. While the position of admiral had not drawn them in, Akainu was convinced that the title of the world's strongest would pique their interest. No one, including Akainu, was indifferent to the title of the world's strongest. Previously, Whitebeard had been acknowledged as the unrivaled powerhouse. With that old man now deceased, Akainu believed there were undoubtedly many eager to claim that title. Moreover, Akainu had taken extensive precautions this time. Having endured numerous setbacks, he had finally employed some strategic thinking. This time, he planned to reopen the previously sealed television station, ostensibly to extend an olive branch to Li Yunlong, while subtly showcasing how he intended to unearth and recruit powerful individuals. Akainu also had to concede that the emergence of television had even supplanted newspapers, with live broadcasts appealing more to the public. Therefore, employing a live format for the World's First Martial Arts Tournament would undoubtedly attract those formidable individuals. That concludes the agenda for this meeting. Is everyone clear on the plans? After detailing his strategy, Akainu turned around, his expression grave, and inquired. While he was quite pleased with his plan, he did not perceive any support reflected in the faces of the naval commanders. Admiral, I believe this is unwise. Allowing those resistant to reformation into the naval headquarters is far too perilous. The Navy has no need for them. A Venerable Vice Admiral Maquibeiro was the first to voice his dissent. As a staunch conservative within the Navy, he expressed his discontent regarding Akainu's decision to transform the Navy headquarters into a battleground. In his view, the Navy headquarters should be revered as a sacred sanctuary, akin to the former Holy Land of Mary Geos, accessible solely to those valiant Navy soldiers who toil relentlessly to uphold justice. If, as Akainu suggested, the strongest individuals from around the globe were to be summoned, it would imply that even the despicable pirates, mediocre bounty hunters, and the nefarious rats lurking in the shadows of the dark world would then have the right to tread upon the hallowed grounds of the Navy headquarters. In Machiavelli's eyes, such unknown scum were unworthy of stepping foot on that sacred soil. Indeed, Akainu, I support your initiative. The Navy undoubtedly requires a fresh influx of vitality, and it is imperative to maintain control over these unpredictable elements, eliminating them swiftly if they prove disobedient. However, hosting the battlefield at the headquarters is undeniably perilous. The exploits of Admiral Fujitora have already demonstrated that the seas are far more treacherous than we might presume. Should everything unfold as Akainu envisions, all the formidable beings in the world would converge upon the Navy headquarters, and in the event of a riot, our forces might struggle to quell the chaos. Vice Admiral Deo Bowman, who commands considerable respect within the Navy, also shared his perspective at this juncture. While he expressed support for Akainu's plan, he firmly opposed the idea of holding the finals at the Navy headquarters, deeming it excessively dangerous. Do you concur, Deo Bowman? Does anyone else have reservations? Akainu inquired indifferently of the others present. Deep within, Akainu had already sentenced Ma Kibalu to oblivion. This was his Navy, and he would not tolerate any dissenting voices. Deo Bowman's concerns had crossed Akainu's mind as well. Although Akainu was undeniably proud, His experiences on Redline had imparted many harsh realities. Those who had reached such heights were not easily subdued, especially with the upcoming global martial arts tournament. It was certain that some unprecedented monsters would emerge, and battles at their level could stretch on for days or even nights without a clear victor. These top-tier warriors would likely disregard the Navy's reputation. In the event of a riot, even a gathering of Navy admirals would find it challenging to restore order. Moreover, as the fleet admiral, Akainu could no longer personally confront every enemy as he once did. Nonetheless, Akainu harbored his own motives. The Navy's strength was already apparent, yet the absence of powerful individuals seeking to join the Navy indicated a certain stance. This event presented an opportunity to showcase the Navy's might to the world. If the martial arts tournament proceeded without a hitch, it would undoubtedly facilitate the recruitment of these formidable beings in the future. Akainu had made his preparations, scheduling the martial arts tournament for 1 month later, coinciding with the commencement of the interdimensional duel arena in 2 months, thus presenting it as a preliminary round of sorts for this world. By that time, Aokiji and the others would have resolved the Revolutionary Army issue in the West Sea, allowing all of the Navy's top combatants, including Karp from the East Sea and Pizarro from Whitebeardand, to be summoned back to the Navy headquarters. Akainu believed that under the formidable might of the Navy, no one would possess the strength to oppose them. I support the Fleet Admiral. I believe it is entirely appropriate to hold the final venue at the Navy headquarters. This is also an opportunity to demonstrate the Navy's strength to the world. The tournament would adopt an unprecedented live broadcast format, capitalizing on the global popularity of television, thereby attracting the world's attention. Should the Navy display overwhelming strength at this juncture, it would lay a solid foundation for their subsequent plans to bring justice to the world. As the top lieutenant under Akainu, Vice Admiral Tanzhone naturally expressed his support for Akainu's vision. I second that. I second that. I second that. None who occupy such positions are foolish. Tansho's endorsement indirectly affirmed Akainu's resolve. Akainu was not like Aokiji. Given his temperament, anyone opposing him at this moment would likely find themselves contemplating an early retirement. Witnessing this scene, Makebulu's countenance turned pale, regret washing over him for his impulsiveness. He realized he was doomed. Chapter 158 soon. The Navy concluded this meeting with unanimous approval, and the official documents regarding the world's first martial arts tournament were promptly disseminated. Following Akainu's orders, the television stations resumed broadcasting, and he personally instructed Morgans via a din-din mushi to promote the tournament vigorously. That afternoon, people across the globe discovered that television broadcasts had resumed, and the event made headlines, receiving round-the-clock coverage. The key points of dissemination included the announcement that the Navy would host the world's first martial arts tournament in 1 week to determine the strongest individual in the world and confer the title of the world's strongest. The Navy would fully fund this event, offering a staggering 10 billion berries worth of gold and jewels seized from pirates as prizes for the victors. The preliminary phase of the tournament would feature 6 venues for selection, with each of the 4 Cs hosting one at their respective Navy branches, judged by Vice Admirals stationed there. The Grand Line would have a venue at Judicial Island, overseen by Vice Admiral Tanzo himself. Lastly, the New World would host a venue at the G5 Naval Base, adjudicated by Admiral Kizu. Each venue would feature 3 platforms for a week-long public competition, with no specific requirements for participating contestants. Those remaining on the platforms after a week would automatically advance to the finals at the Navy headquarters. This approach also aimed to prevent multiple top-tier warriors from congregating at a single venue, as battles among the elite would inevitably threaten the safety of the entire venue. Furthermore, Akainu's ultimate goal was to recruit these individuals. Any elimination would be a loss for him. Notably, the tournament featured a unique stipulation. Individuals of any background could participate. Even pirates, and those entering the tournament would not be apprehended by the Navy. Additionally, the Navy guaranteed that anyone who secured a place in the tournament, including prisoners who escaped from Whitebeardand, would have their crimes pardoned. Akainu had pledged the Navy's credibility as a guarantee to the world. Akainu's strategy was astute. Historically, during the era of Sengoku and Karp, many powerful pirates had vanished without a trace. No one knew how many formidable beings lurked in the shadows of this world, and Akainu sought to draw them out with this opportunity. Those who qualified and wished to join the Navy would be welcomed with open arms. Given that they had chosen to live in obscurity, they were likely weary of their piratical lifestyles, and their integration into the Navy could prove to be a significant asset in the future. In light of the circumstances that do not meet the criteria, Now that they have emerged, we must closely monitor them and seize the opportunity to eliminate them entirely. Akainu shall never permit any instability to persist upon these waters. Following the release of this announcement, it swiftly ignited a worldwide uproar. The world of pirates has always revered the strong, with admiration for their might being as instinctual as breathing. Witnessing this visual spectacle, each individual felt an exhilarating surge, as if they themselves were about to take the stage. Particularly, this first global martial arts tournament, organized by the Navy, is seen by the vast majority as synonymous with justice, a guardian that safeguards their safety while battling pirates on the front lines. Thus, the activities of the Navy naturally garnered instinctive support from the populace. Furthermore, with the promotional efforts of television networks and the widespread availability of projectors, even the inhabitants of Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea, and those in secluded, uninhabited islands and dense forests, became aware of the Navy's impending global martial arts tournament. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed in fervent discussions, with countless formidable individuals flocking to their nearest Navy branch to register for participation. Aboard a uniquely designed, ironclad ship in the West Sea, Li Yundong gazed with an unusual expression at the intelligence he had just received. To be honest, Akainu's actions took him completely by surprise. He did not anticipate that Akainu, having suffered such a significant setback, would swallow his pride and even release the announcement, which was a veiled gesture of goodwill towards him. Li Yundong was acutely aware of Akainu's intentions, yet this only added to his astonishment. He had journeyed thousands of miles to the West Sea with the purpose of witnessing the clashes among the top-tier powerhouses firsthand, only to find Akainu organizing a global martial arts tournament, which would inevitably allow them to gather data on all participants. Was Akainu somehow privy to his thoughts? Or could it be that Akainu was the spy he had planted within the Navy? Why else would he engage in such a benevolent act? For Li Yundong, the most formidable adversaries in this world were those endowed with the ever-evolving powers of the devil fruits. Although ostensibly constrained by the sea, and despite the myriad of abilities that counteract one another, it was rare to hear of a devil fruit user perishing by drowning. Even if one were aware of the mutual constraints between various powers, who could guarantee the luxury of preparation when confronted unexpectedly? For instance, with Akainu's terrifying magma powers, Li Yundong could easily handle him on the Red Earth continent with adequate preparation. However, under different circumstances and without intelligence on Akainu, how could Li Yundong contend with a calamity akin to a volcanic eruption? Indeed, while a bullet may strike and kill, even against Kaido, Li Yundong believed that Kaido could not withstand their armor-piercing rounds. In a direct confrontation, they could undoubtedly turn Kaido into a sieve. Yet, how would they counter Akainu's elemental transformation as a Logia-type devil fruit user, devoid of the ability to harness haki? This posed a significant obstacle preventing Li Yundong from stepping beyond the Red Earth continent. On the tranquil surface of the sea, a pirate ship leisurely floated, and although it was daylight, the crew was reveling in a feast after recently plundering a merchant vessel. The sound of laughter and merriment filled the air, and the pirate flag billowed in the wind. Should a fisherman happen to spot them, he would undoubtedly hasten home in terror. This pirate ship belonged to the infamous pirate of the West Sea, the bounty hunter Jack, whose bounty stood at 30 million berries. Once, the West Sea was teeming with formidable figures, where bounties of 30 million berries were commonplace. Only those with bounties exceeding 60 million berries dared to call themselves great pirates. However, after the Navy's triumph over the four emperors in the New World, those who had amassed wealth or uncovered treasures vanished without a trace, leaving behind only these mediocre pirates who, mistaking the timing, continued to flaunt themselves upon the seas. Chapter 159. Captain Jack the gold obtained from the merchant ship lay in a towering heap at the center of the deck, resembling a resplendent miniature mountain. Why didn't you bring a couple of those noble ladies aboard? A towering pirate, his eyes fixated on the gold, inquired of Jack, scratching himself while salivating. As a pirate, we must maintain decorum. I cannot stoop to the level of abducting maidens, Jack replied with a pronounced eloquence, his dignified demeanor making one wonder if he were a naval officer. In truth, Jack harbored thoughts of seizing a couple of noble ladies. After all, drifting upon the sea daily without a woman in sight had long since driven him to frustration. Yet, with the Navy's formidable strength and rumors of an admiral roaming the West Sea, many once dominant pirate crews had been obliterated by the Navy. Just among those Jack had heard of were the Joff pirates, the Big Bread pirates, and the Rotten Banana pirates. Powerful crews that once commanded the seas were now entirely eradicated by the Navy, leaving little room for their ilk. It is worth noting that there is only misnamed titles, never misnamed reputations. Jack's title as the bounty hunter was not self-proclaimed, but earned through the countless heads of commoners he had claimed. Were it not for his wariness of the Navy, would a mere merchant vessel and a handful of nobles deter him? Yet, to preserve his authority before his crew, Jack would not divulge his true thoughts, nor would he express all that lay within his heart. Moreover, this operation was their sole instance of inflicting no harm, given that half of the merchant crew consisted of nobles. Any injury to a lord could attract the Navy's scrutiny. With the great routes entry heavily guarded by the Navy, and an admiral stationed there, not only would they be no match for him, but even the most notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries would find themselves outmatched by a Navy admiral. In such a vast expanse of the West Sea, should the Navy take notice, escape would be impossible. "Captain, do you think if we let them go, they might summon the Navy against us?" asked a pirate named Diaz, who was munching on roasted meat beside him, suddenly gripped by apprehension. Diaz, one of Jack's earliest crew members, had sailed the seas with him for nearly a decade, witnessing countless blood-soaked conflicts. In the past, they would not only rob a merchant vessel, but could also annihilate an entire island or village. However, seasoned pirates like him could keenly sense the presence of danger. Now, with the disappearance of formidable adversaries they once dared not offend, a peculiar tension hung in the air, even if they were unaware of its cause. The Navy is nothing to fear. As long as I am here, they dare not approach. One Navy ship, I will slay it. 2, I will kill them both. One fleet, I will capsize these waters, Jack declared with a flourish, rising to his feet and firing 2 shots into the sky, exuding an air of dominance. Captain, look!" Just as Jack reveled in the admiration of his crew, a lookout pirate on the crow's nest suddenly called out to him. During a banquet aboard a typical pirate ship, attendance is mandatory for all crew members. It is only pirates like Jack, who are somewhat more prudent, that would arrange for vigilance at such times. "Who dares interrupt my revelry?" Jack cast a murderous glare towards the source of the disturbance. It was the Navy fleet. The pirate responsible for the watch failed to notice Jack's deadly gaze. Instead, his own eyes were wide with trepidation as he shakily pointed toward the fleet that had just emerged on the horizon. It was indeed the Navy fleet. The sound reverberated in Jack's mind as if enchanted. In the next moment, chaos erupted aboard the pirate ship. The Navy had arrived. A fleet, a genuine fleet. In an instant, every pirate beheld the gleaming Navy vessels rising majestically from the sea, the formidable cannons and the impeccably disciplined soldiers standing resolutely on the decks. Alongside the figure at the forefront of the flagship, Admiral Akiji, a thunderous roar shattered the pirates' courage. The name and shadow of Akiji loomed large. His legendary reputation built over 30 years from the corpses of pirates scattered across the ocean. How could this band of rogues, with a mere bounty of 30 million berries, not tremble in fear? Yet they had Captain Jack. He had proclaimed that even a fleet could be overturned by him. A sudden thought gripped the minds of the pirates. They turned their hopeful gazes towards their last bastion of hope, the infamous pirate executioner, Jack. Simultaneously, as the pirates became aware of the warships, the lookouts aboard the Navy vessels pinpointed them as well. A pirate ship has been sighted, a small crew, the Jack Pirates, led by the executioner Jack, bounty 30 million berries. Such trivial matters hardly warranted the attention of Akiji. The lookout merely contacted his superior. Received, maintained vigilance. Upon hearing about the meager bounty, the captain dismissed it casually, before picking up another den mushy and nonchalantly relaying, "There's a pirate ship 10 nautical miles to the 3 o'clock position. Sink it." "Understood," came the brisk reply, followed shortly by the thunderous sound of a cannonball being fired from one of the ship's guns. Jack could hardly believe his ill-fated words. The Navy had appeared with astonishing speed. Observing the fleet's scale, he surmised there must be at least one Navy rear admiral aboard. This was perilous indeed. Yet, a direct confrontation was out of the question. Even 10 Jack pirate crews could not hope to withstand that fleet. Thus, a strategic retreat seemed prudent. No, it wouldn't be running. It should be referred to as a strategic withdrawal. With a slight shift in his gaze, Jack clutched his stomach and feigned illness against the mast, groaning in discomfort. "Oh no, who was the fool that prepared that barbecue? It has upset my stomach. Let us spare them today. We must retreat." His longtime companion, Douglas, recognizing Jack's ruse, swiftly played along. "Who was the idiot who cooked that meat? Since the captain is unwell, let us spare them this time. Quickly, return to your stations, set sail at full speed." At that moment, A tremendous roar erupted from the distant warship, causing the clouds overhead to tremble as if shattered by the sound. Accompanying the cacophony was a dark cannonball, adorned with peculiar patterns. The caliber indicated that if it struck the pirate ship, it would be utterly obliterated. One sword style, decisive slash. Jack, momentarily abandoning his pretense, leapt into the air, spinning 960 degrees like a grand top, unleashing his most powerful strike. As he prepared to collide with the cannonball, a confident smile graced his face. He felt invincible, ready to cleave even a mountain. However, the moment his blade met the cannonball, the sensation shifted dramatically, and his expression changed to one of horror. Boom! A cataclysmique explosion érupted. The cannonball did not split as Jack had envisioned. Instead, upon contact with his blade, it detonated with tremendous force. The full load of gunpowder unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy, scattering shrapnel like bullets and wreaking havoc on the Jack pirate ship, annihilating everything around. Amidst the cries of agony, the pirate ship resembled a hell's cape, engulfed in debris and sinking as seawater flooded in. In mere minutes, the once mighty pirate executioner Jack succumbed to the depths of the ocean. Alas, even a minor pirate ship proved insufficient to obstruct the path of fate. On Surya Island, the Revolutionary Army remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. Brother Asipo, come chase me. A young child frolicked down a field path, turning back to beam at the youth following behind. The young man chuckled and jogged to catch up. Nearby, several elders sat in recliners under the sun, reminiscing about their youth. In the central training ground, orphans raised by the Revolutionary Army diligently practiced their morning exercises, with some receiving commendations from instructors, drawing the attention of those nearby. On a merchant vessel docked beside the island, the Revolutionary Army busily loaded an array of fine weaponry. Sabo and his comrades were preparing to incite a revolution for the new kingdom. Equipping the common folk with the means to resist soldiers was essential. Faster, more quickly. Everything must be in place. As the Revolutionary Army squad leader urged them on, mountains of firearms and ammunition were swiftly stowed in the ship's hold. Sabo, make sure you return early. Maury, the commander of the West Sea Revolutionary Army, saw Sabo and Clara off at the merchant ship, reluctantly expressing his concern. The thought of Sabo and Clara being away for an extended period weighed heavily on Maury's heart. Yet, as the commander, he understood the necessity of their mission for the cause, especially given Sabo's unique position as Dragon's disciple and chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. His strength and ability to remain undetected by the Navy made him the ideal candidate for this task. Uncle Maury, do not worry. With me here, Sabo will surely be safe. Noticing Maury's unease, Clara proudly patted her small chest and declared her confidence. Simultaneously, as if realizing something, Clara consciously positioned herself in front of Sabo, obstructing Maury's line of sight. The ship was already laden to capacity. At that moment, the overseer aboard the vessel shouted at Maury and the others. All right, Maury, I must take my leave. See you in a month. Upon hearing the overseer's words, Sabo burst into hearty laughter as he bid farewell to Maury, taking Clara with him toward the merchant ship, leaving Maury alone on shore, tears streaming down his face as he waved with reluctance. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air as several massive cannonballs hurtled toward them from the distance. To their horror, the target was none other than the merchant ship that had just been loaded with weaponry. Sabo, watch out. Maury's expression shifted dramatically as he noticed the incoming projectiles. With a swift motion, he plunged his trident into the ground, causing the earth itself to ripple like liquid. Under Maury's command, the ground transformed into a flowing wall, shielding the merchant ship from harm. Boom! 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 The cannonballs struck the undulating earth, triggering a series of explosive detonations, shattering the projectiles and creating vast fissures in the ground. Simultaneously, 5 naval ships, their flags fluttering in the wind, came into Maury's view. The Navy has arrived. Sound the alarm. Maury's face paled, his pupils constricting as he shouted anxiously. Maury could not fathom how the Navy discovered this location. It was a secret base of the Revolutionary Army in the West Sea, known only to a select few of its leaders. The scale of the naval fleet suggested that this assault was no mere coincidence. Could there be a traitor within the Revolutionary Army? A terrifying thought flickered in Maury's mind, taking root and refusing to dissipate. However, with imminent danger at hand, there was no time to ponder these concerns. The Navy's cannons were already firing, and the priority was to organize a counterattack and facilitate the evacuation of the island's residents. In that moment, Mori harbored no illusions. He believed that the Navy had come fully prepared, and a fierce battle awaited them. If he did not swiftly evacuate the island's inhabitants and children, they would be left vulnerable, and those children represented the future hope of the Revolutionary Army. Yet, with such a significant naval presence, why had Gung Sailang failed to provide any information? As a naval admiral currently stationed in the West Sea, he must have been aware of the 5 vice admiral level warships, which were clearly a show of force. Gung Sailang could not possibly be unaware. Could it be that he had betrayed them? The mere thought sent a chill down Mori's spine. Gung Sailang had been one of the earliest leaders of the Revolutionary Army, and it was his support that had helped them endure during the most challenging times of the early revolution. Moreover, he had willingly infiltrated the Navy as an undercover operative, having sacrificed so much for the cause. How could Mori doubt his comrade now? On the deck of the warship, Gung Sailang stood alongside Ghost Spider, witnessing the unfolding chaos. Ghost Spider, everything is ready. We can fire at will, a cautious rear admiral reported behind him. Level this island for General Qingyang to witness our firepower, Ghost Spider declared, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Though his words were lighthearted, every fiber of Ghost Spider's being was tense, prepared for any sudden move from Gung Sailang. Ghost Spider was aware that Gung Sailang was an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army and had collaborated with him on multiple occasions. He understood all too well that he was no match for Gung Sailang. The intention behind this direct bombardment of Zaluya Island was to provoke Gung Sailang into action, for as a naval admiral, any unprovoked aggression could easily cast suspicion upon him as a traitor. Only by forcing Gung Sailang to act first could they initiate the conflict. Yet, was it not too hasty for Ghost Spider to open fire without confirming the enemy's identity? True to form, Gung Sailang stepped forward, blocking the rear admiral and addressing Ghost Spider. Rest assured, General Qingyang, I have verified their identities beforehand. We have fought against the Revolutionary Army's commander, Mori, numerous times, and I can recognize his signature fruit ability at a glance. The one manipulating the earth is indeed Mori. Ghost Spider feigned nonchalance as he listened to Gung Sailang, all the while preparing for an immediate counterattack once Gung Sailang made his move. This was the Navy's strategy, with Ghost Spider accompanying Gung Sailang around the clock. They left him no opportunity to inform the Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, Akiji and other commanders trailed closely behind the fleet. According to the plan, as soon as Ghost Spider reached the destination, the entire fleet was to open fire and ignite a war with the Revolutionary Army. The Navy's firepower was already known throughout the world, instilling fear in every faction. At this distance, if the Navy were allowed to unleash their might, leveling the entire island would merely be a matter of time. The range of the warships placed them far beyond the reach of the Revolutionary Army's weaponry, rendering any attempt at close-quarters combat a futile endeavor that would only lead to their demise. Thus, Gung Sailang faced 2 paths. One was to collaborate with Ghost Spider to annihilate the Revolutionary Army, while the other was to seize this opportune moment to reveal his true allegiance and destroy the warship, rescuing the revolutionaries on the island. Should Gung Sailang choose to maintain his cover and assist the Navy in slaughtering the Revolutionary Army, it would serve the Navy's interests perfectly once certain lines were crossed. It was inevitable that he would repeat his actions. If they could ascertain Gung Sailang's limits, he would become the Navy's most formidable weapon, even surpassing other admirals. As Ghost Spider remained vigilant against Gung Sailang, the latter's hands trembled beneath his voluminous sleeves, his calm exterior concealing a seething rage. The previous night, Gung Sailang had sought countless opportunities to warn the Revolutionary Army, but Ghost Spider had monopolized the conversation, leaving him no chance to speak. Furthermore, upon arriving at Zaluya Island, Ghost Spider had promptly ordered the bombardment, clearly on guard against him. At that moment, Gung Sailang realized that Ghost Spider had begun to suspect his true identity. Yet, the position he currently occupied had come at the cost of countless comrades' lives, particularly during the Revolutionary Army's assault on Mariehua. To maintain his cover, he had sacrificed the lives of hundreds of revolutionaries. If he revealed his identity now, their deaths would have been in vain. Moreover, Gung Sailang sensed that Ghost Spider's suspicions were not yet definitive. Otherwise, Ghost Spider would undoubtedly recognize his capabilities. Even with the Navy's advancements in weaponry, they could not hope to match him in close proximity. Bringing him to eliminate the Revolutionary Army, would that not be akin to courting death? Gue Zhizhu would surely not act so foolishly. This must be a test devised by Gue Zhizhu. Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that should he acquiesce to this trial, the cost would be exorbitantly high. As a senior member of the Revolutionary Army, Gong Xilang is acutely aware of the significance this small island holds for the Revolutionary Army, and he understands precisely how vital the resources and personnel currently situated here are to the army, which is still in its developmental phase. It is fair to assert that if the Revolutionary Army were to suffer complete annihilation on Zaluyo Island, it would deal a devastating blow to their power in the West Sea, indirectly jeopardizing the entirety of their plans. Moreover, Mori and Sabo are still on the island. Mori is one of the few senior officials within the Revolutionary Army who could easily secure a position as a warlord among pirates, and an ordinary vice admiral would not stand a chance against him. Sabo, on the other hand, embodies the army's future hope. Not only is he a disciple of Dragon, but he also serves as the intellectual cornerstone of the Revolutionary Army, occupying the role of chief of staff. The loss of Sabo here would inflict a terrifying blow to the morale of the entire army. Thus, in Gong Xilang's view, there was only one path laid out before him. In an instant, the jovial smile on Gong Xilang's face vanished, his eyes snapping open with piercing intensity. Drawing his blade to strike at the nearby Gue Jiju. I have always known you harbor ill intentions. Signal now. Gue Jiju had been prepared, unsheathing his own blade to parry Gong Xilang's strike. Even as he was sent flying by the force of the blow, he remained suspended in the air, grinning maliciously. At Gue Jiju's command, a rear admiral suddenly drew a signal gun from his waist and fired it into the sky. A colorful flare shot upward, swiftly exploding to form the shape of a dove. It seems you have long harbored suspicions about me. Seeing this, Gong Xilang realized that Gue Jiju had been waiting for him to fall into his trap. However, he could not fathom where he had exposed a vulnerability. Chapter 162. A desperate gamble with a spurt of blood foam expelled from his mouth. Gue Jiju wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and grinned wickedly. General Qingyang, you jest. I only recently discovered that you are indeed an undercover agent sent by the Revolutionary Army. I despise undercovers above all else. With that, he drew all his blades, assuming a combat stance, while the ship's crew aimed their weapons at Gong Xilang. Do you truly believe you have me cornered, Vice Admiral Gue Jiju? I must concede that the Navy's new weaponry is indeed formidable. But you seem to have forgotten one crucial fact. A swordsman's greatest trust is always in his blade. Do you think you stand a chance against me? At this moment, Gong Xilang's demeanor turned cold, a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The pitch-black hockey enveloping his blade. I would never underestimate you, believing that merely the soldiers aboard this ship and a few guns could defeat General Qingyang. However, I am certain that you will soon appreciate the surprise I have in store for you. Watching as the signal flare burst into full bloom in the sky, Gue Jiju licked his blade with a knowing smirk. In the next moment, an icy chill erupted, freezing the surrounding seawater into a thick layer of ice. As the cold wind howled, Gong Xilang's expression darkened, his voice resonating with a chilling cadence. Qingji. At that very instant, not far away on the sea, a figure pedaling a bicycle exhaled a breath of cold air. Though caught off guard, the Revolutionary Army had long anticipated such a day and had thus rehearsed corresponding countermeasures. The island's residents and children swiftly made their way to the lifeboats located at the rear of the island, guided by Revolutionary Army soldiers. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army rallied together, evidently determined to create an opportunity for the defenseless civilians and children to escape amidst the chaos of battle. This is bad. Uncle Mori, our position has been compromised. We can only face the Navy in a desperate fight now. As the sea surrounding the island became encased in ice, Sabo stood at the shore, his expression grim as he gazed at the distant warships. In that moment, Sabo understood clearly that Admiral Qingji had been deployed, and the Navy had no intention of allowing them to escape. They aimed to eliminate the entire Revolutionary Army's presence in the West Sea. This indicated that Gong Xilang must have been exposed, and if they were to survive today, they would have to carve out a path through violence. Prepare for battle. Observing the frozen sea ahead, Mori comprehended the implications. This signified that Qingji had set the stage for battle, awaiting their engagement. With a swift motion, a crescent moon slash cleaved through the air, bisecting Gue Jiju's warship cleanly, the cut smooth and pristine as though mirrored. Damn it, you bastard. My ship. Gue Jiju clutched the wound on his chest, his heart aching as he gazed at the severed vessel. Yet, before he could voice further complaints, Gong Xilang, wielding his blade, had already appeared before him, unleashing a dark, soaring strike that surged forward with the wind. Gue Jiju hastily employed all 6 of his hands, unleashing a series of azure slashes to shield himself from Gong Xilang's assault. Gong Xilang did not pursue relentlessly. Instead, he cast his gaze to the left where a figure on a bicycle approached, and to the right where two others, utilizing their shave technique, sped towards him. Qingji Taotu. Chato. It appears the Navy had long harbored suspicions about my identity. Seeing these three familiar figures, Gong Xilang forced a bitter smile, bracing himself for the inevitable. He understood that since Akainu had called upon all three of them, it meant he intended to eradicate the entirety of the Revolutionary Army in the West Sea. Otherwise, sending only Qingji would have sufficed. On the open sea, he was certainly no match for Qingji. Clearly, this was a setup for Qingji to deal with him. Even more, he could not withstand both Taotu and Chatu. They were truly in peril this time, given Akainu's temperament. How could he allow a spy from the Revolutionary Army embedded within the Navy to live? However, I am not one to be trifled with. If you seek my life, then let me see if I can knock out one of your teeth. Gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, Gong Xilang's eyes sharpened as he charged forward. Simultaneously, Mori had already rallied Sabo and the Revolutionary Army soldiers to charge alongside him. Fire! 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 Gue Jiju refrained from joining the fray. Instead, he picked up a din mushi and issued a command to the surrounding warships to open fire. Boom! 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 4 fully armed warships unleashed a barrage of cannon fire simultaneously, the roar of over 100 cannons resonating, casting shadows across the sky. To Mori and the others, it appeared as if a dark cloud had descended upon them. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, many hesitant members of the Revolutionary Army abandoned their resistance, standing dazed as they watched the shells descend. Charge forward. Only by charging can we hope to win. Even Sabo was momentarily stunned, but he clenched his jaw and rallied the morale of the Revolutionary Army, grasping Clara's hand as they sprinted forward at the utmost speed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the artillery rained down, a series of violent explosions erupted, causing the entire ice surface to tremble, as if the world itself was shaking. Countless revolutionaries met their demise, either struck by the shrapnel of the shattered shells or plummeting into the vast fissures that marred the ice. The revolutionaries pouring forth from the small island suffered devastating losses. Infuriated by the scene, Sabo bit his lip so hard that it drew blood, yet he did not pause for a moment. For the Navy's second volley was already on its way. This was merely the beginning. The Ghost Spider had come well prepared with ample ammunition, and reinforcements from Tao Tu and others were poised to support them. Meanwhile, the battle involving Qing Ji and his comrades had escalated to a fever pitch. If it were solely Qing Ji, Gong Xilang believed he could hold his own, but with the addition of Tao Tu and Cha Tun, thoughts of escape vanished entirely. Before the formidable sniper Cha Tun, fleeing would only expose his vulnerabilities. No matter how swift one might be, evading a bullet was an impossibility. In the past, Gong Xilang would have been unconcerned about the old flintlock pistols, which posed little threat even when enhanced with hockey. But the Navy's new weaponry boasted a terrifying rate of fire. To flee now would likely result in being riddled with bullets. Only by engaging in fierce combat could he hope to survive. Chapter 163. Rorinoa Zoro, within the headquarters of the Navy. Akainu sat steadfastly in the main seat of his office, surrounded by several vice admirals, including General Yin Shu. Each held a list filled with names of participants. Are these all the contestants reported by the various branches? Akainu frowned, casting a displeased glance at the vice admirals. Following 3 days of registration, the names of all those who enrolled in the martial arts tournament had been compiled, now resting in the hands of the vice admirals. However, Akainu was dissatisfied with the list, as several renowned warriors he expected to see were conspicuously absent. The notion that they might have registered under pseudonyms was implausible. True warriors possessed a dignity that precluded such deception. In Akainu's estimation, at least one of the surviving vice captains from the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh or Buggy, should have been present. Similarly, the madman Douglas Bullet, who had escaped from Impel Down, would never miss an opportunity to make a name for himself at such a prestigious event. Yet, none of these names appeared on the list. Even the legendary Mihawk was absent. The strongest name listed was merely Don Quixote da Flamingo. If the Navy's World Martial Arts Tournament were to consist solely of these participants, it would indeed be a farce on a global scale. Not only would it fail to intimidate Li Yunlong, but should the tournament proceed as such, Li Yunlong would likely dismiss them as inconsequential, losing all fear of their might. Find them for me. If you cannot locate others, deliver invitations to Rayleigh and Mihawk. Slumping in his chair, Akainu tossed the list onto the table, massaging his aching head. Claycafana Island. This island, recognized as a pirate's forbidden zone on the Grand Line, seemed to be engulfed in a terrifying battle. Ferocious slashes tore through the clouds above and ravaged the earth below, occasionally cleaving the sea in two. At the center of the island, its master, Jorah Kor Mihawk, was engaged in a fierce clash with a man donned in a scarf, wielding two long swords and biting down on a blade. This man was none other than Roronoa Zoro, who had once been flung away by Kuma. During the Paramount War, Mihawk had fought a breathtaking battle against the future Zoro, only to realize that Zoro had been transported from the future after Kuma had sent him to this island. For reasons unknown, Mihawk chose to take Zoro under his wing, imparting his swordsmanship, and over 6 months had now passed. Zoro had not disappointed him. He had thoroughly mastered Haki, and his swordsmanship had reached an advanced level, just a step away from entering the realm of the great swordsman, poised to become a top-tier warrior upon the seas. Today marked another of their customary duels, for the growth of swordsmanship could not be achieved through mere practice. Every great swordsman emerged from endless battles. Mihawk understood this principle and would not allow Zoro to train in isolation. On this island, there were a group of chimpanzees he had trained out of boredom. Among them a chimp king whose swordsmanship could rival that of a typical vice admiral within the Navy. It is worth noting that while the Navy may not boast as many great swordsmen as pirates, their structured learning system generally results in superior strength compared to those pirates who rely solely on innate talent. Under equal circumstances, Navy swordsmen often surpass their pirate counterparts. However, due to their formal training, they often lack the distinctiveness that allows them to take that final step. This principle parallels the absence of conqueror's haki among the Navy. Such haki is the unique aura of a true king. Kings are unrestrained, free, and utterly domineering, while the Navy, bound by rules and regulations, is constrained by internal doctrines and societal norms, making the awakening of conqueror's haki exceedingly difficult, even for those with the potential. In the midst of the clash, Mihawk, deserving of the title of the world's greatest swordsman, wielded the world's strongest black blade, Yuru, seemingly effortlessly dispatching his weapon. Each strike found Zoro's vulnerabilities, forcing him to confront a choice. Should he continue his assault, Mihawk's blade would inevitably reach him first, compelling Zoro to abandon his offensive and defend himself. 3-sword style, 2-force black rope, great tornado. Faced with the peril of being overwhelmed by Mihawk, Zoro's eyes widened fiercely. His arms bulged with muscle and with powerful legs. He spun his body, unleashing a barrage of devastating slashes that forced Mihawk to leap back momentarily to evade the onslaught. 2-sword style, extreme tiger hunt. As Mihawk retreated, Zoro's arms flexed, and with a powerful swing of his dual blades, a blue-striped tiger surged forth, lunging at Mihawk as if it had spotted its prey. 1-sword style, flat A. However, Mihawk merely swung his black blade, unleashing a broad, narrow slashing attack that tore through the tiger. In the next moment, Zoro had silently closed the distance. The black blade, Tsushui, had stealthily approached Mihawk's body. Mihawk raised his black blade, firmly blocking Zoro's strike, and their eyes locked in a fierce clash of wills. One exuded a sharp, piercing intensity, while the other resembled a bloodthirsty beast. After a tense standoff, the two simultaneously exerted force to separate. Indeed, I have little left to teach you. To progress further, you must seek true life-and-death battles. It is time for you to depart. I shall await you at the pinnacle of the world. With the black blade in his hand, Mihawk turned it behind his back, casting a piercing gaze at the panting beast before him, filled with admiration and satisfaction. Since Shanks had lost his arm, it had been quite some time since he had engaged in such an exhilarating battle. For a man like him, a life devoid of worthy opponents was exceedingly dull. Although Zoro still had a long way to go, Mihawk saw hope within him. Even at Zoro's age, he had not possessed such strength. Judging by his current rate of progress, the formidable beast from the Marineford War was not far off. A guest had arrived, dressed like a princess. Perona floated over upon noticing the cessation of hostilities between the two, pointing toward the distant sea. Meanwhile, a steam-emitting naval warship docked at the edge of the small island. Chapter 164. Attributes do not conflict across the globe. Arenas were being constructed simultaneously, particularly to enhance their visibility. The Navy had even enlisted renowned designers to create the venues. The locations across the 4 seas ensured ample space for over 1,000 spectators, providing rest areas for competitors and arranging professional chefs to offer meals. The venues in the Grand Line and New World were prepared even more thoroughly, given their proximity to the Navy headquarters and superior resources. The arenas expanded to accommodate up to 5,000 attendees, with competitors receiving top-tier rest areas, chefs, and medical personnel. Morgan's had arranged for reporters to provide real-time coverage, making the World Martial Arts Tournament a focal point of global attention. Even a 60-year-old woman, a street beggar, and snack vendors discussed this grand event daily. At this moment, battles raged fiercely in the West Sea, where Sabo fought alongside the six-weapon-wielding demon spider. Mori cleverly manipulated the island's land, covering it with ice, transforming Akiji's home ground into his own. However, the scars on his battered body revealed he was not as composed as he appeared. Gung Shiro was engaged in a tense battle with Akiji. A massive wound on his chest, though frozen, still seeped blood. This injury was sustained while providing cover for Sabo and the others, facing a strike from Momonosuke. He chose to destroy a warship, resulting in a severe blow. Had it not been for his profound mastery of hockey, he would have been cleaved in two. Feeling his dwindling stamina, Gung Shiro surveyed his surroundings, preparing for retreat. Gung Shiro, you need not look further. The sea within a 10-kilometer radius has already been frozen by me. You shall not escape today, Akiji remarked calmly, having discerned Gung Shiro's intentions. If you wish to keep us here, the Navy must be prepared to pay the price. Gung Shiro swallowed a mouthful of blood, knowing Akiji spoke the truth, steeling himself for the possibility of sacrificing for the Revolutionary Army. In truth, Gung Shiro was aware that the Revolutionary Army still held a trump card, residing on the island. Each base of the Revolutionary Army had such a card, an immensely powerful weapon. Ironically, that weapon was developed by the Navy, the fearsome explosive rock. Having chosen to revolt, Dragon understood that the Revolutionary Army faced minimal odds against the world government, which had dominated for 800 years. Yet, the world had suffered under the world government's oppression for too long, lacking a figure to rise against it. Dragon chose to be that warrior. Anticipating this day, he equipped each base with enough explosive rock to obliterate an entire island, aiming to deplete the Navy's fighting capacity. Each base of the Four Seas was manned by a commander of the Revolutionary Army. An ordinary vice admiral could not possibly contend with them. Thus, to suppress the Revolutionary Army, at least one admiral would lead the Navy's forces. Dragon's target was precisely that leading admiral. Based on the quantity and potency of the explosive rocks on the island, unless the fastest Kizuru were present, even Akainu himself would not escape. As a senior officer of the Revolutionary Army, Gung Shiro was privy to this secret. Realizing escape was futile, he resolved to lure the Navy onto the island for mutual destruction. 1 admiral, 2 vice admirals, 5 rear admirals, and over 1,000 elite naval soldiers. If he could trap them all here, it would be an irreplaceable loss for the Navy, even with their vast resources. It was worth it. With determination, Gung Shiro turned and sprinted toward the island, casting a glance at Mori, who was manipulating the earth and battling T-Pig. Sensing Gung Shiro's gaze, Mori also looked over. Their eyes met, and Mori understood Gung Shiro's intentions. In fact, upon discovering the sea had frozen, Mori had already prepared for mutual destruction with the Navy. As a commander of the Revolutionary Army's West Division, he had long accepted this sacrifice. However, the Navy's firepower had been overwhelming. Remaining on the island would have made them easy targets for naval cannon fire. Now that Gung Shiro had destroyed 5 warships and believing the island's inhabitants had mostly retreated, he felt it was time for everyone to perish together. Retreat to the island, Mori shouted, leading the charge towards Zurio Island. You cannot escape. Akiji snorted coldly, summoning a colossal hand of ice that engulfed the sky, aimed at crushing the Revolutionary Army upon the sea. Attack! Mori's face flushed red as he wielded the Poseidon's trident, summoning all the soil and rock on the ice surface to collide with Akiji's icy hand. Boom! In an instant, the earth shook, ice and soil shattered into fragments. Massive blocks of ice and rock rained down, turning Navy and Revolutionary soldiers alike into mere pulp. Observing the scene, Momonosuke coldly snorted, wielding his golden kunro to unleash a slashing strike that tore through the sky and shattered the ice surface. The enormous ice blocks and rocks seemed to be suspended in midair by an invisible force, only to crash down moments later into fine dust and fist-sized fragments. Chase them. Do not let them escape. The demon spider's face darkened as he glanced at his broken sword, surprised at how Sabo, despite his youth, had mastered hockey to such a degree. He waved his hand, leading the Navy to pursue. Several nautical miles away, the once united 5 warships now had only 1 remaining. It had changed hands. Shawan, look. This is the miraculous devil fruit. Li Yunlong exclaimed, handing his telescope to Wang Jing. As his understanding of devil fruits deepened, Li Yunlong grew increasingly wary of them, realizing that while they seemed to obey the law of conservation of energy, they did not adhere to the principles of mutual restraint. For instance, how could flames be subdued by magma? Or why, despite the sea being frozen beneath them, did they not feel cold, as if the temperature was somehow controllable? He had just measured the temperature on the ice surface with a thermometer and was astonished to discover that it was still above zero. This revelation completely shattered Li Yunlong's understanding. Chapter 165, The Intensification of War. In this unfamiliar world, the one thing that Li Yunlong feared the most was the seemingly endless array of devil fruit abilities. He had instructed his subordinates to gather information on the devil fruits in this world and had bestowed them upon his finest warriors in hopes of cultivating top-tier powers akin to Akainu. However, regrettably, it appeared that due to differences in physical structure or some other reason, much like the elusive gene serum that could not be developed, warriors who consumed the devil fruits were instantaneously obliterated by an invisible force. Following experiments conducted on laboratory subjects, the results confirmed that neither the inhabitants nor the animals of Heapingsing possessed the potential to become devil fruit users. Forcing a combination between the two would result in an explosive outcome due to an unknown force, which the researchers in the lab termed the law. Indeed, every world has its own set of rules, and when the rules of two worlds clash, the consequences can be unexpectedly extreme. The bloodlines could not merge, and the powers of the fruits could not be mastered. The only consolation was that the soldiers of Heapingsing could cultivate the dual-color hockey. This unique power was essentially a method of training, much like the internal force cultivated by the warriors of Heapingsing, whereupon mastering the technique, they could absorb the natural energy present in the air to enhance themselves and awaken extraordinary abilities. While Li Yunlong pondered, Mori had already returned to the small island with the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army and swiftly utilized the terrain to establish a stronghold, employing weapons provided by Li Yunlong to counter the Navy. In truth, Li Yunlong adhered to a philosophy of fairness and justice, equipping both the Navy and the Revolutionary Army with roughly equal armaments. In fact, since the Revolutionary Army was comparatively a weaker faction, he had even included additional new equipment in their supplies. However, the operational methods of the Revolutionary Army differed from those of the Navy. The Navy armed its elite, while the Revolutionary Army distributed its weapons across various nations to support local uprisings. Thus, while the Navy could seize weapons during their campaigns, the Revolutionary Army's arsenal diminished with each shipment. Nevertheless, as the base of the West Sea, the defenses of Zaluya Island were unwavering. Previously, the Navy's overwhelming firepower, coupled with the Revolutionary Army's need to disguise their presence as an uninhabited island, had led to all artillery being concealed within the central armory of the island. The Navy's sudden attack left no time to retrieve the artillery. However, after enduring a prolonged battle, the soldiers stationed on the island had long since deployed all their equipment. Heavy artillery had been fortified in position, and machine guns were already mounted on high ground, poised for action. The 5 warships brought by the Navy's Ghost Spider had been destroyed, while the ships of Peach Rabbit and others remained several nautical miles away, having been silently overtaken by Li Yunlong. Thus, in many respects, the positions of both sides had been reversed. Upon arriving on the island, Mori immediately utilized his abilities to swiftly erect an earthen wall at the forefront of the island. This wall obstructed the vision of Akiji and others, while the swirling dust and shattered stones interfered with their observation hockey. Simultaneously, Mori commanded the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army to aim all their weapons at the center of the earthen wall. With Li Yunlong's support, the Revolutionary Army reveled in their newfound artillery, and amidst countless rounds fired, a multitude of sharpshooters and gunners emerged among their ranks. Mori was confident that as long as the Navy dared to enter their range, a single volley would send them to their demise. All the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army anxiously focused on the earthen wall, their breaths nearly inaudible. In a flash, a tremendous slash tore through the wall, cleaving it in two and creating a direct path to the island. Seizing the opportunity, Mori signaled for all Revolutionary Army artillery to target this breach. As the first Navy soldier emerged, Mori waved his hand, and a barrage of cannon fire erupted, shaking the ground as if a volcano had erupted, with an overwhelming hail of shells descending upon the Navy troops emerging from the shadows. The thunderous explosions reverberated, as if the world were on the brink of destruction. Damn the artillery, take cover! Before even crossing the earthen wall, Ghost Spider heard the familiar sound of the 115mm anti-tank cannon. standard on the current Navy's mid-level warships. Its formidable power was staggering. Experiments indicated that a direct hit could obliterate a pacifist. However, as an experienced general of the Navy and one of the few who had frequently utilized these new weapons, Ghost Spider was acutely aware of the unspoken rule regarding artillery. Shells rarely struck the same point twice. Thus, in battle, the craters were often the safest place to be. As the soldiers obeyed orders and crouched down, the shells obliterated the ice surface, causing seawater to seep through. Many soldiers, forced to evade the shells, ended up drinking seawater, while some Navy soldiers, struck by shrapnel, sank into the depths of the ocean. This was merely the first round of the Revolutionary Army's assault. Where's the artillery? Get it out and retaliate. Witnessing this scene, Ghost Spider felt his blood pressure rise. The Navy had always bullied others with its artillery. When had the Revolutionary Army begun to overpower them, establish firing positions on the island for close-range bombardment? The captain of the Navy's artillery unit shook his head at the melting ice surface, urgently reporting to Ghost Spider. Firing on potentially collapsing ice was tantamount to seeking death. The recoil of the shells alone could shatter the ice. It would be a joke to risk their lives over such folly. Charge! Suddenly, an almost celestial slash erupted from the rear of the Navy, sweeping everything before it, accompanied by a chilling voice. In the next moment, an overwhelming cold surged forth, refreezing the melting sea with astonishing speed, indicating that Akiji was exerting his full strength. Chapter 166, The Death of Sabo. On the warship at the rear, Li Yunlong watched the satellite projection with a disinterested expression. He had not anticipated witnessing such a classic artillery battle reminiscent of 50 years ago in this world, where individuals could rival nations. It was truly uncharacteristic of the Navy to allow their soldiers to dominate the battlefield instead of their strongest fighters. Only when he saw Akiji and Peach Rabbit spring into action did Li Yunlong's interest peak once more. Little Wong, if you were the commander of this fleet, how would you seize this island? Shanliusher Li Yunlong found himself contemplating the merits of testing Wang Jing. Having spent considerable time in close quarters with Wang Jing, Li Yunlong held a profound respect for his character and wished to grant him the opportunity to transition from a mere executor to a decisive leader. General, were my decision, I would first withdraw our troops. I would never squander the lives of our soldiers to deplete the enemy's ammunition, especially since we cannot ascertain the extent of their reserves. There is no justification for sacrificing our brave warriors. I would opt for a strategy of encirclement without engagement, mobilizing a greater fleet to overwhelm them with absolute superiority and firepower. Wang Jing thoughtfully articulated his perspective, expressing his disapproval of the current naval combat tactics. The notion of risking the lives of comrades to wager against the enemy's arsenal was utterly contrary to the values instilled in him from young age. Excellent, young Wang. Remember, while the words you have spoken today, Li Yunlong remarked, casting a meaningful gaze at Wang Jing before expressing his satisfaction. Many could conceive of Wang Jing's strategy. Yet how few would be willing to relinquish immediate accolades in anticipation of reinforcements? Moreover, with the formidable naval Admiral Qingji present, it was unlikely that the naval commanders would retreat. In the blink of an eye, Qingji had sprung into action, unleashing a barrage of ice that rained down like arrows, akin to bullets targeting the revolutionaries on the small island. Each shard of ice claimed a vibrant life, while every cannonball from the revolutionaries extinguished the lives of naval personnel. This was a brutal conflict, lasting a full day and night, where Qingji, Tao Tu, and Cha Tun showcased their formidable abilities. Mori Gung Sailing and Sabo led a desperate counteroffensive for the revolutionaries. Gung Sailing, you have been defeated, Qingji softly declared as he surveyed the remnants of the battlefield, gazing at the man lying on the ground before him. Though the Navy emerged victorious, the victory came at a staggering cost. Admiral Qingji sustained severe injuries, while Admiral Tao Tu was lightly wounded and Admiral Cha Tun lay gravely injured. Senior Vice Admiral Gui Zhizhu and Senior Vice Admiral Chadley both perished in the fray, along with Senior Vice Admiral Bolangni. Senior Vice Admiral Zaidalu was gravely injured, and Vice Admiral Xi Huaping also suffered serious wounds. The loss of life on the revolutionary side was even more devastating. At that moment, only Gung Sailang and Sabo remained alive among the revolutionaries on the small island, with everyone else, including the commander of the Revolutionary Western Army, Mori, Clara, and all others, having fallen in battle. Even those initially planning to evacuate could not escape the naval bombardment after the sea was frozen, perishing beneath the naval artillery. This was a truly horrific war. Despite their victory, the Navy paid a heavy toll. Fortunately for them, their mission was accomplished. Following this battle, the West Sea would no longer provide a foothold for revolutionaries, as the Navy had completely reclaimed the territory. It is not over yet. Down to hell with you, Qingji. Sabo struggled to rise, summoning every ounce of strength to thrust his cane towards the center of the small island. In his heart, he silently vowed, Clara, I shall join you. It was only when Clara sacrificed herself to save him that Sabo truly recognized the depths of his emotions. Though it was too late, he had resolved to accompany Clara for all eternity. What is Sabo attempting? Qingji pondered, but in the next moment, an instinctual sense of impending danger surged within him. As Sabo's cane struck the center of the island, a brilliant flash of light erupted, and the ground trembled violently, as if a volcano were on the verge of eruption. In an instant, akin to a nuclear explosion, a blinding aurora surged forth, and a shock wave erupted from the island's core, tearing the massive landmass into fragments. Even the clouds above were annihilated by an unseen force, a dense mushroom cloud rising ominously from the island, enveloping the area in smoke, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. The yellow ox carrying the youth drew nearer, accompanied by rhythmic sounds that penetrated the ears of the two men. Immortal peak, eternal life. Upon hearing this, Tai Gun ceased to hesitate, seizing Go Ziqiang and advancing with purpose. If they are indeed immortals or their companions, then we must approach. For Tai Gun and Go Ziqiang, who had grown up in a humble village, their understanding of immortality was vague. They firmly believed that finding an immortal could alter their fates, and if the immortal were to accept them as disciples, they too could one day transcend mortality. Immortal, immortal, you must surely be the immortal atop this mountain. Please, accept us as your disciples. As they rushed to the front of the yellow ox, they kept their heads bowed, fearing they might offend the youth riding the ox. Tai Gun urged Go Ziqiang to kneel in reverence, for he had lived long enough in his current state, and this opportunity to change their destiny was one he would not let pass by. Unlike the cautious Tai Gun, Go Ziqiang exhibited a boldness unencumbered by such reverence. The prospect of cultivation held little significance for him. As they approached, the rhythmic sounds grew louder, echoing in their ears. Immortal peak, eternal life. Hearing this phrase, Tai Gun promptly resolved to advance, pulling Go Ziqiang along. If they are indeed immortals or their companions, we must seize this chance. For Tai Gun and Go Ziqiang, who had grown up in a humble village, their understanding of immortality was vague. They firmly believed that finding an immortal could alter their fates, and if the immortal were to accept them as disciples, they too could one day transcend mortality. Immortal, immortal, you must surely be the immortal atop this mountain. Please, accept us as your disciples. As they rushed to the front of the yellow ox, they kept their heads bowed, fearing they might offend the youth riding the ox. Tai Gun urged Go Ziqiang to kneel in reverence, for he had lived long enough in his current state, and this opportunity to change their destiny was one he would not let pass by. Chapter 167. The Annihilation of the Revolutionary Army. Yes, Admiral Akainu. The mole vice admiral replied, and then led the other vice admirals out. The Navy possessed an abundance of formidable warriors. If naval personnel were to engage in battle, it was imperative to distribute them across various platforms. Otherwise, if they all converged in the New World, it would likely devolve into a conflict solely between naval forces, undermining the very purpose of convening this assembly. After all, the primary objective was not to showcase strength. The Navy's might had been demonstrated in countless battles, requiring no further embellishment. The primary goal now was to recruit powerful individuals, as the Navy needed a fresh influx of talent. Admiral, urgent news from the West Sea. At that moment, a Navy colonel burst in, so flustered that he collided with the departing mole vice admiral. What is the matter that you are in such a hurry? This is no way for a Navy officer to behave. The mole vice admiral scolded him sternly. Admiral Yanshu was not enraged at nearly being collided with. Rather, he was disheartened by the apparent lack of basic courtesy demonstrated by the Navy. Regardless of the urgency of military matters that demanded reporting, one should at least have the decency to knock before entering. This was the office of the fleet admiral, not merely a cozy corner of one's home. No matter how formidable they appeared in various branches, they ought to uphold the fundamental etiquette at the naval headquarters. Yes. Admiral Yanshu had pressing military matters to report to Fleet Admiral Akainu. The naval colonel steadied himself, though he still appeared somewhat flustered. Just speak directly. There is no need for hesitation. Akainu, in a foul mood, snapped as he observed the scene. Upon hearing the colonel mention news from the West Sea, Akainu did not need to guess. It was evident that Admiral Akiji's operation had succeeded. Was this not a foregone conclusion? Such a certainty hardly constituted urgent intelligence. As a naval colonel, he was already among the upper echelons of the Navy. How could he still be in such a state of disarray? Yes, Fleet Admiral. Urgent military intelligence from the West Sea. Admiral Akiji, along with Vice Admirals Peach Rabbit and Chaho, and Admiral Gui Spider, have all perished. The colonel gulped, trying to compose himself, but his voice quivered with trepidation as he spoke. For the Navy, the death of a naval admiral was unfailingly dire news, regardless of time or place. Moreover, this was not merely one top-tier combatant. Both Peach Rabbit and Chaho held significance akin to admirals, not to mention Admiral Gui Spider, a veteran of the Navy, whose prestige even surpassed that of newer admirals like Fujitora. Their deaths effectively represented a substantial loss of naval strength in the West Sea. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly shake the entire world. It could even disrupt the existing dynamics upon the seas for those wary of the Navy's might. Any diminishment of its power was advantageous. The recently settled rodents might seize this opportunity to stir restlessly. Most alarmingly, the Navy's control over the world would inevitably wane following the loss of these formidable figures. In a perilous environment surrounded by predators, any remote position would become a vulnerability for the Navy. Particularly, Akainu's aspirations to engage in a decisive battle with Li Yunlong would be significantly affected. As a senior officer of the Navy, the colonel, now involved in strategic naval directions, understood the profound implications of this situation. He was acutely aware of the threat that Akiji had once posed to Akainu's ascendance to Fleet Admiral. The ramifications of his death for the Navy were monumental. What did you say? Upon hearing this news, Akainu sprang to his feet, almost instantaneously appearing before the colonel, gripping his collar fiercely as he demanded answers. Akainu could not fathom that the man who had been his rival for nearly a lifetime could perish in the West Sea, especially during a seemingly straightforward task with an almost guaranteed outcome. According to reliable naval intelligence, the Revolutionary Army's elite were currently concealed within the Grand Line, plotting a monumental uprising. The forces of the West Sea Revolutionary Army were relatively sparse, with only Gung Shirlang and the West Army Commander Mori being notable figures. Under such circumstances, how could Admiral Akiji, alongside Vice Admirals Peach Rabbit and Chaho, both possessing the strength of an admiral, along with 10 naval ships of Vice Admiral caliber and 8 seasoned Vice Admirals, possibly fall to the Revolutionary Army? Akainu could not comprehend how Akiji and his companions could meet their end in the West Sea. Intelligence operatives revealed that it was the bomb rock on Zaluya Island where the Revolutionary Army had preemptively planted devastating explosives. When Admiral Akiji and his comrades engaged in battle, the Revolutionary Army detonated the explosives, resulting in mutual destruction. The naval colonel, terrified by Akainu's fierce demeanor, swallowed hard and stammered out the details of the intelligence. Revolutionary Army. Akainu gritted his teeth, uttering the name of Dracul Mihawk with eyes filled with hatred and fury. In that moment, his animosity towards the Revolutionary Army surpassed even that directed at Li Yunlong. Mihawk, mobilize all available forces. I intend to eradicate the Revolutionary Army within a week. Akainu's gaze was fixed intently on Admiral Yin Shu, his eyes radiating a steadfast resolve to annihilate the Revolutionary Army. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Admiral Yin Shu comprehended the determination reflected in Akainu's eyes, realizing that there would be no dissuading him this time. He held a profound respect for Admiral Akiji and, at that moment, shared the conviction to obliterate the Revolutionary Army. With Akainu's command, the entire Navy sprang into action, functioning like a colossal machine. Each unit diligently calculating the Revolutionary Army's various strongholds worldwide. The Navy had long struggled to dismantle the Revolutionary Army, not due to a lack of capability, but because they had previously required the Revolutionary Army to balance against the Five Elders. The Navy's existence held meaning only in the presence of adversaries. After the dissolution of the world government, the Navy still needed the Revolutionary Army. Only by exerting pressure on the kings and nobles of those kingdoms could they ensure allegiance to the Navy. Moreover, for the world at large, the Revolutionary Army was equally indispensable. Smaller factions relied on them to keep the Navy's attention diverted from themselves. Yet this time, the death of a naval admiral had ignited a fury within the entire naval apparatus. Every leader resolved that the Revolutionary Army must be eradicated, regardless of the cost. The Revolutionary Army had to be destroyed. Chapter 168. The Fall of the Revolutionary Army New World, Kamabaka Kingdom, also known as the Kingdom of the Transvestites, is ruled by the illustrious Ivankov, a figure renowned across the seas. On the bustling island, a peculiar race abounds. Although they are all human, few regard them as equals. Kamabaka Kingdom is one of the few places in the New World devoid of outsiders, a sanctuary for all transvestites, and a forbidden ground for those of conventional orientation. At this moment, a fierce chase unfolded in the kingdom streets. The participants were starkly mismatched in numbers, one individual against hundreds. "Hey, don't run. Just surrender to us. Sanji, don't run away." A large group of alluring transvestites pursued a yellow-haired youth with a beard who was desperately fleeing while shouting. Indeed, the man being chased was none other than Sanji, one of the 3 chief members of the Straw Hat Pirates, having been sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma on Sabeti Archipelago. He fortuitously landed on this island of transvestites. Upon his arrival, mistaking the island for the legendary land of women, Sanji initially felt elated, believing he had struck a stroke of luck. However, upon encountering the captivating inhabitants, his dreams were swiftly dashed, leading to an interminable chase. He had grown accustomed to this relentless existence, where daylight appeared not as a bright day, but rather as a glaring nightmare, and night transformed into a treasure hunt devoid of respite, especially after that man returned to this small island. The already troublesome people transformed into beautiful beings became even more difficult to deal with. Even Sanji found himself captured multiple times, witnessing firsthand how those who had been altered became the alluring beings. Since that moment, his resolve to escape grew even stronger. Of course, Sanji paid a price for being captured, evident from the pink dress he now wore. After half a year of evasion, Sanji felt that his legs had thickened, his speed significantly surpassing that of when he first arrived on the island, and even his kicking techniques had undoubtedly improved greatly. "Stay away from me," Sanji shouted desperately upon hearing the alluring voices of the girls behind him, propelling himself to run faster. In the castle at the center of the island, the beautiful King Amberio Ivankov stood at the window, observing this scene with a mysterious smile. Everything was meticulously orchestrated by him, from the moment he discovered Sanji's identity. He had resolved to nurture him. After all, Sanji was a crewmate of Luffy, who was the young master of the Revolutionary Army. Given Sanji's personality that aligned well with his own, he felt it was only logical to cultivate him diligently. "Go capture him. It is time to proceed with the next phase of the plan," Amberio Ivankov instructed, clearly pleased with Sanji's progress. One of his capable subordinates, Mingna Hype, adept in the dual-color hockey and a formidable presence even in the New World, acknowledged the command and swiftly exited the castle. At that moment, a sudden barrage of cannon fire echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This unusual occurrence quickly attracted the attention of the island's inhabitants and caught the eye of Amberio Ivankov. Dozens of cannonballs crossed the lengthy coastline, descending from the sky, their caliber and peculiar shapes attesting to their terror. Without encountering any obstruction, the cannonballs struck directly within the realm of the beautiful beings, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that shook the entire island. "It's the Navy. How could their fleet appear here?" Amberio Ivankov realized the gravity of the situation, spotting the Navy fleet just surfacing above the horizon from the highest point of the castle. 5 battleships of the Vice Admiral rank represented a complete extermination order. Even after the Navy's weaponry had been updated, the firepower of these ships rivaled that of an entire extermination force, amounting to 5 times the previous might. Situated deep within the New World, the almost insular nature of the beautiful beings' kingdom made it rare for them to face external threats. Amberio Ivankov could not fathom how the Navy had set its sights on them, and without warning, unleashed the extermination order. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely the beginning, a prelude to the Navy's campaign against the entire Revolutionary Army. With the Navy's full-scale action, even the recently flourishing World Martial Arts Conference was temporarily halted, as all naval forces joined the campaign to eradicate the Revolutionary Army. This marked the first time the world witnessed the sheer terror of the Navy, the strongest violent institution in existence. The Navy mobilized its entire fleet, equipped with the most advanced weaponry, launching simultaneous strikes across multiple fronts. Each of the 4 seas was led by a seasoned vice admiral, systematically obliterating the Revolutionary Army's strongholds. Even nations that had been swayed by the Revolutionary Army attempted to exert military pressure on the Navy, only to be swept away, leaving scorched earth in their wake. In the first half of the Grand Line, where Dorag resided, the Navy headquarters Admiral Kizaru and Fleet Admiral Akainu personally led the charge, deploying 20 Vice Admiral-class warships, equipped with firepower sufficient to annihilate dozens of islands. In the New World, Admiral Fujitora took command, executing devastating strikes on every island linked to the Revolutionary Army, as all CP departments provided intelligence to ensure the complete eradication of the Revolutionary Army's forces. The battle commenced in a decisive state, characterized by overwhelming dominance. Faced with the Navy's sudden assault, the Revolutionary Army resembled a defenseless rabbit before a tiger, possessing no means of resistance. Within a week, all Revolutionary Army bases were completely dismantled, and even their leader, Monkey D. Dorag, was captured by Akainu and Kizaru on Cascas Island in the first half of the Grand Line. He had been implanted with sea stone fragments and sent to the Navy's mines. This war established the Navy's dominance and unveiled their terrifying might to the world, leading to an unprecedented surge in enlistments. Chapter 169. The funeral dress rose of Doflamingo sat on his throne, his expression dark as he held the latest newspaper chronicling the Navy's full-scale assault on the Revolutionary Army. The Navy is truly formidable. The Revolutionary Army has unleashed a demon, he remarked gravely, taking a deep breath. Doflamingo had not anticipated the Navy's timing, nor the rapid dismantling of the once mighty Revolutionary Army within just a week. In the past, during the reign of the world government, the Revolutionary Army had been the Navy's greatest adversary, often leading to a back-and-forth struggle. The Navy typically arrived late to mop up after the Revolutionary Army had toppled a kingdom or dismantled a criminal organization. The Revolutionary Army always struck hard against the Navy, who would only arrive after the Revolutionary Army's retreat, filled with impotent rage at their vanishing figures. However, the Navy's recent actions revealed a profound understanding of the Revolutionary Army's movements, with each base meticulously accounted for. The Navy's previous failures could only be explained by one conclusion: that they had deliberately allowed the Revolutionary Army to thrive as a worthy adversary. What a grand and arrogant strategy it was to cultivate one's enemies. Doflamingo immediately deduced that this was the handiwork of Sengoku, the man who had orchestrated the fate of the entire world. Faced with such a powerful navy, Doflamingo could not envision any chance of victory for the pirates. As one of the Shichibukai, he now felt a profound sense of crisis. Previously, he had no fear of the Navy because he was granted the right to legally plunder by the world government. Moreover, as a celestial dragon, he possessed the capital to look down upon all. He is acutely aware that as long as he possesses this level of identity, no matter the calamity he instigates or the chaos he orchestrates in this world, he will remain unscathed. The Navy is merely a hound of the world government. As long as the world government holds sway, they will not dare to act against him, their master. His trepidation towards Kaido stems from a similar rationale. Kaido possesses the formidable strength that commands the respect of the world government. Should he truly provoke Kaido, the latter would not hesitate to end his life. Doflamingo understands the principle of being soft towards the weak while fearing the strong. However, the sudden downfall of the world government took him by surprise, with no forewarning, vanishing in an instant. Now, Doflamingo cannot afford to place his hopes in the Navy any longer. One need only observe the consequences faced by his fellow celestial dragons across the globe after the fall of the world government. According to Doflamingo's intelligence, he is currently the sole celestial dragon remaining in this world, which renders him unable to trust the Navy. Furthermore, his other ally, Kaido, was eliminated by the Navy in a fierce battle months prior. If even someone of Kaido's caliber could not withstand the Navy, how could Doflamingo muster the courage to confront them? Especially as the Navy has intensified its efforts to eradicate pirates, Doflamingo is seized by a profound sense of existential threat. They are, after all, the Shichibukai under the world government, which has always entertained opposing views regarding their existence. When the world government was intact, they could disregard the Navy, but with its absence, there is no telling when the Navy might tear up their treaty and strike against them. Previously, the Revolutionary Army stood as a barrier, but now it has been completely annihilated by the Navy. At this moment, apart from the Navy, the most formidable factions on the high seas include Doflamingo's family, the Vinsmoke family from the North Blue, Hancock of the Kuja tribe, and a handful of others. The Navy might already be plotting to find a pretext to eliminate them, leaving Doflamingo no choice but to prepare for contingencies. Doflamingo, with the Navy's influence expanding, should we strategize? Suggested Diamante, a high-ranking officer of the Block Army, who noticed the dilemma etched on Doflamingo's face. The invitation to the world's greatest martial arts tournament has already arrived. Doflamingo, will you participate, or will you ponder it further? The world's greatest martial arts tournament, you say? Since the invitation has been extended, let us extend them the courtesy, Doflamingo proclaimed. Standing confidently and audaciously on his chair, the title of the world's best cannot escape my grasp. The intensity of his confidence was known only to himself. Following the Navy's decisive suppression of the Revolutionary Army, all dissenting voices against the Navy vanished in an instant. Even though the date for the preliminaries of the world's greatest martial arts tournament had passed, the entire world remained silent. Soon enough, the preliminaries officially commenced. However, prior to their commencement, the Navy organized a grand funeral. The honored deceased included the renowned Marine Admiral Akiji, Vice Admirals Momonosuke and Chavon, and many others. They were posthumously awarded the title of Hero of the Battle, and a grand funeral was held at the Navy headquarters, attended by all notable factions across the globe, including even Li Yulong, who dispatched his subordinates to pay their respects. On that day, a gentle rain fell from the sky, as if the world itself mourned Akiji's passing, an aura of sorrow enveloping the entire Navy headquarters. This funeral was broadcasted worldwide, allowing all to witness the solemnity of the Navy headquarters and the profound grief of the Navy, due to the devastating explosion that left Akiji and others unrecognizable. Only their personal effects were laid to rest, yet all present paid their respects to the admiral who dedicated his life to the Navy. The Marine generals acquainted with Akiji wore solemn expressions as they observed this scene, with Akainu shedding tears before the eyes of the entire world. The man he had contested with for over 20 years had departed without a trace, leaving him with one less rival, one less friend, one less confidant. In the years to come, the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, and at this moment, Akainu felt age considerably. Chapter 170. The preliminaries begin. The funeral was presided over by Vice Admiral Tantada, who vehemently condemned the Revolutionary Army's malevolence before addressing the world about Akiji's life of unwavering justice and his efforts to maintain global peace. The funeral lasted an entire day, culminating in Akainu sharing his reflections on combating crime. It seemed that the impending preliminaries of the multiverse duel arena hastened the Navy's preparations for the world's greatest martial arts tournament. The preliminaries for the 6 venues commenced simultaneously on that day. The sole rule for the preliminaries was that each sub-venue featured 3 platforms, and the last individual standing on a platform before the time limit would automatically advance. Aside from that, no weapons or tactics were permitted. The Navy employed this brutal method to select the most elite warriors. At the South Sea preliminary venue, the 3 platforms were surrounded by a throng of spectators. On the left and right platforms, competitors of various shapes and sizes donned a myriad of costumes, including renowned bounty hunters, infamous pirates, and even unknown, formidable fighters emerging from obscurity. In contrast, the central platform was occupied entirely by Navy personnel, including several with the rank of Vice Admiral. The reputation of the world's greatest martial arts tournament was so resounding that everyone aspired to claim the title of the world's best, even if they lacked confidence in the main competition at the Navy headquarters. Securing a first-place finish in the preliminaries would still be a point of pride to share across the seas. Of course, many other Navy members shared this ambition, resulting in a gathering of over a dozen high-ranking Navy officers by the platforms, all eagerly awaiting the outcome of the duel, ready to step in and challenge the victor at a moment's notice. Ronaldo Goblin, have you no shame? As a Marine Vice Admiral, why are you flaunting your power in this little South Sea venue instead of participating in the New World? Exclaimed a lanky Marine Vice Admiral, whose wiry frame was being overwhelmed by his robust counterpart. Yachty Pineapple, are you not also a Marine Vice Admiral? Why not direct your criticisms toward yourself? Ronaldo Goblin retorted, continuing to deliver powerful blows while expressing his dissatisfaction, clearly irked by Yachty Pineapple's accusations. Indeed, as Marine Vice Admirals, their presence in the 4 seas could be seen as bullying, yet Yachty Pineapple, being a Marine Vice Admiral as well, had no grounds for reproach. Can we be compared? I hail from the South Sea. When I return, I fight as a South Sea local. If I recall correctly, you are from the New World. Are you too cowardly to return to your own home? Yachty Baluo skillfully evaded a powerful punch from Ronaldo Goblinfin, retorting with a sly grin. Let us see the true prowess of our skills beneath our hands. Since you hail from Nanhai, I shall allow you to fall upon this land you cherish most. Ronaldo Goblinfin, with a disdainful snort, realized he could not outwit Yachty Baluo, and thus resolved to settle their dispute through force. Let us engage in a decisive showdown, lest those below take advantage of our contest. Suddenly, Yadi Baluo swiftly retreated to the edge of the arena, casting a glance towards the naval high-ranking officials beside the stage, signaling to Ronaldo Goblinfin. Very well, a decisive confrontation it shall be. Ronaldo Goblinfin, understanding the gravity of the moment, assumed a formidable stance, arms crossed before his chest, his legs positioned in a stable bow stance. Three-fingered secret technique, triple thrust, raging storm of blossoms. The two contenders unleashed their might. Yadi Baluo's fingers shot forth, creating three dazzling beams that pierced the air, aimed at the body of Ronaldo Goblinfin, the rear admiral. In response, Ronaldo Goblinfin leapt high into the air, delivering successive kicks that sent crescent-shaped slashes hurtling through the air, obliterating everything in their path. As the clash began, Yadi Baluo found himself in a precarious situation. Despite the sharpness of his three-finger strikes, they paled in comparison to the sheer number of Ronaldo Goblinfin's kicks, making evasion nearly impossible. Thus, he chose to brace for impact. With a resounding thud, Yadi Baluo managed to block several of Ronaldo Goblinfin's kicks, but ultimately, Ronaldo Goblinfin seized the opportunity to deliver a final blow, sending Yadi Baluo tumbling off the stage. Ha 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 ha! To think you aspire to defeat me. You shall need several more years of training. Following his victory over Yadi Baluo, Ronaldo Goblinfin displayed a broad grin. Do not be so arrogant. Allow me to be your opponent. Before he could relish his triumph, another rear admiral had already leaped onto the stage. The naval commanders who had yet to ascend the platform were filled with regret, lamenting their missed opportunity, eagerly preparing for their own challenges. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure approached the arena. It was the illusionist Adam. What? It is Adam? The illustrious Adam. The crowd erupted in excitement as the enigmatic figure ascended the far left stage, standing over 2 meters tall, clad in the attire of a flamboyant aristocrat. His chiseled features and striking beauty evoked the image of a prince from a fairy tale. However, he was not a true prince. He was Adam, renowned as the most esteemed bounty hunter among men. A wielder of the illusion devil fruit, he specialized in creating illusions that ensnared his opponents without them realizing their fate. Known for incapacitating foes with a mere glance, he was often referred to as the one-second man. Adam's intended opponent was none other than the infamous pirate, Mazika, who had returned from the Grand Line with a bounty of 120 million berries. Mazika was notorious for having defeated a Navy captain in direct combat, thereby gaining fame in the Grand Line. However, this act had also earned him the ire of the Navy, prompting multiple attempts to capture him, forcing his retreat to Nanhai. Yet, Adam's reputation in Nanhai was unparalleled. Even Mazika felt a twinge of anxiety upon facing him. Will you concede, or shall I send you down myself? Adam inquired as he stepped onto the stage, causing beads of cold sweat to appear on Mazika's brow. Adam, do not presume that others fear you. I certainly do not. Initially prepared to surrender, Mazika's pride was stung by Adam's words, prompting him to reconsider. Chapter 171. The Nanhai Preliminary Contest. Have you heard of the bang? Bang, 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 bang. A mischievous smile graced Adam's handsome visage, and his captivating eyes sparkled with an unusual glimmer. Bang, 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 bang. As Mazika repeatedly uttered the phrase, his legs buckled beneath him, and he knelt on the ground, prostrating himself fervently. In truth, the moment he locked eyes with Adam, Mazika had succumbed to Adam's illusions. In mere seconds, within the realm of Adam's illusions, Mazika believed he had triumphed over Adam, vanquished all his adversaries, and claimed the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament. During his coronation, Akainu not only bestowed upon him all the bounty, but also promised that with a few respectful bows, he could ascend to the rank of a new Navy admiral. At that moment, within the realm of illusions, Mazika joyfully knelt before Akainu, a smile adorning his face as he bowed with increasing enthusiasm. Indeed, bang, 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 bang. Mazika, even if he could not best Adam, should not have been reduced to such a state. Among the pirates waiting for their turn, the infamous Baya Jiu Lu observed Mazika as prostration with disbelief. His mouth agape. What was he doing? Is this truly necessary? His gaze was filled with contempt. As a fellow pirate who had returned from the Grand Line, Baya Jiu Lu felt that Mazika had brought shame upon their kind, leaving him embarrassed to be associated with him. Mazika continued to bow, blood soon trickling from his forehead, staining the arena and even dripping onto the ground. If no one intervened, he might well have bowled himself to death on the stage. At this juncture, the spectators began to sense something was amiss. Even if Mazuka feared Adam, he would not debase himself to such an extent. After all, he was a pirate and could not possibly lack the ferocity expected of his kind. Thus, the only conclusion was drawn. Truly, Adam was the legendary illusionist, capable of ensnaring opponents in his illusions without ever laying a finger on them. Adam was indeed formidable. Reflecting on this, Byajiu Lu's pupils constricted sharply, abandoning any thoughts of challenging this stage. He had fought Mazuka many times, with victories and defeats evenly matched, if Adam could effortlessly control Mazuka with his illusions. The same fate awaited him. In a lopsided battle where the disparity between foes was so great, Byajiu Lu was not foolish enough to seek his own demise. The naval high-ranking officials surrounding the arena posed a significant threat. Let alone the possibility of victory, he would be fortunate to escape unscathed. It was better to observe the final arena. Upon reaching the last stage, Byajiu Lu witnessed a peculiar sight. Two snipers stood on the arena, guns trained on each other, yet neither pulled the trigger, remaining perfectly still. Byajiu Lu quietly stood outside the arena, observing for 10 minutes. Yet the two remained motionless, weapons drawn. Had the rules not stipulated that only one challenger could ascend at a time, he would have kicked both off the stage long ago. Will you engage in battle or not? If not, step down promptly. Do not squander our time any longer. Descend immediately. I swear, if you two do not come down soon, I shall make you regret it. Hurry down and do not delay any further. As time trickled away, the surrounding audience and competitors grew increasingly impatient. At last, the two snipers above began to stir. The rifle, named Yamaha, weighed 85 Jin, with an effective range of 2,000 meters and a precision range of 1,200 meters, crafted by the esteemed master, Yagu. The marksman on the left suddenly raised his long rifle with both hands, caressing it as if it were a beloved, and proudly introduced it. This is Xiao Dao Air, and the weapon in my hand is called One Shot, One Kill, boasting an effective range of 3,000 meters and a precision range of 2,000 meters. A prize acquired during the fierce battles between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, deemed the supreme weapon among firearms. The marksman on the right grinned, confidently admiring his own rifle, and disdainfully remarked to the left marksman, "Ah, such a fine weapon you possess. I observed your imposing demeanor earlier, and I concede defeat this time. I humbly bow to your prowess." Upon hearing this, the left marksman trembled slightly, filled with admiration as he gazed at his counterpart. His voice tinged with defeat. With that, he descended the stage, his spirit dimmed. The conflict between snipers is inherently perilous. The bullets forged from steel pose a lethal threat to flesh and blood every moment. Thus, in the absence of a life-or-death confrontation, snipers often prefer to compare their foundational skills. The two had just tested their endurance in holding their rifles, ultimately discovering that neither was superior, leading them to employ the final technique from the sniper's art. Let us compare weapons. A skilled marksman is typically adept with his firearm, for who does not covet a superior weapon? Without formidable strength, one cannot safeguard their prized armament. In these vast seas, exceptionally gifted warriors abound, be they pirates or navy. Nearly every vessel harbors a sharpshooter. A fine firearm, if wielded by a weak master, would long have been claimed by a true powerhouse. Your Excellency, I concede. As the left marksman departed the stage, the right marksman clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Byajiu Lu, having stood by the stage for so long, was filled with pent-up frustration and, upon witnessing the conclusion, leapt onto the platform with fervor. You two have been playing tricks up there for long enough. Allow me to send you to your demise. Under the gaze of the crowd, Byajiu Lu reveled in their attention, his voice dripping with menace. As a notorious pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries, his greatest asset was his iron fists. He possessed the abilities of the Inu no Mi model, Inu, allowing him to transform into a Canis Familiaris, nearly doubling his defense, speed, and strength. With these iron fists, even on the Grand Line, he was recognized as a formidable force. However, that was before the Navy's onslaught. Now, under the Navy's sharp weapons and cannons, pirates were as fleeting as the setting sun. Chapter 172, The Entrance of Big MOM. At this moment, the sniper standing on the stage scrutinized Byajiu Lu with disdain and remarked, "What a crude individual. How could you possibly appreciate the grandeur of that earlier contender?" As a marksman, he possessed a unique pride, particularly regarding his weapon. A legendary trophy acquired by the Navy from another world, capable of defeating even the most notorious of the four emperors. Now, in these waters, who does not recognize this? Yet, here was a brute who dared to belittle him. Was he truly so blind to the danger? Soon, I shall tear your head from your shoulders, and then you will understand the meaning of crudeness. Upon hearing the sniper's words, Ba Yajulu's face flushed with anger, as a pirate of repute. He had never before encountered such insolence. The only response he received was the crack of a gunshot. Bang! In a world of snipers, dealing with such brutes required the strength to silence them. Although Ba Yajulu was arrogant, he did not underestimate his opponent. His focus remained fixed on the sniper. At the moment the bullet was discharged, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into a canine humanoid. His robust muscles, glimmering claws, and fearsome fangs all proclaimed his formidable might. A mere broken gun dares to challenge me, Ba Yajulu declared ominously, bracing himself to confront the bullet head-on, eager to demonstrate his physical prowess to the gathered crowd. The sound of the gunshot echoed, and moments later, Ba Yajulu lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. A gaping hole the size of a wrist marred his chest, and his thick muscles had proven useless against the sniper-esque bullet, which easily pierced through his defenses and his body. Such bravado, yet such limited skill. Is there anyone else? The sniper surveyed Ba Yajulu's fallen form with a contemptuous smile, his gaze sweeping the arena, as if surveying his domain. Competitors lacking Ba Yajulu's strength hastily retreated under the sniper's penetrating gaze, as if he had unleashed an aura of dominance that suppressed all. The battles in the South Sea raged fiercely, while the East Sea, often labeled the weakest, also engaged in intense selections. On 3 separate platforms, the competitors battled fiercely, with no one able to maintain dominance for long. Whether it was a war of attrition or closely matched rivals, the title of champion continuously shifted hands, with no singular figure emerging as a commanding force. Suddenly, the ground of the arena trembled violently, resembling an earthquake as heavy footsteps resonated from afar. It was the ogre Hanba and I. How has this monster appeared? Quickly, take cover. It is said that none who have caught his eye have survived. The crowd's gaze turned towards the source of the footsteps, revealing a colossal figure striding purposefully forward. This was the fearsome individual from the East Sea, a hybrid of giant and human, raised without parents in the wild, who instinctively preyed upon the weak. The Navy had attempted to hunt him down multiple times, but his cunning nature allowed him to evade capture, knowing well that he would flee when outnumbered but fight when alone. No one knew why he had come here. It was common knowledge that although Han Bani's reputation was formidable, he was illiterate and unlikely to attend the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Mama, mama. Suddenly, a distinct laugh echoed from behind Hanba and I. He halted, parting his stance to reveal the owner of that voice to the astonished crowd. Upon witnessing the owner of that voice, the entire martial arena fell into an eerie silence. Even the fierce battles on the 3 platforms came to an abrupt halt. Everyone stood in astonishment, gazing at the woman before them. After a brief moment, one individual suddenly came to his senses, tremblingly pointing at her and exclaiming, "It's Big Mom. The 4 emperors, Big Mom. She has appeared. We're the Navy admirals." As the crowd roused from their stupor, chaos ensued, and the news of Big Mom's presence spread like wildfire throughout Luoga town. In an instant, countless ships in the harbor set sail, fleeing as if pursued by demons. As the saying goes, a person's reputation casts a long shadow. Although Big Mom had suffered defeat at the hands of the Navy months prior, even a dying camel is larger than a horse, and she is a legendary 4 emperor. It is widely known across the seas that the emperors are on par with the admirals, yet the 4 emperors surpass them in strength. Big Mom, surveying the world, is undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. As she arrives in the small East Blue, who would dare not tremble in fear? "What brings you here, Big Mom? Are you not afraid of the Navy admirals?" asked Rear Admiral Matif, who was overseeing the preliminary rounds on the island, his face dark with concern. Others may flee, but as a Rear Admiral, he could not abandon his post. At this moment, he represented the Navy's dignity, even in the face of a formidable enemy. He could not let the Navy's honor be trampled. "Mama, fear not. I have come to participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament," Big Mom declared, reveling in the crowd's reaction as she boldly leaped onto the central platform. During the earlier battle, she had been cast into the depths of the sea. Yet due to her unique physique, even as a devil fruit user, she had managed to swim back to shore. Initially, Big Mom intended to return to her homeland, but she received news of its destruction just as she set sail. A woman like Big Mom could never choose a mundane life. She was constantly seeking opportunities to assert her power. The upcoming tournament offered her a glimmer of hope for resurgence. With unwavering confidence in her abilities, she believed that now, with Whitebeard gone, no one could breach her defenses, let alone contest her claim to the title of the world's strongest. Big Mom envisioned the fame that awaited her. In these vast seas, with sufficient renown, she could summon countless followers with a mere wave of her hand. However, she also feared the Navy's treachery, which is why she had come to the East Blue to test the waters. Should the Navy take their time in dispatching admirals, she would withdraw at the first sign of danger, concealing herself while seeking new opportunities. Chapter 173. The Arrogant Big Mom. Naturally, Big Mom had her own preparations. If the Navy responded to her presence, it would indicate their concern over her participation in the tournament. By the time the finals arrived, with the world's attention, she was not afraid of the Navy taking action against her. In her mind, the Navy was destined to be her stepping stone. In a flash, Big Mom appeared on the platform. With a recently victorious Navy Rear Admiral stood before her, dwarfed and seemingly as helpless as an infant. "I will not allow a pirate to flaunt her power here," the Rear Admiral bellowed, charging at Big Mom with fervor. Utilizing the six-power secret technique, giant wheel gun, he propelled himself forward, fists drawn to his sides, enveloped in a cloak of black hockey. As he unleashed his might, the darkness seemed to absorb the sunlight, and with a force akin to twin dragons emerging from the sea, he struck at Big Mom's towering form. Boom! In the face of the Admiral's full frontal assault, Big Mom appeared utterly unfazed, standing there with an air of calm. As the thunderous impact resonated, the Admiral's fists collided heavily with her abdomen. A powerful shockwave erupted from their point of contact, sending weaker onlookers reeling backward from the force. The whirlwind of dust obscured the view of the spectators. After a moment, as the dust settled, the scene became clear. The Admiral's fists were pressed against Big Mom's midsection, his hockey dissipated, and blood dripped from his hands. Yet Big Mom seemed completely unscathed. Her gaze lowered as she looked down upon him, a cold smile gracing her lips. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Not only had the Admiral's strike failed to harm her, but it had also injured his own hands. "Have you had enough? It's my turn now," Big Mom sneered, her massive fist descending toward the Admiral's body. Iron block. Faced with Big Mom's colossal fist, the Admiral wore an expression of inexplicable confidence. Drawing his hands to his waist, he shouted, and his muscles bulged, attempting to absorb her punch with sheer force. Bang! Plop! With a single blow from Big Mom, the platform was stained with blood. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the Admiral's body reacted to the impact, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before being propelled backward by an overwhelming force. He crashed through the iron pillars surrounding the platform, scattering countless spectators before finally embedding himself into a building dozens of meters away, creating a massive spider web of destruction. "Quick, save the Admiral." After some time, a Navy officer regained his senses and urgently directed medics to assist the Admiral. Bang! This sound seemed to awaken the Admiral's consciousness. He instinctively moved his fingers, and with another bang, his body plummeted from the building, the structure collapsing behind him with a resounding crash. Medics rushed to assess his injuries. With multiple shattered bones, immediate emergency treatment was necessary. They needed to get the Admiral to the operating room swiftly. Upon examining his injuries, a medic gasped in shock, commanding nearby soldiers to carry the Admiral on a stretcher. The contestants, who had been observing the situation, turned in horror toward the source of the Admiral's injuries. This was a Navy Rear Admiral, the cornerstone of a Navy's dominance over the seas. No one questioned the Rear Admiral's strength. The Navy revered the principle that the strong rule. Only those whose abilities surpassed their ranks could rise to such positions, never the other way around. The sheer terror of that single strike was unfathomable. The entire audience in the training arena gazed in awe at the figure standing majestically on the stage, their mouths agape in astonishment, unable to quell their astonishment for an extended period. Particularly, the pirates participating in the competition regarded Big Mom with reverence, as if they were witnessing a divine entity. "Ma ma 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 ma, who among you is unafraid of death? Step forward," Big Mom proclaimed, surveying the competitors surrounding her with an air of arrogance and laughter. As her gaze swept across the contestants, they instinctively averted their eyes in fear, bowing their heads, with some even so frightened that they soiled themselves. "How utterly dull, how feeble," Big Mom remarked, finding no response from anyone, and with a disdainful curl of her lip. She seated herself in the center of the stage. Having familiarized herself with the rules of the arena, Big Mom knew that whoever remained on the stage at the end of the preliminary rounds would be declared the victor. The naval commanders at the edge of the arena watched, their faces flushed with anger as they glared at Big Mom, yet none dared to challenge her. If mere glares could kill, Big Mom would have perished 1,000 times under the fierce scrutiny of the Navy. Unfortunately for them, their stares held no lethal power. After a moment, the naval commanders, without hesitation, turned and walked toward the other two stages. The rules, set forth by Akainu, allowed pirates to participate, and thus, Big Mom was no exception. Perhaps this was precisely what Akainu desired, for when Big Mom arrived at the naval headquarters, there would surely be a reckoning. After observing the battles on the surrounding stages for a while, Big Mom grew disinterested and reclined on the stage, falling asleep. To her, the fierce clashes among the elite fighters of the East Blue resembled mere childish play, failing to ignite even the slightest flicker of interest. After all, these were mere porcelain dolls incapable of enduring a single punch from her, regardless of who secured the 2 available advancement slots. It would not alter her plans in the slightest. If the other competitors were of such caliber, it would only serve to her advantage. The tumultuous battles across the seas paled in comparison to the extraordinary conflicts of the Grand Line. Judicial Island, once a facade for the world government, now lay in ruins following the execution order. It had been completely flattened and rebuilt into an arena reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. This grand venue could accommodate thousands, with seats arranged in a circular fashion, at the center of which stood 3 massive stages. Chapter 174. The selection of the Grand Line. The stages, entirely fashioned from black basalt, could withstand naval bombardments for a good 10 minutes. Even the mightiest of warriors would find it challenging to leave a mark upon these platforms. Even the most renowned swordsmen, with all their might, would scarcely leave more than a small scratch. Standing atop Judicial Island, Rear Admiral Shichibukai observed the lone figure on the central stage with a grave expression. That solitary figure stood apart, surrounded by an aura of danger, devoid of any challengers. In stark contrast to the other 2 stages, which were teeming with competitors, this one felt as if it belonged to another world. Rear Admiral Shichibukai could hardly believe his eyes. This individual was not in the new world, but had appeared here instead. Under the sun's rays, the figure, adorned with a straw hat and bare-chested, bore the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates tattooed on his back, surrounded by a faint glow of flames, emanating an indescribable aura of dominance. Indeed, this was Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the former strongest pirate crew, the Whitebeard Pirates, the bloodline of the infamous Pirate King. Gold, Roger, upon entering this gladiatorial arena, subdued all present. As soon as Ace revealed himself, he was instantly recognized by all, his illustrious battle achievements rendering any foolhardy enough to challenge him utterly foolish. Suddenly, a distinct sound of footsteps echoed from the contestants' passageway, each step resonating with the heartbeat of the onlookers. Even the ongoing battles on the other 2 stages momentarily ceased, as all eyes turned towards the shadowy entrance. First, a pair of piercing eyes emerged from the darkness, and upon noticing them, everyone instinctively averted their gaze, as if to avoid being pierced by their intensity. The moment those eyes were recognized, everyone surmised the identity of the newcomer. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the figure soon emerged from the shadows, revealing a striking presence, sharp eyes, an elegant and upright stature, adorned in a magnificent suit and wielding the supreme black blade, Yuru, a testament to his status as the world's greatest swordsman. None could deny his identity. He was the man known as Dracul Mihawk, the epitome of swordsmanship. Is that Mihawk? The world's greatest swordsman has arrived. The crowd gasped. Damn it! Are you seeking death? Clear the way. The arena fell silent for a full 2 minutes as the realization sank in, before erupting into a cacophony of chatter. A path wide enough for 3 to walk side by side spontaneously formed before Mihawk. Upon entering the arena, he spotted Ace, and for reasons unknown, chose to walk towards the leftmost stage, clearly not intending to engage Ace just yet. Rear Admiral Shichibukai observed Mihawk with a serious expression, surprised by his presence. In his mind, Mihawk, a man of such high self-regard, should be battling in the new world among the numerous strong contenders for the 3 advancement slots, not appearing in the earlier stages of the Grand Line. This unusual occurrence completely overturned Rear Admiral Shichibukai's perception of Mihawk. In truth, Mihawk had not given it much thought. He merely found the venue in the new world too distant and did not wish to exhaust himself rowing a boat. The finals would take place at the naval headquarters, where his opponents would undoubtedly be formidable enough to reach the finals. Thus, it seemed more practical to pass the preliminaries and then travel aboard a Navy ship to the headquarters, which was certainly more comfortable than rowing alone. As Mihawk approached the leftmost stage, the two combatants already engaged there instinctively leapt down, relinquishing their positions for him. Simultaneously, all the competitors surrounding the stage quickly rushed towards the rightmost stage, viewing it as their final hope to advance past the preliminaries. How lively! I never expected the two of you to be here. A peculiar laughter echoed from a tall pillar in the arena, followed by a man clad in a feathered coat leaping down. The newcomer was none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the infamous pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo. With the emergence of Duofuilangming, all the competitors present donned expressions of despair. As pirates on the Grand Line or hunters of pirates, they no longer felt invincible as they did in the 4 seas. The first principle for most individuals navigating the Grand Line is to recognize the formidable and steer clear of them. A group of people who cannot even wield hockey certainly do not consider themselves capable of defeating Duofuilangming. Of course, among the crowd, there are always a few who are headstrong, but they are indeed few in number. Even those few Navy vice admirals who came here hoping for luck, upon seeing Duofuilangming, had their faces darkened to an extent that one could almost extract water from them. If the admirals and the 4 emperors represent the top echelon of power in this world, then Duofuilangming undoubtedly occupies a stable position in the 2nd tier. Even when pitted against an admiral, he could engage in a fierce battle for a considerable duration. Whereas the admirals and 4 emperors have comprehensively developed their abilities, both in physical prowess and hockey, Duofuilangming has singularly honed his unique abilities to an extraordinary level. He is a master who has awakened his devil fruit powers. While he may not rival an admiral, he would certainly have no trouble dealing with vice admirals, as not every vice admiral is named Carp. However, unlike the other 2 arenas, no one dared to challenge Duofuilangming. Although many competitors chose to withdraw upon his arrival, a small number still surrounded the arena, believing their skills were not inferior to his, waiting for an opportunity. After all, the rewards offered by the Navy were too enticing. Even those who merely advanced past the preliminaries would receive a bounty of 500 million berries. For individuals who risk their lives, nothing is more tangible than money. As long as there remains even the slightest chance, they are willing to gamble against Duofuilangming. It appears I have been underestimated. Observing the crowd that had not retreated, Duofuilangming smirked coldly, exuding an ominous aura. Chapter 175, Fujitora Duofuilangming. In truth, Duofuilangming had been watching the battles long before Ace's arrival. He never engages in unprepared fights. Anticipating his opponents has become second nature to him. He took note of the crowd's reactions upon Ace's appearance, as well as their fearful responses when Mihawk emerged, all of which remained etched in his memory. He had expected that, after his grand entrance, he would be afforded the same level of respect as Ace. However, to his surprise, these insects he scorned believed they could contend with him, presenting themselves as if they were prepared for a showdown. This was, in the eyes of the self-important Duofuilangming, nothing short of a blatant insult. How amusing! With a disdainful smile playing on his lips, Duofuilangming casually raised his fingers. Suddenly, a competitor standing beside him drew a blade from his waist and plunged it into the body of the nearby contestant, blood gushing forth as the blade exited. "Ah, Dino, have you lost your mind?" The wounded contestant wailed in agony, utterly taken aback by the sudden betrayal of his companion. Nevertheless, he was not one to remain passive. As he questioned his assailant, he instinctively drew his handgun and shot at the perpetrator's head. Bang! At the moment the bullet struck, the assailant's head exploded as if in a daze, demonstrating no resistance. Yet his body, in a bizarre twist, unsheathed a long knife and lunged at the other competitors, albeit with diminished speed and strength. What sort of monster is this? The surrounding contestants, witnessing the headless body still moving, were both terrified and astonished. Hastily retreating from the scene. Gravitational blade, fierce tiger. A cold snort echoed from above the arena, soon followed by a thunderous roar as a massive, dark-striped tiger descended from the sky, accompanied by an invisible force that crushed everything around it. Where the tiger tread, rocks shattered and the earth cracked, rendering the world as fragile as clay. Before this vibrant tiger, Duofuilangming's 3-meter-tall figure appeared as insignificant as an infant. The tiger charged towards Duofuilangming, whose stature was trivial in comparison. 5 colored threads. Duofulangming's eyes narrowed sharply as he clasped his hands behind his back, extending them in a claw-like fashion. 5 colossal, multicolored strands, exuding a sharp aura, surged forth to meet the menacing tiger. The thick threads and the tiger collided, both dissipating in a whirlwind of energy, and a robust figure wielding a staff descended from the sky. Duofulangming, unwilling to be outdone, met the incoming attack with his own claws. Boom! In an instant, the two clashed, their claws and blades intertwining in a fierce struggle, resulting in a stalemate. Clang! 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 Moments passed as the two exchanged dozens of blows without yielding an inch. As they exerted their strength, they simultaneously retreated, creating distance between them. The newcomer was none other than Admiral Fujitora. Akainu had long anticipated that the Grand Line would not mirror the Four Seas, foreseeing the emergence of true powerhouses during this election. Thus, he had summoned Fujitora to assist Vice Admiral Mole in maintaining order during the competition. After all, with an admiral present, even the most formidable individuals would consider the Navy's reputation and refrain from causing excessive upheaval. Indeed, the top-tier powerhouses possess strength akin to natural disasters. Hence, 3 arenas were prepared in each location. The battles between top-tier fighters could last for days and nights without a clear victor, and in their presence, islands would crumble like clay. If they fought with their full might, given the scale of Judicial Island, it would likely be reduced to rubble within 2 days. Moreover, the purpose of this World Martial Arts Tournament was to scout fresh talent for the Navy, which is why the admirals did not participate. There are only a handful of openly acknowledged top-tier powerhouses, excluding the admirals and Carp. The rest number less than 5. Most of them reside in the New World, which is why Akainu did not expect much from the Grand Line or the Four Seas. Nor did he anticipate that such a small venue would host both Ace and Mihawk today. He was even more astonished to find Duofulangming, who had long been entrenched in the New World, present as well. Duofulangming, you are provoking the Navy's bottom line. Once the two combatants stabilized and ceased their assault, Vice Admiral Mole leaped down from above, standing behind Fujitora and addressing Duofulangming with a serious tone. As a Navy Vice Admiral, particularly one who upholds the honor of the Navy, Duofulangming's manipulation of the other competitors was nothing short of a challenge to his authority. If it were not for the formidable prowess of Doflamingo, even the Admiral Fujitora would find it challenging to subdue him in a short span of time. Rear Admiral Twaming had long joined Fujitora in an attempt to apprehend Doflamingo. Indeed, the admirals of the Navy are as powerful as monsters. Doflamingo chose to disregard Rear Admiral Twaming's inquiries and instead fixed a mocking gaze upon Fujitora. Simultaneously, his hands, which had been ravaged in battle with Fujitora, were gradually mending under the influence of his devil fruit abilities. This vast ocean ultimately reveres the strong, and Fujitora's demonstrated strength had earned Doflamingo's complete acknowledgement. It is worth noting that Doflamingo had exerted himself to the fullest, aside from not utilizing his awakened devil fruit powers. He had deployed both armament haki and observation haki to their utmost limits. Despite this, he had unwittingly suffered a slight setback. While Fujitora remained unperturbed and had not even resorted to using his renowned ability to summon meteorites, Doflamingo was acutely aware that if the battle continued, he would inevitably be the one to face defeat. As for Rear Admiral Twaming, despite being a trusted subordinate of Akainu and wielding significant power within the Navy, Doflamingo had never regarded him with any esteem, for he adhered to the principle that only the strong deserve respect. Among the Navy's Rear Admirals, only Carp had earned Doflamingo's recognition after the massacre of the Navy headquarters by Big Mom's pirate crew. In Chapter 176, Preliminary Finals, Rear Admiral Twaming, incensed by Doflamingo's blatant disregard, stepped forward to confront him. In Twaming's eyes, the pirates were merely timid rodents trembling before the Navy's might, fortunate to have not been completely eradicated. How audacious for a mere warlord to adopt such an attitude towards him. Did he truly believe that the time of the world government's dominance still lingered? Did he think that the title of warlord would render him immune to the Navy's wrath? The weak ought to be aware that their provocations against the strong would bear dire consequences. Seemingly reluctant to further undermine the Navy's authority, Doflamingo begrudgingly responded to Rear Admiral Twaming, expressing his disdain for the competitors and inciting their ire towards him. Yet Doflamingo remained unfazed. For why would a lion concern itself with the opinions of sheep? He believed he had distanced himself from the throngs of powerful adversaries in the New World. And in this small corner of the Grand Line, he considered himself a peerless entity. Apart from Ace, Mihawk, and Fujitora, the rest were mere remnants, incapable of posing any threat. Suddenly, from among the competitors at the arena's edge, one individual let out a cold chuckle and leaped onto the stage. Heavenly Nightshade, Doflamingo. Your name resonates throughout the seas. I, the Bounty King Rose, have long sought the opportunity to engage you in combat. If you wish to secure a place in the finals, then come forth and test your mettle. Upon hearing these words, Doflamingo's gaze sharpened, sensing a challenge. With a fierce glare, an invisible force erupted from within him, instantly enveloping the entire arena. In that moment, the wind ceased and the birds fell silent. The world itself seemed to freeze. A gentle breeze returned, but the onlookers at the arena's edge fell to the ground as if intoxicated. Clearly, Doflamingo had unleashed his conqueror's haki, a rare quality possessed by only one in a million. Come fort, Doflamingo. Surely, you do not regard me as one of those insignificant fish. I intend to sever your head and use it as a stool. The challenger, seemingly unperturbed by the overwhelming aura, displayed a mocking grin, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. This competitor, known as Rose, though not as renowned as Doflamingo or Ace, bore a title well known across the Grand Line, Bounty King Rose, born on an unremarkable island in the Grand Line to an ordinary family. His childhood was filled with simple pleasures, such as slingshot bird hunting or digging for ant nests. Until the age of 12, he exhibited no extraordinary talents or abilities. However, that fateful year, while fishing alone by the sea, his village was besieged by a ruthless band of pirates. Tragically, upon returning with a net full of fish, he discovered his village consumed by flames, with the bodies of his family and neighbors strewn across the ground. From that day forth, he harbored an intense hatred for pirates and set out alone on a small raft to seek vengeance against those who had slaughtered his village. This journey altered the course of his life dramatically. Typically, a person adrift on a small raft would not survive a single day against the unpredictable weather and relentless sea creatures of the Grand Line. Yet, Rose was different. He faced a fierce storm that cast him upon a deserted island. There, driven by hunger, he scoured the island for food and discovered a peculiar fruit. Uncertain of its toxicity, he consumed it out of desperation, and the extraordinary taste remains etched in his memory. After eating the fruit, Rose awakened an extraordinary ability, the power to heal from even the most grievous injuries in a natural manner. Even if he lost limbs to wild beasts on the island, given a few minutes, he could regenerate, albeit at the cost of considerable stamina. Rose eventually recognized that he had consumed a cursed devil fruit, a legendary treasure of the sea. With this newfound power, he rekindled his hope for revenge. Although food was scarce on the deserted island, fortune smiled upon him when he was rescued by a passing merchant ship. Aboard this vessel, he learned of the existence of bounty hunters and, leveraging his unique abilities, embarked on a rigorous training regimen. As long as he had enough food, he trained relentlessly, even if he succumbed to muscle spasms the day prior. A night's rest would restore him completely, allowing him to continue his training. On his quest to hunt down pirates, he encountered his first mentor, a formidable bounty hunter. Thus began his legendary journey, and now, a decade later, the number of infamous pirates who have fallen to his hands is incalculable. The count of those with bounties exceeding 300 million berries alone amounts to no fewer than several. Based on a profound confidence in his own capabilities. Even when faced with the formidable Doflamingo, who had just clashed with a marine admiral to a standstill, Luosai harbored no doubts about the disparity in their strengths. In fact, an inexplicable self-assurance surged within him, leading him to believe that if Doflamingo could only showcase the performance he had just displayed, he would undoubtedly triumph over him. If you seek death, then I shall gladly send you to your demise. Doflamingo's expression turned cold as he swiftly appeared on the arena. A coveted encounter. Luosai drew a pair of sharp claw-like weapons from his waist and donned them on his hands, provocatively beckoning Doflamingo to make the first move with a gesture of his fingers. Doflamingo's eyes turned crimson, resembling a famished specter. It had been ages since anyone had dared to challenge him with such audacity. At this moment, his singular thought was to send Luosai to the depths of hell. Chapter 177, Battle. On the arena, the two adversaries stood in opposition, emanating an atmosphere thick with tension and peril, as if even the very air had come to a standstill. Above, the sky, once a canvas of azure, seemed to be influenced by their formidable presence, with clouds gradually converging overhead and the atmospheric pressure rising as if deities were observing their clash. Even Ace and Mihawk, who had been calmly watching from the sidelines, diverted their interest towards the confrontation. Doflamingo, a figure of considerable notoriety beneath them, was enough to capture their attention. As both contenders ascended the arena, Major General Toad had moved his lips, ultimately choosing to silently endorse their actions. Simultaneously, he was inwardly cheering for Luosai, wishing for his victory against the arrogant Doflamingo. The atmospheric pressure thickened, and the heavy clouds loomed closer to the arena, while a gentle yet sparse breeze began to swirl around the battlefield. Doflamingo and Luosai locked eyes, both seeking the opportune moment to strike, neither willing to act hastily. Renowned figures of the ocean, they were well aware of each other's reputations. Although Doflamingo had pretended not to recognize Luosai moments ago, the truth was that he had been observing him closely because he had indeed identified him. His initial plan had been to wait until Ace occupied a spot on the arena to assess the situation, anticipating that Luosai would also secure a position. He intended to make his move just as the preliminary rounds were nearing their conclusion, swiftly eliminating the final competitor on the last arena to seize the last qualification slot. However, nobody had anticipated Mihawk's unexpected appearance in this realm, disrupting Doflamingo's calculations. This compelled him to enter the arena earlier than planned, for he understood that the other competitors were no match for Luosai, and even exhausting Luosai's stamina would prove futile. Given Luosai's unique abilities, it was likely that they would only help him consolidate his power more swiftly. Doflamingo's abrupt interference in the competition was part of his strategy to prompt the hidden Marine Admiral to reveal themselves. Over the years, having dealt extensively with Akainu, Doflamingo believed he had a good grasp of Akainu's character. While this was merely the first half of the Grand Line for the strong, this region was akin to a paradise. Doflamingo was convinced that Akainu would not allow Major General Toad to remain as the sole guardian here. The Grand Line was unlike the Four Seas. The extent of hidden power within was unknown. If Major General Toad were the only Marine present, why would these rebellious strongmen heed his commands? It was not merely the backing of the Marines that dictated authority. Strength was the sole criterion governing this ocean. Doflamingo's original intention was to provoke the hidden admiral into revealing themselves and to showcase his might in combat, thereby demonstrating to the other competitors that the gap between them and him was as insurmountable as that between Mihawk and Ace. He was confident that the Marines would not turn against him, as they needed the tournament to proceed smoothly. Furthermore, Doflamingo had surmised that the admiral stationed on this island was Fujitora. As a minor kingpin in the dark underworld, he possessed a unique intelligence network. Reliable reports from the West Sea indicated that Admiral Akiji was an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. After his true identity was discovered by the Marines, a decisive battle ensued in the West Sea, resulting in the demise of Admiral Akiji and two other Marine admirals, Admiral Peach Rabbit and Admiral Tashigi. Currently, the Marines were at their most vulnerable, significantly diminished compared to 6 months prior when Sengoku commanded them. They had once boasted 6 admirals, along with 2 candidates possessing admiral-level strength, Peach Rabbit and Tashigi, and stalwarts like Carp and Crane among the vice-admirals. Now, following Sengoku's downfall at the hands of Whitebeard, only 3 admirals remained, with Akainu having ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral, while the 2 candidates had been slain in the West Sea. The renowned Vice Admiral Crane was rumored to have met her end at Kaido's hands, and the veteran Carp had been sidelined by Akainu to retire in the East Sea. Just 6 months ago, the Marines had reigned supreme over the world, yet now they were left with but a handful of stragglers, unable to even muster a complete roster of admirals. Had it not been for the 4 emperors of the New World being decimated by the Marines, they would have likely been overthrown by a counteroffensive from the pirates. Even now, once the news of Akiji and Peach Rabbit's demise spread, the Marines' dominance over the seas would undoubtedly come under challenge. Thus, Doflamingo concluded that the primary purpose of this tournament was for the Marines to scout for new admirals. The Marines could not afford any missteps at any juncture. As long as he did not transgress their boundaries, they would not turn against him. Moreover, had the admiral stationed here been Kizu, Doflamingo would have vowed to play by the rules. After all, Kizuru's abilities inherently countered him, and Kizuru's speed and capacity for aerial movement would render any escape attempts futile. Regrettably, however, the admiral here was Fujitora. This was not to say that Doflamingo underestimated Fujitora. During the battle against the 4 emperors in the Marineford region, the meteor that descended from the heavens had firmly established Fujitora's reputation as an admiral without question. Nevertheless, Doflamingo acknowledged Fujitora's strength and conceded that he was not his equal. Yet, despite Fujitora's formidable powers, Doflamingo believed that if he were determined to flee, Fujitora's speed would not be sufficient to intercept him. Furthermore, the time it took for Fujitora to summon a meteor was ample for Doflamingo to make a considerable distance. The capabilities of the two were not inherently antagonistic. Even if Fujitora aimed to vanquish him, it would not be a simple task to determine a victor within mere hours. Such a duration would be sufficient for Doflamingo to activate his Devil Fruit's awakening mode, plunging the island into the depths of the earth, for he could fly. And the absence of solid ground beneath him would pose no threat. The Navy possesses its intelligence. If it were merely Fujitora, perhaps there would be a chance to subdue him. However, with the presence of General Shurji, this confrontation is destined not to occur. Indeed, everything unfolded precisely as he anticipated. While engaging in his puppet game, Fujitora made his appearance, and their battle was undoubtedly observed by all. Chapter 178. In the New World, I am Jing Bian Sanlang. With so many witnesses, the clash between him and Admiral Fujitora resulted in a stalemate. According to Doflamingo's original plan, after his encounter with Fujitora, these passive onlookers would surely yield the stage to him, just as they did with Ace and Mihawk. Achieving victory without battle is the customary tactic of a strategist like him. Yet, the exceptional Rosei dared to step onto the stage after witnessing his confrontation with Fujitora. This indirectly indicated Rosei's confidence in his own capabilities, believing that the strength demonstrated by Doflamingo and Fujitora was insufficient to contend with him. Such audacity could not help but weigh heavily on Doflamingo's mind. Nonetheless, he too was confident in his abilities. He feared that if he were to defeat Rosei, but sustain injuries or exhaust his energy, these insignificant ants he looked down upon might seize the opportunity. Thus, Doflamingo resolved to unleash his utmost strength and conclude the battle with utmost swiftness. Ho ho ho, since you seek death so fervently, I shall escort you to hell. Doflamingo revealed an evil grin, leaning down with both hands pressed against the arena, and soon the very ground began to tremble. Today, either you shall slay me, or I shall bring about your demise. Rosei licked his finger, and with a sudden forceful stomp of his right leg, he propelled himself forward. It was evident to even a fool that Doflamingo was preparing a formidable move, and Rosei intended to deny him that opportunity. Desolate waves. Doflamingo's lips curled into a wicked smile as he abruptly shook his hands, causing the entire earth to ripple as if it had transformed into liquid. The arena beneath them became translucent threads, and in an instant, a colossal wave surged forth, crashing towards Rosei's advancing figure. The glimmering cold light upon the threads indicated that if Rosei were struck by the wave, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds in an instant. The spectators gasped in astonishment at this scene. Such a terrifying ability was a sight many had never encountered before. Even Ace and Mihawk were taken aback, their gazes towards Doflamingo reflecting a newfound respect, clearly beginning to regard him as their equal. Nevertheless, Ace firmly believed that even if Doflamingo's fruit powers had awakened, they would not withstand the might of his flames, let alone his horrific vibration abilities. If he were Doflamingo's opponent, a single punch at this moment would suffice to determine the victor. Mihawk, too, held unwavering confidence in his swordsmanship, convinced that such a level of awakening could not obstruct his slashing strikes. However, what intrigued Mihawk the most at this moment was Fujitora standing nearby. He sensed the terrifying power concealed within Fujitora's physique, as well as the unique aura of the great swordsman. Mihawk had long wished to engage with these two new admirals of the Navy, yet the opportunity had eluded him. Now that Fujitora stood before him, he felt a surge of eagerness. Nevertheless, Mihawk was acutely aware of his mission. His ultimate goal was not merely to advance through this preliminary round, but to claim the title of the world's strongest. Indulging in fleeting pleasures at this moment might lead to others profiting at his expense. Suddenly, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ace's eyes as the situation on the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. Rosei, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly radiated a dazzling green light. Doflamingo's desolate waves struck Rosei's body in an instant, and the sharp white threads sliced him into fragments. Yet, after the white threads passed through Rosei's form, the shimmering green light visibly restored him to his original state. Clearly, Rosei had also awakened his fruit powers, and his nearly perverse regenerative abilities proved to be quite formidable. Even for Ace, this was a fatal injury, yet he had recovered in mere seconds. Did it require reducing him to dust to truly defeat him? In the New World, the weather is capricious. One moment it may be clear skies, and the next, torrential rain. At this moment, rain began to pour down at the Navy's venue in the New World, Yet the competitors had long since acclimated to the harsh conditions, and all selection procedures continued to progress seamlessly. There stood the notorious pirate Yalu, once the captain of Kaido's crew, a mythical Zoan-type Triceratops fruit user. It was unexpected to see him here. Wiping the rain from his face, Rear Admiral Jing Bian San Lang spoke gravely. Within just a few minutes, he had recognized several familiar figures, some pirates, some bounty hunters, others guardians of certain nations, and formidable figures for various factions. Undoubtedly, they were all unstable elements within the Navy's intelligence community. Each possessed strength rivaling that of a rear admiral. And even the formidable pirate Yalu made Jing Bian San Lang feel he was no match for him just by observing his powerful aura. Indeed, look over there at the Whitebeard pirate's escaped fish, the Ice Mist Woman Wadai, beside Jing Bian San Lang. Vice Admiral Hua Xiao Shan pointed towards a beautiful ice maiden radiating a chilling aura from a distance. After the Navy thoroughly defeated the Whitebeard pirates, half of the 43 crews under Whitebeard's banner were also vanquished, with the remaining scattered across the New World, each claiming their own territories. Among them, Wadai stood out, having allied with formidable pirates such as the Knight of the Round and the Great Spider to seize control of a kingdom deep within the New World. Now a dominion of power. Together, they formed a coalition that, under the condition of not provoking the Navy's admirals, could withstand even the Navy's extermination orders. These unstable factors are too perilous. I believe we should dispatch 2 more fleets for reinforcement. Jing Bian San Lang wiped the rain from his face once more, expressing concern to Hua Xiao Shan. It was not that Jing Bian San Lang lacked courage. Rather, the scale of this gathering had mobilized the entirety of the New World. If it were not for this election event, he could scarcely believe that there were so many powerful individuals in the New World. From his vantage point, he counted over 100 individuals, none possessing strength beneath that of a rear admiral. Should they incite a riot, this naval branch would be torn apart in an instant. Moreover, to Jing Bian San Lang's knowledge, several true heavyweights had yet to make their entrance. Oh dear, what a bother. Why do these troublesome matters always seem to fall upon me? In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding Jing Bian San Lang and Vice Admiral Hua Xiao Shan, the lazy figure of Kizaru, seated comfortably behind them, appeared entirely unconcerned. Chapter 179. Barrett Huang Yuan truly wished to steer clear of this murky affair. His aspirations lay solely in the daily routine of the Navy, punctual attendance at work, a steady income, and a life of comfort. Engaging in such preposterous organizational preliminaries was not within his desires. After all, would it not be more pleasurable to spend his time reading the newspaper, sipping tea, or indulging in slumber? As for the formidable contenders in the eyes of those like Huashishin, Huang Yuan regarded them with complete indifference. The so-called Ice Fog Woman and the riders were merely trifles to him. A single kick would suffice, and if that proved ineffective, he would simply deliver another. As the swiftest individual in the pirate world, Huang Yuan could be aptly termed the foremost quality inspector globally. For him, as long as his observation hockey could not detect an opponent's silhouette, no matter how renowned they were merely one kick away from defeat. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Jack, who might require several kicks to subdue. When facing adversaries of equal strength, many might perceive Huang Yuan's actions as mere lightheartedness. Yet against weaker foes, he effortlessly dispatched them with a single strike. Despite the presence of hundreds below, should a conflict arise, Huang Yuan was confident he could annihilate them all within a single day. As the winds surged and the clouds danced, time passed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The rain clouds thickened ominously, gathering as if an ancient beast were preparing for a trial. This naval fortress, one of the Navy's critical strongholds in the New World, had its arena positioned at the edge, adjacent to the vast sea, with a harbor deliberately designed for mooring vessels. Amidst the torrential downpour, a sudden sound of rocks colliding echoed, prompting everyone to look skyward. They beheld a dilapidated pirate ship crashing against the harbor stones. Thunderous cracks resonated as lightning illuminated the scene, revealing the ship's shattered hull, broken mast, and a cabin that appeared to have been struck by a catastrophic cannonball, leaving the deck riddled with gaping holes. The fact that the vessel had not yet succumbed to the depths of the sea was, in itself, a miracle. With another flash of lightning, a robust figure emerged at the ship's bow. Under the electric glow, the figure donned headphones, eyes half closed as if lost in the rhythm of music, clad in a striking ensemble reminiscent of a heavy metal musician. The contrast between the battered pirate ship and the vibrant musician created an inexplicable harmony, as if this figure were destined to appear in such a setting. With another stroke of lightning, the figure, now standing upon the rocks of the harbor, departed, and, as he did, the decayed pirate ship seemed to be struck by an invisible force, shattering into fragments and sinking into the abyss. Oh dear, what a formidable creature has arrived! Upon sighting this individual, Huang Yuan, who had been lounging casually in his chair, sprang to his feet, his previously nonchalant demeanor replaced by gravity as he instantly recognized the identity of the visitor. The winds grew ever more tempestuous, and the clouds above appeared to morph into the visage of a demon. Douglas Barrett, as one who had followed Whitebeard in conquering the New World. The rider instantly identified this long-lost figure. Many younger individuals, who had not lived through that era, cast puzzled glances at the rider in confusion. A crew member of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, a monstrous entity of terrifying power, it was said that he joined Roger's crew solely to vanquish him. Though the rider remained silent, a renowned pirate hunter, Pilkson, spoke up, revealing Barrett's identity. A crew member of the Pirate King, a powerhouse rivaling the Dark King Rayleigh. The surrounding competitors gasped in astonishment at Pilkson's words. Even the nearby Navy personnel readied their weapons, bracing for the arrival of a formidable specter. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, a thunderous sound erupted from the shore, and a figure leapt from the water. Upon reaching the land, he slicked back his hair and shook off the seawater, turning to Barrett with astonishment. "Barrett, long time no see. I never imagined you would partake in such a contest." "Rayleigh." Before Barrett could respond, a naval colonel trembled as he pointed a shaking finger at the figure emerging from the sea, exclaiming in a quivering voice, "Rayleigh." Unlike Barrett, who had faded into obscurity for years, Rayleigh, as Roger's first mate, remained a legendary figure even after more than a decade had passed. Who could forget the man who journeyed the seas with the Pirate King, conquering the fabled Devil's Sea, and who could face admirals head-on, the pinnacle of power upon the waves? "I have yet to become the strongest. It is a pity Whitebeard did not perish at my hands," Barrett mused, casting a glance at Rayleigh as he removed his headphones. His eyes widened, and a terrifying and potent conqueror's haki erupted from his being. In that moment, the raindrops falling from the howling winds froze mid-air, and even the hundreds of renowned warriors present felt a primal fear emanating from the invisible yet terrifying aura. Of course, they were not Barrett's intended targets. He was merely greeting an old companion. "Had I known you were coming, I would have stayed away," Rayleigh remarked, adjusting his glasses perched on his nose. A glimmer of red flashing in his gaze as his own conqueror's haki surged forth. The two auras clashed in the air, creating a visible red barrier, causing the earth to crack under the invisible pressure and the sea to recede into the depths. The dense, ominous clouds above were torn asunder by their combined might, allowing sunlight to pierce through the rifts, casting a divine glow upon the two figures, who stood as if gods and demons in opposition. The terrifying aura intensified, and the elite soldiers of the Navy could no longer withstand the force, collapsing in rows like toppled dominoes. Even the competitors gathered for the event instinctively took a step back, retreating from the overwhelming pressure. Chapter 180. The preliminary rounds conclude just as many were on the verge of succumbing to the overwhelming force. A dazzling golden light suddenly streaked across the sky, akin to a divine blade poised to cleave a bottomless chasm between the two. "Oh dear, how frightening. If you wish to reminisce, should I find you a private room?" With that, Huang Yuan's figure materialized in the void between the two, his tone courteous, yet his hands radiating golden light, indicating that should negotiations falter, they might resort to force to resolve the matter. There will be time for that. Upon encountering Huang Yuan, Barrett first retracted his imposing aura, casting a deep glance at Huang Yuan before striding directly towards the center of the arena. Had it been any other admiral interrupting his reunion with Rayleigh, Barrett would have relished in delivering a lesson. However, with Huang Yuan, he deemed it unnecessary. It was not a matter of inability to defeat him, but rather a question of practicality. Huang Yuan was notorious for his swiftness, having exchanged blows with Barrett when he was still a commodore in the Roger Pirates. Barrett recalled a battle that spanned an entire day and night, where he relentlessly pursued Huang Yuan, yet could not land a single hit. This tedious game was far too dull for Barrett, who revered combat, but he could not dismiss Huang Yuan's unique abilities. A laser striking him could be ignored, but an abundance of them could indeed pierce through his Busashoka haki, especially during battles with others. Having such a nuisance nearby would not only hinder his enjoyment, but could also lead to unforeseen injuries. Since that encounter, Barrett had instinctively avoided Huang Yuan in naval confrontations. Unable to land a hit or outrun him, Barrett would not engage with such a meddlesome entity. I shall choose an arena as well. Upon witnessing Barrett's actions, Rayleigh let out a hearty laugh as he approached the arena on the right. Why not concede this time? No, y yelled graciosely. As Barrett approached, the two competitors who had been fiercely contesting moments before now wore expressions of dismay, momentarily forgetting their injuries and beginning to defer to one another. After all, the arena operated under rules stipulating that only one individual could be defeated before another challenger could emerge. With Barrett's arrival, the next challenger would undoubtedly refrain from stepping forward. As both had come seeking fortune and had no desire to risk their lives at the hands of Barrett's overwhelming might. Bang! Just as the two were deferring to one another, Barrett leaped onto the arena, seizing both of their heads in his massive hands and forcefully crashing them together. Under Barrett's astonishing strength, their skulls shattered like overripe melons before the eyes of the spectators. Without a doubt, Barrett had violated the tournament's rules, as the two fighters had yet to determine a victor when he intervened. Yet neither the competitors below nor Huang Yuan, who had returned to the viewing platform, uttered a word, as if nothing had transpired. After all, rules are but constructs of mankind, rendered meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. At the very least, the onlookers, witnessing the ease with which Barrett dispatched two equally matched opponents, were disinclined to intervene on their behalf, who would want to provoke Barrett and risk incurring his wrath. The island was too small to escape. Soon, Rayleigh arrived at the far-right arena, where the two competitors wisely leapt down, having witnessed the earlier spectacle and unwilling to wager on Rayleigh's temperament. What if he, like Barrett, disregarded the preliminary rules and engaged in battle? They certainly did not believe Huang Yuan would dare to impede Rayleigh, nor did they consider him a match for the legendary Dark King. All the competitors hastily avoided these two arenas and gathered at the far-left arena, clearly preparing to contend for the final qualifying spot. At that moment, a tremendous crashing sound resonated from shore. Another one? All the participants turned their gazes towards the source of the noise, their expressions filled with resignation and sorrow. Before them was yet another pirate ship, though this one was far superior to Barrett's. Not only was its hull intact, but it was also teeming with pirates, their expressions contorted as if forced. The earlier sound had been the ship colliding with the dock, indicating a lack of a skilled helmsman on board, as even the basic act of docking had gone awry. "Haha, Uncle Rayleigh, I'm here." A slender figure suddenly jumped from the pirate ship. Uncle Rayleigh? Upon hearing this address, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. To dare call the Dark King by such a name suggested another formidable character had arrived. It was none other than Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid. Many recognized Luffy immediately, recalling his prominence during the Marineford War. It was from that day that the QA game had entered the awareness of the entire world, and it was known that the pirate crew exerting pressure on the Navy at Marineford hailed from the future. Given this development, they realized they could no longer contend for the final spot. With the Straw Hat Kid now present, Huang Yuan's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness. Regardless of perspective, he did not wish for Luffy's arrival. Huang Yuan understood the true purpose behind Akainu's hosting of this tournament. He also knew that following the event, Akainu would commence a significant purge of the world. Luffy's emergence at this juncture would only compel Akainu to add another name to his list. Luffy had now reached the final arena, evidently targeting the world's greatest martial arts tournament, viewing it as a test of his mettle. Hee. The two fighters on stage exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. I cannot best Rayleigh, and I dare not provoke Barrett. How could I possibly intimidate a mere supernova? Bang, bang, bang. With Luffy's ascent onto the stage, a fierce battle commenced. The clash lasted a full 2 days and nights, culminating in the designation of the new world's qualifiers: Douglas Barrett, the Devil's descendant; Dark King Rayleigh; Straw Hat Kid Monkey D. Luffy. The victorious contestants immediately boarded the vessel bound for the Navy headquarters, preparing for the finals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament in 2 days' time. Concurrently, the other 5 venues across the globe had also determined their 3 advancing competitors, all en route to the Navy headquarters in the New World. Chapter 181. The finals commence. Time flows swiftly, akin to a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, ushering in a new wave at the Navy headquarters in the New World. To prepare for the finals, the Navy headquarters had expanded its port and constructed a grand arena in the center of the island, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators. Modeled after the scale of an amphitheater. At the heart of the venue lay a colossal arena measuring 1,000 square feet, surrounded by surveillance snails and equipped with cutting-edge projectors, allowing all spectators to witness the competitors' battles in their entirety. Furthermore, the arena was meticulously crafted from dense granite, making it exceedingly challenging for even the most skilled swordsman to inflict significant damage upon such a formidable structure. Akainu had personally tested this, discovering that even his most potent attacks resulted in no more than a small dent of approximately 2 meters. Even his meteor volcano left only faint marks upon the floor. The arena was more than capable of withstanding the battles of these top-tier warriors, surrounded by the latest high-tech, transparent Hyloo stone glass developed by the Navy. This glass was infused with Hyloo stone during its casting, employing a unique technique to ensure its hardness, integrity, and transparency. It effectively mitigated the potential harm from the shockwaves of combat to the spectators at the edge of the arena. However, if a blinding flash akin to that of Kizuru were to dazzle the eyes of the onlookers, then Akainu would not be held accountable. It would be their misfortune for not wearing sunglasses, and they could blame no one else. As the conference commenced, journalists from around the world hurried to the Navy headquarters. This unprecedented global event attracted kings and nobles from every corner of the world, turning the Navy headquarters into a spectacle rivaling the grand assemblies once held by the world government. The king of the Hippo Kingdom from the Abulitai Kingdom, the king of the Bald Eagle Kingdom from Kendi, the king of the Sea Rabbit Kingdom from Siberia, the king of Machian from the Impoverished Nation, and even the legendary queen of the Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, made their presence known at the Navy headquarters. Whether her attendance was prompted by the appearance of the name Monkey D. Luffy on the finalist list remains a mystery. Simultaneously, the Navy extended an invitation to their strategic partner, General Li Yulong from the Peace Star. Nevertheless, General Li respectfully declined Akainu's invitation due to health concerns, stating he would observe the proceedings through a projector while offering his heartfelt congratulations and sincere wishes to Akainu. Under a clear sky, the venue of the Navy headquarters was bustling with crowds, the air filled with the sound of drums and firecrackers. As the chief planner of this event, Vice Admiral Moles stood atop the observation platform, microphone in hand, and called out loudly, "We shall now commence the first event of the World Martial Arts Tournament. I invite Fleet Admiral Akainu to deliver the opening address." He then turned to the side, where Sakazuki had been waiting eagerly. "Ahem, today marks a momentous occasion. We arrive under the radiant multicolored sunlight, and it is my honor to welcome you all amidst your busy lives. Please have faith in our competitors. They shall perform valiantly on this stage. The purpose of this tournament is to uphold our unwavering belief in the supremacy of the strong. I hereby declare the World Martial Arts Tournament officially opened." Akainu strode confidently to the center of the podium, cleared his throat, and spoke with fervor, his words resonating with passion and cadence, for this moment had been long anticipated. His gaze was fixed intently on the camera, which, in his eyes, was a portal to Li Yulong's audacious face. Memories of his laborious past flooded back, and Akainu resolved that one day he would reclaim what was owed to him from Li Yulong. "Thank you, Fleet Admiral Akainu. We shall now proceed to the second event. Let the contestants make their entrance." After Akainu concluded, Vice Admiral Moles reclaimed the microphone, gesturing towards the contestant entrance as all the visual phone bugs were directed towards it. The first contestant to emerge was the illustrious Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, hailing from the New World. As Mole's impassioned voice rang out, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers. A frail, white-haired elder stepped forth, his gait steady and his expression indifferent, though traces of his past glory lingered on his aged visage. "Dark King, Dark King, Dark King," cheered the audience, who had grown up hearing tales of this man, their enthusiasm palpable. Upon exiting the passage, Rayleigh surveyed the audience with a keen gaze, waved enthusiastically, and made his way to the contestant seating area below the observation platform. Next, we welcome the second contestant, Douglas Bullet, the heir of the devil, and a former crew member of Pirate King Roger, also from the New World. Seizing the momentum of the audience's cheers, Vice Admiral Moles boldly announced the name of the next formidable pirate. "Bullet, Bullet, Bullet." The audience, particularly those over 30, erupted into even more fervent applause upon hearing this name. In a bygone era, the name Bullet was synonymous with violence, conjuring images of destruction and terror. He was a pirate whose power rivaled that of Rayleigh, and the anticipation for the upcoming contestant's soared. Bullet flashed into view from the passage, donning headphones to buffer the crowd's roaring applause. A sinister yet thrilling smile crept across his face, relishing the attention. He was determined to conquer all adversaries and claim the title of the world's strongest. With a grin, his terrifying conqueror's haki surged forth like a mountain torrent, enveloping the arena with an overwhelming presence. However, even this formidable aura was forcibly contained upon contact with the Navy's specially crafted Hailu stone glass. Akainu had anticipated that these reckless pirates would not adhere to protocol, and thus had made comprehensive preparations. Yet, even so, the onlooking contestants were taken aback, momentarily silenced by the overwhelming cheers. But soon, an even louder roar followed. The audience craved this spectacle. Encountering such legendary pirates in real life would instill a primal fear, compelling one to pray not to be noticed, trembling on the ground in hopes of escaping unscathed. For the audience, if such a formidable pirate displayed no temperament, merely appearing like a monkey for their amusement, they would suspect the entire event to be an orchestrated play by the Navy. The current display, however, highlighted the authenticity of the tournament. Seeing this, Bullet nodded in satisfaction, swiftly appearing beside Rayleigh and seating himself without hesitation, eagerly anticipating the battles to come. Now, let us welcome the third contestant, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, from the New World. Vice Admiral Moles announced Luffy's name, and upon hearing the call, Luffy joyfully emerged from the passage, exuberantly waving to the audience. However, this time, the previously enthusiastic crowd fell eerily silent, with only the voice of the Empress Boa Hancock breaking the stillness. The spectators present were primarily individuals of stature, nobles and royals from various kingdoms, influential leaders from renowned merchant associations, and heads of significant organizations, many of whom had likely never even heard of the small-time pirate with a mere bounty of 300 million berries. Compared to the legendary figures who had preceded him, Luffy seemed almost insignificant. Despite the lackluster response, Luffy bore no anger. He continued to wave cheerfully as he approached Rayleigh, warmly greeting him before finally taking his place. Next, we invite the fourth contestant, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, from the first half of the Grand Line. In the presence of the esteemed General Yen Shou, a sudden lull enveloped the arena following the appearance of Luffy, prompting an immediate proclamation of a most momentous arrival. Hawkeye! 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 As the sharp-eyed man emerged from the passage, jubilant cheers resonated throughout the sky. Dracula Mihawk, universally acknowledged as the world's preeminent swordsman, has sat upon the throne of supremacy for over a decade without experiencing defeat. He is a figure formidable enough to rival the legendary Dark King, Rayleigh. His entrance invigorated the audience, further affirming the gravitas of this grand assembly. Upon stepping into the arena, Mihawk merely surveyed the crowd with his piercing gaze, uttering not a single word. Where his eyes swept, cheers abruptly ceased. The spectators, as if pierced by a razor's edge, fell silent and trembled in place. With a disdainful huff, Mihawk ambled towards his designated position, for he cherished tranquility and abhorred the cacophony that had preceded him. Now, let's welcome our fifth contestant. Hailing from the first half of the Grand Line, the former captain of the Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division, the infamous bloodline of Pirate King Roger, Portgas the Ace. General Yen Shou cast a resigned glance at Mihawk, wishing he could take action against such a dampening presence if he were not outmatched. Shaking his head, he called forth the next contestant. Ace, Ace, Ace. Upon hearing Ace's name, the audience erupted in enthusiasm. Although Ace belonged to the younger generation of formidable warriors, his reputation was firmly established through his clashes with the Navy, having built his renown upon the defeats of both Akainu and Sengoku. He was the sole pirate in the vast seas to possess the powers of 2 devil fruits, the embodiment of the most fearsome lineage of the Pirate King. The fact that even his arch-nemesis from the Navy was present heightened the audience's anticipation for the forthcoming battle. Emerging from the passage, Ace fixed his gaze upon Akainu in the spectators' area, raising his right hand to his throat in a gesture reminiscent of slitting one's throat, before leisurely taking his place beside Luffy. The atmosphere in the arena reached its zenith following Ace's provocative gesture towards Akainu, as cheers, jubilations, and applause filled the air. Akainu's countenance darkened upon witnessing this act, his right hand transformed into molten magma, indicative of his readiness to descend into the fray at any moment. Now, let us welcome our sixth contestant from the first half of the Grand Line, the heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote da Flamingo. Observing Ace's audacious provocation of Akainu, General Yen Shou promptly shifted the focus to the next contender. As Doflamingo made his entrance, The atmosphere mirrored that of Luffy's arrival, with his subordinates and allies reacting fervently. Yet the general audience remained relatively indifferent. Compared to the previous two contestants, Doflamingo, as a warlord of the sea, struggled to command the same respect. This lack of enthusiasm was unacceptable to Doflamingo, who, with a grim expression, made his way to his seat, vowing to demonstrate his prowess on the stage and make those who underestimated him regret their judgments. Now, let us welcome our seventh contestant, the illusionist Adam from the East Blue. Noticing the dwindling excitement, General Yin Shou promptly announced the next competitor. Adam's tall figure emerged from the passage, his handsome visage and refined demeanor eliciting shrieks from the noble women present. However, apart from the female adulation, the male spectators expressed nothing but disdain, as Adam paled in comparison to the previous competitors. As the names of various marine admirals began to unfold, the atmosphere noticeably declined. It wasn't until the final contestant that the energy began to shift. Now, let us welcome our 18th contestant, the last of this grand event, hailing from the South Blue. The former ruler of the New World, the pirate who shattered the giant kingdom at the age of 5, the king of Tado Land. The captain of the Big Mom Pirates, the owner of the Singing Sweets, the empress of the Four Emperors, Big Mom, as General Yin Shou's voice resonated. The audience initially displayed indifference at the mention of the South Blue, but upon hearing the latter part of the announcement, they rose in excitement, eagerly anticipating the identity of the imminent contestant. As the winds surged and clouds billowed, a corpulent woman, the once mighty empress of the seas, Charlotte Linlin, made her grand entrance. The terror of giants and the supreme force of the ocean, the ruler of Tado Land, had arrived. Concurrently, a colossal meteor descended from the heavens, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud, heralding the cataclysm of the world as the very fabric of the pirate realm shattered beneath its impact. In a realm unknown, a giant stirred from a nightmarish slumber, murmuring softly before returning to rest. Thus, a new world unfurled its narrative.